Konoha village, Uchiha clan territory, a cacophony of angry shouts erupted. A strikingly handsome youth pointed an accusatory finger at a middle-aged man, seated with an air of authority, and spat out, "Uchiha Fugaku, you are nothing but a cowardly and inept individual. My parents perished on the battlefield because of your weakness." Uchiha Fugaku bowed his head, kneeling in silence, not uttering a word nor offering a rebuttal. After the torrent of insults, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, so quiet that one could hear each individual's breath. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow and turned to the youth. "Nah, the clan leader has his own plans. Moreover, the wars between the ninja villages are not something the clan leader can prevent." Uchiha clenched his fists in frustration. "Uchiha Fugaku, are you certain about not relocating the clan members?" Uchiha Fugaku's expression was complex as he sighed heavily. "Nah. Matters are not as simple as you perceive. The relationship between the village and our clan has become quite intricate. Best you leave this matter be and return home." Uchiha flicked his cloak and stormed out of the Uchiha police force headquarters without a backward glance. Shisui considered pursuing him, but was halted by Uchiha Fugaku. "Shisui, let him be. Currently, the clan is in turmoil, and the relationship with the village grows increasingly strained." Shisui remained silent. Uchiha was a time traveler. He had only recently arrived in the world of Hokage, believing that being born into the Uchiha clan would allow him to awaken the Sharingan, gradually growing stronger and reaching the pinnacle of life. After spending over a month with his parents in this life, Uchiha experienced a warmth he had long missed. Yet, who could have anticipated that his parents, assigned a mission by the clan, would not return? After this incident, Uchiha's demeanor changed that night. He awakened the Tsutomo Sharingan. After researching some information, Uchiha discovered that the timeline was nearing the fateful night of the clan's massacre. He sought every possible means to persuade Uchiha Fugaku to evacuate the clan from Konoha. However, even after exhausting his words, Uchiha Fugaku remained obstinate and feeble-minded. Uchiha was also unaware of the exact timing of the massacre. He felt immense frustration and buried himself in training each day. Apart from training, Uchiha focused on gathering intelligence regarding Uchiha Itachi's movements. This individual seemed solely fixated on the village, disregarding the lives of his clan members. In his previous world, he had harbored some biases against Uchiha Itachi, but now, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he realized that Uchiha Itachi was truly heinous, willing to sacrifice his own kin for the sake of some trivial notion of peace for Konoha. Peace? The annihilation of the Uchiha clan indeed brought about tranquility. Yet, he understood that his own strength was inadequate. Since persuading Fugaku proved futile, he could only strive to improve himself, hoping for self-preservation. In the vast training ground, Uchiha relentlessly hurled shuriken at a wooden post. Swish! A figure appeared behind Uchiha in an instant. Uchiha halted his actions. "Shisui, what brings you here?" Uchiha Shisui's expression was complex. "Nah, I know you are in pain. However, the conflict between the village and the clan has not reached an irreconcilable point." Uchiha shook his head, a bitter smile escaping his lips. "Shisui, you are too naive. Do you truly believe those words?" Uchiha Shisui fell silent, for he was the one who most desired to protect the clan while maintaining peace with the village. "Nah, do as you wish. I hope you can soon emerge from your sorrow. I have important tasks to attend to. I must take my leave." Uchiha called out. "Wait, Shisui." Uchiha Shisui paused, looking back at Uchiha in confusion. "What is it, nah?" "Be cautious of Shimura Danzo." Shisui casually nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Seeing Shisui's nonchalant demeanor, Uchiha realized he was not taking it seriously. He did not intend to elaborate further after all. Directly stating that Danzo would gouge out his eyes would surely lead him to be deemed insane. After their exchange, Shisui turned and departed. Uchiha returned to his training. Feeling powerless, he was merely a minor character within the Uchiha clan's branches, due to his parents' fate. He felt a pang of guilt. Uchiha Fugaku endured Uchiha's accusations without retaliation. Had it been any other time, Uchiha would have faced punishment under clan law. Uchiha had already given up. In this current Uchiha clan, he possessed no kin. The survival or demise of the Uchiha clan held little significance to him. His focus was solely on training, utilizing the resources of the Uchiha clan to strengthen himself in pursuit of self-preservation. After Shisui's departure, he made his way to the secret chamber of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen had instructed Shisui to wait outside while he conferred with Danzo Shimura, Koharu Yuditane, and Hamura Mido Kato regarding the Uchiha clan's matters. Danzo's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Hiruzen, it is time to take action. The Uchiha clan is preparing yet another assembly. Hiruzen nodded. I am already aware of this matter. The Uchiha claim it is a traditional clan ritual. Danzo was visibly irritated, slamming his hand down on the table. Oomph. They have held numerous assemblies recently. What ritual? It is evidently a discussion on a coup. Hiruzen sighed heavily. Sigh. Danzo, there is no need for such agitation. The Uchiha's assembly tonight will also include Shisui. If anything occurs, Shisui will intervene. Shisui, Gomin. Shisui entered, kneeling on one knee. Hiruzen shifted his gaze to Shisui. Shisui, if there are any unusual movements from the Uchiha clan, you are to use Kodoemet Tsukumi to control Uchiha Fugaku. Shisui's tone was resolute. I understand. Hokage-sama, I will not allow such an event to transpire. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, a barely perceptible glint of greed flickering across his expression. Kodoemet Tsukumi, the most potent genjutsu capable of altering another's will. Shisui nodded. Indeed, with your support, Danzo, I shall thwart any coup from the Uchiha clan. As afternoon descended, Danzo gazed at the sun, seemingly awaiting something. A figure slowly approached. It was Uchiha Shisui. Danzo-sama, did you summon me for something? The time for the assembly is approaching. Danzo gradually turned to face him. Uchiha Shisui, have you ever considered, even if you were to use Kodoemet Tsukumi to control Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts, how would you address the persistent mistrust within the village? Uchiha Shisui, somewhat bewildered, shook his head. No, that cannot be the third Hokage will. Danzo's gaze turned frigid. Even with the third Hokage's persuasion, there will still be those in the village who harbor suspicions towards your clan. Shisui, perplexed, continued to explain. I understand it merely requires time, and the relations will improve. Danzo's eyes narrowed. No, those with such distrust will not alter their views. Will you, then, resort to using Kodoemet Tsukumi on me as well? So Shisui, hand over your eyes to me. Chapter 2. Annihilation. The kaleidoscope Sharingan awakens. Danzo reached out to seize Shisui's eyes. In the next moment, Shisui unleashed his genjutsu, causing Danzo's head to droop. Lord Danzo. It's merely an ordinary illusion. It will wear off soon. At that moment, Shisui was completely unprepared, and Danzo suddenly lifted his head. Shisui instinctively staggered backward. Taking 2 steps back, the bandages wrapped around Danzo's eyes fell away, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Danzo had already prepared to activate his Anaji. The color of his Sharingan faded, becoming dull and lifeless, dispelling the genjutsu. Shisui, I have claimed your Sharingan. With a ruthless thrust, Danzo mercilessly took Shisui's eyes. Ah! Shisui cried out in agony, blood spraying from his eye sockets. Without time to ponder, he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Danzo. Suddenly, several masked root ninjas appeared around Danzo. Seize him. Danzo commanded with a wave of his hand. Shisui formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. A group of root ninjas simultaneously unleashed a water technique. Water style. Water prison jutsu. Water and fire clashed, creating a thick mist that enveloped the area. When the mist cleared, Shisui had vanished without a trace. Shimura Danzo coldly issued orders. Pursue. Do not let him escape. Believing he had shaken off his pursuers, Shisui was taken aback when the root ninjas relentlessly followed him into a dense forest. As he ran, realizing he could not evade them, he unhesitatingly opened his single eye to summon Susanoo, the colossal green figure unleashing a barrage of Yata mirror-like projectiles, driving the root ninjas back. Perhaps you were right. No, but it is all too late now. Shisui continued his flight. The commotion drew the attention of Aihana, who was meditating in the forest. The green light could only signify one possibility. So it has happened after all. Aihana hurried towards the direction of Shisui. Yet, he refrained from intervening, merely observing Shisui's desperate escape. Humph, he scoffed, finding the situation somewhat laughable. His bond with Shisui was not profound enough to risk himself in such perilous circumstances. His desire to preserve the Uchiha clan stemmed solely from blood ties and a lingering sentiment for his deceased parents. Shisui found Uchiha Itachi as dusk settled, the two standing by a waterfall. Shisui entrusted his left eye to Itachi, imparting his final words. Ultimately, through his sacrifice, he enabled Uchiha Itachi to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. If I die, the situation should change. This phrase echoed in Itachi's mind, yet nothing seemed altered. Events unfolded as they were destined. The news of Shisui's demise reached the Uchiha clan, proving true to his words, and momentarily quelling Uchiha Fugaku's ambitions for a coup. The next day, Uchiha approached Uchiha Fugaku once more. Fugaku, we must evacuate Konoha. We cannot allow Shisui's sacrifice to be in vain. Leaving may be the most prudent path for the Uchiha clan. With Sarutobi Hiruzen in power, he would not overly trouble them. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. No, you need not continue. Even in Shisui's absence, we cannot abandon Konoha. Witnessing Fugaku's stubbornness, Ne felt a profound disappointment, turning away without a backward glance. The Uchiha's fate held little concern for him. This was a matter concocted by Fugaku and his son Itachi. Now, all he sought was self-preservation. He diligently trained, honing his skills, well aware that the inheritance from his parents, including compensation for their deaths, was sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this period, Uchiha Itachi had firmly established himself within the Umbu, his heart leaning towards the village. Uchiha, unable to comprehend, chose to limit his interactions with Itachi. As he prepared for training, he walked along the streets of the clan's territory. A small child dashed past him, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Good morning, Noenai," Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed. Rarely did he display a smile as he replied, "Good morning." "Little Sasuke, are you off to school? Why so cheerful today?" Sasuke blinked his large eyes, beaming. "Brother said he would teach me to practice shuriken throwing. It's wonderful." His heart jolted, familiarity washing over him, yet he could not place it. Sasuke, puzzled, inquired, "Noenai, why have you suddenly become quiet? Are you unwell?" Uchiha struggled to steady his emotions, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, Sasuke. Off you go to school. Remember to study hard." Sasuke nodded and departed. The adorable Sasuke stirred something within Na, prompting him to make one last plea to Fugaku. He turned and sprinted back to the Uchiha compound, seeking Fugaku once more. "Fugaku." Uchiha Fugaku had not spoken to Na in quite some time. "Na, why are you in such a rush? Is something amiss?" Unable to voice the truth, Na feared being deemed insane. For the past 2 years, he had been regarded as such for urging the clan to relocate, seen as a disgrace by his kin. "This is my final plea, clan leader. I beg of you, take the clan and leave Konoha." Fugaku's expression darkened as he plotted a second coup. "Uchiha, get out. I do not wish to hear such nonsense again." Na fell silent. "I understand. Perhaps this is for the best." Uchiha Fugaku. "I refuse to perish because of your foolish obstinacy. For your son, you would drag the entire clan to ruin." Na returned home, gathering all valuable possessions into ninja scrolls. After completing this task, Uchiha vanished. On the night of the full moon, Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious masked man commenced their grim endeavor. Uchiha, his gaze icy, observed the unfolding chaos from the shadows. Agonized cries echoed, the moon seemingly stained crimson with blood. Na clenched his fists. "You two beasts, how could you, born of the Uchiha clan, commit such atrocities?" Soon, the Uchiha clan was decimated by the two. Bodies lay strewn about, the stench of blood pervasive. Na felt his heart wrench in agony, a piercing pain radiating through his eyes. Tears of blood streamed down his cheeks, falling to the ground. He pressed his palm against his eyelids. Had the kaleidoscope Sharingan awakened? Upon awakening his Sharingan, his mind felt as if it had been profoundly altered. "Itachi, Obito, I will ensure your demise. Konoha, I shall make you vanish from the ninja world." Chapter 3, Declaration of War. At this moment, a solitary and insignificant figure emerged within the gaze of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha silently shook his head. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. Remaining any longer would lead to the arrival of the Umbu, making it difficult for him to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a cadre of Umbu ninjas, arrived belatedly. He stood in the courtyard, squinting. Even though he was aware of the entire sequence of events, he could not help but feel moved at this moment. The ground was strewn with bloodied corpses. The Uchiha clan was not solely composed of ninjas, there were also civilians and innocents among them. And all of this was the result of orders given by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring, his heart gradually settled. "It is all my fault. However, it is for the village. Let me bear all the blame." Had Uchiha been privy to Hiruzen's thoughts, he would have vehemently denounced him. It was the Uchiha clan's kin who bore the brunt of it all, paying with their lives, while Hiruzen acted with such righteous indignation, as if he had saved the world. Swish. 2 Umbu members appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. The investigation has been completed. There is only one survivor. Uchiha Itachi had left the village, joining the Akatsuki organization under the guidance of Uchiha Bido. Meanwhile, his dear brother, Uchiha Sasuke, had descended into a state of madness. Sasuke was taken to the Konoha hospital by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the days that followed, Sasuke's mental state was erratic, with visions of Itachi's face haunting him repeatedly. Alongside the horrific images of his parents' demise, Sarutobi Hiruzen visited Uchiha Sasuke at the Konoha hospital numerous times. Each time, he reassured Sasuke, saying, "Rest assured, I will uncover the truth behind the slaughter of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi is now on the S-rank rogue ninja wanted list. Take good care of yourself." Nearly a month passed, and Sasuke managed to endure through his hatred for Uchiha Itachi. One day, Sarutobi Hiruzen visited the hospital once more. Noticing that Sasuke no longer exhibited the previous signs of madness and fear, he inquired with concern, "Sasuke, how are you feeling? Is your health improving?" Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were devoid of light, his expression vacant, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. "Hokage-sama, I wish to visit my parents." Sarutobi Hiruzen personally escorted Uchiha Sasuke to the graves of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Sasuke fell to his knees before the grave, repeatedly bowing his head in reverence. Eventually, his forehead bled from the force of his actions, and he fainted, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to return him to the Konoha hospital. Uchiha observed all of this. "Konoha, are you prepared? Ready to face my unending wrath?" He donned a tiger-striped mask akin to that of Uchiha Bido. Shortly after the massacre of the Uchiha clan, the village was on high alert. Uchiha had no intention of causing chaos within the village. Instead, he patiently lay in wait outside the village. Much like a tiger poised to hunt, a 4-man team of Konoha ninjas exited the village. Indeed, they were his targets, Konoha ninjas on a mission. He trailed them closely. Once they had distanced themselves from Konoha, Uchiha produced a shuriken from his attire. Having practiced diligently, he had become quite adept at using shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. With ease, he dispatched one. The remaining 3 stood back to back, warily surveying their surroundings. Uchiha formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Watch out. One of the Konoha ninjas reacted swiftly. Earth release. Earth barrier. The fireball collided with the earthen wall, shattering it into fragments and sending dust swirling. Uchiha charged towards the trio, wielding his ninja blade. As the smoke dissipated, he had already closed the distance between them. This clothing. Is he from the Uchiha clan? How is this possible? Didn't they all perish? Uchiha formed hand seals with one hand. His Sharingan activated. Body flicker technique. Instantaneous strike. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 ninjas had yet to react when Uchiha's blade struck their throats. Blood sprayed onto his mask and clothing. Uchiha's gaze remained cold, his heart devoid of any turmoil. Konoha, this is merely the beginning. Uchiha continued to lie in wait for over a week. Konoha began to sense something amiss due to the absence of their ninjas on missions. Sensing that the time was ripe, Uchiha spared one individual after dispatching 3. "I am Uchiha Fugaku. I have come from the depths of hell to exact vengeance. You scoundrel, return and inform Sarutobi Hiruzen that one day, I shall claim his head." The Konoha ninja, drenched in fear, fled without daring to look back. Upon returning to Konoha, he shouted in panic. "What has happened?" The Konoha ninja, in a daze, exclaimed incoherently, "The ghost of Uchiha Fugaku has arrived. He seeks revenge. He has killed all the Konoha ninjas." Ultimately, he was taken to the Konoha hospital, and the matter was reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen personally visited the hospital, gathering sufficient information. Based on the earlier disappearance of an Uchiha clan member, he deduced a rough outline. Uchiha? Compile all information on this individual. There was only a single page. Sarutobi Hiruzen read it repeatedly. The information on Uchiha was exceedingly mundane. After becoming a chunin, his parents died, and he inherited their estate, never undertaking any missions thereafter. There was nothing of concern regarding the village, merely ordinary details. Yet, who else could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly frosty. He turned to the Umbu beside him and commanded, "Designate Uchiha as an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha." Upon the issuance of this bounty, the entire land of fire trembled. Uchiha, in turn, caught wind of this news. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, your actions are remarkably swift." He printed stack upon stack of paper. Inscribed with the message, "I am Uchiha Fugaku. I have returned as a spirit to seek vengeance alongside the Uchiha clan." Justice must be served. I shall only kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Assist me by printing and distributing this letter to 10 individuals, and I shall ensure the safety of you and your family. Should you fail to comply, I will claim your life tonight. Chapter 4. Toying with the Leaf Ninjas, do you feel the pain? On this fateful night, Aihana employed the shadow clone technique and transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary villager, embarking on a mission to deliver cursed letters from door to door. Fortuitously, Aihana executed his plan with utmost caution, evading detection by the Leaf Ninjas. In no time, the cursed letters proliferated throughout the village, sowing seeds of discord. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pounded his desk in fury. Never before had anyone dared to tarnish his reputation in such a manner. The arrival of these cursed letters had significantly diminished his standing among the villagers. He forcefully swept all the books off his desk, realizing that this incident posed a grave threat to his position as Hokage. The villagers, now in a state of panic, had received the cursed letters en masse. Sarutobi convened a multitude of ninjas, launching a comprehensive effort to collect and destroy the cursed letters. However, the impact was minimal, although they ceased their public actions. Whispers of the cursed letters continued to circulate in private. It was not long before Sarutobi discovered another cursed letter at his doorstep, igniting his wrath. He gathered all the letters, issuing a series of prohibitions, declaring that those who were caught transmitting the cursed letters by the Umbu would face a 3-day imprisonment. The atmosphere in the Leaf Village grew increasingly oppressive. Sarutobi was genuinely enraged. He summoned all Umbu members to conduct a thorough investigation of the village, while simultaneously initiating a large-scale manhunt for Aihana. Cloaked in a black robe and donning a tiger-striped mask, Aihana taunted, "Has Sarutobi reached his breaking point? If I provoke you now, what will you do?" As the Umbu diligently searched, Aihana stealthily set numerous traps and explosive tags. Subsequently, he utilized the shadow clone technique, allowing his clones to boldly infiltrate the village. Soon enough, the clones attracted the attention of several Umbu members. "Are you searching for me?" one clone inquired, prompting the Umbu to exchange glances. "You 3, inform the Hokage. You 5, come with me." "Yes, Captain." The clone deliberately slowed its pace, allowing them to keep up. "Please, stop chasing me. I am not responsible for any of this." The Umbu captain, puzzled, asked, "Who are you? Who issued the cursed letters?" The clone began to fabricate a story. It was that old Sarutobi. He orchestrated this entire scheme to instill fear in the villagers and to solidify his own power. The Umbu, personally selected by Sarutobi, were not inclined to believe Aihana's words. "What nonsense are you spouting?" With a flurry of shuriken, the Umbu launched an attack on the clone, which deftly evaded. As they delved deeper into the woods, the Umbu captain felt a growing unease, sensing something amiss. "Wind style? Great breakthrough." A massive gust of wind erupted from his mouth. Yet the clone stood steadfast and was consumed by a puff of white smoke. The Umbu captain's heart sank. "This is bad. Run. It's a trap." Aihana's laughter echoed in the air. "Congratulations, you've discovered my ploy, but it is too late." The crimson tomo of his Sharingan glimmered ominously in the moonlight. With hands forming seals, Aihana unleashed a barrage of explosive tags and traps. A cloud of smoke and debris erupted, filling the air. He observed the chaos with a frigid gaze until a severed hand nearly struck him. Swiftly dodging, he noted the considerable power behind the explosion. Surely, Sarutobi would soon take notice. It was time to retreat. In an instant, Aihana vanished into the darkness. Shortly after, a large contingent of Umbu arrived, discovering the remnants of the explosion. "Damn it, who could it be? Hurry and inform the Hokage." "No need. I am already here," came a venerable voice. Sarutobi, clad in battle attire, was seething with anger. Instead of being dragged into further chaos, he resolved to take the offensive. He had also brought along ninjas from the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, determined to capture Aihana that night. For reasons unknown, Sarutobi found himself in agreement with Danzo's sentiments. The Uchiha clan was inherently wicked. Nonetheless, he shook his head vigorously, recognizing that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan depended on Itachi Uchiha. Such thoughts must not surface. Aihana had not fled far when he heard the sound of barking. "What? Dogs?" His mind raced, instantly comprehending the implications. The Inuzuka clan. How could they have caught up so quickly? With such adept tracking ninjas on his tail, hiding was futile. He had no choice but to flee. The Inuzuka clan, utilizing their canine companions, rapidly closed the distance. "Aihana, stop running and surrender," they called out. Aihana could hardly believe their lack of intelligence. "Do you truly think shouting will make me stop?" With a swift motion, A stick was hurled at him, which he narrowly avoided. The stick smashed against a tree, splintering it mercilessly. Uchihana's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that the third S staff? Just as he processed this, the staff transformed into the fearsome Monkey King, who lunged at him with razor-sharp claws. Uchihana drew his kunai, barely managing to deflect the assault. Sarutobi had indeed taken the field himself, arriving far too quickly. Uchihana found himself in a precarious battle against the Monkey King. Damn it, I'm being held up. Before long, Sarutobi joined the fray, raising his hand as the Monkey King morphed back into the staff, spinning back into his grasp. Are you Uchihana? Sarutobi's voice dripped with malice. Uchihana, still masked and cloaked, bore the unmistakable crimson tomo of his Sharingan. With a strained voice, he declared, No, I am not Uchihana. I am Itachi Uchiha. I will kill you, Sarutobi, and that old fool Danzo. As he spoke, the tomo of his Sharingan began to shift, ultimately forming a hexagonal star pattern. Chapter 5, Ninetales. Arise. The kaleidoscopic abilities of Uchiha are unlike those of his peers. The power of his left eye, known as Yomi no Tsukikage, ensnares individuals in an illusion, plunging them into a desolate river of blood where they lose all desire to survive. Conversely, the capability of Uchihana's right eye, Kayomikagura, conjures terrifying crimson lightning that effortlessly pierces through wind-based techniques. The ape demon, with his swift reflexes, transformed back into his true form before Sarutobi Hiruzen could evade. Thus, the ape demon fell prey to Uchihana's illusion, Yomi no Tsukikage. In the endless sea of blood, the ape demon struggled in agony, yearning to swim ashore. The land was adorned with manjusaka flowers, appearing so close, yet no matter how hard he swam, he could not reach the shore. As he gradually sank, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. The river's blood flooded into his mouth and nose, and his will to survive diminished, leaving only despair and pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing something amiss, immediately dispelled the summoning technique. In a fleeting moment, the ape demon's spirit suffered catastrophic damage. Uchihana, you seek death. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurled a shuriken, swiftly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, several shuriken transformed into a multitude. Uchihana stood still, not flinching. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, puzzled by the Uchiha's lack of evasion. The shuriken pierced Uchihana, rendering him full of holes. With a pop, Uchihana dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Hiruzen found himself momentarily bewildered. An Umbu member. Trembling, advised, Lord Hokage, it appears to be a shadow clone. Enraged, Hiruzen had never felt such fury before. A shadow clone? How can that be? The ape demon is ensnared in his illusion. And what of the Hyuga clan? Why have they not arrived? The Umbu member stammered, Lord Hokage. The Hyuga clan cannot match the speed of the Inuzuka clan. They have yet to arrive. Hiruzen forced himself to maintain composure. What is Uchihana's objective? To lure us all out. This is dire. We must return to the village. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is in peril. Hiruzen immediately signaled for a flare, alerting the village's ninja. However, it was already too late. Uchihana had taken Naruto Uzumaki hostage, racing towards the headquarters of the root base. Danzo Shimura, you shall perish. Kurama, I release you. You must assist me in slaying Danzo. Naruto, already rendered unconscious by Uchihana, remained unresponsive. Uchihana produced a scroll from his person and began performing hand seals. He had dedicated 2 years to studying sealing and unsealing techniques. Time ticked by. 10 minutes later, Uchihana concentrated chakra in his palm and forcefully struck Naruto's abdomen. Without Uchihana's unsealing methods, it would be impossible to release the Ninetales, yet combined with the beast's formidable chakra, it could indeed be accomplished. The crimson chakra of the Ninetales began to seep out. Uchihana's lips curled into a smirk. This marked the commencement of my revenge and the end of Danzo Shimura's life. Just as Uchihana reveled in his triumph, the chakra of the Ninetales ceased its flow, rapidly retracting. What is happening? He recalled the contingency of the fourth Hokage. The Ninetales, within Naruto's body, cursed Minato Namikaze, believing it would be sealed once more. Uchihana commenced channeling chakra into Naruto, ultimately eradicating the vestiges of Minato's lingering energy. The Ninetales chakra surged forth. 1 tail, 2 tails. Naruto's form began to shift, sprouting 6 tails. The Ninetales began to take shape, growing ever larger. An orange fox with 9 tails and sharp fangs appeared, its terrifying visage illuminated by the chilling moonlight. Uchihana could not help but marvel at the overwhelming power of the tailed beast, lamenting, Alas, I am of the Uchiha clan. The Ninetales roared towards the heavens. Awoo. Its howls resonated with profound resentment, piercing the air. However, the next moment, Uchihana's brow furrowed. It seemed the Ninetales had no intention of destroying the root base, but rather sought to flee. Enraged, he stomped his feet. Ninetales, you coward! Are you afraid after just one ceiling? Hearing the voice, the Ninetales glanced down, ensnared by Uchihana's illusion, unable to escape. Foolish fox. I had no intention of controlling you. Truly, the Ninetales is obstinate. Uchihana commanded the Ninetales to wreak havoc upon the root base while he concealed himself. The moment the Ninetales appeared, it captured the attention of numerous Konoha ninjas and civilians. They could hardly fathom that the chaos of the Ninetales had returned. Upon witnessing the Ninetales, Danzo's countenance darkened, his features contorted in distress. He longed to flee, but this was the territory of Root. If he failed to act, he would forever lose his claim to the position of Hokage. Upon closer inspection, he saw the blood-red Sharingan reflected in the Ninetales' eyes. Impossible! How can this be? I have annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. In the village, Danzo, fearing exposure, refrained from using the Sharingan on his arm, unwilling to reveal Shisui's eyes. To be safe, he unsealed the Sharingan on his arm, prepared to activate Izanagi at a moment's notice. The village descended into chaos, enveloped in a suffocating blanket of fear. Citizens ran and screamed. The Uchiha clan seeks revenge. The Ninetales' eyes bear the Sharingan. The spirit of Uchiha Fugaku returns for vengeance. Run. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2, observe the unfolding chaos. Moonlight Gale. Evacuate the villagers. Kakashi, come with me to confront the Ninetales. After a night of relentless effort, he discovered that the Ninetales had been unleashed. Regret washed over Hiruzen. He lamented not eradicating the Uchiha clan completely. Having committed to the deed, why leave such a significant threat to the village? His eyes narrowed. Uchiha Sasuke would undoubtedly grow. When he matured, would he uncover the truth? Chapter 6. As Sarutobi Hiruzen faced Danzo, the Ninetales descended upon the root base, wreaking havoc. Danzo was compelled to step forward, and his gaze fell upon the Ninetales' crimson eyes, and Uchiha's Sharingan. Indeed, it was the malevolent Uchiha clan once more. The only course of action against them was complete annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku was already deceased. Who could this be? Could it be? The immense, razor-sharp claws of the Ninetales lunged at Danzo. He dared not exhibit any negligence. Quick, block it for me. I need some time. Without a backward glance, he turned and fled. He had to utilize his newly acquired power. After the Uchiha massacre, Danzo had secretly brokered a deal with Orochimaru, implanting Hashirama's cells and an arm brimming with Sharingan. Uchihana was perched nearby on a rooftop, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Konoha, this is what you deserve. He anticipated the moment Danzo would be exposed, or perhaps Sarutobi had been aware all along. Danzo had covered one eye and bound one hand. Was Sarutobi truly oblivious? For the sake of power, one can indeed resort to anything, can't they, third Hokage? Uchihana scoffed inwardly. Danzo's subordinates were as inconsequential as a plate of bean sprouts before the Ninetales, whose claws effortlessly tore young Yamanaka F in half. Yamanaka Keigan attempted to resist the Ninetales with poison, but the meager chakra proved utterly ineffectual, only enraging the beast further. The Ninetales swiped again in fury. Shinobi from Root removed a scroll from his back and hastily sketched Sasuke's brother, whose abilities were unknown. Super God Technique, AM Fist. 2 ink-painted giants emerged from the scroll, barely managing to intercept the Ninetales strike. Danzo, run. Uchihana narrowed his eyes. He was unfamiliar with the members of Root, but recognized that at this moment, Sai was merely a child. Root truly has an abundance of talent. Danzo, make your move. By sheer coincidence, Danzo had just unsealed his hand, attacking the Ninetales without hesitation. Would release, violent gun tree. His right hand transformed into roots that penetrated the ground, growing wildly into a colossal tree that momentarily staggered the Ninetales. However, such an assault was merely a tickle to the beast. The Ninetales was thoroughly incensed. It raked at Danzo, severing the trunk, while Danzo dodged left and right, narrowly evading the relentless barrage. Gasping for breath, he glared at the Ninetales. Damn Fox Demon. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. With a powerful exhalation, a compressed blast of wind shot from Danzo's mouth, striking the Ninetales directly. The beast let out a thunderous roar that sent chills down the spines of all in Konoha. Ah, the Fox Demon is enraged. Run. Why? If the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, was the Ninetales still attacking them? Someone save me. Cries of despair echoed throughout Konoha. With a single swipe, the Ninetales could obliterate an entire street. Enraged by the wind blast, the Ninetales leapt towards Danzo, sinking its teeth into him and tearing him in two. Uchiha inhaled sharply. The taste of chicken, so crunchy. Izanagi activated. At that moment, Uchiha dispelled his genjutsu, but the Ninetales was furious. Its sole focus on annihilating Konoha. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi arrived. Sarutobi clearly observed the multitude of Sharingan adorning Danzo's arm. So, it is indeed as I suspected. Yet, he could not dwell on Danzo's culpability now. His gaze turned icy as he addressed Kakashi. What you see here must remain confidential. Kakashi nodded expressionlessly, understood, Hokage-sama. Although outwardly calm, he was already formulating plans in his mind. Suddenly, the Ninetales ceased its destruction, leaving Sarutobi and Kakashi momentarily bewildered. What is happening? It has stopped. In the next instant, the Ninetales opened its mouth, gathering a tailed beast bomb directed at the center of Konoha. Sarutobi's scalp prickled with dread. This is bad. He was powerless to prevent the Ninetales. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Danzo, you fool. Use the Kodo Amatsukami to stop the Ninetales. Upon hearing the voice, Danzo finally recognized Sarutobi's presence nearby. He had the ability to resolve this crisis from the beginning, yet he had hesitated. Not only were Sarutobi and Kakashi anxious, but Uchiha was equally impatient. Is this old dog still unwilling to act? Sarutobi shouted angrily, Danzo, hurry. You wouldn't want the villagers to learn that the Uchiha clan's demise is linked to you, would you? Danzo ripped off his eye patch, revealing his crimson Sharingan, causing Kakashi to glance over in surprise as he instinctively touched his own unique eye. Danzo shouted at the Ninetales from this moment forth. You shall never have the chance to ravage Konoha again. Kodo Amatsukami. Tears of blood streamed down Danzo's contorted face. The Ninetales' body froze, ceasing its rampage. Sarutobi immediately began organizing a sealing team to contain the Ninetales, a task that proved arduous. After Sarutobi and Kakashi departed, Danzo exhaled in relief, commencing the resealing of the Sharingan on his arm to prevent further exposure. Just as he completed the sealing, a shadow darted toward him. Uchiha made his move. With a swift motion, Danzo was caught off guard. A searing pain pierced his right eye, a stark reminder that it had been taken. Danzo cried out in agony. Uchiha's actions were fluid, swiftly extracting the eye before turning to flee. Danzo, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to pursue. Uchiha activated his ocular technique, blood tears streaming down his face. Kinkrime. He exchanged a glance with Danzo, and in the next moment, a flash of red lightning erupted around Danzo, crackling with energy. Danzo convulsed, cries of torment escaping his lips. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, and several root ninjas hurried to his side. Danzo-sama, what happened to you? Uchiha's lips curled into a smirk. This was merely the first step of Konoha's retribution. He sprinted towards the village's outskirts without hesitation. Meanwhile, Sarutobi exerted considerable effort to reseal the Ninetales within Naruto. An Umbu whispered a few words into Sarutobi's ear, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Chapter 7. Is there a reward for extracting Danzo's eye? Upon exiting the village, Uchiha held Shisui's eye in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. This was indeed the eye of the strongest genjutsu. Having been utilized by Danzo even once, its restoration would likely require a decade or more. Well, I shall keep it for now. Danzo possessed Hashirama's cells within him, so the recovery time for the eye would be significantly expedited. This was precisely why Uchiha had taken the eye. Leaving it with Danzo would only invite great calamity. As he was about to store the eye, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has retrieved the Manjiki Sharingan, aiding Shimura Danzo in alleviating his suffering, which is indeed a virtuous act. Successfully activating the multiverse good person system. Uchiha blinked, momentarily taken aback. The act of extracting Danzo's eye was considered a means of relieving his pain? Was this truly a benevolent deed? What an absurd system, arriving rather late, I must say. If only you had come sooner. Uchiha wouldn't have had to face the annihilation of his clan. He merely sighed, for the Uchiha massacre had filled him with rage rather than sorrow. System. Is there no novice gift pack? Any chance of a lottery? Ding. A novice gift pack containing the Kusanagi sword has been issued, temporarily stored in the system warehouse. Please retrieve it within 24 hours. Just this? Well, it's better than nothing. With a thought, a kunai appeared in his hand. It was Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. He grasped it and swung it casually, effortlessly leaving 2 deep gashes on a nearby tree. Quite impressive. Ding. The host is encouraged to perform more good deeds to earn corresponding rewards from those aided. Uchiha pondered for a moment. Wait a moment. What about the reward for alleviating Danzo's suffering? After a brief silence, the system chimed in again. and a virtual screen materialized before Uchiha Ine. Congratulations. The host has acquired the complete wind release techniques of Danzo. Uchihana's mood brightened considerably. Excellent. Well done, system. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Uchiha remained under the radar, yet news of him spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. The day after the Kyuubi's rampage, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the bounty on Uchiha to 50 million ryo, simultaneously disseminating an S-rank rogue ninja warrant across the ninja realm. The first to receive the news was the Wind Country's ally, the Sand Village. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, gazed at the S-rank bounty before him, his emotions in a state of turmoil. The Uchiha clan was indeed a formidable lineage. Despite Konoha's tremendous efforts to eradicate them, one had managed to emerge. The audacity to unleash the Kyuubi had thrown the entire Leaf Village into chaos. Thankfully, this individual was not born in our Tsunade. Otherwise, we would face considerable trouble. Maki, deliver this bounty to the Mission Assembly Hall and display it prominently. Additionally, alert all ANBU ninjas to heighten their vigilance and screen for suspicious individuals. Maki nodded slightly yes. Kazekage-sama, I will attend to it immediately. He turned to leave, his eyes narrowing. Such an individual has emerged in the ninja world? Truly remarkable. Capable of turning Konoha upside down. Even the Hokage and Danzo are at a loss against him? Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige had waned considerably in the ninja world, with many regarding him as a mere joke. Obsessed with annihilating the Uchiha clan, he had inadvertently birthed a powerful adversary for Konoha. In the Rock Village, Onoki was handling official affairs when Akatsuki burst into the room in a frenzy. Sachikage-sama, a grave matter has arisen. Onoki reprimanded softly, what is the rush? What calamity could possibly occur? Akatsuki laid a scroll before Onoki, who slowly unfurled it. Upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed deeply. This must be a hoax. How could anyone force that old man Hiruzen into such a predicament? Uchiha, has another prodigy emerged from the Uchiha clan? Akatsuki immediately announced Uchiha's bounty at the Mission Assembly Hall. Such a character appearing in the Rock Village will undoubtedly bring great trouble. Akatsuki nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sachikage-sama. He hurried from the Tsuchikage's office, and once he left, Onoki sighed heavily. Hiruzen was of a similar age, thus Onoki understood all too well the extent of his strength. This youth named Uchiha is indeed a terrifying presence. The name Uchiha has thoroughly permeated the ninja world, with all major villages viewing him as a formidable foe. Beyond the major villages, the Akatsuki organization also received word of Uchiha. The masked man immediately contemplated recruiting Uchiha. However, another matter piqued his curiosity. What would Uchiha Itachi's reaction be? He sought out Uchiha Itachi, who remained as aloof as ever, betraying no signs of emotional change. Itachi, you must have heard by now. Another ninjutsu genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan, bringing Konoha no small amount of trouble. Itachi remained silent. I never imagined that I would overlook such a figure. I wish to recruit him into the Akatsuki. Would you care to accompany me? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi finally spoke. No, I have no interest. Your desire to recruit him into the Akatsuki is your affair. The masked man chuckled softly. Surely my assistance in annihilating the Uchiha clan warrants a warmer reception. Yet, given this situation, your brother, Sasuke, will likely endure considerable strife in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi instinctively trembled. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Will Sasuke be eradicated by the village because of this? The masked man turned away. Since you lack interest, I shall proceed alone. To unleash the Kyuubi, he truly is an impressive individual. I am confident he would be eager to join the Akatsuki. And perhaps the two of you Uchiha could even form a team. With that, he departed. Uchiha Itachi said nothing, merely watching as the masked man gradually vanished from view. After the masked man disappeared from sight, Uchiha Itachi exhaled deeply. Shisui, have I truly erred? Uchiha, I never anticipated you had been concealing your strength all along. He suddenly recalled various past events, remembering how Uchiha had once urged their father, only to be met with ire and dismissal. To hide his strength yet create such upheaval in Konoha, could this truly be the Uchiha who had been driven away by their father's wrath? Uchiha Itachi gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with profound melancholy. He was once again faced with a choice. Sasuke would likely become a thorn in Konoha's side. Itachi clenched his fists tightly. What should I do, Shisui? Chapter 8. The mysterious masked man wants to recruit me into the Akatsuki? During this period, Uchiha had been gathering information about the existence of the currency exchange. Bored in seeking vengeance, he began accepting various tasks at the exchange to further his goals. Within a mere month, Aihana amassed a fortune exceeding 10 million ryo. One day, after collecting his bounty as usual and leaving the exchange, he was intercepted by a figure cloaked in a black robe adorned with red clouds. Wearing a tiger-striped mask, Aihana narrowed his eyes slightly. It was Uchiha Obito, the sycophant. How did he end up here? With an icy tone, he inquired. How did you find me? The masked man chuckled coldly. Are you really that clever, to deduce that I am targeting you? Are there others around? Aihana glanced around cautiously. The masked man continued with a sly smile. Aihana, an S-rank rogue ninja, the architect of the second Nine Tails crisis. The foremost adversary of Konoha. Aihana replied languidly. Not bad. You've gathered quite a bit of intel. Are you hoping to become my subordinate? However, I dislike taking on subordinates. It's too troublesome. The atmosphere grew tense, and both men fell silent for a moment. Eventually, the masked man resumed speaking. Aihana, would you consider joining the Akatsuki? You are currently wanted by the entire shinobi world. Life must be quite difficult for you. Do you not wish for the revival of the Uchiha clan? By joining the Akatsuki, your kin could be resurrected. Uchihana's emotions suddenly surged with excitement. Is what you say true? Observing his reaction, the masked man believed he was close to gaining the upper hand. Indeed, but the process is not simple. It will require significant effort. However, it is achievable. What are your thoughts? Do you miss your clan? Uchihana turned to leave. Forget it. I am averse to complications. The masked man was taken aback, astonished that this individual was not adhering to the expected script. He hastily called out, Wait, do you not wish for your clan to be revived? You would unleash the Nine Tails to create chaos for Konoha, yet resurrecting the Uchiha clan might be far simpler. Enough. The destruction of the Uchiha clan was a consequence of their own actions. As a member of the Uchiha, I have done my utmost. I even advised Uchiha Fugaku. His parents sacrificed their lives for the clan. I owe them nothing. Moreover, after the annihilation of the Uchiha, releasing the Nine Tails was my form of retribution. In a flash, the masked man positioned himself in front of Uchiha. Wait, I will ask you one last time. Do you truly refuse to join the Akatsuki? Uchihana shook his head. I have no desire to join. Whose foolish idea was that name? A band of rogue ninjas calling themselves the Akatsuki? Do they truly consider themselves saviors of the shinobi world? Move aside. If you do not, I may become angered. Suddenly, the masked man struck. Wielding a kunai aimed directly at Uchiha, Aihana narrowly avoided the attack, retreating hastily. How irritating. It seems you require a lesson. He gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing the kusanagi, and elegantly twirled it in his hand. You are indeed bothersome. You attack me simply because I refuse to join the Akatsuki? The masked man sneered. Perhaps a battle will change your mind. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchihana simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The two fireballs collided, erupting in a blaze that charred the ground beneath them. The masked man drew a blade from his waist, charging at Uchihana with both hands on the weapon. Clang. Clang. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. After 2 years of rigorous training, Uchihana's swordsmanship had improved enough to be noteworthy. Both utilized Uchiha clan techniques, resulting in a stalemate. During their next exchange, Uchihana's blade trembled violently, shattering the masked man's weapon. The masked man's pupils constricted. That blade. Die. Uchihana's murderous intent surged. Swish. His sword pierced through the masked man's body, leaving him momentarily drained as he staggered forward uncontrollably. Wait. The masked man smirked, seemingly pleased. As Uchihana fully passed through him, the masked man seized his wrist and executed a powerful throw, slamming him into the ground. He then drew a kunai, pressing it against his throat. Join the Akatsuki or die. The choice is yours. No sooner had he spoken than Uchihana's body transformed into a wooden log. Body replacement technique. When did he perform that? He had secretly formed seals with his left hand behind his back. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A high-pressure wind projectile shot toward the masked man. Unprepared, he was struck and sent flying, rolling across the ground. Now thoroughly enraged, he declared, I will teach you a lesson. Inflict serious injury upon you, and take you back, no problem. Clang. Massive iron chains appeared around the masked man's wrists. Swish. The chains lunged toward Uchihana, who deftly dodged side to side. Seizing the moment, he attacked Uchiha Obito, but his kusanagi became entangled in the chains. The masked man forcefully swung, sending the kusanagi flying. Uchihana, quick as lightning, produced a kunai and lunged at the masked man's face. Once again, he passed through the masked man's form, but this time the chains ensnared Uchihana. Binding H Chapter 9. The reward of the water dragons bite thick. Viscous blood surged incessantly into the masked man's mouth and nose. He struggled valiantly, yet to no avail. What is happening? Is this an illusion? The masked man was engulfed in shock, confusion, and pain. He could not comprehend why he, too, possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet fell prey to the opponent's genjutsu. His body continued to sink into the sea of blood, enduring the torment of 1,000 cuts with every passing moment. As his consciousness began to flicker, he felt his awareness slipping away. Lin, am I to perish? Why? His vision gradually blurred. Suddenly, a spark of clarity returned as he gasped for breath. Cold sweat cascading down his brow. Indeed, it is an illusion. How could such a terrifying genjutsu exist? Thud. The masked man fell to his knees, arms braced against the ground. The pain he had endured flooding back, threatening to render him unconscious at any moment. Aihana approached, wielding a ninja sword. How weak you are, from the very start. You were ensnared in my illusion. Did you not notice? The masked man lacked the strength to respond, the sounds around him fading into a dull hum. What do you say? Why not join my organization? We are called the Six Paths, a name that surely carries more prestige than your Akatsuki. No, that is impossible. Despite the excruciating mental anguish, the masked man remained resolute. So be it, then let me send you on your way. As Aihana prepared to strike with his Kusanagi sword, a sudden white figure erupted from the ground, lunging directly at him. Aihana reacted swiftly, leaning back to evade the attack. White Zetsu. Almost immediately, black and white Zetsu emerged from the nearby foliage, seizing Obito by the collar and fleeing without hesitation. Aihana, momentarily stunned by this smooth maneuver, gripped his Kusanagi sword, intent on pursuit, but several white Zetsu sprang forth from the ground, impeding him. Aihana swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply before unleashing a wind blade towards the escaping black and white Zetsu. Wind style. Vacuum wave. Whoosh. Black and white Zetsu burrowed into the earth, evading the wind blade. After Aihana dispatched a few of the white Zetsu, he realized he had already lost sight of his target. Oh, they got away. What a pity. He twirled the Kusanagi sword in his hand before sheathing it with a single, fluid motion. Very well, I shall let you go this time. A cold, synthetic voice echoed once more. Ding. The host has displayed immense kindness by helping Uchiha Obito recognize his own strength, preventing reckless self-destruction. This counts as a meritorious deed, granting the reward, Lin-S handkerchief and a dual Manjiki Sharingan Obito experience card. This unexpected reward intrigued Uchiha, yet he pondered its utility. The experience card for dual Manjiki Sharingan held some promise, given its formidable spatial abilities. Resting his chin on his hand, a glimmer of determination filled his eyes. He had serious business to attend to, starting with Konoha. The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, casting an eerie gloom over the night. A solitary figure, shovel in hand, toiled laboriously at the earth. Heaving and panting, it was none other than Aihana, who had unearthed the graves of the first and second Hokages. Carefully, he extracted segments of finger bones from both skeletons, stowing them away with great caution. I must find a way to acquire the Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru is likely still lingering within the ranks of the Akatsuki. Fear not, I am a benevolent soul. I shall merely borrow a few items from you. Do not rise from the Pure Land to seek me out. With that, Uchiha resumed his efforts, reinterring the two coffins and taking time to smooth the surface of the earth. Just as he completed his labor, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The host has aided the first and second Hokages in restoring their graves, which is indeed a meritorious deed. Rewarding the host with the first Hokage's ninjutsu, with style, multiple wood clones, more difficult to discern than shadow clones, and with style, would clone, which replaces the user with a wooden decoy at the moment of attack. Regrettably, he did not draw the Great Buddha. What a shame. The reward for the second Hokage's ninjutsu was water style, Water Dragon's Bite. Uchiha rubbed his face with his hands, gently patting his cheeks. Wait, what is this? Water Dragon's Bite? One of the second Hokage's ultimate techniques? This was a skill exhibited solely by Senju Tobirama in the games, possessing considerable power. Few in the ninja world could escape the vortex of Water Dragon's Bite. Ah, how delightfully playful you are, system. I hereby declare that from now on, you shall be renamed, not the good person system, but the strongest Tomb Raider system in the ninja world. The system responded, confused, Host, what do you mean? Ah, no matter. You're just fine as you are. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Uchiha perked up, sensing someone's arrival. Best to retreat. He concealed himself within the trees, yet did not immediately depart. Look over there. What is it? The first Hokage's gravestone seems to have toppled. You must be mistaken. Wait. The second Hokage's gravestone has also fallen. Quick, report to Lord Kakashi. The two patrolling ninjas hurried away, and Aihana seized the opportunity, setting off towards the next village to continue his grand undertaking. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, his hair nearly turned white with worry. Who would dare to secretly excavate the graves of the first and second Hokages? Kakashi entered the room. Hiruzen looked up, his expression grim. Kakashi, have you discovered who is responsible? Kakashi shook his head, revealing no leads. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Kakashi did not move, remaining in place. Is there something else? Why are you still here? Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of impatience, stemming from previous tensions with Kakashi. Kakashi remained composed. Hokage-sama, do you truly intend to continue shielding Danzo? We all witnessed the events of that night. His arm was covered in Sharingan. Is mere confinement a sufficient punishment? What of the Uchiha clan's annihilation? Hiruzen fell silent, his rage boiling over as he slammed his pipe onto the table. Kakashi, the village is beset by internal and external troubles. It is not that I refuse to deal with Danzo. Rather, I am utterly powerless. Without him, without Root, Konoha's situation would only worsen. This matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. Now, you may go. Kakashi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. He turned and exited, a flicker of melancholy in his gaze. Chapter 10. For books of proficiency, lightning release chakra mode. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered deeply, contemplating the motives behind Uchiha Negi's desecration of the graves of the first and second Hokage. Was it merely to humiliate Konoha? No. It could not be solely for that purpose. This individual harbored malevolent intentions. He must have devised a new strategy to confront Konoha. Rising from his seat, he exited the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Uchiha Negi had already departed from the land of fire and swiftly arrived at Kumogakure. He commenced his excavation of the graves of the first and second Raikage, only to discover them utterly devoid of contents. This finding left him disheartened. What could this mean? Were they truly empty? Had someone already been here before him? Upon unearthing the third Raikage's grave, he found the remains to be relatively intact. Uchiha Negi proceeded to sever all 8 fingers from the third Raikage's remains. Such exquisite artifacts, transitioning from 4 books of proficiency to 1 book of proficiency. These formidable fingers held immense utility. Having completed this task, he replaced the coffin lid and carefully rebared the graves. Ding! The host has aided in the restoration of the third Raikage's grave, thus performing a meritorious deed. Reward: lightning release chakra mode. What a splendid reward. Wait. A bold idea has crossed my mind. A devilish smile crept across Uchiha Negi's face as he wielded the iron shovel, enthusiastically digging up the third Raikage's coffin once more, only to bury it again. He then settled into wait. Ding! The host has assisted in the restoration of the third Raikage's grave, thus performing a meritorious deed. Reward: bloodline limit, black lightning. Uchiha Negi could no longer contain his glee. Ha ha ha. This is truly exhilarating. He prepared to repeat the process, but suddenly, a group of patrolling Kumogakure shinobi rushed towards him. Drawn by the sound of his laughter, the Kumogakure shinobi shouted, "Who is there?" Uchiha Negi slapped his forehead, realizing he had grown overly complacent and forgotten he was desecrating graves. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to abandon the prospect of further rewards from the system. He sprang into action, blue arcs of electricity radiating from his body as he activated lightning release chakra mode. The Kumogakure shinobi were momentarily taken aback. What was that? Was it lightning release chakra mode? Had the third Raikage been resurrected? In an instant, Uchiha Negi appeared before them. Before they could even discern his features, they fell victim to the Kusanagi sword that silenced their cries. Having dispatched several Kumogakure shinobi, Uchiha Negi wiped the sweat from his brow. Such was the nature of the ninja world. He had long understood that it was either kill or be killed. Only absolute strength could grant one the power of influence. Kumogakure's previous assault on Konoha had yielded devastating consequences for Konoha. Don't blame me. It is merely unfortunate luck on your part. As the murderous intent faded from his eyes, Uchiha Negi hastened towards the third Raikage's grave. Third Raikage, I assure you, this shall be the final time. You had better grant me a book of proficiency, or I cannot guarantee what will happen next. With fervor, he wielded the iron shovel, unearthing the third Raikage's grave once more, meticulously reburying it afterwards. He then awaited with bated breath. Ding! The host has helped. System error, system error. No, system, please don't crash yet. Grant me my rewards before you expire. Repairing errors. repairing errors. Then, the system's voice fell silent. Uchiha Negi shouted in his mind, System? System, where is my reward? Error resolved. Please perform more good deeds to accumulate merit before the system can issue rewards. Uchiha Negi cursed the system profusely in his mind. You little rascal, you were truly an insufferable fool. Due to the severity of his insults, the system could no longer endure. Ding. If the host continues to insult the system, it will self-destruct, resulting in the host's demise. This warning greatly alarmed Uchiha Negi, compelling him to cease his tirade. With a smile on his face, he conceded, all right, I won't to insult you anymore. Just please don't self-destruct. At the very least, grant me the reward from earlier. Ding. The host has aided in the restoration of the third Raikage's grave, thus performing a meritorious deed. Reward. For books of proficiency. This is not what I desired. I wanted a single book of proficiency. Ding. Self-destruct sequence imminent. 3. All right. I retract my statement. For books of proficiency it is. Self-destruct sequence cancelled. Please, host, continue to perform good deeds. The system then lapsed into silence. Uchiha Negi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thoroughly shaken by the foolishness of the system. For books of proficiency were indeed formidable. Yet they fell significantly short of a single book of proficiency. Without the robust physique of the third Raikage, it would be challenging to harness the power of the latter's potent techniques. Uchiha Negi mused to himself, contemplating the use of 4 books of proficiency. Mindful that he was not primarily a taijutsu-focused ninja, and he must avoid injuring himself. Very well, third Raikage, I shall spare you for now. The following morning, Kumogakure shinobi visiting the cemetery discovered the bodies of their fallen comrades, as well as evidence that the third Raikage's grave had been disturbed. The news swiftly reached the ears of the fourth Raikage, who was incensed. The third Raikage was not only the previous leader but also his father. The fourth Raikage, clenched his fists and slammed them down onto the table. Damn it! Who dares disturb my father's grave? Crash! The desk shattered under the force of his blow, causing Darui to tremble in fear. Lord Raikage, please, do not lose your temper. The priority now is to find the perpetrator. This incident had spread throughout Kumogakure, causing considerable unrest. Kurabi rushed into the Raikage's office. Though he was not the biological son of the third Raikage, he had always been cherished by his older brother thus holding deep affection for the third Raikage. Brother, what has transpired? How could someone have violated our father's grave? The fourth Raikage, lowered his gaze. We have yet to ascertain the culprit. Should I discover who is responsible, they shall face a gruesome fate. Kurabi spoke gravely. Darui, let us investigate this matter together. Of course. That very night, Uchiha Negi fled Kumogakure. Despite their thorough search of the village, they were unable to locate the offender. Similar to Konoha, an S-rank mission was prominently displayed at the mission hall. Capture the grave robber. The bounty was a staggering 3 million ryo. The news of the desecration of the graves of the Hokage and Raikage spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. Upon learning of this, Onoki of Iwagakure could barely contain his derision. He shared the news with Akatsuki and Kuratsuchi. Such fools. They have allowed the graves of their former leaders to be disturbed. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old-timer, is truly past his prime, allowing such events to transpire. The fourth Raikage, is merely a young and inexperienced leader, clearly unfit for the role. Chapter 11. The toads of the Tsuchikage's office and the wrath of Onoki. Such occurrences are utterly inconceivable in my rock-hidden village. It is indeed the strongest in the ninja world. Should we encounter any suspicious individuals, we must seize them, for they could potentially be exchanged with Konoha for a handsome bounty. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Originally, Akatsuki intended to advise Onoki to be cautious, but witnessing that Tsuchikage's unwavering confidence left him momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to exit, Akatsuki halted, turning to face Onoki with a serious expression. Tsuchikage-sama, should we perhaps increase patrols near the cemetery? A proud smirk adorned Onoki's face. It's merely a grave robber. Does he dare wreak havoc in my rock-hidden village? Akatsuki, in a somewhat distressing tone, urged, Tsuchikage-sama, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Onoki waved his hand dismissively. Enough? You may handle the arrangements for this matter. Such a grave robber would certainly not dare to be bold within my village. Meanwhile, Uchiha, having donned a disguise, was relishing a steaming bowl of ramen in a restaurant located in the rock-hidden village. As he savored the dish, he mused that while it was decent, it paled in comparison to the famed Ichiraka ramen of Konoha. At that moment, 3 rock-hidden ninjas entered. Boss, 3 bowls of ramen, please. Coming right up. They settled at a table adjacent to Uchiha and one of the ninjas initiated a conversation. Have you heard? There's a particularly audacious grave robber wreaking havoc in the ninja world. The other two nodded in acknowledgement. It is said that this grave robber has earned the title of the most notorious in the ninja world, having first desecrated the tombs of the first and second Hokages in Konoha. Subsequently, he infiltrated Kumogakure and plundered the grave of the third Raikage, reportedly absconding with aid of his finger bones and slaying several ninjas in the process. Truly brazen. Upon overhearing their discussion about him, Uchiha perked up his ears. Alas, Akatsuki-sama has assigned me to patrol the cemetery tonight. It seems rather excessive. It is clearly the incompetence of Konoha and Kumogakure that allowed the graves of the former Kages to be disturbed. I regard that grave robber as a mere nobody. Having killed a few genin and desecrated a cemetery, what prowess could he possibly possess? I concur. That fellow can only flee. What strength does he truly have? Should I encounter him, I would ensure he is unrecognizable to his own mother. Haha. Make sure to take me along. I am curious to know who this grave robber truly is. At that moment, Uchiha nearly choked on his ramen. It appeared the ninjas of Rock Hidden Village were exceedingly arrogant. Tonight would be the time for action. Initially, Uchiha had intended to linger in the Rock Hidden Village for a few days to rest, but the ninjas' bravado was intolerable. Thus, that night, masked, he stealthily approached the Tsuchikage's office. Once two teams of patrolling rock ninjas departed, he slipped into the Tsuchikage's chamber. After rummaging for a while without discovering anything of value, he retrieved a bucket of paint from his ninja tools. Ah, how fortunate for that old rascal Onoki. I am not only a formidable ninja, but also an artist. He began to scribble on the walls, and ultimately left a prominent portrait of Onoki's pig-like visage on the most conspicuous glass surface. With a final flourish, Uchiha exhaled a long sigh. Finished. Truly exhausting work. Onoki, you've been given quite the bargain. The patrolling ninjas remained at the cemetery until morning, not detecting any unusual activity. After conducting a thorough inspection, they noted no signs of disturbance in the earth and collectively sighed in relief. I told you, he's merely a grave robber. He wouldn't dare act in our rock-hidden village. Indeed, for we are the mightiest ninja village in the world. Having even defeated the third Raikage, they reveled in their self-satisfaction. As was his routine, Onoki rose early, accompanied by Akatsuki. Upon arriving at his office, Akatsuki approached and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was met with a shocking sight. The walls, desk, and ceiling were adorned with bizarre scrawls. Why has Onoki returned from his late-night escapade? Is Akatsuki truly the Tsuchikage's own son? What manner of person is the third Tsuchikage? Reliable sources claim that the third Tsuchikage and the third Hokage share an untold story. The pig-headed portrait of Onoki on the glass was particularly striking. Onoki's face flushed crimson, transforming from a peeled potato into a ripe tomato. In a fit of rage, he thundered, "Who is responsible for this? Who dares to commit such an affront in my office?" Akatsuchi's heart raced. He dared not utter a word, trembling in fear. At that moment, Akatsuki rushed in, having heard Onoki's furious roar. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, he was momentarily stupefied. This. Onoki clenched his fists, bellowing in fury. Investigate. Find out who did this. Akatsuki stammered, Tsuchikage-sama. Could it be the work of that grave robber? Regardless of who it is, find them. When caught, I shall have them torn to shreds. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Akatsuki then offered a soothing word. Father, please calm down. We will surely apprehend this individual. Onoki took deep breaths to compose himself. Akatsuki, send someone to clean this mess properly. The concealed Umbu ninjas, who had been observing from the shadows, witnessed this unprecedented display of Onoki's fury. That night, Onoki instructed Akatsuki to specifically patrol the cemetery, determined to capture the grave robber. Uchiha, still masked, boldly entered through the main gate of the cemetery. A dozen rock-hidden ninjas simultaneously spotted him. Akatsuki felt a sudden unease upon seeing Uchiha, sensing that this individual might possess formidable strength. Just then, another rock ninja spoke up. The grave robber. How dare he show his face? He is nothing but a coward, Akatsuki-sama. We can easily subdue him without your intervention. Unable to contain himself, Uchiha let out a chuckle. Chapter 12. Earth Release, Sandwich Technique, Crushed to Death? He remained silent, merely extending a thumbs up to the assembled Iwagakure shinobi before emphatically gesturing towards the ground. Though the night was dark, the shinobi discerned Uchiha's gesture, igniting their fury. I'll cleave you in two. One roared. A grave robber daring to trespass in Iwagakure. Annihilate him. Such insolence. Akatsuki interjected with a soft cough, awaiting my command. Despite their rage, the shinobi obeyed. Boom. Azure lightning erupted around Uchiha, momentarily stunning the Iwagakure shinobi. Akatsuki's countenance darkened. Are you a ninja from Kumogakure? Identify yourself, he demanded. All units, assume defensive positions. Bang. With lightning-like swiftness, Uchiha delivered a punch to Akatsuki's abdomen, eliciting a torrent of bile. Akatsuki coughed up blood. His face contorted in agony. With minimal resistance, a dozen Iwagakure ninja were sent sprawling by Uchiha in singular strike. However, he refrained from killing any of them. Instead, he produced a length of hemp rope, employing rope-tying techniques honed over years of practice to bind them together in groups of 3. As Akatsuki recovered, he attempted to escape, only to find himself hopelessly entangled. Such masterful binding, he muttered. You're a Kumogakure ninja. Surrender now, or Lord Sasuke will show you no mercy. Uchiha interrupted in laughter. How amusing. Weren't you just calling me a grave robber, devoid of power? What happened? He mocked them relentlessly, until some Iwagakure shinobi could no longer contain themselves. Lord Sasuke will arrive soon, and you will be brutally slain. Grave robber, release us, and Lord Onoki need not intervene. Kuratsuchi-sama could defeat you with ease. Indeed, Akatsuki-sama was merely caught off guard. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Ignoring their taunts, Uchiha began to excavate the earth before them. Diggy diggy hole, he hummed, his indifference fueling their frustration. Each shovelful felt like a personal assault, causing them anguish and resentment. Stop. How dare you desecrate the second Sasuke's tomb? You deserve to be torn limb from limb. Uchiha, weary of their insults, flung a shovelful of dirt at them. As the Iwagakure ninja continued their verbal barrage, Uchiha continued to dig and fling dirt. One more word, and I'll hang you upside down and subject you to 1,000 tickle tortures. Silence descended upon the group. They felt a phantom pain in their nether regions, realizing the depths of the grave robber's depravity. Uchiha resumed his work, and soon the second Sasuke's coffin was unearthed. Finally, the bandage man, he murmured. Carefully, he removed a finger bone before replacing the lid. As he prepared to bury the coffin, a rocky spike erupted from the ground beneath his feet. Sensing the disturbance, Uchiha swiftly evaded the attack. Damn, an ambush. Almost got me where it hurts. Who's the uncivilized ruffian? He turned to see a large Iwagakure ninja standing before him. The bound Iwagakure ninja seemed to regain hope. It's Kuratsuchi-sama. That grave robber is doomed. Kuratsuchi-sama, save us. This grave robber desecrated the second Sasuke's tomb. Grave robber, you're finished. Kuratsuchi-sama will teach you a painful lesson. Akatsuki, his face etched with bitterness, cautioned, Kuratsuchi, be wary. He's powerful, employs lightning release, and appears to be a ninja from Kumogakure. Kuratsuchi was taken aback by Akatsuki's capture. You were also bound. Fear not. I will liberate you. Turning to Uchiha, he declared, whoever you are, surrender now. Otherwise, you will regret the consequences. Uchiha scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? Surrender? Spare me the platitudes and show me your strength. The Iwagakure ninja grew agitated. Grave robber, your arrogance will soon be silenced. Kuratsuchi-sama, make him suffer. With a grim expression, Kuratsuchi charged towards Uchiha. Earth release, stone fists. A thick layer of rock enveloped his fists as he swung at Uchiha. Uchiha deftly evaded Kuratsuchi's attacks. Kuratsuchi, frustrated by his opponent's agility, began to sweat. He's too fast. I can't land a blow. His movements became increasingly clumsy. Recognizing Kuratsuchi's frustration, Uchiha seized an opportunity. As Kuratsuchi swung, Uchiha used the momentum to push him off balance, sending him stumbling. Uchiha followed up with a kick to Kuratsuchi's shin, causing him to collapse. Despite the pain, Kuratsuchi rose to his feet, and the other Iwagakure ninja swarmed Uchiha. Just hold him for a moment. I'm about to unleash my technique. The Iwagakure ninja scattered as Kuratsuchi regained his composure. Earth release, sandwich technique. The earth trembled as 2 colossal stone slabs rose, trapping Uchiha in between them. Kuratsuchi initially anticipated resistance, but was surprised by the ease of the trap. Did we get him? Was he crushed to death? Kuratsuchi-sama is truly formidable. That wretched grave robber is finally dead. However, Akatsuki and Kuratsuchi sensed that something was amiss. ZZZZZZZT. Chapter 13. Reward, dustless obstruction. What sound was that? It seemed to emanate from within the rock. How could that be? I have never witnessed anyone escape from this technique. Black lightning spread across the semi-spherical rock. Crackle. Boom. The rock shattered instantly, disintegrating into fragments scattered across the ground. Black arcs of electricity coiled around Uchiha. leaving the gathered rock-hidden ninja utterly astonished. Huangtu gazed incredulously at the scene before him. This must be a trick. Ordinary lightning release could never dismantle my technique. That was black lightning. How could that possibly be? Could it be Darui from the Cloud Village? No, that's impossible. Darui could not possibly be here. Who are you? Unfortunately, the answer came in the form of Achihana's fist. Bang! A punch struck Huangtu squarely in the face, sending him hurtling to the ground. Huangtu, how could this be? Huangtu has been defeated. Achihana swiftly bound Huangtu and the newly arrived rock-hidden ninja together, tossing them aside. Behave yourselves and watch as I dig up the grave and bury it again. Hee-ho! Hee-ho! Under the cover of night, Achihana diligently shoveled dirt. To an unknowing observer, his shadow might appear as though he were wielding a shovel. At last, it's done. The system's voice chimed in. Ding. The host has assisted the second Sasuke in repairing the grave, earning merit, and has been rewarded with the ninjutsu, dustless obstruction, possessing a terrifying invisibility capability that renders chakra undetectable. It's not dust release, but this seems even more suitable for me. Could it be that I can traverse the ninja world at will, doing good deeds as I please? Just as Uchihana indulged in these fantasies, a rock suddenly hurtled toward him. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of rocks followed. Had Uchihana not dodged swiftly, he would have been crushed into a pulp. Uchihana pointed angrily at the floating Onoki. What the old man, how dare you ambush me? The bound rock-hidden ninja, upon seeing Onoki arrive, expressed hope. Ah, that Sasuke is here. Surely this villain cannot escape now. Sasuke, this grave robber is truly despicable. Please deal with him swiftly. Onoki cleared his throat twice, and the surroundings fell silent. Akatsuki, Huangtu, what is going on? You both lost to this guy? Both Akatsuki and Huangtu lowered their heads. Huangtu's face was grim. Sasuke, this individual possesses considerable strength. Please be cautious. Onoki sighed deeply. Sigh. Earth release. Rock clone technique. 5 rock clones of the old man surged toward Uchihana. In response, Uchihana formed hand seals. Would release. Would clone technique. 5 wooden figures of Uchihana appeared, each wielding a replicated Kusanagi sword, prepared to confront the enemy. Onoki's expression could no longer be described as astonishment. His jaw dropped wide enough to hold a goose egg. This fellow can actually use wood release? How could that be? The descendant of the first Hokage, didn't he only Tsunade remain, who was incapable of using wood release? Is it possible that Konoha has been concealing information about the Senju clan? At that moment, Huangtu shouted, Sasuke, be careful. This guy can utilize lightning release chakra mode and black lightning. Onoki was all too familiar with black lightning. The third Raikage, had once been his old rival. He glared defiantly at Uchihana. Kid, regardless of whether you are a Konoha ninja or a cloud ninja, encountering me today spells bad luck for you. Allow me to teach you what it means to be a proper ninja. Uchihana raised his hand. Sasuke, please hold on. I have something to say. Onoki crossed his arms and scrutinized Uchihana. Young man, what is this? Are you afraid? You possess some strength, but you are too arrogant. Oblivious to the fact that there are always greater forces at play. Are you seeking my forgiveness? That isn't entirely impossible, given that you have managed to defeat Huangtu. I can see that you possess some ability. If you sincerely kneel and bow several times before the second Sasuke, I might consider allowing you to become a rock-hidden ninja. What do you think, kid? Am I not being generous? Uchihana, with a furrowed brow and an expression of disbelief, looked at Onoki. Old man, are you out of your mind? What I wish to discuss is something entirely different. Wait, don't be angry. Let me finish my thought. Onoki suppressed his rising anger. Fine, I'll listen to what this brash young man has to say. Uchihana cleared his throat. Old man, don't you think you have significant issues? You and the third Hokage have monopolized these positions for so many years. Has the village seen any development? Have you truly worked hard? At this, everyone was taken aback, and Onoki began to question his own life choices. Have I not worked hard? Isn't the rock-hidden village the strongest in the ninja world? Have I not done enough? Old man, don't refute me. Look behind you. Do you see anyone capable of inheriting the Sasuke position? Huangtu, your son's strength barely ranks as a jonin. Can he handle the role of Sasuke? Akatsuki is even less capable, a complete failure, inferior to your son. The four-tails Jinchuriki, Akatsuki, has already left the village due to discord with you. And if the four-tails and five-tails Jinchuriki could bear the mantle, would you truly pass the Sasuke position to them? Sasuke Onoki stammered. Young man, don't incite discord. Uchihana continued to speak, leaving Onoki breathless with indignation. Oh, where's the five-tails Jinchuriki? Have you been wary of these Jinchuriki all along? And what about your granddaughter's generation? Kuratsuchi is indeed talented, but compared to other villages' youths, she falls short in many ways. Surely she lacks the talent for dust release. Your village does have a genius. What was his name again? Yes, Deidara, if I recall correctly. Chapter 14. This kick cured Onoki's back. Where is the little genius? Let me see him quickly. Could it be that he has defected from the village? Is the Awagakure so incompetent? After finally producing a talent, he would rather choose defection than inherit your legacy. Onoki could no longer contain himself, his anger igniting. You brat. You seek death. Earth release. Rock golem technique. A massive stone golem emerged from the ground, its colossal hand swinging toward Uchiha Inina, however, was remarkably swift, evading several attacks from the golem. Meanwhile, Onoki's rock clone was thoroughly suppressed by Uchihana's wooden clone, which exploded into numerous vines, entwining and crushing the rock clone. Lord Sasuke is invincible. Defeat the damned Tomb Raider. Lord Sasuke is the strongest. You won't evade for long, little thief. Akatsuki and Kuratsuchi exchanged glances, reassured. There shouldn't be any problems, right? There won't be any issues. We know well how powerful Lord Onoki is. Indeed, he is a Kage, and currently the strongest in the ninja world. Onoki floated in midair, his hands outstretched, a transparent white orb materializing between them. Uchiha immediately spotted the conspicuous orb. Planning an ambush, are we? Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha merely glanced in Onoki's direction. A bolt of red lightning crackled around Onoki. Ah! Onoki cried out in a series of exclamations. Uchiha scoffed. You brought this upon yourself. You wanted to ambush me. Onoki plummeted toward the ground. His fellow Awagakure ninjas shouting in alarm, Lord Sasuke. That damned brat dares to attack Lord Sasuke. As Onoki descended, the stone golem lost control and remained still. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, the golem suddenly moved, catching Onoki in its palm. Onoki steadied himself, gazing seriously at Uchiha. Brat. I underestimated you just now, but I shan't be polite any longer. Onoki stood atop the golem's shoulder. Should Uchiha strike, he could easily retreat behind the golem. Boom. At that moment, blue lightning chakra enveloped Uchiha and Onoki's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, this must be a trick. How could he possibly use that technique? As the nemesis of the third Raikage, Onoki was all too familiar with the lightning release chakra mode. Brat, are you a ninja from Kumogakure? I advise you to cease this madness. You are provoking a war between Kumogakure and Awagakure. Uchiha's tone dripped with disdain. Onoki, weren't you just saying you would teach me a lesson? What is with the cowardice now? I want to waste my breath on you. Whoosh. Uchiha moved with blinding speed, his Manjiki Sharingan granting him superior agility compared to the fourth Raikage. Onoki simply had the golem shield him with its palm, leaving a narrow gap to observe the situation outside. Rumble. Uchiha's fist crashed against the golem's palm, sending shards of stone flying. Onoki squinted, fixating intently on Uchiha. Brat, you are courting death. Earth release. Rock fist technique. His right hand transformed into a colossal rock fist as the golem withdrew its hand. Onoki swung his fist toward the incoming Uchiha. Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. The augmented gravity forced Onoki to strain his features. Ah, bang. Uchiha was caught off guard by the weight of Onoki's rock fist. The moment their fists collided, he sensed impending doom. Thankfully, the lightning armor mitigated much of the damage. Uchiha was sent flying, tumbling several times before he managed to halt his motion. The Awagakure ninjas, witnessing this scene, felt their morale surge. Lord Sasuke is invincible. Defeat the Tomb Raider. Onoki heard a cracking sound emanating from his body. With a thud, his rock fist struck the golem, and he rubbed his aching back. Ouch, my back. Unbeknownst to everyone, Uchiha had vanished from sight. When the blue light reappeared, it was behind Onoki. Onoki was startled to find Uchiha had stealthily utilized the heavy rock technique. Take this. Bang. Uchiha's kick landed squarely on Onoki's lower back. Crack. Another resounding snap echoed as Onoki's eyes widened. Ah, my back. Gushing a mouthful of black blood, his body flew at astonishing speed toward the pile of bound Awagakure ninjas. The golem fell silent, crumbling into a heap of debris upon the ground. The Awagakure ninjas called out in panic, Lord Sasuke, are you all right? Lord Sasuke. Onoki slowly rose, his expression one of immense pain. I'm fine. Ugh, my back. Huh? My back doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore? What is going on? At that moment, a voice reverberated in Uchiha's mind. Ding. The host has assisted an elderly individual in alleviating a long-standing back ailment. A noble deed indeed. Reward, light and heavy rock technique. Aihana scratched his head, his gaze filled with confusion as he stared blankly at Onoki. This kick of mine has such an effect? The light and heavy rock technique is indeed a valuable asset. Should Aihana have the choice, he would prioritize this ninjutsu above dust release. As Aihana envisioned himself soaring freely through the skies, a kunai shot toward him from the shadows. With a piercing glare, Aihana caught the kunai barehanded. Who was there? A diminutive figure emerged from behind the wall. It was none other than a youthful Akatsuki, gripping a kunai and glaring fiercely at Aihana. You're the bad guy. Why are you bullying my grandpa? Chapter 15. The infuriated Onoki and another bounty. Aihana did not anticipate that such a small child, Akatsuki, would possess such charm. His previous anger dissipated in an instant. He had no significant grievances against Awagakure, only a mild annoyance at the arrogance of its shinobi, which he deemed necessary to correct with a light reprimand. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. My dear child, it was not I who initiated this conflict. I was merely acting in self-defense. You ought to inquire of your grandfather why he so inexplicably assaulted me. Akatsuki tilted her head in confusion. Aihana had already claimed his due rewards and turned his gaze toward Onoki. Onoki, your granddaughter is quite beautiful. She must be Akatsuki. Take good care of her, for I have already reserved her as my future bride. Remember, I expect you to look after her. I am eagerly awaiting that day. Akatsuki's face flushed with indignation. You wicked man. What absurdity are you spouting? I refuse to become your wife. You are a villain. Aihana playfully pinched her cheek before employing a stealth technique, vanishing from sight. Onoki, enraged, spat a mouthful of blood, while Akatsuki felt a dull ache in her chest from the turmoil. It was evident that Aihana had acted with the intention of provoking Onoki, not out of any perverse interest in the child. As Onoki lay bleeding, Na felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as the onlookers believed he had departed, Aihana reappeared. Oh, I nearly forgot, old man. I owe you a parting remark. You are far too arrogant, oblivious to the fact that there are always those greater than oneself. With that, Onoki coughed up more blood and collapsed to the ground. Grandfather, are you all right? Akatsuki rushed to his side as the restrained H-son freed the other Iwagakure shinobi. A crowd gathered around Onoki. Lord Sasuke, how could this be? That Sasuke has been defeated by that grave robber? No, that cannot be. Surely, it was a surprise attack that led to his defeat. It was clear to any observant eye that Onoki had begun to channel dust release, only to be interrupted by Aihana's rapidly deployed Sharingan. H-son hoisted Onoki onto his back. Clear the way. We must get that Sasuke to the hospital. The Iwagakure shinobi parted to allow passage, with Akatsuki and Akatsuki following closely behind. Upon arriving at the hospital, the once tranquil environment became a flurry of activity. After thorough examinations, the physician approached H-son with the results. Lord H-son, that Sasuke's injuries are not severe. With a week's rest, he will fully recover. A collective sigh of relief escaped H-son and the others. Just then, a nurse rushed in. That Sasuke has regained consciousness. They hurried to the intensive care unit. Naka's eyes widened as he surveyed the room, his mood evidently foul. Upon seeing H-son, he commanded, designate that grave robber and S-rank rogue ninja. Issue a bounty of 30 million ryo. How dare he act so brazenly in Awagakure and desecrate the grave of the second Sasuke? We must capture this grave robber. A medical shinobi cautioned, Lord Sasuke, please calm yourself. Such agitation is detrimental to your health. Onoki dismissed the warning, focusing instead on H-son. Make arrangements immediately. The sooner, the better. H-son hesitated. But Lord Sasuke, we have no knowledge of his appearance or name. Just issue the bounty based on his previous description. Anyone resembling him should be apprehended. He shall be known simply as the grave robber. Very well, I shall take care of it right away. Soon, a new S-rank rogue ninja bounty began circulating throughout the shinobi world. Grave robber, notorious for thievery and grave desecration, bounty of 30 million ryo. The entire Awagakure was abuzz with the news. Did this grave robber truly defile the tomb of our ancestors? It cannot be true. The Awagakure is far too formidable. Surely, it is a hoax. But 30 million ryo is an unimaginable sum. At that moment, a ninja approached, lowering his voice. You all are unaware. I was present at the cemetery that night. That Sasuke was utterly defeated by that grave robber. What? How is that possible? In a village within the land of Earth. Several shinobi affixed a poster of Aihana, obscured by a mask, onto the notice board. Though his identity was unrecognizable, The likeness was striking. Soon, a crowd gathered. What? The last S-rank rogue ninja, Aihana, is only 16 and has a bounty of 50 million ryo. Now another appears without even a face. Commanding a bounty of 30 million ryo? Aihana is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, unparalleled in the shinobi world. Perhaps only the defector Deidara from our land of Earth could rival him. This grave robber does not strike me as a formidable individual, regardless of his strength. I have heard he first plundered the graves of the first and second Hokage in Konoha, and subsequently the third Raikage's grave in Kumogakure. Furthermore, they say he has now desecrated the second Sasuke's tomb. Regardless of his prowess, one cannot deny the audacity of his actions. These are the tombs of the past leaders. After all, is it true that this grave robber remains at large despite all this? Not only that, even that Sasuke himself was unable to capture him. Meanwhile, Aihana was enjoying a meal at a nearby stall, intrigued by the commotion surrounding the gathering crowd. After swallowing his food and wiping his mouth, he approached to eavesdrop on the discussions of the grave robber and the Sasuke. He focused his gaze upon the top two bounty posters on the notice board, one for Aihana and the other for the grave robber. Both of these are my bounties? It seemed prudent to leave the land of Earth without delay. Chapter 16. The poor, clattering sand-hidden village, encountering Tsunade upon exiting the village. Aihana found himself in deep contemplation. 2 days later, he appeared at the cemetery of Sand-Hidden Village, a place devoid of any fortification, littered with sand. Aihana was somewhat taken aback. How could it be so disordered here? Is there truly anyone managing this place? It resembled a mass grave. He dug and dug for quite a while, then buried for an equal duration. Ding. The host has repaired a grave. Reward. An old pair of trousers. Ding. The host has repaired a grave. Reward. 1 shuriken. Ding. The host has repaired a grave. Reward. 1 thermos. Clang. Aihana plunged his shovel into the ground and wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Sand-Hidden Village is truly impoverished. Growing up in such an environment, Gaara can barely afford a decent bowl of ramen. No wonder he turned dark. Well, I shall let Sand-Hidden Village be. Not far behind a row of rocks. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, along with Maki and others, were crouched there. Raza, with a grave expression, turned to Maki. Has he left? Not yet. But it seems he is preparing to, Maki replied cautiously. Raza peered out carefully, clearly seeing a dark figure shouldering a shovel. Only when Aihana disappeared from sight did Raza let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I foresaw this and had already relocated the ancestors' graves. I never imagined such an inconspicuous individual could harm the Tsuchikage. News of the Tsuchikage being hospitalized had reached other ninja villages. They were aware of his minor injuries, hence, no unusual movements ensued. Kazekage-sama, must we truly proceed with such caution? Raza found himself at a loss for an answer. Well, this grave robber managed to escape under the siege of the Iwagakure ninjas, indicating he possesses some level of strength. We haven't incurred any losses, so it's best not to entangle ourselves with this troublesome fellow. Primarily, I fear that your presence here may lead to accidental harm. Thus it is preferable to avoid conflict. Several sand-hidden ninjas were profoundly touched. Kazekage-sama is thinking of us. He is indeed a great leader. Kazekage-sama, I shall follow you to the death. Amidst their praises, Raza's stature instantly grew grandiose, as if he were the beacon of hope in the ninja world. Aihana stowed his shovel, noticing it was still early and no one had detected his presence. He climbed back through the window of the inn and lay down, swiftly falling into a deep slumber. Morning arrived. Perhaps due to the exhausting grave digging, Aihana remained ensconced in dreams. Meanwhile, Raza was already in the Kazekage's office, attending to daily duties. He scrutinized 2 letters before him, his brow furrowed. Sigh. Maki, what shall we do? Maki shook his head. Kazekage-sama, I believe it is best not to become involved. The Tsuchikage's letter urged the Kazekage to dispatch more personnel to apprehend the grave robber, while the Hokage's correspondence similarly requested assistance in capturing Aihana and the grave robber. Raza nodded. You are correct. We have no significant grievances with this grave robber, and even less so with Aihana. I will compose a perfunctory reply. As the sun climbed higher, Aihana finally rose from bed, greeted by splendid weather. It was rare to have such a refreshing slumber. In recent days, Aihana had been traversing the ninja world, feeling quite fatigued. Despite his formidable strength, he refrained from engaging in a death struggle with Konoha. He would not confront Sarutobi Hiruzen until he attained absolute overwhelming power. 3 days later, Aihana made his way to Hot Springs Village, a place renowned for its beautiful mountains and waters, and the most comfortable hot springs in the ninja world. After a delightful soak, he emerged clad in a blue bathrobe, intending to procure a light meal for dinner. Upon discovering a small Odin stall, he had barely settled when a cacophony erupted from across the street. A fierce blonde woman proclaimed, "Hey, you lot, return my money at once." Aihana focused his gaze, recognizing Tsunade. What brings her here? Gamblers had encircled Tsunade and Shisui. A bet is a bet. Besides, you owe us money. How did this turn into you demanding money from us? Shisui wore a troubled expression. Lady Tsunade, perhaps we should leave. Let us not get entangled with them. Aihana observed the undulating figure of the alabaster woman, musing, indeed quite appealing. Ding. The system issued a time-limited mission. Assist Tsunade in recovering her gambling losses. Reward. The system chose this moment to present a mission, urging him to assist this plump target in reclaiming her losses, with the reward shrouded in mystery. He rose and approached Tsunade and her companions, adopting a serious demeanor. Excuse me, but is it not rather unkind to trouble a woman in such a manner? The gamblers were incensed. Who do you think you are, daring to interfere? They continued, this woman owes us 500,000 Rio. Now she wants us to return her gambling funds. Aihana fell silent for a moment. So this truly is the ninja world's greatest cash cow. Losing money wherever she goes. Tsunade and Shisui exchanged curious glances at Aihana, noting his strikingly handsome face framed by his spiky black hair. Tsunade smirked slightly, thinking that the man's words would surely cause them to back down. Aihana took another step forward, positioning himself in front of Tsunade. I shall cover her debts. Upon hearing this, the gambling den's owner beamed with delight. Kid, are you joking? A thought crossed Tsunade's mind. This young man possesses considerable wealth. Should I find a way to get closer and extract some funds from him? Surely, I could win more and return his money later. Aihana spoke again. I will repay the debt, but I have a condition. Is it acceptable for me to play a few rounds here? The owner of the gambling den regarded Aihana with a troubled expression. Kid, mind your words. This is a legitimate establishment. If you wish to play, do so at home. Aihana retorted, just say it. Are you willing to gamble with me? Humph. Kid, if you want to gamble, then let us do it. Who's afraid? But do you have the funds? Should you fail to repay, neither of you shall leave. Chapter 17. Practice makes perfect. If you can't afford to lose, don't play first. I need to ascertain whether you possess sufficient funds, Aihana stated, pulling out 10 banknotes, each worth 100,000. The eyes of the surrounding gamblers gleamed with avarice, transforming them into ravenous wolves fixated on the currency in his grasp. Tsunade's gaze was also filled with greed. You truly have money. Do not gamble here. It is a treacherous pit. Hand your funds to me, and we shall relocate. I assure you that I can help you win abundantly. Once we have secured our winnings, I shall share half with you. What do you say? Ino tugged at Tsunade's arm, imploring, Lady Tsunade, please stop. Sir, we should leave. Your money is at great risk here. Aihana smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I am more than capable of recovering your funds. You may simply watch from the sidelines. Tsunade, still hesitant, insisted, really, it would be wiser to entrust your money to me. I can lead you to a more favorable location. The gamblers and the owner of the gambling den were growing impatient. Are you in or out? This is your last chance to withdraw. With unwavering determination, Aihana replied. Let us commence immediately. Tsunade began to doubt her own judgment as she pondered if this young man could truly reclaim his stake. How is that even possible? She mused. Ino whispered to Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, should he lose, we can assist him in recovering his money. After all, he is helping us. Let us observe. His confidence may not be unfounded. While Tsunade and her companions harbored doubts about Aihana's abilities, the gambling den owner could hardly contain his mirth. Foolish boy. Enjoy your laughter while you can. Soon you will be sobbing as your funds evaporate. Your overconfidence stems from a lack of experience. I shall show you the true nature of this game. The gamblers whispered among themselves, this kid is so naive. The owner will surely teach him a lesson. They anticipated the moment when he would lose everything, picturing him on his knees, weeping in despair. The owner of the gambling den shook the dice vigorously, slamming them onto the table. Even without activating his Sharingan, Aihana could clearly perceive the owner's actions. He could even manipulate his chakra from a distance, altering the dice's trajectory. This was the Uchiha clan's unparalleled mastery over chakra. Why could Tsunade not accomplish the same? She bore the infamous title of the Big Fat Sheep. Aihana placed one of his 100,000 notes on a small outcome, while others wagered on the large. The odds shifted strangely, with few following his lead, though a handful remained skeptical. The owner of the gambling den was grinning from ear to ear, fully aware of what was to come. Let us see the outcome. As the dice were revealed, it turned out to be small. The gamblers stared in disbelief, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions: astonishment, shock, incredulity, and regret. How is this possible? He lost. It must be sheer luck. One man who had been alongside Aihana beamed with joy. I struck gold. The moment I saw you, I knew you would succeed. Aihana chuckled as he gathered his winnings. Indeed, luck was on my side today. Thank you all for your generosity. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned closer to him. Young man, having won so much, surely you do not intend to spend it all? Perhaps you could lend me some? Aihana waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment, I have not yet won enough. Tsunade grew anxious. You have already won enough. Do not squander it all. Ignoring her pleas, Aihana turned to the gambling den owner. Let us continue. The owner, determined not to be outdone, summoned all his strength for the next round. I refuse to believe that your luck can hold. Once again, Aihana emerged victorious, inciting outrage among the gamblers. Are you cheating? They cried. How can this boy win twice in a row? Tsunade stepped protectively in front of Aihana. What is wrong with you? You can't handle losing a mere 2 rounds and accuse others of cheating. Young man, let us leave. You have already recouped my funds, and there is no need to tempt fate further. But Aihana coughed lightly. Wait, I have not declared my intention to leave. You think I am cheating? Let us play another round, and you shall witness for yourselves. In this round, most gamblers decided to bet alongside Aihana. While many still regarded him as merely a fortunate lad, the owner began to sweat profusely. This time, you cannot possibly win. He covertly switched the dice for loaded ones, hoping to introduce an element of difficulty. He shook the dice cup vigorously before smashing it down on the table. Let us see. Aihana won yet again, leaving the gamblers in a frenzy. He is ruining the game. He must be cheating. We demand our money back. Some who had followed Aihana's lead were also displeased. You simply cannot handle losing. If you cannot afford the risk, do not play. Aihana shouted. Do not move. Have you seen me cheat? The past is the past. Now is now. If you cannot handle the heat, practice more. And so, the rounds continued, with Aihana achieving victory after victory, plunging the gambling den into chaos. Return our money. Cheater. Refund us. Chapter 18. Princess carrying Tsunade, the proprietor of the gambling den, was growing increasingly irate. You dare to employ such underhanded tactics here, do you? Hand over your money, and I may allow you to leave unscathed. Otherwise, I shall not be so lenient. Tsunade raised her fist, reassuring the young man. Do not be afraid. I shall protect you. In her eyes, Aihana was a towering figure, and she held him in the highest esteem, eagerly anticipating the opportunity for him to teach her some skills after their departure. Aihana positioned himself in front of Tsunade. No, I can handle this. Suddenly, he felt something soft. When he squeezed it, something felt amiss, and upon turning, he was met with Tsunade's murderous glare. Hastily, Aihana diverted the topic. Once we are outside, I will share half of the winnings with you. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's anger dissipated instantly. Really? Of course. I can manage this. You two just step back. He then turned to face the gambling den's owner and his lackeys. Do you wish to duel, or shall it be a group brawl? The owner scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean, kid? Do you really want a one-on-one? He continued, in any case, you won't be leaving this place today. How dare you play tricks on my territory? Aihana shook his head. No, no, no. A one-on-one means I take on all of you alone. A group brawl means all of you face me alone. What? This kid is too arrogant. I can't take it anymore. So what if he can cheat? Soon enough. He won't be so cocky. No one took Aihana seriously, dismissing him as weak. A throng of armed individuals surged forward, wielding pipes, blades, and clubs. An anxious Ino called out, Lady Tsunade, are we really not going to intervene? Tsunade was prepared to act. She could not bear to see Aihana harmed, especially since he had put himself in danger to assist her. Before she could make a move, Aihana sprang into action. With a powerful kick, a wave of gamblers fell back, collapsing in unison onto the ground. Ouch. That hurts. The first victim of Aihana's strike spat out a mouthful of blood and lay unconscious. Upon witnessing the blood, Tsunade's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Ino noticed her distress. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Lady Tsunade. Aihana instinctively glanced back and saw her expression. It was evident she suffered from severe hemophobia. He swiftly dispatched the remaining gamblers using only taijutsu. Turning to Ino, he instructed, Hurry, take her outside. Ino stood there, stunned by how quickly he had resolved the situation. His taijutsu was remarkably powerful, perhaps rivaling that of some J-nin. The gambling den owner struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he demanded, Kid, who are you? Aihana chuckled lightly. I'm just an ordinary S-rank rogue ninja. What? An S-rank rogue ninja? The owner trembled, an inexplicable fear washing over him. S-rank rogue ninjas were truly lethal beings. Without a moment's thought, he turned to flee. The other henchmen and gamblers, now terrified, scattered in all directions. How could this happen? What terrible luck to encounter such a formidable S-rank rogue ninja. Aihana had no intention of pursuing them. His priority was to escort Tsunade to safety. Trembling, Tsunade sat on the ground, cradling her head in her hands, unable to move. Aihana knelt beside her, lifting her up in a princess carry. Let us leave this place at once. Thus, he carried Tsunade while Ino closely followed. Just now, what did you mean by S-rank rogue ninja? I was just making that up to scare them. Did you not see how quickly they ran? As long as it worked. Ino nodded in understanding. So where shall we go now? Aihana pondered briefly. Did you not mention her hemophobia? Should we not take her to a hospital? Ino shook her head. No. That's unnecessary. Just take us back to the inn. I am a medical ninja as well. I see. Then let us depart. Carrying Tsunade, Aihana made his way back to the inn. After gently setting her down, Ino blinked at Aihana. Could you step outside for a moment? I need to treat Lady Tsunade. Aihana was taken aback. Am I interfering with your treatment? Without further ado, he turned and exited the room. I'll go open a room next door. When she awakens, let her know that the money is with me. After Aihana left, Ino began to unbutton Tsunade's top, employing medical ninjutsu to treat her. It was only by dusk that Tsunade's condition improved somewhat. She opened her eyes to find Ino waiting by her side. Thank you for your efforts, Ino. I truly am a burden. Ino waved her hand dismissively. No, Lady Tsunade, it was that young man who carried you back. At that moment, Tsunade could only recall fragments, particularly being held by that handsome youth, a blush creeping to her cheeks. Where is he now? Is he uninjured? Ino shook her head. He is unharmed. When he left, he mentioned he had opened a room next door. He said when you awaken, you can find him, and that the money is with him. At the mention of money, Tsunade's spirits soared. Knock, knock, knock. Aihana, engrossed in a book, Intimate Paradise, felt irked by the persistent knocking. Who is it? Stop knocking. I'm coming. He reluctantly set the book aside and opened the door, only to be greeted by an unnaturally pale Tsunade. Aihana felt slightly dizzy, rubbing his eyes. You're awake? How do you feel? Are you better? Tsunade grinned widely. Hee. What about the money you promised to share with me? I've come to collect. Aihana replied. Wait a moment. I'll go fetch the money. Shortly after, he returned with 2 million Ryo. Here is 2 million Ryo. Take it. Just then, Aihana heard the System S voice in his ear. Ding. The host has punished evil and promoted good by helping a large patron recover their gambling funds. A good deed accomplished. Reward. Tsunade's favorability toward the host increased to 100. From an initial 90. Aihana, System, U. Chapter 19. An escape from Tsunade's clutches. Nirvana. Uchiha shuddered, sensing an intense gaze from Tsunade. System. What was that reward about? It feels like she wants to devour me. He swallowed nervously. Tsunade, are you all right? You seem a bit off. Shizen, also noticing Tsunade's odd behavior, inquired, Lady Tsunade, are you feeling unwell? Tsunade cleared her throat, attempting to regain composure, though a blush lingered on her cheeks. No, I'm fine. Shouldn't we go inside? Nirvana felt increasingly uneasy under her gaze, finding her allure overwhelming. I was just about to have dinner. Perhaps we could dine together? Casually. Tsunade noticed a book on the bed, its cover featuring a provocative woman. What's that? She asked, stepping inside out of curiosity. Nirvana inwardly cursed, realizing he had forgotten to hide the book. Wait, but it was too late. Tsunade had already picked it up. She held it up, reading the title aloud. Make Out Paradise, by Jiraiya? Jiraiya? What kind of book is this? Nirvana rushed forward, trying to snatch the book from her hands. Tsunade turned away, evading his reach. What is it? She opened it to the first page, her eyes widening as she scanned the text. Her face flushed crimson. Aya. Tsunade tossed the book aside, quickly changing the subject. Let's go have dinner, shall we? Nirvana's face was equally flushed, the redness creeping up to his ears. Yes, let's eat. Shizun, still standing at the doorway, was bewildered. What was in that book? Why did both Tsunade and the young man seem so flustered? As they walked, Tsunade silently berated Jiraiya. That old pervert. Always up to no good, writing such scandalous things. Yet, she couldn't help but notice the young man, clearly in the prime of his youth. A faint melancholy tugged at her heart. She knew she was past her prime, and any such thoughts were futile. This young man was handsome, vibrant, and had a bright future ahead. Tsunade suppressed the fleeting emotion. The three shared grilled skewers, and only as the evening ended did Tsunade remember something. Young man, I seem to have forgotten to ask your name. Nirvana paused, then replied, My name is Nirvana Uchiha, a wandering vagabond. Tsunade chuckled. How peculiar, a wandering vagabond, are you? I'm Tsunade, and this is Shizen. Nirvana felt uncomfortable with Tsunade's sudden gentleness. She had seemed so much more spirited when they first met. I know, Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. As Nirvana mentioned her lineage, Tsunade's expression noticeably saddened. That identity is in the past. I have no ties to the Leaf Village anymore. Nirvana quickly changed the subject. Is that so? Well, you should probably avoid those gambling dens. They're full of scams. I had to use a few tricks to win that much money. Tsunade laughed again. Ha ha ha, Nirvana, thank you. I was worried I wouldn't be able to afford sake for a long time. They drank and ate, engaging in light conversation. The next day, Tsunade eagerly invited Nirvana to breakfast. She felt a sense of peace around him, a feeling she hadn't experienced in years. Nirvana was intrigued by her ample figure. But Shizune's constant presence was a hindrance. Suddenly, a group of ninja began searching the streets. Have you seen this man? No, never. Nirvana glanced over and saw his own portrait. Leaf Village ninja had tracked him here. Tsunade, I just remembered I have something to take care of. I must be going. Tsunade was taken aback. Huh. Shizen tugged at Tsunade's sleeve. Lady Tsunade, Leaf Village ninja. Tsunade turned to see the Leaf Village headbands. Not wanting to encounter them, she grabbed Shizen and turned to leave, a hint of displeasure on her face. Back at the inn, Nirvana hastily packed his belongings. He took out a scroll and wrote a message, Tsunade, until we meet again. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. He left the scroll in Tsunade's room and jumped out the window, making his escape. When Tsunade and Shizen returned to the inn, they found Nirvana gone. That scoundrel. He left without a word. Tsunade clenched her fist, crumpling the scroll in anger and tossing it aside. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? I'm fine. I will find that boy. From that moment, Tsunade's travels took on a new purpose, no longer to escape the pain of the past, but to find Nirvana Uchiha again. Meanwhile, Nirvana, having made a hasty departure, sneezed several times in a row. Achoo! Achoo! Who's thinking of me? He rubbed his nose, pausing to consider his next destination. He had already visited the 4 major ninja villages. It wouldn't seem fair if he didn't visit the village hidden in the mist. Having made his decision, Nirvana realized he had a new problem: how to get to the Mist Village. He pulled a map from his ninja pouch, detailing important locations throughout the ninja world. After studying it carefully, he finally found the way to the Mist Village. Wow, it's so far. I have to cross the ocean. I'm truly great, selfless, and dedicated. No matter how far the grave, I will treat them all equally. At the same time, Leaf Village ninja were conducting a thorough search of Takigakure. But they couldn't find Nirvana or any trace of the grave robber. In a hidden location within Takigakure, a child swathed in bandages stood among a group of oddly behaving individuals wearing identical black robes. Chapter 20. When did I ever claim to be a Mist Ninja? Aihana hurriedly made his way to a dock after considerable effort. After a lengthy search, he finally found a ship willing to head to the Land of Water. Judging by the time, he surmised that the Land of Water was still largely in a state of seclusion. With the village hidden in the mist infamously known as the Land of Blood Mist, it seemed this journey would not lack in excitement. As the ship slowly departed from the shore, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the vessel. Aihana lay in his quarters, resting, when he suddenly heard the sound of soft footsteps. His ears perked up. It appeared he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Nevertheless, it was rather intriguing. At least it would stave off seasickness from boredom. His keen hearing allowed him to discern the voices outside. Boss, shall we act now? You go lure him out. Knock, knock, knock. The door was pounded upon. And Aihana feigned ignorance, calling out, Who is it? Sir, we are here to clean your room. Please open the door. No need. Aihana replied resolutely. The other party fell silent, the pirate captain visibly displeased. Continue. Sir, it is mealtime. If you miss it, you will have no food to eat. Oh, understood. I dislike being hungry. Bang. The door was kicked open, sending the wooden lock flying. Aihana sat up, gripping the Kusanagi sword firmly against the ship's floor. Are you all here to perform for me? The leader, marked by 2 scars on his face and wielding a large blade, sneered, Kid. Hand over all your valuables, or else we'll toss you overboard to feed the fish. Feigning fear, Aihana exclaimed, No, no, please don't throw me to the fish. Not that. Seeing Aihana's cowardly demeanor, the scarred man smirked with satisfaction. Ah, now you're scared. Hand over your valuables or else. You see this knife in my hand? If you dare play tricks, I can end you in an instant. Aihana coolly retorted, Fool. Did he truly believe I was afraid? Enraged by Aihana's words, the scarred man swung his blade at him. Swish. A flash of cold steel, and the man's head rolled away. The crew of pirates had barely registered Aihana's swift draw and return of the sword. A spectacle of sheer terror. They were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling, unable to flee. Please, please, don't kill us. Boss, we were wrong. Aihana rose slowly, causing the pirates to retreat several steps. Who have Chapter 21. Misstep into the Mist Ninja exam. 100 lives at stake. Before the Mist Ninja could comprehend the situation, he was swiftly dispatched by Aihana, whose blade found its mark at his throat. The other two Mist Ninjas, witnessing the shocking scene, instinctively recoiled several steps back. Who are you? Why are you here? Aihana gazed at them with a perplexed expression. I am here to loot tombs. Can you not tell? Enough of your questions. You are both about to meet your demise. The two Mist Ninjas exchanged a glance, then bolted in opposite directions. Aihana sheathed his Kusanagi sword and formed his hands into the shape of a pistol, aiming at the retreating figures. Water style? Water iron cannon. Bang, bang. The explosive sound surprised Aihana with their sheer force. Whoa, something's off. With a splatter, one water iron cannon struck a Mist Ninja, while the other miraculously evaded the attack. I missed? The fortunate Mist Ninja felt an immense relief, narrowly escaping death. At this moment, the distance between them had widened significantly. Suddenly, a thunderous crackle enveloped Aihana, and with a sinister smile, he appeared beside the remaining Mist Ninja in an instant. You're too slow. The Mist Ninja's scalp tingled at the sound, and upon turning, he was horrified to find Aihana right next to him. His eyes widened in terror as he instinctively drew a kunai and lunged at Aihana. With a swift motion, Aihana grasped his wrist, and the Mist Ninja's eyes bulged with fear. A gentle tug from Aihana sent him tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. Thud, 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 crack. The Mist Ninja emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body crumpling as his bones shattered under the impact. Aihana retrieved the kunai from the ground, casually discarding it before sealing the ninja's throat. Strange, are there only 3 of you? Did that commotion not attract any more attention? Wearing his mask, Aihana prepared to depart. Just as he stepped away, he heard shouts behind him. Goro, we finally found you. Turning in confusion, Aihana saw 2 Mist Ninjas rushing towards him. Goro, we finally found you. We cannot get separated again, exclaimed a plump ninja. Aihana was taken aback. Are you calling me? Goro, why are you dazed? We barely separated half a day ago. Don't worry, we won't abandon you in the face of enemies. The chubby ninja chuckled happily. The lean youth beside him nodded in agreement. If we encounter enemies again, we will run together. Aihana realized that these two were mistaken about his identity. What enemies? Who are you? Who is he? He pointed at the 2. The plump ninja looked puzzled, stroking his chin in thought. Goro, we are participating in the Chunin exam. I am Alfong, and he is Kyuji. Is this a joke? Have you lost your mind? Aihana found the situation amusing. He never expected to be mistaken for someone else. The battle was intense earlier. My mind is a bit foggy. My apologies, Alfong. And Kyuji, what are we doing now? Are we to seize something? Kyuji chimed in. We are to seize the bells. Aihana quickly integrated into their conversation. All right then, let us go seize the bells. Alfong hurriedly grabbed him by the arm. Wait, Goro, don't be reckless. Do you not understand how perilous the Chunin exam is? I have no desire to become a Chunin. We should find a safe place to hide instead. Upon hearing this, Aihana paused. Oh my. I did not expect these mistaken comrades to be so timid. Though cowardly, they are indeed keen on survival. He patted Alfong reassuringly on the back. Fear not. I shall lead you both to seize the bells without incident. Alfong clutched Aihana's arm with a pleading look. Please, Goro, those foes will kill us. Do not fret. If we truly encounter a dire situation, we can simply toss the bells away. As he observed their continued timidity, Aihana confidently declared, if an emergency arises, I will hold them off. You shall remain unharmed. Alfong, displaying a sense of responsibility, insisted, No, Goro, we have already agreed. We will not leave you behind. But those foes are genuinely dangerous. Let us find a place to hide. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the thicket. Hee 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 hee. You have no chance to hide now. 3 Mist Ninjas emerged from the shadows, their faces masked, brandishing peculiar weapons, sickles, ninja blades, and chains. What a surprise to catch 3 of the weakest little mice here. Hand over your bells, and I may spare your lives. Alfong gulped nervously, gripping Uchihana's clothing tightly. How is it you? Uchihana replied with confusion. Do you know them? Who are they? Goro, how can you not remember anything? These three may not be the strongest, but they are certainly the most ruthless. During the ninja assessment, I nearly fell victim to them. Combined, they have undoubtedly taken countless lives. Uchihana inhaled sharply. Hiss. They are indeed formidable. To think they are even more ruthless than I. It is no wonder they hail from the land of blood mist. Afang positioned himself protectively in front of Uchiha. Any run. Hyuji and I will cover you. This time, we will not let you get hurt. As he spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably, eliciting a suppressed chuckle from Uchiha Ini. Your body is shaking. Are you unwell? Afang feigned composure. And no, I'm fine. Just run. We'll throw the bells to him and escape. Hyuji nodded in agreement. Yes, this time we will provide cover for you. Perhaps they were too close. Or perhaps Afang was genuinely terrified, but Uchiha could hear the rapid thumping of his heart. None of you will escape. Hand over the bells. And I can assure you a swift death. The opposing Mist Ninja swung his iron chain, grinning wickedly. Afang gripped his kunai tightly. Black Rain. We will give you the bells. Just do not kill us. That is out of the question. The Mist Ninja lunged forward, the iron chain swirling like a dragon. Its barbed spikes promising painful consequences for any who fell victim to its grasp. Chapter 22, Concealed Identities. The intriguing water ninja Chunin examined the plump Afang, thoroughly frightened. Raised his hands defensively in front of himself, frozen in place. Uchihana forcefully shoved both Afang and Kyotaro aside, gracefully leaping backward. The two tumbled to the ground. Rolling over, while he elegantly landed, his fingers mimicking the shape of a finger gun, aimed at the Mist Ninja wielding a chain. With a swift baya followed by a puchi, a water iron cannon shot forth, piercing straight through the chest of the Mist Ninja. The others were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired, as the Mist Ninja staggered backward, blood gushing from his chest, before collapsing to the ground. The remaining two Mist Ninjas blinked in disbelief, exchanging glances. What just happened? How did the captain die? It was that kid. He made the move. It must have been the water iron cannon. Upon hearing this, not only were they shocked, but Afang and Kyotaro were also rendered speechless. Afang hurriedly approached Uchihana, first glancing at him, then shifting his gaze towards the lifeless body. A pool of blood forming beneath it, an unsettling sight. Wu, when did you learn the water iron cannon? Isn't that a secret technique of the Kirigakure clan? Initially astonished, he then began to question. Uchihana scratched his head. I suppose I inadvertently created it while practicing ninjutsu, trying to compress water-release chakra. You two must keep this a secret for me. Afang was so excited he nearly burst into tears. Of course, we are the best of teammates. If the village finds out, you will definitely be in trouble, so refrain from using it again. You are truly a genius. It seems we might actually pass the Chunin exam this time. Uchihana chuckled softly, but before anything else, they needed to deal with the two remaining nuisances before them. At that moment, the atmosphere around Afang and Kyotaro shifted dramatically. They were determined not to let their opponents escape. Uchihana cast a sidelong glance. Well aware that Mist Ninjas were formidable, one moment they appeared cowardly, and the next they transformed into serious adversaries. The two Mist Ninjas, though frightened, maintained a facade of composure. So what if you can use the water iron cannon? A fool is still a fool. We were just caught off guard. Despite their bravado, their bodies involuntarily recoiled. One Mist Ninja glanced back and noticed that his companion had already retreated nearly out of sight. How can you leave me behind? Wait for me. Uchiha raised his hand and unleashed two more water iron cannon shots. After several attempts, his aim had grown remarkably precise. At this moment, Afang swallowed hard. He was genuinely awed by Uchihana's prowess. How had he not noticed before that his teammate was so impressive, so strong, so extraordinary? Wu, you are truly incredible. With you here, we are certain to advance to the third round of the exam. Uchihana chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? I'm not sure. My abilities are merely decent. Perhaps I was just fortunate. Ha ha ha. Kyotaro, usually reticent, began to extol Uchihana's virtues. If your skills are merely decent, then our talents are truly non-existent. Regardless, we owe you our gratitude for saving us. Those three water iron cannon shots were simply magnificent. Afang had already begun to search the body, while Uchiha stood idly by. I found it. The bell is here. Afang waved the bell enthusiastically at the two. He rummaged a bit more and managed to extract several ninja tools from the three Mist Ninjas. Then, with a beaming smile, he approached Uchiha, unexpectedly discovering 5 explosive tags among the items, a valuable find worth several thousand ryo. I'll take these. Where shall we go next? Should we find a place to hide? Following Uchihana's display of strength, both teammates regarded him with newfound respect. After tidying up, Afang immediately sought his opinion. So, Wu, where to next? Should we continue to look for a safe spot? Uchihana waved his hand dismissively. I have no preference. Anywhere is fine. Do we need 2 bells to clear the second exam? No, we need 3 bells to pass the second exam. Wu, how could you forget? Ugh. My head hurts a bit. Perhaps I sustained an injury. Are you all right? I'm fine. Since we still need 1 more bell, let us search for other teams. Isn't that a bit too aggressive? Not at all, trust me. With Uchihana's assurance, the trio began to seek out other small teams. Naturally, Afang and Kyotaro felt a mixture of nervousness and apprehension. In contrast, Uchihana remained remarkably calm, almost overly so, as if he were at home. Hands clasped behind his neck, a blade of grass in his mouth, humming a tune. This demeanor led Afang and Kyotaro to feel as though they were not participating in a Chunin exam, but rather on a leisurely outing. As they walked, the surrounding mist thickened gradually. Uchihana slowed his pace, and his 2 temporary companions sensed something amiss. Afang whispered, Wu, let us stop for a moment. This seems to be the mist technique. We might be walking into an ambush. Uchihana remained unfazed, casually spitting out the grass he had been chewing. It's not a possibility of encountering an ambush, it's a certainty. You two be careful. I can't guarantee your safety. Yes, we will be careful. At that point, Uchihana activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, yet due to the thick fog, it was difficult for his teammates to notice. He wielded a kunai instead of the Kusanagi sword. This level of combat was merely a fleeting moment for him. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the dense mist. Charging at Uchihana, he kicked out, and before he could discern the assailant's face, the individual was sent flying like a cannonball, accompanied by a dull thud and a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Bam! Afang and Kyotaro were utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Uchihana took the initiative, vanishing from sight in a flash, leaving Afang and Kyotaro in a state of panic. Wu, where did you go? The two stood back to back, trembling in fear. Chapter 23, the third Chunin exam, the free-for-all. Where have you gone, Wugong? Uchihana glided through the dense fog like a specter. Two anguished cries pierced the air, intensifying their fear and anxiety. As the mist began to dissipate, they beheld Uchihana standing there, one hand gripping a fallen mist ninja. The stout Afang and Kyoji widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him in astonishment. What just happened? Wugong, how did you accomplish this? Thud. Thud. Uchihana casually discarded the lifeless bodies of 2 mist ninjas before them. Perhaps I was merely fortunate. I happened to catch them. The fog was thick, and I felt a bit nervous, prompting me to act recklessly. Afang wiped away beads of cold sweat from his forehead, genuinely exclaiming, impressive. This was merely the beginning. Uchihana continued to engage in combat, while his 2 teammates stood behind, cheering him on. Gradually, they became somewhat numb to the spectacle, convinced that Uchihana was the strongest person in the world. After collecting the bells, Uchihana straightened up. We have passed the second examination, correct? Where shall we head next? Afang pulled out a map, studying it for a moment before indicating a direction. It should be this way. If we continue forward, we will reach the assembly point and submit the bells, thereby passing the second exam. Let us proceed. Uchihana uttered this with a casual air before elegantly turning to leave, his 2 teammates hurriedly following. However, the journey ahead was fraught with challenges, including traps, poisonous barriers, and enormous beasts. Yet, with Uchihana leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. As they approached the task assembly point, Afang and Kyoji looked at Uchihana with gleaming eyes. At that moment, he had become their most admired figure. We've arrived. Let us enter. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 masked mist ninjas. They must be part of the special forces, Afang speculated. They presented the bells to the 2 ninjas, who confirmed everything was in order, allowing them to pass the assessment and receive the tokens for the third exam. However, they could not leave the examination grounds. Unlike other ninja villages, the examinations proceeded continuously from the initial written test to the final challenge. Had they arrived earlier, they might have had a chance to rest. The second exam, akin to the rules of the Death Forest, required survival for 5 days and the collection of 3 bells. Uchihana's team had arrived relatively late. They had been hiding for a considerable time before his joining. The proctor, who had been observing from behind a screen, was somewhat astonished. These 3 youngsters seemed quite weak during their time at the Ninja Academy. I never expected them to pass the exam. It appears they possess some skill. I am looking forward to the upcoming challenges. After resting overnight, Uchiha still wore his mask, and his teammates harbored no suspicions. It seemed his disguise was effective. The third exam was set to take place in the heart of the Mist Forest, where all successful ninjas would engage in a chaotic free-for-all. The last two teams standing would pass the Chunin exams. Indeed, those who did not survive would meet their demise in the blood mist. With Uchiha included, 11 teams had successfully passed the second exam, adding considerable excitement to the third. Uchiha entered the arena alongside his two teammates, who clung closely to him, their expressions betraying their trepidation. Wugong, we may find it challenging to pass this exam. This might be our final time together. Thank you for helping us through the second exam. Uchiha remained silent. The fog was so thick that visibility was nearly non-existent. If the three strayed even slightly apart, they risked becoming lost. No, don't kill me. Ah, a scream echoed from within the mist, heightening Afong and Kyoji's anxiety. Wugong, I'm scared. Within the fog, a sinister laughter approached. Uchiha narrowed his eyes. An adversary was coming. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him, its arm adorned with specially crafted metal bracers, edged with sharp blades. Uchiha swiftly drew his Kusanagi sword, parrying the attack head-on. Clang! The moment the Kusanagi met the iron bracer, a sharp metallic sound resonated. Uchiha's arm trembled. Had he not gripped it tightly, the sword might have been knocked from his hand. Such incredible strength. Uchiha struck again, the blade flashing like lightning, aimed at the opponent's neck. Thud! Before the blood could spurt, the mist ninja fell lifelessly to the ground. Wugong, where are you? Uchiha quickly retreated. I'm right here, don't panic. As the three regrouped, the surrounding fog began to clear. Uchiha, momentarily bewildered, scanned his surroundings and discovered they stood in a vast arena, with several enormous spectator stands 100 meters away. Ah, so we are to be the entertainment, Afong stammered, his voice quivering. Now that the fog has lifted, we are in even greater danger. What do you mean? He inquired. Once someone dies, the fog dissipates. And that is when the true chaos begins. Uchiha nodded, understanding. You two stay here. I will ensure your safety. Soon, other ninjas began to target them. Uchiha stood like an impenetrable wall, dispatching the incoming foes one after another. Among the spectators were several powerful figures from the Mist Village. Terumi sat not far from Keigitsu Yashiro, with Ao beside her. Her gaze was captivated by Uchiha. Ao. I never imagined this Jinin would wield a blade with such skill. I don't recall seeing him before. Ao shook his head. I haven't heard of him either. Perhaps he has been concealing his abilities. He could very well be a suitable candidate to succeed the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, he is rather ostentatious. Such a manner could make survival difficult. A glimmer of intrigue danced in Terumi's eyes. Perhaps, but I find myself eagerly anticipating his forthcoming performance. Chapter 24. The Water Dragon's Devastation. Annihilate them all. Several elders were engaged in hushed discussions, contemplating whether to protect him. After all, his swordsmanship was remarkable and could be an asset to their side. Beside them, a short and thin elder, wielding a scepter, snorted disdainfully, declaring that if survival was not possible, there was no point in discussing the protection of a corpse. He decided to observe the young man's strength further. Due to Uchiha's dazzling performance, the ninjas below took notice, momentarily halting their skirmishes in an unspoken agreement to eliminate the most troublesome individual first. They collectively agreed to confront him. His swordsmanship was too formidable to ignore, and it was wiser to eliminate him at once. Uchiha, with swift and precise strikes, unleashed a flurry of attacks, his fervor bordering on madness, provoking the ire of the other ninjas. Although they all had their sights set on him, none dared to engage first, resulting in an awkward standoff where each ninja waited for another to make the initial move, hoping to claim the spoils afterward. From the viewing platform, Terumi found the situation amusing, exclaiming, "Oh dear, are they about to be besieged?" Yet, it seems they cannot reach a consensus at this rate. Defeating him will prove quite challenging. Other Mist ninjas echoed her sentiments, criticizing their peers for their cowardice in seeking to pick up the pieces from behind. Kisame Hashigaki squinted slightly, seemingly intrigued by Uchiha's skillful swordplay. Next to him, Zabuza Momochi pondered whether to recruit him into the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, Kisame shook his head, deeming his abilities merely decent, with true strength yet to be determined. As the tension built, a figure abruptly shattered the impasse, charging at Uchiha with dual blades in a frenzy, proclaiming, "Aha! I shall become the successor of the dual blade flounder. I shall." Uchiha frowned. taken aback by the sudden appearance of this madman. The dual-wielding lunatic relentlessly slashed at Uchiha's Kusanagi sword, forcing him to retreat. This display significantly bolstered the confidence of the other mist ninjas, who swiftly converged upon him. Water release, water trumpet technique. One of the mist ninjas leaped and unleashed a torrent of water towards Uchiha. As he retreated, he noticed two feeble allies behind him. If he continued to back away, they would be in peril. With a sudden surge of speed, Uchiha executed a sharp turn. All right, I am truly angered now. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the dual-blade madman flying, along with several mist ninjas in his wake. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, conjuring a massive whirlpool beneath the feet of the gathered mist ninjas. Terumi Mei's brow furrowed in confusion, questioning the nature of this water release technique. Beside her, Ao abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Lady Terumi, this technique resembles that of the second Hokage." Terumi Mei gasped in disbelief, rising from her seat. Impossible. The second Hokage has long since perished, and most of his water release techniques were never passed down. The whirlpool expanded dramatically, engulfing all but Uchiha's two companions and a handful of ninjas. The elder of the mist grew anxious, pondering the intentions of this formidable adversary. Kisame and Zabuza exchanged glances, fixating intently on Uchiha. Even the usually silent Kisame was captivated, for he excelled in large-scale water release techniques and had never encountered this particular jutsu. What an intriguing individual, he mused. How could he infiltrate the mist village? Kagura Yuzora sat silently, his expression void of any discernible emotion. The whirlpool swelled into a colossal vortex, water spiraling upwards in a breathtaking spectacle. Those in the stands could no longer remain composed. Terumi Mei shouted, "This cannot continue. It will annihilate all the participants." Ao coughed lightly, urging, "Lady Terumi, please, don't." Hearing Ao's plea, Terumi Mei sighed, as if drained of all strength. Uchiha, hands clasped together, summoned a massive water dragon above the whirlpool. Water release. Water dragon's devastation. The dragon opened its maw and lunged toward the vortex, consuming the trapped mist ninjas, none of whom could escape. At that moment, Uchiha's companions were left in stunned disbelief. "Gosh, Garo, how did he become so powerful?" Fat Alfong exclaimed. Kaiji. We mistook our man from the beginning." Boom. The water dragon descended, causing the vortex to explode, scattering the bodies of the mist ninjas in all directions. Not only did Terumi Mei lose her composure, but the elders were equally unsettled. This individual could not possibly be one of their lower-ranked ninjas. Who was he to dare disrupt their CHNIN exams? The elder of the mist shouted loudly. Yet he dared not confront Uchiha, thoroughly intimidated by the earlier display of prowess. Suddenly, a system notification echoed through the air. Ding! The host showcased Water Dragon's devastation, imparting valuable insights to the mist ninjas and eliminating their nefarious elements. Reward, water release. Mist concealment technique, water release. Water disturbance wave, water release. Water whip technique. Water release, water prison technique. Uchiha, initially seeking mere amusement, was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected rewards, realizing the esteemed status of those in the stands. While he was lost in thought, a group of mist Umbu ninjas surged forward, encircling him. "What do you want? Why have the Umbu infiltrated? I am currently engaged in the third round of the exams." Uchiha scanned the area. One Umbu stepped forward, asserting, "Regardless of your identity, you must accompany us at once." Uchiha's expression darkened significantly. "You lot have no sense of reason. I have traversed oceans to arrive at the mist village, painstakingly excavating the grave of the second Mizukage. And yet, I find myself entangled in your CHNIN exams. I have yet to settle the score with you." His voice resonated loudly in the now silent arena, catching the attention of the elders. Excavating the grave of the second Mizukage? Wait, this man is the infamous Tomb Raider? Terumi Mei and Ao were equally taken aback, realizing the identity of the individual before them. Terumi Mei's expression grew even more complex. "I heard that he is exceptionally powerful. Ao, what shall we do next?" Ao coolly replied, "Let us observe the unfolding events." Chapter 25, The Uprising of the Ghost Lantern and the Assassination of the Fourth Mizukage. Uchiha heard the elders shout, "You old man. You truly lack the spirit of a raccoon. Who are you calling a Tomb Raider? Am I digging up your grave?" The second Mizukage remained silent, but the elder was stammering with rage, pointing at Uchiha, struggling to articulate his words. You, kill this guy for me." Uchiha gripped the Kusanagi sword, declaring, "One dies for each who comes, and two for a pair." The typically fearless Umbu ninjas were now somewhat flustered. Their indifference to death did not equate to foolishness. The strength of the opponent before them was evident, and if they continued to engage, they would merely be delivering themselves as offerings. Just as they remained in a stalemate, a commotion erupted from the stands. Ghost Lantern Monica, accompanied by Zabuza Momochi and a throng of ninjas, charged toward Keiki Yagura. Release. Flounder. Expand. The flounder in Ghost Lantern Monica's hand swelled, slicing toward Keiki Yagura. Aihana was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? From his vantage point, he recognized the two figures as Ghost Lantern Monica and Zabuza Momochi. At that moment, invigorating shouts resonated through the air. Liberate the Hidden Mist Village. Abolish the Blood Mist Policy. Eliminate Keiki Yagura. Upon hearing these cries, Aihana grasped the situation. This was a coup orchestrated by Ghost Lantern Monica. He vanished from his position, leaving several mist Umbu perplexed. Aihana sought the best vantage point to observe, spotting Kisame Hashigaki beside Keiki Yagura. It appeared that Keiki Yagura had been under Obito's control for many years, and upon the dispelling of the illusion, he was met with a grim fate. Ghost Lantern Monica's dual blades failed to strike Keiki Yagura, being intercepted by Kisame's Samahata. Kisame, step aside. Kisame chuckled lightly. Not a chance, Lord Monica. Who would have thought you would turn traitor and attempt to slay the fourth Mizukage? Aihana relished the unfolding drama from a close distance when Meitarumi approached him. Sir, may I inquire about your purpose in our hidden mist village? Her voice was intoxicating, as if it could melt one's very being. Aihana turned to see an exquisitely beautiful face framed by fair contours. Ahem, you're too close for comfort. I merely came to witness the spectacle, he added. And why aren't you lending a hand? Meitarumi replied, not yet. It's not the right moment. Ghost Lantern Monica and his allies cannot succeed. It seemed she was fully aware of the situation and was waiting for an opportune moment for AO to engage with the fourth Mizukage illusion. Sir, could you assist our hidden mist village? I am willing to offer a reward. She lowered her collar slightly, causing Aihana to swallow hard, his ears reddening. This woman was undeniably perilous. No, I am not in need of money. Seek someone else. Mei's eyes glimmered. This reward could be exchanged for something else. Could it be? You? Aihana jested. Indeed, Meitarumi elongated her words, attempting to ensnare Aihana's soul. Suddenly, a figure was sent hurtling towards Uchiha and Ebang. Who ambushed me? Caught off guard, Aihana nearly toppled. Zabuza had been struck away, still clutching his executioner's blade. It seemed that the time had come for Zabuza to defect from the hidden mist. Remembering Zabuza's words about returning to this country, he thought of the significance. Zabuza, disregarding his pain, scrambled to his feet and glanced at the Tomb Raider. Out of respect for Uchiha's prowess, he spoke politely. My apologies, sir, for inadvertently harming you. No, it's fine. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Uchiha's mind. Ding. Emergency mission issued. Please protect the fourth Mizukage from Ghost Lantern Monica's assassination. Rewards to be assessed and granted post-action. Failure penalty. The host will be reduced by 10 centimeters. System, are you alright? Why must I protect him? You audacious system, imposing punishments. The thought of such a penalty sent a chill through Uchiha. Though he would still stand at 175 centimeters, the prospect felt excessively cruel. In an instant, Uchiha vanished, reappearing between Ghost Lantern Monica and Keiki Yagura. Monica was momentarily taken aback, halting his blade, while Keiki Yagura, clutching his coral staff, also froze. Tomb Raider? What do you intend to do? Monica questioned, his expression one of surprise. Uchiha ignored him, focusing his gaze on Keiki Yagura. Look into my eyes. Instinctively, Keiki Yagura turned to meet Uchiha's Sharingan, which surpassed Obito's Genjutsu. Keiki Yagura fell into Uchiha's illusion, standing motionless, disregarding the watchful eyes of Kisame and Ghost Lantern Monica. Uchiha seized Keiki Yagura and activated a powerful invisibility technique, Dustless Miasma. In an instant, both Keiki Yagura and Uchiha vanished, their presence entirely erased. Ghost Lantern Monica and Kisame were left in utter bewilderment. Where did he go? Monica scanned the area frantically. Meanwhile, Kisame was equally alarmed. The chakra presence had completely dissipated. Impossible. Could it be space-time ninjutsu? Meitarumi rushed to Ao's side. Ao, where did that man take the fourth Mizukage? Ao frowned. He left swiftly. We cannot catch up. Ghost Lantern Monica, Zabuza, and the accompanying ninjas watched in dismay as Keiki Yagura disappeared. Zabuza, anxious, turned to Monica. What should we do next? With unwavering determination, Monica replied, you take Suigetsu and retreat from the hidden mist village. I will hold them off. But, no buts. Move now. Ghost Lantern Monica summoned all his ninja blades, ready to bear the wrath of the elders alone. Chapter 26. The release of the fourth Mizukage? What is this operation? The formidable strength of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon was indeed impressive. However, when faced with the relentless assault of the Mist Ninjas, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Not far away, Terumi Mei attempted several times to assist, but was repeatedly halted by Ao. Lady Terumi Mei, the mist needs you. It needs you to lead everyone out of this blood mist. Meanwhile, Aihana, accompanied by Citrus Yagura, fled in a frantic escape, running without pause. Once assured that there were no pursuers behind them, they came to a halt, and it took out a map to confirm their direction. It's quite far. Well, we shall proceed slowly. He cast a weighty stone technique on Citrus Yagura, binding him with a rope, resembling a person walking a dog. After Zabuza had managed to escape, he found Ghost Lantern Suigetsu and Haku. He said little to them, merely urging them onward as they continued to flee, with Mist Ninjas still in pursuit. Suigetsu incessantly inquired, "Mr. Zabuza, how's my brother?" Zabuza gritted his teeth, feigning calmness. "Suigetsu, your brother will soon be able to join us. We must leave this place now." Meanwhile, Ghost Lantern Full Moon was besieged by the Mist Ninjas, and as the relentless attacks wore him down, he began to tire. Nevertheless, the fourth Mizukage had already fled with Aihana, searching for an opportunity to escape. Terumi Mei turned to Ao, asking Ao, "Can you trace the path the earlier individual took?" Ao furrowed his brow. "I can give it a try." He formed a hand seal, activating his Byakugan. With the Byakugan activated, he could clearly track the route taken by Uchiha Ne. Clenching her fists, Terumi Mei resolved that regardless of whether the fourth was alive or dead, he must be brought back. "Let us attempt to pursue." "Yes, Lady Terumi Mei." The two of them followed the trail using Byakugan, while Uchiha had slowed his pace. One hand holding the rope, with the fourth Mizukage floating in midair, resembling both a dog walker and a balloon vendor. "No one is pursuing me?" Then, onward to the seaside. Uchiha followed the map, seeking the closest route to the coast. After half a day's journey, he finally arrived at the shore, instructing the fourth Mizukage to stand there while he scanned the surroundings. This tree appears to be suitable." He drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist and took a few measured strokes. Swish, swish, swish. In 3 swift cuts, 3 trees fell. At that moment, Terumi Mei and Ao caught up, as Uchiha had not taken any measures to conceal his movements. Even without Byakugan, traces of his presence were evident. Coincidentally, Zabuza, having shaken off their pursuers, also arrived at this location. Upon seeing Uchiha standing there, continuously cutting down trees, they were left quite perplexed. Terumi Mei's eyes brimmed with confusion. "Ao, what is he doing?" Ao scratched his head. "I'm not sure. Let us observe." Uchiha wielded the Kusanagi sword, engaging in carpentry, and in no time, he fashioned a small boat that resembled a coffin. Zabuza gulped. "He can't be intending to." Haku added, "Mr. Zabuza, is he planning to take the fourth Mizukage away by boat?" "It seems so." Terumi Mei remained skeptical, believing that a mere small boat would struggle to navigate the vast sea. Uchiha effortlessly tossed the fourth Mizukage into the makeshift coffin, feeling quite pleased with himself as he clapped his hands and exhaled deeply. This should suffice. With a swift kick, he sent the coffin into the water, and aided by the waves, the still unconscious fourth Mizukage drifted further away. Terumi Mei watched in horror. He actually released the fourth Mizukage. "Ao, hurry and retrieve the fourth Mizukage." They rushed forward in haste. Zabuza, bewildered, did not comprehend the situation, instinctively turning away as Terumi Mei dashed out. "Terumi Mei and Ao, what are you doing here?" The two offered no reply. Haku and Ghost Lantern Suigetsu were equally puzzled. "Mr. Zabuza, why is the fourth Mizukage floating away in a boat?" Zabuza shook his head. At that moment, Uchiha gazed at the drifting coffin, which was becoming increasingly distant, until a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host has rescued the fourth Mizukage, Citrus Yagura, preventing his assassination, an admirable deed. However, due to the host's inappropriate actions, the reward has been diminished." Reward: water release. Water mirror technique. Uchiha was about to protest when the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding! The host has released the Three Tails Jinchuriki, pioneering the act of release, accruing immeasurable merit. Reward: Three Tails Tail Beast 1, an innate perfect Jinchuriki." As soon as the system finished speaking, Uchiha felt an influx of energy within him. This energy, it's so powerful. It's about to emerge. Concurrently, a chilling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the sea, unmistakably the fourth Mizukage's voice. Uchiha swallowed hard, uncertainly querying, "System, Where did this three tails come from? Ding. There is only one three-tailed beast in the entire ninja world. Realizing the system had directly extracted the three tails and attached it to him, Aihana understood that his casual play had inadvertently initiated this unprecedented act of release. Upon reflection, it made sense, as it was improbable anyone had ever released the fourth Mizukage, a three-tails Jinchuriki. How delightful. The act of release is truly wonderful. Aihana gazed contentedly at the slightly turbulent sea. Suddenly, two figures rushed up behind him. Aihana's ears perked up, and turning to see Terumi, Mei, and Ao charging toward him, he questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Firmly gripping the Kusanagi sword, he prepared for combat. Unexpectedly, Terumi, Mei, and Ao ignored him, leaping into the sea. Aihana chuckled at their folly. Wait, it's already too late for rescue. Zabuza, still observing from the side, found Aihana's statement perplexing. However, he could not linger any longer, especially with two children in his care. Just as he prepared to leave, a tremendous explosion resonated. Boom. The already distant coffin erupted in a fiery display, the splashes reaching heights of over 10 meters. Terumi, Mei, and Ao stood in stunned silence, gazing at the explosion in disbelief. Aihana shook his head in resignation. I told you, it's already too late for rescue. From the very beginning, I placed explosive tags inside the coffin. Oh no, the small boat. After drifting a certain distance, it would detonate automatically. Terumi, Mei, and Ao stared blankly, as if they had not heard Aihana's words, their eyes lost in the expanse of the sea. Chapter 27. The request of Terumi, Mei, and the unyielding elder of the Mist Well. You all continue to dawdle here. I shall take my leave, Aihana said, crossing his arms behind his neck and whistling nonchalantly as he strolled away. Standing upon the sea, Terumi, Mei glanced at Qing. I believe this may be an opportunity, she remarked. Qing frowned slightly. Lady Terumi, Mei, what do you intend to do? Leaping from the water to the shore, Terumi, Mei called out to Aihana, Mr. Grave Robber, please wait a moment. Aihana halted his steps. What is it? Do you wish to challenge me? To avenge your fourth Mizukage? Clenching her fingers and biting her lip, Terumi, Mei replied, No, I believe you can assist us in the Mist Village. Aihana slowly turned around. Why would I help you? I killed your fourth Mizukage. You should hate me. Moreover, I have no reason to aid the Mist Village. Terumi, Mei, clearly agitated, insisted. As long as you help us, we can offer you a handsome reward, 10 million Ryo. No, 30 million Ryo. Aihana shook his head. You must have seen my bounty. That old man from Awagakure put it up, even slandering me as a grave robber. Your offer pales in comparison to my bounty. However, if you are willing to offer something more substantial, I might consider it. Terumi, Mei instinctively took 2 steps back, her hands curling into fists against her chest. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Beside her, Qing grew anxious. Lady Terumi, Mei, no. This man is unreliable. Furthermore, the fourth Mizukage's fate is uncertain. Perhaps we can still save him. Terumi, Mei shouted. Qing, be quiet. Mr. Grave Robber, I promise you, as long as you can assist the Mist Village. At that moment, Terumi, Mei's face was crimson, from her cheeks to her ears. Aihana chuckled mischievously. All right, I may consider your offer. However, refrain from calling me a grave robber. You may refer to me simply as Neo. But be aware, I will not intervene at every turn. I will act only when I deem it necessary. If I choose not to engage, I will merely observe. Is that acceptable? Qing clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Lady Terumi, Mei. Terumi, Mei nodded. That is fine. I agree, Mr. Neo. Once this matter is resolved, I will provide you with 30 million Ryo, and there is also that other matter. Her voice trailed off, fading into silence. Aihana chuckled lightly. Very well, let us proceed. Seeing Terumi, Mei's determination, Qing ceased his protests. Zabuza, who had been observing silently, appeared taken aback, while Hozuki Suigetsu tugged at Zabuza's sleeve. Zabuza, who is that man? Why is Lady Terumi, Mei treating him with such deference? Zabuza's tone was laced with apprehension. This individual infiltrated the Chunin exams, utilizing the second Mizukage's water ninjutsu, Water Dragon Bite, to slay a group of ninjas. Then, in front of Lord Hozuki Mangetsu, Lord Kisame Hashigaki, and Lady Terumi, Mei, he abducted the fourth Mizukage, vanishing without a trace. I suspect Lady Terumi, Mei and the others have tracked him down using Byakugan. Hozuki Suigetsu's eyes widened in astonishment. How powerful! Inside, Terumi, Mei felt a tremor of unease. She was unaware of Aihana's true strength. However, she recognized Zabuza's rare display of concern and fear. Zabuza, Terumi, Mei called, the fourth Mizukage is dead. You need not flee any longer. It is time to end the Blood Mist era. Will you join us in overturning its policies? Without hesitation, Zabuza nodded, of course. But Lord Hozuki Mangetsu is still here. Terumi Mei rested her chin on her hand. He should be fine. After all, he is a genius with the sword. Under Terumi Mei's leadership, they made their way to the Mist Village. Aihana said nothing, merely following alongside them. Before long, they arrived back at the Mist Village. Terumi Mei acted decisively, swiftly rallying a large group of ninjas to her side. This made Aihana raise an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this woman is indeed remarkable. Since Lord Hozuki Mangetsu made his move, she has remained composed. Clearly, she is well-informed and has made extensive preparations. It is evident that anyone capable of holding the title of Mizukage is no ordinary individual. They are shrewd and resolute, especially in the Blood Mist era. Truly an impressive woman. Aihana stood a short distance behind Terumi Mei, admiring her alluring figure. Soon, Terumi Mei confronted the Elders of the Mist. An elderly man, grasping a serpent-headed scepter and appearing partly buried in the ground, emerged. This man was the most powerful elder in the Mist Village, Yuan-Shi, whose authority surpassed even that of the Mizukage. All village affairs were subject to his discretion. Upon seeing him, Aihana felt a wave of discomfort. Yuan-Shi's face was lined with deep wrinkles, revealing no emotional fluctuation. Terumi Mei, what is the purpose of bringing these individuals here? Just as Terumi Mei was about to respond, Aihana stepped in front of her. Old man, I killed your fourth Mizukage. You have two choices. First, relinquish your power and allow Terumi Mei to become the fifth Mizukage. Second, you can join the fourth Mizukage in the afterlife. Though Aihana exuded arrogance, his presence beside Terumi Mei instilled a sense of security in her. You silence. The elder interrupted. What are you considering, old man? Yuan-Shi remained silent, while several elders stepped back, sensing the elder's rising fury. Who are you, brat? Terumi Mei, is this child someone you summoned? Despite being half-buried, the old man radiated an intimidating aura. Having grown up in the Mist Village, Terumi Mei felt a twinge of fear toward the elder. Elder, the fourth Mizukage has perished. It is time to end the Blood Mist era. Yuan-Shi struck the ground heavily with his serpent-headed staff. So this fellow was indeed brought here by you, correct? Chapter 28. The Killing of Elder Yuan-Shi. The great turmoil of Kirigakure. The surrounding elders directed their ire towards Terumi Mei, inciting the emotions of the ninjas. Terumi Mei, you are also a part of the Mist Village. This individual has slain the fourth Mizukage, and instead of intervening, you stand beside him. Do you wish to be a traitor as well? That person beside you is Zabuza, and you dare to associate with such a rogue. Terumi Mei felt a sense of panic. If things continued this way, not only would they fail to end the Blood Mist, but they would also plunge the Mist Village into a deeper abyss. The surrounding ninjas, swayed by the winds of sentiment, began to stir. What? Lord Terumi Mei actually watched as the fourth Mizukage was killed without intervening. However, it seems that she has been close to rogue ninjas like Hozuki Mangetsu before. At that moment, Ao suddenly spoke. Everyone, do you truly appreciate the current state of Kirigakure? Reflect on how you became ninjas. Do you wish for your descendants to follow the same path? His words rendered the crowd speechless. Elder Yuan-Shi stepped forward and struck his snake-headed staff against the ground. Terumi Mei, do you consider me, an elder, to be dead? Aihana stretched lazily and yawned. Old man, the opportunity was given to you, but alas, you failed to seize it. Elder Yuan-Shi turned, perplexed. What do you mean, brat? Aihana stood silently, his mask obscuring his face. His Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming from the three-tomo to the kaleidoscopic form. Kaminari no Kin. A crackling sound of electricity surged around Yuan-Shi. Yuan-Shi eyed Aihana warily. What is this? Lightning release? Some elders grew tense. Protect Elder Yuan-Shi. Quickly, before the ninjas could encircle him, a flash of red lightning erupted around Yuan-Shi. With a crackle, Yuan-Shi let out a soul-piercing scream, and several nearby ninjas were similarly affected by the crimson electricity. The shrieks were short-lived. The immense power of the red lightning reduced Yuan-Shi to charred remains within mere moments. The surrounding elders and ninjas stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. What just happened? Where did that lightning come from? Wait, Elder Yuan-Shi is dead. Panic ensued, for with Yuan-Shi's demise, they realized their own lives were now at stake. Not only were the elders shocked, but Terumi Mei and her allies were equally bewildered. Ao gaped. What just happened? Where did that lightning come from? It killed Elder Yuan-Shi? Terumi Mei's eyes widened as she observed the charred remains of Yuan-Shi, then turned to Uchiha and Ina. Was it you? What technique was that? Uchiha remained silent, but as Terumi Mei prepared to press further, he interjected. Hey, this guy is already dead. Are you not going to take action? Terumi Mei's expression shifted from surprise to seriousness. Today, we shall end the blood mist. For the peaceful development of Kirigakure. We must shed blood. As she rallied the ninjas, more began to turn against their previous allegiances, and the elders, realizing they were outmatched, surrendered. It was clear that Terumi Mei was not a weak ruler. She understood that to truly end the blood mist, a price of blood must be paid. The cries of the fallen echoed continuously. Just as they were turning the tide, Kisame abruptly stepped forward. Accompanied by another figure wearing a tiger-striped mask and clad in the red cloud Akatsuki robe. The mysterious masked man spoke in a low voice. I did not anticipate such an unexpected turn of events. Someone was able to break the illusion I cast upon the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Kisame, somewhat confused, inquired, What shall we do next? The masked man replied, It seems Kirigakure can no longer be controlled. Where has the Three Tails Jinchuriki gone? Kisame recalled. He was taken by that guy just now. It seems the masked figure killed the Jinchuriki based on their conversation. The masked man glanced at Aihana, recognizing yet another enigmatic individual. Very well, let us temporarily abandon Kirigakure. He planned to court Aihana after the situation here was resolved. Unaware that the grave robber was indeed Aihana, under Terumi Mei's leadership. The situation quickly tilted in her favor as the remnants supporting Yuanshi and the 4th Mizuki were either slain or surrendered. The battle was brief, lasting little over an hour. Terumi Mei approached Aihana. Mr. No, once I handle the remaining matters, I shall reward you with the compensation and items you desire. Aihana nodded. Let us proceed. There remains much to address in the village. A faint blush graced Terumi Mei's cheeks. For the first time, she felt the warmth of relying on someone. She did not aspire to be an exceptionally powerful woman, but the environment of Kirigakure had shaped her. Her gaze towards Aihana had transformed. What are you looking at? Nothing. Terumi Mei rarely displayed such bashfulness. After the primary unification war concluded, numerous factions still required consolidation. Terumi Mei, accompanied by Ao and Zabuza, was busily preoccupied. She initially believed her actions were swift enough, yet many remnants of Yuanchi's faction managed to escape. The lack of Yuanchi's endorsement posed significant challenges to Terumi Mei's efforts to unify Kirigakure. Aihana intervened several times, and his ruthless methods simplified matters considerably. Zabuza's perception of Aihana shifted. He recognized the strength of such an existence and yearned to protect the nation one day. Soon, tales of Aihana's exploits spread throughout Kirigakure. The grave robber inadvertently entered the Chunin exam site while excavating the grave of the 2nd Mizuki. The grave robber toyed with the ninjas and abducted the 4th Mizuki. The grave robber, before Lord Terumi Mei, swiftly dispatched the 4th Mizuki while boasting. Elder Yuanshi was struck down in a single blow by the grave robber. Was it divine retribution or the grave robber's prowess? After addressing the remaining trivial matters, Aihana distanced himself from Terumi Mei, wandering leisurely. As he traversed the bustling streets filled with busy ninjas attending to various tasks, they would stop and bow respectfully upon seeing him. Greetings, Lord Grave Robber. Thank you for your deeds. We appreciate your role in ending the blood mist. Some even shed tears, truly regarding him as their savior. Aihana felt embarrassed but chose not to dwell on their choice of address. As he reached a relatively desolate area, a shadow appeared behind him. Chapter 29. The Night Raid of Kagayame. Who goes there? Aihana halted his steps. The mysterious masked man chuckled softly. Perhaps I could refer to myself in another way. The most formidable tomb raider in the ninja world. Aihana casually uttered, Akatsuki. The masked man fell momentarily silent, sensing an odd familiarity intertwined with strangeness in that name. Akatsuki, do you have any interest in joining our organization? Aihana feigned ignorance in his inquiry. Akatsuki? What kind of organization is that? What could it offer me? The masked man laughed lightly. A hint of arrogance in his tone. Whatever you desire, Akatsuki can provide. Akatsuki, what do you say? Join us. Aihana fell into contemplation, pondering the offer. Really? Of course. Then what if I desire women? Obito clenched his fists, astonished at this man's lasciviousness. As long as you join Akatsuki, everything you desire can be yours. Akatsuki is the most powerful organization in the ninja world. Aihana nodded slightly. That sounds appealing. However, I have matters to attend to now. Let us discuss this further once I conclude my business in the Land of Mist. The masked man produced a map, marked with specific locations. When you've made your decision, seek me out here. Understood. After Aihana spoke, the masked man activated his space-time ninjutsu and vanished in an instant. Once the other had departed, Aihana pondered whether Obito truly remained oblivious to his dual identity as both a Tomb Raider and Uchiha Ini. Nonetheless, perhaps joining Akatsuki might lead to intriguing endeavors. Aihana wandered through the Land of Mist for a good part of the day, finding only one restaurant still in operation. While the others were shuttered, he entered and casually consumed a meal. Time passed swiftly, and soon evening arrived. Aihana made his way to the Mizukage's office, where he found several ninjas still engaged in their tasks. He casually inquired, "Where has Kagayame gone?" Hearing Uchihana's voice, they hastily paused their work. "Tomb Raider-sama, you have arrived. Lady Kagayame is still occupied. There are numerous issues in the village that demand her attention." Uchihana nodded. "Very well. Is there anywhere to stay in your village?" At that moment, the Land of Mist had no inns, and restaurants were scarce. A few ninjas huddled together, whispering among themselves. And after a while, one stepped forward. "Tomb Raider-sama, I can escort you to Lady Kagayame's residence." Uchihana remained silent. "Is there truly no other place to stay?" The ninja quickly replied, "It's not that there are no other options, but if you don't mind, you may stay at my home." "Forget it. Just take me to Kagayame's abode." Uchihana felt an inexplicable urge. Perhaps Kagayame had given prior instructions. He merely sought a place to rest for the night, considering Kagayame still owed him 30 million ryo, and he could not simply leave. The ninja guided Uchihana through the village until they reached Kagayame's residence. After a thorough search, he retrieved a key from beneath a flower pot. "Tomb Raider-sama, please enter. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I can prepare meals or provide any necessities." Uchihana waved his hand dismissively. "No need for anything. I have already eaten. You may return." "Yes, Tomb Raider-sama." Each time he heard that title, Uchihana felt a strange sensation, as though he were not in the world of Naruto but rather in a realm of fantasy. Uchihana surveyed the room, which was modest in size, consisting of a master bedroom and a secondary room, both tidily maintained, treating it as his own home. He casually took a bath and retrieved his sleepwear from his ninja tool scroll. Perhaps due to the day's fatigue, drowsiness swiftly enveloped him, and he lay down upon the bed. He did not remove his mask, succumbing to a deep slumber. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the door creaked open, and a graceful figure entered the room. Upon noticing Uchihana lying on her bed, Kagayame's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, betraying her shyness. After a long day filled with battles, she too felt weary. After a quick wash and changing into clean attire, she prepared for sleep. As she contemplated which room to choose, she found herself torn between the guest room and the agreement she had made with Uchihana. "Surely, you would appreciate this gesture." Taking a deep breath, Kagayame stepped into the master bedroom. Seeing Uchihana asleep so soundly, she cautiously lay down beside him. Relieved that the spacious bed accommodated two without feeling cramped, Kagayame could distinctly feel her heart racing. If this continued, she would find it impossible to sleep. She gently patted her flushed cheeks in an attempt to compose herself. After several minutes, Kagayame's heart remained unsettled, gazing at Uchihana's masked visage. Her curiosity about his true appearance surged. With hormones swirling through her mind, she felt a sense of confusion. Carefully, she rose and, with delicate movements, removed Uchihana's mask. In an instant, she was captivated by his youthful visage. So handsome and so young. Kagayame bent down and softly pecked his forehead. Perhaps a strand of hair brushed against Uchihana's face, causing him to inadvertently tilt his head, startling Kagayame into an upright position. Her heart raced as if she had committed a transgression. Seeing that Uchihana remained in deep slumber, she let out a sigh of relief, cautiously replacing the mask before returning to her side of the bed. Exhaustion took its toll, and despite her flushed cheeks and racing heart, Kagayame soon succumbed to sleep. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The following morning, Uchihana awoke first, slowly opening his eyes to find a woman lying beside him. Her face turned toward his. Instantly, Uchihana's face flushed crimson. What was happening? Kagayame, why was she sleeping right next to me? Uchihana at Chapter 30. Is Niji Uchiha? Niji Uchiha attempted to rise but found it somewhat challenging. How did it come to this? This won't do. He moved cautiously, gradually extricating his arm, and then carefully pushed Terumi's thigh down. Upon completing the task, Niji exhaled a long breath. With a rush, he dashed to the bathroom, where the cool water splashed against his face, soothing his frayed nerves. Once composed, he glanced at Terumi, who lay on the bed. I'll let you off this time. I truly am a good person, Niji mused sincerely. As Niji opened the door to leave, Terumi's eyes fluttered open. A glimmer of disappointment reflected in her beautiful gaze. She examined her body, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks. Wasn't it said that I would be rewarded? Why did he not take action? Terumi May felt a tinge of frustration. Her confidence wavering. Was her allure insufficient? Rising swiftly, she tidied up hastily and hurried to the Hokage's office. Aoi awaited her there. As soon as Terumi May sat down, she spoke. Aoi, gather 30 million ryo. This was previously agreed upon as the reward for him. Aoi nodded, expressing no dissent. Niji's displayed prowess was undeniably remarkable. Without him, the resolution of the blood mist would not have been achieved so expeditiously. In comparison, the 30 million ryo seemed trivial. As Niji walked through the village, he was greeted warmly by many, leaving him momentarily disoriented, even struggling to recall that he was in the village hidden in the mist. During his time in the Leaf Village, he had never received such respect. Instead, his Uchiha lineage had often subjected him to neglect and disdain. The mere thought of Konoha soured his mood. After breakfast, he wandered for a while. Terumi May should be up by now. I'll check the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Terumi May, diligently immersed in work, surrounded by a mountain of documents. Aoi glanced up. Lord Niji, you have arrived. Terumi May's face brightened upon seeing Niji. You're here. The 30 million ryo is being prepared. Given the current situation in the mist, it may take some time. However, I assure you it will be ready within 2 days. Niji waved dismissively. No rush. Have matters with the daimyo of the water country been resolved? Terumi May frowned. There are complications there. I prefer not to resort to violence. Very well, I shall assist you. It is only right, considering the funds you are providing. Find someone trustworthy to accompany me. Terumi May stood, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? That would be wonderful. I will join you. Aoi. You can manage the village's reconstruction in my absence. Aoi nodded. Of course, Lady Terumi May. The situation in the water country must be handled properly, otherwise it will lead to future troubles. Thus, they set off. As they exited the Hokage's office, Niji utilized the lightweight rock technique. The stone slab beneath their feet began to levitate, causing Terumi May's eyes to widen in astonishment. What is happening? I'm actually flying? Is this earth released from the rock village? The lightweight rock technique? Niji nodded. Take a seat and be careful not to fall. With a swift motion, Niji maneuvered the stone slab, and Terumi May quickly attached her chakra to her feet to stabilize herself. Niji, are you a ninja from the rock village? How can you use the lightweight rock technique? This technique is typically reserved for the Tsuchikage and their close associates. Niji shook his head. No, I am not a ninja from the rock village. This only piqued Terumi May's curiosity further, though she refrained from pressing, wary of upsetting Niji. The usually assertive Terumi May sat by Niji's side, demure and quiet like a little kitten, occasionally stealing glances at him. Why do you always wear a mask? Because I am an S-rank fugitive with a high bounty. Ah, I see. However, in the water country, bounties on grave robbers are not common, as this region is quite insular. In truth, Terumi May could handle the daimyo of the water country herself, but it would require considerable effort. Elder Yuan still held significant influence throughout the water country. The duo soon arrived in the water country. Previously, Terumi May had dispatched several ninjas to the capital, yet they had made little progress. As they soared above the capital, Terumi May pointed, "Where is the daimyo's residence?" Niji directed the stone slab towards the daimyo's estate. Upon landing, a few servants passed by. Niji brandished a kunai, stopping them. "Where is your daimyo?" The servants trembled in fear. "The daimyo is in the inner hall." "Let me there." Niji incapacitated the others and took one servant hostage, guiding them to the daimyo's location. The guards at the entrance were swiftly subdued. Entering the inner hall, they beheld the daimyo seated, flanked by 2 maidservants. The daimyo of the water country sported a samurai topknot, appearing somewhat eccentric, with a small mustache beneath his nose. Niji furrowed his brow. This must be the daimyo of the water country. Terumi May nodded. What shall we do next? The daimyo noticed Niji and Terumi May. Who are you two? What are you doing here? He slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, and seized the samurai sword hanging on the wall. Terumi May turned to Niji. What is our plan? Niji contemplated briefly. We shall do as your 4th Mizukage did, using Jinjutsu to control him. Jinjutsu? Just as Terumi May inquired, they heard the sound of the sword clattering to the floor. Clang. Terumi May blinked in confusion. What just happened? Niji replied nonchalantly. It's merely a simple Jinjutsu. It should last around 6 months. During this time, he will obey your commands. I trust you will swiftly resolve the issues in the water country. Terumi May gasped. Can it be that the 4th Mizukage was also ensnared in such a Jinjutsu? Quite so. Chapter 31. Intoxicated, capturing Terumi Mei. Who was it that targeted the fourth Mizukage? An organization known as Akatsuki, to which the rogue ninja Kisame Hashigaki is joined, having already betrayed his village. Is that so? Terumi Mei finally comprehended why the fourth Mizukage had been so inept, leading the hidden mist village into a deep abyss. Well then, let this feudal lord take action. The two spent 2 days in the capital of the Land of Water, relaying numerous messages through the feudal lord. Unintentionally, Terumi Mei spotted 2 bounty notices on a mission board. One was for a tomb raider, and the other was for the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. She felt an unsettling familiarity with that face, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Just as she was about to depart the capital, the memory struck her. Terumi Mei found it hard to believe that these 2 individuals were indeed the same person. However, she chose not to disseminate this information and promptly removed the 2 wanted posters from circulation in the Land of Water. On their way back, Uchiha Itachi inquired, "You seem a bit distracted. Is there something on your mind?" "No, nothing at all," she replied. Upon returning to the village, the remuneration for Uchiha Itachi had already been prepared. He merely glanced at it before stowing the entire amount into his ninja tool scroll. To celebrate the reconstruction of the Hidden Mist Village, a grand festival was held that day. Uchiha Itachi participated, dining with Terumi Mei, Ao, and several high-ranking officials, all while maintaining his mask, much like Kakashi, which piqued the curiosity of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist, though it remained merely curiosity. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Terumi Mei found herself slightly inebriated, while Uchiha Itachi remained sober. Ao looked at Uchiha Itachi and implored, "Lord Itachi, please take care of Lady Terumi Mei." With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Itachi assisted the intoxicated Terumi Mei back to her quarters. Half conscious, Terumi Mei was unceremoniously placed onto the bed as Uchiha Itachi took a moment to refresh himself. Once he had finished, he found Terumi Mei sitting there, her cheeks flushed. "I want to take a shower too," she declared. "Are you sure you're all right in your current state?" he asked. "I'm fine," she insisted, swaying slightly as she entered the bathroom. After a considerable time, Terumi Mei emerged clad in a bathrobe, her gaze hazy with remnants of intoxication. Uchiha Itachi was lying there, lost in thought, when he inadvertently turned his head and was met with a glimpse of pale skin. His cheeks reddened slightly, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. Unaware of Uchiha Itachi's presence, Terumi Mei staggered a few steps before collapsing onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Seeing her finally settled, Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. He gently covered Terumi Mei with a blanket and lay back down, attempting to calm his breathing. Was this woman truly devoid of any guard? How exhausting. As fatigue washed over him, Uchiha Itachi's eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. Strange sounds pierced through the tranquility of sleep. Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt a nibbling sensation on himself. He opened his bleary eyes to find Terumi Mei atop him. "You invited this upon yourself. Don't blame me." The still tipsy Terumi Mei was pinned beneath Uchiha Itachi. Despite her pleas for mercy, Uchiha Itachi showed no restraint. A Battle SH Chapter 32. The mission to return to Konoha at the ceremony for the succession of the Mizukage. Terumi Mei stood there with poise and elegance. "I will lead our hidden mist village back to prosperity. The will of water shall flow unceasingly." After this invigorating declaration, the ninjas of the hidden mist were filled with enthusiasm. "Lady Terumi Mei will surely guide us to prosperity. Lady Terumi Mei. Lady Terumi Mei." They began to chant her name in unison. Adorned with the Mizukage's hat, she appeared strikingly impressive, her eyes sparkling with determination and confidence. Even Aihana found himself somewhat captivated by her aura. Suddenly, a chilling electronic voice echoed in Aihana's mind. "Ding. Mission issued. Revitalize Konoha. As a member of Konoha Village, please exert your utmost efforts to contribute to its revival. Strive to make Konoha flourish. Mission duration, 1 month. Reward, ninjutsu, multiform Chidori. Failure penalty, random deduction of 1 ninjutsu skill from the host." With a month-long mission and the threat of penalties for failure, the system had become increasingly demanding. Aihana had intended to spend more time with Terumi Mei, but he had not anticipated the system issuing a mission at this moment, especially one concerning Konoha, the village that had placed a bounty on him. System, you haven't specified what constitutes the completion of the mission. Surely, you do not expect me to return to the strength of Hashirama and Madara within a month? Ding. Please make diligent efforts. As long as Konoha progresses positively, the system will deem the mission accomplished. This was as vague as it could get. Since the system had not set any clear criteria, he resolved to engage in good deeds to facilitate Konoha's revival. However, before he embarked on that path, he chose to spend one final night with Terumi Mei. While she worked, he remained in the Mizukage's office, eagerly absorbing knowledge on managing village affairs, all in an effort to better fulfill his mission. No matter what Aihana did, Terumi Mei wholeheartedly supported him, for he was her man. The two worked late into the evening, finally concluding their tasks around 8 o'clock. Terumi Mei set down her work and stood up, stretching with vigor. Aihana smiled softly, acknowledging her hard work. She returned his smile with sweetness. It wasn't arduous. Let us go out for dinner. Sure. In recent days, the Hidden Mist Village had experienced a surge of new restaurants and entertainment venues. Perhaps a consequence of the oppressive era of the Blood Mist. Terumi Mei and Aihana casually entered a ramen shop they discovered along the way. When the shop owner saw Terumi Mei and Aihana enter together, he was momentarily taken aback. Mizukage, it is an honor to have you here. Please, this way. Terumi Mei waved her hand. Treat us as ordinary customers. 2 bowls of your signature ramen, please. As they settled in, Terumi Mei looked at Aihana with a gentle smile. You look quite charming when you smile, Aihana complimented casually. A faint blush crept onto Terumi Mei's cheeks, enhancing her allure. Before long, 2 bowls of ramen were served. The taste was slightly inferior to Ichiraka ramen. After a few bites, Aihana chuckled. Next time, I'll take you to Konoha to try Ichiraka ramen. The flavor there is exceptional. With anticipation, Terumi Mei nodded. Yes, you must take me there in the future. After their meal, they strolled beneath the dim moonlight. Upon returning to Terumi Mei's residence, Aihana removed his mask. The sight of his handsome face caused Terumi Mei's eyes to shimmer with a unique light. She draped her arms around his neck, leaning in closer. Aihana felt a soft warmth enveloping him. Go take a shower first, he suggested. Husband, let us shower together. Terumi Mei replied in a melodious tone, playfully coaxing him. The bathroom resonated with rhythmic sounds and suggestive dialogues. Husband, please no more. Eventually, Terumi Mei was carried out of the bathroom by Aihana, her legs feeling weak. He gently placed her on the soft bed. After sharing intimate moments, both lay breathless on the bed. Aihana finally broached the subject of returning to Konoha. Mei, I must leave for Konoha tomorrow. There are matters that require my attention, and I may be gone for an extended period. In contrast to his expectations, Terumi Mei's demeanor was remarkably calm. Indeed, unresolved issues in Konoha could lead to complications. Do you need my assistance? Aihana tenderly brushed her hair back. No need. There are many matters to address in the Hidden Mist. I can manage Konoha on my own. Do not worry. As she spoke, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. In turn, Terumi Mei seized Aihana's vulnerability. Then, please, stay with me for a while longer. Although she had just been begging him to stop, in that moment, she seemed rejuvenated and promptly pushed him down. Please, no more. No. Today, I must make it up to you. Time slipped away, and eventually, both drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, the alarm rang punctually. Though weary, Terumi Mei arose on time. This period was critical for the reconstruction of the Hidden Mist, leaving her no time for idleness. Aihana did not linger in bed either. After their final farewells, he donned his mask and prepared to depart. Terumi Mei gazed longingly at Aihana's silhouette until he vanished from her sight. 2 tears slowly traced down her cheeks, landing on her clothing. I will wait for you. When you return, I will ensure the Hidden Mist thrives even more. No. I hope for your success. She silently prayed. Aihana, too, felt a pang of reluctance. For he had only just begun to experience love and would find it hard to part from his beloved wife. Yet, for the sake of the system's mission, he needed to hasten his return to Konoha village. Chapter 33. Danzo, long time no see. With relentless haste, Aihana returned to Konoha in just 2 days. Indeed, the 3-tailed beast had exerted considerable effort, its velocity and water far surpassing that of any conventional vessel. Upon reaching the outskirts of Konoha, Aihana began to ponder how best to facilitate the village's resurgence. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was but one solution: to eliminate the obstruction that was Danzo. After meticulously disguising himself, Aihana stealthily infiltrated Konoha. Unless the Hyuga clan intervened, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect him. The Hyuga clan, after all, could not be wholly subservient to Hiruzen Sarutobi, making Aihana's approach considerably easier. Guided by his memory, he arrived at the former location of Root, only to discover that it had been entirely razed to the ground. This revelation took Aihana by surprise. Had Hiruzen Sarutobi truly taken action against Danzo? Perhaps he had seized the opportunity from their last encounter? Yet, he found this unlikely. If Sarutobi intended to confront Danzo, he would have done so long ago. After all, Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had been friends for decades, and Danzo possessed a wealth of intelligence. It seemed that Danzo had merely opted for a temporary retreat, which made sense, as Sarutobi was effectively providing cover for him. Was he truly feigning ignorance, or did Sarutobi already know the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan's eyes? Utilizing his Sharingan, Aihana swiftly located Danzo's whereabouts. Indeed, Danzo had stepped back from the forefront, yet he appeared to still maintain control over Root, with occasional reports being delivered to him by Root ninjas. Employing his dustless cloak to conceal his presence and aura, Aihana lurked in the shadows. Once the Root ninjas had departed, he silently materialized before Shimura Danzo. Danzo, long time no see. At the sound of this voice, Danzo involuntarily shuddered. Simultaneously, a sharp blade severed his arm. Danzo's eyes widened in horror as a chilling scream escaped his lips. Oh! Aihana swiftly vanished with the severed arm, prompting Root personnel to rush in, drawn by Danzo's anguished cries. The scene was chaotic. Danzo, bleeding profusely from his severed limb, succumbed to unconsciousness. Lord Danzo! Lord Danzo! Several Root ninjas frantically administered rudimentary first aid before preparing to transport him to the Konoha Hospital. Chapter 34. The disparity of the power of the Sharingan. Thud. Kakashi collapsed onto the ground, his hands pressed firmly against his chest. In an instant, an external event had subjected him to unimaginable torment. Kakashi-sama! Kakashi-sama! The Umbu ninjas hastily gathered around him. Observing that Aihana had made no further move, they cautiously assisted Kakashi to his feet. Gasping for breath, Kakashi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Aihana's voice was cold and deep. This is the disparity of the power of the Sharingan. 3 Umbu members held their ninja blades in front of them, wary of Uchiha. I have no interest in you, Aihana stated before vanishing from sight. 2 Umbu ninjas nearly fell over, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Quickly, get Kakashi-sama to the hospital. Not long after Aihana departed, a voice echoed in Kakashi's mind. Ding! The host has seized the sealing scroll, aiding the leader of Konoha in eliminating a significant threat. Reward: choose 1 ninjutsu from the sealing scroll, optimized version. The reward can be claimed at any time. An unexpected delight. Initially, he had procured the sealing scroll to see if he could learn 2 forbidden techniques. Uncertain which ninjutsu to select, Aihana resolved to examine the sealing scroll first. Perhaps he could master techniques like the shadow clone technique with just a glance. Similar to Naruto. Finding a quiet corner, he discreetly unrolled the scroll. An hour later, Aihana closed the scroll, a troubled expression on his face. It was indeed vexing. His aptitude could be considered decent, yet the difficulty of these forbidden techniques was exceptionally high. To master even one of the techniques contained within would take at least several months. Aihana relinquished the idea, as someone with a system. Why waste time studying this scroll? Without hesitation, he made his choice. System: I choose Edo Tensei. Ding! The host receives the reward. Edo Tensei. Optimized version. Edo Tensei. Optimized version. Requires a sacrifice. Only the caster can lift the control. Upon reading the description, Aihana felt reassured. Thus, he no longer needed to worry about inadvertently summoning someone like Edo Tensei Abido or the first and second Hokage, who might disrupt his use of Edo Tensei. Storing the sealing scroll in his ninja tool scroll, Aihana stealthily infiltrated Konoha once more, preparing to procure a sacrifice. Meanwhile, Kakashi was transported by the Umbu ninjas to Konoha Hospital. After an examination, the medical ninjas admitted Kakashi to the intensive care unit. Kakashi has sustained significant mental trauma. His body is also in considerable pain, and recovery will be difficult in the short term. Do you know what transpired? An Umbu ninja recounted the earlier events. It appears that an S-rank rogue ninja used a genjutsu with the Sharingan. Kakashi-sama suddenly collapsed, overwhelmed by immense suffering. The medical ninja furrowed his brow. So it was indeed a genjutsu. The power of the Sharingan's genjutsu is self-evident. Although he has suffered greatly, he can recover with proper care. The Umbu bowed slightly. Thank you for your assistance. In another hospital room within Konoha, Shimura Danzo lay in bed, glaring at the ceiling with fury. Standing beside him was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, do you have any leads? Danzo's voice was hoarse. None. That vile Uchiha. He spoke bitterly. Hiruzen, all this chaos is due to your excessive mercy. If you had eliminated those malevolent Uchiha sooner, the Nine Tails would not have wreaked havoc on our village twice, nor would we be facing this situation now. Upon hearing Danzo's accusations, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, angered. Danzo. However, he was disinclined to argue with the seemingly unhinged Danzo. Now, Danzo lay incapacitated. His eyes gouged out, and his arm severed. The atmosphere between them was tense. Just then, an Umbu ninja entered the room. having overheard Hiruzen's outburst. He felt a shiver run down his spine at the palpable tension between Hiruzen and Danzo. Nevertheless, the matter was urgent, so he approached Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, there is something of great importance. Hiruzen exhaled deeply and followed the Umbu out of the room. What has happened? Kakashi-sama is in trouble. The Umbu ninja briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this news, Hiruzen felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly losing his balance. Uchiha knew that wretched individual had vanished for a time only to return and sever one of Danzo's arms. He had also stolen the sealing scroll and ensnared Kakashi in a genjutsu, sending him to the hospital. Had this man grown even stronger? Regret washed over him. Had he not annihilated the Uchiha clan, or had he intervened to prevent Danzo's actions? Perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. The Uchiha clan had already produced two extraordinary talents, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Could Uchiha also be swayed to his side? If he could achieve that, Konoha would undoubtedly reach new heights under his leadership. Sighing deeply, Hiruzen lamented, regret? It is too late for regret. Guided by the Umbu ninja, Hiruzen swiftly arrived outside the intensive care unit. As he approached, several medical ninjas greeted him. Hokage-sama, you have arrived. How is Kakashi? The medical ninja hesitated. If only Lady Tsunade were here. Kakashi's condition may be quite serious. His mental trauma could have lasting effects. Hiruzen's heart sank at these words. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. None of his three disciples remained in Konoha. He began to question whether he had fulfilled his duties as Hokage. Regardless, do everything in your power to save Kakashi. I believe in you. His faith weighed heavily on the medical ninjas. Hiruzen did not linger, for he needed to attend to matters concerning the village. Uchiha posed the greatest threat. Returning to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen issued several orders, mobilizing the members of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 35, The First Hokage Appears. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, Uchiha cast aside the captured root ninja into the sacrificial array. The offering was ready. It was time to commence the next phase of the plan. The Edo Tensei technique. A mass of black, vine-like tendrils ensnared the root ninja, swiftly consuming him. The anguished cries of the ninja echoed through the air. Help! Help! But the sounds faded into silence within mere seconds. A rumble reverberated through the ground as a wooden coffin rose from the earth. With a loud crash, the coffin lid clattered to the ground. As the coffin opened, it revealed Senja Hashirama, adorned in crimson Warring States armor. Uchiha smirked slightly. Arise, my esteemed first Hokage. Slowly, Hashirama opened his eyes, gazing around with a look of utter bewilderment. He stepped out of the coffin, pausing for a moment. Although under Uchiha's control, he retained his own consciousness. Where's this place? What has transpired? Uchiha chuckled softly. Esteemed first Hokage, you have been resurrected by my Edo Tensei. It is now the 55th year of Konoha. Hashirama, still dazed, looked at No with a blank expression. What? It's already the 55th year of Konoha? Have I truly been gone for so long? Edo Tensei from Tobarama. I never imagined this technique would endure. Once he regained his composure, Hashirama turned to Uchiha. Who are you? Why have you summoned me? Has something happened to Konoha? Uchiha formed a single hand seal, and suddenly, Hashirama felt his body stiffen. Esteemed first Hokage, you shall soon learn what has transpired in Konoha. Unable to control his own body, Hashirama felt a surge of panic. He was once a ninja of unparalleled prowess in the shinobi world. How could he now be unable to command his own body? He attempted to unleash chakra to break free from the Edo Tensei's grasp, yet found it utterly impossible. Is Tobarama's Edo Tensei truly this formidable? Hashirama began to worry. Something significant must have occurred in Konoha for this technique to fall into another's hands. Uchiha, concealed within a cave, shared Hashirama's vision and could even communicate with him from afar. Under his control, Hashirama soon arrived at Konoha. Konoha is safe? Why was I resurrected? No sooner had he taken a few steps than a villager recognized him. Upon seeing Hashirama, the villager was initially incredulous, blinking in disbelief. He looked back and forth between Hashirama and the statue of the first Hokage on Hokage Rock. Is it really you, esteemed first Hokage? After being recognized, Hashirama felt a surge of joy. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I've been recognized. However, before he could speak further, his body suddenly propelled forward against his will. Soon, many villagers in the street beheld the Edo Tensei version of Hashirama. Esteemed first Hokage? This must be a trick. Am I seeing things? Could it truly be the first Hokage? Has he resurrected? Behind him, a group of Umbu ninjas stealthily followed. They were uncertain why the first Hokage appeared, but dared not act against him. Hashirama soon found himself at the foot of the Hokage office. A few Umbu ninjas finally intercepted him, while Aihana temporarily released his control over Hashirama. A soft voice echoed in Hashirama's ear. Esteemed First Hokage, you shall soon discover what you wish to know. After the voice faded, Hashirama was astonished to find he could move again. Initially, he considered seeking out Aihana but realized that it could easily regain control or cancel the Edo Tensei, rendering his search futile. Despite the changes in the village's architecture, the overall layout remained familiar. Hashirama took a few steps forward, causing the Umbu ninjas to grip their weapons tightly. Esteemed First Hokage, please halt. The somewhat oblivious Hashirama scratched his head in confusion. What is the matter? I finally returned. Let me in to see. Seeing the First Hokage's innocent demeanor left the Umbu ninjas bewildered. Hashirama continued forward, and surprisingly, the Umbu parted to let him pass, too intimidated to stop him. He ascended the stairs and boldly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. What is happening? He looked up to see Hashirama standing nearby. Esteemed First Hokage? What in the world is going on? Hashirama frowned. He did not recognize this elderly man. Who are you? Which generation of Hokage are you? Why is it an old man? This revelation left Hashirama with a disconcerting feeling, a sense of the Konoha legacy faltering. Hiruzen felt a sweat bead on his forehead. Esteemed First Hokage, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Hashirama recalled. Oh, little monkey, I can't believe how much you've aged. Who would have thought you'd become Hokage? Hiruzen managed an awkward smile. Esteemed First Hokage, why do you find yourself here? I was summoned by a mysterious individual using Edo Tensei. I am unsure of the details myself. Hiruzen began to piece together the situation. If all went as expected, the one who had resurrected the first Hokage must be Uchiha. However, it seemed improbable. How could he master Edo Tensei so quickly after acquiring the sealing scroll? If this were true, Hiruzen would feel an even deeper sense of loss for such a prodigy. His mind raced, and aside from Uchiha, he considered another plausible candidate, Orochimaru. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Hashirama inquired, Little monkey, which generation of Hokage are you? Hiruzen paused. I'm the third Hokage. Only the third? Little monkey, your physique is rather impressive. No. Hiruzen waved his hands in protest. Chapter 36. Toying with Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi allowed Hashirama Senju to take a seat before he began to elucidate the situation slowly. As he spoke of Minato's genius, a smile graced Hashirama's face. Indeed, it was remarkable how Minato had developed the Flying Thunder God technique to such an extent. But where was he? Hiruzen sighed heavily and recounted the events of the Ninetales incident. Upon hearing that the Ninetales had been unleashed, Hashirama's heart tightened. He was taken aback when Hiruzen revealed that Minato had perished while sealing the Ninetales. His expression was one of bewilderment. Could such a beast truly claim lives? Interrupting him, Hiruzen's eyes twitched slightly. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary strength, First Hokage. Hashirama shook his head, astonished that such a prodigy had met his demise. And so you have assumed the mantle of Hokage. Little monkey, you have borne a great burden. Hiruzen waved his hands dismissively. No, First Hokage, it is my duty. At that moment, Hashirama suddenly recalled something. What of the Uchiha clan? How are they faring? The Uchiha clan had always been a matter of great concern for Hashirama, as he had co-founded Konoha with Madara Uchiha. However, Tobirama had always harbored reservations regarding the Uchiha. After Hashirama posed the question, Hiruzen appeared troubled and hesitated. First Hokage, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Only one remains. A sudden shock reverberated through Hashirama's mind. Was it Tobirama? Hiruzen shook his head. No, it is not Tobirama. The once amiable expression on Hashirama's face turned serious. What transpired? Tell me in detail. Though reluctant, Hiruzen resolved to disclose the entire story. Meanwhile, Uchiha traversed the streets of Konoha, swiftly arriving at the hospital. Disguised as an Umbu ninja behind a mask, he boldly entered Shimura Danzo's ward. Danzo squinted as he noticed the entrance. Umbu? Has Hiruzen sent you for something? Uchiha shook his head, remaining silent. A sense of unease crept into Danzo's heart. Who are you? Uchiha removed his mask. Surprised to see me again, Danzo? How does it feel? Danzo's expression darkened dangerously as he bellowed, Evil Uchiha, how dare you show your face before me? Although he was left with only one arm, it did not hinder his ability to perform hand seals, albeit with some difficulty. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A high-pressure wind projectile erupted from Danzo's mouth. In an instant, Uchiha was faster, utilizing a wood clone technique. The projectile obliterated the wooden figure into splinters. Is that all you've got, Danzo? A voice echoed from another direction. You scoundrel. Die, Danzo shouted, unleashing a wind blade that struck true. Na found himself bisected, prompting Danzo to feel a rush of triumph. Was it really that easy? However, the bisected form of Uchiha Na transformed into a wooden clone. The repeated mockery thoroughly enraged Danzo. He leapt from the bed, knocking over the force stand and medical equipment. Show yourself, you coward. Evil Uchiha brat. Danzo roared, yet Na's presence eluded him. Soon, Umbu ninjas rushed in. What is it, Danzo? What happened? Danzo's fury boiled over as he clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth. Uchiha was just here. Find him. He commanded several Umbu. They surveyed the disarrayed room, quickly grasping the situation. Scattering to search, they found no trace of Uchiha. I will inform the Hokage. You all remain here. Yes, Captain. The Umbu squad leader departed swiftly towards the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Uchiha Na reappeared silently in Danzo's ward. Danzo, spare yourself the effort. Danzo, on the brink of exploding with rage, produced a kunai from his person, channeling wind chakra into it. Wind release, vacuum blade. A wind blade materialized in his grasp. With a light chuckle, Uchiha Na drew forth a kunai of his own, employing the same wind technique. His blade shimmered with a more potent chakra. Witnessing this, Danzo's composure shattered. How is this possible? How did you do that? Uchiha Na offered no reply, simply swinging his wind blade. As the blade approached, Danzo had no time to ponder and raised his weapon to parry. The two blades collided, sparking wildly. The explosion sent debris swirling throughout the room. Na launched another wind blade, and Danzo, refusing to relent, swiftly countered again. Breathless and weakened from the loss of Hashirama's chakra, Danzo began to pant. Umbu, hearing the commotion, hurried towards the source. Upon entering, they found Danzo's hair disheveled in the room in utter disarray, while Uchiha Na had once again vanished without a trace. As Danzo turned towards the door, he found Na had disappeared. The Umbu stood, bewildered. Danzo-sama? What is happening? Enraged, Danzo disregarded the bandages on his arm and stormed out. The Umbu quickly blocked his path. Danzo-sama, your injuries are not yet healed. With a sense of resignation, Danzo retorted, change my room, and hurry to inform Hiruzen. The Umbu hesitated, nodding in compliance, yet they could not shake the feeling that Danzo had lost his mind. They had just conducted a thorough search. How could Uchiha Na have suddenly appeared here? Doubts about Danzo's sanity began to surface. Chapter 37, Shimura Danzo. Who are you to speak to me like that? At this moment, the captain of the Umbu had just arrived at the Hokage's office. After knocking a few times on the door, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed from within. Come in. The Umbu ninja pushed the door open and found a man seated across from Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the person before him. Uncertain, he uttered, is that you, first Hokage? Senja Hashirama appeared quite amiable, though his expression was slightly grave due to the Uchiha matter. An Umbu ninja, it seemed there was something of great importance at hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and turned to the Umbu ninja. What is it? Speak plainly. The Umbu ninja felt a wave of anxiety wash over him after confirming several times. He was certain that this was indeed the first Hokage. There has been an incident involving Danzo. Upon hearing the Umbu report, Senja Hashirama stood up abruptly. Hiruzen, this Shimura Danzo is also a disciple of Tobirama, correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen had just finished recounting the events surrounding the Uchiha massacre. Now he was informing Hashirama about Uchiha Obito's betrayal of the village, having been designated an S-rank rogue ninja. Hashirama clenched his fists. Hiruzen, let us proceed to the Konoha hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned somewhat bitter. It appeared Danzo was in for a rough time. However, recalling how Danzo had previously overstepped his bounds, Hiruzen felt little concern for the man's fate. He had already shown considerable patience. Hiruzen led the way, with Hashirama following closely beside him. Shortly, they arrived at Konoha Hospital. To avoid attracting too much attention, Hashirama utilized a transformation technique, disguising himself as an Umbu ninja. They first surveyed a disheveled ward, and then gathered further information from several other Umbu. Danzo has gone mad? How could so many Umbu fail to detect Uchiha Obito, with only him being aware of it? Is Uchiha Obito a deity? Can he turn invisible? Hashirama sighed and shook his head, astonished that, despite being Tobirama's disciple, Danzo could act so atrociously. Hiruzen felt a growing unease. After all, many of Danzo's actions were ones he was reluctant to intervene in. The uninformed Umbu were somewhat perplexed. The Hokage hasn't spoken yet. Why does this Umbu interject? They were puzzled. having never seen this Umbu ninja before. However, since Hiruzen remained silent, they dared not speak further. Uchiha Obito, through the Edo Tensei, shared vision and hearing with Senju Hashirama. Concealed in an unoccupied corner, he struggled to contain his laughter. Ha ha, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Under Hiruzen's guidance, the two quickly reached Danzo's hospital room. Danzo lay there, his eyes half closed, appearing to be asleep. As Hiruzen took a few steps forward, Shimura Danzo seemed to sense something. Hiruzen, you've arrived. Have you captured that fellow? Hiruzen's tone was icy. Danzo, there's no trace of Uchiha Obito at all. Danzo sat up, impatience evident in his voice. Hiruzen, are you having second thoughts? But it's too late now. Just then, Hashirama stepped forward. You are Shimura Danzo, are you not? Aside from Hiruzen, the other Umbu are stationed outside. Are you connected to the Uchiha massacre? Hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. Who was this Umbu ninja to question him so boldly? Had he lost his mind? Danzo's displeasure grew. Hiruzen, control your subordinate. When did an Umbu dare to question me so? Did he think I was too old to defend myself? Had it not been for Hiruzen's presence, he might have even attacked this Umbu ninja. Hiruzen remained silent, seemingly waiting for a show to unfold. Seeing Hiruzen's lack of response, Danzo's irritation escalated. Hiruzen, since you cannot manage your subordinates, allow me to assist you. As he spoke, Danzo summoned wind chakra, preparing to sever the Umbu's arm with a wind blade. Boom. A surge of terrifying chakra erupted from the Umbu. Danzo, who had intended to strike, was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his chakra in disarray. Under such immense pressure, he could no longer utilize his numbers. Who exactly was this person? A question lingered in Danzo's mind. Just a minor display of chakra from Hashirama had instilled fear in Danzo. The Umbu stationed outside also sensed the overwhelming chakra. However, Hiruzen had previously instructed them to guard the door and not to enter regardless of what transpired. Thankfully, Hashirama managed to restrain himself. The floor and walls remained intact. Danzo squinted, swallowing hard, eyeing the Umbu with trepidation. Hiruzen, who on earth is this? Hashirama interrupted. Answer my question. Is the Uchiha massacre connected to you? Danzo scoffed coldly. The Uchiha clan should have been eradicated long ago. A group of villains still dares to plot against Konoha. Crackle. Slender vines began to sprout from the corners of the room, ensnaring Danzo tightly. His eyes widened in shock. The calm demeanor from earlier vanished. Would release. Before his arm could be severed, he had once mastered would release himself. Outside of himself, he could only think of one person, Orochimaru, with whom he had once collaborated. Danzo, struggling to comprehend, probed. Who are you? Orochimaru's subordinate? Hiruzen, I never expected you to bring that rogue ninja Orochimaru into the village. For a moment, he believed he stood on moral high ground. Suddenly, Hashirama dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true identity. Danzo's eyes initially displayed confusion, quickly shifting to astonishment. Finally, his mouth gaped open in disbelief as he stared at the man before him. The first Hokage? Hashirama's expression remained unchanged, cold as ever. I never imagined Konoha would come to this. Even Tobirama did not act against the Uchiha clan after my passing. Chapter 38. Who would have thought that a disciple of Tobirama would commit such acts? The Uchiha massacre is connected to you, Danzo. Upon realizing the identity of his interrogator, Danzo prepared to defend himself. First Hokage, the Uchiha clan's demise was their own doing. I did not lay a hand on them. Through Hashirama's perspective, Uchiha Obito could see Danzo's discomfort in its entirety. This old dog has finally met his match. He could not fathom the audacity Danzo possessed, displaying such arrogance despite being weaker than himself. Even if Danzo acted for Konoha, he was still an enemy. In other words, anyone involved in the Uchiha massacre was his foe. However, when it comes to Danzo, he would never allow him to perish so easily. Senju Hashirama suddenly felt his body stiffen once more, once again under the control of Uchiha Shisui. The vines entwined around Danzo tightened abruptly, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. As though his very bones were being crushed, he cried out with all his might, Hiruzen, save me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Senju Hashirama would at most impose some form of punishment before leaving Danzo's fate to the village. He truly did not expect Hashirama to take such action himself. Danzo attempted to scream, yet no sound emerged, for the vines had enveloped his head, constricting his neck and causing him to suffocate. As it became evident that Danzo was on the brink of death, Hiruzen felt a surge of urgency. After all, he could not entirely relinquish the bonds of friendship that connected him to Danzo. Their relationship resembled that of Hashirama and Madara, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Naruto and Sasuke. Although they had their disagreements regarding village affairs, fundamentally, they both sought the prosperity of Konoha. Hiruzen extended his hand and implored, "First Hokage, if this continues, he will truly perish. If you wish to punish him, it would be best to leave it to the village's interrogation department." Uchiha Shisui ceased his actions, granting Hashirama back control of his body. The vines that had ensnared Danzo swiftly receded. Danzo collapsed onto the floor, having succumbed to asphyxiation. Despite Danzo's near demise, Senju Hashirama remained remarkably composed. He merely gestured for the medical ninjas to enter and see if they could revive him. Hiruzen nodded. In his recollection, the first Hokage had always been a mild-mannered individual, amiable and yearning for peace. However, occupying the position of Hokage, being a figure of unparalleled might in the ninja world, he certainly possessed both tactics and temperament. Soon, several medical ninjas entered the room. Upon surveying the state of the ward, cluttered with shattered vines, they were momentarily bewildered by the scene. "Lord Hokage, did an enemy attack?" "No, quickly check on Danzo's condition." After a thorough examination, the medical ninjas frowned and turned to Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, Danzo is gravely injured. Many of his bones are shattered." Hiruzen nodded, and upon witnessing Hashirama exit the ward, he casually replied, "As long as he can be saved, the rest is up to you." The medical ninjas nodded fervently, assuring that they would be able to save Danzo, as none of his vital aspects were harmed. Although they spoke confidently, the pressure weighed heavily upon them. Danzo's injuries were indeed severe. Shortly thereafter, under the diligent efforts of the medical ninjas, Danzo was transported to the emergency room. Senju Hashirama remained silent, embodying the same demeanor as before, and walked straight out of Konoha Hospital. Hiruzen followed closely behind him. "First Hokage, where shall we go next?" Hashirama paused, contemplating briefly. "You mentioned that there is one survivor from the Uchiha clan, correct? Take me to meet him." "Yes, First Hokage." After the Uchiha clan was annihilated, their ancestral grounds fell into disrepair. Sasuke had been assigned by Hiruzen to a single apartment designated for war orphans. The conditions were marginally better than Naruto's. Perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps due to his brother Itachi, Hiruzen had only taken a portion of the Uchiha clan's wealth, leaving behind enough to ensure Sasuke's lifetime of comfort. When discussing Sasuke, Uchiha Shisui felt a pang of emotion. This young boy had once politely addressed him as Brother Shisui before the night of the massacre. Sighing, Shisui reflected on how such tragedies could forge someone as obsessive as Sasuke. In Shisui's eyes, Sasuke was even more innocent and naive than Naruto. The fact that Sasuke had been unable to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan after that fateful night only indicated one truth: he still harbored hope for this world. After all, Sasuke's initial goal had been clear. He merely wished to kill Itachi to avenge his parents and clan. Shisui then turned his thoughts to himself, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Knowing the truth but feeling utterly powerless, his hatred and anguish reached their zenith, leading to a complete disillusionment with Konoha, which ultimately allowed him to awaken his Sharingan. Emerging from the cave, Shisui found himself in a grove not far from Konoha, where the lower ninjas often undertook wild boar missions. "Danzo, this is not the end. This is merely the beginning." Hiruzen and Hashirama soon arrived at the entrance of Sasuke's apartment. "Is this where the surviving child resides?" Hashirama surveyed the surroundings. "Indeed, First Hokage." Hiruzen approached and knocked on the door, receiving no response. He knocked again, and after a moment, Sasuke appeared, opening the door. Upon seeing Hiruzen, Sasuke suppressed his sorrow and managed to utter, "Lord Hokage, what brings you here?" At that moment, Sasuke appeared utterly worn, despite being merely 7 years old. Dark circles under his eyes were pronounced, his hair disheveled, and his face devoid of color. Witnessing this, Hashirama felt a pang of compassion. Reminiscent of his own youth spent amidst the turmoil of war, witnessing the loss of loved ones, the Sasuke before him mirrored the plight of those children caught in the throes of conflict. Hiruzen's heart ached at the sight. "Child, have you been faring any better lately?" Sasuke mechanically nodded, resembling a marionette. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage." Chapter 38. You are required to reveal Naruto's identity within a week. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to come to me. I will assist you," he offered. Sasuke nodded slightly, understood, "Hokage-sama." The moment was uncomfortable for Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, he felt the sting of approaching someone only to receive no response. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. After a brief silence, Sasuke spoke up, "Hokage-sama, I wish to return to school and continue my studies." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face brightened with a benevolent smile as he nodded without hesitation. "Of course, let's go." I will help you with the re-enrollment process immediately, leading Sasuke away. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not notice the silent watchfulness of the masked Umbu, which made Sasuke feel somewhat uneasy. Nearly a month had passed since the massacre of his clan. During this time, Sasuke occasionally returned to the clan grounds, revisiting the lakeside where he once practiced the great fireball technique. He had come to understand that if he sought revenge, he must grow stronger. Only then could he confront and eliminate the one who had taken his parents and clan from him, Itachi Uchiha. During this period, Sasuke had been under the vigilant surveillance of the Umbu, leaving him with little information about the outside world. When the Nine Tails was summoned, he witnessed the chaos but could not comprehend its cause, as the turmoil was short-lived. Even with the Nine Tails' appearance, the Umbu did not waver in their watch over him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been astute from the outset, assigning Umbu to protect Sasuke's safety. Sasuke realized that while Hiruzen intended to monitor him, it was also likely a means of safeguarding him. With no one else to trust, he could only place his faith in the village. As they walked, Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured Sasuke, rest assured, the village has classified Itachi Uchiha as an S-rank rogue ninja. Given the opportunity, we will surely avenge your clan. At the mention of Itachi's name, Sasuke's fists instinctively clenched. Uchiha Obito, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's feigned virtue, thinking to himself how hypocritical it was. Senju Hashirama, standing nearby, held no strong objections. His only concern was that Sasuke remained alive to carry on the Uchiha legacy, enabling him to eventually confront Uchiha Madara. He pondered the identity of the one who had summoned him through the reanimation jutsu. Hashirama suspected Uchiha Obito but recalled that Itachi had just acquired the sealing scroll and could not have mastered the reanimation jutsu so swiftly. He understood that the technique was complex, requiring intricate hand seals and considerable skill. He himself could not simply clap his hands and invoke it. The trio soon arrived at the Konoha Academy. As the nominal principal of the ninja school, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly facilitated Sasuke's re-enrollment. Upon entering the classroom, the students turned to look at Sasuke, their eyes reflecting both fear and pity, which made him uncomfortable. When Irika spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen, he appeared somewhat flustered. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Hiruzen cleared his throat and replied, Irika, I have arranged for Sasuke's re-enrollment. He will continue in this class. Irika nodded fervently, of course. I'm glad Sasuke can return. He quickly assigned a seat for Sasuke. At that moment, Hashirama leaned in and quietly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, by the way, where is the fourth Hokage's child? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and beckoned Naruto over. Naruto, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Compared to Sasuke, Naruto's demeanor towards Sarutobi Hiruzen was considerably warmer. With a bright, carefree smile, he approached and asked, is there something you need, Hokage Gigi? Hiruzen led Naruto out of the classroom and engaged him in casual conversation. Oh, by the way, Naruto, is your allowance sufficient? Upon hearing this, Naruto instinctively looked down but quickly raised his head. It's enough, thank you, Hokage Gigi. He was reluctant to burden the Hokage too much, as he only saw himself as a war orphan. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's support, he might not have survived. Hashirama keenly sensed Naruto's change in demeanor. Let him return, he said softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Naruto to go back to class. Once Naruto left, the atmosphere around Hashirama shifted abruptly. Isn't he the fourth Hokage's child? Why is he still relying on an allowance? Did the fourth Hokage never take on missions during his lifetime? How did the title of Yellow Flash come to be? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. After Minato's death, much of his estate had been reclaimed. However, Naruto's living situation was assured. I provide him with a stipend of 1,000 ryo each month to cover his living expenses. Upon hearing this figure, Hashirama snorted derisively. Hiruzen, why do you not reveal the identity of the fourth son? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly retorted, Lord First, Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Minato's child. Concealing his identity is merely a precaution for his safety. Hashirama, uninterested in pursuing the matter further, declared, 1 week. Within a week, regardless of the circumstances, you must announce Naruto's identity. He is a descendant of a hero and deserves the recognition that comes with it. That child appears much shorter than his peers. I will not question the reason. As for the fourth's inheritance, ensure that he receives it in full each month. With Hashirama's presence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority diminished significantly. However, Hiruzen dared not voice any objections, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito watched the unfolding drama with great amusement. Old man, occupying the position of Hokage while remaining inactive is your greatest folly. It is evident to any discerning observer just how incompetent Sarutobi Hiruzen truly is. If even one talented individual could survive or remain in Konoha, the village would not have deteriorated to this state. Almost forgetting his purpose, Uchiha Obito decided it was time to head to Konoha Hospital. Chapter 39. Danzo's Dream of Flight. Danzo, I have returned. He seeks to torment Danzo, compelling him to regret his existence in this world. It must be said, even with Tsunade's departure from Konoha, the medical standards of Konoha Hospital remain unparalleled in the ninja world. Despite Danzo's numerous shattered bones, he was miraculously rescued, suffering no severe harm. Though the recovery process would demand a considerable amount of time, Danzo lay unconscious in his hospital bed, his body encased in plaster. A few Umbu stood guard at the door. Uchiha utilized a wood clone to divert several Umbu away, employing dustless mist technique to conceal his presence and aura, stealthily making his way into the intensive care unit. Observing Danzo in his comatose state, Uchiha placed his hand on Danzo's wrist. As chakra gradually flowed into Danzo's body, his consciousness began to awaken. Suddenly, Danzo opened his eyes. The sclerae were veined with blood, resembling someone who had just emerged from a nightmare. Shimura Danzo struggled to breathe. Pain. Excruciating pain. Every inch of his body ached, and Danzo gritted his teeth. A chilling laughter echoed, and upon hearing it, Danzo disregarded his agony. He strained his eyes toward the source of the laughter, only to see a figure adorned with a ghostly mask standing there. Uchiha, Danzo rasped, uttering the name. At that moment, cold sweat trickled down his back. Uchiha was a veritable nightmare in his mind. He had never imagined that someone would dare to confront him so brazenly. Sarutobi Hiruzen might still harbor doubts that the one who performed Edo Tensei could be Orochimaru. However, Danzo's instincts told him that it was undoubtedly Uchiha who had resurrected the first Hokage. Otherwise, the first would not have unleashed such fury upon him. How does it feel, Lord Danzo? Have you experienced a glimpse of the Uchiha's plight? Danzo's lips remained stubborn. The Uchiha clan brought this upon themselves. Had they not sought to rebel against Konoha, they would not have faced annihilation. Uchiha, no matter what you do to me, you cannot bring them back to life. Haha. He even laughed derisively, entirely oblivious to the fact that his life was now in Uchiha's hands. Uchiha's expression fell. He truly did not anticipate that Shimura Danzo would be so defiant. Hana, come, kill me. Even if you succeed, your kin shall remain dead. Uchiha, you traitorous ninja. Uchiha found himself laughing in disbelief. Why bother arguing with an old dog that couldn't even rise? Soon enough, Danzo would come to regret his words. Uchiha conceived an amusing notion. He applied the light-heavy rock technique to Danzo and then propelled him into the air. Subsequently, he intensified the technique further. Enveloped in bandages and encased in plaster, Danzo's body uncontrollably soared into the sky. Panic began to set in, and he shouted, "What are you doing, you fiend? Put me down, or I swear I will make your demise most unpleasant." Uchiha, arms crossed and a faint smile upon his face, observed as Danzo drifted farther away. A few Umbu, pursuing Uchiha's wood clones, heard Danzo's cries and paused, intrigued. One Umbu pointed at the white figure in the sky, puzzled. What is that white thing floating above? It seems to be making noise. Soon, another ninja sensed something amiss. Wait, does that voice sound familiar? Lord Danzo. The other three Umbu exchanged bewildered glances, then looked back at the airborne Danzo. Is that really Lord Danzo? What is happening? How did he become a balloon and lift off into the air? Stop the nonsense. Someone must be playing tricks. We must hurry to rescue Lord Danzo. Uchiha hovered in midair as the Umbu attempted to save Danzo, only to find themselves powerless to intervene, merely watching as he ascended higher and higher. At that moment, a voice resonated in Uchiha's mind. Ding. The hostess helped the lonely elder Shimura Danzo fulfill his dream, realizing Danzo's wish to fly. What a benevolent act. Reward, Super Locator Device X1. By simply uttering the name of the target, one can ascertain their location. The device will disappear after use. Uchiha blinked in surprise. Not expecting such unexpected joy, he was even more astonished to learn that Danzo harbored a dream of flight. Goodness, if you wish to fly, why not become an astronaut instead of causing chaos in Konoha? Surely Danzo's grandparents failed to buy him that jelly as a child. He mused. I cannot allow Danzo to relish this experience. It cannot end so simply. Sensing that Danzo was drifting too far, Uchiha ascended further. He then snapped his fingers, causing the light-heavy rock technique to vanish suddenly. In an instant, Danzo's body transformed into a white streak, plummeting from the sky. Help! The overwhelming sensation of free fall shattered some of the plaster encasing him. In this life-threatening moment, Danzo's will to survive surged. Yet, Aihana was not finished with his amusement. He swiftly soared toward Danzo, catching him just before he hit the ground. Earth release. Light heavy rock technique. With that, he lifted Danzo back into the sky. Following the same method, he prepared for another round. Danzo, no longer daring to resist, screamed with all his might, "Aihana, release me. If you let me go now, I will revoke your S-rank rogue ninja warrant." Aihana nodded. "Very well, I shall release you now." Upon hearing Aihana's words, Danzo was taken aback, a barely perceptible smile creeping onto his lips. "You are perceptive. Rest assured, if you release me, I shall keep my word." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Aihana let go of his grip. "You asked me to release you. Do not blame me." Danzo then realized he was once again suspended in midair. Whoosh. His body plummeted straight toward the ground. Aihana exclaimed, "My goodness. It's falling so fast. It must be supersonic." Chapter 40. The History of Konoha. Reflections of Shinja Hashirama. Several members of the Umbu gazed at the unfolding scene, their hearts racing. Danzo felt as if his soul was unable to keep pace with the rapid descent of his body. With a sudden burst, dark blood spewed from his mouth. Just as he was less than 3 meters from the ground, Uchiha Obito miraculously caught him with steady hands. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Danzo gasped for air, striving to calm his breath. "What on earth do you intend to do? Let me go? Put me down." Uchiha Obito sighed, "Honestly, you should be grateful for this high-flying experience." He spoke while gripping Danzo's collar, soaring once more into the sky. "We're flying." Danzo longed to struggle, yet found himself utterly powerless. Below, more and more ninjas gathered, along with curious villagers, pointing and murmuring about the airborne Danzo. How did Lord Danzo end up in the sky? Who was that with him? I have no idea. Perhaps he utilized the light and heavy stone technique from a Wagakure to ascend? Wow, he's flying so high. Lord Danzo sure has some guts. Just watching makes me feel acrophobic. It's truly terrifying. Danzo incessantly cursed Obito. "You brat, put me down at once. If you continue like this, escaping from Konoha will be impossible. I am giving you one last chance. Release me. I might consider sparing you." A smile crept across Obito's face. "Are you certain you want me to let you go?" Danzo, still cursing and threatening, suddenly realized he was once again suspended in midair. No, don't let go." Obito shook his head, sighing. "Oh, you fickle old man. How can you be so changeable? Just a moment ago, you wanted me to release you, and now you wish for me to hold on. What will it be? Let go or hold on?" Danzo suppressed his inner fury, his tone shifting to one of flattery. "Hiki, young man, if you lower me now, I promise not to hold your past actions against you." Obito's expression darkened. "Not good enough. I detest those who waver in their words. You said you wanted me to let you go, so I shall." Danzo's face was a portrait of refusal. No. Despite his desperate desire to avoid being dropped, he could not stop Obito from releasing his grip. With a swift motion, he plunged towards the ground. A group of ninjas rushed to the spot where Danzo was about to land, striving to rescue him. As before, Obito caught Danzo once more, who remained somewhat numb. Obito continued this cycle of catching and dropping Danzo several times. As Danzo began to lose consciousness, Obito grew weary of the game. He descended, hovering above a cluster of Umbu ninjas, and casually dropped Danzo. "How dull. Hurry and take him back to be properly treated. He should still be alive." The Umbu were left momentarily stunned, yet they dared not voice their thoughts, for the individual before them was more terrifying than any demon. Should they provoke him, they too could find themselves soaring high in the sky, facing dire consequences. Once again, Danzo was returned to the Konoha hospital. The medical ninjas were exasperated. After expending such effort to save Danzo, he was in a perilous state once more. There was no choice but to treat him again. "You certainly have a resilient life, Danzo." The news quickly found its way back to the Hokage's office through the Umbu. As they recounted the events, their gestures animated. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinja Hashirama listened in astonishment. Hiruzen frowned. What on earth is going on with Danzo? How did he get taken again? He was beginning to lose interest in Danzo's fate. At that moment, Hashirama spoke. "For the stability of Konoha, Hiruzen, perhaps we should deploy more personnel to protect him." Hiruzen nodded reluctantly and instructed for additional Umbu to safeguard Danzo. After completing these tasks, he let out a weary sigh. "First Hokage, you have seen the state of Konoha. Troubles about everywhere. We were just invaded by Kumogakure." Upon hearing this, Hashirama appeared perplexed. Kumogakure invaded Konoha? What exactly transpired? Hiruzen hesitated, turning to a bookshelf laden with documents. Among them were his work manuals and the historical records of Konoha over the years. He retrieved the tome recording the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Brushing off the dust. Seated at the table, the two began to peruse the weighty volume. Hiruzen continued to explain, the First Shinobi World War began when my mentor, Tobirama, allied with Kumobikure, only for the traitorous ninjas, Kin and Jin, to instigate a coup. Utilizing the Six Paths tools and the power of the Nine Tails, they dealt a significant blow to the second Raikage and Tobirama. Tobirama, in his selfless act to allow our escape, became the bait. Hashirama felt a surge of discontent. He had not expected Tobirama to join him so soon in death. Then came the Second Shinobi World War. From the instigation by Hanzo of the Salamander to the rise of Hiruzen's three disciples, who earned the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, Hashirama felt a swell of pride. The younger generation of Konoha was indeed formidable, particularly Tsunade's rapid growth. Hiruzen, you have done well. Why have I not seen your three disciples around the village? Hiruzen fell silent. They are no longer in the village. That is a matter for another time. Very well, please continue. Hashirama felt a wave of nostalgia at the mention of Hanzo, the semi-divine figure of the ninja world, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara. Their philosophies bore similarities. Madara had once proposed that unity could bring lasting peace to the ninja world. Hashirama's thoughts grew complex. Did his decision to distribute the tailed beasts among the five great nations lead to the recurrence of these devastating wars? He began to question whether his path had been the right one. Nonetheless, he took solace in the fact that the current ninja world appeared relatively stable. Hiruzen, the younger generation of Konoha truly impresses. This Konoha White Fang surpasses your three disciples, single-handedly vanquishing two elite ninjas from Sunagakure. Why have I not encountered him in the village? Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to vanish from embarrassment. First Hokage, that is also a matter for the future. As they continued to leaf through the historical records, the significant events in Konoha's history were meticulously documented. Chapter 41. The full moon and the shadow on the utility pole. As Senju Hashirama's expression suddenly turned grave, he reflected on the loss of his grandson, Senju Rokutree, who perished on the battlefield, as well as the death of his granddaughter Tsunade's beloved, also a casualty of war. To add to his distress, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia. He sighed heavily. War is indeed brutal. During the tumultuous Warring States period, both Tobirama and Hashirama's brothers met their demise in the chaos of battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen had heard of these two names. They were Hashirama's third and fourth brothers. Continuing his contemplation, Hashirama recalled his esteemed Leaf Village White Fang. He had failed a mission while attempting to save a comrade, which led to a barrage of criticism, ultimately driving the White Fang to take his own life. The thought of such a prodigious talent succumbing to the malicious gossip of his own village was intolerable to Hashirama. With a resounding thud, Hashirama slammed his palm on the desk and rose abruptly. Hiruzen, what on earth is happening? How could such a hero, one who even earned the title of Leaf Village White Fang, be driven to despair over a single failed mission? Hashirama's fury was palpable, especially upon hearing of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Hiruzen, realizing the gravity of the situation, hesitated to conceal the truth any longer. The current Danzo had become an entity of little value, and Hiruzen no longer wished to defend him. He began to reveal the underlying circumstances. As he spoke, Hashirama's chakra surged with intensity. First Hokage, he questioned sternly. Hiruzen, are you the Hokage, or is Shimura Danzo the Hokage? You bear a significant responsibility in this matter. Had you intervened, such a hero would not have met such a tragic end. Hiruzen, humbled, kept his head bowed in silence, accepting the reprimand of the first Hokage. Hashirama paused, contemplating, then relented. Very well, Hiruzen, let us continue. After developing a fear of blood, Tsunade had left the village. The eruption of the Third Great Ninja War and the ensuing conflicts with the Cloud Village had cost the lives of far too many Leaf ninjas. Despite the resounding fame of the Yellow Flash, Hashirama's emotions were not as fervent, for he had already learned the cause of Minato's demise. As the Third Great Ninja War concluded, Orochimaru betrayed the Leaf. Hashirama turned his gaze toward Hiruzen once more. Hiruzen, what is the reason for this? Hiruzen could only obediently explain the circumstances. In that moment, Hashirama found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? Was it Hiruzen's incompetence, or merely a stroke of bad luck? Meanwhile, Uchiha Ibido, having been an observer, found amusement in the unfolding events. In the end, none of Hiruzen's three disciples remained in the Leaf Village. Subsequently, the chaos of the Nine Tails incident unfolded, along with the obliteration of the Uchiha clan, among other calamities. As the afternoon waned, Hashirama appeared utterly spent, reclining in his chair. First Hokage, are you all right? Hiruzen inquired with concern. I am fine, do not worry. You should attend to your duties. I shall manage the work here. I am currently in a state of Edo Tensei, so I do not require food or rest. Hashirama waved him off, prompting Hiruzen to take his leave. The affairs of the village were not overly burdensome, and Hashirama felt no fatigue. After Hiruzen had dined, he returned to check on Hashirama. First Hokage. Hashirama wore a gentle smile. I am well, you should go about your business. With me here, you can take a well-deserved break. I do not require rest. Once I finish these matters, I wish to explore. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. As twilight descended, Hashirama tidied up and secured the Hokage's office before stepping outside. To his surprise, after so many years, he found himself back in the Leaf Village. Although the current state of the village bore little connection to him as a departed soul, he felt a lingering attachment. As the evening grew late, the shops along the streets of the Leaf had closed, and the dim streetlights barely illuminated the path. However, the moon hung full and bright, casting a silvery glow over the village. Hashirama wandered aimlessly through the streets. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito crouched atop a utility pole. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing at the Leaf Hospital. The Umbu guards were oblivious as Obito stealthily extracted the unconscious Danzo from their midst. A brisk wind swept through, causing Danzo to shiver. He blinked groggily, realizing he was no longer lying in a hospital bed. Danzo, let us go. It is time to visit your clan's grounds. At the sound of that familiar voice, the remnants of Danzo's drowsiness evaporated. Uchiha Obito. The surroundings felt eerily familiar. The Shimura clan, a prominent family, stood as a counterpart to the Sarutobi clan, ranking just below the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over Danzo. Everything felt so recognizable, with the full moon illuminating the night sky. However, this time, they had shifted from the Uchiha territory to the Shimura grounds. Obito brandished the Kusanagi sword, while Danzo, gravely injured and unable to move his limbs, was powerless to resist. Quickly, they arrived at the entrance of the Shimura clan's territory. Two members of the Shimura clan stood guard at the street's edge. Upon sighting Obito leading Danzo, they immediately became alert. Who goes there? This is the Shimura clan's territory. You are prohibited from advancing. Bound by a rope and floating like a balloon, Danzo shouted, hurry and notify the clan. Run. That voice was all too familiar. Lord Danzo. What is happening? Why is Lord Danzo floating in the air? Before they could react, Obito silenced them with a swift strike of the Kusanagi, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground. Danzo roared, Uchiha Obito, if you have grievances, come at me. Do not harm the members of the Shimura clan. You wretched fiend. Cease this at once. I will kill you. You will suffer. Obito chuckled coldly. Danzo, it is you who is in agony now. Humph. This is not over. You should be aware of what the Uchiha clan is capable of. Chapter 42, The Night of Annihilation but the Uchiha clan. No. No. This time. Danzo was genuinely anxious. Spare my clan members. I am willing to pay with my life. Uchiha did not respond, merely sneering coldly. A chill ran down Danzo's spine. His gaze filled with dread. Devil. You are a devil. The moment Uchiha activated his Manjiki Sharingan, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Hadn't Itachi Uchiha slaughtered his own kin for the sake of the village's peace? Thus, for the sake of the village's peace and development, I shall eradicate the entire Shimura clan. After walking a short distance, he encountered an elderly man. The old man looked at Uchiha with confusion. Who are you? What brings you here? The response was a sharp blade. In an instant, the old man was dead. Danzo's mouth was silenced, forced to watch helplessly, unable to utter a sound. From the Shimura clan's territory came a series of agonizing screams. Lord Danzo, save us. Ah, please don't kill me. I'm begging you. Spare my life. Who can save us? Lord Danzo, where are you? Uchiha was drenched in the blood of the Shimura clan, perhaps influenced by the Manjiki Sharingan. He felt no remorse. Danzo, at this moment, felt more anguish than if he had died himself. His heart throbbed with a tearing pain. Uchiha looked at Danzo with mocking disdain. Lord Danzo, your kin truly are numerous. Should I leave one survivor among the Shimura clan? Even someone as resolute as Danzo could not withstand this torment. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face. Uchiha suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling something. Oh, I almost forgot. You can't speak. After tearing away the cloth that muffled Danzo's mouth, he was met with a barrage of curses. Uchiha, you are a devil. I will kill you. I will slay you, you wretched being, daring to rampage in the Shimura territory. Hearing Danzo's curses, Uchiha nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, do not cease. This will make it easier for me to slaughter your clan." With those words, Danzo found himself at a loss, neither cursing nor remaining silent, momentarily stunned. Not long after, a group of root ninjas arrived. Upon seeing them, Danzo shouted, "Quickly, inform Hiruzen Sarutobi. This man is Aihana. Kill him." The root ninjas were astonished. "Lord Danzo." They hurriedly approached, attacking Aihana simultaneously. Fire style, fireball jutsu. How foolish to attempt fire style before me, and Aihana formed hand seals with remarkable speed, producing an even larger fireball from his mouth. Boom. The two fireballs collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Aihana felt the scorching wind against his face. Rumbling. The lightning release chakra mode activated, enveloping Aihana in a layer of blue lightning armor. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that Aihana would master this powerful jutsu, typically wielded only by the Raikage. "What other secrets do you possess?" The root ninjas facing Aihana felt an overwhelming pressure. Confronted by such an entity, they trembled in fear. "Hurry and notify Hiruzen Sarutobi. Quickly, quickly," Danzo shouted hoarsely. Despite his desperate cries, there was no escape for them from Aihana's grasp. Aihana was already significantly faster than these root ninjas. Moreover, he had activated the lightning release chakra mode. Crackling. The blue electricity crackled violently. In a flash, Aihana seized one of the root ninjas, grasping his face and forcefully slamming his head into the ground. Swish. Drawing his blade, he struck, silencing yet another root ninja. Danzo watched helplessly as the massacre unfolded. Only one root ninja remained. Aihana merely appeared before him, causing the ninja to tremble in fear. Before Aihana could act, the ninja took matters into his own hands, gripping a kunai and slashing at his own neck. This way, he would avoid being reduced to a pulp by Aihana. Aihana wiped the blood from his cheek. The moonlight illuminated him, making the bloodstains appear even more terrifying. Danzo seemed to have lost his sanity, shaking his head furiously. "No, it cannot be. Why? Why do you possess the lightning armor of the Cloud Village?" No. This was an unending massacre. Unlike the previous extermination of the Uchiha clan, where Itachi and Obito slaughtered at will without interference from the village, Aihana had already claimed nearly half of the Shimura clan when the Umbu finally arrived at the scene. Several small teams positioned themselves at various locations, all wary of Uchiha, and Aihana chuckled bitterly. "I never expected you to arrive so swiftly. When the Uchiha clan was annihilated, where were you?" His words left the Umbu members blushing and flustered, unsure how to confront the man before them. One Umbu ninja retorted defiantly, "Aihana, stop your bravado. Surrender, and perhaps the Hokage will spare your life." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Aihana charged forward, utilizing the formidable physical strength of his lightning release chakra to send the Umbu flying. The ninja soared several meters before crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, feeling as though his insides had shattered. The surrounding Umbu felt their scalps tingle with fear. This Aihana was astonishingly powerful. How could such a monster stand in opposition to Konoha? Is this a trick? I can barely see his speed. What should we do? When will the Hokage arrive? Should we intervene to stop his slaughter? No, the Shimura clan deserves this. If they seek death, let them seek it. Quickly, go assist Sarutobi. The Umbu gathered around the one who had been sent flying, but he had already lost his life. Alas, they could only stand by and watch, none daring to intervene in Aihana's rampage. Suddenly, Danzo erupted into manic laughter. "Ha ha ha, I never expected you Umbu to abandon the Shimura clan. Hiruzen, why has it come to this?" In the 43rd chapter, titled Danzo Dies, Aihana's extermination operation was executed with ruthless efficiency. No one was spared, neither the elderly, nor the children, nor the women. Yet, he considered himself more merciful than Uchiha Itachi, a heartless individual capable of slaying even his parents and Uchiha Izumi. He recalled certain details of the night of the massacre. Had Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan that night, would Itachi have unhesitatingly seized his eyes? Regardless, he would eventually kill Itachi, the sequence being of little consequence. Ultimately, the entire Shimura clan was decimated, save for a solitary survivor. Uchiha, grasping the survivor by the neck, grinned at Danzo. "Danzo, should I grant your Shimura clan a reprieve with this lone survivor?" He paused, then dismissed the thought. "No. It's best to eradicate the roots to prevent regrowth." With a swift motion, Uchiha decapitated the remaining Shimura, his head rolling to rest at Danzo's feet. By this point, Danzo was in a state of near catatonia, his eyes vacant, his mind seemingly adrift. The Umbu operatives of Konoha witnessed the entire scene, yet none dared to intervene. This individual was a veritable demon, his actions too gruesome even for the seasoned Umbu, a level of carnage perhaps only seen in the Blood Mist village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Sarutobi Asuma and others, arrived belatedly, his timing impeccable. Upon his arrival, Hiruzen addressed Aihana. Aihana, enough. Hearing Hiruzen's voice, Danzo turned his head, questioning, Hiruzen? Why? Hiruzen remained silent, offering no response to Danzo. He turned his attention to Aihana. Cease your torment of Danzo. You have avenged your clan. His words suggested a desire to spare Danzo's life. Very well, I shall cease the torment and grant him a swift end. With a decisive strike. Aihana severed Danzo's head. Perhaps, until his final moment, Danzo never comprehended the unraveling of his ambitions. He had envisioned succeeding Hiruzen as Hokage. Yet his life ended with his head severed, beyond resuscitation. Ding. The host has alleviated Shimura Danzo's suffering, demonstrating a physician's compassion. Reward. Summoning beast Ninja Cat. He conversed with the system internally. System, you are misnamed. You should be called the Satan System. Rewarding me for this? The system's voice was mechanical and devoid of emotion. Ding. Host, I do not comprehend your meaning. Never mind. I am simply commending your actions. Aihana had long sought a suitable summoning beast. A ninja cat seemed promising. While he lacked no combat prowess, a ninja cat would be invaluable for intelligence gathering. Sarutobi Hiruzen was receiving a report from Umbu operatives. Upon hearing the details, he was visibly shaken, his mouth agape in disbelief. All dead? No survivors? The Umbu cautiously confirmed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen sighed deeply. This must be resolved. It is a persistent threat. He removed his Hokage robes, revealing his combat attire. Aihana, I offer you one final chance. Aihana waved dismissively. No need. Do as you must. As anticipated, Hiruzen launched a volley of shuriken at Aihana, simultaneously executing hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken multiplied exponentially, creating a dense barrage aimed at Aihana. Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed. Hokage-sama is formidable. I regret not mastering that technique. Kurenai, standing beside him, analyzed the situation. The third Hokage is known as the Professor. However, this alone will not defeat him. Aihana executed hand seals. Water style, water mirror jutsu. A water mirror materialized, reflecting the shuriken back at their source. Kurenai frowned. The water crystal jutsu, capable of reflecting all ninjutsu. That is a signature technique of the fourth Mizukage. How did Aihana acquire it? Sarutobi Asuma shared her skepticism. This individual is more formidable than we imagined. He has mastered not only the lightning armor but also ninjutsu from the hidden mist village. How many more secrets does he conceal? Might Guy, also observing, was eager to test his abilities against Aihana Clang. Some of the shuriken collided, while the remaining projectiles were deflected by the water mirror. Hiruzen used Earth Release, Earth Wall to defend against the reflected shuriken. Exhaust your arsenal, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rumble. The Earth Wall crumbled, followed by a Fire Dragon Flame bullet hurtling toward Aihana. Boom. The Fire Dragon Flame bullet struck Aihana, erupting in a burst of flames. Hiruzen maintained a vigilant stance. Yuzuki Yugao, wearing an Umbu mask, widened her eyes. Did it hit? Such a powerful fire-style technique. Aihana must be overwhelmed. Hate Gecko remained silent, skeptical. Sarutobi Asuma commented, it likely missed. He can use the lightning armor. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. As if on cue, Aihana reappeared unharmed. Just before the Fire Dragon Flame bullet made contact, Aihana used a wood replacement technique to evade the attack. The conflagration drew the attention of Hashirama Senju, who had been wandering nearby. What is happening here? The somewhat oblivious Hashirama failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He soon arrived at the scene of the battle. The sight of the carnage furrowed his brow. Sarutobi, what has transpired here? The assembled Jonin and special Jonin turned in unison. The first Hokage has arrived. Victory is assured. Aihana will be defeated. Sarutobi Asuma smiled confidently. With two Hokage fighting together, no one can withstand them. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Chapter 44. Did you expect it, Tobarama? He is mine. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced at Aihana, then turned his gaze to Senju Tobarama. It surely couldn't be the result of Aihana's Edo Tensei technique. No, it absolutely could not be. Lord First Hokage. This is the rogue shinobi from the Uchiha clan. He annihilated the Shimura clan. Upon hearing the term annihilate, Senju Tobarama momentarily froze. Annihilate? Did he extinguish the Shimura clan in revenge for the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly anxious, urging, Lord First Hokage, please act swiftly. We cannot let this rogue shinobi escape today. Asuma Sarutobi chimed in, Lord First Hokage. If you and the third Hokage join forces, you will surely defeat this rogue. Senju Tobarama sighed deeply. Young man, do not hold it against me. I will take you into custody, but I shall spare your life. The eyes of the Leaf Village shinobi suddenly gleamed with a glimmer of hope. Uchiha chuckled. Ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him warily. What are you laughing at? Uchiha snapped his fingers. Pop, do you truly believe you can capture me? The first Hokage, who had been standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt his limbs move uncontrollably towards Uchiha and Tobarama was bewildered. What is happening? The other Leaf Shinobi were equally perplexed. Why was the first Hokage approaching Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely unsettled now. Uchiha, you were the one to resurrect the first Hokage with Edo Tensei. Uchiha nodded, as if it were evident. Surprised, are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen could scarcely believe his eyes. How is this possible? You only acquired the sealing scroll this morning. It cannot be that you mastered it so quickly. With a faint smile, Uchiha appeared harmless. Indeed, I merely glanced at the scroll a few times and learned it. Is that a problem? Glanced a few times? Learned it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, an elder who had lived through so much, had never encountered such talent. Yet the evidence lay before him, challenging his disbelief. Asuma Sarutobi rubbed his face vigorously. How can this be? Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage. Its difficulty rivals that of S-rank ninjutsu, and you learned it just by looking? Was Uchiha truly such a prodigious genius? Red sighed, pondering. Why would such a genius oppose the Leaf Village? What is the truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation? Is it truly related to Danzo? Yet, Danzo is already dead. Akamichi responded, perhaps he is venting his frustrations because the village failed to act in time when the Uchiha were exterminated. Might Guy nodded in agreement. Regardless, this individual is indeed a genius. It is enviable how easily these prodigies grasp even the ultra S-rank forbidden techniques. A cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the bright full moon. Uchiha, drenched in blood, emanated a fierce aura. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission issued. The dead should rest in peace. Please properly bury Shimura Danzo. Reward, 10 increase in chakra. Bury Shimura Danzo? He had no interest in desecrating the corpse. It was already dead, and he had completed his task. However, the prospect of receiving a reward for the simple act of burying Danzo was appealing to Uchiha and he turned to Senju Tobarama. You stay here and hold them off. I have some matters to attend to. With a flicker of movement, he collected Danzo's corpse in a sack and prepared to leave. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others would not let Uchiha depart so easily. He formed hand seals. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Senju Tobarama clapped his hands together, grounding himself. Wood style. Wood wall. A thick wall of intertwined vines surged upward, effortlessly blocking the Earth Dragon Bullet. Might Guy and his companions, unwilling to relent, attempted to pursue Uchiha in wood style. Would release. Advent of the trees. From beneath Senju Tobarama's feet, a vast expanse of tree roots sprouted, quickly forming a forest that obstructed their path. Akamichi swallowed hard. Is this truly the first Hokage? How powerful! Senju Tobarama shouted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, do not worry. Quickly use the sealing technique to seal me. He only instructed me to obstruct you, not to kill you. He cannot eliminate both Danzo and you at once. If Uchiha did so, the Leaf Village would descend into chaos. Uchiha's pause was also strategic, as he had a system task to complete, which included the reward of a multi-form Chidori. Thus, delaying Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while was inconsequential. Uchiha, carrying the sack, arrived at a hilltop. He casually dug a hole, tossed the sack inside, filled it in, and erected a wooden sign that read, The Shame of Konoha, Old Dog Danzo. Satisfied with the sign, Uchiha nodded. Ding. Mission completed. Reward successfully granted. Delightful. Truly delightful. The feeling of chakra being infused by the system is simply exquisite. Is it that intense? Are they attempting to seal Tobarama? I nearly forgot. Uchiha urgently called for Senju Tobarama to cease his actions, beckoning him over. He had no intention of losing such a valuable assistant. Senju Tobarama utilized multiple wood clones and boldly made his escape before the assembled Leaf Shinobi. Asuma Sarutobi grew anxious, breathing heavily. Navigating through this dense forest was incredibly inconvenient. The first Hokage is trying to flee. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to them, Do not pursue. Aihana may have set traps in advance. Several Jonin halted, exchanging glances. Feeling helpless, they began to clear the aftermath of the Shimura clan's destruction. Exhausted, Sarutobi Hiruzen, weary with age, retired for the night. The following day, he resumed his duties as usual. The extermination of the Shimura clan left him in a state of disarray. The entire Leaf Village had once again fallen into turmoil. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the Hokage's office was knocked upon. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone bore a hint of impatience. Bang. The door swung open forcefully, revealing Tsunade at the threshold. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought his eyes were deceiving him and rubbed them vigorously. Tsunade, how did you return? Chapter 45, The Restless Cloud-Hidden Village. What is it, old man? Do you not wish for my return? Tsunade's expression was displeased. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. It's good that you are back, just good. Alas. Tsunade scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, has something happened in the village? She casually settled onto the sofa, with Shizen always by her side. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, began to recount a rather absurd yet undeniably true tale. Are you kidding me? Tsunade sprang to her feet. You mean Aihana single-handedly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan? And even used Edo Tensei to summon the first Hokage? At the mention of the first Hokage, disappointment flickered across Tsunade's face. Having lost all her kin, the prospect of seeing Hashirama would have brought her joy. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe on the table, his hands clasped. Tsunade, you are back now. You won't leave again, right? The situation in the village is dire. Please stay and assist me. Tsunade furrowed her brows in contemplation. I could remain, but I need the village's resources to locate someone. Who are you searching for? The most notorious grave robber in the ninja world. What has transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Old man, that's none of your concern. Very well. I can assist in placing a bounty. I will notify you as soon as I have any news. Thus, they struck a bargain. Tsunade would help Sarutobi Hiruzen manage the chaos in Konoha, and in return, he would allocate resources to seek information on the grave robber. Meanwhile, in another part of the ninja world, Orochimaru had found Itachi Uchiha, ultimately being easily defeated by Itachi's genjutsu, severing ties with the Akatsuki. Soon after, he caught wind of the troubles befalling Konoha. All along, Orochimaru had been orchestrating his plans to destroy Konoha. Upon learning of Shimura Danzo's demise and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, he began plotting his assault on the village. Orochimaru was not the only one taking action. The cloud-hidden village, long at odds with Konoha, sought to seize an opportunity amidst the turmoil. As time flew by, a month had passed. During this period, Aihana unearthed the long-forgotten grave of the fourth Hokage, acquiring the Renegan as a reward. Regrettably, he did not receive the Flying Thunder God technique. Aihana had initially feared the system's mission might fail, only to find that it deemed his task completed. By eliminating the malignant presence of Danzo, he had inadvertently propelled the development of Konoha, perhaps aided by Tsunade's return, as the Konoha hospital regained its footing. Upon the notification of mission completion, the system issued a new task. Ding! The ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village are conspiring to attack Konoha. For the love and peace of the ninja world, please endeavor to swiftly conclude the war. Reward: Sharingan Devouring Evolution. Enhances your Sharingan by absorbing other Sharingan. Aihana, filled with indignation, declared, This is overwhelmingly powerful. No, for the love and peace of the ninja world, I must prevent the outbreak of war. Killer Bee walked alongside the fourth Raikage. Hey brother, are we really going to initiate war? The fourth Raikage responded gravely, indeed. The ninja world has never known peace. Having experienced the Third Ninja World War, you should understand. For the sake of our cloud-hidden village, this war is necessary. Killer Bee nodded in understanding. Brother, while Konoha was in disarray, the cloud-hidden village had already commenced hostilities, unwilling to concede territory or reparations. Thus, the war swiftly ignited. Aihana donned the Leaf Village forehead protector, disguising himself as a leaf chunin to blend into the battlefield. Narashikaku and others gathered in the command center, their faces etched with concern. These cloud ninjas are truly relentless. We must inflict pain upon them this time, ensuring they dare not challenge Konoha again. Might Guy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Fear not. I feel the fervor of youth surging through my veins. Kakashi, appearing disinterested, mused, This guy is truly passionate. Narashikaku, seeing their fighting spirit, nodded in satisfaction. I will serve as commander this time. I hope for a harmonious collaboration with all of you. He held a stick, gesturing over the map as he meticulously outlined the routes for offense and defense. Amidst a group of lower-ranking ninjas, Aihana blended in. Nearby, A group of ninjas chattered away. One ninja sighed, "Alas, I wonder when this war will end." A Chunin replied, "Once war begins, it lasts at least a few months, if not several years." A serious-looking middle-aged ninja remarked, "He speaks the truth. I participated in the Third Ninja World War. Had it not been for good fortune, I might have perished on the battlefield. Always remain vigilant. You never know when you might fall into an enemy's trap." Noticing Aihana, who appeared relaxed, humming a tune while sharpening his kunai, the middle-aged ninja approached him. "Young man, this must be your first time on the battlefield, right? You seem unperturbed." Aihana turned at the sound of someone addressing him. "Are you talking about me?" "Indeed." Aihana beamed with an innocent smile. "Finally, a chance to step onto the battlefield. If I can defeat enough enemies, I can quickly ascend in rank. I won't even need to take the Chunin exams to become a Chunin or even a Jonin." The surrounding ninjas felt a pang of discomfort at Aihana's naive enthusiasm. The Chunin cautioned, "Young man, the battlefield is not as glorious as you imagine. When the time comes, everyone will face the threat of death. Are you not afraid?" Aihana pondered for a moment, then responded, "I am. But for the sake of the village, I would not hesitate to lay down my life." The middle-aged man was moved by Aihana's words, smiling appreciatively. "You are quite remarkable, young man. What is your name?" "I am no Uchiha." "And you?" "I am Ide." Ide patted Aihana's shoulder. "Be cautious on the battlefield. If you find yourself in trouble, you can always seek me out." Aihana flashed a pure smile. "Thank you, Uncle Ide." Chapter 46. Ambush Encounter. The squad, comprised of Chunin and Genin, was assigned as the vanguard to scout for information, while also inadvertently triggering traps. As they advanced towards the battlefield, Aihana quietly trailed behind, observing. This time, Konoha was on the defensive. Their primary mission was to set traps to prevent the Cloud Ninja from advancing too deeply. Meanwhile, the Jonin and special teams awaited the opportune moment to strike. The sacrifice of lower-ranked ninjas was deemed necessary for the greater good, a fact that the higher-ups in Konoha were indifferent to. In the command center, Yamashita Hachi utilized a special ninja tool to project the battlefield onto a screen. Simultaneously, he employed the Yamashita clan's secret technique, the mind communication technique, to relay orders from Nara Shikaku to various teams. A group of Cloud Ninjas inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the Fire Nation, triggering the explosive tags that Konoha ninjas had previously laid. Boom, boom. The explosive fire soared into the sky, impacting an entire squad of Cloud Ninjas. Ito and his team lay hidden in the shadows. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of the traps, they swiftly emerged from the foliage to finish off the remaining foes. "Captain Ito, all enemies neutralized." Ito nodded. "Excellent. Let us relocate for another ambush." They made a hasty retreat, unaware that more Cloud Ninjas had emerged from the darkness surrounding them. Ito felt a sense of dread wash over him. "This is bad. We've been encircled. That previous squad was merely bait." Having participated in wars before, he understood the ruthlessness of the Cloud Village. He made a swift decision to ensure the safety of the younger ninjas in his team. "Nah, Yamamoto. We will do our utmost to hold them off. Find an opportunity to break through." Yamamoto Taichi vehemently shook his head. "No, Captain Ito, you will perish." "That is an order." "Silence." Ito bellowed. Yamamoto Taichi dared not speak further. Ito then established contact with the command center. "Yamashita Hachi, we've encountered an ambush. We will do our best to hold them off. Please send reinforcements immediately." Yamashita Hachi, possessing a formidable mental fortitude, adeptly managed multiple incoming messages. He promptly conveyed Ito's information in a simplified manner to Nara Shikaku. "Quick, retrieve the frontline visuals," Shikaku urged. Yamashita Hachi closed his eyes, and soon the scene Ito had witnessed materialized on the screen. Their squad of Chunin and Genin numbered nearly 20, a considerable force. However, upon seeing the greater number of Cloud Ninjas, Nara Shikaku made a decisive call. "Abandon support. They cannot escape." Yamashita Hachi opened his eyes, surprised by Shikaku's decision. "Shikaku, are we truly abandoning them?" Nara Shikaku sighed. "There are too many of them. Even if we send support now, it would be too late. Let them resist as best they can." Yamashita Hachi refrained from further comment, closing his eyes again to communicate with Ito. "Ito, hold out as long as you can. The situation is intense elsewhere, and it is difficult to allocate reinforcements. Once we can spare personnel, we will find a way to assist you." Having survived the Third Shinobi World War, Ito understood the implications of Yamashita Hachi's words. They had been forsaken. A heavy heart filled with sorrow enveloped him. He exhaled deeply, choosing not to share this grim news with the others, adhering to the previous strategy. "Everyone, reinforcements will arrive shortly. Let us fight valiantly against these cloud ninjas for a glimmer of hope. The Konoha ninjas were filled with fervor, facing what they perceived as a band of brutish foes. Aihana had been closely observing Ito's expressions, discerning that the situation was dire, and that the command center had likely given up on them. With a cold smirk, Aihana mused, "Is it once again for the greater good?" At that moment, Ito approached Aihana. "No, do not give up. Strive to escape." Aihana shook his head. "Captain Ito, I will not flee. I must engage in combat. They will not let us go easily." Yamamoto Taichi echoed his sentiment. "Captain Ito, I will not flee either. Even if it means death, I refuse to run away." Ito's eyes glistened with emotion. "You all are remarkable. The will of fire endures. Let us fight until the very end." Armed with kunai, they prepared for battle. The cloud ninjas, some wielding ninja swords and others with kunai, poised themselves like predators eyeing their prey. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken was unleashed, igniting the battlefield. Aihana engaged a cloud ninja, who brandished a sword with an exuberant expression. "Konoha weaklings, die." Meanwhile, Yamashita Hachi continued to relay the situation. Nara Shikaku, observing the escalating conflict, sighed heavily. "This cannot continue. These lives will be lost in vain. Reinforcements are no longer feasible. Let Akimichi Choza lead a team to collect the remnants. Kakashi, you must open a breach elsewhere and penetrate the enemy lines." Yamashita Hachi urgently transmitted Nara Shikaku's commands. Might Guy and Asuma, still stationed at the command center, grew anxious as they watched the critical battle unfold. "Let me go? Shikaku, I can reach them in time to provide support. There are young ninjas among them. They embody the spirit of Konoha." Nara Shikaku shook his head. "No, Guy, it is not the right moment. You cannot enter the battlefield yet." Their objective was to target the Jonin of the Cloud Village, as those higher-ups posed the true threat. Though reluctant, Guy complied with the orders. Not long after the battle commenced, the Konoha ninjas found themselves at a disadvantage, outnumbered 2-1. Ito could hardly fathom that the enemy had dispatched such a formidable force to ambush them. Water style, water wave, fire style, fireball technique. Boom. Various jutsu surged, creating chaos on the battlefield. Konoha ninjas fell one after another, while the cloud ninjas fared much better. Ito gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the strength of the enemy's taijutsu. If this continued, they risked total annihilation. Chapter 47. Who is this genius youth? Still dawdling? A chilling voice echoed in Aide's ear. Immediately after, a glinting ninja blade was poised to strike at his neck. How did this happen? Aide's eyes widened in terror. His life was forfeit. To his astonishment, there was no gory splatter as he had imagined. Clang. A sharp sound of metal meeting metal rang out. Aide gazed in disbelief as Aihana stood before him, wielding the Kusanagi sword to block the incoming attack from the cloud ninja. "Nah, you actually wield a ninja blade," Aide exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Aihana exerted force, pushing the assailant back. "Captain Aide, now is not the time for excitement." With that, he charged once more at the cloud ninja. The latter, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "You were just lucky, kid. Next, I will fight seriously." Clang. The Kusanagi sword clashed against the opponent's blade once more. This time, Aihana's sword cleaved through the enemy's weapon with ease. The cloud ninja felt a numbing sensation in his hands, his palms shattered, blood seeping from the wounds. His eyes widened in confusion, not comprehending what had just transpired. Whoosh. Another slash. The Kusanagi sword severed the cloud ninja's head cleanly. Aide was equally bewildered. Not only him, but the nearby cloud and Konoha ninjas halted their actions, their gazes drawn towards Aihana. "Captain, how dare you kill our leader? You were asking for death." The Konoha ninjas, unfamiliar with Aihana, were nonetheless impressed by his martial prowess. Aide shouted, "Nah, be careful." Simultaneously, he hurled a kunai to deflect a shuriken aimed at Aihana. Well done. Though Aihana had slain a squad leader of the cloud, the situation remained precarious. He continued to strike, dispatching several cloud ninjas, rekindling the spirits of the Konoha forces. Observing these events from the command center, several individuals felt a mix of emotions. My guy was particularly animated, exclaiming, "This boy is truly remarkable. Is this the essence of burning youth? They will surely survive. Let me go?" Nara Shikaku, arms crossed, acknowledged the young man's formidable skills. "I had no idea of his existence until now. Guy, do not worry. Akimichi Choza and the others will arrive shortly. If they can hold out for another half hour." Sarutobi Asuma sighed at Shikaku's words. Even if this boy is somewhat stronger than an ordinary chunin, it will be a challenge to last another half hour. Such a pity. A heavy silence settled among them. They were at a loss for words. Their feelings were complex. Having unexpectedly discovered a talented youth with commendable martial arts in the heat of battle. As Konoha ninjas fell, Uchihana's blade was already steaming from continuous use, swiftly eliminating one cloud ninja after another. However, he soon became the target of collective ire. First, eliminate this young ninja wielding a blade, commanded a cloud squad leader. I'd shouted simultaneously, help to share the burden, but their cries were futile. The cloud ninjas outnumbered them significantly. Shikaku's expression grew serious in the command center. This young man was about to become their primary target. My guy was tense, fist clenched. Young man, you must survive. He yearned to meet this skilled swordsman. Yet he feared for Uchihana's safety. The cloud ninjas relentlessly attacked Uchiha. He retreated swiftly while forming seals with one hand. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth. Boom. One of the advancing cloud ninjas was caught off guard, engulfed in flames, crashing heavily to the ground, reduced to charred remains. Shikaku was taken aback. This young man can form seals with one hand. How is it that I had not heard of such a prodigy before? Uchihana's swordsmanship grew increasingly refined, his speed accelerating. Even when besieged by 7 or 8 cloud ninjas, he remained undeterred. Ide and his companions longed to assist Uchihana, but they too were entangled with cloud ninjas. They struggled just to maintain their footing, let alone provide support. Staying in the command center, Moonlight Gale spoke up. His swordsmanship is formidable. Even I could not achieve such a level. Upon hearing Gale's words, the others grew agitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. Gale, are you certain you are not joking? Gale replied earnestly. He seems to be holding back his full strength. Let us watch. Just then, Uchihana came to a halt. He formed another seal. Wind style? Vacuum blade. He exhaled a gust of wind chakra onto the Kusanagi sword, enveloping it in an even sharper wind blade. Asuma was now thoroughly unsettled. This young man could master the vacuum blade. He was all too familiar with it, as his own signature move was the chakra blade. Gale, you were correct. This young man is not using his full power. It seems they might indeed hold out until a Kimichi Chozo arrives. Might Guy felt an exhilarating surge. Is this the fervor of youth? A counterattack is imminent. Everyone eagerly watched Uchihana, awaiting his retaliation. Suddenly, Nara Shikaku recalled something and instructed Yamanaka and Noichi to quickly switch the screens, directing commands to other battlefields. After issuing rapid orders, the screen returned to Uchihana's battleground. Alone, wielding the Kusanagi sword, Uchihana ruthlessly reaped the lives of the cloud ninjas as if cutting grass. Moonlight Gale remarked, his swordsmanship rivals my own. I never imagined Konoha had such a hidden talent. Shikaku's lips curved into a slight smile. He was incredibly powerful. Surely, he would be able to hold out until Chozo arrived. Uchihana, blinded by fervor, swung his blade mercilessly. Ide and the others felt greatly encouraged, despite their smaller numbers. They now had the upper hand. Chapter 48, The Emergence of Darui, a powerful user of black lightning. The cloud ninjas had begun to sense that something was amiss. More of them joined the assault on Uchihana, and if this continued, they would be annihilated by this harbinger of death. Retreat, they cried in desperation. Damn it, I didn't expect such a formidable presence among these lower ninjas. We must withdraw. If this continues, he will slay us all. The Leaf Village's forces dwindled to mere single digits. Yet, under Uchihana's leadership, they dared to pursue the remaining 20 or so cloud ninjas. It is time for a counterattack. Follow in his footsteps. I'd shouted as he kept pace with Uchihana, his fervor ignited despite the heavy casualties their team had sustained. Nara Shikaku, commanding from the base, shifted from a serious demeanor to a light-hearted smile. What a genius. Once this war is over, I must get to know him better. Mizuki Shikaze gripped his ninja blade, yearning for the opportunity to spar with him. Just as everyone thought Uchihana would completely repel the cloud ninjas, reinforcements from the clouds arrived sooner than expected. A figure dashed from the underbrush, wielding an exceptionally long ninja sword, and pounced upon Uchihana like a fierce tiger. Caught off guard, Uchihana's Kusanagi sword was knocked from his grasp, accompanied by a surge of intense pain in his hands. Mizuki Shikaze recognized the assailant instantly. It was none other than Darui. Nara Shikaku's heart tightened. Indeed, it was the one who inherited the black lightning of the third Raikage. This man was a trusted aide of the fourth Raikage. How could he be here? This was dire. Yamashiro Kai, quickly check on Akito Daisuke and the others. Yamashiro Kai, not daring to slacken, immediately contacted Akito Daisuke. Daisuke, where are you? Ide and the others need support. Aikido Daisuke, rushing with all his might, replied. I will be there shortly, just a few more minutes. Narashikaku's voice was grave. Daisuke, you must hurry. Darui has arrived, and they will not stand a chance against him. Hearing Shikaku's words, Daisuke felt the pressure mount. He was well aware of who Darui was. If he did not activate his butterfly transformation, he would likely not be able to contend with him. Even with it activated, victory was not guaranteed. Darui, an elite jonin from the Cloud Village, would undoubtedly overpower this group of lower ninjas, who were hardly worth mentioning. They could only pray that Aikido Daisuke would reach the battlefield in time. Ide, receiving orders from Narashikaku, summoned all his strength and shouted to Aihana, retreat at once. You are no match for him. He is Darui, a powerful ninja who inherited the black lightning of the third Raikage. Run, regardless of the consequences. He was determined to protect this talented youth. Darui gazed at Aihana with a deathly stare. I apologize, young one. You are indeed formidable, but alas, you have encountered me. As Aihana shifted his stance, he began forming hand seals, directing his energy towards the Kusanagi sword. Lightning release. Lightning wave. Water and lightning intertwined, creating a formidable wave of energy. I cried out, no, don't do it, no. The jonin observing from the command center widened their eyes in disbelief. Narashikaku exclaimed, it's over. Darui has already disowned his intentions and knows he aims to retrieve the ninja sword. Mizuki Shikaze furrowed his brow, silently fixated on the screen. Hoping for a miracle, Might Guy was the most agitated. No, this cannot be the end for the youth. Just then, Aihana's form transformed into a block of wood. Bang! His true self appeared amongst the leaf ninjas. Might Guy was baffled. When did he use the body replacement technique? Mizuki Shikaze spoke up. He had one hand concealed behind his back. He must have been quietly forming seals. This young man seemed to have anticipated that his opponent would attempt to thwart him. Impressive. Narashikaku narrowed his eyes, known for his combat intellect. Even in such a moment, it was unlikely for him to make a quick judgment. Darui, who had been squinting, finally opened his eyes wider, regarding Aihana with a mix of admiration and wariness. Such a leaf genius, if not eliminated now, would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the Cloud Village once he matured. You are quite impressive, but this is where it ends. Aihana turned to survey his surroundings, extending his hand. Give me a ninja sword. Soon, a leaf ninja handed over their weapon. Ide, with concern, asked, Nah. Are you sure this is wise? The material of that sword seems rather special. An ordinary ninja sword may not withstand it. Aihana smiled slightly. This will suffice. After speaking, he formed a single-handed seal. Suddenly, a surge of violent lightning chakra coursed from his palm into the sword. However, the ordinary weapon struggled to contain the chakra's potency. Lightning release. Chidori blade. Darui was taken aback by the scene. Oh, so it is lightning release? Young man, I see potential in you. Would you consider joining our Cloud Village? I shall recommend you to Lord Raikage. I'd glanced anxiously between Darui and Aihana, fearing that Nam might betray the Leaf Village. Aihana coldly replied, No, thank you. Good lad. I knew you would say that. I'd sighed in relief. In the command center, Might Guy noted the familiar nature of the lightning technique. I never expected this youth could utilize lightning release. Perhaps, in the future, I can ask Kakashi to take him under his wing. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, Guy, I had my eye on this boy first. He is not merely proficient in lightning release. Prior to this, he infused wind release chakra into a ninja sword. His mastery of wind release appears to surpass that of lightning release. Mizuki Shikaze shook his head. Enough. Once this war concludes, I shall personally teach him the leaf style of swordsmanship. The discussion continued fervently until Narashikaku commanded, Everyone, quiet down. Look, that youth is about to strike. It was indeed astonishing to witness Aihana take the initiative. He grasped the ninja sword and charged at Darui. Darui, wielding his long sword with both hands, smirked. Let me see how far your strength can reach. Clang. The sword infused with lightning clashed against Darui's blade. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Chidori blade, an ordinary sword would have surely shattered under the impact. Chapter 49. Is this truly a chunin? A genius. Aihana deftly twirled his ninja blade, leaving Darui in a state of exhaustion. At such a close range, the long sword's effectiveness was severely limited. Consequently, Aihana appeared to dominate the battlefield, relentlessly swinging his blade in a series of powerful strikes against Darui, who was left in a decidedly defensive posture. The sound of clashing metal rang out sharply with each blow, echoing through the air. Darui noticed a subtle detail. This seemingly ordinary ninja blade could not withstand the immense power of the lightning chakra. Each time their blades collided, A tiny crack would form in Uchihana's weapon. Unhurried, Darui continued to retreat while engaging in combat. It seemed Uchihana remained oblivious to this weakness. Continuing his aggressive onslaught, the Kumo ninjas grew increasingly anxious. How could their esteemed Darui be bested by a mere Konoha Chunin? However, the intensity of the duel rendered them hesitant to intervene, fearing the risk of friendly fire. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku, stationed at the command center, began to sense something amiss. Darui was not at a disadvantage. In fact, he seemed to be biding his time for something. Finally, as Uchihana swung his blade down once more, it shattered into pieces. The explosive force of the lightning chakra sent shards flying, tragically striking a Kumo ninja in the chest, resulting in instant death. Both Uchihana and Darui emerged unscathed, with Darui seizing the opportunity to conclude the battle. The ninjas at the Konoha command center felt a wave of dread wash over them. This was disastrous. Blue arcs of electricity crackled along Darui's long sword as he charged towards Uchihana. Suddenly, trees began to topple, and the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. A colossal spherical object hurtled toward Darui with unstoppable force. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up with realization. It was a Kimichi Choza. The meat tank had finally arrived. The ground shook as the rolling mass of flesh and with debris surged towards Darui, clearly caught off guard. Darui quickly leaped back while forming hand seals. Water style. Water barrier. He unleashed a torrent of powerful water waves, momentarily halting the meat tank's advance. Using the resulting momentum, he evaded the impending assault. Turning to his fellow Kumo ninjas, he urged them to retreat swiftly. Under his command, they fled the battlefield in haste. Darui followed closely behind, ensuring their safety. Akimichi Choza had no intention of pursuing. His purpose for joining the fray was solely to protect the team and maintain their defensive line. Unexpectedly, Uchihana picked up his Kusanagi sword, now alone, and pursued Darui and the others. Choza, alarmed, shouted, "Stop. Be cautious of potential ambushes." However, Uchihana seemed deaf to his warnings, charging ahead. Gritting his teeth, Choza turned to his comrades. "You must evacuate and bring the injured back. I will catch up to him to prevent further complications." Conflicted, Choza's ally protested, "But Lord Choza, I want to accompany you." Without hesitation, Choza rebuffed him. "You know your own limitations. Quickly, take them to safety." Reluctantly, I'd complied. "By the way, what is that boy's name?" "Uchihana." "All right, I will ensure he returns unharmed." With Choza's assurance, I'd felt a measure of relief. At the command center, Nara Shikaku instructed Choza, "Do your utmost to bring everyone back. If danger arises, retreat promptly. I will monitor your situation closely." Choza nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He then led his 3 Akimichi kin in pursuit of Uchiha and Darui. Astonished that the boy dared to chase him, felt a surge of irritation. He unleashed a technique, lightning style, black lightning. The jaguar-shaped black lightning surged toward Uchiha and In response, Uchihana executed a wind-style technique. Wind style. Vacuum Great Sphere. The wind technique countered the lightning, dispersing the jaguar-shaped attack. Darui was left bewildered. This boy possessed formidable wind techniques. Realizing the futility of further confrontation, Darui chose to flee without looking back. Defeating Uchihana and Choza was not beyond his capability, but he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. While the 4th Raikage embodied volatility, Darui exemplified composure. His competence extended beyond combat. He was adept at managing village affairs. A true polymath. As the distance between Uchihana and Darui widened, a sigh of relief swept through Nara Shikaku and his team. Yet, in the next moment, they were struck with shock. Blue arcs of electricity erupted from Uchihana's body, signaling the activation of his lightning chakra mode. Choza's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Is this? Nara Shikaku and the others were equally alarmed. Could it be lightning chakra mode? How is that even possible? Might Guy, wearing a disbelieving expression, interjected, "It cannot be. Only the Raikage can master such a powerful technique." Sarutobi Hiruzen speculated. "It is highly likely that this boy has developed his own lightning techniques. Remember, he previously used both wind and lightning styles. He can even channel chakra into his weapons." Chapter 50. In a frenzy, chasing Darui, Uchihana's speed intensified, much to the dismay of Akadu Dingswa. "Slow down, kid. I can't keep up," he panted. "Don't pursue any further. Be careful of potential ambushes ahead." Yet, Uchihana seemed impervious to the warnings, accelerating even more. Lightning release. Chidori Senbon. With a swift motion, lightning transformed into numerous slender Senbon, aimed directly at Darui and his companions. Darui evaded with ease, skillfully dodging Uchihana's assault. But the same could not be said for the cloud ninja surrounding him. Some were caught off guard, pierced by the lethal Saban. Witnessing this, Darui's temper flared. He abruptly halted, hands swiftly forming seals. Storm release, laser circus. This technique, a fusion of lightning release and water release, unleashed a barrage of powerful laser-like projectiles towards Uchiha, and he prepared. Uchiha stood his ground, forming seals at lightning speed. Wind release, vacuum wave. He expelled several sharp gusts in rapid succession. The collision of wind blades and water-laden projectiles scattered the storm release attacks, leaving Darui astonished. He had expected to create some difficulty for his opponent, not to be so thoroughly outmatched. Is this a mistake in intelligence? Could Konoha be harboring such a nameless young ninja? While pondering this, Uchiha, crackling with lightning, suddenly appeared before him. Wielding the Kusanagi sword and relentlessly slashing with the Chidori blade, Darui, slower in speed and limited in close-range combat, found himself on the defensive, sustaining multiple wounds within mere moments. With no options left, Darui continued to flee. Uchiha, seemingly toying with him like a cat plays with a mouse, showed no intent to strike with lethal force, relishing the thrill of the hunt. As they delved deeper into the ranks of the Cloud Ninja, more adversaries emerged to obstruct Uchiha. Akadu Dingswa, confused by the scene before him, noticed the numerous fallen Cloud Ninja along the path he had taken. What on earth has transpired? The unfolding chaos was broadcast to the command center, where Nara Shikaku and his companions furrowed their brows in concern. Finally, after another 5 minutes, Akadu Dingswa caught up with Uchiha, who was now encircled by a throng of Cloud Ninja. Staring at the scene, Dingswa was rendered speechless. It's over. Shikaku. What do we do now? Nara Shikaku, resting his chin in his hands, furrowed his brow deeply. Dingswa, if there is a chance, bring him back. If not, retreat. Your safety is paramount. Upon hearing Nara Shikamaru's words, Might Guy grew restless. What about that boy? Are we to simply watch him perish? Nara Shikaku's mood was equally grim. Guy? He chose this path, pursuing Darui on his own. He is now deep within enemy territory. Any words are futile. Dingswa, if unforeseen circumstances arise, retreat at once. Akadu Dingswa, though unwilling, recognized the necessity of ensuring his team's safety. Understood. Surrounded by the Cloud Ninja, Uchiha bore a cold expression, drenched in the blood of his foes. At Darui's command, the circle of Cloud Ninja unleashed a barrage of water and lightning release techniques. With a flash, lightning enveloped Uchiha, clad in a layer of lightning armor, granting him unparalleled speed and defense. Like a bolt of lightning, he evaded the assaults of the Cloud Ninja effortlessly. Stray shurikens and kunai posed no threat to his defenses. At that moment, the lightning coursing through Uchiha's Kusanagi sword shifted from blue to black, a hue denoting a surge in power. The blade gleamed with lethal sharpness. With a single stroke, he could claim the life of a Cloud Ninja. Darui could no longer maintain his composure. When did this fellow master the black lightning? How is this possible? Did he merely observe me using the black mark to comprehend it? The realization of such a prodigy ignited a pang of jealousy within Darui. A true genius, capable of grasping the intricacies of black lightning at a mere glance, was not of the Cloud Ninja legacy. His path led only one way, to death. Even under orders, Akadu Dingswa could no longer wait. He refused to witness such a young life extinguished before him. Shikaku, I'm going in. I cannot allow this boy to face the danger alone. Nara Shikaku fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The manifestation of black lightning left the Konoha ninjas in utter shock. As they fixated on the screen, a voice resonated from behind them. Might Guy? Moonlight Breeze. You too. Head to the front lines immediately. The faster, the better. They turned in surprise. Hokage-sama. You've arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand. I am aware of the situation. We cannot allow such a genius to perish on the battlefield. Konoha needs new blood. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had reflected deeply and realized many things. He felt the weight of age pressing upon him, a sense of helplessness. Might Guy, unable to contain his eagerness, rushed forward. With the Hokage's command, Nara Shikaku felt compelled to remain silent. Although both Might Guy and Moonlight Breeze possessed remarkable speed, the distance from the command center to Uchiha was still considerable. To reach him swiftly, Might Guy activated the third gate, his body emanating a vibrant green light as veins bulged on his forehead. Breeze, I shall go ahead. With that, he vanished from Moonlight Breeze's sight in an instant. On the battlefield, the Cloud Ninja, including Darui, believed Uchiha was cornered and would surely be unable to escape. Now, They regretted their underestimation. Darui struggled to comprehend how such a youth could wield death with no hesitation. Was he a demon? No, on the battlefield. Everyone could be a demon. This boy merely adapted swiftly to the environment. Ah, Lord Darui, save me. No, please don't kill me. The crimson blood soaked the forest. Bodies littered everywhere, and the cries of anguish echoed endlessly. Chapter 51. Child of Wind and Thunder, Niji. The combatants, including Akimichi Dingzhua, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Having participated in the Third Great Ninja War, he had never encountered such a lethal force. Uchiha Niji moved with a proficiency surpassing that of an executioner, dispatching foes with a single stroke, leaving no room for suffering. Shadow Clone Technique. Darui and his shadow clones simultaneously unleashed dark lightning, which transformed into two jagged, panther-shaped bolts of electricity. Lightning release. Double black spot. The lightning-formed panthers lunged toward Uchiha Niji, intent on biting down. To everyone's astonishment, Uchiha Niji withstood the terrifying dark lightning with sheer force. His body charred black from the electric assault. The dispersed dark lightning gradually converged in his palm, crackling and hissing. The furious dark lightning seemed poised to explode at any moment. A chill ran down Darui's spine. He felt as though he had become the target of this onslaught. No matter what, evasion seemed impossible. The surrounding cloud ninja dared not advance, fearing the devastating reach of the dark lightning. In the command center, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow. Is that Chidori? A lightning technique developed by Kakashi. Asuma Sarutobi gaped in disbelief. It can't be. Even Kakashi couldn't achieve such a feat. Narashikaka felt his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. This individual had not only withstood all the dark lightning but also repurposed it for his own use. His mastery of chakra was astonishingly adept. How could this be? Though they found it hard to believe that Uchiha Niji could reach such heights. The scene unfolded before their eyes in stark reality. The dark lightning swirling in Uchiha Niji's right hand produced a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping incessantly. In facing Uchiha Niji, it felt as if one was staring into an endless abyss. The abyss consumed Darui, leaving him no time to contemplate. He turned and fled, running for his life. He could only think that relentless flight was his only chance of survival. He couldn't fathom it. How could a mere mid-tier ninja team spawn such a monster? Crackling. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Niji vanished from his position, leaving behind a trail of dark lightning. Puffed. The dark lightning pierced through Darui's body. He thought he had escaped swiftly enough. Uchiha Niji forcefully withdrew his hand. CR Chapter 52. The 7 ninja blades Kirabai and Uchiha had only rested for half a day before once again entering the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas stationed at the front lines greeted Uchiha warmly upon seeing him. It must be said that Konoha's intelligence network is indeed commendable. The name of Uchiha had spread far and wide. A youth wielding a ninja blade is easily recognizable amidst the chaos of war. The Child of Thunder and Wind? I can hardly believe I've encountered the Child of Thunder and Wind. By my word, he's so young. Who would have thought he could defeat Darui at such an age? Not only that, he has carved a breach through the defenses of the Cloud Village. He's looking this way. Upon hearing the discussions among the ninjas, Uchiha felt a bit bashful and instinctively glanced over before quickly moving away. Just as the chatter continued, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. The ninjas from the Cloud Village are attacking. Uchiha swiftly unsheathed his Kusanagi sword. His reputation had spread even further among the Cloud ninjas as he had slain Darui and was now classified as an S-rank wanted criminal. Yet, little did those Cloud ninjas know, Uchiha bore the weight of 3 S-rank bounties under different identities. What surprised Uchiha was the sight of Konoha ninjas fleeing in disarray. He intercepted a fleeing ninja and inquired, "What on earth is happening?" "It's the 8 Tails Jinchuriki." Kirabai, leading the charge with the Cloud ninjas. Releasing the Konoha ninja, Uchiha dashed in the opposite direction, back at Konoha's command center. They had already received reports from the front lines. Nara Shikaku commanded Kakashi, who was nearby, to provide support. As for Uchiha, they chose not to intervene excessively. His accomplishment of slaying Darui was already deemed sufficient merit. Even if he withdrew from the battlefield, no one would dare to criticize him. Soon, Kirabai and Uchiha crossed paths. "Hey, little brat. So you're the one who killed Darui?" Kirabai questioned in a less than friendly tone. Uchiha nodded. "That would be me." A well-meaning Konoha ninja, still lingering, warned, "Nah, you should run. This guy is Kirabai. You stand no chance against him." Kirabai chuckled with arrogance. "That's right, little brat. You better run into the sunset, but you won't be able to escape." Uchiha said nothing, gripping his sword as he charged at Kirabai. Kirabai adeptly parried Uchihana's attacks. Without activating his Sharingan, Uchihana found himself struggling in this duel of blades. Should Kirabai employ the seven-sword style, defeat would be almost certain. He dared not underestimate the man before him, who donned sunglasses and presented a somewhat comical appearance. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed as Uchihana activated his lightning release chakra mode. His speed surged dramatically, catching Kirabai off guard, forcing him to retreat step by step. Whoa, little brat. I didn't expect you to wield lightning armor. This is amusing. Uchihana deliberately unleashed a vacuum blade to guard against any surprise attacks. Although lightning armor was formidable, Uchihana knew that his version paled in comparison to that of the fourth Raikage. Back at the Konoha Command Center, they began to monitor the unfolding battle. Narashikaku scrutinized the screen displaying the two combatants. Kirabai was significantly stronger than Darui. It was said that Kirabai had mastered the power of the tailed beasts, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Uchihana was surely in peril now. Akito Chiza remained in position, waiting for the opportune moment. No, now is exceptionally strong. Even Kirabai cannot defeat him in an instant. While it may not be Kirabai's match, he should still be able to escape. Narashikaku was taken aback by Akito Chiza's confidence in Uchiha. It must be acknowledged that Kirabai's ninja blades were remarkably resilient. Even after numerous clashes with wind blades, none had broken. As the battle wore on, Kirabai began to grow impatient. An octopus-like tentacle extended from his body, anchoring itself to the ground. Meanwhile, both legs surged with power as he aimed a kick at Uchihana's head. Uchihana reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block Kirabai's kick. After they momentarily distanced themselves, Kirabai shook his body, drawing several other ninja blades from his back, sending them soaring into the air. In an extraordinarily peculiar posture, Kirabai caught all 7 blades. Behold, little brat, witness the might of the seven-sword style. Narashikaku's eyes widened in astonishment. What an unusual technique. The onlookers fell silent. They had never before witnessed Kirabai's distinctive swordsmanship. At that moment, Yuzuki Yugao spoke up. I have heard of Kirabai's seven-sword style. Perhaps due to being the 8 tails Jinchuriki, he can adeptly control 7 blades. The unpredictability of his attacks is daunting. Uchihana had never encountered such a fighting style before. This time, he was undoubtedly in trouble. She and Tsukuyami Shikaku were merely friends at this stage, not yet lovers. Yuzuki Yugao was also a master of the Konoha blade style, possessing a deeper understanding of swordsmanship than the others present. Upon hearing Yuzuki's words, Narashikaku began to worry for Uchiha. With a grave expression, Uchihana locked his gaze on Kirabai. Kirabai chattered incessantly, Hey, little brat. Are you ready? Here I come. Swish, swish, swish. One blade after another descended upon Uchihana like a torrential storm. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades echoed as Uchihana struggled to fend off Kirabai's initial wave of attacks. Little brat, now you finally see the extent of my prowess. Surrender now. To everyone's astonishment, Uchihana produced a specially crafted kunai from his person. Wind release. Vacuum blade. A long, sharp wind blade extended from the kunai. He wielded both wind blades, striking wildly at Kirabai. Wave after wave of keen vacuum blades surged toward Kirabai. As Sarutobi Hiruzen observed this scene, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It reminded him of an old friend who had long since passed, known for employing similar ninjutsu. This kid? Could he be from Danzo's roots? No, that couldn't be right. He had already investigated Uchihana, and this identity bore no connection to the Umbu or root. It was also possible that this youth possessed extraordinary talent. Kirabai, brandishing all 7 ninja blades, was enveloped in a layer of crimson-tailed beast chakra. He planted his heels firmly against the ground, attempting to close the distance to Uchiha Chapter 53, Ceasefire. The evolution of the Sharingan through devouring swish, swish, swish. Karabi deftly manipulated 7 ninja blades, his body spinning incessantly, scattering all of his wind blades. Just moments ago, Kakashi had arrived on the scene, bravely enduring the onslaught of Niji's wind blades as he charged directly in front of him. This was dire. Niji was in peril, as Uchiha Niji fervently swung his blade. He suddenly felt as though he had struck a steel plate. The ninja blade in his hand was unexpectedly knocked away by Karabi. Fortunately, Niji reacted swiftly, performing a backflip to evade Karabi's follow-up attack. Witnessing Niji's blade being sent flying, Karabi smirked with satisfaction. Kakashi prepared to assist, but it might already be too late. Karabi raised 2 of his ninja blades, unleashing the Sonic Thunder Blade. The lightning release generated high-frequency vibrations, its penetrating power surpassing even that of wind release. Should this strike land, Uchiha Niji might truly meet his end. Kakashi had already removed his eye patch, ready to use Kamui to save Niji. All at the command center held their breath. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seemed that Uchiha Niji might indeed suffer severe injuries, if not death. Whoosh. Suddenly, a blue orb of light materialized in Uchiha Niji's hand. He did not retreat from Kurabi's attack. Instead, he seized the advantage of his bare hands, accelerating his speed dramatically just before the lightning-imbued blade made contact with his lightning armor. The Rasengan in the palm of Uchiha Niji struck Kurabi squarely in the abdomen. Boom. Kurabi had not anticipated that Niji possessed such a trump card. His body spun backward violently, crashing into a tree with such force that it splintered the trunk. Finally coming to a halt. Spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, Kurabi, in agony, gasped, "Help me up." Two Umbu ninjas from the Cloud Village hurried to support him. "Lord Kurabi, we must return," they urged. Amidst his pain, Kurabi glanced helplessly at Uchiha Niji and Kakashi, muttering, "Let us go. Damn it. Next time I won't underestimate him." He genuinely regarded Niji as a rival. If he were to harness more of the Eight Tails' power, he could not possibly lose to this young prodigy. However, now gravely injured, he dared not linger any longer, despite his reluctance. Uchiha Niji attempted to pursue, only to be doused by a torrent of ink sprayed by Kurabi. The octopus ink nearly made Niji retch. Ugh. Kakashi rushed to Niji's side, asking, "Are you hurt?" Niji wiped the grime from his face and shook his head. "I'm fine, but it's a pity he got away." Kakashi offered a word of comfort. If we continue the chase, he might go into tailed beast mode, which could cause significant trouble. Niji nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi voiced his lingering curiosity. "How is it that you can use the Rasengan?" Niji feigned ignorance, asking, "Rasengan? What Rasengan? Are you referring to that herb earlier?" Rasengan is indeed a fine name. I stumbled upon this technique while practicing by chance. Is there a problem? Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. No problem at all. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what's the deal with your eye? Upon hearing Niji's question, Kakashi quickly concealed his eye. That's an old story, nothing to concern yourself with. After Kurabi's retreat, the fourth Raikage learned of his injury and was furious, preparing to personally confront the Leaf Village to deliver a lesson. The elders of the Cloud Village hastily intervened. The influential Tsuchikage regarded the fourth Raikage with a grave expression. If this continues, the Cloud Village will face utter destruction. This war was a mistake from the beginning. Let it end here. The fourth Raikage's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yet he was faced with a counselor who had once advised his father. He found himself in turmoil. Everyone around him urged him to reconsider. Tsuchikage, with a serious demeanor, declared, had this war not been instigated, Darui would still be alive. If you refuse to end this conflict, more Cloud Ninjas will perish. The thought of Darui's death filled the fourth Raikage with overwhelming guilt. What good will it do to kill that boy? Darui won't return. After repeated counsel from the elders, the fourth Raikage sighed heavily. Very well, let us cease hostilities with the Leaf Village for now. I must check on the situation. With that, he turned and departed. The Tsuchikage swiftly began executing the fourth Raikage's orders. Soon, the message reached the Leaf Village. When Narashikaka received word of the Cloud Village's desire for a ceasefire, he was taken aback. Could it truly be that Uchiha Niji's emergence had disrupted their plans? He reported the news to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, now aged, was solely focused on safeguarding Konoha. He had never been one for aggression, and with Danzo deceased, no one dared to challenge his decisions. Choosing to halt hostilities with the Cloud Village, Uchiha Niji, upon hearing this news, felt it was entirely predictable. The third Hokage remained, as ever, weak-willed. At the moment both parties declared a ceasefire, the system confirmed Uchiha Niji's task as complete. Ding. Host successfully prevented a large-scale outbreak of war. Reward issued, special bloodline limit. The evolution of the devouring Sharingan. Uchiha Niji eagerly anticipated the evolution of his Sharingan through devouring. He discreetly sought an opportunity, distancing himself from the multitude of leaf ninjas. He retrieved the Sharingan previously obtained from Danzo and the one belonging to Shisui. Following the method imparted by the system, Uchiha Niji activated his Manjiki Sharingan, channeling chakra within his body to commence the devouring of the Sharingan. One by one, the Sharingan transformed into streams of crimson light, flowing into his Manjiki Sharingan. The pain was excruciating. The extent of the evolution remained uncertain to him. Chapter 54. The Eternal Kaleidoscope and its unique power. The sensation of searing pain was unbearable. Uchiha found himself struggling to remain upright, leaning against the wall as he clutched his hair in agony. This torment persisted for approximately 10 minutes. Had only one of his eyes evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope? He meticulously attuned himself to the formidable power of his dojutsu. The ability of Konoha Tsukumi had transformed, allowing multiple uses without severely damaging the Sharingan, capable of subtly influencing an opponent's decisions without their awareness. However, it also had the potential to permanently alter another's will, which would inflict significant harm on his eye. Even the eternal kaleidoscope could not withstand the side effects of Konoha Tsukumi, risking blindness. It appeared to be a remarkable ability. A faint smile graced Uchiha Ye's lips. Upon returning to the command center, an Umbu ninja approached him. It was Yuzuki Yueying. Her striking purple hair easily identifiable despite the mask she wore. "Yu, the Hokage has summoned you. Please accompany me." Uchiha Yu nodded. "Let us proceed." As they walked, Yuzuki Yueying occasionally glanced at him. Uchiha Yu noticed her furtive glances but chose to remain silent. Yu, if you have some time, would you mind sparring with me?" Uchiha Yu paused, initially thinking he had been discovered. It turned out she merely wished to train together. Of course, that would be fine. They arrived at the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen sat with a cheerful demeanor. "Hokage-sama, what is it that you require of me?" With a warm smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "Yu Kumogakure intends to sign a ceasefire agreement with us. The location will be in Unokuni. We depart tomorrow, and you and Kakashi will serve as my guards. Is that acceptable?" Uchiha Yu found the prospect intriguing, eager to remain undercover a little longer. He nodded in agreement. "Understood. Hokage-sama. Very well, you may return for now," Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. As they exited the office, Uchiha Yu turned to Yuzuki Yueying. "Let us head to the training grounds." Yuzuki Yueying was momentarily taken aback. "What? Did you not say you wanted to spar with me? Now seems like the perfect time. Do you have other matters to attend to?" "No, let us go to the training grounds," Uchiha Yu urged. Eagerly, Yuzuki Yueying acquiesced. They soon arrived at a spacious grassy area adjacent to a small stream. Uchiha Yu casually held the Kusanagi sword in one hand, while Yuzuki Yueying appeared serious and determined. "Please, give it your all. Don't hold back." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Let us begin." Yuzuki Yueying formed hand seals, invoking the shadow clone technique. Two identical shadow clones materialized beside her. Together, they drew their blades, facing Uchiha Yu with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, sparks of lightning enveloped Uchiha Yu as he activated his lightning armor. With a thunderous crack, he vanished from his position. Yuzuki Yueying, intending to execute the crescent moon dance, was momentarily stunned. Her two shadow clones were obliterated in an instant, her eyes struggling to track Uchiha Yu's swift movements. After all, her current strength barely reached the level of a special jonin. With a resounding thud, he delivered a kick to her abdomen, sending Yuzuki Yueying crashing to the ground. Rolling several times, she attempted to rise, but the intense pain in her abdomen forced her back down. At that moment, a gentle voice reached her ears. "Are you all right?" Yuzuki Yueying's gaze towards Uchiha Yu shifted, realizing just how formidable he truly was. Their spar was no mere practice. It was painfully intense. "Come, let me help you up." Uchiha Yu extended his hand. After a brief hesitation, Yuzuki Yueying grasped it and stood. Ding! Host has achieved a decisive victory over Yuzuki Yueying, leading her to recognize her own limitations. Truly a good deed. Reward: Konoha Flow Sword Technique, Crescent Moon Dance. Wait, system, did I hear that correctly? I thoroughly defeated Yuzuki Yueying, and that counts as an accomplishment? Ding. Indeed, recognizing one's own strength is essential for ensuring personal safety. Well then, if there is a reward, I shall gladly accept. Upon grasping the Konoha Flow Sword Technique, Uchiha Yu's swordsmanship advanced significantly. Returning to the moment, he noticed Yuzuki Yueying supporting her waist. He inquired, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Yuzuki Yueying waved her hand, forcing a bitter smile. "I'm fine. I just need to visit Konoha Hospital for a checkup." Uchiha Yu nodded. "Very well, go ahead." As Yuzuki Yueying walked away, Uchiha Yu scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't she the one who insisted I not hold back? Why does she seem disheartened? Shrugging it off, he decided, never mind, I shall treat myself to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. It has been far too long since I last indulged. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. When Uchiha Yu arrived at the base of the Hokage's office, Kakashi was already waiting. Kakashi turned to Uchiha Yu and nodded slightly. Uchiha Yu returned the gesture. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, seated himself in the carriage. "Let us depart, Yu, Kakashi." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Alongside Uchiha Yu and Kakashi were 3 squads of Umbu ninjas, covertly following in the shadows. Unokuni was situated between the land of fire and the land of lightning. under normal circumstances. The other 5 great nations were prohibited from interfering with these neutral nations. In 3 days, they reached Unokuni. Kumogakure had similarly brought only Killer Bee and she as guards, accompanied by some Umbu ninjas discreetly trailing behind. In the territory of Unokuni, warfare was strictly forbidden. Violating this rule would plunge the entire ninja world into chaos, a scenario none wished to witness. Unokuni upheld a philosophy of peace. Soon, a ninja from Unokuni greeted the Hokage and Raikage. Under the arrangements of Unokuni, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Ace sat in a room, preparing to sign the ceasefire agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited an unusual air of authority. Raikage-sama, the recent conflict was instigated by your Kumogakure. If you wish to cease hostilities, you must accept our terms. Raikage scrutinized the terms laid before him, his expression grave. A compensation of 15 billion ryo was no trifling sum. However, from a national perspective, it was not insurmountable. In addition, they were required to compensate Konoha for various losses and casualties. Raikage furrowed his brow deeply. This is excessive. Hokage-sama, do you truly wish to avoid war? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a leisurely puff from his pipe. It is Kumogakure that initiated this conflict, not Konoha. This is the price Kumogakure must pay. Chapter 55, recognized by Tsunade. Raikage slammed his hand on the table, declaring, however, I have one condition. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puzzled, inquired, what condition? Raikage cast a menacing glare, demanding, hand over the brat who killed Darui. Aihana stood nearby, his face obscured by a mask. Seemingly unnoticed by Raikage, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, asserting, that is impossible. On the side, Sasuke spoke up, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you willing to continue this war over one person? It is not worth it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone brooked no dissent. We will not surrender any. He continued. If you desire war, then let it be. It was the first time Aihana witnessed such resolute determination from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the past, he would likely have agreed to sacrifice a ninja for peace. What had changed? Was age finally imparting wisdom? Aihana found the situation amusing and removed his mask. Stepping forward, Lord Hokage, you need not be troubled. If sacrificing me can secure peace for both villages, I am willing to lay down my life. He presented himself with an air of righteousness, appearing utterly fearless. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Never having anticipated Aihana would reveal his identity at such a critical juncture. Yet, seeing the sincerity in Na's demeanor, he could not bring himself to chastise him. Na, step back, he commanded. From now on, we in Konoha shall not barter any life for peace. Upon seeing Aihana, Raikage and Killer Bee seethed with barely contained rage, itching to strike. You dare show your face before me again. It seems you have grown tired of living. Lightning crackled around him, signaling his readiness to attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his palms onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Monkey King. The Monkey King materialized, transforming into a formidable staff, which Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped firmly. Raikage, should you wish to engage in battle here, I am prepared to oblige. However, I implore you to spare the young ones. He is Konoha's last prodigy, and I shall do everything in my power to protect him. Aihana was genuinely surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take action on his behalf. Raikage suppressed his fury, while Sasuke interjected with further counsel. Please, let this go. Ultimately, the demand for reparations, initially set at 1.5 billion ryo, was reduced to 1.3 billion. Reluctantly, Raikage signed the armistice agreement. Both parties, smoldering with indignation, departed the conference room. Observing the tense atmosphere, the higher-ups of the hidden hot water village felt a sense of urgency. Instructing 2 jonin to escort the parties to separate hot springs for relaxation and hospitality. The hot spring services of the hidden hot water village were indeed commendable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon encountering beautiful women in swimsuits at the outdoor bath, was momentarily mesmerized. Aihana, standing nearby, reminded him, Lord Hokage. Ahem, let us proceed inside. The 3 turned towards a private bath. As they soaked in the hot spring, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply. No, please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Understood, Na replied. Following this incident, they returned to Konoha, where Sarutobi Hiruzen busied himself with post-war reconstruction and compensating the families of fallen ninjas. Although most battles transpired on the front lines, there were still spies and remnants causing havoc within Konoha. Aihana, finally enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, found Konoha's infrastructure far superior to that of the Hidden Mist Village. Accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen to Konoha Hospital, He noted that Tsunade, due to her fear of blood, could not enter the operating room. Instead, she oversaw the hospital, maintaining order. By chance, she caught sight of Uchihana's silhouette. Could it be him? She wondered, hurrying toward him. Nah, is that you? Uchihana instinctively turned, meeting Tsunade's imposing figure. Upon recognizing his face, she quickly apologized. I must have mistaken you for someone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen, intrigued by Tsunade's voice, turned to them, asking, Nah, do you know Tsunade? Uchihana blinked, appearing somewhat dazed. I do not know her personally, but I have heard of Lady Tsunade's reputation, the legendary Sannin, the most formidable medical ninja. Tsunade smiled awkwardly. Hokage, what did you just call him? Nah, is there a problem? She inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Could it be a coincidence of names? Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she continued, I must have mistaken him for someone I once knew. Whose silhouette resembled yours? Uchihana smiled gently. It is quite all right, Lady Tsunade. I did not expect your return. Tsunade chuckled nervously. The next day, while Uchihana was wandering, Tsunade suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Nah, it's you, isn't it? She asserted with conviction. Uchihana feigned confusion. Lady Tsunade, is there something you need? At that moment, Tsunade seized Uchihana's arm, pulling him into the woods. What an exhilarating turn of events. Is this woman truly so bold as to take me into the thicket? Lady Tsunade. Once assured they were alone, Tsunade leaned in closer, fixating intently on Uchiha. Why do you pretend not to know me? It is you, isn't it? Having pondered the encounter from the previous night, she was certain she had not erred. Uchihana felt the proximity overwhelming, noting a faint fragrance emanating from her. Lady Tsunade, what is it you seek? Tsunade began to doubt her own memory. Do you not recall our meeting in the hidden hot water village? Uchihana's cheeks flushed as he stammered. Lady Tsunade, you are too close. What? Tsunade did not catch his words. In that moment, Uchihana felt dizzy from her closeness, his chakra in disarray. Suddenly, with a puff of white smoke, his special transformation technique faltered, revealing his true form. Tsunade furrowed her brow, recalling where she had seen that face before. S-rank rogue ninja, Uchihana. No, Uchiha. Indeed, it is you. Realizing his cover was blown, Uchihana attempted to break free from Tsunade's grasp, preparing to flee. However, her grip tightened with surprising strength, leaving him utterly unable to escape. Is this the monstrous strength of the Senju clan? Chapter 56. Tsunade, why are you crying? Why did you leave that day? Tsunade was overwhelmed with emotions at that moment. Uchihana smiled awkwardly, for the world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. This was the note left by Uchihana at that time. Tsunade fell silent, her eyes reddening. Could you please release my hand? Your grip is rather painful. Tsunade seemed not to hear, clinging tightly to Uchihana, unwilling to let go. Uchihana sighed, you already know my identity. I am but a remnant of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha and Lady Tsunade, please let go. I do not wish to harm you. Tsunade lowered her head, and the two stood in silence. After a while, a soft sobbing sound emerged. Uchihana's ears perked up, realizing the sound came from right before him. Tsunade, head bowed, clutched Uchihana's arm tightly, tears cascading onto the ground. At this moment, Uchihana felt utterly helpless. He opened his mouth to offer some comfort. Please, do not cry. But upon saying this, Tsunade's tears flowed even more fiercely. She buried her head in Uchihana's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Uchihana, unsure of where to place his hands, furrowed his brow, feeling a mixture of emotions. Seeing Tsunade in such distress softened his heart. He gently placed his hands on her back and patted her a few times. All right, I will not leave. Please stop crying. Tsunade sobbed uncontrollably, feeling utterly wronged. Through her tears, she choked out. Why? Why did you leave me? They have all departed from me. Will you abandon me too? No, please don't go. Though Tsunade's words were somewhat muffled, Uchihana understood her clearly. He frowned, feeling quite helpless. Tsunade was indeed a pitiful soul, having relied on her brother since childhood. Later, both her lover and brother perished on the battlefield. Though she did not wish to return to the sorrowful place of Konoha, she came back to seek Uchihana's help. Uchihana spoke softly, I will not leave. Do not cry anymore. He held Tsunade, continuously offering comfort. After what felt like an eternity, Tsunade finally ceased her tears. She lifted her head to gaze at Uchiha, and looking at her reddened eyes, Uchihana's heart melted. Uchihana, I do not care about your identity. I simply wish to be by your side. Unable to resist, Uchihana playfully pinched Tsunade's cheek. Surprisingly, the texture was quite delightful. He playfully pinched a couple more times. Let us find a different place to converse. This area may attract the attention of ninjas. The third Hokage is still occupied with post-war recovery and cannot possibly monitor this forest with a crystal ball. Aihana led Tsunade to the ruins of the Uchiha clan's former territory. It was a seldom visited place. After a brief tidying up, they knelt facing each other. Tsunade's flushed cheeks were quite appetizing. "No, I can help conceal your identity. But why do you choose to stay in Konoha? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Aihana shrugged, indifferent. "No one can hold me back. I simply find it amusing, which is why I remain." Tsunade tugged at her clothing, expressing her thoughts. "No. Let us leave Konoha and start anew elsewhere." Aihana shook his head. "No, I am Aihana, a remnant of the Uchiha clan. There are many things I have yet to accomplish." Tsunade gazed intently at Aihana. "However, Shimura Danzo is dead. Are you planning to take action against Hiruzen Sarutobi?" Hiruzen Sarutobi is Tsunade's mentor. Despite her resentment towards him, there remains a bond. Aihana began to recount his tale. "These years. You have not been in the village. You are unaware of what transpired. Let me tell you about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan." After listening to Achihana's narrative, Tsunade fell silent. The Uchiha massacre was indeed closely tied to Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, Tsunade's gaze was solely fixed on Aihana, her expression earnest. "No. Regardless of the outcome, I will support you." Aihana shook his head. "First, you must overcome your blood phobia. Indeed, the fear of blood must be conquered. As long as it persists, she cannot engage in battle, let alone assist Aihana in any capacity. Tsunade, I hope you will not betray me. I will remain in Konoha for a while. If my identity is exposed, I will leave immediately. No one can stop me. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, I do not wish to kill him at this moment. After all, Aihana is not a villain. There is a clear distinction between justice and vengeance. With Danzo and the Shimura clan dealt with, Hiruzen Sarutobi may be spared for now. His death would plunge the entire Konoha into chaos. Next, he must contemplate taking action against Uchiha Itachi. It was regrettable to have let Obito slip away during their first encounter. Well, let us return for now. I have matters to attend to." Aihana, having spoken, transformed back into his original appearance using a transformation technique. Tsunade looked at Aihana and smiled. "No. You look better in your true form." Flattered by her unexpected compliment, Aihana felt his cheeks warm. "Oh, really? Thank you." Tsunade's smile brightened further. Before returning to the village, they parted ways. Aihana intended to visit Sasuke. As he approached Sasuke's apartment, he noticed two ninjas watching him. He feigned indifference and walked past them. Indeed, the were still monitoring Sasuke Uchiha. Upon returning, Tsunade began her pharmaceutical experiments. She needed to conquer her fear of blood. Only by doing so could she assist Aihana more effectively. The only people Tsunade cared about now were Shizen and Aihana. She had lost too much and did not wish to evade her feelings any longer. "Nah, I will surely help you." Aihana had already devised a plan to meet Sasuke when he was alone. As for the monitoring a mere illusion created with the eternal Meijiki Sharingan would suffice to confuse them. Days passed, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had nearly completed the post-war arrangements. The village was to hold a ceremony of commendation. Aihana received an invitation and was to appear as a distinguished guest, even delivering a speech. He was the child of wind and thunder, the new generation's spiritual leader of Konoha. Chapter 57. Uchiha Sasuke awakens the three-tomo Sharingan. The majority of the villagers gathered in the square. Aihana and Kakashi stood together, while Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the crowd from the stage. Below, villagers and shinobi engaged in a lively chatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen began reading a long list of fallen shinobi, and the previously festive atmosphere turned somber. It is thanks to these heroes that Konoha has become what it is today. Let us remember their names. Let us build a stronger Konoha. The will of fire shall endure. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured grandly, stirring profound excitement among the audience. For Konoha, the will of fire shall endure. After his speech, Narashikaku and others took turns addressing the crowd. When it was Uchihana's turn, all eyes were eagerly fixed on the stage. As Uchihana stepped forward, villagers and unfamiliar shinobi began to whisper among themselves. Is this the child of wind and thunder? He seems so young. A true hero, Konoha's future is secure. They marveled at how he managed to defeat Darui. Uchihana, following a prepared speech, spoke casually but added, "It is under the leadership of Lord Hokage that our Konoha has become the mightiest shinobi village. I hope Lord Hokage will guide us towards an even brighter tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a swell of pride. The genius youth recognized him as Hokage, Perhaps he had not performed so poorly after all. Tsunade observed Aihana on the stage, shimmering with potential, and felt a twinge of regret. If the Uchiha clan had not been annihilated, Aihana could have been acknowledged as a prodigy by Konoha. Nevertheless, she resolved to support him wholeheartedly. While Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to nurture him, he refrained from interference. Aihana primarily sought excuses to train, often wandering aimlessly. Eventually, he found an opportunity. Uchiha Sasuke occasionally visited the lakeside to reminisce. One day he came alone, sitting by the water, reflecting on the past. "Father, mother, I will avenge you." Uchiha, having ensnared two ninjas watching Sasuke in a genjutsu, appeared before him, wearing a mask resembling a demon's face. As Uchiha approached, Sasuke sensed his presence and swiftly turned, drawing a kunai defensively. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Uchiha smiled. "Do you seek revenge?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's emotions flared, and he activated his Sharingan. Observing Sasuke's single Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha couldn't help but chuckle. Was this youth truly so naive? Despite the massacre of his clan, he still believed in Konoha and the goodness of the world. Perhaps Sasuke had always thought there was a reason behind Itachi's actions in slaying their kin. "Stop with the games. Who are you?" Sasuke demanded. "Is it not intriguing to uncover the truth behind the Uchiha massacre?" Uchiha prodded. Sasuke fell silent, gripping his kunai tightly, yet he showed no intent to attack. Uchiha began narrating. "Itachi Uchiha, a rare genius of our clan, was far superior to you at his age." Sasuke frowned at this statement. Indeed, his father had often praised Itachi, calling him the hope of the Uchiha. But what had become of that hope? Clenching his teeth, Sasuke retorted angrily. "He is a traitor to our clan." Uchiha shook his head. "You are correct, but that is not the crux of the matter." At the age of 7, Itachi graduated at the top of his class from the academy. By 8, he awakened his Sharingan. At 10, he became a nin, and by 11, he joined the Umbu. Why would such a gifted Uchiha choose to slaughter his own family and spare only you? Sasuke trembled, nearly losing grip on his kunai. "Why? Tell me the truth." Uchiha continued. "It begins with the Sharingan. The three-tomo Sharingan is not its ultimate form. Upon enduring profound pain, Uchiha clan members awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Your brother, Itachi, has already attained it. Perhaps he never anticipated that by annihilating the Uchiha, killing your parents, you would only awaken a single tomo." Sasuke appeared increasingly agitated, on the brink of eruption. "Why? Why did Itachi leave me alive? Everyone else perished, except for me and Uchiha, who was absent from the clan's territory. Beyond the Manjiki lies the eternal Manjiki. The Sharingan gradually leads to blindness. Even the Manjiki cannot escape this fate. Only the eternal Manjiki can prevent such an outcome. The sole path to unlock it is for two brothers to awaken their Manjiki and merge them. Do you now grasp why Itachi spared your life?" Sasuke, in anguish, clutched his head. "No, it cannot be. Why? Why leave me alive?" His nails dug into his flesh. Crimson tears flowed from his single tomo Sharingan. Uchiha clicked his tongue. "Even at this stage, you still only possess 3 tomo? Do you still refuse to accept this as the truth?" With a thud, Sasuke collapsed under the weight of his pain. "Let us try again another time." Uchiha wove a genjutsu around the two Umbu ninjas, ensuring they would remain oblivious to why Sasuke had fainted. Chapter 58. Together with Tsunade, two Umbu ninjas, ensnared in an illusion, found Sasuke inexplicably standing there before losing consciousness. They hurried over to assess his condition. After confirming that he bore no injuries, they lifted him and transported him to the Konoha hospital. Uchiha, having not seen Tsunade for 2 or 3 days, decided to check on her activities. At that moment, Tsunade was busy concocting various potions, surrounded by an array of bottles and jars. "This time, I must cure my hemophobia," she declared, before downing a prepared potion in one swift gulp. As she swallowed, her brow furrowed slightly at the bitter taste. After a brief interval, she felt a slight dizziness. Was the potion taking effect? Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door. With her palm pressed against her furrowed forehead, she wondered aloud, "Why is Shizen back so early today?" Upon opening the door, she found Uchiha standing there. "No. What brings you here?" Tsunade glanced around, noticing no one following him, and invited him inside. "I hadn't seen you these past few days, so I thought I'd stop by. Is everything all right?" A blush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks. "No, I'm just engaged in some research." Uchiha, intrigued, inquired, "Research? Have you invented a new medicine?" Tsunade shook her head. "I am attempting to cure my hemophobia, but progress has been somewhat challenging." Uchiha nodded. "I see. Your face appears quite flushed. Are you feeling unwell?" Tsunade's breath became a bit rapid, and she waved her hands dismissively. No, I'm fine. I just feel a bit warm. As she spoke, her hands began to tug at her clothing. Aihana raised an eyebrow, bewildered. What is going on? The green cloak she wore slipped away, revealing a loose gray short-sleeved shirt beneath. It's too big, he thought, swallowing hard. At that moment, Tsunade's mind was becoming increasingly clouded. She stepped closer to Aihana, their proximity intensifying the air between them. Aihana felt his own breath grow heavy. What is happening? I feel warm as well. With a sudden motion, Tsunade pressed Aihana against the wall, her eyes glistening with emotion. Nah, I'm so hot. Previously, he had been unexpectedly pushed down by a woman, and Aihana was determined not to let that happen again. He was a man, a true man. Wait a moment, he exclaimed, locking the door before sweeping Tsunade into his arms and making his way to the bedroom. Soft and inviting, her touch was delightful. Inside the bedroom, a series of indescribable sounds echoed. Time slipped away until Tsunade's hazy consciousness began to clear. She glanced at Aihana, who lay beside her, her cheeks flushing once more. Although she had had a brief romance with Dan Kato, this was an experience unlike any other. Her mind was filled with fragmented memories, leaving her somewhat unsatisfied. Curiosity piqued, she reached out her hand. Aihana, still in slumber, suddenly felt a grasp at his sensitive core. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Bewildered. What is happening? Unrest again? Please, no more. What did you call me? Husband, please, no more. Exhausted, the two reclined on the bed. Just then, Shizun, having spent the day and night at the hospital, returned home, dragging her weary body. She took out her keys to unlock the door. What is happening? It won't open? She pondered, tilting her head in confusion. With no other choice, she knocked and called out, Lady Tsunade, I'm back. Both Tsunade and Aihana heard the knock. Aihana felt a pang of panic as if caught in a compromising situation. Shizun is back? Should I hide? Tsunade quickly urged, hurry, put on your clothes. I'll answer the door. Upon opening the door, she found Shizun slightly hunched over, exhaling, I'm exhausted. Lady Tsunade. Why did it take so long to open the door? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Tsunade lowered her gaze. I was just discussing some matters with Aihana. Which na? The one from the village? Shizun asked, her curiosity piqued. Aihana had tidied himself and emerged from within, having prepared his disguise. Shizun nodded slightly at him. Something felt off. The two seemed unusually tense. She leaned closer to Tsunade, whispering, Lady Tsunade, are you hiding something from me? What does he want with you? Tsunade turned to Aihana. No, you should head back now. Aihana feigned politeness. I apologize for the intrusion. After he left, Tsunade confided the truth to Shizun, knowing she would never betray her. At first, Shizun appeared calm, but her expression soon turned blank, followed by wide-eyed disbelief. You must be joking. How is it possible that the genius Youthna, the one we encountered, is also the S-rank rogue ninja Aihana? It's unfathomable. Yet, upon reflection, it made a certain sense. Only an S-rank rogue, Aihana, could possess the strength to defeat Darui. Lady Tsunade, why would he come to see you? Tsunade's cheeks flushed. Since she had chosen to support Aihana, she knew Shizun would stand by her side. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Lady Tsunade. Having such a devoted apprentice brought Tsunade immense joy, making Shizun one of the most important people in her heart. Days passed, and Tsunade sought out Aihana. Nah, I have something to discuss with you. You left too hastily last time, and I didn't get the chance to tell you. Aihana regarded her with earnestness, prepared to listen intently. Tsunade began recounting her past. During the Second Shinobi War, she had sacrificed so much, fighting alongside Jiraiya and even facing Hanzo, only to suffer the tragic loss of her lover and the death of her brother due to explosive tags. Observing Tsunade's downcast gaze, Aihana felt a twinge in his heart. He gently enveloped her in his embrace, whispering, I will never leave you again. You need not worry. His hand tenderly stroked her back as she nestled against him, softly weeping. Thank you, Inni. In that moment, Tsunade began to release the burdens of her past, though a trace of regret lingered. Aihana, with plans forming in his mind, prepared to do something special for Tsunade. That evening, he donned a mask and stealthily made his way to the Konoha village cemetery. After a thorough search, he located the gravestones of Dan Kato and SHJ. Chapter 59. Unearthing the tomb of Kato Dan and the conflict with Tsunade during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Kato Dan was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. Therefore, Aihana had no concerns about locating Kato Dan's remains. However, He was somewhat apprehensive about the fate of SHT, who had perished in the Second Great Ninja War due to an explosive tag trap. He first excavated Kato Dan's grave, retrieved a segment of a finger bone, and then reinterred Kato Dan's remains. Ding. The host has assisted Kato Dan in restoring his grave, earning merit. Reward, Spirit Transformation Technique. Indeed, the system is as reliable as ever. The Spirit Transformation Technique is an S-rank ninjutsu, allowing one to transform into a living spirit, traverse distances with ease, and eliminate foes. It even enables possession of others, facilitating mental control or even the direct annihilation of an enemy's psyche. This ninjutsu is undeniably formidable. After a surge of elation, he turned his attention to SHT's grave. In the manga, information about SHT is scarce, and the cause of death remains ambiguous. The anime suggests that SHT was killed by an explosive tag trap. As Orochimaru was SHT's mentor, it is likely that SHT's demise impacted Orochimaru, leading him to believe that even the most powerful ninja are ultimately fragile. Inside the coffin, only a few scattered bones remained, evoking a sense of melancholy. He gingerly extracted a piece of white bone, then carefully closed the coffin and rebared the grave. Ah, war is indeed brutal. Ding. The host has assisted SHT in restoring his grave, earning merit. Reward, Senju Bloodline. The Senju Bloodline. System. Does this mean I can utilize more wood release techniques? Ding. Even Senju Tobirama and Tsunade have failed to master wood release. Please, host, recognize reality? Uchihana's expression darkened. It appeared to be the case. He distinctly felt a substantial surge in chakra within him, and his physical capabilities had notably improved. However, mastering wood release would likely require considerable time and effort. The wood clone and wood body techniques previously rewarded by the system did not constitute mastery of the bloodline limit. Uchihana did not need to consciously fuse earth release and water release to create wood release. That was a reward from the system. Nonetheless, with this foundation, researching wood release would be significantly less daunting. At that moment, two members of the Umbu took note of the situation from a distance, hesitant to approach. Is that the S-rank wanted ninja, the Tomb Raider? It seems so. What should we do now? Let us return and inform the Hokage. Such a presence is beyond our capability to confront. Let us go. Uchihana intended to depart but suddenly recalled something. Rin no era. Although Rin's strength was lacking, her summoning abilities were indeed substantial. Obito, wait, I have prepared a gift for you. After digging up Rin's grave and retrieving a segment of bone, he reburied it. Ding. The host has assisted Rin no era in restoring her grave, earning merit. Reward, Mastery of Medical Ninjutsu. After completing his tasks, Uchihana swiftly exited the Konoha cemetery. As expected, news of the Tomb Raider who disturbed the graves of Kato Dan, SHT, and Rin spread by the next day. Kakashi, stationed in the Umbu, was the first to learn of this incident. Rin, typically composed, he now displayed a fierce expression of rage. He was at a loss as to how to explain this to the deceased Obito. We must investigate and uncover the Tomb Raider's identity. Meanwhile, Tsunade also heard about the matter from others. She was aware that the Tomb Raider, Uchihana, was indeed the same individual. Initially skeptical upon hearing the news, she found it hard to believe that no would desecrate the graves of Kato Dan and SHT, especially after their recent conversation about past events. She sought out Shizen. And after confirming the truth, Tsunade felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Soon, filled with confusion and sorrow, she approached Uchihana. Why? Why would you do this? Seeing Tsunade's grim countenance, Uchihana was taken aback. Tsunade, what do you mean by that? What has transpired? Tsunade clenched her fists, the pain overwhelming her. Why would you treat me this way? Tears welled up in her eyes. Is it true that you disturbed the graves of SHT and Kato Dan? Uchihana nodded. Yes, it was I who did this. Is that why you've come to confront me? Tsunade gritted her teeth, each word laced with hurt. Uchihana. Fine. Unable to contain her tears, she turned and walked away without a glance back. Uchihana rushed forward, grasping her arm. Let me explain. Things are not as you perceive. However, Tsunade forcefully shook off his hand and quickened her pace. Uchihana noticed someone approaching in the distance and halted his pursuit. Very well, I shall explain later. Tsunade soon returned home, curling up on the sofa as tears streamed down her face, her sobs echoing intermittently. Shizen, witnessing her distress, felt helpless. Lady Tsunade, the village will surely apprehend the Tomb Raider. Shizen only knew that Uchihana was indeed Uchihana, unaware of his identity as the Tomb Raider. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's sorrow deepened. Why? Why would he do this? Why treat me this way? She had finally emerged from such a painful past. Shizen paced anxiously. Lady Tsunade. Didn't it do something wrong? This struck a nerve with Tsunade. Shizun. Lady Tsunade. Any conflict can be resolved over time. After a prolonged period of sorrow, Tsunade recalled that Aihana seemed intent on explaining something. Just then, a knock echoed through the door. Shizun hurried to answer it. No? What brings you here? Aihana looked awkwardly at Shizun. I came to find Tsunade. Shizun hesitated. Lady Tsunade is not in a good state. Did something happen between you two? Aihana shook his head. No, it's nothing serious. Just a matter of importance that will soon be resolved. Shizun ushered Aihana inside. Upon seeing Tsunade curled up, Aihana felt a deep pang of sympathy. Tsunade, I can explain everything. Chapter 60. Impure World Reincarnation. Tsunade lets go of her obsession upon hearing Aihana's words. Tsunade slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. Aihana extended his hand, urging her to come along. Trust me. After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade gradually reached out her hand. Aihana grasped it firmly and helped her to her feet. Let us go. Beside them, Shizun stood awkwardly, her concern evident. Tsunade took a deep breath and stood tall. Shizun, I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. I'll be back shortly. She waved her hand dismissively. Understanding her unspoken words, Shizun refrained from following, merely watching as Aihana led Tsunade away. Once they had exited, Aihana took a side path, guiding Tsunade into an uninhabited forest. Nah, why have you brought me here? Are you not going to explain? Tsunade inquired. Aihana produced a black cloth from his possession. Facing Tsunade closely, her cheeks involuntarily flushed at the proximity. What are you doing? Tsunade instinctively took a step back. Do not move. His authoritative tone froze her in place. Aihana blindfolded her with the cloth and took her hand, leading her forward. At the moment he released her hand, Tsunade felt a flutter of anxiety. Nah? Where are you? Just wait here. Do not worry. All right. The surroundings fell silent. Aihana had already prepared the sacrifices, death row inmates from the Konoha prison. Their lives were of little consequence to anyone. He swiftly formed hand seals, then struck the ground. Impure World Reincarnation. The offerings, ensnared in an illusion, emitted no cries as they were enveloped and consumed by paper remnants, losing their lives. 2 souls were summoned forth, encased in a radiant white light as 2 coffins slowly ascended from the earth. A tremendous rumbling noise caught Tsunade's attention. Nah, what is happening? No response came, and a flicker of panic crossed Tsunade's mind, yet she did not remove her blindfold. She trusted that Aihana would not harm her. Her hands clenched tightly together. Tsunade, it's time. Come to me. Aihana's voice calmed her racing heart. You may remove the blindfold. As she did so, her eyes fell upon the 2 coffins. What is this? She asked, furrowing her brow. Prepare yourself. Aihana gently patted her shoulder. With a loud crash, the coffins fell heavily to the ground. Tsunade stood frozen, staring at the 2 figures within. Tears welled up in her eyes. Shinju. Dan. Aihana whispered softly, this is the Impure World Reincarnation technique. It allows you to see them one last time. Say your goodbyes. As the souls of Shinju and Kato Dan opened their eyes, their expressions appeared both clear and bewildered. Where is this? Sister, Shinju exclaimed, rushing to Tsunade. I thought I was dead. How can I see you? Sister, have you died too? Initially sorrowful, Tsunade was suddenly amused, delivering a playful punch to Shinju's head. Ouch. That hurts. Perhaps this was the manifestation of a deep-seated fear. Tsunade hugged Shinju tenderly, ruffling his hair. You fool. I am not dead. It is you who have been summoned back. Aihana explained, since your accident, Tsunade has been unable to move on. Thus, I used the Impure World Reincarnation to bring your souls back for a proper farewell. Shinju, on the verge of tears, bowed deeply to Aihana. Thank you. Kato Dan stepped forward, offering Tsunade a gentle smile. It's been a long time, Tsunade. She returned the smile. It has indeed been a while. Tsunade introduced Aihana to the 2, and Shinju felt joy at his sister's reunion with her loved ones. Kato Dan appeared calm, expressing genuine happiness for Tsunade's ability to move on. Their personalities mirrored that of Naruto, carefree, just, with dreams of becoming Hokage, embodying a pure and endearing essence. Tsunade conversed with them extensively, cherishing their farewell. She finally relinquished her obsession. Shinju grinned, radiating warmth. Sister, take care of yourself. We must depart. He turned to Aihana. And thank you. Any Kato Dan, equally moved, added, thank you. Any. Please take good care of Tsunade. Aihana embraced Tsunade protectively. I will ensure Tsunade is well cared for. Do not fret. Kato-dan, having been in the Pure Land for an extended period, had gradually let go of his attachments. Thus, he bore no jealousy towards Aihana, though a hint of regret lingered. With smiles gracing their faces, Kato-dan and Shinju waved goodbye. A white light enveloped them as their forms began to fade. Once they had completely vanished, Tsunade exhaled deeply, tears flowing freely as she buried her face in Aihana's embrace. "Nah, thank you. I should not have misunderstood you. I am sorry." Aihana gently patted her back. In the distance, a black and white head peeked out from behind a large stone. What a heartwarming scene it was. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resounded, and a bolt of red lightning appeared above the stone. The boulder shattered into fragments, debris scattering everywhere. Tsunade immediately grew alert. "Nah, what is happening?" "Just a little insect spying," Aihana replied, causing Tsunade to jump in surprise, unaware of Aihana's keen perception. "Is it a Konoha ninja?" Aihana shook his head, briefly explaining the existence of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade had never heard of such a group in the shinobi world. After all, at this juncture, the Akatsuki remained relatively hidden, their reputation only surfacing in the Rain Village. Aihana was unconcerned about revealing his identity. No one in Konoha posed a threat to him. Even Might Guy, at this time, likely had not mastered the Eighth Gate, bothered by the interference of the black and white figures. Aihana decided it was time to deliver a little shock to the Akatsuki. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Chapter 61. Before joining the Akatsuki. First Bito that night, Tsunade and Aihana developed new ninja combat techniques. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A mission was released. The Akatsuki, founded by Yahiko, aimed to lead the ninja world toward enlightenment. The system prompted the host to join the Akatsuki to aid in its development, offering rewards based on completion, with a deadline of 3 months. Failure to complete the mission would result in a penalty of a 3-centimeter loss. Awakened by the system's voice, Aihana rubbed his sleepy eyes. Upon seeing the virtual screen before him, he felt somewhat dazed, blinking in disbelief and rubbing his eyes again. "System, are you sure you are a benevolent one? The Akatsuki, leading the ninja world to brightness? Are you jesting?" Aihana's lips twitched. This system seemed rather deranged. Nonetheless, he had 3 months to contend with. For the following week, Aihana stayed with Tsunade. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he merely concocted an excuse to train and subsequently disregarded him. Sarutobi appeared quite pleased, believing Aihana was diligently honing his skills, thinking the future of Konoha was bright. Little did he know, Aihana was busy teaching the future 5th Hokage a lesson, with the latter begging for mercy. One day, Aihana informed Tsunade of his impending 3-month absence. "Is this a matter of significance?" But Tsunade wrapped her arms around his, looking quite delicate. "I will return in 3 months. Then you must prioritize your safety and avoid dangerous endeavors," she urged. Aihana assured her, "I'll be fine, don't worry." Tsunade's cheeks flushed. "You rogue." Another fierce battle ensued. They spent their days in a carefree manner, while Shizune, unbeknownst to them, had grasped the situation. Initially residing in another room, she had chosen to remain at the Konoha hospital ever since Aihana's arrival. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Aihana donned his ghostly mask outside the village. "Abito, I'm coming." 2 months prior, he had agreed to join the Akatsuki yet had promptly headed to Konoha, leaving Abito waiting. Hopefully, Abito would exhibit some patience. Following the address provided by Abito, he transformed into the Three Tails and traversed the seas to the Land of Water. He planned to remind Meitarumi to eliminate the Akatsuki's hidden base there. Upon reaching the designated location, a cave awaited. Aihana hesitated briefly, creating a wooden clone, before entering the cave. White Zetsu. He was surprised to find Abito had left one waiting for him. Was he so eager for Aihana to join and help the Akatsuki? Upon seeing Aihana, White Zetsu looked overjoyed. "You must be the Tomb Raider." Aihana narrowed his eyes. "Did that fellow send you to wait for me?" White Zetsu nodded fervently. "Indeed, I've finally awaited your arrival." Although weak, White Zetsu could swiftly relay information. "Please wait here." With that, he burrowed into the ground, leaving Aihana to wait idly. In less than half an hour, a vortex appeared before him. "You've arrived so swiftly." Abito, wearing a tiger mask, laughed heartily upon spotting Aihana, Tomb Raider. "Your arrival has been highly anticipated." Aihana scoffed. "Do not call me a Tomb Raider. My name is Hubai." "Hubai?" Abito was taken aback, having never heard such an odd name before. "Is there an issue with my name?" Aihana inquired, to which Abito quickly replied, "No, no issue at all. The Akatsuki warmly welcomes you." However, I must conduct a small assessment before you join. You want to test me before allowing my membership? In a swift motion, Aihana threw a kunai, which pierced Obito's body and embedded itself in the ground. Aihana feigned surprise. An intriguing ability, quite interesting indeed. Water style, water iron cannon barrage. After acquiring the water iron cannon from the system and conducting research, Aihana unleashed a barrage of water bullets at breakneck speed, perforating Obito's form. The water bullets collided with the cave walls, causing rocks to shatter. After a brief assault, Aihana paused, feeling that merely dodging was unexciting. Obito snorted. Then I must retaliate. With a swift motion, he spiraled through the vortex, reappearing behind Aihana, kunai poised to strike. However, Aihana reacted quickly, turning to land a punch on Obito. The two passed through one another's forms. Obito smirked, seemingly pleased. But suddenly, Aihana was enveloped in lightning, his speed surging. With a resounding strike, he landed a decisive blow on Obito's forehead, sending him flying like a shooting star. Boom. Obito's body embedded itself into the cave wall, his head buried deeply. Black and White Zetsu, who had been observing, was stunned. Is this a monster? How could he defeat Obito like this? Initially shocked, they soon rejoiced. With such a powerful ally, their plans could proceed more smoothly. What is that? Aihana bent down, seizing a rock and swinging it with all his might. Take that. You monster. In a panic, Black Zetsu attempted to burrow into the ground, but it was too late. Bam. The rock struck its target, obliterating half of White Zetsu's head, and had Black Zetsu not possessed immortality, it might have met its demise. Aihana showed no sign of relenting. You're quite resilient. Monster, take another meteoric fall. Before he could attack, Obito, enduring the pain, rose from the ground. Hubai, stop. That's one of our own in the Akatsuki. Cease your attack. Hearing Obito's cries, Aihana hesitated momentarily, then burst into laughter. Haha. You should have mentioned it earlier. I'm sorry for the friendly fire. Chapter 62. Entering the Akatsuki organization, partnering with Kakuzu? Despite his words, Aihana's actions remained uninterrupted. Whoosh. A stone was forcefully hurled. Bang. Upon the second stone striking Kurizetsu, his entire head became deformed. Uchiha Obito, masked and unreadable, found himself questioning the wisdom of having recruited this individual. After Uchihana's actions concluded, he scratched his head, his tone tinged with embarrassment as he looked at Obito. Ah. Ha ha ha, I truly apologize. My reaction was somewhat sluggish. Had you mentioned it sooner, I would have ceased my actions. By the way, you weren't injured, were you? Obito, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, I just extracted myself from the wall. Do you think I am injured? Had it not been for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, that blow might have indeed left him severely wounded. However, the immediate priority was to recruit this seemingly dull yet formidable individual, Hubai, into the Akatsuki. He should be fine, right? Uchihana inquired with concern. He's tougher than I am. He'll be all right, Obito replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. No responded, smiling as he took 2 steps forward and grasped Obito's hand with excitement. What does this fellow intend to do now? Obito remained vigilant, ready to act at the slightest hint of abnormality. His voice trembled slightly. From the moment I became a rogue ninja, I silently vowed to join the Akatsuki. It is my dream. Please, allow me to join the Akatsuki. Seeing this sudden fervor, Obito felt a flicker of joy, regardless of how dull this individual may be. As long as he joined the Akatsuki, he could be of assistance. With a hint of defiance in his tone, Obito stated, Your strength is commendable. You are qualified to join the Akatsuki. However, joining means you must obey orders. They nodded vigorously. No problem. I am the most obedient person. When you told me to stop earlier, I did just that. Returning to the previous topic, Obito found himself momentarily speechless. Hubai, you will accompany us now. I will introduce you to the other members of the Akatsuki. Na raised his hand. Wait. I have a question. What exactly does the Akatsuki do? Obito's expression turned serious. The Akatsuki is an entity capable of leading the ninja world towards rebirth. He elaborated extensively, attempting to thoroughly impress this upon any. I see. Then let us proceed, Na replied, as Obito placed his hand on his shoulder. I will use space-time ninjutsu to take you away. With a swish, a vortex appeared, enveloping Obito and Ini. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu, whose head was askew, slowly rose from the ground after witnessing his departure. What a truly brainless fellow, he mused. With a flicker of speed, Kurizetsu activated the insect technique, burrowing underground. Concurrently, a wood-release clone of Uchiha remained by the cave. unleashing a barrage of black lightning's Chidori, resulting in the cave collapsing in a resounding crash. Obito transported Na to an Akatsuki outpost, where Na waited for a brief moment. Soon, a figure emerged from the shadows. Na squinted, surprised to meet Pain of the Deva Path so swiftly. Pain's expression was inscrutable. Obito cleared his throat. "This is the new recruit I have brought in, Hubai." Pain nodded, understood. In due course, Na received his codename within the Akatsuki, 8-1, abbreviated to 8. This singular ring possessed the ability to project consciousness and seal-tailed beasts within the Outer Path's golem. Na examined the ring thoughtfully. Obito addressed Na in the Akatsuki. "We typically operate in pairs. I will soon introduce you to your partner." He led it to Kakuzu. Na rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Kakuzu before him. A creature nearing a century in age, possessing 5 hearts, and undeniably grotesque. "This is Kakuzu," Obito introduced. "Once a ninja from Takigakure. He is now the most renowned bounty hunter in the ninja world." Noticing the silence, Kakuzu took the initiative. "I'm Kakuzu. If you wish to be my partner, be prepared. If I am displeased, I have a penchant for killing." He chuckled ominously, sending shivers down his spine. Finally breaking his silence, Na inquired, "Is it possible for me to switch partners? This fellow is exceedingly ugly, and his laughter is rather unsettling. I am an S-rank rogue ninja. Is it appropriate to pair me with a bounty hunter? I fear I might lose control and end up slaying him." Kakuzu's anger flared at this remark, and he approached Na, seething. "You are courting death." Na hastily waved his hands. No, please, don't come any closer." Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Boy, afraid now. Are we? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare you, considering you are new." Na shook his head defiantly. "No, I merely find you too ugly. It would be best if you kept your distance. I might not be able to restrain myself from striking you." Obito, observing the situation, pondered what to say. Was Hubai truly oblivious, or just foolish? Very well, let Kakuzu teach this fellow a lesson. When the time comes, I will intervene and rescue him. With that, Obito stepped back, adopting a spectator's stance. Kakuzu, thoroughly enraged by Na's words, retorted, "You are asking for trouble." Chapter 63. Uchiha Na vs. Kakuzu, Tentacle Fist. Whoosh. Kakuzu's fists were propelled like missiles, connected by dark threads. Uchiha Na deftly evaded the onslaught, leaving Kakuzu's strikes unfulfilled. Undeterred, Kakuzu continued to manipulate his tentacle fists, targeting Uchiha Na once more. At that moment, Uchiha Na formed a fist, and with a powerful swing, a whip of water materialized in his grasp. Crack! The whip sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Whoosh! The whip then adeptly entwined around Kakuzu's tentacle fist. Uchiha Na sneered, "I must say, your strength is rather lacking, isn't it?" Kakuzu, stung by the taunt, replied, "You little brat, I shall kill you and claim your heart." In the shadows, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Konan observed the clash, while Nagato stood at a distance. Kisame inquired, "Itachi, who do you think will emerge victorious?" "It should be that Hubai." Itachi responded, his expression impassive. Kisame was taken aback. Kakuzu was a formidable rogue ninja, having evaded defeat for so long, and he had once battled the first Hokage. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that Hubai concealed great depths. According to intelligence, he had escaped from the Tsuchikage's grasp. "Let us wait and see," he concluded. The rumor of his escape had originated from the Iwagakure village itself. Should the truth come to light, it would be quite embarrassing. Kakuzu grew anxious, straining to retract his hand. "Release me, you brat." Uchiha Na tightened his grip on the water whip, and the two found themselves locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the air. A black current surged from Uchiha Na's hand, traveling along the water whip and coursing into Kakuzu's arm. The speed of the current was astonishing. By the time Kakuzu reacted, it was already too late. He hastily severed the tentacle, yet the black lightning struck him nonetheless. With a jolt, Kakuzu's shirt tore apart, and a heart transformed into a mask-like creature erupted from his body. Boom! The wind-style mask creature detonated. The observers, Uchiha Itachi and his companions, were taken aback. Was it truly that simple to eliminate one of Kakuzu's hearts? Itachi reflected, "Indeed, as you predicted. This individual is far from ordinary." Kisame chuckled sinisterly. Initially intent on merely spectating, Uchiha Obito felt a pang of unease. Wasn't this individual supposed to be solely proficient in taijutsu? His adept use of ninjutsu was unexpectedly powerful. Intervening at this juncture would be futile. One must be subdued before he could step in. Suppressing his apprehension, he readied himself for action. Nagato observed the unfolding events with a detached demeanor. Though Uchiha donned a mask, he was unfazed, convinced of his absolute power to crush all opposition. Currently, with the Renegan at his disposal, he was indeed the strongest being present. The confrontation between Uchiha and Kakuzu continued. From the severed arm, dark threads extended, reattaching and suturing Kakuzu's limb. "I will kill you," Kakuzu uttered coldly, activating his Earth Grudge fear mode. Two mask-like creatures emerged from his body, the water-style mask and the lightning-style mask. Kisame's interest was piqued. So, he intends to fight using water and lightning? This battle is bound to be intriguing. Kakuzu sprang into action, and simultaneously, the two masked creatures coordinated with him. Lightning release. False darkness. The lightning-style mask unleashed two razor-sharp bolts of lightning. Watching closely, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but worry for Uchiha Ine. Would Hubai be vanquished by this onslaught? Unperturbed, Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals. With a powerful stomp, he declared, water release. Water mirror technique. A colossal, oval water mirror rose from the ground, reflecting the lightning ninjutsu back at Kakuzu. Two bolts of lightning soared forth. Boom. The clash sent debris flying as thunder roared, leaving a massive crater in the earth. Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He has employed the water mirror technique. Uchiha Itachi turned to him, inquiring, "What's wrong?" This technique is solely mastered by the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Not even I know. No one in the Mist Village, including Terumi Mei, can replicate it. Yet, the fourth Mizukage is supposed to be deceased. Itachi understood that Kisame would not fabricate such claims. It was truly unexpected to encounter such an individual in the ninja world. To wield both black lightning and the water mirror technique was remarkable. Nagato began to question Uchiha's identity but chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, regardless of his power, he was merely an asset in Nagato's service. Without pausing, Uchiha pressed on, bringing his hands together once more. Water release. Hidden mist technique. He vanished from sight. Had his wind-style mask not been obliterated earlier, the mist would have been easily dispersed. Kakuzu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. "Where are you?" Suddenly, the crackling of electricity pierced the air. Recognizing the sound, Kakuzu wasted no time in unleashing his ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fire-style mask launched a torrent of flames toward the source of the noise. The inferno illuminated the mist in hues of orange and red. At that moment, Konan spoke up, "Kakuzu has deployed a powerful fire ninjutsu. The battle should conclude swiftly." Uchiha Obito, however, wished for neither to perish in the conflict. A vortex materialized beside Konan. "Blow away this mist," she instructed. Nodding, she summoned paper scraps that coalesced into a pair of enormous paper wings. With a flutter, the wings dispersed the mist. As the fog cleared, they beheld Uchiha employing shadow clones. 3 clones stood in various positions, one unleashing a great fireball, another casting a chaotic wave, and the last releasing a wind-style vacuum bullet. Meanwhile, his original self pressed his hands against the ground, electricity from the Chidori coursing along the earth. Boom. All ninjutsu converged upon the water-style masked creature, which had no means of escape and was utterly obliterated. Another heart of Kakuzu's exploded, leaving him unaware of how Uchiha had evaded the great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito and his companions noted the lightning coursing around Uchiha in the lightning chakra mode. His speed rivaled that of a flash. It seemed less surprising that he could evade such ninjutsu, especially amidst the previous mist. Chapter 64. The secret technique of grievance and the method of crafting the masked monster. At this moment, Kakuzu was utterly bewildered, hastily summoning back the lightning and fire masks. Employing a secret technique, he fused the 2 masked monsters onto his arm, preparing to unleash a formidable strike against Uchiha. Uchiha moved with astonishing speed, trailing a long arc of lightning behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakuzu had no time to execute his ninjutsu before Uchiha sent him soaring into the sky with a single kick. Lightning armor blast. Boom. Uchiha's velocity was so great that afterimages formed in his wake, leaving Kakuzu defenseless as he was struck repeatedly in midair. At this juncture, the other members of the Akatsuki organization finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. If this continued, Kakuzu would surely be defeated by this reckless Hubari. Boom. Boom. Kakuzu's lightning and fire masks were shattered in succession. Konan intervened, sending a swarm of paper butterflies towards Kakuzu, encircling him in a circular formation of paper ninjutsu, with sharp paper spikes emerging from the surface. Uchiha ceased his assault, landing heavily on the ground. "Hey, who are you, woman, and why are you meddling?" Konan furrowed her brow, choosing not to answer. Uchiha Obito approached Uchiha's side. "Hubai, that's enough. If you continue, he will perish. You have no real conflict. It would be best if the members of Akatsuki refrained from fighting. His tone was serious, almost a warning. Aihana casually placed his hands behind his neck. No fighting has occurred. Am I not simply overwhelming him? Uchiha Obito replied. Regardless, let us put an end to this. Uchiha feigned indifference. I have no qualms, but I certainly do not wish to team up with someone so feeble. Kakuzu, akin to a mobile artillery, found himself utterly incapable of countering Uchihana's rapid speed and the water mirror technique, coupled with the presence of the artillery. Kakuzu was gradually lowered to the ground, while Konan descended alongside him, scrutinizing Uchihana with a discerning gaze. Hubai, I have never heard of this name. Will there truly be no repercussions? Uchiha Obito assured her, I will find you a new partner, but it will take some time. Uchihana nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a chilling electronic notification echoed within Uchihana's mind. Ding. Kakuzu is notorious in the ninja world. The host has shattered Kakuzu's 4 hearts, rendering him incapable of recovery for a brief period. Lead the Akatsuki towards the path of enlightenment. Akatsuki's development progress. 10. So aiding the Akatsuki's growth is the intention. He suddenly comprehended that the Akatsuki, founded by Yahiko, initially aimed to bring peace to their homeland. Therefore, the current Akatsuki had strayed from its original purpose. Understanding this, he felt a sense of clarity. Boom. A sudden surge of lightning erupted from Uchihana, startling Uchiha Obito, who instinctively stepped back several paces. Hubai! He exclaimed, bewildered. Unfortunately, it was too late. Uchihana had already charged forward, his right hand forming a fearsome bolt of lightning. Whoosh! For lightning blades. A long tail of lightning trailed behind him as he pierced through the paper egg standing on the ground. In mere moments, crimson blood gushed forth. Konan, who was about to return to pain, was momentarily stunned by the scene. The observing Zetsu and Itachi were equally taken aback. Zetsu remarked, Itachi, he has killed Kakuzu. How terrifying. Itachi shook his head, perceiving him as a madman. Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha Obito drew his kunai and rushed to Uchihana's side. Hubai, why did you do this? What is your intention? He pointed his kunai at Uchihana's tone turned icy. Put down your blade, or I shall interpret this as a declaration of war against me. Uchiha Obito's hand trembled slightly before he reluctantly lowered his kunai. Give me an explanation. There is nothing to explain. Since I have already struck, I do not wish to leave any loose ends. Ruthless and scrupulous, merciless, and immensely powerful, he was the epitome of a born traitor. Am I not allowed to kill him? He did not hold back against me. Uchiha Obito remained silent for a considerable time. Hubai, you are quite remarkable. I hope you can be more obedient in the future. Uchihana smiled, of course. For the sake of the Akatsuki, I shall comply. The system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Eliminating Kakuzu has advanced the Akatsuki's development progress. 30. Reward. The secret technique of grievance puppetry, allowing the creation of masked monsters that can be stored within ninja tool scrolls. Is this reward truly derived from Kakuzu? However, this reward seems to differ somewhat from the authentic secret technique of grievance. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. Uchiha would not alter his body into such grotesque forms. Konan remained speechless, momentarily taken aback before transforming into a flurry of paper butterflies and departing. Pain had witnessed the entire event unfold. Nagato, Konan, and Uchiha Obito deliberated and decided to retain Uchiha Ine. The current Akatsuki required such formidable strength. Under Nagato's direction, Konan, Itachi, and the newly joined Hubai set off for the land of hot water to recruit new members. While staying close to Uchihana, Itachi felt an unsettling sensation. Unable to fathom what this individual was truly thinking, he was entirely unpredictable, behaving like a madman devoid of logic. Itachi and Uchihana stood before a grand tree, where the corpse of an old man was nailed to the trunk, suspended in midair, blood pooling around the base. Not for wealth, nor for vengeance, simply for the thrill of killing. Itachi gazed at the lifeless form on the trunk. How horrifying. A deranged killer, truly a madman. It's utterly terrifying. Uchihana shuddered, appearing genuinely frightened. Observing Uchihana's demeanor, Itachi found himself at a loss for words. Isn't it the same for you? You kill as you please. Even Kakuzu, a top-tier ninja, nearly an equal to the shadows, fell victim to your whims. What is there that you would hesitate to do? Meanwhile, Konan traversed another narrow path in the forest. From the thicket emerged a figure wielding a 3-pronged scythe. Chapter 65. The Innocent Demon. Even Haydn was brought to tears. Oh, this young lady. Would you care to join the cult of the evil god? The cult of the evil god? Indeed. It is a place where one can commit murder without facing retribution. Ah, so you are the infamous serial killer. No, I merely offer prayers to the evil god. At that moment, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi emerged from the shadows. Hayden raised an eyebrow, brandishing his scythe towards the trio. What are you all dressed like that for? Are you a band? Obito could hardly contain himself, almost bursting into laughter. Huh? What are you laughing at? With a mask on. Are you the lead singer of this band? Obito stepped forward, asserting, I am not the lead singer. However, you, a maniacal killer, seem rather amusing. Who knew you could tell such corny jokes? Were you a stand-up comedian before you turned to murder? Hayden's brow furrowed, quickly ignited with rage. Die. Without warning. He swung his scythe towards Obito. Yet, Obito was swifter, closing the distance instead of retreating, and with a powerful push off the ground, he appeared right before Hayden. Hayden was momentarily stunned, only to receive a knee strike that left him doubled over in pain. Bang! A kick sent Hayden and his scythe flying. Hey, maniacal killer. You're rather weak, aren't you? Perhaps you should return to your stand-up routine. Hayden gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet, retrieving his scythe. How painful. Obito and Konan stepped back several paces. They had no desire to be embroiled in this battle between two lunatics. It seems this is not merely Edo Tensei. There must be some unique secret technique at play, Obito remarked coolly. Hayden, infuriated, forcefully split the scythe in his hands. With a vigorous flick, the scythe, now attached to a chain, flew towards Obito. Obito leapt gracefully, evading the attack. At that moment, Konan, observing from the sidelines, called out a warning. Be careful. Hubai. This fellow possesses peculiar abilities. Obito raised a hand, signaling his awareness. He produced a specially crafted kunai from his person. Within the Akatsuki, he had no intention of revealing his Kusanagi sword or the Sharingan's ocular techniques. If exposed, it would cease to be entertaining. Wind release. Vacuum blade. Upon witnessing Obito's wind technique, Itachi's expression shifted noticeably. Just how many types of ninjutsu does this man possess? Water release, lightning release, wind release. He is proficient in each one. Danzo's wind release ranks among the best in the entire ninja world. If you can achieve the feat of slicing through Susanoo. Thus, Itachi was somewhat taken aback to see Obito execute this technique. A formidable wind release, Konan glanced sideways at Itachi. Are you familiar with this ninjutsu? Itachi nodded. As far as I know, only Shimura Danzo mastered this technique. Konan, puzzled, asked, is he Shimura Danzo? No, he is not. The news of Danzo's demise cannot be mistaken. This individual is even more formidable than expected. Thunder armor, water mirror, vacuum blade. Fortunately, someone like him has joined the Akatsuki. As long as he does not obstruct Nagato's plans, Konan would take no further action. Hayden erupted in maniacal laughter, wildly swinging his scythe. Die. Die. The scythe hurtled towards Obito. Swish. The wind blade struck. I must say, this scythe is quite resilient. It did not succumb to the wind blade. Clang. The scythe collided with the wind blade, sent spinning away. Hayden retracted his scythe, taking a step back. Damn. Why is this guy so strong? Just as he finished muttering to himself, several more wind blades approached him. Clang. Clang. Hayden barely managed to fend off a few wind blades. Die. He leapt high, hurling his scythe at Obito. Boom. After dodging, Obito watched as the scythe embedded itself in the ground, and with a mighty pull, Hayden charged forward. Hayden was vexed. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. It was as if his abilities were anticipated, maintaining a distance that made it impossible for him to land a hit. Obito drew another kunai, this time summoning 2 vacuum blades. Konan was taken aback. His chakra reserves are astonishing. Itachi stood silently, rendered speechless. A stand-up comedian, are you prepared? Hayden panicked. Wait, wait. Swish, swish, swish. The relentless wind blades descended upon him like a torrential storm. Clang, clang. The chains of the scythe could not withstand the onslaught. Severed in an instant, Hayden dared not face it head-on any longer, attempting to dodge left and right. In a misstep, his left arm was severed. It was a complete and utter domination. In less than 3 minutes, Hayden's body lay in pieces. It had been easier than anticipated. Obito gathered the kunai. Watching from the sidelines, Itachi felt numb. Does his chakra truly know no bounds? Meanwhile, he himself was depleted after a few fire releases. Activating Susanoo would be a drain on both ocular power and life itself. Truly a terrifying existence. Suddenly, a cacophony of curses erupted. Damn you! I will kill you! You wretched creature! The 3 approached with curiosity, only to find that Hayden, having been cleaved into pieces, was still alive. Konan's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? It seems related to what he previously mentioned about the cult of the evil god, Itachi speculated. Haiden continued to rant and curse. Obito grasped Haiden by his hair, lifting his head. Dio Chapter 66, kicking Haiden's head like a ball inside the sack. Haiden continued to shout, "Let me out. You scoundrel." Uchiha, with a forceful slap on the sack, retorted, "Silence. If you scream again, I shall roast you." Haiden's cries abruptly ceased. Uchiha, carrying the sack, approached Konan and Uchiha Itachi. "It's dealt with. Let's return now." The expressions of both were tinged with surprise. "Let us go?" Soon, they transported Haiden back. Once Haiden was unceremoniously dumped from the sack, he began to wail again. "I'm starving. I need food." Pain, Kisame, and others observed Haiden curiously. "What shall we do with this fellow? Keep him or bury him?" Uchiha inquired. After careful consideration, Pain spoke. "His abilities are peculiar. We might as well recruit him into the Akatsuki." Haiden, noticing the discussion and feeling ignored, became irate. "Hey, you lot. What do you intend to do by leaving me here?" Uchiha chuckled at Haiden's outburst. "What are you laughing at?" Haiden felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, his head was kicked up into the air. The world spun as Uchiha, absurdly, used his head as a ball to kick. "Stop it, please." Even Uchiha Itachi and Nagato, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. After a brief display of antics, Uchiha stepped on Haiden's head. "What do you think? My kicking skills are quite impressive, aren't they?" He boasted with pride. Nagato discerned a hint of Yahiko's shadow in Uchiha Ini. Kisame nodded in agreement. "You are indeed amusing." They then began to persuade Haiden to join the Akatsuki. Without a moment's hesitation, Haiden flatly refused. "You mock me and expect me to join your organization?" "Absolutely not." However, when Uchiha crouched down and locked eyes with him, Haiden faltered. After some coercion and temptation, Haiden reluctantly agreed to join the Akatsuki. Following a discussion, Haiden and Uchiha formed a team, although Haiden's face was etched with reluctance. Konan utilized paper cranes to reattach Haiden's body. Pain handed Haiden a ring inscribed with the numeral 3. Upon donning the ring, Haiden retrieved his scythe. "I must continue the teachings of the evil god," he declared. Pain remained indifferent. "Do as you wish." Haiden was designated the codename Santai, abbreviated to 3. Konan harbored concerns about Haiden teaming up with Uchiha, fearing conflict between the two. However, such was the nature of the Akatsuki, a collection of eccentric rogue ninjas. Even Kakuzu had once slain a teammate, and both Sasori and Deidara had mutual disdain for each other's artistry. As members of the Akatsuki gradually departed, Uchiha and Haiden exited the cave. Haiden's gaze often flickered toward Uchiha Ini. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you? How dare you team up with me?" Haiden sneered, his tone laced with menace. Suddenly, Uchiha halted, scratching his head. "You could certainly try, but if you fail..." He left his statement hanging, punctuated by a chilling laugh that sent shivers down Haiden's spine. Haiden swallowed hard, attempting to feign composure. "I am the most loyal disciple of the evil god. You cannot kill me." Uchiha offered no reply. A week swiftly passed, and the Akatsuki assigned their first mission to the pair, a bounty hunting task in the Land of Waves. Although Uchiha had never visited this place, he was well acquainted with its name, Kato, the shadowy ruler of the Land of Waves, a notorious tyrant known for his wealth and cruelty, controlling all transportation through sheer monetary force and violence. The Akatsuki had been hoarding wealth, biding their time until they had amassed enough to emerge from the shadows of the ninja world and begin capturing tailed beasts. The two journeyed toward the Land of Waves. During this time, Haiden's curiosity about Uchiha's identity intensified. "Which village's rogue ninja are you? Knowing too much can be detrimental to your health." "How arrogant." Haiden, wielding his scythe, scoffed. For days later, they finally arrived in the Land of Waves. Upon reaching the designated meeting point, they encountered a few ronin, not even shinobi of a low rank. Haiden immediately expressed his displeasure. "Hey, so, you lot are here to receive us? Your boss seems quite lacking in sincerity." The faces of the ronin darkened. A Mediterranean ronin warrior placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Just 2 rogue ninjas. And you dare to speak to us like that? We are the most trusted subordinates of Lord Kato." A colorful bandana-wearing ronin chimed in. "You, with the white hair, are seeking death." With a swift motion, he drew his katana. Haiden, taken aback, gaped in disbelief. "What? Are you joking?" He charged at the ronin with his scythe. Blood splattered everywhere. "Then let you serve as today's sacrifice. Remember to leave one to guide us." "Understood," Haiden replied with impatience. The ronin, having sustained injuries from Haiden's scythe, dared not linger and fled after hurling a threat. You'll regret this. Lord Kato will not let you off easily. Haiden licked the blood from his scythe. Uchiha covered his eyes. How disgusting. Are all followers of the evil god so unhygienic? In a sudden act, Haiden plunged a black rod into his own heart. The Ronin collapsed, blood gushing forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Only one remained, the colorful bandana-wearing Ronin. Now sitting helplessly on the ground, a look of despair on his face. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. Uchiha approached Chapter 67, the Land of Waves. Kato Company. The Ronin walked ahead, his gaze wandering as he observed his surroundings. Regret coursed through him. He pondered why he had drawn his sword in the first place, and who had emboldened him to do so. Tears of remorse trickled from the corners of his eyes. Hey, you there, hurry up. Be careful, or I swear I'll kill you. Suddenly, the Ronin halted. We've arrived. Faden scratched his head in confusion. Where exactly? Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Here we go? Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of shuriken and kunai flew towards them. Uchiha swiftly seized Faden and used him as a shield. What are you doing, Hubai? The Ronin was pierced by the shuriken and kunai, becoming a human pincushion. Faden, too, was not spared from this fate as he was used as a shield. Ah, that hurts. Faden exclaimed, his anger boiling. Uchiha released his grip, and Faden, unable to contain his rage, swung his scythe at Uchiha and he swish. Uchiha leaped back, effortlessly evading the strike. Faden, are you really going to attack me? Have you thought this through? Faden paused, his mind racing. You were the one who used me to block those shuriken. Uchiha chuckled lightly. You won't die. It's not a big deal, right? The two exchanged silent glances. Uchiha scratched his head, conceding, fine. I won't use you as a shield anymore. Is that acceptable? Humph. Faden snorted, beginning to pull out the kunai and shuriken embedded in him. Clang. One by one, the ninja tools were removed, and soon enough, Faden's wounds began to heal. The hidden ninjas in the forest were taken aback. Is this guy immortal? They wondered. Shocked that he remained unharmed even after being pierced, Uchiha coldly surveyed the forest. Are you coming out? Swish, swish, swish. A dozen ninjas emerged before them. Who are you two? This is Lord Kato's territory. Leave now if you wish to live. Though wary of the duo's strength. They refrained from attacking again and opted to issue a warning instead. Did you dare to strike at me? I will kill you all. Uchiha halted Faden. Wait. We have accepted a bounty task from Kato. Where can we find him? A leading rogue ninja stepped forward. This is none of Lord Kato's concern. Show us your mission scroll. Uchiha frowned slightly. Very well, let us get to it, Faden. Just the two of you dare to confront us. A team of over 10? You truly don't know the meaning. Chapter 68. The terrified Kato, are you the president of Kato Corporation? Uchiha inquired with a hint of confusion. Kato nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am the president of Kato Corporation. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave swiftly. Uncertain of their identities, he refrained from ordering his subordinates to act immediately. Uchiha, with remarkable speed, appeared before Kato in the blink of an eye, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with a single hand. The two bodyguards flanking Kato were caught completely off guard. What are you doing? Put me down at once. Kato exclaimed, thrashing his legs desperately. From his attire, Uchiha produced a kunai. Do not move. If you do, I shall end your life. And you too, step back. As the two ninja guards retreated, they were swiftly dispatched by the approaching Haiden. Kato was now terrified to the point of tears. What do you want from us? I have money. I can pay you. Please, do not kill me. Uchiha inhaled deeply, sensing a foul odor. Goodness, you nearly made me soil myself. With a forceful motion, he hurled Kato aside. Is it truly necessary for you to weep so much over merely 2 deaths? He regarded Kato with disdain. Enough of this. I shan't tease you any longer. We have accepted your bounty. As he spoke, he produced a mission scroll from his pocket and tossed it at Kato. Crawling like a dog, Kato picked up the scroll and read it hastily. To his dismay, it was indeed he who had summoned these 2 harbingers of doom. And his expression turned bitter. Oh, why not just give us the money directly? It would save us all the trouble. Kato nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. I can procure the funds immediately. The thought of these 2 ominous figures potentially slaying him was alarming. Rising from the ground, he prepared to return to his office for the money. However, just as he turned, Uchiha called out to him once more. Wait, well, what is it? Is there something else? Uchiha rested his chin on his hand, his tone turning serious. Upon reflection, merely taking your money without aiding you leaves me with an unsettling feeling. Let us assist you with your task first, and then we shall collect our payment. Hearing this, Kato felt as though he might collapse in gratitude. This unpredictable demon was truly baffling. My lord, the task is of little importance. I would rather fetch the money for you. It would be a better use of your time. No, no, no. I am a man of my word. If I say I will assist you, then I shall assist you. Under the pressure, Kato had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, do not be so tense. We are here to fulfill the bounty, and we mean you no harm. Kato nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Now, tell us what you require of our assistance. Kato then elaborated on the civil unrest among the populace of the Land of Waves, embellishing the tale as he went. Aihana appeared indignant. These wretched commoners deserve a stern reprimand. Rest assured, I shall assist you wholeheartedly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Kato found the masked figure before him somewhat reliable. Haiden, on the other hand, had no qualms. As long as he could kill, he would comply with anything. Aihana pondered the situation concerning the Land of Waves. The son of that old man, Dasna, was evidently a leader among those opposing Kato. Ultimately, Kato had orchestrated his execution, parading him on the guillotine for all to see. Aihana and Haiden positioned themselves on either side of Kato, giving the impression to outsiders that they were his most trusted bodyguards. With two formidable figures by his side, Kato straightened his posture. He had gathered a group of rogue ninjas and ronin. They had never encountered Aihana and Haiden, but they understood that anyone accompanying Kato must possess considerable strength. Not far from Kato Corporation, Kato's subordinates faced off against the citizens of the Land of Waves, forming a long line of confrontation. Kato-sama has arrived. Kato's men turned to look, clearing a path for him. Soon, Kato found himself at the forefront. With an air of arrogance, he ascended the hastily constructed platform. You lowly peasants dare to defy me? Do you seek death? Kato's words caused some among the populace to falter. If it weren't for my shipping company, you would all starve. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you even dare to band together against me. The majority of the crowd remained quiet and dull. At this moment, Kaisa, the son of Dasna, stepped forward. We need not fear him. Kato, we wish to construct a bridge to connect the Land of Waves. Why do you seek to destroy our efforts? Kato donned a mask of feigned righteousness. You ungrateful fools. Were it not for my protection, you would have been slaughtered by those powerful ninja from other lands. You wish to build a bridge? In doing so, you would doom the entire Land of Waves. The crowd became increasingly agitated, a cacophony of voices rising. Is it true? Is Kato-sama truly protecting us? This man is shameless. How can he spin our exploitation into such sweet words? Kato, weary of their prattle, shifted from irritation to a sycophantic grin. Ha ha ha, my lord, I implore you to apprehend that leader. Aihana moved with blinding speed, becoming nothing more than a blur to the onlookers. He seized Kaisa, bringing him back to Kato's side. Kato's face lit up with delight. My lord, you are truly remarkable. I am in awe of your prowess. Aihana waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you are insufferable. Kato's smile faded as he turned a menacing gaze upon Kaisa. You dare to oppose me? Clearly, you do not understand the meaning of death. Kaisa stood firm. Even if you kill me, there will come a day when someone will rise to overthrow you. Kato was furious, his beard bristling with rage. You wretched peasant. He raised his hand, preparing to strike Kaisa's knee. Smack. Just as Kato's hand swung down, Aihana caught it effortlessly. Chapter 69, 2 billion taels? Such a staggering sum of money. It seems we have struck gold. Kato blinked in disbelief and turned to Aihana, his confusion evident. Sir, is there something you wish to convey? A smile graced Aihana's face. Is it not possible to engage in reasoned discourse? Must we resort to violence and physical confrontation? Hearing Aihana's words, Kato wore a bitter smile. Nearby, Haiden's expression darkened. It was absurd that this individual was attempting to reason with another bully. Did I overlook some critical aspect? Aihana turned his gaze towards Kaisa. We must communicate the entire sequence of events clearly. Kaisa's eyelid twitched. Finding himself brought here, escape was not an option. He could only place his hopes in this individual, who even Kato treated with utmost respect. My lord, I am not originally from the Land of Waves. Aihana nodded repeatedly. Ah, so that is the case. Kato's back was drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by the implications. Sir, please do not heed his nonsense. Suddenly, Aihana swung his arm with great force, delivering a resounding slap across Kato's face, sending him sprawling. Kato's visage was grotesquely distorted as he tumbled into a throng of ronin. Lord Kato, are you all right? In no time, a cluster of ronin surrounded Aihana and his companions. Who do you think you are, daring to lay a hand on Lord Kato? This man must be a traitor. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves. He actually attacked Kato. Wasn't he here alongside him? It seems a disagreement has arisen, and how ruthless his actions are. That slap could have cost Kato his life. Who is he? Is he here to rescue us? Kaisha stared blankly at Uchiha. My lord, are you here to save us? Uchiha shook his head, causing Kaisha's once bright eyes to dim. I merely seek to engage in reasoned discourse. Kato is unreasonable, so he must face the consequences. Before Kaisha could utter another word, the group of Ronin and rebellious ninjas grew impatient. How dare you? You seek death. Kato, now distanced from Uchiha, regained his bravado. Clutching his swollen, pig-like mouth, he pointed at Uchiha, muttering incoherently, "Get rid of him." Wait, you lot. Don't go anywhere. Protect me here. The Ronin and rebellious ninjas surged forward towards Uchiha and Haiden like a tidal wave. Haiden, filled with excitement, brandished his scythe and began his assault. Some timid onlookers dared not linger, fleeing to Chapter 70. Pain of the Devapath, go deal with Orochimaru, Devapath Pain instructed. Me? Uchiha inquired, his expression darkening. To alleviate the tension and avoid being expelled from the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha added, this 20 billion ryo will be kept with me. Rest assured, it will be absolutely secure. I would never dare to spend a single ryo of the organization's money frivolously. Before Conan could interject, Devapath Pain spoke again. Very well, let this sum remain with you for now. Conan looked at Devapath Pain in confusion as he continued. However, there are other tasks to assign you. Recently, a traitor has betrayed the Akatsuki and absconded with a ring. Your mission is to capture this traitor. If you cannot bring him back alive, eliminate him. Recently? A traitor? Devapath Pain produced an intelligence scroll from his person. Upon receiving and unrolling it, Uchiha was taken aback. Orochimaru? Isn't he one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha? Are you certain he is a traitor to the Akatsuki? Devapath Pain nodded affirmatively. Indeed. With your strength, even if you cannot capture him, defeating him should pose no issue. I appreciate your confidence. We shall take care of it, Uchiha replied. Turning to Haiden, he asked, you have no objections, do you? Haiden, appearing nonchalant, remarked, what a bore. As long as I can offer a tribute to Lord Jashin, I am indifferent. Suddenly, Uchiha struck Haiden with a punch. You insufferable fool, are you seeking death? Haiden glared fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malice, as if ready to unleash violence at any moment. Uchiha regarded him calmly. What is it you intend to do? Haiden held his side aloft, momentarily pausing in midair, creating an awkward atmosphere. Enough. We shall take our leave. The remaining matters are in your hands, Devapath Pain declared, turning to depart. As Conan followed closely behind Devapath Pain, she noticed Haiden standing still and couldn't help but smile. Once the two had exited, Haiden finally lowered his scythe. Uchiha let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Hurry up and catch up. We're on our way. Since being tormented by the devilish Uchiha, Haiden had been left with a haunting fear. The thought of being skewered and fed to dogs lingered in his mind. Although he feared not death, he dreaded the idea of becoming dog food. Uchiha and Haiden were in no rush as they meandered along, pausing intermittently. Uchiha had donned the Akatsuki attire provided by the system. Both adorned hats, they traversed a town within the land of fire. It was undeniable that Orochimaru was a master of chaos, not only capable of creating turmoil but also possessing an extraordinary resilience. Passers-by quickly distanced themselves upon seeing Haiden wielding his large scythe, whispering amongst themselves. Haiden, irritated by their hushed conversations, absent-mindedly scratched his ear. I wish I could slay them all and offer them to Lord Jashin. Uchiha cautioned him softly, you would do well not to act recklessly here. If your identity is exposed, I shall transform you into a ball. Haiden scoffed, how dull. By the way, would you consider joining the cult of Jashin? Uchiha, intrigued, inquired, what does one need to do to join this cult? Haiden grinned smugly. All it takes is for me to slice open your flesh with this scythe and offer you as a tribute to Lord Jashin, and you shall be welcomed into the cult. Uchiha P. Chapter 71. Good deeds and noble hearts, assisting Jiraiya in escaping temptation. Although Fade One was oblivious to the conversation, he could perceive the fury radiating from Jiraiya, whose eyes were bloodshot with rage. You killed Orochimaru, didn't you? Jiraiya gritted his teeth, barely managing to suppress his anger with the last vestiges of his reason. Uchiha nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he was not overly difficult to eliminate. However, I have heard that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, is rather beautiful. If the opportunity arises, I would relish the chance to test my luck with her. He chuckled lewdly. The usually gentle Jiraiya was incensed by Uchiha's provocative words. Oh, and Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, your writings are nothing but utter rubbish. Is there not a single one among the Sannin capable of a proper fight? If anger could be materialized, Jiraiya's wrath would have surely soared to the heavens at that moment. Ding! Jiraiya felt invigorated once more. Indeed, the host proved to be an exemplary psychological winner. Task reward acquired, Renegan, with an additional reward, Shadow Clone Technique. Uchiha's eye twitched. It seemed the system remained as it had always been. Nevertheless, Jiraiya was undeniably revitalized. His blood boiling with fervor. Truly, he was remarkable. Fade One, now is your chance. He is none other than Jiraiya of the Sannin. If you can offer him as a sacrifice to the Lord of the Abyss, he will surely be most pleased. Upon hearing Uchiha's words, Fade One's excitement surged. Lord of the Abyss, I shall present your offering forthwith. He brandished his scythe and charged toward Jiraiya. However, it was no simple feat to catch Jiraiya off guard, for he was well versed in intelligence. Before acting recklessly, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, his hands coming together. Ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. His hair extended rapidly, ensnaring Fade One, who had intended to strike him down with his scythe. Fade One's eyes widened in confusion. What is happening? Release me at once. I will sacrifice you to the Lord of the Abyss. Bound by Jiraiya's hair, Fade One was merely at the first step of his misfortune. Jiraiya forcefully slammed his hair down to the ground. Boom. As Fade One crashed to the ground, the earth beneath him cracked like a spider's web. Blood erupted from Fade One's mouth. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, fixating on Uchiha. One down. Now it's your turn. Yet. Fade One appeared unfa Chapter 72. Gathering intelligence, Haiden scratched his head, concluding that this must be the hidden village where Orochimaru resides. Uchiha nodded, instructing him to wait there while he went to gather information. You are far too arrogant. Such actions are likely to expose us, Haiden replied, his expression darkening. Understood. I shall remain here. Haiden had already endured a severe beating from Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Therefore, when faced with Orochimaru, another of the Sannin, he knew he had to exercise caution. In the peaceful hidden hot water village, Haiden could slaughter at will, as none could impede his rampage. However, ever since he encountered Uchiha and was compelled to join the Akatsuki organization, Haiden had become increasingly timid. Yet, the primary reason lay in the ominous presence he found himself alongside. Seated upon a large stone, he began to sharpen his scythe. Meanwhile, Uchiha made no effort to conceal himself, boldly entering the sound village. It wasn't long before a sound ninja detected his presence and hurried off to report. Among the watchmen, Kadama received the news. A suspicious individual? I shall confront him personally. Since the inception of the sound village, there had always been those who misjudged their abilities and sought to disrupt its peace. Swiftly, the two leapt from rooftop to rooftop, soon arriving at Uchiha's location. Kadama dropped down from the roof, positioning himself before Uchiha. Hey, you there? What brings you to the sound village? Uchiha replied flatly. Does my attire not indicate my purpose? I am here to capture Orochimaru. Kadama seemed to recall a similar outfit but couldn't quite place it. To capture Lord Orochimaru? You? He was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Even the Kage cannot contend with Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha scoffed. He is merely a coward, fleeing in disgrace. Kadamaru's anger flared. It seems you will meet your end here. Without warning, he launched an attack at Uchiha Spider Sticky Gold. Several golden metallic arrows shot toward Uchiha wind release. Vacuum bullets. With a resounding explosion, the arrows were deflected by the high-pressure wind bullets. One arrow struck a nearby sound ninja in the throat. Help! He gasped, blood gushing forth. Seeing his attack thwarted, Kadamaru's fury escalated. You are doomed. In an instant. Uchiha appeared beside Kadamaru, his finger mimicking a pistol aimed at Kadamaru's head. Farewell. Water release. Water iron cannon. The water bullet struck Kadamaru's head, sending him flying. His skull exploding, blood splattering everywhere. He would never have imagined the caliber of the being he had dared to provoke. The commotion drew the attention of other sound ninjas. Jirobo, Sakan, and Yukon rushed to the scene. Observing the death of one of their own and the arrival of three more, Uchiha sighed. I am here for Orochimaru. You need not sacrifice yourselves. Yet the four insisted on adopting a stance of confrontation, unwilling to let him leave unscathed. This guy just killed Kadamaru. He must be formidable. Jirobo, crouching low, uprooted a mass of earth. Earth release. Earth mount. A massive boulder, akin to a small hill, was heaved into the air. With a triumphant shout, he hurled the enormous rock toward Uchiha unfazed by the impending onslaught. Uchiha made no attempt to evade. Looks like this kid has been frightened into submission. Jirobo declared, his confidence swelling. Sakan and Yukon nodded in agreement, convinced they had no opportunity to intervene. Holding her flute tightly, Doya couldn't believe how easily Uchiha had dispatched Kadamaru. She knew well of Kadamaru's strength. Uchiha effortlessly caught the boulder with one hand. Earth release. Lightweight rock technique. Such a stone posed no challenge for him. He easily shattered it with a mere display of physical prowess. He ascended into the air, still holding the stone aloft. Leaving the four of them dumbfounded, Jirobo gazed up in astonishment. What is happening? He is flying. Doyu prepared for battle, while Jirobo, recognizing the technique, exclaimed, "That is the lightweight rock technique. Only the elite of a Wagakure possess such skills." Uchiha chuckled softly, the sound clear in their ears. "Correct. Here is a reward for your astuteness, a boulder for you." With a mighty heave, he cast the boulder downward. Simultaneously, Jirobo and Doyu bit their fingers, invoking summoning techniques. Jirobo summoned a gigantic mud golem, while Doyu brought forth a colossal demon wielding a hefty wooden club. The golem swung its fist with ferocity, and the demon swung its club mightily. The immense boulder shattered upon impact, sending debris flying. From a nearby rooftop, a youth adorned with bone spurs and a striking visage observed the chaos. Uchiha clapped his hands, bemused by how effortlessly the attack had been neutralized. Suddenly, a haunting melody wafted through the air, reaching Uchiha's ears. "Genjutsu, you dare to flaunt your skills before me?" Uchiha's Sharingan revealed itself. A pair of crimson eyes glinting ominously. Akatsuki. A vivid bolt of red lightning tore through the air, striking Doyu. With a thud, she collapsed, lifeless. Jirobo and Yukon crouched to assess her condition, discovering her charred remains. "This individual is beyond our capabilities." Water release. Water whip technique. Uchiha brandished a water whip and propelled it toward the two. Crack. The whip struck Jirobo, sending him sprawling to the ground. Observing the battlefield, Kimimaro began to approach. Astounded by one person's ease in dispatching 5 foes. With bone blades sprouting from his hands, Kimimaro launched a sudden attack from the side. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Willow. Uchiha smirked. How delightful. Water release. Water mirror technique. With a swift motion, he conjured a water mirror, ready to counter the impending assault. Chapter 73. The Awakening of Susanoo. The serpent-stunned an apparition, akin to Kimimaro, emerged from the water mirror. Kimimaro initially believed this would be a splendid ambush, yet was taken aback by how effortlessly it was countered. Orochimaru had long been aware of the events unfolding here. However, due to Uchiha's attire, bearing the Akatsuki emblem, he hesitated to reveal himself. The demise of the Sound Four was inconsequential to him, yet he lamented the missed opportunity for Uchiha to showcase greater prowess. Standing beside him was Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru had previously orchestrated plans for him to infiltrate Konoha as a spy within the month. Unexpectedly, such a turn of events had occurred. Uchiha regarded him coolly, urging him to cease. He was not his match. Anyone who obstructs Lord Orochimaru must perish. Kimimaro retorted, his tone frosty. Slightly impressed by the confrontation, Uchiha brandished a kunai. Wind release. Vacuum blade. He exhaled upon the kunai, forming a blade of wind. Kimimaro, with a chilling gaze and serious demeanor, charged at Uchiha once more. It must be said, the bone spikes adorning Kimimaro were remarkably resilient, not even shattering upon collision with the vacuum blade. It was indeed a testament to the legacy of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Clang. The sharp vacuum blade severed some of Kimimaro's bone spikes, yet they rapidly regrew. Their clash was fiercely intense. Kabuto adjusted his black-framed glasses, astonished by Kimimaro's newfound physical prowess. Orochimaru's voice carried a raspy chill. Were it not for the bloodline disease, Kimimaro might have been even stronger. Nevertheless, this Akatsuki member is formidable. Kimimaro may find himself in peril. No sooner had Orochimaru uttered this than Uchiha unleashed a surge of power, his vacuum blade forcefully severing several of Kimimaro's bone blades. With a swift kick, he sent Kimimaro flying. He skidded along the ground for some distance, grasping 2 bone blades that he plunged into the earth to halt his momentum. "Let us test this power," he declared, as cursed marks began to spread across his body, soon enveloping him in darkness. Has he already implanted curse marks? Uchiha squinted, realizing that while the Sound Four had yet to undergo this process, only Kimimaro possessed the curse seal in the Sound Village. Konoha's former disciple of Orochimaru, Karen, also bore a cursed mark. Orochimaru interjected, "We must halt Kimimaro. Excessive use of the curse seal will prove detrimental to his body." Uchiha yawned, seemingly bored. "It is time. Orochimaru should reveal himself. If he does not, I shall eliminate this one first." With a swift motion, Uchiha raised his right hand, summoning a Rasengan. In the next moment, the Rasengan expanded dramatically, its blue radiance blinding. Kimimaro, having just activated his cursed seal, stood frozen in astonishment. What is this? Orochimaru was taken aback. How could this individual wield the formidable Rasengan, a technique known solely to Jiraiya? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiraiya would never join the Akatsuki. Outside the Sound Village, Haiden stood at the edge of a cliff, spotting the immense blue orb emanating from within the village. What has transpired? Wasn't I supposed to investigate? Why haven't they returned? He pondered whether to venture inside, but ultimately decided against it. If he encountered an enemy even stronger than Hubai, it would be futile. Within the Sound Village, Aihana leaped high, hurling the colossal Rasengan toward Kimimaro. There was no evasion. The overwhelming chakra made it nearly impossible to withstand, even with a vast forest of bone. Swish. His bone blades extended, wrapping around him in a desperate attempt at defense. Uncertain if it would suffice, it was his only means of protection. Upon witnessing Aihana's Rasengan, Orochimaru panicked. He was determined to possess Kimimaro's body and could not allow him to be slain so easily. He rushed to Kimimaro's side, summoning the triple Rashomon. Boom. The Rasengan obliterated two of the Rashomon gates, exhausting its chakra, while the third gate endured only slight damage. The gates crashed to the ground as Orochimaru glared at Aihana. Who are you? What is your purpose here? He hissed, akin to a coiled serpent poised to strike. Aihana smirked. Do you not recognize my attire? I am here to capture you, traitor. Or perhaps, to end your life. Orochimaru's brow furrowed as he bit his finger, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Bang. A colossal purple serpent materialized. Manda, why have you summoned me? Manda intoned, irritable. Orochimaru, what predicament do you find yourself in? Do you wish for me to eliminate this boy? Manda glanced at Aihana. This little brat? Orochimaru, are you jesting? I will not spare you unless you provide me with 100 sacrifices. Orochimaru nodded earnestly, promising to prepare the offerings once the battle concluded, deceiving Manda. Though Manda was disobedient, he still proved useful. Aihana remained motionless, prompting Manda to mock. Boy, are you scared into silence? It then opened its gaping maw and lunged at Aihana, determined to swallow him whole. Boom. Suddenly, a crimson beam erupted into the sky. Susanoo. Aihana summoned forth an imposing Susanoo, surrounded by radiant red, captivating in its brilliance. Manda's fangs clashed against Susanoo, nearly shattering upon impact. It quickly recoiled, shrinking back in trepidation. What sorcery is this? Manda exclaimed, bewildered. Orochimaru, equally astonished, had only encountered the term Susanoo in ancient texts and failed to comprehend its true form. Outside the Sound Village, Haiden stood on tiptoe, straining to discern the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 74. Treating Orochimaru like a toy. How could this purple serpent tower higher than the mountains? And opposite the serpent stood a giant radiating crimson light. Haiden had begun to question his existence. Oh, Lord Evil God, this world is even more terrifying than I imagined. The power you bestowed upon me is utterly insufficient. He feared for the safety of Aihana, but was too intimidated by the current situation to approach. Perhaps it is best to observe a little longer. The blood-red Susanoo grasped a long, hooked chain. Before the myriad snakes could react, the Susanoo flung the chain, ensnaring them. The colossal serpent struggled fiercely, attempting to free itself. With a powerful tug, the Susanoo scraped off a portion of the serpent's scales. It opened its massive jaws, roaring furiously at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, how dare you harm me? I will not spare you. After its shout, it transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. Back in the dragon cave, the myriad snakes were in a foul mood, wreaking havoc in the forest. During battles, to protect themselves from injuries, they would retreat to their lairs for healing. Observing that the myriad snakes had been driven away, Orochimaru felt no desire to linger. Little did he know, Aihana's control over Susanoo's chain was astonishingly precise, capable of altering its thickness at will. With a powerful swing, he ensnared Orochimaru. Once bound, Orochimaru felt his chakra dissipating. More accurately, it was being siphoned by the chain. What is happening? He found himself unable to utilize the snake substitution technique. The Susanoo spun him around with the chain, creating a whirlwind. At that moment, Orochimaru regretted coming to this world. What sins had he committed to encounter such a calamity? Perhaps conducting human experiments indeed resulted in numerous transgressions. As the rotation accelerated, Orochimaru's cognitive faculties began to stall. The speed was so great that after images appeared, Kimimaro had regained his footing. Witnessing Orochimaru's torment, he grew furious. How dare you treat Lord Orochimaru this way? You shall die. Kabuto quickly restrained him. Kimimaro, rushing in now is tantamount to seeking death. Lord Orochimaru is no match for him. Do you truly believe you can rescue Lord Orochimaru? Kimimaro seemed not to hear Kabuto, shaking his head defiantly. Bone spikes erupted from his body, injuring Kabuto's arm. In pain, Kabuto released his grip, and Kimimaro charged forward. Ouch. That hurts. Just as Kabuto intended to pursue, Kimimaro had already covered a considerable distance. With a sigh, Kabuto began to employ medical ninjutsu to heal himself. Kimimaro summoned all his bloodline powers. His bone spikes appeared desiccated, and his expression was one of profound agony. Aihana gazed at Kimimaro with an expression of incredulity. Was this boy truly attempting to breach Susanoo? They continued to toy with Orochimaru, treating him like a plaything, regarding Susanoo with amusement. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Kimimaro's bone spikes pierced through Susanoo, hurtling towards Aihana. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? How did this guy manage that? Is this the true strength of the bone manipulation? However, having pushed himself to such extremes, Kimimaro was nearing death, likely to succumb to his own poison soon. Aihana realized that his own life was now at stake. Susanoo. Blood tears streamed from his eyes as Susanoo's form expanded dramatically, continuing to grow in size. The full manifestation of Susanoo lifted Aihana, who had been standing on the ground, to the top of its towering head. He exhaled a long breath. Phew, that was terrifying. Kimimaro helplessly looked up, realizing it was impossible to reach Aihana. He leaped with all his might, but in midair, his body abruptly halted, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. With a thud, he plummeted to the ground, lifeless, amidst his own blood. Upon witnessing Kimimaro's demise, Aihana felt no sorrow, only regret that such a valuable specimen had perished. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on Aihana with the intensity of a venomous serpent stalking its prey. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Aihana's mind. Ding! The host has caused Kimimaro's death, permanently alleviating his suffering from the bloodline disease, a truly meritorious deed. Reward: improved Earth Curse Seal, not controllable by Orochimaru, solely for communicating with the natural energy of the ninja world. Aihana, the system remains as it always has. A nuisance. Thankfully, it possesses a conscience. If it had granted me Kimimaro's bloodline, I would have struggled to control it. After all, whether the system offers improvement seems to depend on its mood. To create a bloodline disease, one must torment the subject to death. As Aihana pondered, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! The host has eliminated the Sound Ninja 5 and Kimimaro, providing Orochimaru with materials and advancing the technological development of the ninja world. Reward: Chakra Flying Device, Snake Uncle technology, stored in system space. Please retrieve within 24 hours. A flying device? This is delightful. The system's rewards remain as bizarre as ever. This should surpass the speed of dust release. Aihana paid little mind to the reward, for he still needed to devise a way to persuade Orochimaru. He flashed with lightning and appeared beside Orochimaru, who was already preparing to flee. Suddenly, Aihana spoke. Do you desire to seize Uchiha Itachi's body? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, unable to fathom the intentions of the person before him. What do you mean? Aihana chuckled softly. I can assist you in acquiring Uchiha Itachi's body. Orochimaru's voice deepened. You have slaughtered all my subordinates? And now you tell me this? What is your objective? Aihana fell into an awkward silence. They attacked me first. I merely offered you a lesson. I told you from the start that I was here to find you. Enough of this. They were merely insignificant fish. Let us discuss our forthcoming collaboration. Orochimaru was vexed. What kind of lunatic was this? He had rampaged through his Sound Village, killing his subordinates, and now sought to discuss cooperation. However, the mention of Uchiha Itachi piqued his interest immensely. If he could obtain Uchiha Itachi's body, it would be an exhilarating triumph. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Orochimaru inquired, Speak then, how shall we negotiate? Chapter 75, Collaborative Hunt for Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, acquiring the body of Uchiha Itachi is of far greater significance than capturing Kimimaro or the Sound Four. Moreover, Kimimaro's demise was a consequence of his own recklessness. Hence, it would be unjust to hold Uchiha responsible. It is quite straightforward. Uchiha Itachi possesses genjutsu, and I too wield similar powers. Orochimaru squinted, pondering the implication. In the next moment, he beheld the crimson Sharingan of Uchiha. So, it is as such. How fascinating. Yet, Orochimaru found himself perplexed. Given your formidable strength, why seek my collaboration? Uchiha remained silent. The reason for seeking your partnership, of course, is to ensnare you. Could I express that so bluntly? Uchiha Itachi is a formidable adversary, and I lack the assurance to defeat him alone. My only goal is his demise. Thus, entrusting his body to you bears no consequence for me. Orochimaru, a man of intellect, had already discerned Uchihana's identity, the enigmatic and powerful offspring of Uchiha, who summoned the Nine Tails. This collaboration holds promise, as Orochimaru envisioned himself possessing the body of Uchiha Itachi and harnessing unparalleled talent. With such power, mastering the sage body of the White Snake would render him the mightiest being in the ninja world. A smile unwittingly crept across his lips. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden interruption occurred. Haiden burst onto the scene, exclaiming, "Hubai, I have come to rescue you." He dashed toward them upon witnessing the colossal figure vanish in an instant. Upon hearing the commotion, Uchiha turned to see Haiden frozen in place. Orochimaru, briefly startled, inquired curiously what prompted your joining of the Akatsuki. Uchiha smirked. "You ought to be aware. The two had agreed upon a 2-year time frame. During this period, Orochimaru was to prepare thoroughly for the hunt of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha divulged various jutsu mastered by Itachi to Orochimaru, ensuring that he would be fully equipped to confront him even in Uchiha's absence. Furthermore, vigilance against Uchiha was paramount. This individual was unpredictable, capable of extreme measures in pursuit of vengeance for his clan. What he failed to understand was that Uchiha sometimes acted for the sake of system rewards. Orochimaru, no longer in a hurry, found great value in collaborating with Uchiha. He had already envisioned acquiring Uchiha Itachi's body as a certainty. After their negotiations, Uchiha lifted the genjutsu on Haiden. "Haiden, run." To his astonishment, Orochimaru had grown to such an extent. Within the genjutsu, Haiden intended to sacrifice Orochimaru, only to find him transformed into the White Serpent of Yamada, impervious to all attacks, leaving Haiden thoroughly terrified. Without looking back, Haiden fled, not stopping until they had exited the Sound Village. Panting heavily, Haiden turned to Uchiha Hubai. "What on earth just happened?" Uchiha's voice carried a hint of feigned panic. "Honestly, I don't know. I never expected Orochimaru to be this powerful. This mission has failed. We should report the facts." Haiden wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Damn, who would have thought we, the 3/8, would encounter a situation we couldn't handle? My strength is too insufficient." Uchiha tilted his head, regarding Haiden. 3/8? What do you mean by that?" Haiden scratched his head, a look of foolishness on his face. "I'm Santai. You're Bai. Aren't we the 3/8 duo?" Bang. Uchiha's fist struck Haiden's head. "You can be 3/8 alone. Don't involve me." Haiden sulked, muttering under his breath. Unable to defeat Orochimaru, he also found himself the target of Uchiha's ire. The moment Uchiha averted his gaze, Haiden sealed his lips, glancing up at the sky while whistling. With such a fool by his side, Uchiha found his tasks considerably easier. Upon their return to the Akatsuki, they reported the events to Pain. Pain said nothing in response. "Well, I never anticipated Orochimaru had such trump cards. For now, you both should take a break." Uchiha, filled with indignation, declared, "Leader, I sincerely apologize for our mission's failure. It is entirely due to my lack of ability. Please assign us a new task. I assure you, I will give my all and will not allow this failure to repeat." Pain and Conan exchanged glances, bewildered. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Uchiha now resembled a spirited youth, his words brimming with passion. Pain felt compelled to assign him a task. From his sleeve, Pain retrieved a scroll. Uchiha took it, unfurling it for a closer inspection. "This is a sealed demon from the land of demons. I never expected the Akatsuki would set its sights on such immense chakra." A vague recollection of a white-haired girl resembling Hinata surfaced in his mind, Cheyenne. Without hesitation, he thought, if he could acquire that sealed chakra, his power would ascend to new heights. No, it would be more accurate to say that the Akatsuki would grow even stronger. Haiden, however, was less than enthusiastic about undertaking more missions. Not only was he reluctant to kill, but even with his immortality, he faced numerous obstacles. When did the ninja world become so unstable? Yet, he dared not oppose Uchiha. Once Pain and Conan had departed, Haiden begrudgingly voiced his complaints. "Another mission? I hope we don't encounter monsters the size of mountains again. There is no way to offer sacrifices to Lord Jashin." This was truly vexing. Uchiha, displaying a rare gentle demeanor towards Haiden, reassured him, "Fear not, I am well acquainted with the land of demons. You shan't encounter such monsters again. When the time comes, there will be ample offerings for you to present. Your Jashin will surely be pleased." Upon hearing Uchiha's words, Haiden's excitement surged once more. "Sacrifices, you say? I shall ensure there are enough offerings for you." Chapter 76, The Land of Ghosts in the Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru was preoccupied with the reconstruction of his experimental base. He felt little sorrow over the deaths of Kimimaro and the others. The mere thought that acquiring the body of Uchiha Itachi was just a matter of time filled him with uncontainable excitement. Meanwhile, in the land of ghosts, the priestess Miroku and her daughter Cheyenne sat facing each other in a kneeling position. Suddenly, Miroku's eyes transformed into a deep violet, and a vision unfolded before her. The seal was broken, and a colossal monster emerged, intent on obliterating everything in its path. Cheyenne, the most gifted witch, even more powerful than her mother, witnessed the same horrifying scene. The people of the land of ghosts fled in terror, chaos, and despair enveloping the air. Cheyenne trembled uncontrollably, a hand clasped tightly around hers, bringing her back to the present. She stared blankly at her mother. "Mother, what is that?" Miroku placed her hand gently on Cheyenne's head, soothing her. "Do not worry. Nothing like that will happen." Cheyenne felt a flicker of reassurance, yet uncertainty lingered in her voice. "Is it truly so?" Indeed. That evening, Miroku and Cheyenne stood in their courtyard, surrounded by a sky adorned with twinkling stars. Miroku retrieved a small bell from her bosom and crouched down to place it in Cheyenne's hands. "Cheyenne, you must keep this bell safe. In a critical moment, it will protect you." Cheyenne accepted the bell with care. That night, Cheyenne had another dream. She beheld a figure wearing a demon mask, clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe, ultimately pierced through the heart by the tentacles of a monster. Though she did not know this person, her heart ached at the sight. She jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, and hurried to her mother to share her troubling vision. Miroku merely comforted her. "Do not fret. Nothing will happen." Days passed swiftly. As usual, Cheyenne visited the small park to play. Atsuho, trailing closely behind, called out, "Miss Cheyenne, slow down. Be careful not to fall." The moment Cheyenne entered the park, the other children playing nearby scattered in fear. The witches were born with the ability to foresee the future, specifically the deaths of others. Most of these deaths occurred to protect the witches, leading the townsfolk to shun Cheyenne, hoping to evade the misfortune that her presence might bring. Cheyenne, much like Naruto, found herself ostracized and regarded as an ill omen. Disheartened, she sat on a swing, swinging slowly back and forth. Atsuho, sensing her melancholy, remained silent, his heart aching for her sorrow. "Hubai, when will you allow me to offer sacrifices to the dark god?" The voice of Uchiha cut through the air. "With so many people here, the time must be ripe," he coldly uttered, having noticed Cheyenne's presence. That which must be her. As Uchiha walked ahead, Haiden followed closely. The moment Cheyenne laid eyes on them, her prophetic power surged once more. Darkness enveloped her vision, and the silhouette of the monstrous entity reappeared. Before her, a figure wielding a scythe was pierced by the many tentacles of the beast. Cheyenne trembled uncontrollably. Abruptly, a blood-red light soared skyward. A colossal red giant, clad in armor and comparable in size to the monster, appeared opposite the creature. Cheyenne gazed in disbelief at this scene from her vision. What is happening? Wasn't he killed before? Why has the prophecy changed? The red giant swung a chain, toyingly ensnaring the monster. Soon, the vision faded, and Cheyenne returned to reality. "Little girl, what is your name?" Uchiha approached her. Atsuho, sensing danger, positioned himself protectively in front of Cheyenne. "Who are you?" Uchiha responded with a light-hearted laugh, his tone gentle and disarming. "We are merely travelers from another village, and we found this little girl quite adorable. We wish to make her acquaintance." Cheyenne gently nudged Atsuho aside. "Atsuho, step aside. They mean no harm." Uchiha examined the girl before him. She bore a slight resemblance to Hinata. Yet their temperaments were markedly different. Hinata was shy and reserved, while Cheyenne, due to her noble lineage and unique abilities, was often regarded with disdain, resulting in her somewhat haughty demeanor. Cheyenne startled Uchiha with her words. "You will die." She was testing their reactions. Uchiha and Haiden paused for a moment before comprehension dawned on them. Haiden scoffed. "What are you babbling about, kid? I am a devoted follower of the Dark God. How could I possibly die? I am immortal." Atsuho furrowed his brow. "Who exactly are you?" Just as Uchiha was about to respond, a voice interrupted them. "Cheyenne, Atsuho, come here." The speaker was Miroku, Cheyenne's mother, and the current priestess. Miroku perceived more than Cheyenne could. She had discerned the true intentions behind Uchiha and Haiden's visit. "If you have no business here, it is best not to linger in the land of ghosts." Aware that she could not confront them directly, she grasped Cheyenne's hand tightly, causing her some discomfort. Uchiha said nothing further and turned to leave with Haiden. "What peculiar abilities you possess," he muttered as they departed. Once they were gone, Cheyenne looked up at her mother. "Mother, who were they?" Miroku shook her head. "I do not know. Let us return now, Cheyenne." "Yes, mother." Neither Atsuho nor Cheyenne pressed for more details. On their way home, Cheyenne repeatedly recalled the images from her vision. Who were those two? Hayden grumbled in confusion. Hubai, why not let me just eliminate them all? Aihana replied, are you foolish? Do you know where that chakra monster is? Did the intel mention it? If you kill them all, the mission will be a failure. Hayden slapped his forehead, grinning. You have a point. Hubai, you are quite clever. If this guy were not immortal, he would have perished long ago. Chapter 77. The Malevolent Spirit and the Tragic Demise of Fade 1. Young miss, you are consuming so little. Your health cannot endure this. Atsui urged with a serious expression. Ziyuan, somewhat irritable, slammed her chopsticks onto the table. I have already stated that I am not hungry. Remove this food at once. But hurry. The images of the malevolent spirit annihilating the land of demons haunted her mind repeatedly. Her mother had merely reassured her, saying not to worry, for as long as she was there, the prophesied events would not come to pass. Uchiha Yi and Fade 1 lingered here for 2 days. It must be said that the economic development in this place was quite commendable. Uchiha Yi enjoyed himself thoroughly while discreetly gathering intelligence on the shrine maiden's whereabouts. That night, he stealthily infiltrated her residence. After searching for a while, he found no trace of information regarding the malevolent spirit. What if he were to abduct the young witch? He resolved to act. In the courtyard, he discovered Ziyuan gazing at the stars. The moment their eyes met, Ziyuan fainted. Uchiha Yi swiftly seized Ziyuan, clasping her at the waist, and fled without a backward glance. Atsui, who had just been dismissed by Ziyuan, returned to find her being taken. Young Miss Ziyuan, he exclaimed in frustration. He hurriedly pursued, but was unable to catch up. Without daring to linger, he rushed to inform Moroku. What? You say Ziyuan has been abducted? Could it be Akatsuki? He once invited Moroku to join him in establishing a millennium empire to rule the entire shinobi world. Ultimately, Moroku coldly rejected him, and he sought to harness the power of the malevolent spirit. Akatsuki was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. This power was indeed magnificent. A legion of terracotta warriors advanced towards the land of demons. Meanwhile, he soared directly to the witch's abode. His target was Ziyuan. By consuming her power, he could become the most formidable entity in the shinobi realm. As he envisioned his dominion over the shinobi world, Moroku burst forth from the dwelling. Akatsuki, I know you harbor hatred for me, but why do you target Ziyuan? You can come at me instead. Akatsuki was momentarily taken aback. He shook his head, realizing that his intentions had been unveiled. Indeed, I have come to invite you to join me in ruling the shinobi world. Countless terracotta warriors have awakened. Join me, or I shall consume Ziyuan. At that point, I will become the most powerful being in the shinobi realm, and none shall stand in my way. Moroku clenched his teeth, seething with animosity as he glared at Akatsuki. Release Ziyuan. Come at me instead. Akatsuki, are you nothing but a coward who preys on the innocent? Akatsuki tilted his head, somewhat perplexed by the words spoken. Meanwhile, in the forest, Uchiha Yi continued to flee with Ziyuan in his arms. Suddenly, Ziyuan's voice resonated softly. Where are we? Uchiha Yi halted, astonished that the abducted had regained consciousness. Had his illusion failed? He noticed a white glow emanating from Ziyuan, originating from a bell at her collar. Bang! A sudden surge of force propelled Uchiha Yi away. He scowled, his temper flaring. What was that? Who dares to ambush me? A white spherical shield materialized around Ziyuan. In his mind, the system's voice resounded. Ding! The host has rescued Ziyuan, freeing her from Akatsuki. Merit obtained. Reward, protective stone, small bell, capable of safeguarding the host in critical moments and suppressing chakra. Uchiha Yi could scarcely contain his astonishment. Casually kidnapping a young girl had somehow garnered a merit. Thank you, system. Ziyuan blinked in surprise. You are that person. Why are you here? Uchiha Yi shook his head, deeming it unimportant. What is your name? Ziyuan. Excellent, Ziyuan. Do you know where the sealed malevolent spirit lies? In the underground palace. Where is the underground palace? I cannot tell you. Uchiha Yi found himself at an impasse. His illusion was ineffective. How long would this luminous evasion endure? Such potent energy should not last long. He decided against employing overly violent measures. May I see your bell? He inquired, pointing. Ziyuan removed the bell. This one? Indeed. May I see it? No, I cannot. Meanwhile, Fade 1 noticed a shadow drifting above. Unable to locate Uchiha Yi, he charged alone towards the shrine maiden's palace. Damn that Hubai. In the end, this must all fall to me. Moroku wielded the shrine maiden's magical power, fiercely resisting Akatsuki. Moroku, are you courting death? Akatsuki sought to devour Ziyuan, whose energy surpassed that of the malevolent spirit. Swish. Zuki's form began to transform, engulfed entirely by black mist. Numerous black-purple tendrils resembling dragon heads erupted from the darkness. Ha ha ha. The malevolent spirit let out a sinister laugh, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a voice echoed. So it is you, the creature endowed with immense chakra. Allow me to confront you. Fadewan brandished his scythe, recklessly charging at the malevolent spirit. Who is this person? Where did he come from? The scythe whirled in his grasp. Hee. Oh, great evil god. This is exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Moroku and Atsui recoiled at the sight. What madness is this? The scythe sliced through the tendrils advancing towards Fadewan, inciting the malevolent spirit's ire. More tendrils surged towards him. Why are there so many? Meanwhile, Uchiha Yi remained in the forest, attempting to persuade the young girl. Perhaps due to the distance, they were unaware of the unfolding chaos. Fadewan felt the tendrils pierce his heart. He gritted his teeth, cursing quietly. Who bite? You scoundrel. You left me here. The malevolent spirit's tendrils abruptly withdrew, blood gushing from Fadewan's chest. He traced a curse ritual on the ground, suppressing his nausea as he licked a dark substance that had fallen from the malevolent spirit. This feels so good, oh great evil god. With a swift motion, Fadewan plunged 2 black rods into his heart. The malevolent spirit's 2 dark tendrils burst apart, but swiftly reformed. What is happening? Countless tendrils surged towards Fadewan, piercing through his chest and lifting him into the air. He coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood, while Moroku's eyes widened in horror. Had the creature slain him? Chapter 78, Soul-Snatching Rope, Sealing the Demon Lord Imri Thwack. A tentacle retracted from Haiden's body, causing him to collapse to the ground with a gaping, bloody hole in his abdomen. Moroka covered her mouth with her hands, aghast. Yomi, you fiend. Both Yomi and Moroka presumed Haiden was deceased. Unexpectedly, Haiden slowly rose to his feet. Ouch. That stings. Oh, great Jashin. That was exhilarating. Exquisite. His expression was a mix of agony and debauchery. Yomi, enraged and relentless, manipulated the tentacles to assault Haiden again. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacles rained down on Haiden like a tempest. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Haiden's body was riddled with holes. He leaned on his scythe for support, struggling to stand. Great Jashin, this sensation is divine. Moroku was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what manner of creatures these two were. Horrifying. Utterly horrifying. She recoiled, nearly collapsing. Cheyenne steadied her. Priestess Moroku. Moroku inhaled deeply. I'm all right. Yomi, seemingly growing weary of the game, having failed to kill Haiden, flung him aside. Haiden, once more, rose to his feet, his wounds rapidly healing. Damn you, don't you dare flee. He pursued Yomi, but his legs could not match Yomi's flight. Moroka turned to Cheyenne. Cheyenne, guide the populace to safety. I'll pursue him. We must prevent him from harming Cheyenne. Cheyenne hesitated briefly before complying. Understood, Priestess Moroku. Moroka gave chase. However, Yomi's velocity far surpassed theirs. Soon, he had left them far behind. Imri, it seemed, possessed a unique sensory ability, allowing him to pinpoint Cheyenne's location. Faster. I must hasten. Once I devour her, I shall reign supreme over the shinobi world. Meanwhile, Uchiha was still deep within the forest, beguiling the young maiden. He refrained from using force. Does your bell perpetually emit light? How wondrous. Suddenly, 2 tendrils of black miasma hurtled towards them. Uchiha turned. What is that? Who turned off the moon? He gazed upwards, spotting a grotesque mass of tentacles hovering in the air. What in the world? Did God just drop something? Yomi cackled maniacally. At last, I found her. Then, the dark dragon tentacles descended upon them. Uchiha, pondering the nature of this grotesque entity, was engulfed by the inky appendages. Cheyenne, protected by her bell, remained untouched. Her eyes widened, and she cried out, No, please, no. Watching Uchiha vanish before her eyes, Cheyenne's heart clenched in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Boom. Suddenly, a vermilion aura erupted, shattering the tentacle encirclement. Ah, I recall now. You are the target I seek. The demon Emri, with your immense chakra. Forgive me. Your hideous visage caused me to overlook you. A crimson Susanoo skeleton enveloped Uchiha Ini. A skeletal hand seized the dark dragon tentacles, tearing them asunder. Cheyenne's eyes widened, her tears ceasing. This is the scene from my prophecy. It emanates from a human? How vast is his chakra? Yomi, unfamiliar with Susanoo, mistook it for a shinobi's peculiar technique. Damn you, daring to interfere. Let's see how long you can endure. An even greater surge of chakra manifested as a tempest of black tentacles assaulted Uchiha. For some inexplicable reason, Shien's heart ached. Strange, sir, you must prevail. Yomi laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Finally, it's over. Next, I shall devour the most gifted priestess. Then, I shall become the most formidable being in the shinobi world. The white barrier surrounding Shien gradually dimmed under the relentless assault. Just then, a crimson radiance soared towards the heavens. The Susanoo's skeletal frame grew, sprouting muscles. The crimson Susanoo rivaled Imri in size. In its grasp, it wielded a grappling hook, Yomi's very own soul-snatching rope. Shien was sheltered within the Susanoo. Uchiha glanced at her. Are you unharmed? Shien nodded. Yes. Uchiha turned his gaze back to Mry. Still not fleeing? How courageous. As he spoke, he manipulated the Susanoo, launching the grappling hook. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang. The sharp hook embedded itself in Imri's body, the chain coiling around him. Yomi struggled to break free. What is this? What is happening? Haiden and Miroka finally arrived, utterly speechless at the scene unfolding before them. Haiden was somewhat accustomed to such sights, but Miroku was dumbfounded, never imagining anyone could dominate Imri in such a manner. Who is he? Miroku asked Haiden. Haiden blurted out, he's a pervert, a monster. Clang, clang, clang. The Susanoo's soul-snatching rope tightened further. Imri roared at Uchiha, damn you. Release me. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Uchiha wiped his brow. You want to kill me, yet you expect me to release you? Are you insane, or am I? As he spoke, he manipulated the Susanoo to create a Yasaka Magatama. The crimson Yasaka Magatama hurtled towards Imri, detonating on impact. The demon Imri's black body shattered into fragments. At that moment, Uchiha retrieved a scroll from his person, a sealing scroll given to him by pain. The sealing scroll unfurled, and violet chains emerged, seeking to drag the demon Imri within. These chains bore a striking resemblance to those that bound the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Despite Imri's desperate struggles, he was sealed within. Miroka stared intently at Uchiha. Who is he, that he can seal Imri? And what is that crimson giant? Chapter 79, The Akatsuki Organization. The light of the ninja world suddenly, a voice resonated in Uchiha's mind. Ding! The host has sealed the wraith, aiding the land of demons in eliminating a tremendous disaster, thus accruing immeasurable merit. Reward, 90 of the wraith's chakra. Uchiha exclaimed, System. You. Before he could finish, his body was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Within the sealing scroll, the wraith sensed its chakra being extracted. In mere seconds, 90 of its chakra was siphoned away, leaving it akin to a dehydrated octopus. Uchiha felt euphoric. He was now akin to a walking reservoir of chakra, endowed with the Senju bloodline that enhanced his physical attributes and chakra capacity. As a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, and now possessing the chakra of the wraith, he felt as though he exhaled chakra with every breath. This sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Myra's voice echoed in his ears. Brave saviors of the land of demons. Who are you truly? As the white light dissipated, Uchiha turned to face her, his mind racing to concoct a fitting explanation. Approaching Haiden, he grasped his arm and declared, We hail from the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki signifies the dawn of a new era. Our organization shall illuminate the ninja world, eradicating all injustice. For years past, they had. He spoke fervently, and in that moment, the Akatsuki truly appeared to be the greatest entity within the ninja world. It was as if the Akatsuki had become the savior of the ninja realm, bringing peace to the war-torn Amigakure, and now aiding the land of demons in vanquishing the malevolent wraith. Uchiha, radiating righteousness, implored, Tell me, where lies the wraith's lair? Allow me to assist you in utterly dismantling its stronghold. Mira, moved to tears, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, my lord. Under Myra's guidance, Uchiha activated Susanoo, obliterating the wraith's underground palace, reducing even the buried terracotta soldiers to mere rubble. Let us depart swiftly. The land of demons has suffered significant damage and requires reconstruction, along with a multitude of tedious tasks. Having completed their mission, Uchiha turned with Haiden and strode away without looking back. A youthful voice called out, Big brother, what is your name? Uchiha halted and turned to see a little girl resembling Hinata, named Shien. He replied with a gentle smile, I am the light of justice. The light of justice? Shien queried, her face a mask of confusion. Before Uchiha could elaborate, he and Haiden had vanished. After walking a distance, Haiden, who had been suppressing his emotions, finally erupted. Why didn't you let me kill them? Uchiha was about to reprimand him when the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! The populace of the Land of Demons expresses profound gratitude towards the Akatsuki organization. Development of the Akatsuki, mission progress, 80. Reward, 3 super soldier pills, capable of replenishing immense chakra. Super soldier pills? But I am not lacking in chakra, Uchiha mused. Nevertheless, he reasoned that having them was better than not. A peculiar idea sparked in his mind. He formed hand seals. Just release technique. He soared into the sky with Haiden. Reaching above the Land of Demons, Haiden looked at Uchiha, perplexed. Aren't we returning? Wait, Uchiha instructed, as a large crowd of citizens gathered below. On a raised platform stood Priestess Mira, her voice clear and resonant. We thank the Akatsuki organization for sealing the wraith and bringing peace to our Land of Demons. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Haiden overheard an impassioned citizen exclaim, I saw a man in a red cloud-patterned black robe wielding a scythe. He fought valiantly against the wraith, even sacrificing his life. The wraith pierced his heart with its tentacle. He is our hero. Haiden felt an unsettling itch, sensing something was amiss. He turned his head away. Enough. Let us leave. This is so boring. Uchiha noticed Haiden's involuntary smirk. He too struggled to suppress a smile, choosing to restrain himself for Haiden's sake. 5 days swiftly passed, and Uchiha and Haiden finally returned to the Land of Rain. Inside the Akatsuki base, Uchiha presented the sealing scroll to Pain. Pain infused chakra into it and examined the contents. This creature? What is the meaning of this? It was said to possess chakra as vast as a tailed beast. Yet it appears so diminished now. Scratching his head, Uchiha replied, perhaps it was underdeveloped? It may not be as formidable as the legends suggest. Pain pondered this, nodding in agreement. You are correct. Tailed beasts are scarce, and it is improbable for there to be an entity of comparable strength. He continued. You have both worked hard during this period. Rest for now. There are no further tasks at the moment. Just as Uchiha was about to speak, a thought suddenly struck him. He nodded, departing with Haiden. Haiden, still clutching his scythe, muttered incessantly, I must offer a sacrifice to the Dark God. Uchiha shook his head. No, you mustn't. Though there were no current missions, as a member of the Akatsuki, one should strive to contribute more. Haiden, tilting his head, failed to comprehend Uchiha's words. What? Enough. For now, you shall accompany me. Nagato felt elated to have such a powerful ally as Uchiha join the Akatsuki. Days passed, and intelligence from the Land of Demons arrived. The reports were incomplete. Uchiha's battle with Susanoo had taken place in the wilderness, with few witnesses. The area had been shrouded by the wraith, and those present could only recall its ominous form. Controlling pain, Nagato scrutinized the reports, growing increasingly uneasy. The priestess of the Land of Demons has commanded statues of Uchiha and Haiden to be erected. The Akatsuki, the light of the ninja world, is the only entity capable of saving it. Nagato mused, indeed, only the Akatsuki can fundamentally alter the ninja world. Yet, the intelligence felt peculiar. The citizens of the Land of Demons held the Akatsuki in such high regard, which made Nagato feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. What exactly transpired in the Land of Demons? Chapter 80. Nagato's sweat-drenched dilemma. At this moment, Nagato found himself uncertain about whether to continue accepting tasks from the Akatsuki. After a brief contemplation, he resolved that earning money was imperative. He had yet to gather enough explosive tags for Conan. Only when the shinobi world experienced pain would they truly cherish the hard-won peace. Haiden had initially believed that without the need to undertake missions, he would have the opportunity to offer sacrifices to the evil deity. However, he soon found himself dragged around by Aihana as they embarked on yet another journey to the Land of Waves. The progress of the bridge's construction exceeded Uchiha's expectations, likely due to the ample funding that facilitated the swift advancement of the project. Upon their arrival in the bustling streets of the Land of Waves, the citizens quickly recognized them. You two are the heroes who vanquished the tyrant Kato, they exclaimed. Heroes? It is those two esteemed heroes. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Haiden sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Dasna and Kaiza, who were busy repairing the bridge, hastily returned to the town upon hearing the news. It truly is those two esteemed individuals. Dasna gazed at them with profound reverence. It is an honor for us in the Land of Waves that you have returned. Uchiha nodded slightly, explaining that their visit aimed to observe the developments in the Land of Waves following Kato's demise. We have already inspected the bridge. It is indeed impressive. I did not anticipate such rapid construction, and we owe it to your efforts. Dasna was moved to tears, never expecting that such a formidable figure in the shinobi world would concern himself with the plight of the common folk in the Land of Waves. Though Aihana wore a mask, his words radiated hope. Maintaining peace in the shinobi world is our duty at the Akatsuki. Our organization strives to ensure that all civilians in the shinobi realm can lead peaceful, stable, and happy lives. The citizens of the Land of Waves erupted in cheers, spontaneously shouting, "Long live the Akatsuki!" The Akatsuki has arrived, bringing us clear skies and a happy life. Witnessing this scene, Aihana nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is the path the Akatsuki should pursue. Nagato and his cohorts ought to be truly grateful to me. Even if they were to offer me the Renegan, it would not be too much to ask. Alas, I am indeed a selfless benefactor. Nagato, my kindness knows no bounds. Standing beside Aihana, Haiden felt an inexplicable discomfort, though he could not articulate the source of his unease. What a tiresome bunch, he scoffed disdainfully. To honor Aihana and Haiden's arrival, Dasna even organized a grand banquet. Initially, Haiden declined the invitation, but he soon discovered that the atmosphere was rather enjoyable. He relished the experience of being adored and welcomed more profoundly than his encounters in the land of demons. Lord Evil Deity, I feel as though I've changed, he mused internally, grappling with the pleasure derived from the banquet and the people's admiration. A week swiftly passed. Back at the Akatsuki, Nagato received news that the land of demons had erected statues of Aihana and Haiden, fervently promoting the Akatsuki as a beacon of hope within the shinobi world. Simultaneously, the Land of Waves also constructed statues to celebrate Aihana and Haiden, heralding the Akatsuki's contributions to their society. The citizens rejoiced as the Akatsuki had liberated them from the tyrant Kato, providing substantial funds to aid in the construction of the cross-sea bridge, resulting in a rapid economic upturn and an increase in the populace's happiness. Nagato, drained of chakra and appearing pale and frail, grew increasingly agitated upon reading these reports. Conan was similarly affected, as the news evoked memories of a time when Yahiko was alive, and their primary goal was to bring peace to their homeland. Furiously, Nagato tore the scrolls of information apart. What on earth is happening with these two? If this continues, the Akatsuki will be exposed prematurely. The five great nations will undoubtedly take action. He attempted to contact Aihana and Haiden through his ring, only to find himself cut off. Conan thoughtfully advised Nagato, I do not believe they acted with ill intent. They were merely executing their tasks, and the outcomes diverged slightly from our expectations. The legacies of Kato and the monstrous entities were both successfully dealt with. We have not assigned them further missions. Perhaps we should wait and observe. Listening to Conan's words, Nagato exhaled deeply. You are right, Conan. Without further assignments, we should let matters settle for now. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. Aihana, bearing a fortune of 20 billion ryo, commenced his generous distribution of wealth throughout the shinobi world, beginning with the Land of Water. Upon learning of Aihana's arrival, Terumi Mei was overwhelmed with excitement. After all this time, you have finally returned. I've missed you dearly. Haiden, under Aihana's genjutsu, wreaked havoc with abandon, feeling exhilarated. In the room of the Mizukage, Terumi Mei wept as she pleaded for mercy. The night passed swiftly. Typically diligent, Terumi Mei had not risen by the afternoon, and the two awoke together. Aihana gazed at her with a smile, stating, besides coming to see you, there is another important matter at hand. Leaning against Aihana's embrace, Terumi Mei looked up with teary eyes. What else is there? Were you not here specifically for me? Aihana gently caressed her tousled hair. Is the economy of the Mist Village not faring well? Terumi Mei's mood suddenly darkened. After enduring the prolonged blood mist, the Mist Village would require considerable time to recover. Aihana affectionately ruffled her hair, exuding warmth as he reassured her, do not fret. I shall assist you. Chapter 81. Did Aihana jump off the cliff to end his life? Koyomi Mei let out a bitter laugh. The Hidden Mist Village is currently in desperate need of funds, and even someone like you would find it difficult to bridge that gap. Aihana inquired about the amount required. Koyomi Mei reflected and estimated that approximately 220 million ryo would be necessary to fill the current void, enabling the Land of Water to realign itself with the other four great nations. Aihana rested his chin on his hand, contemplating briefly before declaring, I can provide you with 500 million ryo. Koyomi Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Nah, what are you saying? 500 million ryo? Where could you possibly acquire such a sum? Don't deceive me. Aihana grasped Koyomi Mei's hand, asking, do you trust me? Koyomi Mei instinctively nodded. I trust you, but 500 million ryo. Aihana smiled as he looked at Koyomi Mei. Are you ready? Koyomi Mei nodded. He retrieved a ninja tool scroll from his pocket, channeling chakra into it. With a rustling sound, money cascaded from the scroll, forming a small mound nearly half a person high. This should be about 500 million Ryo, perhaps a bit more. He refrained from extracting more, as it was sufficient to aid the Mist Village in regaining its stability. Koyomi-Mei covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at the scene before her. "No, how could you have amassed so much wealth?" Aihana casually replied, "I robbed a wealthy tyrant. If this isn't enough, just let me know." He appeared utterly unconcerned about the money. Koyomi-Mei hastily waved her hands. "This is more than sufficient." In gratitude for Aihana's generosity, Koyomi-Mei devoted herself wholeheartedly over the next 2 nights, gradually unveiling fighting stances she had never employed before. As they parted ways, she gazed longingly at Aihana. After walking a considerable distance, he suddenly remembered something and returned to Koyomi-Mei's side. "How could I forget something so crucial? There's one more thing. You could promote the Akatsuki organization on behalf of the Mist Village and the Land of Water." During this time, Koyomi-Mei had heard various rumors about the Akatsuki organization, including their assistance in rebuilding bridges for the Land of Waves and eliminating monsters for the Land of Ghosts. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by Aihana. "What exactly are you doing?" Aihana gently caressed Koyomi-Mei's hair. "Do not worry about me. There is no one in the ninja world who poses a threat to me." He then tenderly kissed her forehead. Standing nearby, Ching felt awkward, as if his toes were about to wear through the ground. After Aihana left the Mist Village, he ventured far before realizing he had forgotten something important. "Oh no, I forgot that guy Haiden." Upon finding Haiden, he lay peacefully on the ground, appearing as if he were merely asleep. Aihana crouched down to check his breathing. Still alive. At least he hasn't starved to death. Aihana formed a hand seal, dispelling the illusion. Haiden, who had been in the midst of a killing spree, abruptly awoke. "What happened? Did I kill everyone?" He looked around in confusion. "Hubai, you left me behind." Aihana silently listened as Haiden boasted, "But thankfully, I am powerful enough to have sacrificed them all to the Lord of the Dark God." Aihana's few praises sent Haiden soaring with pride. "All right, let's go." "Go? Where?" "To spread the word about the Akatsuki organization and your Dark God cult." "Really? That's wonderful." Aihana took Haiden to several impoverished small nations over the course of nearly a month, distributing another 500 million Ryo while convincing them that the Akatsuki organization was the light of the ninja world. He also included Haiden in the promotion. Indeed, Lord Haiden is the herald of the Dark God cult. The Dark God cult is the most righteous of all sects. The Dark God will assist every individual in distress. In a month, Haiden astonishingly did not kill a single person. He began to question his purpose in life. Realizing he was the messenger of the Dark God cult and the embodiment of the Dark God in the ninja world, a symbol of justice. I, Haiden, should not take lives, but rather assist the weak. This notion, repeatedly instilled by Aihana, led him to genuinely believe it. He resolved to refrain from killing for the time being, perhaps having misinterpreted the essence of the Dark God from the outset. Nagato was drenched in sweat as a steady stream of reports flooded in. The Akatsuki organization was suddenly thrust into the limelight, standing atop a high mountain. Aihana finally heard the system's voice in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Akatsuki development task. Progress, 100. Reward, ultra-high purity Byakugan." Aihana distinctly felt a third eye open on his forehead. When not in use, it could be closed without leaving any trace. The all-seeing Byakugan was truly remarkable. Haiden stood not far behind Aihana. "Hey, Hubai, what are you doing standing there?" Aihana remained silent, leaping from the edge of the cliff. Having completed his mission with the Akatsuki, he intended to make his escape. Otherwise, Nagato would undoubtedly come after him, and he was not foolish enough to stick around. Haiden watched Aihana jump and dropped his scythe in panic. He leaned over the cliff's edge, straining to catch a glimpse of Aihana's figure. "Hubai." He called out loudly, but received no response. He couldn't have really fallen to his death, could he? Without further hesitation, he grasped his scythe and jumped off the cliff. The scythe scraped against the cliff face, producing sparks as he slid down to the foot of the mountain, yet he found no trace of Aihana, frantically searching. He exclaimed, where could he be? Not even a body. Desperation set in as beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "Where are you?" After searching repeatedly without success, Haiden was truly anxious. Unbeknownst to him, Aihana had not yet departed and was secretly observing from the shadows. Witnessing Haiden's frantic demeanor nearly made him burst into laughter. Suddenly, a new mission notification echoed in Aihana's mind. Ding! New task released. Care for orphans. Please take good care of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Assist them in growing strong and becoming formidable ninjas. Task rewards will be distributed based on the host's progress. 3 question marks appeared above Uchihana's head. System. Are you sending me back to Konoha for this mission? Chapter 82. Naruto paints. And I keep watch suddenly. A cacophony of wailing cries jolted Uchihana from his reverie. What on earth? He turned his gaze to see Haiden kneeling on the ground, howling in despair. Uchihana could only sigh and shake his head, then turn to leave. Cry all you want. The louder you wail, the more I shall depart. From his pocket, Uchihana pulled out a map of the ninja world. He circled Konoha village with a red marker, roughly determining a route before swiftly setting off. Though Shimura Danzo was deceased, Naruto Uzumaki's life had not improved significantly. He found himself alone in a small park in Konoha. Upon seeing other children playing, he eagerly ran over, hoping to join them. However, as Naruto approached, the children quickly scattered, exclaiming, "The fox demon is coming! Quick, run!" Their hushed whispers were just loud enough for Naruto to hear. The bright smile that adorned Naruto's face faded in an instant. With a bitter smile, he paused, thinking, "What is this? I am not a fox demon." He lowered his head, kicked a nearby pebble, and walked to a swing in the corner of the park. Sitting there, he gazed at the group of children in the distance. The swing swayed gently. To an unsuspecting observer, it might have seemed a tranquil scene. Naruto murmured to himself, "Why? Why do they call me a fox demon?" Suddenly, tears began to fall unbidden from his eyes. 3 days passed swiftly. During this time, Naruto had somehow managed to steal several buckets of paint. He glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was watching, and quietly made his way along a side path to the Hokage rock. This would surely attract everyone's attention. He had a thick rope tied around his waist, the other end secured to a sturdy tree trunk. Gripping a paintbrush, Naruto began his artistic endeavor on the statue of the third Hokage. Hee. Let me first give Grandpa Hokage some eyebrows. Ha. This looks fantastic. He painted vigorously when suddenly a voice rang out from above. Hey, you little rascal. How dare you deface the third Hokage statue? Startled, Naruto trembled and lost his grip on the paintbrush and red paint bucket, which plummeted to the ground. The flimsy rope snapped beneath him. Naruto screamed in fear. Instead of crashing to the ground as he had imagined, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He realized he had been saved by a stranger, a face he had never seen before. Who are you? Uchihana had disguised himself as a middle-aged man. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What are you doing, vandalizing the statue of the third Hokage? Feeling guilty, Naruto lowered his head. He was ready to flee. If he were taken before the third Hokage, punishment was certain. However, Uchihana spoke again. You're here alone, with no one to keep watch for you. If someone catches you, you won't be able to escape. I'll keep watch for you. Naruto looked up, blinking in disbelief at the man before him. Sir, why? Why indeed? Why would I help you? Naruto nodded, and Uchihana smiled warmly. Don't you think the third Hokage is too serious? What you're doing is quite amusing. I'll keep an eye out. You can proceed freely. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first time someone had acknowledged him in such a way. With a serious nod, he declared, Don't worry. I'll make sure to give Grandpa Hokage a splendid makeover. Uchihana gave Naruto a thumbs up. Go for it. And so, the duo, one keeping watch, the other adorning the statue of the third Hokage, set to work. Swish, swish, brush after brush. In no time at all, the statue was transformed into a chaotic spectacle. The afternoon slipped away unnoticed, with Uchihana ensuring that patrolling Konoha ninjas remained oblivious to the unfolding antics. Once Naruto felt he had finished, he triumphantly climbed down. Done. He flashed a wide grin, filled with joy. Uchihana, equally amused, sincerely praised him. That's truly remarkable. The third Hokage will undoubtedly be surprised. Naruto's head suddenly turned toward him. Sir, are you a ninja? Your agility earlier was impressive. Uchihana chuckled softly. I used to be, but after an injury, I no longer serve as a ninja. What is your name? Naruto hesitated, opening his mouth and struggling for a moment before finally saying, My name is Uzumaki Naruto. His heart raced, bracing for rejection. To his surprise, Uchihana did not display the disdain or fear others often had. Are you really Uzumaki Naruto? Uchihana exclaimed with astonishment. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. What is wrong, sir? Have you heard of my name? Feigning a modest demeanor, Uchihana replied. I've never heard of you. My name is Shika. I once served alongside the fourth Hokage. I'm now retired and plan to open a small eatery in the village. I could show you around when I have the time. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. Uncle Shika, you once served beside the fourth Hokage? He is my idol, a hero of Konoha. As Naruto gazed at Uchihana with adoration, several voices called out. There they are, the ones defacing the Hokage statue. Uchiha swiftly grabbed Naruto and turned to flee. Run. If we get caught, the Hokage will surely punish us. Naruto, bewildered, was swept up in Uchiha's arms as several Konoha ninjas pursued them relentlessly. Despite their frantic efforts, they could not catch up to Uchiha any damn it. They got away. One ninja exclaimed. Let us head back and report to the Hokage. Then we'll investigate further. After evading the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha finally came to a halt. A long-lost smile broke across Naruto's face. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Shika, you're truly amazing. You're so fast. They couldn't keep up with you. Ha ha ha. You're incredible. Chapter 83. The Kidnapping of Naruto Uzumaki. Observing the grinning face of Naruto Uzumaki before him, Uchiha found himself moved. What a pitiable child, being the offspring of the fourth Hokage. His father sacrificed everything for the village. Yet Naruto's life in Konoha was less fortunate than that of an ordinary child. Uchiha instinctively placed his hand on Naruto's spiky hair, ruffling it affectionately. Uncle Shika? Naruto questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Let's go. It's getting late. Allow me to treat you to some ramen, Uchiha declared generously. Naruto hesitated, nervously fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Uncle Shika, perhaps it's best to skip it. What is the matter? Uchiha inquired. You must be hungry. Grr. Uchiha noticed Naruto's reluctance. Worry not. I have enough money. How much can a child eat, after all? Come on, when I say I'll treat you. I mean it. Naruto, for once, displayed a shy demeanor. Under Uchiha's guidance, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Order as much as you desire. I'm not short on funds. Initially, Naruto felt somewhat reserved, but as 2 bowls of ramen were served, the enticing aroma wafted into their noses. Starved, Naruto could no longer contain himself. Picked up his chopsticks and clasped his hands together. Let us eat, he exclaimed gleefully, followed by the sound of slurping noodles. In the end, the two of them devoured nearly 30 bowls combined, the empty bowls stacked high. Naruto patted his pocket and pulled out his meager, deflated frog wallet, revealing a handful of loose change. Uncle Shika, this is all I have, but I can repay you later. Uchiha smiled kindly. Did I not say I would treat you? I'm not concerned about such trivial amounts. He called out to the proprietor. Time to settle the bill. After satisfying their appetites, they exited Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto felt an affinity towards Uchiha and was curious about the stories of being near the fourth Hokage. It's getting late. Naruto, you should head back. It can be dangerous out at night, Uchiha advised. Naruto nodded vigorously. Understood, Uncle Shika. I'll treat you to Ichiraku Ramen next time. Of course. As they parted ways, Naruto glanced back several times to ensure Uchiha had indeed left. Uncle Shika, will I see you tomorrow? Certainly. I plan to open a small eatery, and I would love for you to visit. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt reassured and turned back. The name Shika was but a fabrication of Uchiha. Naruto remained oblivious to his true identity. With wealth at his disposal, creating an alias was effortless. The following day, Uchiha secured a storefront, investing 500,000 ryo into renovations. I shall transform this into a tempura eatery. The next day, Naruto attended the Ninja Academy, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Uchiha Ini. I forgot to ask Uncle Shika where he lives. He sighed, casting a forlorn gaze out the window. In the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, we have been unable to ascertain who was responsible, a subordinate reported. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. He realized that with Shimura Danzo's demise, his own position felt precarious. Uchiha busied himself throughout the day, ensuring the storefront was nearly ready. As the school day drew to a close, he purchased a few skewers of dango and awaited Naruto at the school entrance. The moment Naruto spotted Uchiha, joy radiated from his face. Uncle Shika. Uchiha waved at Naruto with a smile. Naruto. Naruto dashed to Uchiha's side. Were it not for the crowd around them, he might have burst into tears. It was astonishing to have someone waiting for him after school. He often felt a mixture of envy and longing when he saw other parents picking up their children. Suppressing the overwhelming emotions, Naruto smiled widely at Uchiha and Uncle Shika. Uchiha handed Naruto the 2 skewers of dango he had just purchased. These are fresh. They should still be warm. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes. He had always prided himself on being strong. Why was he feeling this way now? His voice trembled slightly. Uncle Shika, go on. Eat up, Uchiha encouraged, as he popped 2 dango into his mouth. They are delicious and sweet. Naruto managed to hold back his tears, taking a hearty bite himself. So good. Uncle Shika. Some of Naruto's acquaintances whispered among themselves. Who is this person? How dare he associate so closely with the fox demon? Uchiha, with keen ears, shot a piercing glance at them, causing their legs to weaken in fear. Come on, Naruto. Where are we headed, Uncle Sika? He asked. Uchiha led Naruto into a secluded grove. Once there, he averted Naruto's gaze and activated his Byakugan, ensuring that the third Hokage wasn't eavesdropping. Naruto, do you wish to learn ninjutsu? Uchiha inquired, hands clasped behind his back as he stood before Naruto. Naruto nodded eagerly. Of course, I want to learn ninjutsu, but my talent is rather poor. Feeling a tinge of self-doubt, Naruto lowered his head. Uchiha shook his head. Your talent is not lacking. You merely have not found the right direction. As he spoke, Uchiha formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Now do you believe what I say? Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. This was not merely a clone technique. It was the tangible shadow clone jutsu. Uncle Sika, that's incredible, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Uchiha felt a tad embarrassed by the child's enthusiasm. Cough, cough, with diligent practice, you too can achieve this. Naruto, do you wish to study ninjutsu with me? Uchiha asked. Naruto nodded fervently. Yes, Uncle Sika, please accept me as your disciple. He knelt before Uchiha, bowing deeply. All right, rise. I will teach you ninjutsu, but there is no need to rush. Uchiha began by instructing Naruto on basic chakra control, while his broader plans unfolded gradually. This task did not come with a time limit from the system. I'm exceedingly busy. I must also check on that Uchiha Sasuke kid soon. Chapter 84. Expired milk and delicious instant noodles indeed. Splendid. Uchiha stood before a storefront, directing workers as they affixed the signboard that read Little Days Tempura. After supervising for an entire afternoon, with the hour drawing near, Uchiha set out to pick up Naruto from school. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Uchiha and Naruto had gradually grown familiar with one another. The two sat by a small river, with Naruto clad in oversized shorts, brandishing a sharpened stick as he fished. With a swift motion, he successfully speared a fish. Beaming with joy, he exclaimed, Master Zika, I caught a fish. I'll make you grilled fish. My grilled fish is incredibly delicious. Uchiha smiled and nodded. Very well, let me sample your culinary skills. Before long, Naruto had caught 7 or 8 fish. A small fire blazed by the riverbank, with the fish skewered on sticks and roasting beside the flames. As Naruto grilled the fish, curiosity piqued, he inquired, Master Zika, could you tell me the story of the 4th Hokage? Uchiha furrowed his brow. Well, since you are interested, I shall share. He recounted what he knew, making slight modifications, and began narrating. The 4th Hokage was named Minato Namikaze, a rare genius ninja among common folk. He was truly a prodigy. Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he listened intently, filled with envy at not being a genius himself. Minato Namikaze, in addition to mastering ordinary jutsu swiftly, also learned sealing techniques from his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. As time passed, Uchiha recounted how Minato saved Kushina. Naruto's mouth agape. He marveled, incredible. The 4th Hokage is truly remarkable. He had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and was already capable of defeating those ninjas from the Cloud Village. It's astounding. If only I could be like the 4th Hokage. He expressed indignation at the Cloud Ninjas for targeting Kushina so ruthlessly. How could they conspire against one person? They are truly despicable. Naruto felt a pang in his heart upon hearing of Kushina's capture. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. All right. The rest of the story will have to wait for another time. Is the fish ready? Naruto smacked his forehead, realizing he was still cooking. Thankfully, it had not burned. He sprinkled seasoning on the fish and grilled it for another 2 minutes. Master Zika, please try my grilled fish. Uchiha accepted the fish offered by Naruto, casually taking a bite, his expression transforming into one of surprise. He was genuinely taken aback by how delicious the grilled fish was. The cooking process was not complicated, yet it was delightful. Naruto also grabbed a piece of grilled fish, enjoying it immensely. At the end of every month, when my welfare funds run out, I come to the river to catch fish and make grilled fish. At first, my grilled fish was terrible. Despite Naruto's cheerful demeanor, Uchiha felt a twinge of sorrow. This child must have endured countless hardships from a young age. He now reflected on how overly lenient he had been towards that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, your culinary skills are quite impressive. My restaurant is about to open, and I am currently in need of extra help. If you're willing, could you assist me after school? Just serving dishes and doing some odd jobs. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto eagerly agreed. Sure, I can do it. Uchiha smiled, realizing he hadn't even mentioned payment. The young boy was too trusting. I can offer you a monthly salary of 7,000 Ryo. You can train or rest on weekends. How does that sound? Well, Naruto sprang to his feet. Master Zika, I don't need that much money. 7,000 Rio is too much. Really? Aihana waved his hand dismissively. No, Naruto. The price I offer is quite reasonable. This is the standard pay for normal work. You need not have any concerns. However, all right, I will notify you when it's time to work. From that moment on, Naruto's enthusiasm for grilling fish diminished, and he appeared somewhat dazed. Observing Naruto's bashfulness, akin to that of a shy girl, Aihana couldn't help but chuckle. Naruto, may I visit your home? Surprised, Naruto looked up. Huh? Master Zika, you want to come to my house? Well, is that not permissible? Of course it is. Naruto nodded vigorously. 2 days later, Aihana arrived at Naruto's humble abode. The small apartment was sparsely furnished, with the furniture appearing somewhat worn. However, the room was relatively tidy, likely due to Naruto's recent cleaning efforts. Aihana noticed a carton of milk on the table and casually checked the production date and expiration. Naruto, this milk has expired. Hasn't it? Why have you not disposed of it? Naruto panicked, snatching the expired milk from Aihana's hands. Let's set it aside for now. I'll take care of it. He could only mask his unease with a smile. In an effort to entertain Aihana, Naruto retrieved his prized instant noodles from the cupboard. Master Zika, these noodles are incredibly delicious. Just wait 3 minutes. Aihana glanced at the packaging, noting it was merely ordinary instant noodles. This child truly had not experienced many fine foods. Naruto busily prepared, opening the noodle package and adding the seasoning. Just 3 minutes, and it will be ready. Yoshi, it's time to eat. Master Zika. Aihana nodded. The taste was acceptable, ordinary instant noodles without any extraordinary flair. Nevertheless, he smiled and gave Naruto a thumbs up. It's truly delicious. I really like it. Naruto beamed with delight. Isn't it? It's really delicious. This is simply the best thing aside from Ichiraku ramen. Aihana slurped the noodles with enthusiasm, savoring the flavor. Naruto felt immense joy in sharing his favorite dish with someone important to him, even though he cherished it dearly himself. Chapter 85. Am I truly a fox demon? Time swiftly passed, and before long, Aihana's tempura shop had opened its doors. Naruto had also come to work there, and initially many patrons flocked to the establishment. However, upon discovering Naruto's presence, most turned on their heels and departed without a backward glance. How unfortunate. That fox demon is here. I was curious about the new shop and wanted to sample its offerings. How revolting that the owner would dare employ a fox demon. Aihana was not one to tolerate such disrespect. We do not welcome your kind here. Please leave, he declared with a stern demeanor, unyielding in his dismissal. Humph. Who needs your shop anyway? That fox demon is a bad omen. Aihana dashed out from behind the counter, grabbing the collar of one disgruntled patron and hoisting him up. With a resounding thud, he delivered a punch that knocked several teeth from the man's mouth. The individual clutched his face, cursing vehemently. You dare to strike me. Aihana responded with another swift kick, sending the man flying out of the shop, rolling several times before landing outside. Strike you? I could do far worse. Get out. Do not cause trouble here. Just then, a patrolling ninja happened to pass by and rushed over to file a complaint. After hearing the details, the ninja appeared conflicted. You instigated this. Let it go, he advised. And the man, now seething with anger and nursing his bruised face, glared daggers at Aihana. You'll pay for this. Naruto, feeling guilty, emerged to stand beside Aihana. Master Shika, I really don't think I'm suited for this job. Aihana placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. I opened this shop merely to pass the time. I am not in need of money. Those scoundrels do not deserve to dine here. Relax and focus on your work. Though hesitant, Naruto ultimately decided to stay, influenced by Aihana's resolute stance. Business at the newly opened shop should have been thriving, yet due to Naruto's employment, customers trickled in sparsely. In the vastness of Konoha, not everyone would mind Naruto's identity. While they may not openly express disdain, their cold demeanor was unmistakable. As the clock struck 9, signaling the end of the workday, the shop was nearly empty. Aihana prepared several servings of pork cutlet rice and sat across from Naruto at a table. After such a long day, we haven't eaten yet. Come, taste my cooking. Yet Naruto remained troubled by the events of the afternoon. Master Shika, perhaps I should just quit this job. Aihana chuckled lightly. I will not entertain those types of individuals. This matter does not concern you. The goal is to allow the people of Konoha to reveal their true colors. Though Naruto appears bright and cheerful, he harbors deep-seated darkness within. It is fortunate that he is resilient. Otherwise, another might have succumbed to despair long ago. Part of this is due to the third Hokage hiding the truth. Take your time, let Naruto gradually uncover Konoha's true face. Now, eat before it gets cold. With a crisp bite, Naruto found the dish delectable, nearly moved to tears. Master Shika, this is amazing. It's one of the best things I've ever tasted. Just as delicious as Uncle Iryu's ramen. Aihana picked up a fried shrimp with his chopsticks. Try this. Naruto, feeling encouraged, joined in without hesitation. This is delightful too. The sound of crunching filled the air as they enjoyed their meal, their spirits lifted by the camaraderie. As the shop closed for the night, Aihana kindly escorted Naruto home. All right, I'm off. They exchanged waves and farewell. Later that night, as Naruto lay in bed, he tossed and turned. Despite Aihana's earlier reassurances, the weight of his thoughts bore down on him. Why? Why do they all despise me? Why do they call me a fox demon? Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. A thunderous roar echoed through the night. Naruto jolted awake, heart racing. What was that sound? He scanned the room, finding nothing amiss. Little brat. A surge of energy beckoned him, and Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness, his consciousness plunging into the depths of his inner world. It was pitch black. Where am I? In the midst of a long, dark corridor, countless small rooms lined either side. Little brat, come here. An orange-red chakra extended from the depths of darkness. Naruto followed this trail down the elongated corridor. Where could this possibly lead? Before long, he reached the end, stepping into a vast expanse. Have you arrived? Little brat. Look here. A chilling voice echoed. Naruto turned towards the sound, spotting two glowing crimson orbs suspended in midair. What are those? Lanterns? Why would there be lanterns here? Just as the Nine-Tails was about to retort, it was too enraged to utter a word. Hey, you little brat. Are you seeking death? At that moment, Naruto finally discerned that these were not lanterns, but the enormous eyes of the fox demon. The orange fox bared its fangs, drool threatening to drip. Even Naruto was unnerved by the terrifying visage of the Nine-Tails. He stumbled backward, landing on the ground. Where am I? Why am I here? Ha ha ha, little brat. This is your body. I am sealed within you. Are you not angry? Frustrated by those who ostracize you? Naruto remained silent, refraining from engaging with the Nine-Tails. Yet, doubt began to creep into his heart. Seeing this, the Nine-Tails tore open a small rift in the seal, releasing a portion of its chakra. The orange chakra enveloped Naruto, igniting a sensation of heat that made him uncomfortable. Though he felt swayed, he still resisted the notion of being the so-called fox demon. With a thud, Naruto collapsed to the ground. The Nine-Tails' sinister laughter echoed, tinged with satisfaction. Little brat, it won't be long before I break free from this seal. The following morning, as Naruto awakened, his head felt heavy with confusion. Fragments of memory surfaced. Fox demon. Could it be that I am truly a fox demon? Glancing at the clock, he realized he was running late. Without a moment to spare, he sprang from his bed. Chapter 86. Bringing Sasuke back to reflect on the past, Naruto hurriedly arrived at the classroom, relieved to find that he was not late. As he stepped inside, he overheard whispers. To his dismay, he discovered that some were willing to let the demon fox work in the store. I passed by yesterday. The shop had just opened and was struggling with business. The murmurs seemed intent on ensuring Naruto heard them. Trying to appear indifferent, he lowered his head and walked past. By chance, he spotted Sasuke Uchiha sitting by the window, his gaze icy enough to chill. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine as he returned to his seat. Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi, I will kill you. I must kill you. After school, Naruto made his way directly to Uchihana's shop. Upon seeing Naruto enter, several staff members greeted him. Good afternoon, Naruto. He nodded vigorously in response, feeling somewhat awkward. Initially, they had feared him due to the notorious reputation of the demon fox in Konoha village. However, after spending time with Naruto, they realized he was merely an ordinary and polite boy. Naruto approached Uchiha and Master Shika. I think I should reconsider working here. My presence could negatively impact business. Uchiha frowned. That is merely their prejudice against you. Now go on and work. Though perplexed, Naruto complied. Customers trickled in and out of the shop, and before long, a week had passed. The weekend arrived, and Uchiha took Naruto to the outskirts. Let us focus on training over the next couple of days. You've worked hard this week. Naruto immersed himself in chakra control practice. Due to the Nine-Tails sealed within him, mastering chakra control was a daunting task. Bang! Uchiha sat nearby, observing as Naruto repeatedly fell. By the end of the day, Naruto was covered in various bruises. Naruto, it's time to eat. Take a break. Clenching his fists, Naruto's eyes reflected his frustration. Coming, Master Shika. They sat on a tree trunk, and Aihana took out a prepared lunch. How do you feel, Naruto? With a wry smile, Naruto replied, it's incredibly difficult. Take your time. Mastering ninjutsu is not something that happens overnight. Wait a moment. What is it? Aihana extended his hand. Palm healing technique. A green light emanated from his palm. How soothing. Naruto blinked in wonder at the warm, green glow. Master Shika, what ninjutsu is this? It's the palm healing technique, a medical ninjutsu. I can teach you when the opportunity arises. Really? Of course. So train diligently. And eat well to grow stronger and enhance your physical abilities. Hearing this, Naruto eagerly devoured his meal. This is delicious. The lunch you brought is amazing, Master Shika. Time flew by, and another week passed swiftly. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, what have you found out? Has the investigation yielded results? An Umbu ninja knelt before him and began to report. Lord Hokage, this Shika seems to be a merchant from the land of waves. After the fall of the great merchant Kato, they constructed a large bridge and began trading with the outside world. Hiruzen nodded, I understand. You may leave now. He decided to refrain from immediate interference and to observe for a while longer. That evening, Naruto arrived at the shop only to find Aihana absent. Master Shika, where has he gone? Is he not in the store? The chef nodded. The boss had some matters to attend to and won't be coming today. Meanwhile, Aihana discreetly followed Sasuke, who had arrived at an empty training ground. Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. A plume of black flames erupted from the wooden post, reducing it to ashes within moments. Aihana, resting his chin on his hand, noted Sasuke's proficiency with the technique. However, even with the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke was still vulnerable to Aihana's genjutsu. Suddenly, Aihana appeared before Sasuke. Before he could react, Sasuke fell victim to the genjutsu. With the Manjiki activated, he found himself surrounded by clusters of red spider lilies. Is this genjutsu? The current High Renmaru Genjutsu not only ensnared one in a hellish abyss, but also crafted a reality-like environment through the flower's eerie glow. Images of the fateful night before the Uchiha massacre began to unfold before him. Sasuke glanced around. This was the street in Konoha. Trapped in the Genjutsu, he realized he could not escape it immediately. A figure darted past him. Who is that? Sasuke hurriedly pursued, chasing down several streets, only catching glimpses of the figure's back. Eventually, he was led to a scene where Shisui kneeled before Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke watched in horror as Danzo's expression darkened. Shisui was reprimanded sternly. Aihana simply revealed the scene without embellishment, igniting a fierce anger within Sasuke. He clenched his fists, filled with rage as he realized the truth. The Uchiha massacre was deeply intertwined with Konoha. As Shisui departed, the next scene showed him attempting to persuade Fugaku to abandon his coup d'etat. Flashing images filled Sasuke's mind. The rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan had long been established. Sasuke finally understood. In his youth, he had sought only his father's approval, striving to catch up with Itachi, oblivious to the greater truths surrounding him. Memories surged from the depths of his mind. Chapter 87. Sasuke, he is not my brother. He recalled a relative named Aihana from years past. Scenes flashed before him, and voices echoed in his ears. He vividly remembered Uchiha cursing their father. Had he already known all of this? At that moment, Sasuke's emotions became exceedingly complex. His father was so foolish, even inferior to an ordinary clansman. Yet, there seemed to be something extraordinary about him. Sasuke had also heard whispers regarding Uchiha. He had evaded the night of the massacre and had even become an S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha. The visions continued to swirl. Next, he saw Uchiha Itachi at work in the Umbu. Uchiha Itachi knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting solemnly. Sasuke's teeth clenched in rage. Uchiha Itachi, I will surely kill you. It turned out that the Uchiha massacre had been orchestrated by Konoha. The scene shifted again to Uchiha Itachi conversing with a masked figure in the forest. Who was this masked individual? He attempted to reach out, only to find his hand passing through an illusion. Finally, he arrived at the night of the massacre. Uchiha Sasuke once again bore witness to all that transpired that fateful night. Uchiha Itachi, and the masked figure. This time, Sasuke did not shy away. He watched the entire process of the massacre unfold before his very eyes. His Sharingan intensified, honing its power anew. As the night of the massacre concluded, the images faded to darkness. When Uchiha reopened his eyes, he realized he had emerged from the illusion. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Sasuke inquired. Uchiha stepped forth from the shadows. It seems you've become quite clever since our last encounter, he observed, scrutinizing Sasuke. Sasuke, astute as he was, began to deduce Uchihana's identity. You are Uchihana? Uchihana smirked. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Sasuke, perplexed, asked, is all of this true? The truth of it depends on your perspective. What will you do next? Sasuke clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. I shall seek vengeance against Konoha. Uchihana chuckled softly, shaking his head. What a foolish child. With your current strength, how do you plan to avenge Konoha? Although you have been deceived, you are still but a child, lacking the cunning required. Sasuke's voice trembled with desperation. Uchihana, tell me what I must do. You must be aware of the massacre of the Senju clan. Uchihana remarked. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. You were behind this too. What is your current strength? Uchihana rested his chin on his hand. Sufficient to eliminate you in an instant. In a flash, Uchihana moved with such speed that Sasuke's Sharingan could perceive it, yet his instincts could not react in time. Bang! Uchihana seized Sasuke by the throat, forcefully pinning him against a tree. Sasuke struggled, kicking desperately. Uchihana shook his head. TSK, how pitiful. You wish to take revenge on Konoha in your current state? Even with Uchiha Itachi having slain your entire clan, you lack the capability for vengeance. Strive to grow stronger. Little boy. With that, Uchihana vanished from sight. Sasuke fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. Damn that guy. Uchihana had indeed delivered a harsh lesson. He realized that he was so weak, perhaps not even enough to withstand a single blow from Uchiha Itachi. He temporarily set aside his thoughts of revenge. Uchihana lingered in the shadows, observing Sasuke, finding it effortless to cultivate him into a competent rogue ninja. The next day, Uchihana left a wood clone at the shop while he sought out Uchiha Sasuke once more. Sasuke was training in the forest when Uchihana's voice suddenly rang out. Sasuke, do you desire revenge? Sasuke swiftly threw a kunai. Uchihana countered with a shuriken. Clang. Uchihana. Sasuke glared intently at him. Uchihana chuckled softly. I can help you grow stronger. Of course, it is merely to aid our clan in seeking vengeance. My strength alone is too limited. I require assistance. You are currently too weak, merely a pawn. If you wish, I can teach you. If you prefer to remain weak and live a mundane life in Konoha, that is your choice. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with yearning. I want to grow stronger. His tone was resolute. Uchihana nodded. Very well. Let us go to a place where we won't be discovered by Konoha ninjas. Uchihana and Sasuke arrived at the ruins of the Uchiha clan. Uchihana crossed his arms. Your Manjiki Sharingan has awakened. Even using it alone, you could eliminate some ordinary jonin. However, your mastery of jutsu remains insufficient. I will teach you jutsu tailored to you. As Uchihana spoke, he demonstrated the Chidori. Lightning release. Chidori. Blue arcs of electricity sparked in his palm. ZZZZZ. Sasuke gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. This is lightning release ninjutsu. Uchihana dashed forward, and the Chidori struck a tree with a resounding boom. The trunk splintered and fell. Sasuke's voice was filled with urgency. I want to learn that jutsu. Uchihana clapped his hands. Do not rush. Your current taijutsu is inadequate. You cannot learn this jutsu yet. Uchihana initiated rigorous training for Sasuke, employing a devilish approach akin to how Might Guy and Rock Lee trained. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Sasuke, soaked in sweat, was sprawled on the ground, panting heavily as he struggled to complete push-ups. 534, 545, 536. Uchihana sat nearby, reclining comfortably on a chair he had procured from somewhere, holding a book titled Paradise of Affection and sipping juice intermittently. Sasuke, I simply cannot fathom why your brother could be so selfish. To attain your Manjiki Sharingan, he annihilated an entire clan. In the midst of his training, Sasuke bellowed. Shut up. He is not my brother. Chapter 88. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did he truly give you 7,000 Ryo? Uchihana sneered coldly. I merely wish to caution you. It would be wise to remain vigilant. Should Uchiha Itachi discover that you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he would undoubtedly extract your eyeballs without hesitation. Uchiha Sasuke maintained an outward facade of disdain, yet he was internally gripped by fear. Fear of the ruthless man that was Uchiha Itachi. He had slaughtered his own parents without blinking an eye. If he were to confront Uchiha Itachi, it was highly likely he would lose his eyes, or even face death at his hands. The mere thought of this spurred Uchiha Sasuke to train with even greater fervor. He could not allow that man to take his life. Thus, he dedicated himself tirelessly to his training. That night, due to Uchihana's prior instructions, Naruto concluded work earlier than usual. Upon returning to his residence, he was surprised to find someone standing at his doorstep. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Naruto tilted his head in curiosity at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, how have you been these past few days? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, pulling a letter from his pocket. Naruto beamed, displaying a radiant smile. I've been doing quite well, thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the envelope to Naruto. This is your living allowance for this month, 2,000 Ryo. He emphasized the amount, which was more than double what Naruto had previously received. Upon hearing this, Naruto hurriedly attempted to return the money. Hokage-sama, let us discuss this inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared perplexed, his expression one of confusion. Naruto politely ushered Sarutobi Hiruzen into his humble abode. Once inside, Naruto poured a cup of water for him. He chuckled, Hokage-sama. I won't need to rely on welfare anymore. Why is that? Naruto explained, Hokage-sama, I found employment. I'm now working at a tempura shop, earning 7,000 Ryo a month. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. How much? 7,000 Ryo. You're telling me that working at a tempura shop yields such a salary? Naruto nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed. Uncle Shika at the tempura shop is truly a wonderful person. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the envelope, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Should I give it or withhold it? Naruto, you should accept this 2,000 Ryo. Again, Naruto declined. No, it's unnecessary. I have more than enough money. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for taking care of me all these years. From now on, I won't need to rely on welfare, nor will I be a burden to the village. He grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of complex emotions. If Naruto no longer required welfare, had he betrayed the wishes of Minato and Kushina? After a brief moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to linger. After finishing his water, he prepared to leave. Naruto, get some rest. I shall take my leave now. Naruto escorted Sarutobi Hiruzen to the door. Farewell, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe to his lips, retrieving a match from his pocket. Exhaling a plume of smoke, his brow furrowed deeply. I hope this tempura shop owner harbors no ulterior motives. This visit has left me quite unsettled. The owner of the tempura shop had the audacity to offer Naruto a salary of 7,000 Ryo, while as Hokage, I provide him with a mere few hundred Ryo in welfare. Such a stark comparison casts me in a rather miserly light. 3 days later, several Umbu ninjas visited Uchiha's shop for an investigation. Coincidentally, Naruto had fallen ill that day and did not attend school. Not wanting to be alone at home, Uchiha suggested he rest at the shop. As the Umbu ninjas entered the tempura establishment, Naruto blinked in astonishment. These were the elite forces of Konoha, the Umbu. What could bring them to Uncle Shika's shop? The Umbu ninjas produced a scroll, granting them the authority to summon Konoha villagers for inquiry. Who is Shika? Uchiha slowly emerged from behind the counter. I am Shika. Esteemed ninjas, is there an issue? The Umbu ninja held the scroll aloft for Uchiha's perusal. Come, accompany us for a brief inquiry. You will return shortly. Uchiha feigned reluctance. Very well, I shall go with you. Naruto stood from his seat and rushed to Uchiha's side. Uncle Shika. Uchiha smiled gently. Naruto, do not fret. It is merely a simple investigation. I shall return promptly. He affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Now, let us proceed. The Umbu, escorting Uchiha, departed the shop. Naruto felt a twinge of unease. The Umbu led Uchiha to the interrogation room. Please take a seat. We shall ask you a few straightforward questions. 3 Umbu ninjas sat across from Uchiha. Had it been an ordinary individual in trouble, they might have crumbled under pressure. The Umbu of Konoha had a fearsome reputation. Kakashi sat outside, observing the proceedings discreetly. The interrogation commenced. Shika, you are a merchant from the Land of Waves, correct? Uchiha nodded. Indeed, esteemed ninja. What is the name of the child you employ in your shop? Are you referring to Naruto? He is a good boy. Why would you hire a child to work in your establishment? While this does not contravene the laws of the Land of Fire, it is not commonly encouraged. Uchiha appeared flustered. I was unaware. That boy, Naruto, is truly pitiable. When we first met, he invited me to his home, which contained only instant noodles and expired milk. Thus, I offered him a position to perform some simple tasks. Before the Umbu could interject, Uchiha divulged everything in a rush, alleviating the tension among the Umbu ninjas. It seemed he was merely an inexperienced, wealthy merchant. They continued their inquiries. Could you elaborate on the previous conditions in the Land of Waves? Uchiha furrowed his brow deeply. The Land of Waves? It was indeed impoverished until the arrival of 2 distinguished individuals. Uchiha mimicked the fervor of the people from the Land of Waves. When mentioning the Akatsuki members Haiden and Kakazu, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained enthusiasm. The Umbu had already been apprised of these events and had personally visited the Land of Waves for investigation, which explained their presence in interrogating Uchiha and I. The ninjas exchanged glances, concluding there appeared to be no issues at hand. He seemed as fervent as the citizens of the Land of Waves. Chapter 89. Sasuke's extraordinary talent. Subsequently, the members of the Umbu inquired about various trivial matters. At that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly entered the room. Uchiha felt a shiver run down his spine. All right, you may leave for now. I will take care of the remaining matters. Only Uchiha and Hatake Kakashi remained in the interrogation room. Kakashi took a seat opposite Uchiha and I. Do you have any further questions, sir? Kakashi did not respond verbally, but instead removed his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Uchiha felt an urge to laugh. Was he truly attempting to probe me with the genjutsu of the Sharingan? Soon after, Kakashi found himself ensnared within Uchiha's illusion. Upon concluding the interrogation, Kakashi believed he had succeeded, completely oblivious to any signs of deception. Years of experience had instilled a vague sense of unease within him. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Well then, you may return now. He opened the door, gesturing for Uchiha to exit. As Uchiha brushed past Kakashi, he deliberately displayed a cold smirk. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this man possibly harbor some secrets? Yet, how could that be? He had already tested him with genjutsu. Thus, Uchiha confidently walked out of the Umbu's interrogation room, leaving Kakashi staring at his retreating figure, filled with an indescribable sense of frustration. Upon returning to the shop, Uchiha discovered Naruto waiting for him inside. As soon as he stepped in, Naruto rushed over. Master Zika, what happened? Uchiha, embodying the essence of a thespian, appeared both aggrieved and somewhat pitiful. It's nothing, just a few simple questions. The more he downplayed it, the less Naruto could believe him. Nearly 3 hours had passed since he was taken away, and all it amounted to were some trivial inquiries. Uchiha ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately. All right, kid, go get some rest. However, Naruto, feeling dismissed, harbored a seed of resentment within him. Why, oh why? Did they inexplicably take Master Zika away? And why did he return looking so troubled? Surely, those Umbu ninjas must have done something to him. In the days that followed, Naruto dedicated himself to training with even greater fervor. It must be said, however, that with the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke was making progress at a far swifter pace than Naruto. In just a week's time, Sasuke's physical training surpassed that of Lee and Neji, far exceeding them by a considerable margin. Of course, throughout that week, Sasuke's training was relentless, often leaving him utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. Uchiha, feeling helpless, employed medical ninjutsu to heal him and used various herbs to enhance his physique. Sasuke, your talent is no less than that of your brother. For the Uchiha clan, hatred served as the finest nourishment. Your brother, Itachi Uchiha, grasped this truth long before you, earning him the title of a genius among the Uchiha. Sasuke had now come to understand that as long as revenge was within reach, he was willing to sacrifice everything. There was no such thing as peace in this world. Only disputes over interest existed, and that was how the village treated them. One day, as usual, Uchiha guided Sasuke in his training. Come now. Unleash your full strength against me. Let me witness your prowess. Activate your Manjiki and hold nothing back. I shall do the same. With that, Uchiha activated his own Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke keenly observed that the patterns in Uchiha's two Sharingan were, astonishingly, different. I will strike now. Uchiha coldly remarked, Boy, do you still greet your opponents before battle? He remained stationary, making no move as he watched Sasuke launch his attack. Sasuke's physical prowess was impressive, demonstrating remarkable speed. Uchiha pondered. Given that Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra, how had Fugaku Uchiha trained him to fall short of Itachi? Continue. This level is still far from matching Itachi. Uchiha seemed to toy with Sasuke, effortlessly parrying his strikes. The two engaged in physical combat for nearly 20 minutes. Sasuke was panting heavily, while Uchiha felt a hint of fatigue. Sasuke fought as if he had nothing to lose, refusing to cease until he nearly collapsed. Uchiha cleared his throat lightly. All right, we can stop now. As he spoke, he casually tossed a soldier pill into Sasuke's hands. Consume this, and then I will teach you the lightning release, Chidori. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chidori. Uchiha demonstrated the technique once, and Sasuke successfully grasped it. Chidori required not only rapid movement, but also an innate talent for lightning release. Crackling sounds filled the air as Sasuke's body reached the perfect condition to master Chidori. With a resounding crash, a tree trunk shattered into splinters. Aihana nodded in satisfaction, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Well done, quite impressive. Next, I will teach you the transformations of Chidori. Sasuke scratched his head, puzzled. What do you mean? Aihana showcased Chidori Stream and Chidori Sharp Spear. As Sasuke beheld Aihana's effortless mastery of lightning techniques, admiration gleamed in his eyes. So powerful. If Aihana is this formidable and lacks confidence in defeating that person, how could I possibly stand a chance against him? Unwilling to accept defeat, Sasuke resolved to exert even greater effort. Within less than a week, he successfully mastered several variations of Chidori, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Stream, and Chidori Thousand Books. Aihana was pleased with Sasuke's progress. One day, while training in the forest, Aihana said to Sasuke, "Today, I will take you to a special place." He then used a transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary citizen of Konoha. Chapter 90. Sasuke under surveillance. Sasuke, filled with perplexity, gazed quizzically at Aihana. "Where are we going?" Aihana turned away, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." The two walked in tandem, swiftly arriving at the bustling streets of Konoha. Under Aihana's guidance, they made their way directly to a small temper shop. Aihana entered, and though Sasuke was uncertain of the other's intentions, he obediently followed suit. Upon their entrance, Naruto, who was busy working, greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, have a seat inside." He tilted his head, looking at Sasuke. "Uchiha, Sasuke?" Sasuke, with a slight frown, responded, "Naruto Uzumaki?" Their gazes locked momentarily. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, "Good afternoon." Sasuke-kun, "Please, take a seat." Sasuke nodded slightly, remaining silent as he pondered why Naruto was present. Feigning ignorance, Aihana asked, "Do you know him?" Sasuke acknowledged. "Just a classmate." Aihana skillfully ordered a variety of dishes: signature pork cutlet rice, tempura shrimp, and tempura vegetables. Initially indifferent, Sasuke found the food exquisite after his first bite. Aihana chuckled softly. "So, how does it taste?" The ever-proud Uchiha Sasuke quickly masked his smile, responding nonchalantly, "It's decent." Having endured so much, he was still just a child. One could surmise that Fugaka had not fulfilled his duties as a father. Nor would he likely take Sasuke out for a meal alone. Aihana inwardly lamented the plight of the child. Reflecting deeply, he realized that few children emerged from normal families. Orochimaru was orphaned, Tsunade similarly, Kakashi's father was driven to death, and Obito had only his grandmother for company. Naruto and Sasuke were no different. In that moment, Uchiha suddenly perceived that his actions towards Konoha might genuinely be for the greater good. He and Sasuke enjoyed a delightful meal together. Although Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, his trust in Uchiha deepened. They were both survivors of the Uchiha clan, united by a common goal of vengeance, inherently aligned on the same front. After finishing their meal, they exited the shop. But Uchiha sensed that they were being monitored by Ambu ninjas. However, he chose to remain discreet. Returning to the forest, they resumed their earlier training. The ANBU continued to observe quietly from the shadows, and Sasuke had already detected their presence. Uchiha exchanged a glance with him, and Sasuke understood immediately. They ventured deeper into the woods. "You go report to the Hokage. We will continue to follow," Uchiha instructed. Before the ANBU ninja could depart, Uchiha abruptly struck, his eyes transforming into a crimson hue. Two streaks of blood-red lightning appeared from thin air, striking down three ANBU ninjas. Before they could react, they felt their bodies paralyzed and fell from the trees. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. "Why did you suddenly attack? This will surely draw the Hokage's attention." Uchiha chuckled lightly. "For now, they will only suspect us, and they will not act against you. Besides, an overly tranquil environment is not beneficial for your growth." Sasuke suddenly found wisdom in those words. He needed to grow stronger, not remain stagnant. "Understood. Proceed with your actions. Use your Amaterasu and leave no trace." The black flames ignited, consuming the paralyzed ANBU ninjas without a sound, leaving no remnants behind. Yet even without traces, the ANBU's count revealed 3 missing members. They dispatched several teams for investigation, spending the better part of the day without uncovering any leads on the vanished ninjas. Kakashi felt a headache brewing as he reported to the Hokage. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen also found himself vexed. With no leads, they could only allow the ANBU to continue their inquiries. A day passed, and Kakashi had unearthed some suspicious individuals. A stranger had been seen with Sasuke, dining on pork cutlet rice, and it appeared the 3 missing ANBU had been assigned to patrol that street. The person accompanying Sasuke was the prime suspect in Kakashi's mind. Although he lacked concrete evidence, Kakashi recalled the times he had spent with Itachi and Shisui, both former ANBU. I should first gather relevant evidence, he decided. Dispatching 2 more teams of ANBU to surveil Sasuke. For an entire week, Aihana did not appear by Sasuke's side. Sasuke abstained from ninjutsu training, focusing instead on physical conditioning and chakra control. It seemed too contrived, yet strangely plausible for a student still in the ninja academy to engage in such training. One day, Kakashi personally led a team of ANBU to find Sasuke. "Do you have a moment?" he inquired. Kakashi stated his purpose directly, "Uchiha Sasuke, I need you to accompany us for an investigation." Sasuke did not resist and followed them. Kakashi sat opposite Sasuke. "I have a few questions for you." Sasuke wore an expression of indifference. "Hurry up and ask. I need to get back to training." Kakashi nearly choked on his words, realizing this boy was quite challenging to manage. "Who was the middle-aged man you dined with at the tempura shop?" Sasuke recited the prearranged details. "I met him at the training ground in the forest. His name is Levon. He appears to be a traveler. I don't know his exact identity." He recounted the scene and dialogue of their encounter, sounding entirely credible. Kakashi refrained from employing any special techniques during the interrogation. Once satisfied, he allowed Sasuke to return. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Kakashi to the Hokage's office once more. "Kakashi, how is the investigation progressing?" Kakashi knelt. "I cannot yet determine who the perpetrator is." Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. "Is this related to that Uchiha boy?" Kakashi shook his head, not yet confirmed. "However, there is a suspicious individual who seems to have left Konoha." Hiruzen, growing impatient, waved his hand. "Very well, you may leave. If Kakashi is not diligent in the investigation, I shall assign others to the task." He contemplated utilizing the crystal ball to monitor Sasuke's movements. Chapter 91. Assailed Sasuke, the purple Susanoo frame, on a tranquil evening. Tsunade, accompanied by Shizun, happened upon a newly opened shop owned by Uchiha Eni Shizun. "There's a new shop here. Shall we go in and sample the offerings?" Shizun was equally taken aback. "Of course, Lady Tsunade." Since Uchihana's departure from Konoha, Tsunade's hemophobia had resurfaced, leading her to busily assist Shizun at the Konoha hospital. Upon entering the shop, Tsunade's gaze immediately fell upon Uchihana, a figure that evoked a sense of familiarity despite having never encountered him before. Why did this unfamiliar face feel so known? At the moment their eyes met, Uchihana instinctively averted his gaze. Though puzzled, Tsunade refrained from voicing her questions. Naruto, holding a notepad with a pen dangling from his pocket, approached them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please follow me." Tsunade lowered her head. A child?" Guided by Naruto. They took their seats. Tsunade felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, rubbing her eyes as tears threatened to spill. "Shinju." Naruto looked perplexed. "Huh? Who's Shinju? What would you like to order?" Shizun grasped Tsunade's hand. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Tsunade quickly regained her composure, realizing her emotions had momentarily spiraled. Wiping away her tears, she donned a gentle smile. "Young one, could you recommend something delicious from your menu?" At the mention of food, Naruto's enthusiasm surged. "Our pork cutlet rice is the finest in the ninja world. Even better than Ichiraka ramen." Tsunade's gaze softened with affection as she looked at Naruto. Shinju was once of this age, always smiling. "Then, as you suggest, bring us 2 servings. Naruto nodded vigorously. "Got it. Please wait a moment." Shizun, still concerned, asked, "Lady Tsunade, are you sure you're okay?" Tsunade shook her head. "I'm fine, just reminiscing about Shinju." When the pork cutlet rice arrived, Tsunade praised it wholeheartedly. "This is truly delicious." Uchihana nodded slightly. "Thank you for your kind words." From that day forth, Tsunade and Shizun began visiting Uchihana's shop regularly, gradually getting to know Naruto. Curiously, Tsunade asked, "Naruto, do you know who that person is?" Following her gesture, Naruto replied, "Uncle Shika? He is the owner of the shop and my mentor. He is really kind." Uchihana, as usual, left a would-release clone in the shop, as it was difficult for anyone other than those with Byakugan to see through his wooden doppelgangers. Standing before Sasuke, Uchihana crossed his arms. "Today, I shall teach you the proper use of the Manjiki Sharingan." "What?" Uchihana's eyes transformed into the crimson hues of the Manjiki. A sanguine light enveloped him, quickly morphing into a blood-red Susanoo frame. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this?" "This is Susanoo, a powerful ocular technique accessible only to those who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. It possesses strength capable of contending with tailed beasts." Uchihana smiled. Your understanding of the Manjiki is still lacking. However, given your talent, I believe you will master Susanoo in no time. Sasuke felt a profound impact from Uchiha's words. How many secrets did the Uchiha clan hold that he remained unaware of? On the third day of training Susanoo, they noticed Umbu ninjas covertly observing them. Sasuke prepared to take action, but Uchiha stopped him. Uchiha shook his head. The two watched as the Umbu ninjas retreated. Sasuke questioned, "Why not let me handle him? Consider this a simple test for you. Escape from the Konoha ninjas and become a formidable rogue ninja." In that moment, Sasuke seemed to grasp the meaning behind Uchiha's words. He had begun to understand the basics of the Susanoo frame. I understand now. Sarutobi Hiruzen had received reports from the Umbu, confirming that Uchiha was indeed guiding Sasuke's training. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, advised, "Let us not alert them. Since they haven't discovered you, we can prepare in advance." In the days that followed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention was not solely on Sasuke. He also noted peculiarities surrounding the newly opened shop. On weekends, the shop owner would take Naruto out of the Konoha district. The range of his crystal ball surveillance was limited. It could not penetrate the training grounds in the forest. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to arrange subsequent plans. The next day, Sasuke arrived at the ninja academy as usual, seemingly unfazed. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen had stationed numerous Umbu operatives there. He quietly muttered to himself, "Let me give Konoha a surprise today." Upon entering the classroom, he found it deserted. "Are we not performing today? Come out." Sasuke's voice was icy. Whoosh. 1, 2, 3. The entirety of Konoha Academy was sealed off, and Sasuke spotted 5 Umbu teams, including Kakashi among them. "Uchiha Sasuke, cease your actions. We can avoid harm." Sasuke smirked, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Susanoo. A purple Susanoo frame manifested around Uchiha Sasuke. "You think you can stop me?" The Umbu were taken aback. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" The purple frame appeared formidable. "Very well, since he intends to resist, we shall not hold back." Swish, swish, swish. Countless shurikens and kunai were hurled at Sasuke. He stood his ground, unmoving. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons failed to breach the defenses of the Susanoo frame, rebounding harmlessly to the ground and tables. Chapter 92. Sasuke has truly transformed. At this moment, the third Hokage sat in his office, gazing into the crystal ball. Having lived for many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well acquainted with the nuances of the ninja world and recognized the scene before him instantly. Impossible. How could this boy, so young, have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and simultaneously mastered Susanoo? It appeared that Uchiha Itachi had returned to Konoha once more. A look of profound distress crossed Sarutobi's face. This is a dire situation. Rising from his seat, he prepared to intervene personally. Within the Ninja Academy, Kakashi stood not far from Uchiha Sasuke. "What kind of jutsu is this? The pressure is overwhelming." Suddenly, Sasuke moved, an arm emerging from the skeletal structure of Susanoo. The arm wielded a weapon, slashing at the surroundings. Boom. 2 Umbu ninjas were caught off guard and sent flying. Chairs and tables were shattered in the chaos. One Umbu, struck directly, coughed up blood and succumbed on the spot. Uchiha Sasuke laid waste to the surroundings, bursting from the classroom. A group of Umbu followed closely behind. Kakashi quickly directed the others. "Hurry, get the injured out first." As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground with both hands. Earth release. Multiple earth wall. Boom. Earth walls rose from the ground, encircling Uchiha Sasuke. The remaining Umbu prepared their jutsu, ready to unleash their attacks. Boom. As anticipated, the earth walls were shattered instantly by Sasuke's Susanoo. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A barrage of jutsu erupted from the Umbu, combining wind and fire to assault Sasuke. Boom. The fireball ignited explosively under the wind's influence. Even from a distance, Kakashi felt the intense heat wash over him. With a complex expression, he lamented, there will likely be nothing left of him. All the Umbu focused intently on Sasuke's position, convinced he had been vanquished. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is filled with traitors. Yes, they deserve this fate. Otherwise, Konoha would be in even greater chaos. As they whispered among themselves, a purple figure emerged from the inferno. "Die, you scum." Sasuke charged at an Umbu, the skeletal structure of Susanoo sustaining only superficial damage and rapidly regenerating. Sasuke remained unscathed. The massive hand of Susanoo seized the Umbu ninja, who kicked and struggled desperately to escape. "Let me go, you bastard." Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited around the Umbu ninja. "Ah, help." Kakashi quickly commanded the others, use water release jutsu now. The group formed hand seals in unison. Water release. Water shockwave. The water struck the Susanoo and black flames, but to no effect. The black flames only grew fiercer. What is happening? The water jutsu cannot extinguish it. In mere seconds, the Umbu ninja was reduced to ashes. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly turned, his crimson Sharingan instilling fear in all present. Kakashi gritted his teeth, realizing swift action was imperative to prevent further chaos. He raised his forehead protector, revealing his own Sharingan. Sasuke immediately noticed Kakashi's eye. Coldly, he demanded, "Where did you get your Sharingan?" Caught off guard, Kakashi recalled that his Sharingan had been entrusted to him by Obito before his demise. Memories flooded back. Crackle. The sound of lightning crackled. Lightning release. Chidori. A bolt of lightning erupted from beneath Sasuke's feet, cleaving the ground and surging towards Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, watch out. Kakashi's battle instincts kicked in. Even distracted, he quickly regained his focus, leaping back while forming hand seals with such speed that afterimages appeared. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Bam. A vortex of wind erupted from his mouth, dispersing the lightning of Chidori. Where did Uchiha Sasuke learn such a technique? He can even manipulate Chidori. Kakashi doubted it was something Sasuke could learn in a short time. Even he had invested significant effort to master it. Sasuke, with his Susanoo, wreaked havoc among the Umbu ninjas. The massive hand of Susanoo swept through, sending several Umbu flying. Kakashi maintained a distance, a blue lightning crackling in his hand. Crackle. The air buzzed with electricity as Kakashi surged towards Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stood resolute, showing no sign of fear, with Susanoo's arm shielding him. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, employing Kamui as a vortex formed above Sasuke's Susanoo. Crack. A tear appeared in the Susanoo's structure. Sasuke's composure faltered. At this distance, there was no escape. Could it be that he would be slain before even becoming a rogue ninja? Amaterasu. Black flames enveloped Kakashi, yet he pressed on without hesitation. Sasuke attempted to evade, but knew it was futile. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed. Uchiha No appeared suddenly near Sasuke, enveloped in blue lightning. With a powerful kick, he sent Sasuke hurtling away. Stunned, Sasuke felt a tremendous impact. Cracks appeared along the purple skeletal structure of Susanoo. Uchiha No landed gracefully after performing a backflip. Kakashi's Chidori had missed, creating a massive breach in the academy's wall. Sasuke stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Uchiha No, how did you suddenly appear? Uchiha No chuckled lightly. Just a simple trick, my young friend. You underestimated Kakashi. He has survived countless battles. Upon hearing this, Sasuke hung his head in shame, recognizing his earlier overconfidence. Had he taken Chidori more seriously, he might not have faced such peril. The Manjiki Sharingan granted him immense power, but also led to arrogance. Kakashi had delivered a harsh lesson. I won't make such a mistake again, Sasuke murmured. Uchiha No sighed, don't tell me you've already died once. Sasuke clenched his fists, acknowledging, yes, I have died once. Kakashi stood nearby, watching the two. These two are completely ignoring my presence. Chapter 93, The Overconfident Erjuzi. Suffering a bit of a beating having used the divine power of Shinjutsu and Sunban, the burden on his body had become considerable. For Kakashi, the Sharingan was undoubtedly a significant encumbrance. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Uchiha No's mouth as he continued to observe the battle from the sidelines. Enough, Sasuke. Do not always rely on me. You little fool. Sasuke, feeling a bit humiliated after the scolding, retorted, I know, you're so tedious. Kakashi formed hand seals once more. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha No let out a couple of cold laughs. At this rate, Sasuke would likely receive another lesson. Kakashi's combat experience was exceedingly rich, and his tactical intelligence was remarkably high. Bang! Kakashi produced a smoke bomb and tossed it to the ground, which instantly erupted into a thick cloud of mist. As the fog dissipated, Kakashi had vanished. Sasuke's eyes darted about frantically. He has gone. Where is he? Boom. The ground beneath Uchiha Sasuke shattered. Kakashi burst forth from below, wielding a kunai crackling with lightning, aiming directly at Sasuke. Yet, it seemed Sasuke had long been prepared for this. With a powerful strike, the skeletal arm of Susanoo slammed down, propelling Uchiha Sasuke high into the air as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Earth style. Earth wall. Meteor-like fireballs scattered toward Kakashi. Kakashi's earth wall formed into a half circle, successfully blocking all the fireball shurikens. Sasuke could no longer underestimate the man before him. Kakashi Hitaki's strength was undoubtedly greater than he had anticipated. The two drew their kunai, engaging in close-quarters taijutsu. Sasuke's martial prowess astonished Kakashi. This kid's taijutsu was surprisingly strong. However, in comparison to Kakashi, he still fell short. The existence of the Manjiki Sharingan had brought their combat abilities closer together. Besides facing Kakashi, other Umbu ninjas attempted to rush in and ambush Sasuke. The relentless barrage of attacks left Sasuke somewhat breathless. Boom. A deeper purple radiance enveloped Susanoo's skeletal frame, which now sprouted a layer of muscle. Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes. The purple Susanoo held a massive bow in its hands. Draw fire. Sasuke aimed at the area with the highest concentration of Umbu ninjas. An arrow was loosed, creating a massive crater in the ground, sending a group of Umbu ninjas flying amidst a shower of devastation. In an instant, casualties were numerous. After releasing this arrow, Sasuke's Susanoo could no longer be maintained. Fading into nothingness, Sasuke felt his vision blur. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he wiped the blood tears from his face. Gasping for breath, Kakashi clearly heard Uchiha Sasuke's labored breaths. He charged forward once again, engaging Sasuke in combat. Without the support of Susanoo, the moment they clashed, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage. A misstep resulted in Kakashi delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Bang! Sasuke tumbled several times on the ground. Uchiha merely observed, offering no assistance. Get up quickly. If you die here, I won't take care, he taunted. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Throughout the encounter, Kakashi had remained vigilant against Uchiha and he. Had reinforcements finally arrived? Uchiha glanced aside as more squads of Umbu ninjas rushed toward them. Might Guy and Asuma seemed to have arrived as well. Frustrated, Uchiha Sasuke roared, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Cursed scoundrel!" More blood flowed from his eyes. The purple skeletal frame of Susanoo manifested around Uchiha Sasuke once again. He charged toward Kakashi, leaving Kakashi bewildered. Does this guy harbor a grudge against me? Is he willing to overexert himself like this? Clang. The two continued their fierce exchange. Kakashi, likely drained from the excessive chakra usage of the Sharingan, found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opening, Sasuke swung the arm of Susanoo with great force. Swish. He directly bisected Kakashi's body. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Sasuke smirked. Humph. Die. Uchiha, who had been watching the battle, shook his head, feeling completely mocked. The bisected Kakashi suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning. Sasuke stood in shock. What? Lightning clone. Initially, when Kakashi had thrown the smoke bomb, he had not utilized the shadow clone technique, but rather the lightning clone. After being deceived for so long, Sasuke had still fallen for it. Lightning style. Lightning beast pursuit Fong. Kakashi crouched on the ground. The lightning cutter transformed, emitting two arcs of lightning directed at Uchiha Sasuke. The two arcs converged, coalescing into a lightning wolf that lunged at Sasuke. Uchiha moved as a second lightning wolf appeared. Kakashi's voice rang out. Hey, Uchiha, look over here. Uchiha narrowed his eyes, realizing Kakashi had hidden two lightning clones simultaneously. Uchiha stomped the ground, causing a water mirror to rise. In the mirror, a lightning beast pursuit Fong emerged, colliding with the one released by Kakashi. Lightning erupted around Uchiha as he instantaneously appeared before Kakashi's true form. Quick as a flash, he seized Kakashi's Sharingan. It's over. Sasuke was blasted away by the lightning beast pursuit Fong, his body marred with wounds, appearing rather tragic. After acquiring the Kamui Sharingan, Uchiha wasted no time, swiftly moving to Sasuke's side. Earth style. Lightweight rock technique. Farewell, Kakashi, this power is ill-suited for you. Perhaps without the Sharingan, you might fare better. After speaking, Uchiha retrieved a flying backpack from his ninja tool scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had finally arrived. Their expressions grave as they fixed their gazes on Uchiha and they don't even think about escaping. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Uchiha was momentarily stunned, still trying to comprehend the situation. WOC. How do I use this jetpack? Just as he infused a bit of chakra, Uchiha, with Sasuke in tow, soared into the sky. Chapter 94. The Eye of the Moon, Devouring, and Divine Might Boom. The Azure Chakra tail flame erupted, narrowly evading the fire dragon bullet unleashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha, still clutching Sasuke, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, darting erratically through the air. It was too swift, he could hardly endure it. He gagged a couple of times. The chakra flight apparatus resembled a jetpack, once donned. It formed a mechanical exoskeleton around Uchiha's body. Chakra jets were situated on the back of his hands and the soles of his feet, permitting him to control and adjust his direction freely. After careening in circles propelled by the chakra device, Aihana finally managed to halt. Suspended in midair while still holding Sasuke's hand, who appeared to be in a rather poor state. Aihana retrieved a soldier pill from his person, somewhat pained by the act, and forced it into Sasuke's mouth. "You little brat, so inept yet so pretentious." Instantly, chakra surged within Sasuke, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Aihana hastily performed the healing palm technique, a verdant glow emanating from his palm. The duo soared through the sky, while those below could only gaze upwards, powerless to intervene. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Monkey King. The Monkey King manifested, opening its massive jaws and roaring toward the heavens. Awoo. The surrounding crowd hastily covered their ears. Aihana, administering treatment to Sasuke, felt as if his eardrums might rupture. "Ah, my ears. Shut up." Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his hands, Vajra Rod. The Monkey King transformed into the Vajra Rod and flew into Hiruzen's grasp. With a vigorous swing, he hurled it towards Uchiha in a whoosh. The Vajra Rod spun incessantly. The jetpack behind Aihana automatically adjusted, deftly evading the strike. A glimmer of realization lit Uchihana's eyes. It could indeed autonomously dodge attacks. Truly, the system produces exquisite craftsmanship. He flashed a smug grin at the onlookers. "Hiruzen. What a pity. You cannot touch me." Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, "Monkey King. Return." The airborne Vajra Rod soared back. Whoosh. Once again, it flew toward Uchiha. The jetpack turned once more, executing another escape maneuver. The Vajra Rod narrowly missed Uchiha, who maintained his arrogant smirk. "Hiruzen, spare your efforts. I've had enough of this game for today. I shall take my leave." With that, Uchiha lifted Sasuke and soared away into the distance. After Uchiha vanished from their sight, Kakashi could no longer sustain himself and collapsed heavily to the ground. Suddenly, everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Kakashi was gravely injured. Several Umbu ninjas rushed to Kakashi's side. "Lord Kakashi." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "Kakashi has depleted his chakra. We must get him to Konoha Hospital at once." At Konoha Hospital, Tsunade received the urgent notification and hurried to the operating room. Kakashi lay on the hospital bed, bloodied and barely breathing. Tsunade gazed into Kakashi's hollowed eyes. "What transpired?" "I heard Kakashi's Sharingan was taken from him." "By whom?" "Uchiha. That scoundrel came to Konoha and didn't even bother to visit me. How infuriating." Tsunade grimaced. Her mood evidently soured. "Enough. We must commence treatment for Kakashi immediately." An aura of determination enveloped her. Meanwhile, Uchiha brought Sasuke to the ruins of the Uchiha clan's estate. This place rarely saw visitors. Sasuke, having overexerted his Sharingan, recovered significantly after consuming the specially formulated soldier pill, yet the damage inflicted on his Sharingan could not be reversed. Uchiha discarded Sasuke aside and retrieved the plundered Sharingan. He activated the devouring ability of the Sharingan, and the eye transformed into a crimson light, diving into Uchiha's own eye. A surge of intense pain and burning sensation coursed through him. Uchiha clutched his eyes in agony, yet a smile crept upon his lips. This sensation, this feeling, is simply divine. After absorbing Obito's Sharingan, Uchiha's eyes evolved into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. His left eye housed the powerful Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, while his right eye wielded Kamui, a blood-red lightning capable of tearing through space. Uchiha could now unleash a perfected form of the Susanoo, rivaling the size of the one wielded by Uchiha Madara himself. Uchiha arrived at a clearing in the courtyard. Kamui, a stone pillar in the yard, was drawn into the void. Kamui kamikaze. Crack. A bolt of crimson lightning descended, encircling the struck object in a vortex adorned with red lightning. Uchiha exclaimed in awe, "Incredible! If Kamui could be evaded with relative ease, this technique would prove exceedingly difficult to escape." His ocular prowess, kamikaze, while not possessing the annihilative force of Amaterasu, could paralyze and stiffen limbs. With a high probability of decapitating an opponent upon being struck by the lightning, it was indeed formidable. Regrettably, Obito's eye lacked the potency of its counterpart, merely capable of transporting objects into the Kamui dimension. The other eye could achieve intangibility and teleportation, a veritable bug among bugs. A special search operation commenced in Konoha. Within Uchiha's tempura shop, ninjas flowed in and out incessantly. Naruto, puzzled, wondered about the sudden holiday announcement from school and the influx of ninjas, sensing that something significant must be unfolding in the village. Just then, Another team of Umbu ninjas stormed into the tempura shop, holding a command badge. Who is the proprietor of this establishment? Aihana's wooden clone emerged from behind the counter, donning a sycophantic smile. Honorable ninjas, is there something you require? Are you the shopkeeper? Then come with us. Aihana's wooden clone feigned confusion. Esteemed sirs, what has transpired? Enough chatter. Come with us. One Umbu ninja aggressively seized Aihana. In the ensuing tussle, the ninja accidentally fell onto the ground. The Umbu ninja was bewildered. I hardly exerted any force. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Cautiously glancing around, he realized he had not pushed Aihana with any strength. Aihana's wooden clone clutched his waist, his face etched with pain. It is not this esteemed gentleman's fault. I simply stumbled. I am truly sorry. His struggle to rise from the ground appeared entirely genuine. Naruto, observing this scene, felt a surge of anger. He clenched his fists, desperately suppressing his rage. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in his ears. Kill him. Quickly, kill him. Naruto shook his head vehemently. No, I cannot. Chapter 95. S-Rank Rogue Ninja Sasuke. A family of 2 tigers. Uchiha Niji stretched his waist. I am fine. Let us depart, esteemed ninja. The gazes of several Umbu shifted as they looked at Uchiha Niji. After Niji was escorted away, a vague sense of unease settled in Naruto's heart. Surely nothing will happen. No, it cannot possibly be anything of concern. While serving food to the guests, Naruto caught wind of some unsettling news. Did you hear? Another major incident has occurred in Konoha today. Are you referring to the commotion at the Ninja Academy? Shoo, do not speak of it. Umbu ninjas are searching everywhere. Naruto leaned in, curiosity piqued, and asked, Uncles, what has transpired at the Ninja Academy? Child, best not to inquire about matters that do not concern you. We have no desire to visit the interrogation room. Naruto refrained from pressing further. 3 hours later, Uchiha Niji was returned. There were no clues implicating him. After a brief inquiry, he was released. Seeing Niji return unscathed, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Niji, you're back. Niji's shadow clone wore a smile. Yes, all is well. Thank you for your hard work today. There are no more guests. It is time to eat. That evening, upon returning home, Naruto discovered Irika waiting at his doorstep. Irika-sensei, is there something amiss? Irika looked at Naruto with a serious expression. Yes, there are some matters to discuss. The school will undergo renovations for a time, and academic activities will be temporarily suspended. I will inform you when classes resume. Naruto nodded vigorously. Understood, Irika-sensei. Thank you for coming to inform me. Irika's stern demeanor softened, replaced by a warm smile. Naruto, have you been facing any difficulties lately? Naruto returned the smile. No, I've been doing quite well. Irika-sensei, if you have time, you should come to Shika's tempura for a meal. I would be delighted to treat you. Irika chuckled. If I find the time, I will certainly take you up on that. I must head back now. Waving goodbye, Naruto watched as Irika's figure faded before he retreated to his room. The following day, Konoha remained in turmoil. A bounty had been issued for Uchiha Sasuke, a wanted notice for an S-rank rogue ninja. In the entire ninja world, there were few S-rank rogue ninjas. And the Uchiha clan had 3, including the infamous Itachi and Sasuke, truly a family of 2 tigers. Instantly, this news spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. Naturally, Naruto also caught wind of it. From the myriad of passing guests, he pieced together the unfolding saga. Sasuke had turned rogue, prompting a manhunt by Konoha, which had erupted into fierce battles at the Ninja Academy. The legendary rogue ninja, Uchiha Niji, had become a sensational topic within Konoha. Naruto had never held a particularly profound impression of Sasuke. All he could recall was his perpetually stoic demeanor, appearing rather cold. Furthermore, Sakura, Ino, and a throng of girls in their class were always surrounding him. Previously, Naruto felt a tinge of jealousy towards Sasuke. However, now, his emotions were decidedly complex. Why had Sasuke chosen the path of a rogue ninja when he was so immensely popular at school? Naruto now realized how little he understood the intricacies of Konoha. Yet, as long as Master Niji was unharmed, that was all that mattered to him. Within the remnants of the Uchiha clan's abode, Uchiha Niji remained by Sasuke's side. This boy sleeps excessively. Will he not awaken? As soon as Niji uttered those words, Sasuke's eyelids fluttered open. What a racket! Slowly, Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes to find Uchiha Niji presenting a wanted notice before him. Take a look. Sasuke took the notice, rubbing his eyes in confusion. The words were blurred. After a brief moment, his vision cleared, and he discerned the message on the notice. S-rank rogue ninja. Uchiha Niji chuckled softly. Well, surprised? Congratulations. You have joined your brother as an S-rank rogue ninja. Sasuke frowned as he sat up from the bed, wincing in pain. Ouch. Be still. Your injuries require time to heal, Niji cautioned. For now, I will protect you. However, you must rely on yourself moving forward. During these days, Uchiha Niji had been diligently caring for Sasuke. His injuries healed swiftly. Within 3 or 4 days, he was able to walk again. Throughout this time, Niji had been assisting Sasuke in reviewing the battles he had previously fought, granting him a newfound understanding of the intricacies of ninja combat. It was only now that Sasuke comprehended how naive he had once been. Niji's mind echoed with the system's voice. Ding. Under the guidance provided by the host, Sasuke's strength has significantly increased, becoming an S-rank rogue ninja. Progress of Naruto and Sasuke's ninjutsu training, 50. The host is indeed a rare mentor, accumulating immeasurable merit. Reward. I-Technique Amaterasu, I-Technique Kagutsuchi, non-lethal version. Uchiha Niji fell silent, unsure how to respond. System. Why specify a non-lethal version of Kagutsuchi? While Amaterasu is difficult to wield lethally, ding. The host truly lacks a sense of humor. Alright, you possess a sense of humor. Transforming Sasuke into a rogue ninja was not an arduous task. His Manjiki Sharingan had facilitated a qualitative leap in strength. As for Naruto, a meticulous plan was necessary. A week passed, and Sasuke's injuries had nearly healed. Sasuke, flee. Do not allow the people of Konoha to capture you. Additionally, be wary of the Akatsuki members, particularly Uchiha Itachi, who may seek to claim your eyes. Chapter 96. The hero worshipped by Naruto. The yellow flash, he cast aside yet another scroll, filled with a wealth of intelligence regarding task acquisition at the exchange and information on several members of the Akatsuki organization. Having conveyed most of what was necessary, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist, gazing at the retreating figure of Uchiha Ine. When will I be able to see you again? Uchiha paused momentarily, responding, when you have become strong enough. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke transformed from a mere student of the Ninja Academy into an S-rank rogue ninja, fleeing from Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seething with anger, having been brazenly outmaneuvered by the other party. Uchiha Sasuke had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan right under his nose and was even capable of summoning Susanoo. We must keep a close watch on Naruto. The Uchiha clan had completely severed ties with Konoha, and the most vital asset for the village was now the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Outside Uchiha's establishment, 3 Umbu squads were vigilantly monitoring every movement in the vicinity. At this hour, the tempura shop was rather quiet, devoid of patrons. Uchiha and Uzumaki Naruto stood engaged in casual conversation. Uchiha inquired nonchalantly, Naruto, you mentioned that your school is on break. What is the situation? Uzumaki Naruto recounted Irika's words. Teacher Irika said the school is undergoing renovations, and it might be a while before we can return to study. Pondering this, Uchiha replied, I see. During this period, you will have to rely on your own training. Naruto nodded vigorously. I will definitely train hard. Uchiha arranged his schedule accordingly, deciding not to open the shop in the morning and instead accompany Naruto to the training grounds. Naruto focused on simple chakra control and physical training, while the Umbu merely recorded their observations to report back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Continue monitoring. Hiruzen issued no special directives. In the afternoons, Naruto typically remained in the shop. Though Uchiha would not burden him with work, Naruto often felt compelled to assist. Time flew swiftly, and before long, a week had passed. On this particular day, Uchiha visited Naruto's home as a guest, also helping him procure some furniture. It looks much better now, Uchiha remarked, dusting off his hands while surveying the room. Uzumaki Naruto beamed with joy. Master Sika, I will strive to become a powerful ninja to repay you. Uchiha placed a large hand on Naruto's head, ruffling his spiky hair. You needn't repay me. All I wish for is your safe and happy growth. Out of the blue, Naruto asked, Master Sika, could you tell me more about the 4th Hokage? Uchiha immediately became alert, turning away from Naruto to activate his Byakugan. After confirming no unusual activity from the surrounding Umbu, he sighed in relief. Lowering his voice, he said, perhaps next time, after the training, I can share more of the story with you. The illusion of Huangquanzhen is created through direct eye contact or the refraction of light. With sufficient mental energy, one could even manifest the ethereal flower of the afterlife, utilizing its fragrance and appearance to create illusions. However, Uchiha had not yet reached that level. From a distance of a house, Uchiha's Jinjutsu could not hypnotize the Umbu, thus preventing him from disclosing many details. If these Umbu learned in advance, His plan to cultivate Naruto into a rogue ninja would likely encounter significant obstacles. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After training, Naruto blinked at Uchiha. Before he could speak, Uchiha understood his intent. Scanning the surroundings, the Umbu monitoring them appeared somewhat bewildered, as if sensing they had been discovered. Yet, in the next instant, they fell into the Jinjutsu crafted by Uchiha. The scene before them remained unchanged, but they could no longer perceive the true circumstances. Uchiha beckoned to Naruto. Come, sit a little closer. Now, let me continue the tale of the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage had participated in the 3rd Shinobi World War, leaving an indelible mark on the battlefield. At that time, nearly everyone knew his name, the Yellow Flash. Those who encountered the Yellow Flash would not be pursued even in the event of mission failure. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 4th Hokage was so powerful back then. Uchiha nodded. Indeed, he was the 4th Hokage. With clenched fists, Naruto declared, I will become Hokage. The greatest Hokage. Uchiha chuckled lightly. After I finish the next part of the story, you may no longer wish to become Hokage. Chapter 97. Naruto versus the rowdy children as he approached. A group of children instantly stood up and scurried aside. How unfortunate. Why had that demon fox returned here? It was utterly repulsive. Under the guidance of Uchiha Itachi, Naruto Uzumaki had learned to disregard the idle chatter of these individuals. He simply sat on the swing, swaying back and forth, relishing the gentle breeze that caressed his face. The raucous whispers around him continuously reached his ears, yet Naruto appeared to have genuinely matured, showing no concern for their words. While Naruto remained composed, the children grew increasingly agitated. Normally, they would seize the opportunity to gang up and bully him, but now he displayed no emotional response, rendering them akin to a troop of prattling jesters. One child muttered in annoyance, Demon Fox, can you believe someone is allowing a demon fox to work in his shop? Most of them were already aware of this incident. Oh, are you referring to that tempura shop that seems to be doing well? I know. The owner is supposedly named Shika, who came from outside the village. I wonder how unfortunate it is for the demon fox. I certainly wouldn't eat at such a place. Wherever the demon fox goes, misfortune follows, and anything served there must be dreadful. That Shika appears to be somewhat unhinged. I suspect he is as unlucky as the demon fox, unable to stay in his own village, hence his arrival in Konoha. That might just be the case. Initially calm, Naruto felt a surge of irritation upon hearing their incessant slander against Uchiha Itachi. Lowering his head, he clenched his fists and strode towards the group of unruly children. You may insult me, but you shall not speak ill of Master Shika. One of the brats puffed up, nostrils flaring, brimming with arrogance. Where have we slandered him? He is just as unfortunate as you, demon fox. Hurry and roll out of Konoha with him. Another child chimed in, exactly. Anyone who hires a demon fox is a demon fox themselves. You all should leave Konoha at once. The ANBU, who had been watching from the shadows, felt the tension rise. What should we do, Captain? Should we intervene? No. Unless Naruto's life is in danger, we must remain concealed. Understood, Captain. As the children continued their tirade, one grew increasingly animated. A big demon fox and a little demon fox. How unfortunate. He forcefully shoved Naruto, who, caught off guard, stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground. This elicited laughter from the surrounding kids. What a useless demon fox. Indeed, just like the one who hired him, both are worthless. Driven from their village, yet daring to come to Konoha. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet. Bang! A punch landed squarely on the child's nose. The blow was formidable, causing blood to stream from the child's nostrils. His eyes welled up with tears, and he wailed uncontrollably. Ah, my nose. How dare you hit me, demon fox? The other children, who had been eager to bully Naruto, seized the opportunity and encircled him. Demon fox. How dare you strike back? Spit. What a misfortune. Beat him up. Fists and feet rained down upon Naruto like a tempest. However, Naruto's combat skills had been honed through rigorous training. These children stood no chance against him. With a single punch, he sent one child sprawling. After several minutes, the group lay battered and bruised, crying for their mothers. Mommy, I want my mommy. Despite his training. Chapter 98. The mischievous child calls for parents. Why are you at home wearing a scarf and sunglasses? Uchiha reached out to remove Naruto's sunglasses. Naruto stepped back a few paces, evading Uchiha's hand. Master Zika, this is the latest trend. I saw it on television. What do you think? Isn't it stylish? Whoosh. Uchiha waved his hand and ruthlessly snatched away Naruto's sunglasses. Naruto, taken aback, immediately covered his face with his hands. Uchiha sighed and shook his head, saying, Stop hiding. I've already seen. Now tell me, what exactly happened? Naruto slowly lowered his hands, a sheepish grin on his face. Ha ha ha, I accidentally fell and got hurt. Uchiha stared at him intently, making Naruto feel a bit guilty. It's nothing much. I just had a little scuffle with some kids in the village. It's fine. It doesn't hurt, Naruto said while lightly poking at his panda eyes. Hiss. Uchiha sighed. What a foolish child. Tell me the whole story. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Naruto reluctantly confessed every detail. Uchiha was somewhat amused and exasperated, saying, You consider this a victory? Why didn't you come to me or go to the Konoha hospital for treatment? Naruto had never been in the habit of going to the hospital. Before, he had no money to seek treatment there. It's not a big deal. Hospital fees are just too expensive. Uchiha looked at Naruto before him. Foolish boy, you have money now. Don't be like before. If you're injured, you should go to the hospital. Do you understand? Naruto nodded, understanding. Uchiha was aware that Anbu were monitoring them. So he opted not to use his healing technique on Naruto but instead took him to the Konoha hospital. After a thorough examination at the hospital, it turned out he had only sustained some superficial injuries, and after a simple treatment, he was nearly done. Anbu relayed the information back to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, acknowledged that since Naruto was not in life-threatening danger, they should not reveal themselves. Understood. Hokage-sama. Uchiha and Naruto soon emerged from the Konoha hospital and quickly returned to the tempura shop. They had scarcely arrived when a group of individuals came knocking at the door. 2 or 3 ninjas led the way, accompanied by several adults, followed by the group of children whom Naruto had beaten. Uchiha frowned, eyeing the unfriendly newcomers. Naruto leaned closer to Uchiha and whispered, Master Zika. They must be here for me. I fought them at the small park. Uchiha placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's head, saying, Don't worry, I'm here. Is this what it feels like to have someone to rely on? Is this something every child with parents can experience? Naruto hid beside Uchiha. Uchiha approached the group. Good sirs, are you here for a meal? The leading Konoha ninja wore a grim expression and leaned down to ask the child beside him. Did he beat you up? The child nodded, speaking without courtesy. It's him, that demon fox beat us up. This ninja glared coldly at Uchiha. This brat beat up my brother. And these kids, he beat them all. What do you propose we do about this? Uchiha retorted. How do you want to resolve this? If you wish to handle this matter, we want to make it difficult for you. Our children suffered such serious injuries. It's only fair you compensate each family with 10,000 ryo, the ninja said, a smug smile appearing on his face. Uchiha shook his head with a sneer. Are you out of your mind? 10,000 ryo could buy your life on the black market. Upon hearing this, the other ninjas furrowed their brows. What do you mean? If you don't want to deal with this, just hand over the child, and this matter will have nothing to do with you. Uchiha spat a thick, viscous phlegm right onto the face of the lead ninja. Sticky and slimy, the ninja reached up and felt the yellowish goo. You little brat. You're asking for death. He swung his fist at Uchiha. Uchiha swiftly executed a powerful kick, sending the ninja flying out of the shop. Once the other 2 ninjas reacted, they charged at Uchiha from both sides. Bystanders halted in their tracks, watching in astonishment as the scene unfolded. What is happening? I don't know. It seems these people came looking for trouble. Wow, the shop owner is tough. Inside the shop, several adults who had brought children, initially intending to confront Uchiha, were now hesitant. Chapter 99. In desperate straits, the powerful Sarutobi clan, a new group of individuals emerged, miraculously unscathed. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha stepped out of the establishment. The 3 ninjas who had been ruthlessly beaten by him scrambled to their feet, their vigilance heightened, wary of Uchiha. The leading nin brandished a kunai, declaring, I warn you, if you dare make a move again, I shall not hold back. With arms crossed defiantly over his chest, Uchiha retorted, Not hold back? Pray tell. How do you intend to do that? Come on, strike me if you dare. By now, a crowd had gathered, and the lurking Anbu operatives were in a quandary. The nin, feeling provoked, charged at Uchiha, exclaiming, You brought this upon yourself. The 2 engaged in combat, Uchiha facing the nin barehanded. Naruto rushed out from the store, a spirited child shouting from behind, Brother, go for it. Beat him to a pulp. Take down those 2. The big and the small foxes. As the fight unfolded, it appeared that Uchiha was gradually at a disadvantage. Concern crept into Naruto's mind. Was it possible that the injuries left by Master Shika during the war had flared up again? The nin, emboldened by his initial success, pressed on, while Uchiha gasped for breath, inadvertently feeding the nin's confidence. Heck kid, now you realize the might of a ninja, do you? Casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, Uchiha decided to put on a performance. He feigned a misstep, stepping forward. With a swift thrust, the Nin's kunai pierced Uchiha's abdomen. Gritting his teeth, blood gushed from the wound. You. The Nin panicked, realizing he hadn't intended to inflict such harm. The observing from the shadows, were bewildered. Should they intervene? They recalled the Hokage's orders. Intervention was prohibited unless Naruto's life was in jeopardy. Clattering, the Nin dropped his kunai and fled. Humph. This is the consequence of crossing me. Let us see if you dare act so brazenly again. He hurriedly departed with his companions. Uchiha collapsed to the ground, blood flowing uncontrollably. Naruto, still in shock, suddenly realized the Nine-Tails chakra was on the verge of escaping. Forcing himself to regain composure, he rushed to Uchiha's side. Master Shika, quick, take me to the Konoha hospital. Otherwise, I may perish. Uchiha coughed blood, urgency lacing his voice. The onlookers merely observed the spectacle, unwilling to assist. That ninja appeared to be from the Sarutobi clan, which explained his audacity to attack in broad daylight. Disperse. Speak ill of the Sarutobi clan, and you'll find yourselves in dire straits. Naruto called for a few individuals from the store to assist him. They transported Uchiha to the Konoha hospital. The situation had seemed perilous, yet fortunately, the injuries were not life-threatening and could be treated with ordinary medical ninjutsu. Naruto gazed anxiously at Uchiha Master Shika. I'm fine, Naruto. There's no need for concern. Just a little rest, and I'll be all right. By the way, we should close the shop for now. Salaries will be dispersed as usual. The employees held Uchiha in high regard. His wealth and generosity were significant factors in their respect. During his week-long hospitalization, Naruto diligently cared for him. It's not that I was incapable of defeating him. My old injuries from Master Shika resurfaced, which led to my misfortune. Naruto chuckled bitterly. Master Shika. Shall we simply let them go unpunished? Uchiha replied earnestly, rest assured, once I am discharged, we will file a report. The ninja who attacked in public will not escape justice. Uchiha's recovery was swift. Within a week, he was nearly back to full strength. Following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the Konoha police force had been disbanded, and its responsibilities were transferred to the administrative department, overseen by Nara Shikamaru and Midogate. When Uchiha and Naruto approached this administrative department to report the incident, they were told to wait for further notification, as results would be forthcoming. Uchiha was unwilling to let the matter rest. You want to address a ninja attacking in public? The ninja behind the desk displayed evident impatience. I've already stated. Return and await notification. Did anyone die in this public attack? If not, why the urgency? The Sarutobi clan had orchestrated everything long before, ensuring that no notification would ever come, allowing the matter to be buried. They were unaware of Uchiha's true identity, and Naruto lacked the authority to push back against the system. Previously, Uchiha had overheard passers-by mentioning that the Nin was affiliated with the Sarutobi clan, prompting him to devise a plan. The ninja, observing Uchiha's continued disturbance, grew increasingly impatient. Leave at once. This is not a place for you to cause a ruckus. In the ensuing days, Uchiha and Naruto sought avenues for recourse, but to no avail. Frustrated, Naruto insisted on approaching the Hokage. Uchiha sighed deeply. Perhaps it's best to refrain, Naruto. The Hokage is exceedingly busy. Undeterred, Naruto pressed forward. Uchiha did not impede him, knowing that meeting with the Hokage would be futile, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was a member of the Sarutobi clan. Indeed. As Naruto neared the Hokage's office, he was halted by two ninjas. Access is prohibited ahead. Urgently, Naruto clenched his fists. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Hokage. Scram, kid. This is no place for you. One of the stated brusquely. Seeing no other option, Naruto contemplated forcing his way through, but the easily restrained him. Leave at once, or we shall not be so courteous. Incensed, Naruto's frustration boiled over. His fists tightening, his anger surged within him. You. Chapter 100. You are not a fox spirit. You are the son of a hero. Naruto understood that he could not force his way through. With a face full of resentment, he turned away, frustrated, pondering why this was happening. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, watching Naruto leave. He exhaled a few smoke rings. It seems this Sika is quite a troublesome presence. I must find a way to expel him from Konohagakure. Returning to the shop, Naruto's dejection was evident in his expression. Naruto, where have you been? You seem rather upset, Uchiha inquired with concern. Naruto did not conceal his feelings and candidly recounted the events that had transpired. Uchiha sighed. Naruto, come with me. He led Naruto to a small private room within the shop. Seated across from each other, Uchiha lowered his voice. The ninja world has always been this way, Naruto. You should understand. This world prioritizes strength, and it is quite normal for Sarutobi Hiruzen to protect the Sarutobi clan. You need not feel confused by it. You are merely a war orphan, and I am just a merchant now. Naruto's expression revealed his profound discontent. Do you wish to hear the story of the fourth Hokage? Uchiha rested his chin on his hands, his gaze fixed on Naruto's eyes. The once gloomy Naruto was now captivated by the prospect. How did the fourth Hokage die? He thought, while the Umbu, who had been monitoring them, felt a sense of frustration. What should we do? Should we try to find out what they said? Never mind. We shall remain here. Our mission is to protect Naruto's safety. Uchiha deliberately lowered his voice. The fourth Hokage, after becoming Hokage, was a diligent and benevolent leader. Almost everyone in the village held great respect for the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Konoha flourished under his leadership. Even the traditionally unstable Uchiha clan remained compliant. Hokage Minato and Uchiha clan leader Fugaku were close friends. Their wives, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto, were also very good friends. This revelation piqued Naruto's curiosity even more. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. So how could such a great hero as the fourth Hokage meet his demise? Uchiha's expression suddenly shifted to one of solemnity. Kushina was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. An unexpected incident occurred involving her. Naruto, who had been perplexed, began to grasp something significant. Master Sasuke, what does it mean to be a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Uchiha provided a brief explanation to give Naruto a basic understanding. So, am I a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Uchiha nodded, urging him to listen to the rest of the story. An unimaginable tragedy unfolded. A mysterious figure wearing a mask abducted the pregnant Kushina. The Nine Tails was unleashed. Listening to Uchiha recount the chaos of the Nine Tails, Naruto's heart tightened. Following this, both Minato and Kushina sacrificed themselves, leaving behind only one child. At this point, Naruto's expression grew increasingly grave. The room fell into a profound silence, where the only sounds were their breaths. Uchiha pointed at Naruto. That child is you, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? How can I be the child of the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage's name was Namikaze Minato, and my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha confirmed. Indeed, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina is the wife of Namikaze Minato. In that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming shock within himself. I am the son of the fourth Hokage. I am the new generation's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His expression fell, an inexplicable sorrow washing over his face. Is this a lie? How has he lived all these years? He knew very well the fourth Hokage was the hero of the village. Why must he, as the son of the fourth Hokage, endure such treatment? Tears glistened in the corners of Naruto's eyes. Uchiha embraced Naruto, gently patting the back of his head. Do not worry, Naruto. I am here for you. As long as I have food, you shall never go hungry. At this moment, Naruto was overwhelmed with tears. He had anticipated hearing a tale of a great hero, but never expected it to lead back to himself. This was a notion he dared not entertain. He feared the thought of being the descendant of a hero. Suddenly, memories from his childhood flooded back, being targeted by everyone, initially. Some children were willing to play with him, but under the influence of adults, those children grew cruel and began to taunt him. Everyone called him a fox spirit. He choked out a question. Master Sasuke, am I a fox spirit? Uchiha shook his head. No, child, you are not a fox spirit. Like your late father. You are a great hero. You have borne a burden that was never yours to carry. You have shouldered the weight of a tailed beast for Konoha. For years, Naruto believed it was his fault that people treated him this way. Even the third Hokage concealed the truth. Uchiha had become the entirety of Naruto's world. After shedding tears for a while, he finally composed himself. All right, Naruto, you must gather your strength. You will grow stronger. As for the detritus of the village, that is not something you should concern yourself with now. Let the past go for the time being. Naruto nodded resolutely, determined to grow stronger. If he became powerful, he could bring justice to Master Sasuke. Master Sasuke had only faced such unjust treatment to protect him. Sasuke's tempura shop continued to operate as usual. The Umbu ninja detected no anomalies. The calm gradually lulled them into a sense of complacency. That night, Uchiha donned a mask, employing a technique to conceal his presence, and stealthily approached Naruto's residence. Having experienced a period of tranquility, the Umbu guarding Naruto had begun to lower their guard. Concealed in the shadows, Uchiha summoned his Raikage sword, the Kusanagi, which instantly materialized in his palm. One Umbu ninja merely felt a gust of wind pass by. With a thud, 2 Umbu ninjas fell to the ground. Chapter 101. The kidnapped Chika. The other dark ninjas abruptly regained consciousness, sensing an ambush. Aihana chuckled softly, too late. The dance of the crescent moon of Konoha commenced, with multiple wooden clones simultaneously launching an assault on the dark ninjas. Swiftly, several dark ninjas had their throats slashed, leaving only one standing, paralyzed by fear as he watched his comrades fall. Overwhelmed by terror, he struggled internally before finally fleeing without a backward glance. Aihana made no move to pursue. He intended for the ninja to reach Sarutobi Hiruzen first, facilitating the next phase of his plan. News reached Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly, summoning several key members of the Umbu to his office. Kakashi, Moonlight Gale, and Yuzuki Wing knelt in a line, furrowing his brow. Sarutobi inquired about any unusual occurrences in their jurisdiction. The trio reflected, noting that their patrols had revealed nothing out of the ordinary. By the way, has the merchant Chika from the Land of Waves ventured out? Yuzuki Wing shook her head. No, Hokage-sama, he left. Sarutobi lowered his head, deep in thought, murmuring, how could this be? If he isn't the troublemaker lurking in Konoha, who else could it be? He mentally sifted through potential suspects. No one else sprang to mind unless it was a powerful being possessing space-time ninjutsu. This thought prompted Sarutobi to recall the events surrounding the Uchiha clan massacre. Regardless, Aihana could not be dismissed as a suspect. He had offered Naruto a staggering salary of 7,000 ryo, intentionally or not making contact with him. His suspicion loomed large, and in order to eliminate the village's threat, Sarutobi resolved to take action. He recounted the evening's events, leaving Kakashi and the others in stunned silence. Konoha was once again unsettled. Was it Uchihana's return, or was it that grave robber? Adhering to the principle of better to kill the wrong person than let the right one go, Sarutobi had a plan in mind. Considering Kakashi's recovery was incomplete, he assigned the task to Moonlight Gale. Yuzuki weighing, Kakashi, you may return for now. Moonlight Gale, stay. I have a mission for you. Sarutobi's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Find an opportunity to eliminate Chika without alerting anyone else. I will arrange for others to assist with the subsequent tasks. As a member of the Umbu, Moonlight Gale understood his role. Having joined the Umbu, he was merely a tool for Sarutobi. He would do as instructed. Remember, do not let anyone outside of this mission know. There must be no mistakes. You may leave now. Understood, Hokage-sama, Moonlight Gale replied, stepping back as Sarutobi gazed at the moon obscured by clouds. Minato, rest assured, I will ensure Naruto's safety. I will not let any of these sinister thoughts escape my grasp. He felt heroic, a dependable figure in twilight years, bound to protect Naruto. Eliminating Chika, a figure of dubious origin, was a necessary sacrifice for Naruto's safety. 2 days passed. Uchihana strolled down an empty road when suddenly, a group of dark ninjas appeared before him, led by Moonlight Gale. Uchihana feigned trepidation. Who are you? Why do you block my path? Moonlight Gale's voice was icy. We are from Konoha's special department, the Umbu. We request you accompany us for an investigation. Uchihana awkwardly chuckled. Can I refuse? No. A blade pressed against his throat. Under their coercion, Uchihana was taken away. Meanwhile, Naruto had been waiting in the shop for quite some time, growing increasingly anxious over Uchihana's absence. Suddenly, a stone struck the back of his head. Grimacing in pain, he exclaimed, "Who's messing around here?" Turning to look, he found nothing. Whoosh! Another small stone flew at him. Naruto deftly dodged it and looked down to find a small wooden figure tossing stones at him. Intrigued, he reached out to grab it, but the figure nimbly jumped away and dashed off. What on earth? The little wooden figure raced ahead, beckoning Naruto to follow. After a considerable distance, the wooden figure paused, gesturing for Naruto to follow. He hurried after it, eventually arriving in a forest, realizing he had ventured far from the village. Is it safe here? Should I head back? Just as he pondered this, a dark ninja leaped in front of him. Kid, what are you doing here? Get back to the village. Not wishing to linger, Naruto replied. Got it. Suddenly, a cry echoed through the forest. What do you want? Let me go. Moonlight Gale turned, eyes wide with shock. How did this guy wake up? Initially, they had subdued Uchiha. That voice, it's Chika's master. What danger is he in? Naruto's gaze flickered as he attempted to slip past the dark ninja. The Umbu drew his blade. Kid, hurry back. He brandished the gleaming sword. The little wooden figure, which had been leading, suddenly charged toward the Umbu. Although it appeared insignificant, the wooden figure exploded into a mass of vines, ensnaring the dark ninja. Uchihana's cries persisted. Without further thought, Naruto dashed around the Umbu, racing toward the source of the voice. Not far ahead, he spotted Aihana surrounded by several dark ninjas, with Moonlight Gale's blade poised at Aihana's throat. Chapter 102, The Death of Zika. The rampage of the tailed beast splat. A spray of blood splattered onto the back of Moonlight Gale's hand. He quickly turned to investigate the situation. He had meticulously controlled the distance, and there was no way any accident could occur. He had wielded a blade for many years. Thud. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Moonlight Gale. Aihana fell, collapsing into a pool of blood-soaked grass. Several Umbu felt a shiver run down their spines. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already instructed them to remain unseen at all costs. Now, it was not only witnessed but seen by the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Gazing at the blood puddle, Naruto Uzumaki felt a sharp pang in his heart. Clutching his chest, his clothing threatened to tear as his nails dug into his skin. Master Zika! Ah! Athe! His cries were heart-wrenching, growing increasingly agonized until they morphed into the ferocious roar of the Nine Tails. His eyes turned crimson, and his body was enveloped in a layer of red-tailed beast chakra. In that moment, Naruto's voice became deep and hoarse. Pain. He felt pain. His neck twisted grotesquely as he jerked it from side to side. Moonlight Gale tightened his grip on his ninja blade, bracing himself for battle. Facing Naruto felt akin to confronting death itself, causing Moonlight Gale's body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, his hands clung firmly to the hilt of his sword. A few Umbu, their legs quaking in fear, contemplated fleeing. Uka, go inform Lord Hokage. Moonlight Gale commanded. The rest of you, prepare for battle. Although moments earlier, several Umbu had been intimidated by Naruto's overwhelming aura, they quickly regained their composure, for they were the elite of Konoha's special forces. The red chakra emanating from Naruto surged forth, a violent gust that rustled the surrounding flora. The Umbu ninjas shielded their faces, feeling discomfort from the immense chakra of the Nine Tails. Moonlight Gale squinted. The situation had become dire. The Nine Tails had gone berserk, and if the Hokage learned of this, he would face dire consequences. Suddenly, Naruto moved. Moonlight Gale's eyes locked onto him, but he was too quick to follow. A streak of red light flashed by. In the next instant, Moonlight Gale was sent flying backward. Bang! Crash! Several tree branches snapped upon impact. The remaining Umbu ninjas turned at the sound, their faces pale with dread. Lord Gale. They exchanged glances, recognizing the calamity that Chapter 103, the destroyed consciousness of Minato. The six-tailed Naruto goes berserk. He did not dare to offer any assurances to Naruto. He was merely a remnant of chakra left behind. Naruto. I am but a remnant of chakra. There is little I can do to assist you. Yet, I have faith in you. You will surely overcome these tribulations. Minato. The wave wind found himself powerless, uncertain how to comfort the child before him. He had longed to see Naruto grow, yet the situation had taken such a dire turn. Despair and helplessness etched across Naruto's face. You cannot help me save Teacher Sika, can you? I cannot lose Teacher Sika. The Nine Tails. I want revenge. Help me take revenge. Naruto was once again consumed by anger and hatred. Why? Why would someone as kind as Teacher Sika be murdered? The remaining consciousness of Minato began to blur and fade. Naruto, please listen to me. But Naruto was unwilling to hear him. He knew that Minato's lingering essence could not aid him. The only power he could harness was that of the Nine Tails. Minato shouted, No, you must not release the Nine Tails. If you do, Konoha will fall into calamity. Minato realized that Naruto would no longer heed his words. The residual consciousness of Kushina appeared alongside him, no matter how loudly they called. Naruto remained undeterred in summoning the Nine Tails. Minato turned to Kushina, who looked at Naruto with a heart full of concern, wondering what had brought such sorrow to her child. Kushina, using the last of her chakra, sealed the Nine Tails once more. Their chakra consciousness began to dissipate, transforming into a radiant white light. Minato understood that even exhausting their final strength could not prevent the Nine Tails from breaking free. They could only delay it. Hoping that the third Hokage and the villagers would arrive swiftly. It was all they could do. Minato's gaze reflected resignation, while Kushina's eyes shimmered with compassion. Naruto, you must live on. No matter what, I only wish for your survival. The Nine Tails sensed the resurgence of Minato's sealing power. Minato, it is futile. Naruto, gather your strength. I shall soon break free from this seal. The chakra of the Nine Tails began to surge forth, and the reinforced seal was once again undone. With a darkened expression, Naruto cried, Nine Tails, help me. I want to avenge Teacher Sika. He had come to terms with the grim reality that Sika was gone. Though the Umbu shinobi had perished, they were not the masterminds. That role belonged to the one he had always revered, his grandfather, the Hokage. The Nine-Tails laughed heartily, of course. Naruto, unleash my power. We are one. Our fates are intertwined. I shall never harm you. Six tails sprouted from Naruto's back. The Nine-Tails refrained from further flooding Naruto with chakra. Too much would harm him. Now that the seal was broken, Naruto was willing to wield its power without resorting to extremes that would damage his own body. Let us go confront that old man. Deep within, Naruto harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps it was not Sarutobi's command. Together, Naruto and the Nine-Tails propelled towards the heart of the village. Upon seeing Naruto, the villagers recoiled in terror, some collapsing in fright. The demon fox. The demon fox has returned. Flee. Naruto's heart had turned cold. Those who dared to call him a demon fox met their end at the sweep of the Nine-Tails' tail. When Teacher Sasuke was alive, you targeted him. Now that he is gone, you shall join him. The six-tailed Naruto darted swiftly through the streets. Aihana observed from the shadows, contemplating that rather than enduring bullying until saving Konoha and being revered, it would be better to seek liberation sooner. Seeing Naruto in such a state brought no a sense of relief compared to witnessing him suffer and be ostracized. Soon, ninjas appeared on either side of the street. We must stop him, otherwise more villagers will perish. Any ninja that charged forward was sent sprawling by Naruto's elongated foxtail, some dying on the spot, others gravely injured. He sought an answer, one that Sarutobi himself must utter. Kakashi and several other jonin were on another street. Red Bean, Kakashi said, you should not go. Your wounds have not healed. But Kakashi shook his head. No, the entire village is in danger. I must go. If the village is destroyed, my existence holds no meaning. The jonin soon reached the street where Naruto was. Red Bean remarked, this is truly terrifying. Is this the power of the Nine-Tails? Seeing a group blocking his path, Naruto halted, eyeing them warily. These are the jonin of Konoha. A flicker of concern crossed Naruto's mind. He feared they might not be able to contend with them. The Nine-Tails' voice resonated in Naruto's mind. Do not fear, Naruto. Let them experience the might of the tailed beast. Aihana sensed the timing was right and hurried to the other side of the village. Meanwhile, Naruto clashed with the jonin. The speed of six-tailed Naruto was overwhelming, far beyond what these jonin could manage. Even Pain, the Deva Path, was thoroughly beaten in the presence of six-tailed Naruto. Boom. One after another, ninjas charged. Kakashi sent one flying with a tail strike while Asuma was left with a deep gash from Naruto's claws. At that moment, Might Guy stepped forward, opening the sixth gate. Open. Life gate. Open. Healing gate. Open. A radiant green light enveloped Guy, transforming his aura. Let my passion ignite my youth. Even with the sixth gate opened, he could barely keep pace with six-tailed Naruto. The two ascended into the air. The Nine-Tails took over a portion of Naruto's body. Rest easy, Naruto. I will handle this. Swiftly, six-tailed Naruto's sharp claws granted him a significant advantage. Chapter 104. The seventh gate opens. Fierce battle with six-tails Naruto, Might Guy swiftly swung his fists, while six-tails Naruto dodged left and right to evade the force of his strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Might Guy quickly distanced himself from six-tails Naruto. What a formidable foe he is indeed. It appears I must let my youthful spirit blaze even brighter. The seventh gate. The gate of shock is now open. Boom. Might Guy's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a halo of blue light, with veins bulging on his forehead. Six-tails Naruto, perplexed, tilted his head, seemingly unclear about the situation. At that moment, Might Guy's body suddenly moved, appearing beside six-tails Naruto in the blink of an eye. Leaf Village's strong fist whirlwind. Bang! A powerful kick propelled six-tails Naruto away, catching him unawares. A series of anguished howls erupted from six-tails Naruto. The onlooking ninjas gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that Lord Might Guy could open the seventh gate? Is this truly the pinnacle of taijutsu? How astonishingly powerful. It seems the tailed beasts are not so formidable after all. Lord Guy is magnificent. Kakashi and the others remained silent, fully aware that Might Guy could not contend with the Nine-Tails, unless he were to unlock the final gate. But it seemed unlikely that he was capable of opening the death gate at this moment. Nevertheless, with the seventh gate open, Might Guy would undoubtedly buy some time for the Leaf Village. After being kicked away, six-tails Naruto crashed into several buildings. However, this did not inflict any substantial damage on the tailed beast. Roaring in fury, six-tails Naruto unleashed a terrifying chakra, gathering a dark energy sphere in his mouth. The sphere swelled larger and larger. Six-tails Naruto's body arched, his six tails thrashing wildly. This is bad. That's the tailed beast ball. Might Guy, be careful, Kakashi shouted, warning him. Might Guy's brow furrowed tighter. He understood just how powerful the tailed beast ball could be. He rapidly executed a series of high-speed punches, compressing the air around him. Daytime tiger. The compressed air erupted forth, taking the shape of a colossal air bubble, powerful as a tiger. Simultaneously, Six Tails Naruto unleashed the tailed beast ball. Boom. Having not charged for long, it was merely a small tailed beast ball. The impact scattered the energy of the tailed beast ball, creating shockwaves that lifted the stones of the ground. The wind tousled the hair of the onlookers. Just when Might Guy thought he had resolved the situation, a second tailed beast ball was launched. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been lurking within the village, decided it was time to reveal himself upon witnessing the crimson-tailed beast chakra. If he remained hidden any longer, the village might be obliterated by the Nine Tails. Tatata. Jiraiya's wooden sandals echoed rhythmically on the rooftops, two toads perched upon his shoulders. He hurried to the battlefield at a critical moment, entering Sage mode. Sage Art. Super Big Rasen Shuriken. Without hesitation, Jiraiya leaped, a blue sphere of light igniting in his hands. The massive Rasen Shuriken collided with the tailed beast ball, the powerful backlash sending Six Tails Naruto flying. Jiraiya was also propelled backward, but thanks to the assistance of the Toad Sages, he managed to regain his footing. Might Guy and the others stared in astonishment at the scene before them. It's Lord Jiraiya. He has returned. Jiraiya gradually stood up, stretching his body. Ouch, that hurts. Might Guy, I never expected you to have grown this much. Let us confront him together. Remain vigilant, for tailed beasts are not easily subdued, and he is the Nine Tails. Might Guy nodded earnestly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Once more, Might Guy charged forward to engage Six Tails Naruto in battle. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures shifted positions rapidly, ordinary ninjas unable to perceive their movements, only catching fleeting glimpses of their afterimages. Might Guy's feet were imbued with blue chakra to amplify the strength of his strikes. Naruto was once again sent flying. The Nine Tails grew increasingly impatient. This well-groomed fighter was proving to be quite troublesome, his speed surpassing even its own. If it continued to inject chakra into Naruto, he would inevitably transform into a complete tailed beast, a state beyond Naruto's current capacity to endure. The result could very well lead to Naruto's demise. As Naruto's body began to swell, an additional tail sprouted from behind him. Jiraiya widened his eyes in disbelief. He had evolved into 7 tails. If this continued, the Leaf Village would surely face devastation. Without a moment to spare, he bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. The Toad Scroll materialized, and Jiraiya retrieved it. This scroll contained powerful sealing techniques. Sealing evil technique. The words on the scroll seemed to come alive, surging forth to entwine around 7 Tails Naruto. However, it was impossible to seal the 9 Tails back with such a technique. Jiraiya merely intended to temporarily suppress Naruto with this move. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, a colossal creature suddenly appeared, drawing everyone's attention. What is that monster? It's the 3 Tails. How could it be here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, rushing towards the 9 Tails, felt a headache coming on. The situation here was unresolved, and now another tailed beast had emerged. Was this truly the end of the Leaf Village? Upon arriving at the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted to Might Guy, Kakashi, hurry to the 3 Tails. Leave this to Jiraiya and me. Might Guy felt a surge of anxiety. What was happening? In such dire circumstances, the 3 Tails had appeared. With Sarutobi's command issued, he dutifully followed orders. The 2 Toad Sages on Jiraiya's shoulders emitted piercing croaks, attempting to reseal the 9 Tails. Jiraiya reflected on how, after all this time, he had finally returned. Chapter 105. The Sealing of the Corpse Demon? Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Jiraiya responded somewhat dismissively. It's been a while, sensei. The priority now is to seal the 9 Tails. The two exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's intent. Frog Song. The calls of the 2 toads grew increasingly resonant. Sarutobi Hiruzen distanced himself from them. Naruto fell into the illusion cast by the frogs. But such illusions held no sway over them. At most, it could only cause a momentary distraction. Both Naruto and the 9 Tails shared a common purpose. Within Naruto's mental realm, the 9 Tails urged him, Naruto, you have succumbed to the illusion. Awaken quickly. Allow me to assist you. The chakra of the 9 Tails rapidly restored Naruto's consciousness. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, Monkey King. He hurled the adamantine staff, which transformed midair into the Monkey King. The claws of the Monkey King were sharp, surpassing even some famed swords. The 7 Tails Naruto retaliated with a swipe. Whoosh. The Monkey King was sent flying by the force of Naruto's blow. The 7 Tails Naruto had grown significantly stronger. Gradually, Naruto became accustomed to the power of the tailed beasts. It was evident that his training had not been in vain. Had he been the untrained Naruto of the past, he would have struggled to wield such formidable strength. The Seven Tails Naruto moved swiftly, leaving behind afterimages. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed the Earth Dragon Bullet. Jiraiya similarly formed seals, executing the Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp Technique. A vast mire emerged beneath Naruto's feet. Both sought to ensnare Naruto and hinder his progress. It indeed had a minor effect. The battle raged fiercely, with intense combat. Meanwhile, Uchiha, transformed into the Three Tails, wreaked havoc in Konoha village. He was a benevolent figure in the ninja world, thus his wrath was directed solely at structures and those who obstructed him. As for the civilians, he had no intention of harming them. Might Guy and his companions had arrived at the battlefield, with Guy executing a leaf gale kick. The impact caused the Three Tails to stagger, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, the Three Tails shell proved quite resilient. Uchiha turned to see what had struck him. What was that? Something hit me. He decided to summon another ally. Uchiha channeled chakra from within, gradually condensing it into a tangible form. A black-purple dragon emerged above Konoha. Drawing upon his memories of the phantom, he recreated it, having acquired a significant portion of its chakra. The villagers trembled in fear. What is that black dragon? How have so many monsters appeared in Konoha? It's over. Everything is finished. Konoha is doomed. Might Guy felt a profound headache as he gazed upon these colossal beings. If he could hold off the Three Tails, he might even seal it. Yet now, with the addition of this black dragon, he felt utterly powerless. The black-purple phantom stirred. Guy's body trembled. It was far more terrifying than he had imagined. At this point, although Kakashi had yet to fully recover, he could no longer remain idle. However, even he would not significantly impact a battle of this magnitude. The Konoha hospital was inundated with a continuous stream of injured, and Tsunade busily treated them, leaving her no opportunity to engage in the fray. The conflict raged on. Halfway through, Guy sensed he could no longer endure. The Eight Gates technique placed immense strain on the body, each usage resulting in backlash. The Seven Tails Naruto was essentially overpowering both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Nine Tails chakra surged, and Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated to harm Naruto. Suddenly, the Seven Tails Naruto halted, a hoarse voice emerging. Why? Why did you kill Master Sasuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this was the root of Naruto's rage. His mind raced as he stammered an explanation. Naruto. I initially believed he was merely a merchant from a neighboring village. A detailed investigation by the Umbu revealed his true identity. He was not a merchant from the land of waves, but a spy from an enemy village. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a unique knack for courting death in this regard. Perhaps he had failed to grasp how significant Sasuke was to Naruto. After all, he had never experienced Naruto's life. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his own parents and become an orphan, perhaps he would understand. In such circumstances, the presence of someone who cared for him deeply would be invaluable. You shall not defame Master Sasuke. I will kill all of you to avenge him. The Seven Tails Naruto roared in fury. His cries were piercing, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya to flinch. It was as if they could shatter one's very soul. Jiraiya was equally perplexed about what Sarutobi Hiruzen had done to incite such wrath from Naruto. Both felt guilt towards Minato Namikaze. They were gradually being pushed back by the Seven Tails Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya. We can't continue like this. We must seal him. Otherwise, Konoha will be utterly destroyed. Jiraiya, bewildered, asked, What do you plan to do, Hiruzen-sensei? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. There is but one method to seal him. Jiraiya was taken aback by this revelation. If that is the case, Naruto will die. The method Sarutobi Hiruzen referred to was the Reaper Death Seal, a powerful sealing technique involving a soul exchange with the Shinigami. Jiraiya felt at a loss. The village could not be allowed to fall to ruin. Even if it was Naruto. I know what you're thinking. I feel the same way. Naruto has grown up before my eyes. The Seven Tails Naruto charged once more. Time was of the essence. If the battle continued, they would be completely overwhelmed. The Nine Tails chakra was immense, while their own chakra was limited. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and made a painful decision. I will help buy you time. It is the only way. Minato, I'm sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a complex series of seals. Naruto, I can only give you one last chance. If you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to use this technique to seal you completely, and you will die. Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of despair in that moment. He had lost all hope in Konoha. Chapter 106. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost kicked to death even in death. I shall avenge Master Shika. Naruto's voice was hoarse, imbued with despair and sorrow. At this moment, Jiraiya forcibly suppressed his own grief, utilizing his long white hair to restrain the Nine-Tails Naruto. Senjutsu, hair needle 1,000 books. All of this was for the village. Apologies to Minato and Kushina. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya positioned themselves upon a moral pedestal, justifying their actions. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ghostly figure of the Grim Reaper began to manifest. This specter gradually enlarged, yet only Sarutobi Hiruzen could perceive its presence. The Nine-Tails, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensed an eerie disturbance. Be cautious, Naruto. Their ninjutsu appears rather sinister. Unfortunately, Naruto lacked combat experience and had never heard of the dead demon-consuming seal. The entire battle relied on the Nine-Tails' control. In the distance, Aihana, perhaps endowed with the chakra of a phantom and the Byakugan's insight, could clearly discern the Grim Reaper. He sent Might Guy flying with a single slap. Transforming back into human form, Aihana clenched his fists, gazing into the distance. This old fool truly has no shame. Seeking Naruto's life. Just wait, I shall come to end you. Thunder rumbled as lightning crackled around Aihana, and a chakra flying device materialized behind him. With a powerful surge, the device expelled a trail of chakra flames, propelling Aihana to unimaginable speeds, outpacing even the 8 gates activated Might Guy. What on earth is happening? His speed is astonishing, surpassing even my own when the 8 gates are opened, Might Guy pondered, as blue chakra erupted from him, closely trailing Aihana. However, after a considerable distance, Aihana vanished from sight. Such speed. It's hard to believe that such monsters still linger in the ninja world, outpacing me so effortlessly. The ghostly Grim Reaper behind Sarutobi Hiruzen had fully materialized. Jiraiya, feeling a pang of reluctance, urged, Teacher Sarutobi, is this truly necessary? If this is the path you choose, I shall have no face to meet Minato and Kushina in the afterlife. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I do not desire this either. But there is no other way. Once this technique is employed, my soul will become sealed within the Grim Reaper. The future of Konoha shall rest upon your shoulders, Jiraiya. To the unknowing onlookers, he appeared as a hero in his twilight years. The Grim Reaper was poised to strike. In this critical moment, a blue lightning figure surged forward. Damn it! Aihana delivered a powerful kick to Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. The latter was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several meters. His skull shattered. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he would have perished in that instant. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's head endured the brutal blow, the Grim Reaper's specter dissipated, simultaneously drawing away a fragment of his soul. Even without manifesting, the backlash from the Grim Reaper was inevitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura had become alarmingly frail. Jiraiya anxiously rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, glancing around in distress. He retrieved a scroll, a hard-won toad talisman from the great sage. Capable of healing and replenishing Senjutsu chakra, his soul one. Yet, this talisman paled in comparison to the sage power talismans used by the Sage of Six Paths. Merely a rudimentary Senjutsu talisman. Jiraiya placed the talisman upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, silently praying for his survival. Who was this person with the lightning armor? He seems somewhat familiar. Was he the one who used lightning armor during that earlier encounter? Aihana lunged once more towards Jiraiya, swiftly forming hand seals. Jiraiya implored the Toad Elder for assistance. The two Toad sages collaborated with Jiraiya to execute their ninjutsu, senjutsu. 5 right guards. Wind, fire, and oil erupted in succession, creating a grand spectacle that scorched the earth. Aihana had no choice but to evade, refraining from advancing any further. Such formidable power. This powerful senjutsu is effortlessly absorbed by the Renegan. Its terrifying capabilities are truly beyond words. Ding. Konoha has suffered a severe destructive blow. Please cease immediately, host. You are a good person. After 10 seconds, should the host continue, the system will unleash divine retribution. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hearing the countdown in his mind, Aihana felt bewildered. I almost forgot about the phantom. He swiftly formed hand seals, causing the purple-black chakra dragon soaring in the sky to vanish. Realizing he could no longer attack Konoha, he redirected his focus towards Naruto, as his mission regarding the latter remained unfulfilled. In an instant, he appeared beside the Seven-Tails Naruto. The Nine-Tails launched an indiscriminate assault, its sharp claws aiming directly at Aihana's face. Even with the lightning armor activated, he barely managed to withstand the Nine-Tails' ferocious onslaught. Aihana gasped in astonishment, recognizing the terrifying potency of the attack. Is this the might of a half-tailed beast, rivaling a formidable existence of 1/8? As he deftly dodged, Aihana addressed Naruto. I possess a method to resurrect your master Shika. Should you persist in your assault, I shall no longer intervene. The Seven Tails Naruto halted his attack, seemingly grasping the meaning behind Uchihana's words. What say you? Are you willing to accompany me? Within Naruto's mind, the Nine Tails protested vehemently. Do not trust this mysterious individual. Death cannot be reversed. We should seek vengeance for Shika. Naruto, absorbed in thought, pondered the glimmer of hope. What if he truly can resurrect Master Shika? We could temporarily place our faith in him, and if he fails, we can pursue other avenues. The Nine Tails grew increasingly anxious. And what of Konoha? Shall we forego avenging Shika? Naruto resolutely declared, I shall undoubtedly avenge Master Shika. If he fails to resurrect him, we can always return to exact our revenge on Konoha later. Seeing Naruto's determination, the Nine Tails acquiesced. Very well, let us follow him and uncover his true intentions. Fear not. Naruto, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you, the Nine Tails confidently affirmed, for after all, Naruto was the child he had watched grow. Perhaps the one who cared the most for Naruto in all of Konoha was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor any other villager, but rather the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto. Chapter 107. Taking Naruto away. Establishing a new ninja village. The outer code of the tailed beast enveloping Uzumaki Naruto gradually faded away. No matter who you are, if you possess a method to resurrect Master Shika, I am willing to place my trust in you this once. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Aihana nodded in satisfaction. Aihana moved with remarkable speed, arriving at Naruto's side and grasping his wrist firmly. Come, Naruto. This is not a place for conversation. In a state of bewilderment, Naruto was lifted into the air by Aihana. Oh, this is so high. I can't believe I'm flying. Below them, Jiraiya and the other ninjas looked up, gazing at the sky. A few Umbu ninjas attempted to pursue them, but were called back by Jiraiya. Do not chase. You will not catch up with him. Your task now is to assist the injured citizens of Konoha. I will take Sarutobi-sensei to the Konoha hospital. Fortunately, Jiraiya had employed a toad seal on Sarutobi Hiruzen, ensuring that he would not lose his life. Upon their arrival at the Konoha hospital, Tsunade rushed to Jiraiya's side. Her expression fluctuated between coldness and warmth. What on earth happened, Jiraiya? Why is the teacher so gravely injured? Did the Nine Tails completely go berserk? What has become of Konoha? Jiraiya quickly replied, No, aside from the Nine Tails, another individual was involved in the destruction of Konoha. However, after successfully ambushing the teacher, he ceased his actions. Later, he took the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, and vanished. Tsunade furrowed her brow. A mysterious individual? Never mind that. We must prioritize treating the teacher. Previously, Tsunade had harbored resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, blaming him for the deaths of her lover and brother. Yet, upon witnessing his current state, her heart wavered. Tsunade meticulously conducted a thorough examination of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His injuries were severe, his skull was fractured, yet miraculously, he still clung to life. Jiraiya sighed deeply. It was my use of the sage technique. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging that there were also special items in the forest of death. She bit her finger and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A half-human, half-slug creature appeared before them. Lady Tsunade, what are your orders? The slug inquired solemnly. Tsunade replied, I need your assistance. The injured person before us is the third Hokage. He is gravely wounded, and I require your help in his treatment. No problem. The slug's body split into several smaller slugs. Together with Tsunade, they formed the most formidable medical team in the ninja world. After spending an entire afternoon, they healed each of Sarutobi Hiruzen's numerous wounds. Although he was no longer in critical condition, recovery would still take time. Not far from Konoha, Aihana and Naruto came to a halt. Naruto's complexion appeared rather pallid. Aihana retrieved a specially made soldier pill from his person and casually tossed it to Naruto. What is this? Naruto asked, perplexed. Do not worry, consume it. It will not harm you. It is a specially formulated soldier pill that will allow you to rapidly recover your chakra. Earlier, Naruto's chakra had been entirely depleted, and he had relied on the Nine Tails chakra thereafter. In this situation, if he could not restore his chakra promptly, overexertion would inflict considerable damage to his body. Naruto sensed this himself and swallowed the pill whole. The little Naruto was quite naive, daring to consume it, which elicited a chuckle from Aihana. What? Is there a problem? I didn't expect you to actually eat it. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? At worst, I will die. If I die, I will accompany Master Shika. He must be quite lonely in the Pure Land. The Nine Tails, having been released from its seal, could naturally hear their conversation and felt an urge to scold Naruto. Hearing Naruto's words, Aihana involuntarily shuddered. How could such a kind-hearted child exist? He felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving him. After consuming the soldier pill, Naruto felt a surge of chakra filling his body instantly. And even the injuries he had sustained healed significantly. He had previously consumed soldier pills during his time at the Ninja Academy. Their teacher had introduced them to ninja tools by distributing one to each student. However, the sensation he experienced now was entirely different, so potent. Who was this individual before him? Shrouded in mystery? Never mind. The most pressing matter is to learn how to resurrect Master Shika from you. Please tell me how to do it. Aihana crossed his arms and replied, the ninja world harbors many extraordinary phenomena. Even the resurrection of a person is not beyond the realm of possibility. It is said there exists a powerful ocular technique left by the Sage of Six Paths, the Renegan. As Naruto listened to his explanation, he was momentarily entranced. Simultaneously, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed in his mind. Naruto, perhaps this individual is indeed not deceiving you. Such an ocular technique does exist. However, I have not seen the Renegan in a long time. Listening to the Nine Tails, Naruto nodded at Uchiha. What must I do? Why are you willing to help me? Uchiha shook his head in resignation. Kid, it seems you are utterly oblivious to the ninja world. I have observed you for some time. You possess a rare and valuable quality, and I need your assistance. As for the Renegan, it still exists in the current ninja world. It is said that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possesses a pair of Renegan. With the power of the Renegan, one can transcend life and death. Utilizing the Renegan's techniques allows one to summon the deceased back to life. The breadth of knowledge possessed by the individual before him left Naruto in disbelief. It was inconceivable that someone would offer their assistance without conditions. What exactly do you want me to help you with? Just a few trivial matters. The current ninja world is fraught with chaos. Having lived in Konoha for so many years, I believe you have sensed it too. I plan to establish a new ninja village. A village devoid of turmoil and conflict, a place where everyone respects one another. This is what I need your help with. You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and I require your formidable strength. Chapter 108. Reward. In Nine Tails at present. Naruto held no particular thoughts regarding the establishment of a new shinobi village. What difference would it make to create another village, when it would likely succumb to the same oppression that plagued Konoha? Even if the other party spoke sweetly, Naruto would never place his trust in such words. However, he found himself in dire need of assistance to obtain the so-called Renegan and revive his teacher, Shika. Without hesitation, he nodded, affirming, "All right, I understand. I am willing to assist you, provided that you devise a way to resurrect Shika." Uchiha, with a relaxed smile, responded, "Good, I will find a way." The individual possessing the Renegan was immensely powerful, and even with their combined strength, they would likely be no match. Uchiha casually mused. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the person before him was indeed his teacher, Shika. Not long after the two departed from Konoha, a bounty notice for Naruto Uzumaki was issued. The notice declared Naruto as an S-rank rogue ninja in the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Should any other shinobi villages encounter him without reporting, Konoha would spare no effort in declaring war. Disguised, the two happened upon a town where they saw the bounty notice. At the same moment, Uchiha's mind resonated with the system's voice. Ding. The host has completed the mission. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki's growth plan. Mission progress. 100. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a task reward. Nine Tails. Perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Uchiha wore a puzzled expression. System. Where did this half of the Nine Tails come from? Ding. There is only one Nine Tails. It is precisely as you surmised. Uchiha entered his mental world, and indeed, aside from the three tails, a colossal Nine Tails fox awaited him. Upon seeing Uchiha, the Nine Tails spoke. Kurama greets the master. How may I serve you, master? Uchiha gently shook his head. Nothing in particular. I merely came to see you. All right, you two-tailed beasts must learn to coexist harmoniously. The three tails and Nine Tails nodded in unison. Subsequently, Uchiha exited his mental realm, only to hear Naruto calling out to him. Hey, what are you doing? What should we do next? Uchiha awkwardly scratched his head. I got a bit lost in thought just now. Next, let us establish a new shinobi village and devise a means to form a force capable of countering the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha was quite pleased with this reward. He had not anticipated acquiring the Nine Tails. Uchiha and Naruto continued their journey, spending 2 days to reach the Sound Village. Upon learning of Uchiha's arrival, Orochimaru felt a sense of unease. What brings him here at this time? He and Kabuto went out to greet them. Noticing the child accompanying Uchiha, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. This child is somewhat extraordinary. Kabuto glanced at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, what do you perceive? As the two conversed quietly, Aihana and Naruto approached. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Why not simply ask who the young lad is? Aihana coldly replied, Orochimaru, you would do well not to inquire further. Naruto was taken aback upon hearing Aihana's words. Is this the legendary Orochimaru, one of the Sannin? Indeed, it is he. Our forthcoming actions may require his assistance. Aihana continued, Orochimaru, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have come to seek your help. Orochimaru's face broke into a sycophantic smile as he contemplated future collaborations to obtain Uchiha Itachi's body. What can I assist you with? Just give the order. We are the best of partners. Aihana nodded slightly. This is not the place for discussion. Let us relocate. Orochimaru led Aihana and Naruto into a room. Aihana stood before a planning board, pen in hand. Before I present my plan, allow me to share some news, Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at him with eager anticipation, wondering if it pertained to Uchiha Itachi. Konoha has been largely devastated. Sarutobi Hiruzen has sustained grave injuries and may still be in the hospital. This news was indeed favorable for Orochimaru, who was responsible for this attack on Konoha. Orochimaru inquired, excitement evident in his tone. Aihana briefly recounted the rampage of the Nine Tails, and with each word, Orochimaru's excitement mounted. Isn't this a divine opportunity? That old fool Sarutobi drove me away. Only my technology can save the world. The current sacrifices are necessary. I can hardly wait to personally eliminate that old man. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with malice, harboring deep-seated resentment towards Sarutobi, who had not only dismissed him but also expelled him. Aihana cleared his throat. I have yet to finish. Please hold your enthusiasm. Orochimaru, I may require your territory within the Sound Village. Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged puzzled glances, while Aihana awaited their response. You intend to establish a new shinobi village here. What becomes of my Sound Village? Aihana contemplated, resting his chin on his hand. It can simply be renamed. This place will no longer belong to you. As Aihana finished speaking, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Although he recognized Uchihana's strength, he was not one to be intimidated easily. Clenching his teeth, he fixed an intense gaze upon Aihana, causing Naruto to shiver involuntarily. Does he truly not fear the wrath of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin? Orochimaru, do not be hasty. We are the best of partners. Your initial aim in establishing a shinobi village was to seek revenge against Konoha. Now that it is largely in ruins, I can preserve your experimental base and will fully support your future experiments. However, I must receive a share of the results. Consider it carefully. What do you think? The audacity of Aihana caused Orochimaru to hesitate momentarily. What can you offer to fund my experiments? I possess wealth, ample wealth. Furthermore, once the shinobi village is established, I shall devise ways to generate even more. How much do you have? Orochimaru inquired cautiously. Chapter 109. A new ninja village welcomes the refugees from Konoha. Not too much. Just 1 billion ryo, Aihana remarked nonchalantly. Orochimaru and Kabuto's mouths fell agape, as if struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the statement. Naruto, standing beside Aihana, was equally astounded. The largest sum he had ever received was a monthly salary of 7,000 ryo from his teacher. 1 billion ryo was beyond his imagination. It could easily form a mountain. After the initial shock, a glint of greed appeared on Orochimaru's face. Are you truly willing to fund my experiments? Of course, however. We shall share the results. You have no objections to that, I trust? None at all. Orochimaru had never conducted his experiments solely for personal gain. Having participated in 2 ninja world wars, he was often reminded of the fragility of life. He longed to enhance the human body, making it more resilient rather than weak and vulnerable. With a shared objective established with Aihana, he temporarily set aside his desire for vengeance against Hiruzen Sarutobi. He needed funds for his experiments. The matter of revenge could wait. From that day forward, the Sound Ninja Village was renamed the Holy Spirit Village. Orochimaru found the name perplexing, yet he paid it little mind, as long as Aihana provided the financial support he sought. Soon, Holy Spirit Village made a resounding declaration. It would welcome the displaced citizens of Konoha. All who wished to settle in Holy Spirit Village would receive housing. A series of enticing policy slogans spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. The displaced populace of Konoha learned of these developments, and the village's elders and ninjas soon caught wind of the news. In a short span, many villagers departed Konoha, journeying towards Holy Spirit Village. Do you think this is true? How could Holy Spirit Village be so benevolent as to accept us? It is true. My cousin's daughter's uncle's brother-in-law has settled in Holy Spirit Village. They not only received housing, but also a relocation fee of 100,000 ryo. That's a fortune. Upon hearing their discussions, those around them gasped in astonishment. Holy Spirit Village seemed to possess wealth in abundance, so much so that it was freely given away. Were they truly foolish enough to give away money? No, do not speak ill of Holy Spirit Village. They declared that ninjas and ordinary people are equals. There will be no oppression of the common folk there. Each of us can live well in Holy Spirit Village. It is the hope of our ninja world. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with fervor, resembling someone who had been profoundly influenced. His words resonated deeply with the crowd. Life in Konoha had been relatively peaceful, yet their status remained lowly. Wars erupted sporadically, and the Ninetales had once taken the lives of their loved ones, destroying their homes. They could no longer endure the hardships and needed to leave Konoha. However, they were unaware that the Ninetales was not in Konoha but had been brought to Holy Spirit Village by Uchiha Ine. Displaced villagers from Konoha gradually arrived at Holy Spirit Village. Aihana even arranged for ninjas to escort them along the route from Konoha. While receiving the villagers, Uchiha donned a mask and oversaw the construction of their new homes. With the assistance of ninjas, the building process proceeded smoothly. The fearful expressions of the Konoha villagers began to fade, replaced by joyous smiles. As Uchiha directed the construction, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host's establishment of a new ninja village to shelter homeless Konoha villagers is an act of great merit. The host receives an exceptional reward, 2 billion ryo, in the 8 gates technique, unlocking the 6th gate upon acquisition. Uchiha blinked in disbelief. Good heavens. I haven't even spent the first billion ryo, and the system grants me another 2 billion. The 8 gates technique, complete with the 6th gate, was an unexpected boon. A smile crept across Uchihana's face, prompting Naruto to glance at him quizzically. What happened? Why are you smiling so broadly? Uchiha cleared his throat awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing. I'm simply happy to see these villagers find new homes. In that moment, Naruto perceived something different in Uchiha. A quality he had never witnessed in Konoha. He felt a pang of longing for his teacher, and his head fell in sadness. Just then, Uchihana's voice broke the silence. Do not worry, my boy. When the time is right, I will find a way to help you acquire the Renegan. With just a few words, Naruto was left in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the elders of Konoha were in a state of frantic disarray. What shall we do? The villagers have all fled to that wretched Holy Spirit Village. Should we forcibly detain them? Do you dare act now? The entire ninja world is watching Konoha. Should we show even a hint of weakness, we would be besieged. What then? Shall we simply stand by and watch these villagers depart? Let them go. Once they reach that insignificant little ninja village, they will surely regret their decision and beg to return to Konoha. One elder spoke with unwavering confidence. A week passed swiftly. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally awoke, yet found it difficult to move, confined to his bed. A nurse who discovered his consciousness promptly informed Tsunade. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived at the hospital room simultaneously. Hiruzen gazed at Jiraiya with a sorrowful expression. What has happened to the village? Was the Ninetales successfully sealed? And Naruto, what of him? Alas, I have failed the couple, Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya replied, lowering his head in silence for a moment before continuing. Most of Konoha's structures have been destroyed. Naruto was taken by a mysterious figure, and his whereabouts are unknown. Hiruzen gasped, nearly losing consciousness. Regaining his composure, he asked, What about Konoha now? Are there many casualties? Jiraiya's expression was troubled, uncertain of how to respond. As for Konoha, Chapter 110, The Weary Heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing Jiraiya's sighs of despair, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened. What had transpired beyond the previous events? Why the despondency? Much of the village of Konoha lay in ruins. At the fringes of the Land of Fire, a new ninja village had been established. A significant portion of Konoha's inhabitants had departed for this newly founded village. Hiruzen's breath quickened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What had happened? Why had the villagers abandoned Konoha? Overwhelmed, Hiruzen inhaled sharply, succumbing to unconsciousness. Jiraiya, anxious, shook Hiruzen's body, urging, Sensei, please awaken. Do not frighten me. To which Tsunade, standing nearby, forcefully pushed Jiraiya aside, asserting, Step aside, let me examine him. Placing her hand upon Hiruzen, she gently channeled her chakra. After a moment, Tsunade exhaled in relief, stating, He merely fainted from distress. He will awaken shortly. Hearing her words, Jiraiya also felt a wave of relief wash over him. Time passed swiftly, and soon. Hiruzen stirred awake, Jiraiya steadfastly by his side. Sensei, you are awake. How do you feel? Hiruzen's expression was grave. Has Konoha truly come to this? I wish to see for myself. Thus, Jiraiya supported Hiruzen as they slowly exited the Konoha hospital. The streets of Konoha were still filled with departing residents. Konoha is truly in decline. We must hasten to Sirei village. I am eager to establish myself there, Jiraiya remarked, as they observed the scenes unfolding. Hiruzen felt a piercing ache in his heart. Had he truly erred? Had he contributed nothing over the years? How could these individuals so easily forsake Konoha? Why had Jiraiya and the others chosen to abandon Konoha for a newly established ninja village? Jiraiya recounted the welcoming of refugees into Sirei village. What a grand gesture. Hiruzen mused. Very well, let them go. In that moment, the weight of age was evident upon Hiruzen's face. Meanwhile, within Sirei village, smiles of contentment adorned the faces of its inhabitants. It is wonderful that Sirei village has accepted us and even provided relocation assistance, one villager exclaimed. Indeed. After so many years in Konoha, with its constant wars and the exploitation by those vile ninjas, we can finally find peace. Grandfather, you need no longer worry. We will live happily in Sirei village, another chimed in. Uchiha Itachi, wearing a straw hat and a mask, inspected the streets of Sirei village. While Orochimaru busied himself in his laboratory, delighted with a new batch of experimental supplies. A month swiftly elapsed. Sirei village began to take shape. And the displaced villagers from Konoha had settled in. The village even discontinued its initial relocation subsidies, yet throngs of individuals from other villages clamored to enter Sirei village. Its growth was meteoric, with everyone vying for a share of its prosperity, from ordinary citizens to merchants. Uchiha Itachi implemented a series of detailed policies, establishing rules for Sirei village that surpassed those of other ninja villages. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, gazed sorrowfully over the village. Konoha was no longer the vibrant place it once was, the streets were less frequented, and the population had dwindled to less than half of its former size. For reasons unknown, he found himself missing Danzo. Perhaps he would have been able to offer some guidance. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called. Jiraiya entered, inquiring, Sensei, you summoned me? With a serious countenance, Hiruzen addressed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I am aging and weary. I find myself somewhat overwhelmed in the role of Hokage. You have wandered for many years. It is time for you to return your focus to Konoha. Understanding blossomed in Jiraiya's mind. Hiruzen was suggesting he assume the mantle of Hokage. What was left of that position now but a burden? A complete disaster awaited anyone who dared to take it up. Jiraiya opened his mouth to protest but was interrupted once more by Hiruzen. Enough, Jiraiya. There is no one more suitable than you. I have faith that you will achieve great things. For now, stay by my side and assist with the affairs of the Hokage's office. Faced with Hiruzen's earnest expression, Jiraiya found himself unable to refuse and nodded in agreement. On the outskirts of Kumogakure, Uchiha Sasuke, adorned with a straw hat and a mask, wandered through the forest alone. During this time, he had traversed the ninja world, taking on numerous tasks to sustain himself. Before becoming a rogue ninja, he had little understanding of what it meant to be a ninja. It was only through his solitary journey that he began to grasp its true nature. Perhaps his sheltered upbringing had caused him to forget the harsh realities of the ninja world. His purpose for visiting Kumogakure was to learn the art of lightning release ninjutsu. Possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, he could easily replicate others' techniques. He believed that with a period of practice in Kumogakure, he could significantly enhance his lightning release abilities. Before long, Sasuke entered Kumogakure, unnoticed by the villagers. He casually settled into a local inn, stowing his belongings in his room before venturing out to explore. Kumogakure, nestled within the mountains, possessed a unique charm. Not far from the village, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, its waters crashing thunderously, drawn by its allure. Sasuke approached the waterfall and spotted several Kumogakure ninjas training nearby, led by Killer Bee, who was instructing his students in the art of wielding ninja blades. Train diligently. The recent conflict with Konoha resulted in the loss of Darui, Killer Bee urged. We will repay this debt in due time. Increase your speed. Following the recent war with Konoha, Killer Bee had taken on a more serious demeanor, likely influenced by the impact of Darui's death. Concealed within the foliage, Uchiha Sasuke observed their every move. Chapter 111. Sasuke's opponent, the sparring partner Killer Bee. For several consecutive days, Sasuke would come here to secretly observe their training. Uchiha Sasuke gleaned new insights into swordsmanship from the training of these individuals. It was truly unexpected that the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village possessed such profound mastery of blade technique. While stealthily watching them train, Sasuke diligently honed his own skills. Over these days, his swordsmanship advanced rapidly, and his understanding of lightning release deepened as well. It was nearly time. He required some combat to enhance his strength. Timing his move perfectly, Sasuke emerged from the thicket while Killer Bee was training his disciples. The moment Killer Bee caught sight of Sasuke, he became immediately alert. Who was this unfamiliar figure intruding upon a place known only to the ninjas of their village? Killer Bee unsheathed his ninja blade. Who are you? How did you come to this place? This is the territory of our hidden cloud ninjas. If you have wandered in by mistake, leave now, and I shall not trouble you. Sasuke remained silent, his chakra igniting. Summoning the lightning blade, a ninja sword appeared in his hand. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Sasuke charged towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee, somewhat irate, thought, who is this audacious kid? Seeking death, are we? Soon, the two ninja blades clashed together, producing a symphony of metallic sounds. Omo, resting his chin on his hand, observed their movements with keen interest. This guy can actually hold his own against Teacher Bee. Should we assist him? The blonde-haired, blithe Samui, with her calm demeanor, replied, no. Intervening would only complicate matters for Teacher Bee. It is better to watch from the sidelines. Omo pulled a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth to ease his anxiety. All right, but with Teacher Bee's incredible strength, he should remain unharmed. As the battle progressed, Uchiha Sasuke felt an exhilarating thrill. It had been a long time since he encountered such formidable swordsmanship. Noticing that a single blade was insufficient to subdue his opponent, Killer Bee unleashed his ninjutsu, the supersonic thunderblade. Electricity surged around Killer Bee's blade, creating high-frequency vibrations. Sasuke, caught off guard, found his sword blasted from his grasp, and he suffered injuries as well. He was forced back several steps, sliding far before managing to halt. The previous sword lay shattered and unusable. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sasuke realized that not only was his opponent's swordsmanship exceptional, but their proficiency in lightning release was equally remarkable. Yet, merely an ordinary ninja sword remained in his possession. He summoned another blade. Lightning release, Chidori blade. Blue lightning enveloped the sword, forming a lethal lightning edge. Come, let us continue our sparring. Although unaware of his opponent's identity, Sasuke sensed that Killer Bee's prowess piqued his interest. It seemed this battle was becoming increasingly intriguing. Killer Bee effortlessly infused his blade with lightning chakra. The speed of their exchanges escalated, becoming so rapid that even Killer Bee's disciples struggled to track their movements. Omo, distracted by his lollipop, accidentally bit it in half. This guy is impressive. He is actually forcing Teacher Bee to use 7/10 of his strength. The clash continued, blades colliding, sending sparks flying. After several rounds of fierce combat, Killer Bee and Sasuke separated momentarily. Kid, your strength is indeed commendable. It appears I must take this more seriously. With that, Killer Bee shook his body, drawing all 6 of his ninja blades. Let me show you my 7-blade style. Before Killer Bee could launch his attack, Sasuke retracted his sword into his ninja tool scroll. Enough. I'm feeling a bit fatigued today. Let us continue another time. With a lazy stretch, he turned and ran without looking back. This sudden maneuver left Killer Bee and his companions bewildered. Ignoring the blades at his side, Killer Bee hurriedly pursued. You brat, do not flee. We shall settle this. Although he ran far, he ultimately could not catch up with Sasuke's swift steps. Breathless and panting, Killer Bee pondered, which ninja village does this individual hail from? To wield lightning release with such proficiency? A figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that kid from Konoha? The one who killed Darui? No, it cannot be him. Not long after Killer Bee abandoned the chase, his 3 disciples caught up. Teacher Bee, who was that person just now? Why was he here? Killer Bee shook his head. I am not quite sure. Let us return and leave this matter to the Umbu for investigation. After this incident, the Umbu of the Hidden Cloud Village commenced their inquiry. Days passed without any progress from the Umbu. Killer Bee returned to the waterfall with his disciples for training once more. At the same location, but different time, Sasuke leaped from the thicket again. A glimmering blade descended from the air, prompting Killer Bee to swiftly draw his ninja sword to block. Clang! The swords collided, creating sparks. Throughout the day, Uchiha Sasuke absorbed the insights gained from his battle with Killer Bee. You dare return, kid? This time, I shall not hold back. Killer Bee immediately drew all his ninja blades. Vortex Blade. Sasuke regarded him with curiosity. Using 7 blades at once was indeed peculiar. Let us see just how formidable you are. As they engaged, Sasuke quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The 7 blades, combined with Killer Bee's fluid tentacle movements, forced Sasuke into a retreat. The angles and stances of each strike were exceptionally cunning, leaving Sasuke hard-pressed to defend himself. Lightning release, Chidori blade, Sharingan activate. After unlocking his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke barely managed to keep pace with Killer Bee's rhythm. Indeed, he faced a powerful opponent. This excursion to the hidden cloud had proven worthwhile. The exhilaration was overwhelming. He yearned for more. Completely immersed in the thrill of combat, Sasuke was eager to continue. Chapter 112. The Wrath of Killer Bee and the Pursuit of Sasuke. Endowed with the Mangekyou Sharingan, strained to keep pace with Killer Bee. Unbeknownst to him, Killer Bee cast aside his ninja blades, each imbued with crackling blue lightning. With a swift motion, the lightning-infused blades sliced through the air, hurtling toward Uchiha Sasuke. Dodging left and right, Sasuke noticed the emergence of octopus-like tails sprouting from behind Killer Bee, who then propelled himself forward with remarkable agility. Sasuke had initially believed that activating his Mangekyou Sharingan would grant him the upper hand, yet the peculiar and unpredictable nature of Killer Bee's attacks rendered him vulnerable. Each strike was unexpected, leaving Sasuke with numerous wounds from the relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, he bore the pain, determined not to resort to other ninjutsu. For he had come solely to hone his swordsmanship and lightning techniques. Observing Killer Bee's seemingly inexhaustible chakra reserves, Sasuke contemplated a strategic retreat. As he sprinted ahead, Killer Bee pursued closely, his forehead veins bulging with fury. "You won't escape this time. I will see to it that you perish," he growled, feeling insulted, as if he were a mere jester being toyed with. With a surge of red-tailed beast chakra enveloping him, Killer Bee's speed surged, rapidly closing the distance to Sasuke. Caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, Sasuke turned and raised his hand, invoking Lightning Release, Chidori Sharp Spear. A resounding crack of thunder heralded the blue lightning spear as it shot toward Killer Bee, who was ensconced in his crimson tails. The spear collided with the tails, causing a deafening explosion that sent Killer Bee staggering back several meters. Sasuke furrowed his brow, realizing that this adversary was indeed formidable. He continued to run forward while hurling ninjutsu backward. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. However, Killer Bee effortlessly evaded the flames, growing increasingly agitated by Sasuke's persistent harassment. Taking refuge on a sturdy tree, Killer Bee declared, "If you seek your demise, do not blame me." A dark energy sphere began to coalesce in his mouth. Sasuke, with his keen Mangekyou Sharingan, sensed the shift in Killer Bee's chakra. Is that the Tail Beast Bomb? This could be disastrous. Without hesitation, Sasuke activated his Susanoo's skeletal form to shield himself. However, before he could fully manifest the armor, the Tailed Beast Bomb was unleashed. With a thunderous boom, the bomb obliterated everything in its path, aimed directly at Sasuke. The Susanoo managed to intercept the devastating attack, but the force sent Sasuke flying, his body crashing far from the epicenter of the explosion. As the blinding light faded, Killer Bee observed the aftermath, the smoke rising ominously. Surely, this will conclude matters, he mused, albeit with lingering doubt. Approaching the explosion site, he found only a vast crater, devoid of Sasuke's presence. Feeling somewhat foolish for doubting the bomb's power, he pondered. It was indeed formidable, leaving no trace behind. Ensuring no other chakra signatures lingered, he turned away, satisfied that his task was complete. Meanwhile, Sasuke, battered and bruised, sought refuge by a small river to tend to his wounds. As he removed his tattered garments to cleanse his injuries, he overheard voices nearby. "Useless fools. What good are you to me? Next time you try to escape, I will ensure your demise." A hulking figure berated a group of children, among whom was a red-haired girl who winced in pain. "Come here, you little wretch." The man growled, sinking his teeth into her arm. "Ah, it hurts," she cried out in agony. In a bizarre turn, the man's wounds began to mend, and his chakra replenished. Sasuke furrowed his brow, perplexed by the strange ability at play. What kind of power is this? Can a mere bite restore one's injuries and replenish chakra? Is this a bloodline limit? The girl's arm bore a crimson bite mark, blood seeping from it as tears streamed down her face. "Mommy, I miss you," she sobbed, her sorrow palpable. Before she could succumb to despair, another brute seized her. "Silence. You little brat. Do you wish to draw the enemy closer?" Despite her effort to stifle her cries, the weight of her grief overwhelmed her. A sharp crack echoed as a whip lashed against her back. "Please, don't hit me. I beg you," she pleaded, desperation etched on her face. But her tormentors showed no mercy, their sadistic glee evident as they continued their cruel assault. Chapter 113, Vortex K. Rin. The red-haired girl, unable to bear the pain, collapsed to the ground. "Quickly get up. Don't lie there pretending to be dead." As she sobbed, she struggled to support her frail body. Uchiha Sasuke, unable to watch any longer, stepped out from the thicket. "Hey, do you have no shame? treating a little girl like this? Several ninjas turned with displeasure towards Uchiha Sasuke. Who is this little brat? This is our business. Now scram. Sasuke frowned and reiterated. I said, do you have no shame? Kid, you're courting death. The red-haired girl panicked, urged, brother, run quickly. I'm fine. They really will kill you. A ninja wielding a whip swung it at Sasuke. He swiftly drew his kunai, slicing the whip into several segments that fell to the ground. The ninjas exchanged glances, sneering. Looks like you've trained a bit, but we are all ninjas here. This is your last warning, get lost, or you'll die. It seemed another fool had arrived. Stop wasting time and take care of him. We need to leave. Sasuke remained silent, merely listening to their taunts. Cold sweat trickled down the red-haired girl's forehead. Brother, please hurry and leave. Do you have a say in this? Shut up. One ninja swung his arm, ready to slap her. However, his hand halted mere centimeters from K-Rin, unable to advance any further. Who dares to stop me? Turning, he found Sasuke gripping his arm. He tried to pull back with force, but found himself utterly immobilized. How strange, this kid looks no older than 7 or 8, yet possesses such strength. Chakra surged through Sasuke's arm as he exerted slight pressure, snapping the ninja's arm with a sharp crack, followed by a piercing scream. Witnessing this, 2 more ninjas charged at Sasuke. He leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree spinning kick, striking both in the head and sending them flying. K-Rin blinked in astonishment, her eyes wide. So amazing. With 3 incapacitated, the remaining 2 exchanged glances and drew their kunai. Before they could even make eye contact with Sasuke, they froze in place. As they succumbed to Jinjutsu, Sasuke casually threw 2 shurikens, slicing through their necks, blood spraying forth as they collapsed. After dispatching the 2, Sasuke, wielding his kunai, swiftly eliminated the previously defeated 3, his movements swift and decisive, leaving no survivors. K-Rin watched Sasuke closely. She had been alongside these Grass Village ninjas for quite chapter 114. The battle resumes with Kurabi observing the numerous wounds adorning Uchiha Sasuke's body. Uzumaki Karen felt a pang of concern. Sasuke and I. If you just bite me once, your injuries will heal, she said, extending her small arm, marked with bite marks, towards him. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. No need. Your injuries are no less severe than mine, and your chakra is evidently depleted. It's best that you rest for a while. Determined, Uzumaki Karen actively offered to tend to Sasuke's wounds. Let me handle it, Sasuke and I am quite skilled in this. A vibrant green light emanated from her palm. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. You can perform medical ninjutsu? Karen nodded earnestly. They taught me this. When my body is not yet healed, I must use my healing techniques to assist them. Before long, the various wounds on Sasuke's body began to mend, and even some of the internal injuries were alleviated. Sasuke regarded Karen with a sense of satisfaction. In the ensuing days, Sasuke dedicated himself to training, absorbing the combat techniques he had encountered during his recent battle with Kurabi. All the while accompanied by Karen, who watched him with admiration. Sasuke and I is truly remarkable. Even with such severe injuries, he effortlessly defeated those Konoha ninjas. She contemplated her desire to prove her worth and contribute to Sasuke. Fearful of being abandoned, she resolved to demonstrate her utility. A week slipped by. Sasuke felt he had made considerable progress in his swordsmanship, and his injuries were nearly healed. He prepared to seek out Kurabi for another challenge. First, he brought Karen to the village of Kumobakure, arranging for her to stay in a hotel and leaving her a sum of money. Karen, I have some important matters to attend to. Stay here and wait for me. If I do not return in a week, you need not wait any longer. Use this money to live well. He left her with 100,000 ryo. Karen's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Sasuke's arm, looking at him with a pleading expression. Sasuke and I, please don't leave me alone. I am truly useful. I can help you heal. Sasuke's heart softened, and he instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. I'm only attending to some matters. I will definitely return. Don't worry. I bear many burdens and must find a way to grow stronger. Under his gentle touch, Karen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. You must return safely. I will wait for you. Understanding the situation, she refrained from pressing further, fearing she might annoy him. Without uttering another word, Sasuke exited the room, leaving behind a chakra mark on Karen, ensuring he could locate her should anything go awry. Later that afternoon, Sasuke found himself once again at the training grounds where Kurabi and his students practiced. Strange, why is there no one here today? After waiting for a considerable time without any sign of life, he reluctantly decided to return. Karen was overjoyed to see Sasuke return safely. The next day, he returned to the same spot, And indeed, Kurabi and his students were training not far from a waterfall. Kurabi's three disciples were honing their sword techniques while he himself juggled a small notebook, singing and dancing. Sasuke withdrew 2 kunai from his pocket, imbued with lightning, and hurled them towards Kurabi. Caught off guard, Kurabi's sunglasses were knocked away. Who dares to ambush me in such a cowardly manner? Beneath the shades, his bright eyes glimmered with annoyance. He quickly donned another pair of sunglasses from his ninja gear. Sasuke stepped forward, and Kurabi furrowed his brow, eyeing him curiously. Kid, weren't you supposed to have perished under my tailed beast bomb? Sasuke wasted no time exchanging words, drawing his ninja sword and charging at Kurabi. Kurabi chuckled. You're just like before. This time, I want to hold back. At the outset, Kurabi summoned the chakra of his beast. The clash between the two was far fiercer than their previous encounter. Soon, Sasuke forced Kurabi to employ his seven-sword style. Now, even facing this formidable technique, Sasuke was able to engage in a reciprocal battle. Humph, you've improved significantly, Kurabi remarked. I might just consider allowing you to join the village of Kumogakure as a ninja. Sasuke's tone was cold. I have no interest. You've become careless. The moment the words left his mouth, Sasuke executed a cunning strike with his sword aimed at Kurabi. Realizing the danger too late, Kurabi furrowed his brow. His body swiftly extended 2 tails, pulling him back just in time. Nonetheless, the blade still found its mark, leaving a wound on his shoulder. Without the protection of his beast cloak, the blow could have severely diminished Kurabi's combat capabilities. Remarkable. You truly have made quick progress. I'm becoming increasingly intrigued by you. Once I defeat you, I will remove your mask and see your true face. Kurabi's 3 disciples longed to assist. Yet they knew that intervening in such a fierce battle would only complicate matters. Omoi, resting his chin on his hand, observed. He appears to be at a disadvantage. It won't be long before teacher Kurabi triumphs. Samui, ever the observer, noted, No, it seems Kurabi is falling into his rhythm. Where did this monster emerge from? His swordsmanship surpasses even that of teacher Kurabi. Realizing Sasuke's intent to use Kurabi as a stepping stone to refine his skills, Samui's calm demeanor unraveled. After several more exchanges, Kurabi began to show signs of being on the defensive. Unable to watch any longer, Omoi formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared beside him, and he charged towards Sasuke. Initially, Omoi's swordplay was aggressive, forcing Sasuke to retreat. Get back. You're no match for him. Kurabi barked at Omoi, but by the time he spoke, it was already too late. Chapter 115, Killer Bee's complete tailed beast transformation. Omoi was filled with excitement. As his opponent had fallen into his trap, Uchiha Sasuke swung his sword downward, effortlessly obliterating Omoi's 2 shadow clones. Omoi's expression was one of disbelief. How could this be? How could he see through my techniques? His swordsmanship was typically enigmatic, yet it had been easily countered by Uchiha Sasuke. Realizing his shadow clones had been dispatched, Omoi decided to retreat. Meanwhile, Killer Bee charged forward, intending to engage Sasuke. Sasuke's speed suddenly increased as he kicked Killer Bee away. Killer Bee performed 2 backflips, driving his 2 ninja blades into the ground to halt his momentum. Omoi hastily retreated, attempting to evade Sasuke's onslaught. However, he was pierced in the abdomen by Sasuke's lightning-infused blade. Lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. The Chidori pierced through Omoi's body, causing him to convulse and become paralyzed from the electric shock. Omoi was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, his body twitching and charred from the electricity. Samui and Karui rushed over. Samui crouched down to assess Omoi's injuries. He needed immediate medical attention, otherwise, he would perish. Killer Bee gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Sasuke. You too, take Omoi away. Let me deal with this brat. Soon after, a crimson-tailed beast chakra erupted from Killer Bee, signaling his transformation into a half-tailed beast. Uchiha Sasuke coldly remarked, How utterly dull. Aren't you going to continue using your blades? Killer Bee, enraged, roared at Sasuke from the ground as he accelerated towards him. Lightning release. Lariat. Sasuke was sent flying, but fortunately, he had activated his Susanoo's skeletal form in advance. He crashed through several trees, yet stood up unscathed. Let us see just how formidable my strength is. Sasuke's scarlet Sharingan fixed intently on Killer Bee. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited upon Killer Bee's body. In a bid to extinguish the flames, the half-tailed beast Killer Bee plunged into a waterfall, but to his dismay, the flames only burned more fiercely. This fire likely won't extinguish, the entity Gyuki analyzed within Killer Bee's mind. Sighing helplessly, Killer Bee decided to resort to a desperate measure. He severed one of his octopus legs to create a substitution, which quickly regenerated. The battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Killer Bee was intense, even with the Susanoo activated. Sasuke found it challenging to contend with the half-tailed beast. Susanoo. The towering purple Susanoo rose, causing Killer Bee to tremble. What a terrifying ability! Its size is comparable to that of a tailed beast. Sasuke controlled Susanoo to draw a bow and shoot arrows. The half-tailed beast Killer Bee was forced to flee under the relentless assault. Ultimately, Sasuke cornered Killer Bee into fully transforming into a complete tailed beast. Once Killer Bee achieved his complete form, Sasuke unleashed an awe-inspiring arrow from Susanoo. Killer Bee positioned all 8 of his tails defensively, successfully blocking the energy projectile. However, when he lowered his tails, Sasuke had already vanished. Enraged, Killer Bee howled at the sky. Elbow. The commotion drew the attention of many in the hidden cloud village, including the 4th Raikage, who was seated in his office. Unhappy, he slammed his hand on the table. What is happening with Darui? The ninja assisting the 4th Raikage hesitated momentarily. Raikage-sama, Darui-sama has already. The 4th Raikage turned, suddenly remembering Darui was gone. He sighed deeply. Sorrow etched across his features. Go investigate what transpired. After several minutes, news returned. Raikage-sama, Killer Bee-sama has entered complete tailed beast transformation. It appears he has encountered a formidable foe. The Raikage, upon hearing this, could no longer remain composed. He immediately sprang to his feet. Come with me. We must ascertain the situation. The 4th Raikage rushed towards the waterfall, while Killer Bee searched the area for Sasuke, stopping when he could not locate him. Brat. Do not let me see you again. He began making his way back to the village, concerned for Omoi's injuries. On the way, Killer Bee crossed paths with the 4th Raikage. What has happened to prompt your complete tailed beast transformation? Killer Bee's mood was foul. It was that same brat again. The last time, he had failed to eliminate him, and he possessed an uncanny ability to summon giants of comparable size to tailed beasts. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke felt his vision blur, likely a consequence of overexerting his Sharingan. Nevertheless, this battle had significantly enhanced his combat experience. He dared not linger and quickly returned to the hidden cloud village to find Karen. Upon seeing him arrive breathless, Karen hurried to greet him. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? I'm fine. Just overused my chakra. A brief rest will suffice. We cannot linger here. Let us depart. No sooner had they exited the inn than they were met by A&Bu ninja investigating the area. Before Sasuke and Karen could leave the hidden cloud village, they were stopped by the village's ninjas. Hey, where did you two come from? Show your identification. Sasuke merely glanced at them, and the A&Bu ninja were ensnared in a genjutsu. He swiftly lifted Karen, her cheeks flushed from the sudden embrace. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the rooftops. And by the time the ENBU ninja broke free from the illusion, he was already long gone. After him, several ninjas pursued Sasuke's direction. Karen felt her cheeks warm, enchanted by the lingering fragrance of Sasuke. I truly adore the scent of Sasuke-kun. It is simply delightful. Killer Bee and the Raikage, upon receiving the news, hurried over, only to find nothing but emptiness. Chapter 116. Visitors from Konoha surrendering the villagers of Konoha after leaving the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Karen chanced upon a small town. There, a notice caught Sasuke's attention, announcing that the newly established Holy Spirit village was accepting refugees. His curiosity was instantly piqued. Meanwhile, in the Holy Spirit village, Aihana was diligently managing various affairs while Uzumaki Naruto immersed himself in rigorous training. During this period, Naruto learned the true name of the Nine-Tails Kurama. Perhaps due to Naruto's estrangement from Konoha, the Nine-Tails seemed particularly attentive to him. In a mere fortnight, Naruto mastered the ability to enter the Nine-Tails chakra mode, a testament to Kurama's special consideration for him. This newfound power was unlike anything Naruto had ever experienced. Upon activating the Nine-Tails chakra mode, his speed and strength surged significantly, giving him the illusion that he was the strongest in the ninja world. As dusk settled, Naruto had just completed a session of taijutsu training and was seated on the grass, panting heavily. Teacher Shikamaru, I wonder if you can see my progress from the Pure Land? A faint sound of footsteps caught his attention, his heightened senses and outcome of his training alerting him. Recognizing the visitor, he relaxed. Uchiha approached naturally and sat beside Naruto. You've been training quite hard, he remarked, presenting a generous bento box to Naruto. If you neglect your meals, your body won't hold up. Without much hesitation, Naruto accepted the bento, murmuring a quiet thank you, before devouring the contents voraciously. Observing Naruto's ravenous appetite, Na felt a pang of sympathy. Should he reveal the truth? He feared that sharing it would only lead Naruto to believe he was being deceived. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after dealing with the third Hokage. It didn't linger, rising to attend to other matters. Despite wearing a mask, the villagers of the Holy Spirit Village greeted him warmly, to which he responded courteously. Meanwhile, Konoha could no longer remain passive. Situated above the Land of Fire, the Sound Ninja Village had begun to dominate the entire Land of Rice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Konoha's waning influence, received news of Holy Spirit Village's rapid development. He could no longer sit idly by and dispatched a delegation to Holy Spirit Village. To demonstrate his worth, Mitarashi Anko volunteered to join the mission. Accompanied by two elite J-Nin, Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, alongside two teams of Ch-Nin. Soon, they arrived at Holy Spirit Village. Upon entering, they were met by a group of ninjas who inquired about their identities. With a defiant demeanor, Mitarashi Anko declared, "I am an elder from Konoha, here to speak with your village leader. Lead the way." Although the truth of her words was uncertain, they bore the forehead protectors of Konoha. One ninja stepped forward to guide them, while others returned to alert their comrades, wary of any potential mischief. As Mitarashi Anko walked through the streets of Holy Spirit Village, he observed the vibrancy of the place, noting that it seemed to thrive even more than Konoha. It was hard to believe this was a newly established ninja village. The smiling faces of the villagers suggested they were genuinely content. However, witnessing their joy, Anko felt a sense of unease. Before long, guided by a ninja, Anko met Aihana. "Ah, Elder Mitarashi Anko from Konoha, it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you," Nia greeted politely. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Holy Spirit Village?" Anko produced a scroll from his pocket, slowly unfurling it before Nia. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. We have come to reclaim the villagers who previously left Konoha. Our village is undergoing rapid reconstruction, and it is time they returned home. I appreciate your hospitality during this time." Nia was taken aback by Anko's audacity. Who had the audacity to demand villagers so boldly? He could hardly contain his admiration for Anko's nerve. "Ha ha ha," Nia chuckled, unable to suppress a series of laughs. Anko regarded him quizzically. "What do you mean by this? Leader of Holy Spirit Village?" Nia waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, nothing at all. I merely thought Elder Mitarashi Anko might not be using his faculties to the fullest." At this, the atmosphere turned tense. The ninjas from Konoha drew their kunai, ready for conflict, while the ninjas of Holy Spirit Village unsheathed their blades without hesitation. Anko's face darkened. "Leader of Holy Spirit Village, we are here to negotiate. Please adjust your demeanor accordingly." Nia stood, addressing Anko with impatience. "Elder Mitarashi Anko, it is best you take your leave." Anko, growing agitated, retorted, "You seem rather hasty. I am an elder of Konoha, and I demand some respect. I come bearing orders from the Hokage." Nia, now visibly annoyed, replied, "I have been exceedingly polite by merely suggesting you leave. Would you prefer I forcibly expel you?" Fuming, Anko glared. "You think you're clever, don't you? I will ask you one last time. Are you certain you do not wish to continue this discussion?" Nia nodded firmly. "I have made myself abundantly clear. Leave at once." "Very well, you will regret this. Konoha will dispatch a force to your village," Anko warned, his voice laced with menace. Nia scoffed. "If you truly wish for them to return, why not inquire if they even desire to go back to Konoha? I can offer you the chance to find out." A smirk crept across Anko's face as he contemplated. This fool believes villagers will choose to remain here. Konoha is the strongest village in the ninja world. They will undoubtedly choose to return without hesitation. "Fine, it seems you were somewhat sensible," Anko concluded. "Now, come with me. I will take you to meet the villagers from Konoha." Chapter 117. The reunion of Sasuke and Naruto Mito Minion followed Aihana to the center of the Sacred Soul Village. Aihana summoned some of the village leaders. Soon, these villagers gathered at the central platform. "Lord Soul Saint, we are unsure why you have summoned us," one of them spoke, addressing Aihana with a somewhat exaggerated title. "You all know this man, right?" Aihana gestured towards Mito Minion, prompting them to notice his presence. "Isn't that the elder from Konoha? What is he doing here?" They murmured, their voices hushed, yet loud enough for Mito Minion to hear. His expression darkened. These individuals truly had no sense of propriety. "I am an elder of Konoha. Yet you dare to speak so brazenly before me. I will endure this for now, but mark my words, I shall settle the score once you return to Konoha." Mito Minion forced a smile. "I have come to the Sacred Soul Village with the intention of bringing back the villagers who have been scattered. Konoha is at a crucial juncture of reconstruction, and soon, your homes will be restored. It is time to return to Konoha." He glanced at Aihana. Acknowledging the inconvenience of relying on Sacred Soul Village to shelter their villagers during this period, The representatives exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Aihana cleared his throat. Feel free to express your thoughts. You need not fear, for I will support you. Only then did the villagers cease their whispers. One representative stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Mito Minyan. Forgive us, elder of Konoha, but we are now citizens of Sacred Soul Village. Other representatives followed suit, voicing similar sentiments. Not a single one expressed a desire to return to Konoha with Mito Minyan. Fury tinged Mito Minyan's face. Are you certain you will not accompany me back to Konoha? A bolder representative replied without hesitation, elder of Konoha. Surely you have observed that Sacred Soul Village far surpasses Konoha in every aspect. Mito Minyan clenched his fists, his breath quickening. I am an elder of Konoha. And you wretched peasants dare to speak to me thus? As he spoke, he moved to confront the villagers. Aihana acted swiftly, seizing his arm. Elder Mito, I advise you to remain calm. With a forceful motion, he released Mito Minyan's arm. The elder felt the sting of pain. The strength of this man was formidable. Realizing the potential for conflict, he decided it prudent to avoid a scene. Suppressing his anger, Mito Minyan begrudgingly prepared to leave Sacred Soul Village with the Konoha ninjas. I shall ask one last time, are you truly unwilling to return? The villagers reiterated their earlier stance, and Mito Minyan, feeling embarrassed, decided against further confrontation. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, he departed. Some villagers, feeling anxious, approached Aihana. Will there truly be no repercussions from him? Might he seek trouble? Aihana chuckled softly. Rest assured, my strength is more than sufficient to protect you. The villagers firmly believed in Aihana, who not only provided them shelter but also financial support, a true lifeline for the scattered citizens of Konoha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, upon seeing an announcement in town, became immensely curious about Sacred Soul Village. He took Karen with him to the village's outskirts, and as they entered, he immediately sensed the vibrancy of the place. Is this truly a newly established village? The roads and houses are remarkably well constructed, he mused. Numerous vendors lined the streets, and passers-by bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. It truly is a splendid place. I wonder who founded Sacred Soul Village. Karen looked around in awe. Sasuke, this place is wonderful. It surpasses the Hidden Grass Village, and even the Hidden Cloud Village. As they continued to stroll, Karen halted, her gaze fixed on a stall. Sasuke took a couple of steps forward before realizing she had not followed. Turning back, he found Karen staring at a sweet delicacy stall. Do you want to try something? He inquired. Karen merely gazed longingly at the treats. Come on, let us go together. At the entrance of the dessert shop, Karen's eyes lit up at the sight of Dango. I want this, Sasuke. Would you like some? The mere mention of Dango stirred memories for Sasuke. It reminded him of a certain man who enjoyed buying it for himself. Mito Minyan's anger flared, and he clenched his fists, his expression chilling. Noticing his change in demeanor, Karen assumed she had upset him. Sasuke, perhaps I shouldn't eat it, let's just go. Sasuke snapped back to reality at her words. 2 skewers of Dango, please, he ordered. Each took a skewer, and Karen's smile radiated brighter than ever. She took a bite, clearly savoring it. It's delicious, Sasuke. You should try some too. Sasuke, maintaining a stoic expression, took a bite. It's rather sweet, perhaps too much so. He quickly finished off his skewer. If there's anything else you wish to try, let me know. For today, let us just enjoy exploring. Karen felt a surge of happiness at Sasuke's words. You're the best, Sasuke. I really like you. Her words caused a blush to creep onto his cheeks. Ahem, it's nothing. As they wandered through the streets, Sasuke unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. The spiky golden hair, was that Naruto Uzumaki? Initially absorbed in training, Naruto had been persuaded by Aihana to take a break and enjoy some leisure time. While Sasuke had disguised himself, Naruto had not. Sasuke recognized him, and Naruto sensed Sasuke's gaze upon him. Who is this person? Why does he seem familiar? Naruto pondered, dismissing it as mere illusion. Chapter 118. Is this the nine-tailed chakra Naruto? The charm of plain A Uchiha Sasuke continued onward with Karen by his side. Soon noticing that Naruto Uzumaki was stealthily trailing behind them, a familiar sensation washed over him. Who could it be? The masked figure was indeed suspicious. Sasuke turned into a narrow alley, employing the shadow clone technique. One clone returned to Karen, while the other swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. Naruto glanced around before catching up to the clone weaving through the throng. Sasuke twisted and turned, quickly leading Naruto out of the Soul Village and into the forest. Once deep within the woods, Sasuke abruptly accelerated, prompting Naruto to hasten his pursuit. Such speed. Naruto realized that his opponent was deliberately luring him in, and he too was curious about their identity. After traversing a considerable distance, Sasuke came to a halt. Naruto fixed his gaze on him, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you feel so familiar?" With a puff of smoke, Sasuke's form dissipated. "I've been tricked." Naruto clenched his fists. A glint of cold steel flashed as a kunai was drawn against Naruto's throat. "Humph, what a foolish fellow," Sasuke's voice mocked from behind him, dripping with derision. Unexpectedly, Naruto spun around and embraced Sasuke tightly. "The one who has been fooled is you." Simultaneously, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones emerged from the surroundings. "Ha, ha. Let me see the true face beneath that mask." Sasuke grit his teeth, his expression icy. This was indeed infuriating. He swiftly dispatched the clone holding him and drew his ninja blade. Lightning release, Chidori blade. Sasuke plunged the electrified blade into the ground. Lightning enveloped him, forming a serpentine barrier. The first wave of approaching clones was obliterated by the electric surge. Fortunately, the remaining shadow clones of Naruto managed to halt their advance in time. Encircling Sasuke. Who is this person? The lightning shield technique is remarkably powerful. What should we do now? Let's confront him. I must see his true form. The clones exchanged thoughts. Currently, Naruto, aside from harnessing the power of the Nine Tails, had yet to master many jutsu. One by one, the clones charged forward, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Sasuke's blade. Like a wolf among sheep, Sasuke cut down the clones with ease. In no time, all of Naruto's shadow clones had been defeated. Sasuke sighed, somewhat exasperated. "Little brat, I don't understand why you possess so much chakra, but this is where it ends. I'm not interested in weaklings like you." Naruto emerged from behind a tree. "Today, I will unmask you. Kurama, lend me your strength." "What a tiresome child. Very well. I shall assist you." In an instant, the chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped Naruto, radiating a golden luminescence. Sasuke had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. That must have been tailed beast chakra. Why does Naruto's chakra cloak differ from that of the Eight Tails? Let me grant you another chance to showcase your true power. Naruto's body surged forward, his speed surpassing Sasuke's ability to track. Such velocity. It was significantly faster than that of the lightning release user, Killer Bee. Sasuke, reluctant to slacken his focus, activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Bang. Even with the Manjiki Sharingan active, Sasuke could not evade Naruto's onslaught. He merely braced himself for impact. Little Naruto's strike was blindingly fast and immensely powerful. Sasuke was sent sprawling, and before he could regain his footing, Naruto charged once more. Now, Naruto resembled a fighter devoid of techniques, relying solely on physical strikes. Yet, his basic attacks were extraordinarily potent, utilizing only physical prowess, or rather, the chakra of the Nine Tails. Sasuke found himself overwhelmed. The Manjiki Sharingan allowed him to perceive his opponent's movements but could not keep pace with Naruto's speed. Reluctantly, Sasuke activated his Susanoo skeletal form. Who would have thought that Naruto's limits had yet to be reached? The Nine Tails' tail behind him transformed into a colossal golden hand, seizing Sasuke and flinging him away with tremendous force. Boom. Sasuke's Susanoo skeleton created a massive crater upon impact. How could such extraordinary tailed beast chakra exist? He hadn't even unleashed any jutsu, and yet he was bested. Sasuke struggled to contain his frustration. Activating further Susanoo might strain his eyes significantly. As he rose from the ground, he anticipated Naruto's next move. The hand of the Susanoo skeleton swung out, perfectly predicting Naruto's actions. Naruto was pinned to the ground. No way. How could this happen? He was incredulous. His speed was unmatched. How could he be captured? "Kid, while you may be fast, your combat experience is lacking. I anticipated your attack trajectory." Yet, the chakra of the Nine Tails reacted autonomously, forcefully prying open the Susanoo's grasp. The two stood apart, locked in a standoff. At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly spoke up. "May I take you as my master?" Sasuke was taken aback. What was this fool thinking? Hadn't he questioned his own identity? Now he wished to be mentored? "Are you out of your mind? Why would you want me as your master?" Sasuke found himself perplexed by the antics of this foolish child. How dull. If you have nothing better to do, stop following me. Yet Naruto was not deterred. Swift as lightning, he positioned himself in front of Sasuke once more. No matter which direction Sasuke attempted to flee, Naruto remained close at his heels. Eventually, Sasuke relented. He halted, lowering his voice seriously. "Are you certain you wish to be my student?" "Absolutely. Please take me as your disciple." Naruto pleaded earnestly. "You are exceptionally strong, and your mastery of jutsu is remarkable." Sasuke sighed deeply. "I can accept you as my pupil, but there are conditions." "What conditions?" Naruto inquired eagerly. "I may need to eliminate someone in the future, and I will require your assistance." Naruto fell silent, contemplating. If he could learn jutsu and combat experience from Sasuke, with his own chakra, he would become even more formidable. In time, Sasuke might not even be his match. Naruto was not one to go back on his word. Once he committed, he would see it through. His current strength was insufficient. To attain the Renegan, he needed greater power. I must resurrect Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 119. Naruto Uzumaki pays homage to Sasuke Uchiha as his mentor. After careful contemplation, Naruto Uzumaki nodded in agreement to his counterpart's request. Very well. I shall assist you in eliminating that individual. Please take me as your disciple. Sasuke Uchiha, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile, thought to himself how remarkably persistent Naruto was. All right, I can accept you as my disciple. In the coming days, I need to familiarize myself with the environment of the Holy Spirit Village. For an extended period, I may reside there. Come back in a week. We shall meet here, and I will impart some knowledge to you. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. The fact that Sasuke was willing to take him on as a disciple meant he could grow stronger. Eagerly, Naruto proposed, I am quite familiar with Holy Spirit Village. I can assist you in finding accommodation and help you get acquainted with the surroundings. Sasuke shook his head, dismissing the offer. Never mind. Focus on your own matters. I can manage on my own. With that, the two parted ways. Sasuke returned to his companion, Karen, who remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. During his time as a rogue ninja, Sasuke had acquired the skill of identity falsification, and he and Karen successfully settled into an inn in Holy Spirit Village. A week passed swiftly, and as the appointed time approached, Sasuke prepared to venture into the forest. However, he felt a twinge of concern for Karen and decided to bring her along. Where are we going, Sasuke? She inquired. We are going to meet someone. You will find out shortly, he replied. Upon entering the forest, Sasuke quickly spotted Naruto, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Naruto was practicing throwing shurikens at a wooden post. As Sasuke and Karen approached, Naruto paused his activity. Teacher, you've arrived. Are you going to teach me ninjutsu today? Karen observed Naruto, who was of a similar age, with curiosity. Before she could call out to him, Sasuke swiftly covered her mouth. Let me introduce you. This is Karen, who has been by my side. He hesitated for a moment before pointing at Naruto, choosing not to reveal his full name. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced himself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Karen. By the way, what is your teacher's name? Sasuke remained silent for a moment before responding. You can call me Zuka. Zuka-sensei. What will we learn today? Karen asked eagerly. Sasuke retrieved 2 kunai from his ninja tool scroll, using the lightning blade technique. He tossed 1 kunai to Naruto. Let us begin with some fundamental sword techniques. Although your speed is impressive, your taijutsu is somewhat chaotic and lacks structure. Mastering basic swordplay will significantly enhance your potential when combined with your speed. Naruto nodded vigorously, excitement coursing through him as he recalled the sword techniques Sasuke had previously employed to effortlessly dispatch his hundreds of shadow clones. However, the training was not as glamorous as he had envisioned. It involved monotonous repetition of swinging the kunai. Nevertheless, he exhibited great patience, diligently following Sasuke's instructions. During this period, Naruto frequented the forest whenever he had spare time, which did not go unnoticed by Neji Uchiha. Why has Naruto been spending so much time in the woods outside the village lately? Isn't he usually training at another location? Neji wondered. One day, he quietly followed Naruto, activating his Byakugan to maintain a safe distance. Eventually, he trailed Naruto into the forest. From afar, Neji observed 3 figures. Is that Naruto Uzumaki? And another Sasuke Uchiha? How did he end up here? Are Naruto and Sasuke conspiring together? And who is the 3rd chakra signature? Driven by curiosity, he stealthily approached, confident that he would remain undetected, as Sasuke's Sharingan lacked the Byakugan's heightened perception, and Naruto had yet to master Sage Mode. The sight of the red-haired Karen sparked recognition. What is going on? Why are these 3 individuals together? Neji could clearly hear their conversation. Naruto was addressing Sasuke with utmost respect, referring to him as Zuka-sensei. Neji struggled to contain his astonishment. Naruto had actually taken Sasuke as his mentor. The ninja world was indeed peculiar. Well then, let us see what these 2 can stir up, he mused before quietly departing. As he left, Sasuke instinctively cast a glance in Neji's direction. It must be my imagination, he thought. All right, Naruto, you've made significant progress with your sword training. Today, we will begin teaching you a ninjutsu technique, Sasuke announced. Naruto's excitement surged at the prospect. Really? I'm ready. Sasuke demonstrated, gathering blue lightning in his palm. He swiftly dashed toward a large tree, the sound of thunder echoing like a chorus of birds. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. The tree trunk exploded upon impact, splinters flying everywhere. Naruto gazed in awe, admiration shining in his eyes. Zuka-sensei is truly incredible. Hearing Naruto's praise, a faint blush crept across Sasuke's cheeks. You possess considerable talent. You will grasp this technique swiftly. Despite the absence of the Nine-Tails influence, Naruto's innate abilities marked him as an exceptional talent in the ninja realm. Being the offspring of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, within 3 days, Naruto successfully mastered the 1,000 Birds technique, while Sasuke marveled at Naruto's talent. He also noted the boy's endearing clumsiness and recognized his own limited knowledge of Konoha. Chapter 120. Naruto and Sasuke's departure. Naruto Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails, was not particularly well regarded in the village. He likely understood the reasons behind this. Possessing such immense power inevitably breeds apprehension among others, unless one can wield their strength to dominate entirely. Such is the nature of power. Teacher Sasuke, Chidori is truly remarkable, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Sasuke Uchiha merely nodded, encouraging him to continue his efforts. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, 2 months had elapsed. Sasuke generously imparted all the ninjutsu he had mastered to Naruto, whose progress was rapid. At this point, Sasuke was uncertain if he could still best Naruto in combat. However, he was confident that this Navi boy would honor their previous agreement. The two sat together on the grass, enjoying their boxed lunches. Suddenly, Naruto spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Teacher Sasuke, aside from Teacher Shika, you are the person who has treated me the best in this world. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, responding, I am merely fulfilling our pact. When the time comes, you must assist me in upholding our agreement, that is all. Naruto, with utmost sincerity, replied, I will certainly honor our agreement. After a brief pause, Sasuke's curiosity got the better of him. Naruto, who exactly is this Teacher Shika you keep mentioning? Naruto's expression darkened, and he exhaled deeply before beginning his tale. As he recounted his story, Sasuke's confusion deepened. Why did it all seem so orchestrated? Who was the puppeteer behind it all? A figure emerged in Sasuke's mind, Uchiha Obito. Only he possessed the strength to manipulate such events. So, the current leader of the Holy Spirit Village must also be him. Never mind, he had no need for that power. Uchiha Itachi would be the one I would eliminate. Another day passed, and Sasuke bid farewell to Naruto. Naruto, I plan to leave the Holy Spirit Village. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Why are you leaving, Teacher Sasuke? Where will you go? Remaining stagnant in one place will only hinder my growth. I must continue my journey to hone my skills. Before Sasuke could elaborate further, Naruto eagerly interrupted, Teacher Sasuke, may I accompany you on your journey? I feel as though I have reached a plateau in my abilities. Rest assured, I will not hold you back. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke concluded that having this boy accompany him might not be a detriment. You may come, but do not say your farewells to the villagers just yet. Naruto nodded vigorously. Please wait for me. I will return shortly. He dashed back into the village. Upon hearing of Naruto's departure, Obito hesitated. With Naruto and Sasuke together, they constituted a formidable force. It remained uncertain what this unique teacher-student duo might achieve in the ninja world. Nevertheless, he decided to let them go. Staying in the village would only hinder their progress. Before departing, Naruto bowed deeply to Obito. When I revive Teacher Shika, I will surely bring him to meet you. Naruto was ever a person of gratitude. His singular ambition was to grow ever stronger, to acquire the Renegan, and to resurrect Shika. During this time, Obito enjoyed a measure of tranquility. Wasn't that old coot Mito Minya rather arrogant before? It had been quite some time. Yet there was not a whisper of activity from Konoha village. Obito anticipated trouble from Konoha, hoping to teach Sarutobi a minor lesson. It appeared Sarutobi had grown wiser. As he had surmised, Mito Minya returned in a furious state, proposing an offensive against the Holy Spirit Village. However, Sarutobi was now too fearful to act impulsively. He could only forego part of the Konoha populace to maintain the current status quo. It was now impossible for the villagers of Konoha to leave. The Land of Fire issued strict orders. Any irregularities with household registrations would be met with severe punishment. Such measures proved effective for the ordinary villagers. Tsunade had lingered in Konoha for quite some time, yet she had received no news regarding Obito. Additionally, she was constantly preoccupied with her duties at the Konoha hospital. Jiraiya frequently visited her, though their past companionship had faded. Tsunade's heart now belonged solely to another. Soon, Tsunade resolved to leave Konoha. intending to visit the newly established Holy Spirit village to discern its differences. Along the way, she aimed to gather information about Obito. Sarutobi awaited her at the village's entrance, accompanied by Jiraiya and several Konoha ninjas. Tsunade, are you truly considering leaving Konoha? The village needs you now more than ever. Tsunade replied, Teacher Sarutobi. The injured at the hospital have nearly recovered. I no longer wish to remain here. I have no attachments left. Perhaps I may return someday. Sarutobi sighed deeply. Tsunade, I had intended to pass the Hokage position to you. I am growing old, and Konoha needs your leadership. Tsunade shook her head. Teacher Sarutobi, please do not insist. The position should go to Jiraiya. I have made up my mind. Do not try to dissuade me. With that, she turned to leave, with Shizen closely following her, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette. Sarutobi watched her depart, weariness etched across his face. All right, everyone return. Back in the Hokage office, he pondered for a considerable time. Ultimately, he decided to resign from the Hokage position, with Jiraiya seated before him. Jiraiya, do not try to persuade me further. I have grown old. You shall take over the Hokage position. No one was more suited than Jiraiya, who felt unable to refuse his Minoru's request. The ceremony for the new Hokage would be held in a week. Prior to his ascension, notification to the Land of Fire's feudal lord was necessary. Only with the lord's approval could one assume the Hokage position, but this was merely a formality. The feudal lord was well aware of the happenings in Konoha. Understanding that such events had severely impacted the entire Land of Fire, he harbored discontent towards Sarutobi but dared not express it. For the world of ninjas revered strength above all else. Chapter 121. The arrival of Tsunade in the Sacred Soul Village. Aihana sat in his office, perusing the documents in his hands. The populace had largely settled into a state of stability, and it was time to commence meaningful work. The village was in dire need of a ninja academy and a hospital, as the existing medical facilities were rudimentary at best. With ample financial resources at his disposal, Aihana swiftly allocated funds to establish a ninja school. However, the creation of this institution required meticulous planning. After much contemplation, Aihana had nearly finalized his considerations. Admission to the Ninja Academy would necessitate a talent assessment, and it was imperative to inform parents that pursuing a career as a ninja could entail significant risks. After all, being a ninja was inherently a perilous profession. Beyond the Ninja Academy, Aihana envisioned the establishment of additional cultural and educational institutions, while also advocating for improved compensation across various professions. Not everyone possesses the aptitude to become a ninja. Individuals like Might Guy and Rock Lee, who were often deemed talentless, exemplified that sheer willpower could indeed be the greatest gift. Furthermore, not everyone could master forbidden techniques like the Eight Gates. With a week of diligent labor behind him, Aihana finally settled on a general direction for development. He would entrust his subordinates with the finer details, returning later to review their progress. Meanwhile, Tsunade had arrived at Sacred Soul Village. The place was indeed extraordinary. Tsunade and Shizen gazed at the bustling streets, momentarily taken aback. It was hard to fathom that such prosperity could emerge from a newly established village. Let us take a leisurely stroll here, Shizen, Tsunade suggested. Shizen smiled slightly. Lady Tsunade, I believe we should first secure accommodations. Tsunade nodded. You are right. Let us arrange for a place to stay first. Once settled in an inn, Tsunade and Shizen prepared to explore the streets. After wandering for a while, Tsunade found herself puzzled. Where were the gambling houses? Shizen, somewhat exasperated, replied, Lady Tsunade, there appear to be numerous restaurants and small eateries here. Perhaps we should find a place to dine. Tsunade agreed. Very well, let us sample the local cuisine. They randomly selected a restaurant, and soon their meals were served. Tsunade ordered 2 bottles of sake, and, before even tasting the dishes, lifted her cup to savor a sip. Ah, this is exquisite sake. Shizen, you must try it. Shizen graciously obliged, but the fiery drink made her eyes water as she coughed. Tsunade erupted in laughter, delighted by the fine brew. As the evening progressed, Tsunade became increasingly inebriated, her cheeks flushed. Delicious. Shizen, why do you appear as 3 of you? Shizen, wearing a pained expression, urged, Lady Tsunade, please refrain from drinking more. You are already intoxicated. I am not drunk. The sake is simply too delightful. More. Tsunade giggled foolishly. With Shizen's assistance, the 2 slowly exited the restaurant. Lady Tsunade, please watch your step. There are stairs. As they walked, Tsunade suddenly burst into tears. Why did he leave me? He has been gone for so long. Shizen furrowed her brow. My lady, he must be preoccupied with something important, perhaps by coincidence. In a twist of fate, The intoxicated Tsunade collided with Aihana, who was hurrying down the street to consult with village representatives. As he attempted to sidestep her, Tsunade stumbled, landing against him. "Are you all right, madam?" Aihana asked, not wishing to reveal the establishment of the new ninja village, which had drawn away a significant portion of Konoha's populace. Tsunade, inebriated, clung tightly to him. "At last, I found you. Please don't leave again." Shizune, anxious, interjected. "I apologize, sir. My lady is quite drunk." "It's quite all right." Aihana waved dismissively. Seeing Tsunade's refusal to release him softened his heart. "Allow me to escort you back to your accommodations." Shizune's eyes brightened. "Really? Would that not be an imposition?" "Not at all. I have no pressing matters," he replied. Together, Shizune and Aihana carefully supported Tsunade as they made their way back to the inn. After settling her onto the bed, Aihana straightened. "Please take good care of her. I must take my leave." Shizune bowed slightly. "Thank you so very much." "It was a trivial matter," he replied. Just then, Tsunade's voice rang out once more. "Please don't go." Aihana paused momentarily before hastening his departure. As time passed, Tsunade finally awoke from her slumber. "My head aches terribly." Hearing the commotion, Shizune rushed in. "Lady Tsunade, you are finally awake." Tsunade held her head, straining to recall. "Shizune, how did I end up here?" Shizune recounted the events of the previous night, explaining how a kind gentleman had aided them in returning. Suddenly, Tsunade sprang upright. "I found him." "Pardon?" Shizune replied, confused. "It must be him. Do you know where he is?" Shizune shook her head, bewildered. "No, I do not." "Are you saying the man who helped me was Aihana?" Tsunade affirmed confidently. "Absolutely." Without hesitation, Shizune followed Tsunade's lead as they began to investigate Sacred Soul Village. After 2 days of diligent searching, they finally uncovered a clue. The man who always wore a mask was indeed the leader of Sacred Soul Village. Tsunade realized that only he could have fostered such prosperity in a newly established village. Her respect for Aihana's capabilities grew immensely. Why does he refuse to meet me? Could it be due to Konoha? Yet, what did Konoha matter to her? With her entire clan gone, she owed nothing to the village. Determined, Tsunade resolved to confront Aihana directly and seek clarity. Chapter 122 Reunion. Kindling flames, Tsunade inquired around and soon ascertained the location of Aihana. The office of Aihana was easily found, the guards not being very strict. Villagers could approach Aihana directly with their troubles, yet they were also mindful not to pester him with trivial matters. When Tsunade arrived at the entrance, she was halted by the guarding ninja. "Madam, this is the village chief's office. Have you encountered any trouble?" Tsunade nodded emphatically. "I am in grave trouble and must see the village chief in person." The ninja, taken aback by Tsunade's fierce demeanor, replied, "Please wait here a moment. I will inform him." The ninja turned and approached Aihana village chief. "There is a woman claiming to have something important to discuss with you." Aihana set down what he was holding, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Something important? She wishes to see me?" The ninja briefly described Tsunade's appearance. "Very well. Let her in." Soon, Tsunade entered with Shizune by her side, standing before Aihana. They exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Madam, do you know what troubles you have encountered in our Holy Spirit village?" Upon hearing Aihana's words, Tsunade's anger flared. "Stop pretending, it's you, Aihana. Why are you avoiding me?" Aihana realized he could no longer hide. He stood up and removed his mask. "Tsunade, you must understand. I am a remnant of the Uchiha clan, and I have some ties to Konoha." Tsunade, suddenly indignant, retorted, "Your ties to Konoha have nothing to do with me. The moment I left Konoha, I had no intention of returning. To me, that place is merely a collection of fading memories. I never anticipated the Uchiha clan would be annihilated. Perhaps my grandfather's decision was flawed from the outset. Do you know how arduous it has been for me to find you? I finally locate you, and then you vanish, keeping me waiting for so long." As her emotions surged, tears streamed down Tsunade's face. Aihana's heart quivered. He quickly stepped forward and embraced her tightly. "I am sorry, Tsunade. I thought you would stop me." Tsunade's emotions ignited further, and she wept in Aihana's arms. "My brother died on the battlefield. I spent so many years in Konoha, giving so much for them. I owe them nothing now. What happens to Konoha is of no concern to me." Listening to her words, Aihana felt a pang of bitterness. "I apologize. It is my fault. In the future, I will never leave without a word again. I regret causing you worry." Shizune, awkwardly standing by, fidgeted with her toes against the floor. She reluctantly turned away, trying not to listen to their conversation. I will step out for a moment." Once outside the office, Shizen let out a sigh of relief. That evening, Aihana warmly entertained Tsunade and Shizen. After the three had dined well, Shizen concocted an excuse to leave early. Aihana and Tsunade exchanged knowing glances. She merely advised him to see her off. "Let us go," Tsunade said, her cheeks flushed. "Where to?" Aihana asked. "Home. Where else?" Tsunade replied, her face turning crimson. Aihana escorted Tsunade to his residence. After being apart for so long, it was as if dry tinder met a roaring flame, resulting in a night of passion. Even Tsunade, possessing the formidable strength of the 100 healings, found herself unable to resist the powerful Aihana. By the next morning, Tsunade lay limp on the bed, while Aihana appeared refreshed. He decided against work, opting instead to spend a few days with Tsunade. Beyond their deep conversations, Tsunade was quite intrigued by the newly established ninja village Aihana had founded. With great patience, he began to explain to her. The current 5 great ninja villages are embroiled in power struggles, and war could erupt at any moment. My establishment of Holy Spirit Village was merely a whim to provide a sanctuary for ordinary people. As Tsunade listened, her expression grew increasingly astonished. A sanctuary for ordinary people? That is indeed a brilliant idea. Perhaps I can assist you. Enthusiastically, she grasped Aihana's hands. Of course, I need your help. Currently, Holy Spirit Village lacks a systematic hospital. I may need your expertise in formulating some policies. Delighted to be of assistance, Tsunade eagerly embraced the opportunity. With Tsunade and Shizen's support, Aihana found managing village affairs to be considerably easier. The overall situation in Holy Spirit Village was improving. With Aihana's significant investments, the construction of the Ninja Academy and Cultural Education School was nearing completion, and under Tsunade's guidance, the hospital was taking shape. Soon, Aihana had settled the village's various matters and leaned back in his chair to rest. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The happiness index of the citizens of Holy Spirit Village has significantly increased. The host has accumulated boundless merit and received a reward. High Purity Byakugan has evolved into Renegan. Aihana jolted upright, exhilaration coursing through him. This was truly an unexpected delight. He had almost forgotten about the system, but it had not forsaken him. The Renegan, a powerful ocular technique on par with the Sharingan. Upon acquiring the Renegan, Aihana experienced a profound transformation. The ocular powers of the Renegan inherited the strength of the Akatsuki clan. Moreover, Aihana possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, endowed with the Senju bloodline, granting him formidable physical prowess. The evolution of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan into Renegan was merely a matter of time. He could confidently assert that he had reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Shizen, who were handling paperwork nearby, looked curiously at Aihana. What has happened? Aihana shook his head at Tsunade's inquiry. Nothing of consequence. I just remembered a restaurant that serves exceptionally delicious food. Let us go there tonight. Both Tsunade and Shizen, fond of the culinary delights in Holy Spirit Village, readily agreed. On the other side of the ninja world, since Aihana undertook a series of actions, the Akatsuki organization seemed to have plunged into a quagmire, unable to advance or retreat. Chapter 123. The Organization of Good People in the Ninja World. Deidara's mission perched upon the back of a soaring clay bird were 2 figures cloaked in black and adorned with the red cloud insignia. Deidara, visibly agitated, voiced his frustrations. Brother Scorpion, what on earth is the leader thinking? Aren't we all rogue ninjas? Initially, we were inexplicably commanded to halt our operations. And now we're being instructed to play the role of Good Samaritans? I am utterly fed up. In contrast, Scorpion maintained a calm demeanor. Who knows? Perhaps the leader has devised a new strategy. Pretending to be benevolent could be a means to deceive the major ninja villages of the realm. It matters not. We shall comply with whatever he directs us to do. Having been defeated by Conan before joining the Akatsuki, Scorpion was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the organization's leader. Riding the clay bird, they pressed onward until they arrived at their designated location. Deidara unfurled a scroll, indicating that their target should be nearby. Brother Scorpion, please wait here. I shall return shortly, Deidara instructed. Scorpion declined the offer. No. Let us proceed together. It will not require much effort. Very well, Deidara acquiesced, guiding the clay bird to a gentle descent. They leaped from its back, landing precisely as a group of menacing rogue ninjas set their sights upon them. The rogues bore headbands from various villages. Who are these 2? They do not appear to come in peace. Prepare for battle, one rogue exclaimed. I've been itching for a fight. Let us eliminate them and see if they carry any valuables. Another added. The rogues exhibited average combat skills, lacking any clear motive beyond greed and thrill-seeking. As soon as Deidara and Scorpion appeared, a barrage of shurikens and kunai was launched toward them. Reacting swiftly, Deidara conjured a clay shield, which absorbed the projectiles as if they were mere cotton. What is that peculiar white shield? How curious. One rogue mused. It seems to have blocked our attack. They must possess some capability. The white shield, upon hitting the ground, transformed into a blob of sticky clay, slowly inching toward the group of rogues. Instead of fear, the rogues erupted in laughter at the sight. What is that? A comedic prop? Could it be his summoning beast? How utterly ridiculous. Unfazed by their amusement, Deidara grinned, fully aware that their laughter would soon turn to dismay. The slime reached the rogues, who continued to mock him. Hey, Blondie, hurry up and recall your useless summoning beast. It's embarrassing to have it out here. One taunted. With determination, Deidara formed hand seals and shouted, Kazu. Boom. The seemingly innocuous blob of clay detonated in a spectacular explosion, sending flames soaring into the sky. The rogues were caught off guard, unable to comprehend how such a mere lump of clay could unleash such devastation. They were scattered, some obliterated, while a few managed to cling to life for just a brief moment longer. Deidara dusted off his hands, a relaxed expression on his face. What a bunch of fools, that should suffice. In a low voice, Scorpion urged, let us move on to the next location. The commotion and fiery explosion had drawn the attention of nearby individuals. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto happened to be passing by. Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, keep an eye on Karui. I will investigate the situation. Without waiting for a response, Sasuke dashed off, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned. Karui, I'll carry you. Let us see what has transpired, he declared. Karui nodded in agreement. Hold on tight. Naruto instructed, and golden light enveloped them both. With a swift motion, they shot forward, the speed leaving Karui momentarily dizzy. Before long, Naruto caught up with Sasuke. Sasuke, didn't I tell you to watch over Karui? Why did you follow me? Sasuke reprimanded. Naruto managed a smile. I was worried you might run into trouble alone, so I came along. Don't worry, I'll remain hidden and won't expose us. Since the loss of Sika, Naruto had grown increasingly protective of those around him. Despite knowing Sasuke's prowess, he could not shake his concern. Faced with Naruto's innocent gaze, Sasuke was at a loss for words. Fine, but if danger arises, you must take Karui to safety first. Your priority is to ensure her protection, no matter the circumstance. I can handle myself. Can you promise me that? Naruto nodded vigorously. I promise to do as you say. With their agreement reached, they continued toward the scene of the incident. Soon, they arrived to find only scattered limbs and a vast crater left by the explosion. This jutsu's power is quite formidable. It seems the perpetrators have already fled, Sasuke noted. Sharingan, activate. Sasuke scanned the vicinity, and with his keen eyesight, he spotted a small white object soaring in the sky. Deidara and Scorpion had already put distance between themselves and the sight, yet they remained within Sasuke's sight. Found you. A flying jutsu, is it? Who could it be? Sasuke pondered, but there was no time for further contemplation as he sprinted toward the clay bird. Naruto trailed closely behind, maintaining a safe distance. Unbeknownst to Deidara and Scorpion, they were already being pursued. So we are heading to that location next? Hold on tight, brother Scorpion. I shall accelerate. Deidara declared just as a blinding flash of lightning erupted into the sky. Lightning release. Thousand Birds Sharp Spear. Chapter 124. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Deidara the soaring Chidori pierced through one of the wings of the clay bird, severing it with remarkable force. The clay bird instantly lost its balance, leaving Deidara momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated being ambushed while airborne. Who dared to obstruct me? With a swift motion, he reached into his clay pouch, hastily consuming a handful of clay. He formed hand seals rapidly, conjuring several small clay birds, 3 of which grasped the clothing of Scorpion. Gripping one of the clay birds by its claw, Deidara began to descend gradually. Before long, both combatants landed on the ground, and it was then that Deidara noticed the masked figure who had attacked him. This mysterious individual was quite enigmatic. Hey, who are you to dare strike at us? Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the two before him. Your attire reveals your affiliation with the Akatsuki. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, both Deidara and Scorpion immediately adopted a defensive stance. You seem to be no ordinary opponent. Knowing our association with the Akatsuki and still daring to confront us. How reckless. I can offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I might forgive your earlier transgression. Scorpion, growing impatient, urged, Deidara, stop wasting time. Let me turn him into a puppet. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Scorpion struck. Hiryukyuin. The Hiryukyuin puppet opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of poison needles towards Sasuke. Fortunately, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan in advance. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to Scorpion's assault. He deftly maneuvered, evading the deadly projectiles entirely. At this moment, both Deidara and Scorpion regarded Sasuke with newfound respect. The individual before them possessed extraordinary skill. In terms of taijutsu alone, Deidara felt uncertain about defeating him. How intriguing. Brother Scorpion, just observe. I shall handle this one. Scorpion, disinterested in contesting, replied nonchalantly, very well. With that, he stepped aside to watch the unfolding battle. Deidara, eager to engage, was caught off guard as Sasuke launched an attack first. Sasuke's speed was astonishing. He utilized a body flicker technique to appear right before Deidara. Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. Such speed. Sasuke's ninja blade plunged into Deidara's form, but in an instant, Deidara transformed into a clay clone, while his true self retreated to the safety of a nearby tree. With his hands clasped, Deidara performed seals. Clay clone, explode. Sasuke's Chidori blade continued to emit lightning chakra. The lightning surged through the clay clone, causing it to detonate prematurely. Deidara's eyes widened in shock, realizing it was lightning-based ninjutsu. The explosion occurred, but its range and potency were significantly diminished. Sasuke swiftly activated the skeletal form of Susanoo, rendering the weakened clay clone harmless. Humph. Sasuke charged once more toward Deidara. Seeing this, Deidara quickly crafted numerous clay spiders, hurling them in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke had already discerned the vulnerability of Deidara's clay ninjutsu to lightning. Lightning release. Chidori Senbon. Lightning-infused needles struck each clay spider with precision, extinguishing them instantly. Deidara felt a surge of panic. Who was this adversary who completely countered his abilities? Without a moment to spare, he formed another clay bird and descended into the sky. Sasuke observed Deidara suspended aloft. Do you only know how to flee? Allow me to deal with the other one first. As Deidara soared, Sasuke unhesitatingly shifted his focus to Scorpion. Scorpion, momentarily bewildered, noted Sasuke's audacity. Their confrontation with Deidara was not yet resolved. Let us engage in a little playtime, then. Scorpion's tail extended, crafted from a special alloy, sharper than Sasuke's blade. The two clashed fiercely. Scorpion's tail, laced with poison, met Sasuke's ninja blade repeatedly. Despite their prolonged struggle, Scorpion failed to land a significant blow on Sasuke, who seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Deidara, witnessing his opponent being usurped, felt a surge of irritation. He landed behind Sasuke, shouting in anger, "Hey, don't ignore me. Your true opponent is right here." Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that dashed toward Deidara. "Hey, you underestimate me." Deidara consumed a large handful of clay, which rapidly molded into two grotesque clay figures. The figures staggered towards Sasuke as shadow clone. With a deft motion, Sasuke's clone sliced through one of the clay figures with his ninja blade. With a disdainful scoff, Sasuke's clone remarked, "Humph." He had anticipated something more formidable. Yet it was merely two awkward clay beings. The clay figures' wounds healed rapidly, and their speed suddenly surged. What appeared to be unremarkable limbs now became razor-sharp. Lunging towards Sasuke's clone raised its blade to block, the impact sparking a shower of embers. At that moment, the other clay figure attacked, causing Sasuke's clone to dodge just in time, but it was grazed and subsequently dissipated in a puff of smoke. Deidara, exhilarated, exerted his full control over the two clay figures. Go, eliminate him. The audacity of Sasuke to divert his attention mid-battle was infuriating. The two clay figures, along with Scorpion, surrounded Sasuke. Sasuke scanned his surroundings, resolving to eliminate Deidara's creations first. Utilizing lightning release would surely tip the scales in his favor. As he engaged all three opponents, he seized the opportunity to thrust his ninja blade deep into one clay figure while injecting it with lightning chakra, causing it to collapse instantly. Deidara, witnessing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Damn it. He hastily created two more grotesque clay figures. Although Sasuke's swordsmanship was formidable, these clay figures were no pushovers. Despite their awkwardness, their deceptive angles, and the pliability of their forms made them formidable adversaries. Growing increasingly vexed by the encroaching clay figures, Sasuke's crimson Sharingan whirled into action. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited upon Deidara, rapidly spreading and engulfing him in a fierce blaze. Chapter 125. The Beast Balls and the Flying Birds. Deidara, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him, found that the fire only grew fiercer. In a fit of frustration, he tore off his garments and cast them aside. Simultaneously, he shed a layer of clay that had coated his body, narrowly escaping disaster as Amaterasu singed a portion of his hair. What an extraordinary ninjutsu, he pondered. That cannot be extinguished? He had lost control over his clay creations. Uchiha Sasuke relentlessly pressured his opponent, the Scorpion, whose formidable crimson armor began to show signs of stress under Sasuke's continuous assault. The Scorpion, recognizing the challenge posed by Deidara, swiftly approached him. This fellow is rather troublesome. There's no need to waste time on him. Deidara, equally disinterested in battling this enigmatic adversary, questioned, Hey, why are you obstructing us? What is your purpose? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, confronting them. You wear the Akatsuki garb, don't you? Tell me, where is Itachi Uchiha? Deidara's irritation flared upon hearing the mention of Itachi. His disdain for Itachi stemmed from the latter's perpetual aloofness, dismissing Deidara's artistic endeavors. This disregard infuriated Deidara, leading him to attack Itachi in the past, only to fall victim to a genjutsu and accomplish nothing. Hearing Itachi's name once more ignited Deidara's fury. You brat. What is your connection to Itachi? Sasuke's gaze pierced through the two before him. I will kill Itachi Uchiha. Tell me where he is, and I may spare you both. Deidara's wrath surged. Only I shall eliminate Itachi. You should abandon such thoughts. Come, prepare to experience my art once again. As he spoke, he molded a substantial mass of clay into a flying dragon, which soared into the sky, carrying both Deidara and the Scorpion. From their aerial vantage, Deidara crafted 3 clay birds and hurled them towards Sasuke, each exploding upon impact, much to Sasuke's vexation. A coward, fleeing to the skies. He scoffed. The clay dragon dove downward, unleashing a torrent of clay bombs. The explosions sent plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke was enveloped in a violet Susanoo, astonishing Deidara once more. This strange phenomenon could withstand the assault of clay? From his lofty position, Deidara released a swarm of clay insects that burrowed into the ground, forming a vast minefield designed to restrict Sasuke's movements. Naruto, watching the fray, felt exasperated. These two are taking things too far, using their altitude to subdue Sasuke-sensei. Kurama, we must intervene. Understood. What shall we do? Kurama replied. Use the tailed beast bomb to strike down that bird in the sky. In an instant, Naruto was enveloped in golden chakra, a fox-like visage materializing around him. Karui gasped in astonishment, her concerns for Sasuke alleviated by Naruto's impending assistance. The tailed beast bomb grew larger within the fox's mouth as Naruto took aim and unleashed it. Unaware of the impending danger, Deidara and the Scorpion were caught off guard as the tailed beast bomb descended. Without hesitation, Deidara leapt from the clay dragon, while the Scorpion reacted swiftly. Yet, they were both struck, the crimson armor shattering upon impact. Deidara plummeted from the sky, his body battered, as the clay dragon exploded in a dazzling display of light. Fortunately, the Scorpion, being a puppet, retrieved 2 scrolls to mend his damaged form. He caught Deidara midfall, and they descended gently to the ground. Sasuke turned towards the trees, realizing Naruto had made his move. This was the power of the tailed beasts. The Scorpion fixated on Sasuke, determined that it was time to transform him and his companion into puppets. Naruto, no longer lurking in the shadows, approached Sasuke. Deidara, bloodied and on the brink of death, received aid from the Scorpion, who summoned his puppets for healing. Sasuke-sensei, allow me to assist, Naruto exclaimed, eager to help. The Scorpion conjured the 3rd Kazekage's puppet, unleashing the power of magnetism. Iron Sand, Rain of Shuriken. The black iron sand formed sharp spikes that hurtled toward Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke calmly instructed, leave them to you. This will provide you with some battle experience. Remember to leave one alive, I still have questions. Elated by Sasuke's words, Naruto promptly activated his Nine Tails chakra mode and vanished in a flash of gold. With a swift kick, he sent the Scorpion flying. Naruto's speed was overwhelming, rendering his opponent defenseless. The 3rd Kazekage puppet charged at Naruto, showering him with iron sand, yet failing to even graze his attire. Magnet release, Iron Sand World. The 3rd's puppet ascended into the sky, gathering a massive amount of iron sand, which transformed into numerous spikes, descending rapidly towards Naruto. In a moment of peril, he narrowly evaded the sharp projectiles. Chapter 126, The 100 Machine Performance. A bolt of lightning manifested above Naruto Uzumaki's palm, exuding unparalleled speed. Indeed, Naruto was the most adept at unleashing the Chidori. Golden chakra enveloped the lightning, propelling Naruto to an extraordinary velocity. As the golden Chidori shattered the sharp black iron spikes strewn across his path, he charged towards Sasori of the red sand, leaving him with scarcely any time to react. Sasori slightly angled his body to evade, but it was too late. The golden Chidori struck his left shoulder. Contrary to Naruto's expectations, there was no gory aftermath. No blood splattering. Was it a puppet? Naruto glanced around, searching for the puppeteer, but found no one. What was transpiring? Sasori, seemingly unscathed by the Chidori, summoned a sharp mechanism knife in his right hand and slashed at Naruto. Quick to respond, Naruto deftly dodged the attack. The surrounding iron sand gradually descended, gathering around Sasori. He then produced a scroll. Secret technique, 100 machine performance. In an instant, countless red-cloaked puppets surged forth from the scroll. Gazing at the overwhelming tide of puppets, Naruto was momentarily stunned. How could one control so many puppets simultaneously? It was truly terrifying. Not far away, Sasuke Uchiha narrowed his eyes, astonished by the formidable strength of the Akatsuki members. The gravely injured individual on the ground, had Naruto not ambushed him, likely possessed a similarly fearsome power. Countless puppets surged towards Naruto. Sasuke dashed to Naruto's side, and together they faced the oncoming puppets, with Naruto's ally, Karui, sheltered between them. The entire expanse seemed enveloped by the crimson puppets as Naruto and Sasuke fought valiantly against them. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto effortlessly unleashed a multitude of shadow clones. Countless Narutos appeared, fiercely striking down the puppets. Come on, let us eliminate them. Just as Naruto prepared to charge, Sasuke cautioned him, be careful, their blades seem to be poisoned. Heeding this warning, Naruto refrained from reckless aggression and fought with utmost caution. Sasuke, encased in his Susanoo's skeletal form, shielded Karui, as the puppets could not penetrate its defenses. Although the swarm of red puppets was indeed daunting, they steadily fell under the relentless assault of the two. Once the majority of the puppets were dispatched, Sasuke noticed that the earlier two had managed to escape. Teacher Zaku. It appears they fled, Naruto remarked, slightly delayed in his response. Sasuke nodded. Yes, I am aware. I shall pursue them to see if I can bring them back. No need. They have likely gone far, Naruto replied. Oh, very well. Curiously, Naruto then inquired, Teacher Zaku, why did you engage them earlier? The individuals I seek belong to the same organization, the Akatsuki. Naruto's expression turned peculiar. What is it, Naruto? He clenched his fists tightly. They are indeed the Akatsuki. A gathering of rogue ninjas. My target is the leader of the Akatsuki. If I can defeat him, Sasuke was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Naruto's goals would align with his own. He patted Naruto's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. There will undoubtedly be opportunities ahead. With both of them targeting the Akatsuki, Sasuke felt assured that Naruto would support his endeavors. For an extended period thereafter, Naruto and Sasuke traversed the ninja world together, gradually earning their own reputations. S-rank rogue ninjas known as the Golden Fox and the Purple Skeleton. Though their titles sounded somewhat juvenile, they garnered significant recognition. However, few could connect these identities to Naruto and Sasuke, considering they were still under 10 years old. After several months, Sasuke and Naruto had acquired considerable intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. Initially a clandestine organization, the Akatsuki's name rapidly spread throughout the ninja world after the assassination of Kato, the wealthiest man in the Land of Waves, and later, the rescue of the Hidden Mist by its members. What had once been a band of rogue ninjas had transformed into a heroic organization. Sasuke sensed something amiss. If they were truly a noble organization, how could Itachi Uchiha have joined their ranks? Furthermore, Obito Uchiha, whom Itachi had once mentioned, was also part of the Akatsuki. Their knowledge of the Akatsuki was limited, and Sasuke, though shrouded in hatred, was not foolish. He understood that his power was not yet sufficient. Having witnessed the 100 machine performance technique of the Akatsuki, he realized that even with allies, defeating Itachi was improbable. Thus, he temporarily set aside his plans, choosing instead to journey with Naruto while contemplating ways to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Neji Uchiha, the Holy Spirit Village thrived, nearly ranking among the 5 great ninja villages, becoming the 6th. It established connections and engaged in trade with the 4 major ninja villages outside of Konoha. The village's infrastructure was remarkably developed, featuring the Holy Spirit Hospital, supervised directly by Tsunade, alongside a well-structured ninja academy and cultural education institutions. One day, after completing a portion of his research, Orochimaru discreetly departed from the Holy Spirit Village. Shortly after his departure, a ninja reported this news to Neji Uchiha. who sat deep in thought. With ample resources and a research base established, what further ambitions did Orochimaru harbor? Unlike his previous exits, he had informed Tsunade beforehand. Tsunade was filled with reluctance, asking when he would return, hoping he wouldn't vanish again. Neji gently kissed Tsunade's forehead, assuring her, "Do not worry. It will only be a brief absence. I shall return soon." Investigating the recent events within the ninja world left him puzzled. There were several possibilities. Orochimaru might seek revenge against Hiruzen Sarutobi, or he could be attempting to collaborate with Ibido Uchiha. Neji leaned towards the former, suspecting Orochimaru had devised something formidable to use against Hiruzen. Once again, Neji infiltrated Konoha, and true to his suspicions, a mere 3 days later, a colossal iron beast appeared in the heart of the village. A three-headed steel serpent began wreaking havoc in Konoha. Orochimaru's initiative was indeed impressive. Crafting such a creation was no small feat yet. Considering his capability to engineer a mechanical ninetails, this mechanical serpent seemed less surprising. Chapter 127. Orochimaru's assault on Konoha. The emergence of the mechanical serpent incited widespread pandemonium. Villagers scattered in disarray as their homes were reduced to rubble. Drawing the swift response of shinobi, their kunai and shuriken proved utterly futile. A commanding ninja stepped forward, initiating a fire-based assault to subdue the monstrous entity. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A volley of fireballs hurtled toward the mechanical serpent, yet to everyone's astonishment, the flames proved ineffectual, the serpent voraciously consuming the chakra. Empowered by this fiery infusion, the serpent unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw. Truly, Orochimaru's ingenuity knows no bounds, crafting such a formidable contraption. Activating his Tenseigan, Uchiha Neji surveyed the surroundings, discerning Orochimaru's absence. The deduction was clear. Orochimaru was engaged with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without hesitation, he hastened toward the Hokage's office. As anticipated, the office was enveloped by the 4 violet flames formation, erected by Orochimaru's newly acquired acolytes. A thunderous cataclysm ensued, reducing the Hokage's office to ruins amidst a cloud of dust. While obscured to most, Uchiha Neji's Tenseigan pierced the veil, revealing the clash between Orochimaru and Hiruzen. Their ninjutsu collided, precipitating the office's collapse. Despite his advanced years, Hiruzen remained a formidable force. Orochimaru morphed into a serpent, lunging at Hiruzen. His Kusanagi blade brandished by a serpentine tongue aimed at Hiruzen's throat. With swift reflexes, Hiruzen parried the strike using his adamantine staff. Beyond the barrier, squads of Umbu operatives assailed the formation with ninjutsu, yet their efforts were in vain. Uchiha Neji pondered Orochimaru's strategy. Bereft of the ability to summon the first and second Hokage, the enigma was resolved as Orochimaru unfurled a scroll, releasing metallic components that adhered to his hands. What is this? Scientific ninja tools? Orochimaru truly stands 3 decades ahead. Scientific ninja tools empower even a Genin to vanquish a Jonin. Hiruzen initiated a hand seal, water style, water dragon bullet technique. The colossal water dragon dispelled the dust, but Orochimaru, sans hand seals, merely raised his arm, his scientific ninja tool absorbing the water dragon. Even Uchiha Neji was taken aback. Scientific ninja tools can replicate abilities wielded exclusively by the Tsutsuki clan. The third Hokage was bewildered. Orochimaru, what have you done? Orochimaru's sardonic laughter mocked Hiruzen's ignorance. Sensei, behold the fruits of my labor. Do you narrow your choices? Regret nodded Hiruzen, yet he concealed it. Nay, Orochimaru, I have never regretted exiling you. Your experiments warranted such action. Hiruzen's resolve only fueled Orochimaru's ire. The Kusanagi blade clashed against the adamantine staff. Each ninjutsu unleashed by Hiruzen was absorbed by Orochimaru's tool. Uchiha Neji chuckled, marveling at Orochimaru's counter to Hiruzen. Siphoning chakra, Orochimaru unleashed it in a torrent of ninjutsu. Earth style, multiple earth wall technique. 3 earthen ramparts arose, failing to impede the barrage. The adamantine staff transformed into Enma, shielding Hiruzen, sustaining grievous injuries before reverting to its original form. Orochimaru mocked, Sensei, how pathetic. Hiruzen, winded, struggled to comprehend the tool's power, its potential to sway the tides of war. Orochimaru relentlessly assaulted Hiruzen with the Kusanagi blade, leaving him battered. How fares your training, Sensei? As Orochimaru prepared the final blow, the barrier shattered, a masked figure deflecting the Kusanagi blade. Orochimaru glared menacingly. Uchiha Neji, do you intend to thwart me? Hiruzen scrutinized the masked Uchiha Neji, wondering if he would offer salvation, despite his animosity toward Konoha. Chapter 128. I will bury you and Danzo together. The Uchiha's tone was icy and brooked no argument. Orochimaru merely grimaced, seemingly disgruntled by the pronouncement. He, too, yearned to personally dispatch Hiruzen Sarutobi to settle the score from yesteryear. Uchiha continued, Orochimaru has sufficed. You have already demonstrated your might to him. Why burden yourself with the stigma of patricide? Though loath, Orochimaru was left with little recourse. For he was no match for the person before him. Moreover, eliminating Hiruzen was not strictly imperative. He had already proven his mettle, rendering it non-essential. He swiftly convinced himself with this flimsy pretext. Uchiha turned his gaze toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, your time has come. Hiruzen emitted a protracted sigh. I was mistaken. I trust you will treat the villagers of Konoha with kindness. Uchiha responded without hesitation, assuredly. Most of them are blameless. He urged, proceed. With unerring precision. Uchiha plunged the katana into Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. In an instant, Hiruzen breathed his last and collapsed. Both Orochimaru's subordinates and the Umbu ninjas were aghast at the spectacle. It cannot be. Lord Third Hokage is dead. That fiend. He slew the third Hokage. Slay him. Avenge the Hokage. Before they could surge forward, an imperceptible repulsive force erupted, flinging the Umbu ninjas backward. Subsequently, Uchiha seized Hiruzen Sarutobi's cadaver, and with a flicker, vanished from sight. Where did that scoundrel abscond with the third Hokage's body? The throng cast furtive glances, endeavoring to locate Uchiha. With Sarutobi Hiruzen deceased, Orochimaru saw no reason to tarry. Accompanied by his mechanical serpent, he prepared to depart from the village of Konoha. Nevertheless, he was curious as to Uchiha's intentions with Sarutobi Hiruzen's remains. Was he, too, contemplating some form of human experimentation? Ere long, Uchiha was discovered within Konoha's cemetery. He was observed wielding a shovel, diligently excavating the earth. This DJVU-inducing scene evoked memories of that uncanny legend from the ninja world. Swiftly, Uchiha was associated with the infamous grave robber who had recently risen to prominence. Is that not the ninja world's grave robber? Indeed. And is that the corpse of the third Hokage beside him? What transpires here? He is exhuming Lord Danzo's tomb. Will no one intercede? An increasing number of ninjas converged upon the site. Orochimaru, having caught wind of the commotion, arrived. The upper echelons of Konoha's ninja hierarchy also made their appearance. Maintaining a safe distance from Uchiha hesitant to engage him rashly. What is he about to do? He has unearthed Lord Danzo's grave. After considerable exertion, he finally pried open Danzo's coffin lid. Gazing upon the decaying remains within, Uchiha could not suppress a shudder of revulsion. Danzo, you must be elated. I have brought your old comrade. As I pledged, allow me to inter you together. I am, after all, not a malevolent individual. Having uttered these words, Uchiha cast Hiruzen Sarutobi's corpse into the tomb. In full view of the assembly, he replaced the coffin lid and reburied the tomb. Certain ninjas, devout followers of the third Hokage, were on the verge of succumbing to their agitation. However, the senior ninjas remained composed. They dreaded provoking Uchiha for Konoha was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Having completed his task, Uchiha dusted off his hands. Ding. The host has facilitated the joint interment of Sh Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, reuniting old acquaintances. A truly benevolent act. Reward, adamant staff, weapon form, non-transformative, Reaper Death Seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi's secret cache of 150 million Ryo, Sh Danzo's secret cache of 500 million Ryo. Nearly an adamantine staff in weapon form? Nonetheless, it remains an unparalleled divine weapon in the ninja world. As for the Reaper Death Seal, such a sacrifice for sacrifice technique, while potent, holds no allure for him. Yet, it is better than nothing. This truly astounded Uchiha. These two old geezers, having lived for so long, had amassed quite a fortune, particularly Sh Danzo. He had always been aware that Sh Danzo was not one to be strapped for cash. After all, he had dispersed considerable sums to Orochimaru in their dealings. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, outwardly unassuming, had accumulated a substantial nest egg. Konoha's affairs have concluded. Grudges can be set aside for the time being. Unless the village of Konoha actively seeks conflict, he will refrain from further harassment. Orochimaru, having witnessed the entirety of Uchiha's actions, was perplexed. Orochimaru, affairs here are concluded. You ought to return to your research. Uchiha turned to Orochimaru and spoke. Orochimaru remained silent, lowered the cowl of his cloak, and quietly slipped away from the throng. Uchiha swaggered out of the village of Konoha, observed from afar by Kakashi, Might Guy, and even Jiraiya. They harbored profound trepidation for Uchiha-en's prowess. As he was about to depart Konoha, Uchiha-en turned and waved, flashing a smile. May Konoha fare better under your stewardship. Farewell. With these words, Uchiha-en vanished in a flash. How swift. Even Might Guy could not react in time. Jiraiya clenched his fists, yearning to act. But he recalled the terror he had experienced at the hands of his adversary. Save for trembling with rage, he was powerless to do anything. He relinquished his aspirations, shifting his focus to the governance of Konoha. As for the animosity between Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Uchiha clan, it had reached its denouement. Upon returning to Holy Soul Village, Uchiha-en's first course of action was to visit Orochimaru's research facility. He had previously proposed research collaboration with Orochimaru, but Orochimaru had unexpectedly unveiled a scientific ninja tool of such destructive potential. He was somewhat displeased that the latter had not informed him of its development sooner. Upon Uchiha-en's arrival at Orochimaru's research facility, the latter's demeanor was exceedingly courteous. Or rather, it was merely because of Uchiha-en's formidable strength that he was treated with such deference. Orochimaru, it appears that your research has made considerable strides, given the ample funding. Orochimaru was delighted to share his insights. The tools I presented in Konoha were not sufficiently refined. I thought it prudent to await their maturation before showcasing them to you. Uchiha-en's eyes twitched. How eloquently put. Cease your excuses, Orochimaru. I witnessed firsthand in Konoha the potency of the scientific ninja tools you wielded. Upon hearing Uchiha-en's words, Orochimaru even chuckled gleefully. For one as mighty as you to acknowledge my research is a source of immense pride. Chapter 129. The fiery red lips of Terumi made the term scientific ninja tools is rather fitting. Henceforth, these inventions shall be referred to as scientific ninja tools. Uchiha, wearing an expression of indifference, expressed his lack of interest in these devices. He merely wished to know when they would be completed so that he could employ them for the defense of the village. Rest assured, it won't take long, came the reply. After touring Orochimaru's research facility, Uchiha departed. Fortunately, Orochimaru was not currently conducting human experiments, perhaps out of fear of his own revulsion. Or perhaps they were merely concealed. The absence of any research seemed somewhat implausible. The world of shinobi is one that often disregards human life. The Uchiha clan, in their pursuit of power and profit, had resorted to using Izanagi to engage in fratricidal conflict, bringing their clan to the brink of extinction. Perhaps Orochimaru's human experiments could indeed bring about significant changes for future generations or even save countless lives. Yet, Uchiha could not bear to witness such trials firsthand. When he took lives, he generally afforded his victims a swift end. Aside from Shimura Danzo, he had never engaged in torture. A week passed swiftly. And despite Konoha Village's deliberate suppression of the news regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, the information inevitably reached other shinobi villages. However, they were wary of acting impulsively, as the emergence of the Holy Spirit Village and the unusual activity of the Akatsuki had rendered the situation across the shinobi world precarious. No leader wished to provoke disaster upon their village, especially with the unfortunate fate of Sarutobi Hiruzen serving as a cautionary tale. They were reluctant to draw the ire of the Akatsuki or Uchiha-ni. Thus, a fragile peace was momentarily maintained within the shinobi realm. Uchiha reflected on how long it had been since he last saw Terumi and decided to carve out some time to visit her. Departing from the Holy Spirit Village, he made his way to the Hidden Mist Village. Upon learning of his arrival, Terumi abandoned her work, rushing into Uchiha's embrace. Tears streaming down her face. You little rascal, why have you been away for so long? Have you forgotten about me? Are you out there chasing other women? Gazing into Terumi's tear-filled eyes, Uchiha felt a mix of embarrassment and tenderness. It seemed she could see right through him, as if she sensed the presence of another woman in his life. Uchiha had never encountered such a challenging predicament. Just then, Terumi spoke. I wouldn't mind such things. I simply wish for you to spend more time with me, my beloved. Your strength is unparalleled. You are the finest youth in the shinobi world. Moved by Terumi's vulnerable demeanor, Uchiha drew her into a heartfelt embrace, suddenly enveloped in his arms. Terumi's cheeks flushed crimson, an unfamiliar sensation causing her to press closer. Without hesitation, she pushed Uchiha onto the desk in the Mizukage's office. What's the matter, dear? Before Uchiha could fully comprehend, Terumi's fiery red lips met his. We're still in the office, he protested. Fear not. No one will interrupt us, she assured him. Thus, Uchiha found himself inexplicably swept away by her advances. Perhaps Terumi had anticipated this, as not a single soul intruded upon them. When they finally emerged, the sky had darkened considerably. Outside, two teams of female shinobi guarding the Mizukage's office exchanged glances. Hasn't it been long enough? Shouldn't we check on the Mizukage? One suggested. It's best not to overstep. The Mizukage has instructed that there is a very important matter at hand, and no one is to disturb, came the reply. Time slipped away, and an hour passed. As the darkness deepened, Terumi Mei and Uchiha exited the Mizukage's office. In the dim light, her tousled hair and slightly flushed cheeks were evident. Mizukage. The shinobi on duty bowed slightly upon seeing her. You've all worked hard today. You may return, she commanded. Yes, Mizukage. After Uchiha accompanied Terumi Mei back to her residence, they engaged in an indescribable encounter in the bathroom and living room. Later, Uchiha broached the subject of the Holy Spirit Village. Upon learning that it was Uchiha who had established it, Terumi Mei was initially astonished but quickly regained her composure. Were you not surprised? Given your capabilities, it hardly comes as a shock. Aside from you, I doubt anyone else could achieve such a feat. They conversed at length, sharing their thoughts candidly. Unexpectedly, Terumi Mei proposed, Darling, may I accompany you to the Holy Spirit Village? Uchiha responded without hesitation. What of the Hidden Mist Village? Leave it to Gazuki Mangetsu. He possesses greater talent and can wield 7 ninja blades simultaneously. The Hozuki clan has produced formidable leaders like Hozuki Mangetsu. Had it not been for the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage's relentless clashes, perhaps their demise would not have been so premature. Uchiha held no doubts regarding Gazuki Mangetsu's abilities. He nodded slightly, affectionately regarding Terumi Mei. Then I shall remain in the Hidden Mist Village for a while longer. Once you have concluded your affairs, we will depart together. The two once again indulged in tender exchanges. 2 days later, Gazuki Mangetsu received news of his appointment as the next Mizukage, leaving him utterly bewildered. Has something occurred in the Hidden Mist Village? Has something happened to Mizukage Terumi Mei? Gazuki Mangetsu sought out Terumi Mei personally. She provided a brief explanation, stating that she intended to hone her skills in the shinobi world. As the Hidden Mist required fresh blood, Gazuki Mangetsu offered mild encouragement. He harbored aspirations for the position of Mizukage. As one deeply invested in the Hidden Mist, he hoped to surpass the legacy of the second Mizukage, which would surely bring her joy. In the days that followed, he actively learned from Uchiha and Terumi Mei about managing the affairs of the village. Chapter 130, Deidara's mechanical transformation. Kisame Hoshigaki was not only gifted, but also possessed an extraordinary talent for governing the Hidden Mist Village. As if he were born to be a leader. Accompanying him was Zabuza Momochi, a fiercely loyal follower, while Kakashi Hitaki also held great admiration for the formidable Kisame. After a week, Mei Terumi felt confident that Kisame was more than capable of assuming the position. Thus, the day for Kisame's inauguration as the new Mizukage was set. The time swiftly arrived for Kisame to take on his role as the 6th Mizukage. Within the village, some of Mei Terumi's devoted followers felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, once Mei Terumi took the stage to deliver a heartfelt speech, their grievances gradually dissipated. Thus, Kisame smoothly ascended to become the new generation of Mizukage. Following Kisame's elevation, Mei Terumi chose not to linger in the village for long and decided to depart with Uchiha Obito to the Holy Spirit Village. Upon their arrival, Mei Terumi finally met Tsunade. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, and even Shizen, who stood beside Tsunade, felt uncomfortable. Tsunade, however, did not recognize Mei Terumi. She merely noted her striking beauty. Obito, with a nervous smile, introduced the two. Upon realizing each other's identities, their initial awkwardness transformed into sheer astonishment. Tsunade pulled Obito aside and whispered in his ear, as expected of my man, you truly are impressive to have won over the Mizukage. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. For a while, Mei Terumi and Tsunade coexisted pleasantly. After all, the ninja world had no strict regulations. Polygamy was not uncommon, especially among prominent clans that often married multiple wives. During this time, life was serene, and Obito enjoyed a blissful existence as the three of them devised cooperative combat strategies. Meanwhile, in another part of the ninja world, Sasori returned with the gravely injured Deidara. Deidara's wounds were severe, and there was no other medical ninja as skilled as Tsunade in the entire shinobi realm. Faced with an impending crisis, Sasori resorted to an unconventional solution. He transformed Deidara into a half-human, half-puppet state. When Deidara regained consciousness, he immediately sensed the peculiarities of his body. What on earth had happened? He realized that he had lost all feeling in his right hand. This revelation filled him with growing frustration. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, Sasori entered the room. Upon seeing Sasori, Deidara felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Lunging towards him and clutching his garments. "Sasori, what has happened to my body?" Deidara demanded, his voice tinged with desperation. Sasori responded without a hint of emotional fluctuation. "When I brought you back, your injuries were life-threatening. I had no choice but to take certain measures and transform part of your body into a puppet." Deidara, in a state of despair, touched his face, relieved that it had not been altered. His hands anxiously explored his body, trying to ascertain what had been changed. Unlike the agitated Deidara, Sasori remained composed, producing a scroll from his possession. "This details the modifications made to your body. Feel free to examine it." Deidara eagerly accepted the scroll, his initial anxiety gradually replaced by calmness. Sasori had invested considerable effort into Deidara's transformation and even utilized some of his cherished materials. After reviewing the entire scroll, Deidara's despondency vanished, giving way to exhilaration. "Sasori, you are truly magnificent. For now, I am willing to concede that your art does have some merit." This statement left Sasori momentarily speechless. "Some merit?" he echoed incredulously. "It seems you're begrudgingly acknowledging it." "I'm eager to experience this new body," Deidara declared. Sasori, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "Follow me. There is an ideal location for a demonstration." Upon exiting the room, they found themselves in a desolate desert. Sasori had set up several targets with mere puppets in the arid expanse. "Now, I wish to see how far my creation can go," he stated. Deidara's palm began to morph into the shape of a cannon, and with a swift motion, a clay bomb was launched from his arm cannon. The speed surpassed that of his previous hand-formed clay, making it nearly impossible for anyone in the ninja world to evade such an attack. The clay bomb struck the puppet with precision, exhibiting a unique adhesive quality that firmly bound it. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted into the sky. Overjoyed at his creation, Deidara exclaimed, "This is simply fantastic." He eagerly tested other functionalities as holes appeared in the soles of his feet. With another explosion, he was propelled into the air. Thanks to Sasori's ingenious design, the clay on Deidara's body could replenish itself. Sasori had even devised a specialized scroll for storing clay, ensuring that he could adequately prepare before battles. Soaring through the sky, Deidara adjusted his foot position, triggering yet another explosion. Utilizing this explosive propulsion system, he could regulate the amount of clay, thereby influencing the blast power. Deidara was in a state of euphoria, feeling an overwhelming affection for Sasori. As he descended, a steel wire shot from his body, entwined with clay, which rapidly wrapped around the puppet upon contact before detonating. The seamless execution of his actions thrilled him. In addition to augmenting Deidara's clay capabilities, Sasori crafted a defensive shield for the puppets to compensate for Deidara's lack of defense. Deidara crashed heavily onto the ground, leaving a spider web of cracks in the earth. "Sasori, I cannot thank you enough. With this body, I shall effortlessly triumph over that boy." Deidara referred not to Naruto, who had ambushed him, but rather to the youth who dismissed his art. Gritting his teeth, he envisioned the masked Sasuke, convinced that had he not been ambushed, his art would have left a profound impact on him. Sasori interrupted Deidara's self-congratulation. "All right, explosion enthusiast, let us return." They relayed the news back to the Akatsuki organization, which promptly began investigating Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. As Sasuke and Naruto gained notoriety in the exchange market, the Akatsuki members soon uncovered some clues. Itachi Uchiha received word of these developments, sensing something amiss. Previously, news had circulated in Konoha that Sasuke had become a rogue ninja, and despite his extensive search, he had been unable to locate Sasuke. The vastness of the ninja world made it exceedingly challenging to capture a rogue ninja in hiding. Now, the sudden appearance of these two individuals provided Itachi with leads, prompting him to suspect that Sasuke was one of them. As the ninja world grew increasingly surreal, Itachi found himself doubting the path he had chosen. He had made sacrifices for the village, even at the cost of his own clan. In the end, Konoha village faced severe retribution. He began to doubt whether he had chosen the wrong path, or if he had underestimated Uchiha Obito. From the very beginning, he had been aware of Uchiha Obito's formidable strength. Perhaps he would have attempted to persuade his father to relocate from Konoha. However, it was too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already dead, and Konoha's population had diminished by nearly 70%. No matter how hard he tried, nothing could be salvaged. Uchiha Itachi shifted his focus. Konoha had become a mere shadow of its former self, and he turned his thoughts towards Uchiha Sasuke, determined to find him and bequeath his Sharingan to Sasuke. After all, he was afflicted with a terminal illness, and his time was limited. Only in this way could he find some solace before his demise. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke traveled alongside Uzumaki Naruto and Karen, exploring the shinobi world. During this time, they felt a sense of joy, three children who had endured a tragic childhood, relying on each other for support. This companionship brought warmth to their otherwise loveless lives. In a grove, Uchiha Sasuke was cooking with an icy demeanor. Nearby, Uzumaki Naruto and Karen gathered firewood. As they walked, a smile spread across Naruto's face. Karen, do you have feelings for Teacher Tsukasa? Upon hearing this, Karen's face flushed a deep crimson, her cheeks slightly warm. Naruto, what are you saying? I don't. Besides, I'm not even 10 yet. How can you say such things? Naruto scratched his head in bewilderment. Really? But it seems like you look at Teacher Tsukasa differently. Teacher Tsukasa is indeed a remarkable person, though he always wears a mask. So I can't tell if he's handsome or not. Sometimes, his voice sounds oddly familiar. Perhaps Naruto's innocent nature prevented him from recognizing Sasuke's true identity. Someone as shrewd as Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito might have discerned it at their first encounter. Teacher Tsukasa must be getting anxious, right? Naruto exclaimed, sprinting over to toss the firewood beside Tsukasa. In these tranquil days, Sasuke found himself momentarily forgetting his hatred. They wandered aimlessly, with their only source of information being the exchange point. Yet, soon enough, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto received the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Sasuke felt indifferent towards Hiruzen's passing. At that moment, Naruto's emotions were more complex. He had once believed that Hiruzen was the only one in the village who treated him kindly. However, through the events surrounding Sasuke, he learned some harsh truths. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not treated him well. In fact, he had somewhat exploited him. Even without his parents, he could have been a carefree child. Yet, Hiruzen had managed to siphon away the legacy left by the fourth Hokage. Nevertheless, when the news of Hiruzen's death reached him, kind-hearted Naruto still felt a ripple of emotion. Sasuke noticed the unease in Naruto's expression. He might have recognized Naruto's true identity even before Naruto himself did. Sasuke reassured him, "Don't worry. I will do everything in my power to help you revive Sasuke." Naruto nodded vigorously, forcing a smile. "I understand, Teacher Tsukasa." Life continued. And Naruto would not dwell in sorrow for someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen. The three of them returned to the exchange point to accept a mission. They gathered some intelligence from the exchange. The Akatsuki organization had become a beacon of hope in the shinobi world. Without such a benevolent group, many smaller nations might have succumbed to chaos. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the information in his hands, feeling it was absurd. How could this be? Uchiha Itachi, who had annihilated his entire clan, was part of the Akatsuki. How could that organization possibly represent hope? Was it not merely a gathering of individuals? Just as they exited the exchange point, a spatial vortex materialized before them. A figure adorned with a mask appeared, wearing familiar clothing. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow. Another member of the Akatsuki? Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, the masked figure stated, "Your strength is indeed impressive. I represent the Akatsuki and extend an invitation for you to join us." His words exposed their identities. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke? Teacher Tsukasa, you are actually Uchiha Sasuke?" Sasuke's voice was cold. "Naruto, we will discuss this later. Our immediate priority is to deal with this Akatsuki member. This is truly unexpected. I did not anticipate the Akatsuki would seek us out. I thought the lesson I imparted last time was sufficient." The masked figure, Uchiha Obito, narrowed his eyes, confident that even if the opponents were strong, they could not harm him due to his mastery of Kamui. "Uchiha Sasuke, the Akatsuki is not a monolithic entity. We are divided into several factions. Only by joining the Akatsuki might I assist you in finding your brother, Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Sasuke frowned. The identity of this person was highly suspect. He seemed to know his intentions. "State your identity. Who are you to represent the Akatsuki?" Chapter 131. The Akatsuki organization launches an operation to capture the tailed beasts. "I am a member of the Akatsuki organization. Join us, and you shall attain what you desire." Uchiha Obito squinted slightly, awaiting Uchiha Sasuke's response. Unexpectedly, without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke launched an attack. The lightning blade in his hand shimmered with a blue luminescence, slicing through the air with a sizzling sound. To his astonishment, the ninja sword penetrated Obito's body. In that instant, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? What has transpired? It passed right through him. Sasuke reacted swiftly, adjusting his position, while Obito had already retreated, creating distance between them. "Do not waste your efforts. You cannot strike me," Obito declared, fully aware of his disadvantage against both Sasuke and Naruto. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in combat, knowing that escaping would be effortless for him, given his Kimui ability. Sasuke, I know you seek Itachi Uchiha. Do you not yearn to uncover the truth behind that fateful day? Do you not wish to understand why Itachi committed such acts? Obito confidently introduced the topic, believing Sasuke would be deeply intrigued. Meanwhile, Sasuke's mind raced as he pondered the identity of the person before him. It was unlikely to be Uchiha Izuna. Who else could possess knowledge of those events? Memories of Izuna's words gradually surfaced in Sasuke's thoughts. Excluding Itachi, only one person remained, Obito Uchiha, a psychologically twisted individual. A slight smirk appeared on Sasuke's lips. I now know who you are. Hearing Sasuke's declaration, Obito was incredulous. It was impossible for Sasuke to discern his identity. There was only one possibility. Sasuke was attempting to deceive him. Obito, feeling displeased, let out a cold snort. Since you have no intention of joining the Akatsuki, I shall refrain from further discourse. Without my assistance, locating Itachi will not be an easy task. Sasuke's prowess instilled a sense of caution in Obito. They locked gazes, neither willing to strike, resulting in a stalemate. Sasuke remained uncertain of Obito's strength and was puzzled by his elusive abilities that allowed him to evade attacks. Turning to Naruto, he noticed Naruto seemed to have grasped the situation. Suddenly, a golden glow enveloped Naruto as he charged towards Obito. Obito, momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales had left Konoha, making it possible for the Akatsuki to capture the Ninetales. In the next instant, Naruto was face to face with Obito, his sharp claws reaching out. Yet, Obito's form blurred once again, evading the assault. Given Obito's reluctance to engage, such an overwhelmingly powerful ability rendered him nearly invulnerable. Realizing the two were formidable opponents, Obito decided against lingering and prepared to depart. With a graceful leap, he landed on a tree branch. Until next time, he exclaimed, as a swirling vortex materialized, drawing him in. Naruto, despite his speed, could not prevent Obito's escape. Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan, scanning the area and confirming that Obito had vanished. What an extraordinary ability, his speed is astonishing. Once Naruto reverted to his original form, he approached Sasuke. Sasuke, why are you here? Despite his surprise, Sasuke maintained some patience with Naruto. He explained, you should be aware of the Uchiha clan's plight. I seek to uncover the truth and avenge my clan. Although Naruto was not privy to the specifics, he understood that the massacre of the Uchiha clan was shrouded in mystery. He promptly affirmed his support. Sasuke, whatever you do, I will stand by you. Just as we agreed. Sasuke felt a wave of gratitude towards Naruto, appreciating that he had not misjudged him, having imparted all his ninjutsu to him. Meanwhile, Karen remained bewildered, having not anticipated that Sasuke and Naruto were acquainted from the outset. After a brief explanation from Naruto, Karen quickly grasped the situation. Sasuke, I will always be by your side. Her words warmed Sasuke's heart. On another front, the Akatsuki had initiated their operation to capture the tailed beasts. In Iwagakure, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, found himself isolated and was targeted by Deidara and Sasori. Deidara, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, leave this to me, Sasori. I can hardly wait to test the strength of these explosives. Sasori, as before, sidestepped, granting Deidara the opportunity to engage. With relentless fervor, Deidara unleashed a barrage of explosive clay upon Han. Ultimately, the Five Tails Jinchuriki succumbed to Deidara's onslaught. Ecstatic at his success, Deidara cried out, Sasori, I did it. Haha. This power is incredible. Sasori had completed the sealing of the Five Tails. All right, let us return. The Akatsuki's swift action caught the world off guard. Not only had they captured the Five Tails, but the Four Tails Jinchuriki fell to Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, while Pain personally apprehended the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. In an instant, the entire ninja world plunged into panic. They could not comprehend why the Akatsuki, once seen as a beacon of hope, would target the tailed beasts. In Iwagakure, Onoki was the first to receive the news. Upon learning of Han's capture, he was furious. These audacious fools dare to strike against us. They truly have a death wish. He ordered an immediate investigation into the Akatsuki, demanding all intelligence on the organization. Iwagakure officially declared war against the Akatsuki, yet they struggled to locate any members amidst their unilateral assault. The Akatsuki's reputation plummeted. Initially regarded as a rogue ninja organization merely feared by the populace, their actions, having once been seen as heroic, now drew widespread condemnation. The citizens of the Land of Rain, who had once celebrated the Akatsuki's transformation, began to harbor doubts. Despite facing significant backlash, the earlier title of Ninja World's Beacon of Hope had indeed afforded them considerable advantages. Prior to this operation, no one had anticipated the Akatsuki would suddenly target the tailed beasts. In a mere fortnight, the 5 tails, 4 tails, and 7 tails Jinchuriki had all been captured by the Akatsuki. Uchiha Izuna soon received the news. These individuals are truly restless. Have they grown impatient so soon? The Akatsuki's rapid mobilization was, in fact, a consequence of Obito's influence. After encountering Sasuke and Naruto, Uchiha Obito began to doubt himself, pondering why these younger generations possess such formidable strength. Upon returning to the Akatsuki organization, he immediately sought out Nagato. He divulged all the intelligence he had gathered to Nagato, who, being an astute individual, quickly grasped the urgency of Obito's concerns. Sasuke Uchiha's objective was Itachi Uchiha, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki was destined to become an adversary of the Akatsuki. Therefore, they needed to act swiftly to eliminate the other tailed beasts and bolster their own strength. Despite their extensive investigation into the spirit village, they were unable to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it. The only plausible explanation was that this individual possessed immense power and had meticulously concealed their identity. Following the announcement of the first phase of the tailed beast capture, the ninja villages harboring tailed beasts began to communicate and form alliances. However, only the cloud and sand villages still retained tailed beasts. The 6 tails Jinchuriki lived in fear of village retribution and had been fleeing continuously. The existence of the 3 tails within Uchiha Obito's body remained largely unknown. Obito arrived at Orochimaru's experimental base and presented the information regarding the Akatsuki's operations. Upon reviewing the intelligence, Orochimaru grinned, sensing an excellent opportunity. "Shall we make a move against Itachi Uchiha now?" he proposed. Obito was taken aback by Orochimaru's sudden eagerness to confront Itachi. "If you wish, it is not impossible," he replied, though he noted that he did not possess Itachi's current whereabouts. Orochimaru, exuding confidence, assured him, "Leave this to me. I will ascertain Itachi's location within a week." Employing his unique methods, Orochimaru soon established contact with Obito. From the outset, Obito had harbored mistrust towards Itachi, viewing him as a potential threat. Orochimaru tempted Obito with his technological prowess, and the two quickly reached an accord. Before long, Obito disclosed Itachi's movements to Orochimaru. Although he remained skeptical of Orochimaru's ability to defeat Itachi, believing him merely a provider of opportunities for Itachi. After all, Orochimaru had previously succumbed to Itachi's genjutsu. Ecstatic with the newfound information, Orochimaru wasted no time in informing Obito. He was eager to obtain such a prodigious body as Itachi's. Before departing, Orochimaru prepared numerous scrolls containing his secret weapons. The humiliation he endured at the hands of Itachi's genjutsu lingered in his mind, fueling his desire for revenge and the acquisition of genius-level power. Once he obtained Itachi's body, passing the sage exam at the Richi cave would surely be a breeze. A promising future beckoned to Orochimaru. Following Obito's intelligence, Uchiha Obito and Nagato tracked down the location indicated in the report. Nagato was somewhat surprised to find that Itachi had remained at the ruins of the Uchiha clan's ancestral home. Was he reminiscing about the past? The thought struck Nagato as somewhat ridiculous. Or perhaps Itachi had orchestrated a plan to ensnare Sasuke, attempting to exonerate himself? Unfortunately for Itachi, he had crossed paths with Nagato, who would not allow him to wash his hands clean. From a distant mountain, Nagato unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards the Uchiha ancestral ruins. This bomb was relatively small, merely a test of their defenses. Orochimaru watched in astonishment as Nagato revealed himself to be a tailed beast Jinchuriki. What manner of being was he? Clearly, he defied conventional understanding. Kisame Hashigaki sat nearby, cradling his massive sword, Samahata. He sensed an immense chakra approaching them. Without hesitation, he charged towards the tailed beast bomb hurtling through the sky. Upon contact, Samahata began voraciously absorbing the potent chakra. For Kisame, the chakra of a tailed beast was a delectable feast. Yet, the bomb's energy proved overwhelmingly powerful, and Kisame was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Hearing the commotion, Itachi emerged from his dwelling. Observing the scene, he calmly inquired, "Kisame, what transpired?" Rising from the ground and retrieving his sword, Kisame reported, "It seems we have attracted attention, and the intruder appears to be a tailed beast Jinchuriki. I never anticipated they would dare approach us." With a serious expression, Itachi replied, "Kisame, Do not underestimate them. They are not simple foes. Concealed in the shadows. Nagato watched as a massive serpent slithered from the woods, followed by an increasing number of snakes. Itachi squinted, pondering how Orochimaru had located their hideout. As a swarm of serpents lunged at them, Kisame wielded his sword, slicing through the approaching snakes with the tailed beast chakra he had recently absorbed. Orochimaru, I did not expect it to be you, Itachi remarked as several snakes coiled together, transforming into Orochimaru's form. Orochimaru emitted a chilling laugh, indeed. It has been a long time, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 132. The might of the steel puppets. Uchiha Itachi wore an expression of considerable surprise. Orochimaru could be considered the person with the weakest mental fortitude he had ever encountered. Itachi possessed some intelligence regarding Orochimaru, who was capable of employing the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei to seize others' bodies and achieve immortality. This might also explain Orochimaru's utter inability to resist genjutsu. It was this very uncertainty that troubled Itachi. How could Orochimaru, who was so well versed in these matters, be unaware of such undeniable truths? What ulterior motives did he harbor? Orochimaru, what brings you here? Itachi postulated that there must be a significant reason behind Orochimaru's visit. Perhaps it would be prudent to first hear what he had to say. Orochimaru grinned coldly, his expression sending shivers down one's spine. Itachi, I have previously stated, your body belongs to me. No sooner had he uttered these words than Kisame leaped into action, wielding his massive sword, Samahata, to strike at Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru expelled the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, positioning it in front of him as a shield. The force of Kisame's blow sent Orochimaru flying. Hey, Orochimaru, let's spar first. Kisame challenged, his eyes gleaming with combat fervor. Unfazed, Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from his robe, channeling chakra into it. From the scroll emerged 3 formidable steel automatons, standing imposingly with an air of authority. Kisame, perplexed, questioned, what are these? Itachi's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of tension. Kisame, do not underestimate them. He understood Orochimaru's prodigious talent in scientific endeavors, which often resulted in the creation of bizarre yet immensely powerful contraptions. Kisame nodded, I understand, Mr. Itachi. Soon, Kisame engaged in battle with the 3 steel puppets. His sword, Samahata, proved ineffective against them, leading to a stalemate. Both Itachi and Orochimaru observed silently from the sidelines. At that moment, Itachi turned to Orochimaru, his Sharingan blazing crimson. To his surprise, Orochimaru chuckled. Itachi, did you truly believe I would be defenseless? A peculiar pair of goggles appeared on Orochimaru's forehead, exuding a distinctly mechanical aura. Simultaneously, scientific ninja tools manifested on his legs and feet. The unusual appearance astonished Itachi. Even Uchiha was witnessing this transformation for the first time. Orochimaru's stealthy mechanization was evidently not meant for Itachi's involvement, despite its bizarre design. It effectively mitigated the effects of the Sharingan's genjutsu. The clash between Kisame and the 3 steel puppets intensified as Kisame swung Samahata downwards, forcing the automatons to retreat. With a swift hand seal, Kisame unleashed water-style, waterfall technique. His immense chakra surged forth, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall crashing down upon the 3 steel puppets. Both Itachi and Kisame believed the battle was nearing its conclusion. Unexpectedly, as the torrent approached the puppets, they simultaneously opened their palms, absorbing the oncoming waves. In less than 3 minutes, the entire waterfall technique was completely siphoned away by the 3 steel constructs. Itachi quickly discerned the situation. Kisame, be cautious, they can absorb chakra. No sooner had Itachi uttered this warning than the puppets opened their mouths, unleashing a continuous stream of water upon Kisame. Not only could they absorb chakra, but they could also rebound it? Itachi narrowed his eyes. Such steel puppets could potentially alter the very fabric of the ninja world. Kisame raised Samahata defensively, attempting to block the onslaught of water ninjutsu. Thus, the battle ensued, with Kisame struggling against the relentless onslaught of the 3 automatons. Orochimaru, smiling, taunted Itachi. Are you not going to intervene? From somewhere, the cawing of crows echoed ominously. A serpent stealthily slithered up a tree, creeping up beside the crows. With a sudden strike, the snake coiled around a crow, suffocating it. At that moment, Itachi sprang into action, brandishing a kunai as he charged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's scientific tools were not only capable of absorbing and rebounding attacks, but their composition was also remarkably resilient, far superior to ordinary kunai. The clash of their weapons erupted in a shower of sparks. The ensuing taijutsu battle resulted in a stalemate, with neither party gaining the upper hand. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Itachi unleashed a fire technique at an opportune moment. Orochimaru remained stationary, conjuring an energy shield that effortlessly deflected the flame-imbued kunai. Itachi was taken aback. Orochimaru had achieved this level of defense solely through his own inventions. Meanwhile, Kisame, after exerting considerable effort, finally dispatched one of the steel puppets. Though he was left panting and exhausted. These things are truly troublesome. Should Mr. Itachi engage fully in battle? Itachi shook his head. He had no desire to remain entangled with Orochimaru. Just as he uttered these words, flames erupted beneath Orochimaru's feet, propelling him skyward. Kisame chuckled lightly. It seems leaving won't be so simple, Mr. Itachi. In midair, Orochimaru unfurled an exceptionally long scroll. Both Itachi and Kisame exchanged concerned glances, apprehensive about Orochimaru's intentions. Kisame performed hand seals, summoning a vast water pool, from which 7 sharks emerged to encircle the 2 remaining steel puppets. After relentless attacks, they finally overcame the constructs. From within the massive scroll rolled out a spherical egg. Initially appearing empty, the metallic egg quivered before unfurling to reveal an 8-headed steel Yamata no Orochi. Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of monster is this? It must be a trick. Mr. Itachi, I believe we should retreat swiftly, faced with such a monstrosity. Even Kisame lacked confidence in overcoming it. While he could countertail beasts with Samahata, he understood the formidable strength of the steel giant. The earlier 3 puppets had already left him at a loss. His powerful water techniques would be futile against such a mechanical behemoth. Indeed, it was a truly terrifying creation. One that left him utterly helpless. Nevertheless, despite his words, Kisame outwardly displayed little fear. Chapter 133, The Steel Orochi. In the sealing of the Tin-Knuckle Sword, the Steel Orochi has undoubtedly consumed a great deal of Orochimaru's effort. Fortunately, with the financial backing of Uchiha Negi, Orochimaru could pursue his research on the Steel Orochi without any monetary concerns. Orochimaru gazed with immense satisfaction at the Steel Orochi before him, deeming it his finest creation. The Steel Orochi surpassed even his forbidden technique, the original Orochi, with exuberance. Orochimaru laughed heartily, exclaiming, Uchiha Itachi, surrender your body willingly. The circumstances had indeed changed. Kisame Hoshigaki brandished his massive sword, Samahata, declaring, Leave Itachi to me. You should retreat. As he spoke, Kisame merged with Samahata, transforming into a hybrid of man and shark. With a powerful leap, he dove into the earth. Employing the earth release, underground submarine technique, Kisame swiftly advanced towards the Steel Orochi, and upon reaching its feet, he began to unleash his ninjutsu. Water release. Great exploding water collusion. A torrent akin to a vast lake erupted from Kisame's surroundings, swiftly forming an immense water prison that engulfed a portion of the forest. Uchiha Negi, who had been observing from the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru had indeed created the Steel Orochi. A bizarre sight that led Negi to feel as though he were witnessing a kaiju battle akin to those in Ultraman. However, considering Orochimaru's capability to research even the mechanical Ninetales, it was hardly surprising that he could also fabricate an Orochi. The enormous water prison merely slowed the Steel Orochi, which opened its enormous jaws and unleashed a shockwave from its maw. The forceful gust surged through the water, but Kisame adeptly evaded the attack. Water release. Great Shark Bullet Technique. In typical circumstances, this technique would prove highly effective, even against tailed beasts, absorbing a significant portion of their chakra. Yet, against the Steel Orochi, it yielded little effect, merely colliding against its metallic form with minimal impact. Kisame's water ninjutsu proved futile against the Steel Orochi. The 4 heads of the Steel Orochi simultaneously opened their mouths. The colossal water prison formed by Kisame's technique was swiftly consumed by the 4 gaping maws. The chakra from the water release was transformed by the Steel Orochi. The remaining heads unleashed wind and fire projectiles, the overwhelming chakra momentarily exceeding Kisame's absorption capacity. Kisame sustained considerable injury, propelling him backward as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Itachi approached Kisame's side. Kisame, retreat for now. I will handle this. Kisame's eyes reflected a deep sense of reluctance. Itachi, this creature is truly peculiar. I have no means to counter it. Without responding to Kisame, Itachi advanced slowly. A crimson light radiating around him. His Sharingan deepened into a more vivid scarlet, and a blood tear fell from his eye. The red glow intensified, suddenly soaring into a massive crimson illusion. Susan. A red Susan materialized around Itachi, wielding the tin-knuckle sword in one hand and the Yada mirror in the other. Orochimaru, suspended in midair, was rendered speechless. What is happening? Why can Uchiha Itachi summon this formidable entity as well? This scene evoked memories of Orochimaru's past encounters with Uchiha Negi, where he had faced overwhelming defeat, even in his Orochi mode, at the hands of Negi's Susan. No, his steel Orochi, forged through relentless effort, could not possibly be vanquished by Uchiha Itachi. The steel Orochi, seemingly enraged, lunged towards Susan, nearly shattering its fangs against its impenetrable defense. Wind and fire techniques were unleashed in unison, igniting the flames with fervor. Itachi's Susan raised the Yada mirror, effortlessly blocking the inferno. Following that, 2 energy blasts were deflected by the Yada mirror as well. After countering the steel Orochi's assault, Susan swung the tin-knuckle sword, piercing through one of the Orochi's heads. With sealing power, one of the steel Orochi's heads was confined within the gourd of the tin-knuckle sword. The remaining heads met the same fate, each sealed away in succession. Orochimaru was consumed by rage, his painstakingly crafted steel Orochi reduced to mere sealed remnants by Uchiha Itachi. Yet, Itachi was not finished. He brandished the tin-knuckle sword, preparing to strike at Orochimaru. The latter, filled with indignation, wondered why Itachi had yet to emerge. Did he intend to witness Orochimaru's sealing? Just as the tin-knuckle sword was about to descend upon him, a blood-red chain lashed out, entwining itself around the sword, halting its advance. Itachi glanced sideways, astonished that anything could impede his tin-knuckle sword. A Susan, even larger than his own, loomed nearby, gripping the chain tightly. Who could possibly summon a second Susan? Aside from himself? In that moment, a figure flashed in Itachi's mind. It's you. Chapter 134. The epic clash between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha. Now, though the correct guess was made, alas, no reward was bestowed. Uchiha maintained a stalemate with the Totsuka blade held by Uchiha Itachi, neither willing to yield. The situation was intensely strained, rendering Kisame Hoshigaki and Orochimaru as mere spectators, unable to intervene. Just as Orochimaru anticipated a prolonged deadlock, Itachi's Susanoo began to stir. A series of fiery, 8-spoked Magatama burst forth from Itachi's Susanoo, aimed squarely at Uchiha, who believed this would yield some effect. Unexpectedly, before the Magatama could even reach his Susanoo, a powerful, invisible repulsive force sent them hurtling away. Itachi's narrowed eyes widened in shock. He was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. What kind of ability is this? It even deflected the Magatama. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, his expression imbued with profound astonishment. How much has Uchiha truly grown? Has he reached an unmeasurable level? Itachi attempted to wield the Totsuka blade once more, but the chains ensnaring it held firm, rendering the blade immovable. Blood tears streamed from Itachi's eyes as the crimson glow of the Totsuka blade intensified. He endeavored to perform a sealing technique, hoping his opponent might relinquish control over the blade. Fiery red flames erupted from the Totsuka blade, and a subtle shift colored Itachi's calm gaze. He envisioned sealing his adversary. However, in an unforeseen twist, the chains in his Susanoo also emanated a sinister blood-red glow, voraciously consuming chakra from the Totsuka blade as if it were an insatiable specter. As Itachi felt his chakra being siphoned away, he experienced a sudden weakness, spitting forth a mouthful of dark blood. The brilliance of the Totsuka blade diminished, yanked away by the chains, leaving Itachi helplessly watching as his weapon was seized. Struggling to maintain his stance, he pondered whether today would mark his defeat. After years of scheming, he had believed everything was under his control. Throughout, Itachi had perceived himself as the one who grasped the bigger picture, bearing the weight of it all. This belief had driven him to endure the pain of obliterating his clan, even taking the lives of his own parents. He had thought he would honor Shisui's legacy, ensuring the village's safety. Yet, he had failed to protect the village and the Uchiha clan. Until now. He had not fully grasped the depth of this realization, but facing the overwhelming pressure from Uchiha, the buried feelings finally erupted. He could not afford to fall here. Itachi summoned his strength. Though afflicted with illness, the drawbacks of his Manjiki Sharingan were now evident. Overuse would drain his physical condition. Meanwhile, Kisame, watching from the sidelines, grew increasingly anxious. "Mr. Itachi, I shall assist you." Before he could rush in, Orochimaru intervened, unfurling a scroll to summon 3 iron puppets. Kisame's brow furrowed at this sight. "You detestable fiend, do not obstruct my path." Despite his urgency, he found no means to break free from the trio of iron puppets surrounding him. Orochimaru, with a chilling smile, stood idly, watching. If Kisame wished to assist, he would first need to contend with the present obstacles. The situation for Itachi grew dire. He could scarcely maintain his Susanoo. The radiance of Susanoo flickered, blood continuously streaming from Itachi's eyes, yet he managed to stabilize its form. The Totsuka blade, a divine artifact, reappeared in his grasp, as Itachi had earned its recognition, preventing it from being easily taken. One hand wielded the Totsuka blade, while the other positioned the Yata mirror defensively. His chain struck against the Yata mirror, yielding minimal effect. A smirk played upon his lips, eyes glinting with mockery. Did Itachi truly believe he could find no way to counter him? With unwavering focus, Itachi controlled his Susanoo, the Totsuka blade and Yata mirror executing a flawless synergy. At that moment, a vast expanse of Higanbana bloomed beneath Itachi's feet, their blood-red petals exuding an eerie allure. Instantly, Itachi recognized the danger of these flowers. He attempted to flee the area, yet the flowers relentlessly followed, devouring his spirit and chakra. What kind of bizarre ability is this? If this continues, I shall surely collapse. It is time to employ that technique. A swarm of black crows soared across the sky, Itachi summoned beasts. In that instant, one black crow locked eyes with Aihana. Possessing a single red Mangeki Sharingan, Itachi's gaze sharpened, feeling a surge of triumph as he beheld this scene. Had he finally succeeded? He exhaled a long breath of relief. Little did he know, a third eye opened upon his forehead, emitting a green glow. Itachi's carefully orchestrated Kodo Amatsukami was entirely reflected back by this eye. The illusion of the Sharingan held no sway over the Renegan. He conjured a wooden spear, launching it towards the crow in midair. Would release, with spear jutsu. The spear struck the crow, sending it plummeting from the sky. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force drew the falling crow into his grasp. Seizing the crow, No extracted the Mangeki Sharingan from it. Subsequently, he activated the devouring ability of the Sharingan. Thus, a pair of Kodo Amatsukami eyes was assembled. With this newfound power, Aihana felt invigorated. His ocular prowess now approached that of the Renegan. The ability of Kodo Amatsukami was enhanced, allowing for consecutive uses without the risk of blindness, albeit with a 6-month recovery period. Indeed, the limitations of the strongest illusion in the ninja world were substantial. He pondered how Uchiha Madara had acquired his Renegan. It must have taken considerable effort. Undoubtedly, Madara's prowess and research rivaled that of Orochimaru. Yet, no understood that should he consume Itachi's eyes, they would undoubtedly evolve into the Renegan. Excitement surged within him, the Higanbana blooming even more vibrantly. Chapter 135, The Death of Itachi Uchiha, awakening the Renegan and entering the 6 paths. Itachi Uchiha was on the brink of collapse. Constantly drained of his mental energy and chakra by the relentless effects of the Higanbana. He fell to one knee, his eyes filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. He could not succumb here. He needed to pass on his eyes to Sasuke, enabling his brother to ascend to new heights. For Sasuke's sake, he resolved to struggle one last time, yet he had reached his limit. His pre-existing illness, compounded by the ongoing consumption of his chakra and spirit, rendered resistance an impossible endeavor. Meanwhile, Kisame Hoshigaki found himself unable to assist, as he faced 3 iron puppets and contended with Orochimaru. The latter wielded the Kusanagi sword from a distance, relentlessly seeking opportunities to strike. Kisame sustained numerous wounds from the Kusanagi, and both were ensnared in a dire predicament. "Kisame," he exclaimed, unable to comprehend that he would ultimately succumb beneath the cold steel of the puppets. His once proud ability to devour chakra proved futile against the iron constructs. Itachi's Susanoo gradually dissipated, and as its presence faded, Uchiha Negi approached him. Itachi coughed up blood, addressing Uchiha Negi. "You seek me, do you not? Once I am gone, all of this will come to an end." Uchiha Negi merely smirked, saying nothing as he stood there, observing. Itachi appeared utterly wretched, blood pooling at his feet. Orochimaru, having been silently observing the situation, detected the scent of blood and hastened toward them. Seeing Itachi was faltering, Kisame grew anxious, merging with the water to swiftly approach. However, as he drew near, Uchiha Negi manipulated gravity, flinging him away with force. "Begone!" Kisame crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out black blood. "Itachi!" he cried out. Even as Orochimaru wore a smug grin, commending Uchiha Negi, "Your strength is indeed formidable. Now, allow me to take possession of Itachi's body, the body of a genius I have long desired." He prepared a scroll, laying it on the ground. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, creating an intricate array. He turned to Uchiha Negi and expressed gratitude. "Thank you. I shall begin now." Negi nodded silently, his expression unreadable. With complex hand seals, he declared, "Impure world reincarnation. Like a serpent shedding its skin, Orochimaru emerged from his own form, diving into Itachi's lifeless body. Itachi's already fragile existence reached its conclusion at that moment. Uchiha Negi could only listen to his agonizing cries. Kisame, despite his injuries, rushed back, but once more, he was effortlessly repelled by Uchiha Negi, collapsing to the ground. He struggled against his wounds, crying out, "Itachi." Orochimaru successfully claimed Itachi's body, a chilling and triumphant laughter escaping him. This is the feeling, it is simply marvelous. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. Itachi's body was in a state of extreme decay, an insurmountable weakness enveloping him. Despair washed over Orochimaru. Yet he could not abandon the body he had fought so hard to obtain. At that moment, Uchiha Negi's cold laughter pierced through the tension. Orochimaru turned to him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "You knew all along, didn't you?" Negi merely nodded. "What do you think?" "I believe it would be wise for you to focus on your research. Do not aspire for greater power. Your time is limited." These words struck Orochimaru like a dagger, leaving him filled with bitterness. Uchiha Negi moved with the swiftness of lightning, extracting Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. Blood flowed as Orochimaru screamed in agony. "You knew everything. You used me. You wretched fiend." Until now, he had always manipulated others, never anticipating that he would be the one exploited. Negi activated the Sharingan's devouring ability, and possessing the powers of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, he completely absorbed the Manjiki Sharingan within 10 minutes. At that moment, Negi's eyes underwent a profound transformation. The Crimson Eternal Manjiki Sharingan gradually morphed into spirals of Renegan, bestowing upon him an aura of mystery and immense power. "Return my eyes, Uchiha Negi, you scoundrel." Orochimaru could only bellow in futility. In a flash, Negi appeared beside him, resting a hand upon Orochimaru. Utilizing a special illusion technique, Izanami and Kodoamatsukami, only usable with the Renegan, he ensnared Orochimaru in an overwhelming darkness, even after his eyes had been taken. Cold sweat dripped from Orochimaru's forehead as he felt the oppressive weight of the Renegan bearing down upon him. The spirals of Renegan fixated on him, rendering him ensnared in an illusion from which escape seemed impossible. With the Renegan activated, employing such techniques posed no challenge for Uchiha Negi. Additionally, bolstered by the Senju bloodline reward obtained from the system, the combination of Renegan and Senju lineage propelled him into the realm of the Six Paths. At this juncture, Uchiha Negi had only just entered the Six Paths, still struggling to fully master his newfound power. Chapter 136. The Descent of Otsutsuki Shinjuro. When one fails to control their power, the consequence is often a significant pit left in their wake. This marks a comprehensive qualitative enhancement. Strength, speed, perception, and chakra reserves have all surged dramatically. Upon Uchiha's entry into the realm of the Sage of Six Paths, the wandering spirit of the sage, long present in the ninja world, sensed an overwhelming force. However, this incarnation of the sage exists solely as a consciousness within the world and cannot pinpoint Uchiha's exact location. Who could have reached such heights? Could it be Gamamaru? The sage's brow furrowed in concern. He was deeply troubled by the prospect of someone disrupting Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal. Although reviving Kagaya is a convoluted and intricate process, requiring the gathering of all 9-tailed beasts and the acquisition of the 10-tails physical vessel, the sage, adhering to the prophecies, commenced the search for the reincarnations of Indra and Azura. Uchiha swiftly acclimated to his newfound strength, turning to glance at Orochimaru, using gravitational force to elevate him. Leaving Orochimaru behind might result in his demise due to his frail condition before he could escape the illusion of his Izanami, while Orochimaru could resurrect himself through cursed seals. No intended to assist him, as they had previously agreed to provide him with a body of genius. No resolved to bring Orochimaru back for treatment, hoping the medical need could cure the terminal illness afflicting Uchiha Itachi. Above the moon, Otsutsuki Shinjuro exerted control over the colossal Renegan, observing conditions on Earth. It seemed that the Renegan could sense the presence of Uchiha almost instantaneously. Natu became aware of the disconcerting gaze directed towards him. Where could it possibly originate? He raised his gaze to the sky, a thought flashing through his mind. It must be those individuals. The connection with the enormous Renegan was abruptly severed by Eni. If not for the considerable distance, he could have seized control of it outright. At that moment, Shinjuro was genuinely alarmed as the Renegan momentarily spiraled out of control. However, it soon regained stability, and Shinjuro attempted to re-establish his connection to the Renegan to investigate Earth's situation, only to find the figure he sought had vanished. What manner of power is this? After a fleeting moment of confusion, he regained his composure. He must unite with the purest Byakugan. Only then could he unlock the Renegan and fully master the immense power it wielded. At that point, he would be confident in his ability to cleanse the ninja world. No matter the source of that mysterious strength or any other adversary, none would be his match. This confidence, or perhaps arrogance, stemmed from the pure bloodline of the Akatsuki clan. Aihana forcefully tore through the Kamui space, arriving at the Holy Spirit village in a short span. Upon entering Orochimaru's laboratory, Kabuto regarded him with caution. Having never encountered such an aura, he inquired, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed here?" Aihana removed his mask, causing Kabuto's jaw to drop in astonishment. "Lord Na, why have you returned alone? Where is Lord Orochimaru?" Na extended his hand, and a vortex of Kamui materialized, ejecting Orochimaru's lifeless body. Gazing at the sight of the eyeless form, Kabuto's expression turned blank. Was this not Uchiha Itachi? Orochimaru had usurped Itachi's body. Yet Itachi's affliction needed addressing. Regardless of the means, Itachi would likely remain in a comatose state for the foreseeable future. Kabuto swallowed hard, bewildered by Orochimaru's dire condition. His thoughts spiraled into chaos, and he dared not inquire further, merely nodding vigorously. The extent of Uchihana's power was unfathomable to him, and any nascent ambitions he harbored were promptly extinguished. Meanwhile, on the moon, Akatsuki Shinjiro acted swiftly. Having solidified his plans, he prepared to descend to Earth. Long ago, he had encountered Hyuga Hinata and had recognized her as his betrothed, perhaps due to the earlier disturbance caused by Uchiha. His arrival point was not as precise as he had hoped. As he scanned his surroundings, dense forests enveloped him. He gradually ascended into the air, utilizing the levitation technique unique to his clan. Attempting to establish a link with the colossal Renegan, he soon succeeded, only to realize he had strayed considerably from his intended destination. First, he needed to head towards Konoha, just as peace seemed to settle over the village. They were unaware that danger loomed once more. By sheer coincidence, Shinjiro, soaring through the sky, encountered Deidara and Sasori, who rode upon a great bird. Upon witnessing someone pass by, Deidara's ire ignited. "What audacious fool dares to fly past me?" He fumed. As Sasori attempted to intervene, Deidara commanded the bird to accelerate, pursuing Shinjiro. Having been born without eyes, Shinjiro possessed the Byakugan of his clan's elders, granting him heightened perception. He quickly sensed the chakra trailing behind him. Hovering in midair, he turned to regard Deidara. Without uttering a word, Deidara raised his right hand, launching a clay bomb with great speed. The white clay projectile hurtled toward Shinjiro, who opened his palm, causing the bomb to halt midair. On Earth, Shinjiro could not fully harness the energy of the colossal Renegan and wished to avoid prolonged conflict with Deidara and his companion. "Who are you?" he inquired. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the clay bomb exploded, propelling him backward. Fortunately, his robust Akatsuki lineage rendered him largely unscathed. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, Deidara laughed triumphantly. "I hit my mark. This is art. You should be more cautious next time, daring to provoke me by flying past." Fury ignited within Shinjiro. This brash individual had ambushed him and now had the audacity to mock him. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he coldly retorted, "You seek death." Deidara, equally scornful, countered, "The one seeking death is you." Uncertain of his opponent's true strength, Shinjiro hesitated to engage in conflict. Yet Deidara's earlier actions had undeniably provoked him. He began to draw chakra from the colossal Renegan. Deidara narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Shinjiro intently. "Sasori, doesn't this person appear rather peculiar? Why is he so pale? Could he possess some unique bloodline limit?" Sasori's voice was low and cautious. "I don't know, but I suggest you tread carefully." The memory of his earlier confrontation with Uchiha Sasuke flashed through Deidara's mind, prompting his rationality to advise against lingering too long. Once brimming with bravado, Deidara now proceeded with caution. He commanded his clay bird to ascend higher, simultaneously utilizing his special ninja tools to launch several clay projectiles, including a unique clay spider web, toward Shinjiro. After discarding these, he controlled the clay bird and, without looking back, swiftly turned to flee. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Shinjutsu had just extracted a small portion of the colossal chakra from the Renegan. What confronted him was a vast expanse of clay, followed by an incessant barrage of relentless bombardment. Chapter 137. The captured Hinata Akatsuki Shuren spread his arms wide, and a faint blue shield of light enveloped him. This was the Renegan, possessing the ability to absorb chakra and nullify jutsu. The explosions raged on relentlessly until the fiery chaos subsided, revealing that Deidara had long since fled. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Shuren seethed, cursing the audacity of that fool who dared to mock him. Anger surged within him, blood racing as he inhaled deeply. Striving to regain his composure, reason dictated that he could no longer squander precious time. He must hasten to the Hyuga clan. Only by obtaining the purest Byakugan could he truly harness the power of the Renegan. With a heavy heart, he turned away, propelling himself skyward towards Konoha. Meanwhile, Deara was elated, akin to a child experiencing the joy of their first lollipop. He was undoubtedly overjoyed, imagining the flustered expression on his opponent's face upon realizing their disappearance. The thought of Shuren's frantic stomping and frustration brought him amusement, laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably. The calm voice of Sasori interjected, reminding him to exercise caution and prioritize the mission. Deara acknowledged this with a chuckle, grateful for Sasori's prior intervention that had saved his life. Their relationship danced between camaraderie and rivalry, a bond forged in shared understanding. Within half a day, Shuren arrived at Konoha village. He moved stealthily, blending into the shadows, evading detection. He navigated toward the Hyuga clan's territory, and upon nearing, he sensed Hinata's presence. "The Byakugan princess, I have come for you." Unbeknownst to anyone, Shuren's approach went unnoticed. At that moment, Hinata was diligently training, striking the wooden post before her with fervor. Sweat glistened on her forehead as Hanabi, brimming with excitement, sprinted towards her. "Sister, you've worked hard," she exclaimed, presenting Hinata with a cup of water. Gratefully, Hinata accepted it, returning a warm smile. "Thank you, Hanabi." She gently ruffled her sister's hair, causing Hanabi to lower her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, relishing the affectionate gesture. Just then, Shuren materialized beside them. Hanabi was the first to detect his presence and immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Hinata. "Who are you? Why are you here?" she demanded, adopting a defensive stance, resolutely shielding her sister. In that instant, Hinata realized the gravity of the situation, questioning why she hid behind her younger sibling. "Hanabi, be careful. You must inform the elders." Shuren's eyes gleamed with avarice, fixating on the purity of their Byakugan. He swiftly raised his hand and gently tapped Hanabi's forehead, causing her to succumb to slumber. Seeing her sister collapse, Hinata's heart raced with urgency. She propelled herself towards Shuren, palms poised to strike. With a mere flick of his wrist, Shuren caught Hinata's arm, applying just enough pressure to render her utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground in a heap of helplessness. Clenching her teeth, Hinata was overwhelmed with frustration, lamenting her inability to protect her sister. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she soon drifted into unconsciousness. "Forgive me, Byakugan princess, for the momentary inconvenience. I shall soon take you from here." Using his power, he levitated both Hinata and Hanabi into the air. As Shuren prepared to depart with the two sisters, an elder from the clan noticed his presence and rushed towards them in alarm. Witnessing Shuren floating away with Hinata and Hanabi, the elder leapt into action, vaulting over walls and trees to confront him. Yet, as he raised his hand to strike, Shuren merely lifted a finger, and the elder was sent crashing away, slamming into the wall with a force that shattered it. Blood spewed from the elder's mouth as he lay incapacitated, unable to rise. With ease, Shuren successfully abducted Hinata and Hanabi. The elder lay unconscious, and after an indeterminate time, he was discovered by other members of the clan. Upon hearing of Hinata and Hanabi's disappearance and the elder's collapse, Hyuga Hayashi urgently returned to the clan grounds. Under the care of medical ninjutsu, the elder soon regained consciousness. Hyuga Hayashi, filled with urgency, inquired, "What transpired? What happened to Hinata and Hanabi?" The elder, recovering from his stupor, expressed his deep concern. "Hayashi, I am deeply sorry. I failed to rescue Lady Hinata and Miss Hanabi." Regret etched across his face, tears streaming as he recounted the events that had unfolded. Listening intently, Hayashi's mind flickered with a distant memory, a secret known only to the Hyuga clan leader. It seemed their lineage traced back to Akatsuki Yumura, the brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Beyond the Hyuga clan, there existed another branch of descendants from the sage's brother, Akatsuki Yumura. Chapter 138, Kidnapped Hinata and the Forced Marriage of Hyuga Hisashi. Hyuga Hisashi suppressed the anxiety simmering within him and began to ponder how to rescue Hinata and Hanabi. Relying solely on the strength of the Hyuga clan, the task seemed daunting. Sitting at the table, he cradled his forehead and sighed repeatedly. He needed to devise an alternative plan. After much contemplation, the only solution he could conceive was to seek assistance from the village. Surely Jiraiya would lend a hand. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to visit the village. The thought of Hinata and Hanabi's well-being left him restless, prompting him to rise and stride towards the door. Several elders observed Hisashi's sudden movement and gravitated towards him. "Chief, What shall we do next? They inquired. Hizashi's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance dark and grave. We must report this matter to Lord Hokage. Alone, we cannot hope to rescue Hinata and the others. With that resolute statement, he departed the Hyuga compound, leaving behind a silhouette that, under normal circumstances, would have ignited the elders' desire to assert their presence and significance. Yet now, none dared to speak out of turn. For Hinata and Hanabi represented Hizashi's Achilles heel. Previously, when they had contemplated marking Hanabi as a caged bird, Hizashi had outright dismissed the idea. However, they could not bear to witness the potential extinction of the Byakugan. One elder, of notable standing, proposed a rather absurd notion. We cannot remain idle while Hinata and Hanabi are possibly taken to unknown places. The Byakugan may fall into the wrong hands, and our clan could lose its most pure lineage. We must find a way for the chief to sire offspring again. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had overlooked this critical aspect. Initially silent, they soon engaged in earnest discussion after grasping the implications of the suggestion. I believe this proposal has merit. Those who abducted Hinata and Hanabi are no ordinary foes. To ensure caution, when the chief returns, we must advise him to remarry and bear children. The Hyuga clan held stringent familial values, and even at this moment, thoughts of usurpation were far from anyone's mind. To them, the purity of their bloodline superseded all else. A conviction for which they had sacrificed the futures of many clan members, with Niji being one such victim. When Hizashi arrived at the Hokage's office, he rushed without daring to pause. Jiraiya was seated, attending to village matters. As Hizashi burst through the door unannounced, Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Hizashi, what brings you here in such haste? Is there something of great importance? With the guard still present, Jiraiya gestured for him to step aside. Hizashi wasted no time and succinctly relayed the situation. Upon hearing his account, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Has Konoha become a target once more? The Hyuga clan is among the largest in Konoha, and any turmoil within could lead to the village's collapse. Jiraiya's face reflected the weight of the revelation. You seem to have identified the culprits behind this? Hizashi shared all he knew about the Akatsuki clan from the moon, realizing the necessity of Konoha's aid. He felt no need to conceal any further details. Jiraiya appeared momentarily dazed, recalling tales from the great sage of Mount Myaboku about the origins of the ninja world. The lunar lineage was connected to the brother of Sage of Six Paths. However, with their current capabilities, reaching the moon remained impossible. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in deep thought. After a significant pause, he turned to Hizashi and earnestly stated, I must visit Mount Myaboku to seek guidance from the great sage. Without delay, Jiraiya performed the reverse summoning technique and hurriedly made his way to Mount Myaboku, where he quickly sought out the great sage. The sage, observing Jiraiya's urgency, remained remarkably composed. What troubles you so, young Jiraiya? After briefly summarizing the predicament, the sage, as if already aware of the situation, replied, This matter is indeed complex. My knowledge about the Akatsuki clan is limited. However, since the Hyuga clan shares a lineage with them, there may be a means to establish contact. The answers lie within the Hyuga compound. The sage's response was somewhat ambiguous. Jiraiya wished to probe further, but the great sage sighed. It is time for you to return. The ninja world is in turmoil, and my visions have become unclear. I have no viable solutions. With that, Jiraiya felt it was prudent to take his leave. Before departing, the great sage handed Jiraiya a talisman. Take this, young Jiraiya. It may assist you in times of insurmountable challenges. The talisman was far superior to those Jiraiya had previously utilized, and as he accepted it, his eyes glistened with gratitude. I shall return now. As the great sage settled back into a slumber, he reflected on the confusion that had clouded his dreams, rendering him unable to foresee the future as he once could. The initial visions had foretold a different fate for Konoha, and he lamented that he could offer no better guidance. Upon his return to Konoha, Jiraiya felt uncertain about how to face Hizashi, as he had not gleaned any actionable insights from the great sage. Seeing Jiraiya's return, Hizashi's somber demeanor brightened slightly with hope. What news from Lord Hokage? Is there a solution? Jiraiya's expression was strained. Hizashi, I have consulted the great sage. Unfortunately, he too lacks a definitive method to reach the moon. Disappointment washed over Hizashi's face at the revelation. However, Jiraiya continued, the great sage did mention that within your clan, there may be means to contact them. Hizashi nodded impassively. I understand, Lord Hokage. I will return and search diligently. Though his demeanor remained calm and his tone even, disappointment toward Jiraiya brewed within him. A sense of desolation swelled in Hizashi's heart. Could his beloved daughters truly be destined for misfortune? No, he could not allow it. Upon returning to the Hyuga compound, he dove into the archives, fervently seeking any valuable information. A few elders lingered at the entrance, whispering among themselves. You go, you go. They urged one another, hesitant yet eager to act. Ultimately, one elder was pushed forward by the others. The elder, compelled by circumstance, cleared his throat lightly. Chief, you must consider the welfare of the entire clan. Hyuga Hizashi fixed him with a frigid gaze. What do you wish to say? Summoning his courage. The Hyuga elder spoke earnestly. For the continuation of the Hyuga clan, we elders have convened and decided that you must take another wife. The bloodline of the clan must not be severed. This is a time-honored tradition of the Hyuga family. As the elder's words echoed, Hizashi's expression darkened further. Rarely did he express anger towards the elders, but now the muscles on his forehead throbbed as he forcefully cast the book he held to the ground. At a time when Hinata and Hanabi are missing, you gather here to tell me this? To his fury. The elders did not recoil, but rather appeared invigorated by his wrath. The eldest elder stepped forward, saying, as the head of the Hyuga clan, you cannot act so impulsively. This is for the sake of the clan, and you cannot refuse our request. He added, while we continue the search for Hinata and Hanabi. You must also fulfill our demands. Hizashi clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the elders. Refusing their request was out of the question. They might resort to force to compel him. A sense of bitterness and indignation welled up within him. Meanwhile, on the moon, Akatsuki Shurin, after capturing Hinata and Hanabi, chose not to act immediately. The two were still quite young, and he could not bring himself to harm the barely 10-year-old Hinata. As for Hanabi's eyes, they could wait a while longer for him to seize. During these days, Hinata and Hanabi were kept like two canaries in separate rooms, well-fed yet confined. Hinata lay on her bed, her heart heavy, brows furrowed as countless worries plagued her mind. Having been missing for so long, her father must be deeply concerned. What should she do? She attempted to escape, but the room seemed constructed of a peculiar material that rendered her unable to sense any chakra. Even her Byakugan could not be activated. At the door, plates of cold food were exchanged repeatedly. Suddenly, a creaking sound broke the silence. The door swung open, and Hinata sprang from her bed, eyes alert, fixated on the entrance. Akatsuki Shurin entered, bearing a tray. This was the man who had taken her and her sister. Hinata remained still. Aware of his formidable strength, she knew she was no match for him. Who are you? Where is this? Why have you brought me here? What have you done to my sister? With an expression of calm, Shurin placed the tray on the table. Rest assured, your sister is unharmed, just as you are. She is in another room, well-fed and without any mistreatment. These words afforded Hinata a slight breath of relief, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Answer my question. Why have you brought us here? Instead of responding, Shurin gestured toward the food. You should eat well. If you choose to starve or engage in other actions, consider your sister. This was an overt threat, and Hinata felt powerless. Soon, both Hinata and Hanabi had been in Akatsuki Shurin's castle for a week. During this time, Shurin used Hinata as leverage to ensure Hanabi ate properly. Each day, he visited Hinata's room, treating her with unexpected gentleness, which only deepened her confusion. Yet, she felt no fondness for this stranger. No matter her inquiries, he remained silent. On this particular day, Hinata made a firm request. I must see my sister to confirm her safety. Her tone brooked no refusal. Surprisingly, Shurin acquiesced without hesitation, which took Hinata aback. When did he become so agreeable? However, Shurin did not permit her to leave the room but instructed her to wait. Shortly thereafter, Hanabi was brought into the room. The moment Hanabi laid eyes on Hinata, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Hinata, equally teary-eyed, rushed to embrace her sister. The scene was heartwarming and poignant, yet Akatsuki Shurin, having lived on the moon for so long, felt little of the emotion surrounding them. The sisters' gaze remained locked on each other, fearing that one might disappear in an instant. They spoke of many things, including Hyuga Hizashi, who must be exceedingly worried. On Earth, Hyuga Hizashi appeared haggard, stripped of the once imposing aura of a clan leader. He looked like a disheveled, middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes, devoid of vitality. His Byakugan added an unsettling aspect to his appearance. In the Holy Spirit Village, Aihana received a newly issued task from the system. Ding! A mission to rescue the Byakugan princess from extraterrestrial captors has been assigned. Successful completion rewards enhanced mental strength, the 8 gates technique, and automatic training to unlock the 8 gates. Failure to complete the task will result in a regression of your Sharingan to Byakugan. The time limit for this mission is 1 month. Chapter 139. He ascended to the moon like a Superman while dining, Aihana appeared somewhat dazed, with Tsunade, Tsunade, and Shizune seated at the other three corners of the table. During a moment of distraction in the live stream, both Xiao Bingbing and Tsunade keenly noticed his expression. Is there something troubling you? Tsunade inquired with concern. Tsunade also gazed at him with curiosity. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Aihana snapped back to attention. There are certain matters that may require me to leave the village for a while. Tsunade immediately responded with urgency. Let me accompany you, no matter what it is. I can be by your side. She was deeply afraid that Aihana would once again abandon her. During this period, Aihana, Tsunade, and Tsunade had lived in perfect harmony. With two such gentle and understanding ladies by his side, Aihana's life could be described as extraordinarily blissful. It is not a significant matter. I can handle it alone, and it won't take long. Rest assured, you may wait for me here. And I will need your assistance in managing village affairs while I am away. After making simple arrangements for the village, Aihana prepared to set off. At that moment, he suddenly realized a critical issue. The mission in the system involved Hinata being abducted by aliens. System, could the aliens in your mission refer to that Akatsuki Shuren fellow? Ding. Correct answer. The host truly is a clever child. Aihana was left speechless. Aside from that Akatsuki Shuren, who else would dare to abduct Hinata? The ninjas of the Cloud Village wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt such an act again. The current Konoha is not the same as before. If the Cloud Village dared to do so, Konoha would surely retaliate with all its might. The Akatsuki organization has been watching closely. They might not even be able to protect their own tailed beasts. System, do you think I can reach the moon? The system did not respond to Aihana's query. He felt a tinge of fear. Despite having attained the 6 paths level of power, he had never left Earth. Never mind. I will do my utmost to rescue Hinata. Hinata belongs to Naruto, and as Naruto's most important mentor, I must do something for him. Aihana's expression turned resolute. Upon reflection, aside from Tsunade and Tsunade, Naruto was the person he felt closest to in the entire ninja world. Although he had utilized Naruto, he truly regarded him as a younger brother. With this thought in mind, Aihana soared into the sky, 6 black orbs of truth-seeking balls floating behind him. In the air, he emanated an impressive presence, far surpassing that of the old sage of 6 paths. At that moment, Akatsuki Shuren was still in his palace, slowly coaxing Hinata into his grasp. Completely unaware of the impending danger, Aihana's speed was astonishingly rapid. As he pierced through the atmosphere, flames ignited around him. The sensation was exhilarating, almost euphoric. He struck a pose reminiscent of Ultraman soaring through the skies, oblivious to the fact that his attire had been completely incinerated. Aihana successfully broke through the celestial dome, activating his Renegan, instantly pinpointing the location of the moon. This direction should suffice. Akatsuki Shuren, I am coming for you. Having confirmed the direction, Aihana charged towards the moon. Just as Akatsuki Shuren prepared to visit Hinata's chamber once more, he felt the earth tremble violently. Aihana made a sudden descent, creating a massive crater on the moon's surface, sending dust soaring into the air. He believed he looked quite impressive as he spread his arms wide, striking a pose like a deity descending from the heavens. Little did he know, his clothing had long since been burned away, leaving him completely bare. Not only did Akatsuki Shuren sense the enormous commotion, but Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga also felt it. Hinata leaned against the wall, nearly collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Why is everything shaking so violently? Akatsuki Shuren steadied himself, halting his steps to investigate the source of the disturbance. He dashed out of the castle, racing toward the source of the tremendous noise. Upon arrival, he beheld a large, naked man. Akatsuki Shuren squinted his eyes. Where did this naked fellow come from? His expression was one of fury, wishing to slay the intruder. Hearing Akatsuki Shuren's words, Aihana finally came to his senses, glancing down to realize his precious parts were exposed. When did this happen? Caught up in showing off, I completely lost track of things. Aihana utilized the lightning transformation sword, summoning a set of clothing, which he quickly donned. After tidying up his attire, he cleared his throat. Do not mind the details. I am the embodiment of light, the representative of justice, Ultraman. My purpose here is to eradicate your darkness. I offer you a chance. Deliver Hinata and Hanabi to me unharmed, and I may consider sparing your life. Listening to Aihana's declaration, Akatsuki Shuren laughed boisterously, his mirth unabashed and unrestrained. Ha ha ha, you are truly laughable. Now be gone, vanish from my sight, or I will kill you. Faced with Akatsuki Shuren's audacity, Aihana remained equally unyielding. His dark eyes transformed into swirling Renegan as he extended his hands toward Akatsuki Shuren. Universal pull. Come to me. Before Akatsuki Shuren could comprehend the situation, his body was uncontrollably drawn toward Uchiha Ine. Does he also possess the powers of the Renegan? Akatsuki Shuren's heart raced with trepidation. No, I must stop him. Otherwise, I will be in grave peril. On the moon, he could easily manipulate the immense chakra of the Renegan. Uchihana's universal pull was rendered ineffective. More accurately, a powerful force was counterbalancing his gravitational pull. Uchihana smirked slightly, impressed by Shuren's resilience, but wondered how long he could endure. To Uchihana's surprise, Akatsuki Shuren turned and fled without a backward glance. Uchihana was taken aback. Why was this fellow running so fast? Is he truly that afraid of me? He leisurely pursued, curious to see what Akatsuki Shuren intended to do. Akatsuki Shuren sprinted back to the palace, heading straight for Hanabi's chamber. Uchihana exuded an aura of danger, compelling him to activate the Renegan if he hoped to contend with him. As he fled, he mused to himself, once I activate the Renegan, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Even if you possess the same ocular technique, you are ultimately an inferior being, lacking the pure bloodline of our ancestors. Confident in his ability to activate the Renegan and control the immense chakra it bestowed, he believed he could easily deal with Uchiha Ine. His excitement quickened his pace, thinking he could explain things to Hinata later. Uchihana closely pursued Akatsuki Shuren, maintaining an optimal distance. When the door was abruptly flung open, Hanabi was genuinely alarmed. Who is it? You again, you villain. What has happened to my sister? Akatsuki Shuren, expressionless, strode toward Hanabi. Fearful, Hanabi took several steps back. What do you intend to do? He interposed his arms, attempting to thwart Sutsuki Tonari, who was reaching for Hanabi's eyes. A sharp, piercing sound echoed. Bang! Sutsuki Tonari collided forcefully with the wall, creating a gaping hole. Hanabi Hijie, mouth agape, stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. What was transpiring? The villain had been repelled. Hanabi turned her gaze to the other figure. Who was this person? He was formidable, having dispatched the villain with a single blow. Her eyes, filled with adoration, sparkled as she gazed at Uchiha Niji. Niji, arms crossed, head held high, declared, Sutsuki Tonari, does it amuse you to torment a mere girl? Test your mettle against me. Sutsuki Tonari, emerging from the rubble of the collapsed wall, brushed off the dust and glared at Niji, his eyes filled with rage. I shall obliterate you, you insolent cur. Tonari's chakra surged, emanating a verdant glow. Itachi Uchiha narrowed his eyes, observing intently. He discerned that Tonari's eyes remained Byakugan. These Byakugan were not Tonari's own. He was born without eyes and had acquired them from an elder. The Tsutsuki elders had infused their Byakugan, generation after generation, into the giant Tensigen, culminating in the Tensigen that Tonari now wielded. He hasn't unlocked the Tensigen, yet he can still activate Tensigen chakra mode through inheritance? Niji, far from being intimidated, smirked, a hint of playful mockery in his expression. Tonari, acutely aware of the smirk, found it infuriating. You court death, he hissed, lunging at Niji in a blur. However, as he approached Niji, he found himself unable to advance. Shinra Tensei, an invisible barrier erected, separating the two combatants. Despite Tonari's desperate efforts, he could not breach it. With a slight furrow of his brow, Niji repelled Tonari, having already activated Tensigen chakra mode. Tonari regained his footing in midair. Hanabi, peering through the hole in the wall, cheered, Brave hero, you must prevail. Defeat the green glowing monster. She waved her hands in fervent support. Amused by Hanabi's endearing enthusiasm, Niji chuckled and waved back. Fear not, I shall pummel this scoundrel. With that, he channeled the Nine-Tails chakra. Niji's velocity now likely surpassed even that of Naruto Uzumaki in Six-Path Sage mode. Tonari struggled to keep pace as Niji delivered a devastating kick. Tonari winced. Not yet. Prepare to face my wrath. Niji raised his hand, and 3 truth-seeking balls materialized into sharp cones, aimed at Tonari. Fortunately, Tonari reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding being impaled. Confined within her chamber, Hinata could only hear the sounds of battle. The absence of windows fueled her curiosity about the outside world. She was unaware that she had been transported to the moon. Could it be that father has come to rescue us? She whispered, praying for Hayashi Haiga's victory. Hayashi, looking gaunt, sat on the floor of the library, sneezing repeatedly. The battle between Niji and Tonari was largely one-sided. Niji, possessing not only the Tensigen but also a pair of Renegan, coupled with the immense chakra of the Nine-Tails and Three-Tails, effortlessly overwhelmed Tonari, who had only mastered the giant Tensigen. Had Tonari fully unlocked the Tensigen, he might have stood a chance. Niji felt a sudden itch on his forehead, a sensation indicating the Tensigen's guidance. Soon, Through the Tensegan on his forehead, he connected with the giant Tensegan on the moon. He diligently attempted to communicate with the giant Tensegan's chakra. Success! Neji exclaimed, elated. I initially anticipated a protracted battle, but now the resolution is at hand. With a wave of his hand, the chakra surrounding Tonari rapidly dissipated, causing him to revert from Tensegan chakra mode. Panic gripped Tonari. What is happening? Where has my chakra gone? Why can't I sense it? I can no longer feel its presence. His connection to the giant Tensegan had been severed. Neji regarded him with disdain. A mere mortal aspiring to wield the giant Tensegan? It is time to face reality. Tonari, who had maintained his composure, finally broke. He descended into madness, his former aloofness vanished. Hanabi, wide-eyed, observed them with curiosity. What is going on? Why is the villain acting so strangely? Neji, with blinding speed, appeared beside Tonari. Bereft of the giant Tensegan's power, Tonari could barely react. Neji seized him by the throat, lifting him high into the air. How does it feel? You presumptuous extraterrestrial? Tonari kicked and flailed, desperate to break free. Neji, maintaining his grip, slowly descended. Chapter 140. Rescuing Hinata, seizing the great Renegan. How do you feel now? Little brother? Aihana had never once considered the feelings of Akatsuki Shuren. At this moment, Shuren was struggling to breathe, let alone answer his question. With a few desperate kicks, Shuren seemed to respond to Aihana's inquiry. Without hesitating, Aihana forcefully threw Shuren to the ground, the impact creating a deep dent in the earth. Before Shuren could rise, Aihana extended his hand, transforming the nearby chakra orbs into black rods. He thrust one of these rods deep into Shuren's body, causing blood to spurt forth. Shuren's mouth opened wide, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Yet Aihana paid him no heed. With a mere flick of his wrist, several more black rods pierced into Shuren, pinning him firmly to the ground. These rods, forged from the chakra orbs, were extraordinarily sturdy. And aside from Aihana, no one could hope to extract them. They effectively sealed Shuren's chakra. Shuren glared at Aihana with resentment, his eyes filled with defiance. Kill me, you wretched fool. How dare you do this to me? Aihana shook his head, clucking his tongue. Such arrogance. Defeated by a mere commoner like me. Your Akatsuki lineage is not as pure as you thought. With that, Aihana turned his back and walked away, leaving Shuren helpless on the ground. Aihana, possessing the Renegan, could see Shuren's palace with crystal clarity, navigating it as if it were his own home. He first reunited with Hanabi, who looked up at him with admiration. Big brother, did my father send you to rescue us? Let us go. Aihana nodded slightly, saying little more. After confirming Hinata's location, he swiftly arrived at her chamber. When he kicked open the door, Hinata froze like a startled rabbit. Upon seeing Aihana enter, she instinctively took 2 steps back, pressing herself against the wall, fear evident in her eyes. Who are you? Just as Hinata trembled in fear, Hanabi dashed from behind Aihana's sister. She ran excitedly to Hinata, gently touching her face. Sister, are you okay? That guy didn't bully you, did he? Hinata, seeing her sister, was overwhelmed with emotion. I'm fine, Hanabi. Are you okay? Hanabi nodded vigorously. Yes, sister, I'm fine. Hinata leaned closer to Hanabi and whispered. Who is he? Don't worry, sister. He has been sent by father to rescue us. We're safe now, and we can go home soon. The 2 girls looked at Aihana, their faces breaking into faint smiles. Aihana then led Hinata and Hanabi out of the Akatsuki Shuren's palace. As they approached Shuren, Aihana wore a provocative grin. I'll be taking them now. Shuren glared at Aihana, furious enough to spit blood. Aihana slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the treasure that remained. In a flash, he was beside the enormous Renegan. He had previously overlooked the devouring evolution ability of the Sharingan. Now that his Sharingan had evolved into the Renegan, could it absorb other ocular techniques as well? Eagerly, he began the process, and to his surprise, the colossal Renegan transformed into a green light, surging into Aihana's eyes. Joy surged within him. If he could absorb the entirety of the great Renegan, his own Renegan would attain unfathomable power. The absorption took considerable time, and Aihana had not brought Hinata and Hanabi along during this process. The 2 sisters remained with the pinned Akatsuki Shuren. Hinata appeared timid, resembling a quail, while Hanabi displayed remarkable bravery, delivering a few kicks to Shuren's face. You bullied my sister, and you dared to kidnap us. Hanabi, perhaps it's best not to provoke him, Hinata cautioned. Oh, fine. Kicking him feels like it would dirty my feet. Having never endured such humiliation, especially in front of his beloved Byakugan princess, Shuren's thoughts spiraled into despair. His mind fixated on one singular desire, to end his own misery. How could he allow himself to suffer this indignity in front of Hinata? With a hint of reluctance, he gazed at her. Hinata, you bear the purest Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Only by uniting with me can we produce offspring of unparalleled talent. Terrified by Shuren's words, Hinata instinctively retreated behind Hanabi. This infuriated Hanabi, who clenched her fists and kicked Shuren several more times. Ugh, disgusting. Meanwhile, Aihana had drained the energy from the great Renegan. One of his Renegan transformed into a 6-tomo Renegan, while the other evolved into a 9-tomo Renegan. Almost forgetting about the sisters, he quickly returned to their side, fully aware they must be anxious. In a mere moment, he was back with them, appearing as if summoned by the wind. Hanabi's eyes widened. When did you come back? Where did you go? Just returned, dealt with some matters. Now, we can go home. Hanabi seemed unconcerned, as Aihana manipulated 2 chakra orbs into platforms for them to stand on. Just step onto these. I'll carry you. Once they perched atop, Aihana soared into the sky. At first, both girls were apprehensive, but Aihana's steady flight soon eased their fears. Hanabi appeared exhilarated, and even Hinata felt a sense of liberation. Aihana fashioned handles from the chakra orbs, declaring, "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." In an instant, they ascended into the heavens, the ground beneath fading away, leaving Akatsuki Shuren, now utterly devoid of hope. As Shuren felt his life force ebbing away, he could do nothing but contemplate his fate. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from his palace, as if to bid farewell to his demise. In his final moments, he closed his eyes in resignation. Above the clouds, Hinata and Hanabi gazed around in wonder. Where are we? We've never seen such scenery before. Where has he brought us? They hadn't noticed how high they had flown. The chakra orb enveloped them, and Aihana began to accelerate further. Returning to the earth took some time, but Aihana landed with precision near Konoha village. As the orb opened, Hinata and Hanabi knelt on the ground, their heads spinning from the experience. At last, we have returned to Konoha, and I shall soon escort you to your clan's territory. After a brief pause, the two began to regain their composure. Where are we? Hanabi inquired, her mind still a bit hazy. We have arrived in Konoha. I will take you to your clan's grounds shortly, Aihana patiently reiterated. Before long, he guided them to hover above the Hyuga clan's domain, with the QB slowly descending. This was the sacred land of the Hyuga clan, shielded from prying eyes, yet a considerable number of Hyuga clansmen had gathered to witness the scene. Look, is that not the young lady? One exclaimed. Indeed. What are they standing on, and who is that man? Could he be the one who abducted the young lady? Chapter 141. The reunion of the Hyuga clan. A certain elder, quick to react, urgently called out to a clan member beside him, quickly informed the clan leader. The Hyuga clansmen hurriedly rushed to the library. Hyuga Hizashi appeared rather despondent, still searching for a way to reach the moon. Clan leader, please come quickly. Without lifting his eyelids, Hyuga Hizashi continued to peruse his books. Hanabi and Hinata have returned. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi initially failed to comprehend the significance of the words. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet, gripping the shoulder of the Hyuga clansman tightly. What did you say? Repeat it. The clansman winced under the pressure, responding. Hanabi and Hinata have returned. I am not jesting. You must go outside to see for yourself. Skeptical, yet hopeful, Hyuga Hizashi stepped outside. Upon emerging, he found a throng of Hyuga clansmen gathered. As Hyuga Hizashi approached, they parted to make way for him. Finally, he laid eyes on Hanabi and Hinata. In that instant, the emotions he had suppressed for so long threatened to overflow. A glimmer of tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he rushed forward. Hinata, Hanabi. He enveloped the two girls in a tight embrace, fighting back his tears, choosing to hold them close without uttering a word. Father, we have returned. At that moment, Aihana cleared his throat, saying, All right, I have brought them back, so I shall take my leave now. Only then did Hyuga Hizashi notice someone standing beside Hanabi and Hinata. With a curious blink, he inquired, Who might you be? Aihana casually replied, I am merely a handyman from Saint Soul Village, nothing of consequence. I shall take my leave now. With that, he took to the skies and departed. All eyes were on Aihana as he flew away, their curiosity piqued about his ability to soar through the air. Following the reunion of father and daughters, Hyuga Hizashi began to inquire about Aihana. Hanabi and Hinata had no information to share. They had initially thought he was sent by Hyuga Hizashi to rescue them. Hanabi shared everything she knew with her father. Upon hearing her account, Hyuga Hizashi stood frozen in astonishment. According to Hanabi's description, the one who had brought them back possessed strength beyond measure. By the way, what did he say before leaving? He mentioned he was merely a handyman from Saint Soul Village. Saint Soul Village? Isn't that the newly established village? How could they have someone so powerful? Is there someone even stronger than him? Hyuga Hazashi fell into contemplation, regardless of the circumstances. It was evident that it was the people of Saint Soul Village who had aided them. The joy of seeing his daughters return safely filled his heart beyond measure. Moreover, it was time to settle accounts with the elders who had previously sought to meddle. Meanwhile, Aihana reveled in the rewards bestowed by the system. His strength had reached a level akin to that of the Six Paths, and his physical prowess was unparalleled. Even if he activated the 8 gates, it would not fundamentally harm him in the short term. However, such a formidable technique was one that even Uchiha Itachi could not withstand. His power was now sufficient to overwhelm the entire world, and he would refrain from employing such self-damaging moves unless absolutely necessary. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were still honing their skills in the ninja world, unaware that Uchiha Itachi had quietly passed away. Should Uchiha Sasuke learn of this news, it would be uncertain whether he would feel joy or sorrow. After such a lengthy period, Sasuke had failed to uncover any useful leads. He resolved to take a risk and join the Akatsuki Org Chapter 142. The thoughts of the Hyuga clan, after considerable deliberation, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto reached a consensus. Sasuke decided to conceal his identity and infiltrate the Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence, while Naruto temporarily returned to the Holy Spirit Village with Karin to collect information. The two parted ways, maintaining constant communication. Sasuke felt a sense of urgency. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to uncover even a single hair of Itachi Uchiha. As for Karin, she would obediently follow Sasuke's directives. Sasuke contemplated adopting a new identity, but to do so, he needed to undertake a significant act to attract the attention of the Akatsuki. Thus, he set his sights on the tailed beasts. If he could successfully capture one, he would not fear the group's pursuit. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the return of Hinata and Hanabi brought joy to the entire Hyuga clan. The elders, relieved from their previous turmoil, bore no ill will towards Hiashi Hyuga despite his reprimand. Their focus was solely on the benefits to their clan, and the return of their heirs filled them with delight. On that day, Hiashi summoned several elders for a crucial discussion. Esteemed elders, I have gathered you here to deliberate on a matter of utmost importance that may affect the future of our Hyuga clan. Hiashi's expression was grave. As you are aware, the individual who returned Hinata and Hanabi claimed to be from the Holy Spirit Village, and I trust you recognize his formidable strength. Therefore, I wish to discuss the path forward for our clan. Astute individuals quickly grasped Hiashi's intent. No one spoke first, for they understood that Konoha was in decline, having lost its tailed beast Jinchuri. However, even in its weakened state, Konoha remained the largest clan in the area. Their knowledge of the Holy Spirit Village was limited to transmitted information. None had witnessed its true nature. Let us deliberate. Should the Hyuga clan remain in Konoha or seek an alternative? The elders began to engage in animated discussions. The only viable alternative appeared to be the Holy Spirit Village, as other ninja villages were even worse off than the waning Konoha. Had it not been for Hinata and Hanabi's situation, they would have been reluctant to leave Konoha. This incident had illuminated Konoha's precarious state, revealing that it struggled for self-preservation. They had also witnessed the might of the Holy Spirit Village's ninja. Although the ninja who returned Hanabi and Hinata claimed to be a mere errand runner, they could not fathom his true strength. His effortless retrieval of the two indicated an unfathomable power. A few conservative elders stood to voice their opinions. Clan leader, our Hyuga clan has been established here for many generations. We cannot hastily relocate. We are currently the largest clan in Konoha. Conversely, others advocated for leaving Konoha. Clan leader, I believe we should first negotiate with the Holy Spirit Village and send a few individuals to investigate its conditions. Indeed, I concur. The majority soon sided with those favoring negotiations with the Holy Spirit Village. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, upon learning of Hinata and Hanabi's return, sent inquiries to the Hyuga clan but was met with evasive responses. He sat in the Hokage's office, his brow furrowed, occasionally sighing. Sarutobi Hiruzen had truly left behind a dire predicament. He contemplated using forbidden techniques, such as impure world reincarnation, to summon the old man for a thorough inquiry. In the Holy Spirit Village, the days of Uchiha were exceedingly comfortable. Having attained the Six Paths level of power, he felt no apprehension. Even if Nagato and Obito united to confront him, he would harbor no fear, as his immense strength instilled unwavering confidence. His lack of initiative to provoke the Akatsuki stemmed from his disinterest and unnecessary turmoil. As for his final adversary, Obito Uchiha, he intended to devise a meticulous plan. Merely killing him would be too lenient. Uchiha instructed Kabuto to integrate Orochimaru's previous research and invested a substantial sum to establish a factory for scientific ninja tools. Most of these tools were designed for industrial and agricultural applications, with only a small portion crafted for combat. The assistance of these scientific tools propelled the rapid development of the Holy Spirit Village. Walking through the streets, Uchiha admired the orderly construction of the buildings, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. While his power had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, he understood that true strength was not solely reserved for ninjas. With Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection now impossible, numerous mysteries within the ninja world remained beyond his comprehension. As Uchiha's power grew, so did his perspective. Previously, he had sought to eliminate those who had wronged the Uchiha clan. Now, he aspired to further enhance his abilities. The rewards from the system no longer sufficed. He must delve deeper into the mysteries of the ninja world, such as the Shiki F gene technique that summoned the Shinigami, or the cult of the evil gods that Haiden revered. Just how powerful were these malevolent deities to grant Haiden immortality? Although Uchiha possessed a robust physique, he could not achieve the same resilience as Haiden, whose head could be severed without consequence. Suddenly, Uchiha recalled that Orochimaru was still ensnared within Izanami's illusion. Consequently, he altered his course and headed to Orochimaru's research base. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was recognized and ushered inside. "Village Chief, please wait here. I will notify Lord Kabuto immediately." Uchiha waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Just take me to him directly. I wish to see what Kabuto has been researching lately." Guided by the staff member, Uchiha soon reached the outer laboratory. Behind the glass partition, Kabuto was meticulously welding a piece of metal. Witnessing Kabuto wielding a welding torch evoked a smile from Uchiha. It was somewhat amusing to see a cell researcher engaging in welding. He patiently waited until Kabuto finished his work. When Kabuto emerged from the room, he immediately spotted Uchiha and greeted him with a respectful smile. "My lord, what brings you here? You didn't inform me in advance." Uchiha waved his hand. "How well have you grasped the scientific ninja tools research left by Orochimaru?" Kabuto spoke animatedly about the remarkable strength of the scientific ninja tools, praising Orochimaru's creations. The enhancement these tools provided to one's abilities far surpassed years of rigorous training. Uchiha nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in Kabuto's words. However, he recognized that in the ninja world, raw strength remained paramount. "Very well, I shall visit Orochimaru now." Kabuto led Uchiha to another room. Upon entering, they encountered a large glass chamber containing a bed, where Orochimaru lay in serene slumber. Has this man shown no signs of awakening after all this time? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 143. The same thunder. Uchiha Sasuke versus Kurabi when Orochimaru awakens. You should relinquish his fervent desire to grow stronger, allowing him to immerse himself in research. Uchiha Itachi is quite pleased with the scientific talents of both Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. As long as his power significantly surpasses that of Kabuto, the latter will not entertain any disruptive thoughts. With the steady development of the Holy Spirit Village, Uchiha Itachi finds himself less occupied than during the initial establishment of the Shinobi Village. On the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village, Uchiha Sasuke lies in wait, having meticulously gathered intelligence on Kurabi's movements. Should he succeed in capturing the Eight Tails, the Akatsuki organization will inevitably come knocking. At that juncture, he can leverage the Eight Tails to earn the trust of the Akatsuki and probe for information regarding Uchiha Itachi. All his plans are neatly organized within his mind. Kurabi strolls along, humming a tune while jotting notes in a small notebook, occasionally doodling with the pen in his hand. Suddenly, several shuriken are hurled towards him. Just as they are about to strike, Kurabi deftly evades the attack, his pen continuing its rhythm as if he were entirely unperturbed. Emerging from the foliage, Uchiha Sasuke feels a flicker of irritation at Kurabi's apparent disregard for him. He is no longer the same as before. He anticipates the confrontation with Kurabi. Despite having trained with Kurabi multiple times, he remains uncertain of his superiority in swordsmanship. Yet, Sasuke is imbued with newfound confidence, believing himself to be significantly stronger. Drawing his ninja blade, Sasuke twirls it in the air before charging at Kurabi. Unfazed, Kurabi grips his pen, infusing it with lightning chakra, and hurls it at Sasuke. The clash of Sasuke's blade against Kurabi's lightning-imbued pin sends the latter flying, leaving Sasuke's hand tingling slightly. Sasuke accelerates, surprising Kurabi with his speed. So swift, Kurabi exclaims, hastily unsheathing his ninja blade to block the oncoming attack. The sound of metal clashing reverberates, sparks flying as they engage. For a moment, Karabi finds himself at a disadvantage. What an aggressive strike, he realizes, prompting him to adopt his seven-sword style. Sasuke remains composed, his offensive unyielding. Karabi, expecting to dominate with his seven-sword style, is taken aback to find that he cannot completely suppress Sasuke, inciting his frustration. His attack frequency escalates, eventually forcing Sasuke into a defensive stance. Yet, even in defense, Karabi fails to gain any ground against him, amplifying Karabi's anxiety. It feels as though Sasuke anticipates every move he makes. As Sasuke activates his Manjikyu Sharingan, he simultaneously initiates a Genjutsu while maintaining his defensive posture. Within the illusion, Karabi finds himself relentlessly pushed back, his ninja blade inflicting multiple wounds upon Sasuke. In a flurry, he plunges several blades into Sasuke's body. At that moment, the voice of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, echoes in Karabi's mind. You've fallen under a Genjutsu. Awaken quickly. Utilizing his chakra, Gyuki rouses Karabi from the illusion just in time. Sasuke's blade nearly grazes Karabi's neck, a mere instant away from sealing his fate. Cold sweat beads on Karabi's forehead as he gasps for breath, glaring at Sasuke, now truly enraged, his body radiating the red chakra of the Eight Tails. Sasuke remains unfazed by Karabi's transformation. Lightning release, Chidori blade, he declares, channeling lightning chakra into his ninja blade. Karabi recognizes the lightning instantly, recalling the provocations from this very person who had previously escaped him. This time, he vows not to let Sasuke slip away. Lightning release, right unshovel. Karabi charges forward with his sharp horns aimed at Sasuke. Sasuke activates his Susanoo's skeletal form, yet Karabi's assault sends him flying. Fortunately, he sustains no injuries. Quickly regaining his footing, Sasuke manifests a colossal arm from the Susanoo's framework, gripping a broken blade. With a mighty swing, the Susanoo's arm descends upon Karabi. The force is formidable, compelling even Karabi, now partially transformed, to evade desperately. As he retreats, he searches for an opening to launch a counterattack. Finally, he spies a promising opportunity and lunges once more at Sasuke, determined to inflict damage this time. Lightning release, right unshovel. Sasuke's crimson eyes spill a tear of blood as he prepares his counter. Amaterasu. Chapter 144. The successful capture of the Eight Tails. The ominous black flames ignited upon Karabi, engulfing him in a fierce blaze. Upon witnessing this unsettling phenomenon, Karabi was gripped by panic. Despite his frantic attempts, he found himself powerless to extinguish the flames consuming him. The outer layer of his red-tailed beast cloak was incinerated by the Amaterasu. His tails coiled around him, forming the Eight Tails. A small vortex of wind swiftly formed, flinging the surrounding flames away. Uchiha Sasuke, seeing the flames dispersed, seized the opportunity to flee. However, Karabi was relentless, pursuing him without hesitation. This time, he vowed not to spare Uchiha Sasuke. Vengeance was imperative to quell the hatred within him. Sasuke sprinted toward the precipice of the waterfall, closely followed by Karabi. Upon reaching the cliff's summit, Sasuke halted, and they clashed once more. Yet, this time, Sasuke seemed to be at a disadvantage, yielding ground to Karabi's relentless assault. A smirk tugged at Karabi's lips. He had found an opening time to perish. Spiraling into action, he unleashed 7 kunai, each slicing through Sasuke's defenses. Suddenly, the voice of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, resonated in Karabi's mind. Something felt amiss. Yet, by the time he uttered his realization, it was too late. Sasuke transformed into a bolt of lightning, revealing his technique to be merely a lightning clone from the outset. Karabi's body was electrified, and from the earth beneath him, slender white serpents emerged, ensnaring his ankles. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, dark clouds swirling as lightning crackled within. Bolts of electricity coalesced, taking the form of a fearsome thunder beast. Karabi recognized the dreadfulness of this lightning technique. He had never anticipated that Sasuke could wield lightning ninjutsu with greater prowess than the people of the Cloud Village, even if one scoured the entirety of Kumogakure. Such formidable lightning techniques would be nearly impossible to find. Perhaps only the legendary Third Raikage, with his immense strength and lightning armor, could rival such ninjutsu. Gyuki, lend me your strength. The Eight Tails acknowledged the gravity of the situation, abandoning further discourse to enable Karabi to fully transform into his tailed beast form. It was too late to retreat. He would have to rely on the beast's formidable physique to endure. Standing atop the cliff, Uchiha Sasuke pointed skyward. With a decisive motion, he summoned the gathered lightning into the shape of a Kirin. Lightning split the heavens as the thunder beast opened its jaws wide, poised to devour Karabi. Karabi, now fully transformed, coiled his tails together to withstand the mightiest of ninjutsu. At last, the S-rank lightning technique, Kirin, descended from the firmament, crashing down upon the Eight Tails. In an instant, the Eight Tails was struck, its form ravaged. Among all lightning techniques, the Kirin reached its zenith, harnessing the very forces of nature. After the initial strike, the clouds remained unbroken, as if still craving more. Then, a colossal pillar of lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, fell directly upon the Eight Tails. The roar of thunder echoed as 5 such pillars descended. The Eight Tails, GYK, was utterly obliterated, falling silent. Soon after, the form of the Eight Tails rapidly receded, revealing Karabi in his original state. Uchiha Sasuke panted heavily. This technique had drained an immense amount of his chakra. In inclement weather, he could have summoned the storm clouds effortlessly. However, in clear skies, gathering sufficient moisture in a short time frame was an arduous task. After regaining his breath, Sasuke approached Karabi. Sensing his feeble energy, though Karabi was gravely injured, he was not fatally harmed. To ensure Karabi's survival, he fed him a healing pill and sealed his chakra points with a sealing technique. With these actions, he successfully captured the Eight Tails. Though he had achieved his goal, Karabi managed to escape a fatal blow through the Eight Tails' regenerative abilities. Despite his narrow escape, he bore significant injuries, and GYK required considerable time to recuperate after losing much of its chakra. Only after Uchiha Sasuke departed did Karabi dare to emerge from beneath the waterfall. Dragging his battered form, he made his way back to the village. Upon his return, he was swiftly detected by the Umbu ninjas. The thunderous commotion caused by the Kirin had reverberated throughout Kumogakure. The Umbu, upon seeing Karabi wounded, felt a pang of concern. He was promptly taken to the hospital. Upon learning of the incident, the 4th Raikage could no longer contain his fury and resolved to wage war against the Akatsuki. The news of this event sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Unaware of the specifics, they knew only that Karabi was recuperating. To safeguard him, the Raikage chose to keep Karabi's whereabouts concealed, protecting him from further threats. This incited suspicions within the Akatsuki, as they speculated that the Eight Tails might have been captured by a rival village. The Iwagakure, historically at odds with Kumogakure, declared war on the Akatsuki, and sensed that their own tailed beast had been seized. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, having captured a portion of the Eight Tails, awaited the inevitable approach of the Akatsuki. Upon receiving this news, the Akatsuki members were thrown into disarray. Their reluctance to capture the Eight Tails stemmed from their wariness of the Raikage and Karabi's formidable strength. Now, with the information circulating in Kumogakure's recent actions, the Akatsuki began to believe that the Eight Tails had indeed been captured. However, they were left wondering who possessed the might to accomplish such a feat. The Akatsuki had already lost several core members, and Pain was increasingly anxious. If this continued, they might not even be able to complete the sealing of the tailed beasts. It became imperative to recruit new members into the Akatsuki. Nagato found himself intrigued by the rumors surrounding the individual who had captured the Eight Tails. The prospect of such a powerful ally joining their ranks was tantalizing. While others may have been oblivious to the whereabouts of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, Nagato was well informed. He knew of their unique rings and had received word of Kisame's demise. The situation with Itachi was perplexing. His presence had vanished momentarily, only to re-emerge swiftly. This anomaly was the result of Orochimaru's invasion of Itachi's body, causing the strange occurrence. Black and White Zetsu appeared before Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Chapter 145. Sasuke Uchiha joins the Akatsuki organization leader. Allow me to take this journey, suggested Nagato after careful consideration. He deemed it reasonable for Black and White Zetsu to venture forth first. If their attempts at recruitment proved unsuccessful, he could always step in personally. Regardless, it was imperative to enlist someone capable of capturing the Eight Tails. Very well, Conan, accompany him. However, you need not reveal yourself. Provide support from the shadows to ensure Black and White Zetsu's safety, he instructed. Conan nodded slightly, acknowledging her understanding. In anticipation of Conan, Zetsu deliberately slowed his pace. He could traverse the ground with remarkable speed without requiring rest. Simultaneously, Zetsu possessed extensive intelligence about various regions of the ninja world, having strategically placed White Zetsu as spies in numerous locations. Thus, he effortlessly located Sasuke Uchiha, who had not intended to conceal his whereabouts. Before long, Black and White Zetsu found Sasuke, who was meandering through a nearby town, aimlessly awaiting the arrival of Akatsuki members. As he wandered through the forest, Sasuke's steps abruptly halted. Black Zetsu's voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, What keen insight you possess. Sasuke had disguised himself, making it difficult for anyone without the Byakugan to see through his ruse. Who are you? Why are you following me? Sasuke demanded. Black Zetsu, with utmost politeness, introduced himself, saying, I am a member of the Akatsuki, Zetsu, tasked primarily with gathering intelligence. Our organization holds your capabilities in high regard, which is why I have been sent to extend an invitation for you to join us. Sasuke retorted, why should I join the Akatsuki? What followed was Black Zetsu's masterful persuasion, a skill that had even convinced seasoned figures like Uchiha Madara. Not only Madara, but Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, had also been swayed by Black Zetsu's words. In the realm of ninjas, none could rival Black Zetsu's talent for persuasion. He elaborated on the myriad benefits of joining the Akatsuki, even painting grand visions of power and the resurrection of deceased loved ones. At the mention of the latter, Sasuke felt a flicker of emotion. Having roamed for so long, he yearned for the parents he had lost. However, this melancholy quickly dissipated, and he returned to his previous aloof demeanor. Black Zetsu's allure was not merely fanciful. His claims bore a semblance of truth, as if they could indeed be realized. Eventually, after Zetsu concluded his pitch, Sasuke's response was subdued. I find your words somewhat intriguing. Allow me 3 days to contemplate, and I shall provide you with an answer upon my return. Pleased by Sasuke's response, Black Zetsu agreed, no problem. I shall await you here in 3 days. The 3-day time frame was intentionally chosen by Sasuke to avoid raising suspicion among the Akatsuki members. A hasty agreement might provoke doubt. So he planned to negotiate further upon their next meeting. True to his word, Black Zetsu awaited Sasuke's arrival after 3 days. After a prolonged wait, Sasuke, adorned with a straw hat, finally approached. Upon seeing him, Black Zetsu eagerly inquired, what have you decided? Joining the Akatsuki will surely yield satisfactory rewards. Sasuke replied coldly. I seek to revive my father, thus I agree to join the Akatsuki. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to deliver the 8 tails to the organization. With the 8 tails in tow, Sasuke accompanied Black Zetsu back to the Akatsuki. Upon seeing the 8 tails, Nagato immediately discerned that its chakra was incomplete, merely a fragment. He sighed. Understanding the situation, capturing the full 8 tails would be a daunting task, given the individual's immense power. However, this portion of the 8 tails chakra would suffice. Nagato bestowed upon Sasuke the ring previously held by Kakuzu. As Sasuke had just joined the Akatsuki, Nagato did not assign him any immediate tasks. During this encounter, Sasuke only met Nagato, Konan, Black Zetsu, and Tobi. He had yet to encounter Itachi. Sasuke felt a twinge of frustration, despite joining the Akatsuki. He still could not locate his brother. He suppressed his irritation and patiently awaited the day he would personally eliminate Itachi. After Sasuke brought a portion of the 8 tails chakra, Nagato prepared to seal it within the outer path golem. Soon, they were ready for the ritual of sealing the tailed beast. Members of the Akatsuki could use their specially crafted rings to project their consciousness into this unique space, facilitating the extraction of the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki and sealing it within the golem. Having just joined the Akatsuki, Sasuke participated in this extraordinary ritual. However, one unexpected occurrence arose. Despite the demise of Kisame and the disappearance of Itachi, Nagato glimpsed Itachi's image among several phantoms. Confusion filled his heart. But he refrained from inquiring further, aware that revealing Itachi's and Kisame's deaths could instigate trepidation among the other members. This apparition of Itachi was actually Uchiha Bido, who had donned his ring and felt the strange chakra within, prompting him to connect. It was indeed surprising to be involved in such a significant ritual of sealing tailed beasts. Uchiha Bido felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing he could greatly assist the Akatsuki. With several members having perished, Nagato had taken on multiple roles to perform this powerful sealing technique. However, he understood his limitations and could only strive to the best of his abilities, hoping that this newly recruited member possessed sufficient strength. Chapter 146, The Reward of a Summoning Beast. Outer Path Golem. As the sealing ritual commenced, Nagato felt an unsettling anomaly. Why was it so effortless? There was not a hint of struggle, despite the reduced numbers. Instinctively, Nagato glanced toward Uchiha Sasuke, pondering if this newly recruited member possessed such formidable strength. Upon further scrutiny, he sensed something amiss. Was it Uchiha Itachi? This overwhelming chakra emanated from Itachi's direction. Before the other members of the Akatsuki could react, the ritual of the illusionary Dragon 9 seals progressed at an astonishing pace. The Outer Path Golem exclaimed, I can't endure this. There is too much. Uchiha Obito's chakra surged uncontrollably into the body of the outer path golem, facilitating a remarkably smooth sealing of the Eight Tails. Soon, they successfully sealed a portion of the Eight Tails chakra. As the ritual concluded, the Akatsuki members exited this peculiar space, one after another. A voice resonated in Obito's mind. Ding! The host has aided the Akatsuki in completing the illusionary Dragon 9 Seals ritual, proving to be exceedingly benevolent. Reward: Summoning Beast, Outer Path Golem. Hearing this reward, Obito fell into a contemplative silence before slowly speaking. System: This summoning beast. Could it possibly be Nagato's Outer Path Golem? Ding! Correct answer. However, the system must remind the host. Once the Outer Path Golem gathers the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts and evolves into the 10 tails, your summoning contract will gradually become ineffective. Obito rested his chin on his hand, feeling quite satisfied with this reward. Initially, he had intended to cause some disruption. But suddenly an idea struck him. What if he assisted Nagato, planting seeds of doubt about an internal traitor within the organization? Since the system had granted him this power, he could summon the Outer Path Golem at will. However, Obito had more intriguing ideas in mind. With the completion of the sealing, Uchiha Sasuke had also gained Nagato's trust. They arranged for Sasuke to team up with Haiden, whose abilities the organization was somewhat aware of. Yet, Sasuke felt no worry. He was confident in his capability to handle the situation. He might, however, extract valuable information from Haiden. After assigning the duo to a mission, Haiden, wielding his scythe, complained incessantly. Why'd I have to team up with this brat? I wonder where that Hubai fellow has disappeared to, leaving me alone. Haiden continued to express his frustrations, seemingly directed at Uchiha Sasuke, who remained indifferent and continued forward, embodying the patience of a hunter. After an indeterminate time of walking, Sasuke halted. Haiden, noticing this, grew impatient. Why have you stopped? Hurry up. If we fail the mission, I'll kill you. Sasuke remained unperturbed, which only served to infuriate Haiden further. The murderous intent that had been largely diminished earlier by Obito now surged back within him. To Haiden, Sasuke's demeanor felt like a blatant provocation. Listen well, I warn you once more, obey me. As soon as Haiden finished speaking, Sasuke sprang into action, brandishing his kunai. He charged at Haiden. The sight of Sasuke attacking exhilarated Haiden. It had been an eternity since he had engaged in a proper fight, and he was itching for action. Let me see what you're made of. Haiden had no intention of killing Sasuke. He sought merely to torment him to the brink of Chapter 147, the near-death encounter with Haiden. Haiden, in a state of reckless abandon, brandished a black staff, plunging it into his thigh once more. The pain was excruciating, causing him to grimace and bare his teeth. Damn it, that truly hurts. What a delightful sensation, he exclaimed. Witnessing Uchiha Sasuke prostrated on the ground, a satisfied smile spread across Haiden's face. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Now, grovel before me and beseech forgiveness from the Dark God for your insolence. Under Haiden's watchful gaze, the bloodied Uchiha Sasuke miraculously rose again. How is this possible? Haiden shrieked, his madness overtaking him as he yanked the 3 black staffs from his thigh. One after another, the pain became unbearable, even for Haiden. He gritted his teeth, straining to maintain his stance. Cough. This hurts like hell. Surely, you can't get up now. He cackled maniacally. However, when he looked at Uchiha Sasuke, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Hey, you freak. How can you still stand? Cold sweat dripped from Haiden's brow as he swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. Bloodied and dragging his body, Uchiha Sasuke advanced towards Haiden, resembling a vengeful specter. Terrified, Haiden instinctively took 2 steps back. Kid, stop your theatrics. I will end you. Haiden shouted, thrusting the black staff into his own chest. He was not afraid of Uchiha Sasuke. Rather, he feared his own inability to kill him. Sasuke closed the distance. Standing before Haiden, who bore 5 black staffs in his chest, his breathing ragged. Why can't I kill you? Haiden gasped. Uchiha Sasuke seized Haiden's throat, and darkness enveloped Haiden as the world spun violently. This is an illusion. A voice echoed in his ears. The relentless chaos ceased, and Haiden found himself lifted by Sasuke. His limbs rendered powerless. Haiden's head tilted back in defiance. Was I trapped in your illusion from the very beginning? Sasuke remained silent, yet his current state spoke volumes. What do you want? You cannot kill me. I am immortal, the most devoted follower of the Dark God. Slap. Sasuke's hand struck Haiden's face, distorting it. Answer me a few questions, and I may spare your life. Haiden scoffed. Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Sasuke pressed his fingers to Haiden's chest. A blue arc of electricity igniting and surging into Haiden's body. The arc coursed through him, inflicting a pain he had never experienced before, surpassing even the agony of the black staff piercing his heart. After enduring a torturous ordeal, Haiden's head drooped weakly. "Can you now answer my questions?" Sasuke inquired. Haiden, though barely hanging on, retorted defiantly, "I am Haiden of the cult of the Dark God." Despite his feeble state, Haiden refused to yield. Answer my questions," Sasuke demanded. With his last reserves of strength, Haiden gasped, "You may ask, and I shall respond. Where is Itachi Uchiha?" "I don't know." The subsequent inquiries yielded nothing but ignorance, leaving Sasuke fuming. All his efforts had been in vain, as Haiden proved to be an utter fool. Frustrated, Sasuke discarded Haiden onto the ground. "You have half an hour. If you cannot recover, I will bury you." Haiden's eyes burned with resentment, yet he dared not voice any complaints. The figure before him evoked a deep-seated fear reminiscent of his past subjugation. The methods employed by Sasuke were even more ruthless than those of Uchiha Obito. If provoked, Sasuke might indeed end his life, and despite Haiden's immortality, he could be dismembered and buried beneath the earth. A seed of hatred took root in Haiden's heart. As he lay on the ground, hastily recovering, Sasuke's voice pierced his thoughts. "Do not disclose any of today's events to anyone. I have placed a special curse upon you. If you dare speak of it, the pain will be unbearable." Haiden's eyes widened as he scanned his arm, spotting a series of tiny, intricate characters etched into his skin. It was a humiliating predicament for someone of his stature, a messenger of the cult of the Dark God, once surrounded by countless followers. Memories of his glory days alongside Obito flashed before him, igniting feelings of bitterness. Uchiha Sasuke and Haiden aimed to capture the One-Tail, Shikaku, and Tsunade. While the One-Tail possessed the least chakra among the tailed beasts, it should not be underestimated. Within the unique terrain of Tsunade, Shikaku's abilities could be maximized, and the village was arguably the most formidable among all ninja villages. After a period of cautious maneuvering, Uchiha Sasuke and Haiden finally reached Tsunade. Due to the Akatsuki's rampant activities in capturing tailed beasts, nearly all ninja villages had tightened their entry and exit protocols, with numerous patrols constantly on the lookout. Positioned on a cliff overlooking Tsunade, Sasuke assessed the village's layout. "Haiden, you go first to divert their attention." This was a thinly veiled directive for Haiden to serve as bait, allowing Sasuke the opportunity to capture the One-Tail. Despite the resentment written all over Haiden's face, he had no grounds to argue with Sasuke's command. Reluctantly, he made his way into Tsunade. Upon his arrival, Haiden made a grand display, locating a patrol of ninja and slaughtering them until only one remained to relay the message back. His actions quickly attracted waves of Tsunade's ninja. Haiden's unpredictable abilities unleashed chaos among the ranks of the village's Chapter 148, Susanoo vs. Gold Sand. The ninjas of Tsunade had long concealed an eye of sand in the dark corners of their village. Thus, it was not until Uchiha Sasuke ventured deep into Tsunade that these ninjas encircled him. Sasuke surveyed his surroundings, feeling a headache coming on. If he did not resolve the situation swiftly, more would arrive. With this thought, he unhesitatingly summoned Susanoo. A colossal purple figure emerged around him, causing the surrounding Tsunade ninjas to widen their eyes in shock. Some of the more timid ninjas turned and fled without a second thought. The captain of the Tsunade ninjas reacted quickly, beheading the fleeing ninja. "Those who dare to run shall meet their demise." As soon as he uttered these words, Sasuke's Susanoo drew back its bow and released an arrow, tearing a gap through the circle of ninjas. The captain began coordinating an attack against Susanoo, and soon a barrage of wind techniques, shurikens, and kunai rained down upon it. However, their efforts were feeble, leaving no mark on Susanoo. This battle was nothing more than a one-sided massacre. Within moments, over half of the encircling ninjas had fallen, including their captain, who succumbed to an arrow from Susanoo. The remaining Tsunade ninjas, terrified, fled without hesitation, fearing they would be turned to mush by another arrow. Seeing the path clear, Sasuke made a beeline for the center of Tsunade. Earlier, White Zetsu had already scouted Gaara's location. Armed with this intelligence, Sasuke rushed toward Gaara's position. Initially, Gaara's ninjas held their ground at the prison, unaware of Susanoo's emergence. As the fighting ninjas of Tsunade gathered in droves to confront him, more and more shinobi appeared, hindering Sasuke's advance with relentless jutsu. The ninjas began employing earth shields and sand to alter the terrain. Inside the Jinchuriki's prison, Gaara sat alone in a dark corner. The voice of Shikaku echoed in his mind, causing Gaara to clutch his head in agony, violently banging it against the wall. "Be quiet. Stop shouting." He roared in fury. Yet, Shikaku seemed undeterred. Seeing the guards had left, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, escaping would become increasingly difficult. Under Shikaku's relentless torment, Gaara erupted with terrifying power. The supposedly indestructible prison, including its seals, crumbled under the force of sand. The walls collapsed and Gaara, his eyes blood-red and devoid of reason, charged outward. Upon breaking free from the prison, Gaara partially transformed into his tailed beast form. Soon, 2 elite Tsunade Jounin arrived, attempting to restrain him. Meanwhile, the rising sandstorm caught Sasuke's attention. Furrowing his brow, he focused his Sharingan on the distance, quickly spotting Gaara's half-human, half-monster form. Sasuke's red Sharingan whirled, and he unleashed Amaterasu. A vast inferno erupted, creating a wall of black flames. Anything that came into contact with these flames could not be extinguished. The ninjas of Tsunade found themselves fleeing in panic. Sasuke advanced toward Gaara, and now, few dared to obstruct his path. Just as he believed he could easily capture Gaara, a great whirlwind of golden sand rose, ensnaring Susanoo's feet and halting its advance. Sasuke turned to see the 4th Kazekage, Raza, adorned with a conical hat. Raza spread his arms wide, commanding the vast amounts of golden sand that surged towards Sasuke. In an instant, Susanoo found itself unable to move an inch. The ninjas of Tsunade, witnessing this turn of events, erupted in cheers. The Kazekage has arrived. Wonderful. With Lord Raza here, victory is assured. Kill that fiend. He has slain many of our comrades. The actions of the Akatsuki had sparked outrage and disdain throughout the ninja world. Previously, Uchiha had garnered some goodwill, but this had all but vanished, deepening the hatred toward the Akatsuki. Sasuke realized he could no longer advance. He commanded Susanoo to draw back its bow, preparing to unleash an arrow at Raza's position. Susanoo pulled back its bowstring, the arrow whistling as it soared, stirring up sand and gold beneath it. The sheer power of this arrow was formidable, causing concern among the Tsunade ninjas for Raza's safety. Yet, Raza stood firm, gathering the golden sand into a massive shield. Although Susanoo's arrow shattered a significant amount of sand, it failed to breach the shield's defense. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. He had not anticipated this outcome. Although he had not unleashed his full power, the expenditure of chakra had been considerable, yielding minimal results. He began to take Raza more seriously. Suddenly, he remembered a companion of his. If Haiden were to be deployed, utilizing his peculiar abilities, he might stealthily eliminate Raza. Looking down, Sasuke noticed that no one dared approach Haiden, who was wildly pursuing the Tsunade ninjas, shouting, "Come here, all of you. Today, you shall learn the true meaning of death. Join my cult of the evil god, and you shall gain the gift of immortality." The Tsunade ninjas were not foolish. The prerequisite for joining such a cult was enduring Haiden's torment without perishing, which was an impossibility. Chapter 149, Devastating Blow to Raza. The one-tail captured in order to counter Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, Raza commanded the sand to coalesce into a colossal figure of sand. This sand giant towered over Sasuke's current Susanoo, surpassing it in size. Sasuke pressed his left eye, which throbbed slightly, as if to warn him that excessive chakra usage could lead to blindness. He was acutely aware that capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki would elevate him to a core member of the Akatsuki. Sasuke, having exhausted his Sharingan, forcibly activated a complete form of Susanoo without achieving the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This version, while labeled complete, resembled a diminutive rendition of the true form. Significantly smaller yet still imposing compared to Raza's sand giant. The ninja and villagers of Tsunade gazed in terror at the immense purple figure, their hearts filled with dread. Even the 4th Kazekage, Raza, could no longer maintain his previous composure. He preferred surrendering the one-tailed Jinchuriki to ensure the village's safety. Raza amplified his voice with chakra and shouted to Sasuke, proposing a ceasefire in exchange for the one-tailed Jinchuriki, pleading for the protection of Tsunade. Despite his concession, his tone remained brusque, laced with an undertone of warning. Sasuke, having already manifested his complete Susanoo, was unwilling to entertain Raza's plea. The purple Susanoo brandished 2 enormous swords and advanced menacingly towards Raza. The sand giant was cleaved asunder, and Raza enveloped himself in a massive sphere of sand for protection. The colossal sword struck the sphere, sending it flying and causing Raza, hidden within, to spit a mouthful of dark blood, inflicting considerable damage upon him. Meanwhile, Sasuke's ability to sustain the complete Susanoo waned, reverting to his original form, as he had anticipated. This time, Raza dared not impede him, nor did the other villagers. who fled in panic. Unimpeded, Sasuke successfully captured the One-Tail. In the shadows of Tsunade, several aged elders observed the unfolding events. Among them was Chiyo, who wished to intervene but believed her efforts would be futile against such a formidable entity. Alas, the One-Tail had been seized, and the village lay in ruins. The elders lamented their misfortune. Chiyo then suggested they check on Raza's injuries. The group hastened to his side, finding Raza on the ground, blood at his lips, and his chest concaved. They immediately began assessing his condition. Chiyo's brow furrowed deeply. The Kazekage's injuries were severe. To save him, there was but one recourse. The elders looked on curiously, aware that Raza's state was dire. Chiyo seemed to wrestle with a grave decision, exhaling deeply. I shall invoke the forbidden technique of life transfer to save the Kazekage. Among the elders, some had heard of this technique, capable of converting chakra into life force, though the practitioner was likely to perish. However, none dared to voice their objections at that moment. They understood the significance of Raza to Tsunade. Some elders who were familiar with Chiyo cast sorrowful glances at her, their admiration evident as she prepared to sacrifice herself for the village's future. As time passed, Chiyo's chakra flowed steadily into Raza, visibly mending his grievous wounds. After considerable effort, Chiyo completed the forbidden technique. Originally intended to revive the parents of the scorpion, it was now repurposed for Raza, who had become a sworn enemy of Tsunade. Chiyo gasped for breath, her forehead glistening with sweat, her complexion pale. Soon, the Kazekage will awaken. You must support him and avoid further conflict with the Akatsuki. Preserve every ounce of strength we have. She spoke slowly, imparting her last words. After conveying her thoughts, she collapsed to the ground. Raza was revived, and a grand funeral was held in honor of Chiyo and the fallen ninjas who had sacrificed for the village. A somber atmosphere enveloped Tsunade. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke and Hiden began their journey back, having successfully captured Gaara. Hiden, having witnessed Sasuke activate Susanoo, recalled the blood-red Susanoo of Uchiha Ibito, contrasting it with Sasuke's purple form. Initially intent on revenge, Hiden reconsidered, realizing that any attempt would lead to his own demise. To his surprise, Sasuke's strength was formidable. Sasuke remained silent, advancing ahead, leaving Hiden feeling awkward. Disinterested in engaging with Hiden, he too chose silence. After 3 days, they returned to the Akatsuki base in Amigakure. Upon seeing Sasuke, Pain noted the One-Tail's lifeless form on the ground, a testament to their successful capture. His tone was cold, devoid of emotion, but satisfaction gleamed in Nagato's eyes, recognizing the acquisition of a powerful new member for the Akatsuki. Chapter 150, A New Task. The disappearance of Itachi Nagato wasted no time and immediately began preparations to seal Shikaku into the body of the Outer Path Golem. The ritual of the Phantom Dragon's 9 seals commenced, with members of the Akatsuki organization, including Sasuke Uchiha, entering this peculiar space one after another. Pain stood at the forefront, ready to initiate the ceremony. Sasuke, adorned with the ring once belonging to Itachi Uchiha, felt the call and unhesitatingly chose to join the special space. Just as Nagato was about to extract Shikaku from Gaara, an inexplicable force of resistance surged forth. Nagato channeled more chakra, managing to separate Shikaku, but the effort left him breathless. Konan, filled with concern, glanced towards Nagato, relieved when he successfully completed the task. The members of Akatsuki united their chakra to seal Shikaku into the Outer Path Golem. At that moment, Uchiha Ibito began to exert his influence, while others desperately infused chakra. He discreetly absorbed a portion of it. An unusual phenomenon ensued, regardless of Nagato's efforts. The sealing process showed no signs of progress. Sweat beaded on Nagato's forehead as he surveyed the Akatsuki members, unable to pinpoint the saboteur among them. Ibito, sensing Nagato's scrutiny, intensified his efforts. And suddenly the sealing process progressed smoothly. Nagato's furrowed brow began to relax as he continued to guide the sealing. However, the progress soon slowed drastically again, with Ibito's relentless interference causing Nagato increasing frustration. At that moment, Nagato could not voice suspicions of a traitor within the organization, fearing it would undermine the members' morale. He knew he had to expend more chakra to complete the sealing. With desperate determination, Nagato channeled his chakra as if his life depended on it, ultimately succeeding in sealing Shikaku. In reality, he was reduced to a mere husk, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. He had no time for further words before being forced to exit the special space. In the real world, Nagato's complexion was ashen, and Konan, concerned, hurriedly exited the special space as well. By Nagato's side, she looked at him with deep concern. What happened to you? Are you all right? Nagato mustered a weak smile and waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, don't worry. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he coughed up blood. Looking at the crimson stain on the ground, Conan's anxiety deepened. Nagato's condition was dire. His lifespan, once capable of lasting another decade, now seemed reduced to less than 5 years. Within this limited time, he must gather the remaining tailed beasts and unify the entire shinobi world. Meanwhile, within the Holy Spirit village, Obito reclined contentedly in a chair. Akatsuki, strive harder. Let the shinobi world experience panic. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. The host intervened in Nagato's ceiling, causing him severe injury and reducing his lifespan. Punishment for the traitorous leader of Akatsuki is just. The host is a benefactor of the shinobi world. Reward obtained. Origami technique. Conan's origami jutsu? A decent reward. For Obito, this reward held little significance. Yet any reward was better than none. He was quite satisfied with the system's actions, which seemed to consistently find ways to reward him, regardless of his actions. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, Nagato awoke from his coma. The first order of business was to investigate the disappearance of Itachi Uchiha. He surmised that the last ceiling incident likely involved some mishap concerning Itachi. He instructed Conan to notify Sasuke Uchiha to come. Sasuke stood silently, offering no words. Pain spoke first. We have a new task for you, Sasuke. You performed admirably last time. We need both of you to investigate a matter members of Akatsuki have gone missing. Upon hearing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. Who is missing? With an indifferent expression, Pain replied, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki have been missing for some time. It seems that a special ring has been taken by someone else. We need you to investigate thoroughly and recover the ring if possible. Sasuke stood there, momentarily stunned. After a pause, he asked, Itachi is missing? Is he dead, or what? Pain shook his head. I cannot say. The specifics will depend on your investigation. Here is the current intelligence regarding Itachi and Kisame. He handed a scroll to Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. I will investigate carefully. With that, he departed alongside Haiden. The information presented by Pain deeply unsettled Sasuke. How could Itachi possibly be missing? He needed to confront Itachi himself. If he were merely missing, there was still hope to find him. No, Itachi could not be dead. Only I can kill him and avenge our clan. Unaware of the truth, Sasuke's emotions were conflicted. He had not even considered the possibility of Itachi's death. If he were to learn of Itachi's demise, he would be unable to cope with it. Having distanced himself with Haiden, Sasuke slowly unfurled the scroll in his hand, meticulously examining its contents. The scroll detailed Itachi and Kisame's various activities since joining Akatsuki, including how they became rogue ninjas. As he perused the information, Sasuke's fist clenched tighter. Itachi, I will definitely kill you. Haiden observed Sasuke's cold demeanor and refrained from speaking further. He thought to himself, this guy is truly aloof. His gaze seems to hold a grudge against Itachi and Kisame. How terrifying. I must avoid provoking him in the future. Chapter 151. Journey to the Land of Water. Encounter with pirates according to the information inscribed on the scroll. Uchiha Sasuke had narrowed down several potential locations. He resolved to first visit the Land of Water, as it was the most likely place for the disappearance of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. This land, having long been isolated from other nations, was somewhat distant, making it plausible that any incidents occurring here would remain concealed. With his plan settled, Uchiha Sasuke and Haiden set forth on their journey. Upon reaching the coast, Haiden stood by the shoreline, gazing curiously at the vast expanse of the ocean. This is my first time at the seaside. It truly is magnificent, he remarked. Uchiha Sasuke remained stoic and indifferent, offering no response. The pair soon hired a vessel to take them to the Land of Water. Unlike its previous seclusion, the Land of Water had open trade routes with several major nations, leading to an increase in maritime traffic. On the second day of their voyage, a pirate ship approached their vessel. As it drew near, the pirates deployed several speedboats, charging towards Sasuke and Haiden's ship. The captain and crew of the large ship were thrown into a state of panic. This is it. We're done for. What terrible luck to encounter pirates on our maiden voyage. As the commotion outside grew louder, Uchiha Sasuke emerged from his quarters. Observing the oncoming pirates, he remained unfazed. The ship's captain and crew hastily armed themselves in preparation for battle. One sailor, noticing Sasuke and Haiden standing calmly, shouted, You two, get back to your room and stop causing trouble. Haiden, not one to take such orders lightly, retorted, Are you looking for death? Recognizing the formidable scythe in Haiden's grasp, the sailor reconsidered. realizing Haiden was not one to be trifled with. "If you possess any strength, come and assist us. Otherwise, the pirates will spare no one." Just as Haiden was about to engage, Sasuke intervened. "Stay put and observe." Haiden, recognizing Sasuke's authority, fell silent. The sailors braced themselves on the deck, anticipating the first wave of pirates to board. Sasuke made his way to the edge of the ship, and a middle-aged sailor, concerned for his safety, advised, "Young man, you appear rather frail. It would be wise to return to your quarters." Sasuke did not respond. As a pirate climbed aboard, Sasuke swiftly kicked him back into the sea. The middle-aged sailor was taken aback, astonished by Sasuke's unexpected strength. With quick hand seals, Sasuke summoned lightning to surge through the ship's anchor into the ocean. The approaching speedboats became ensnared in a chaotic web of electric currents. "What is happening?" "That's a lightning jutsu." Panic ensued among the pirates as they realized they were up against a ninja. In an instant, the speedboats sank, and none of the pirates aboard managed to escape. Meanwhile, the captain of the pirate ship, witnessing this calamity, immediately turned the helm, fearful of lingering any longer. After all, they were up against a lightning ninja. And he was merely a rogue shinobi who had turned to piracy after being unable to survive on land. However, not all shipowners employed ninjas. Most simply hired samurai due to the exorbitant fees associated with hiring shinobi, especially for maritime escort services. Consequently, many smaller shipping enterprises found themselves unable to afford such protection. As the crew watched the pirate ship retreat, they collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke was unwilling to let them escape. With the sky already overcast, he raised his hand towards the heavens. On such a gloomy day, controlling lightning became a simple task. With a deafening crash, a bolt of lightning struck the pirate ship, inflicting severe damage and causing water to flood in. Almost immediately, a second bolt descended, utterly obliterating the vessel and sending the pirates plunging into the depths below. Sasuke approached the captain, stating, "It's all over. Set sail swiftly." The captain, still in shock, nodded fervently. "Yes, yes. We shall resume our voyage at once, honored ninja." After Sasuke's intervention, the crew whispered among themselves, marveling at the strength of such a powerful ninja they had encountered on their journey. Though some were eager to introduce themselves to Sasuke, they hesitated, fearful of inciting his displeasure. As Sasuke came into view, they gazed at him curiously. Yet none dared to approach. Under Sasuke's protection, their ship arrived safely at a port in the land of water. Upon disembarking, the captain hurried to Sasuke's side, producing a pouch filled with silver ingots. "Honored ninja, please accept this. Without your aid, my ship would surely have sunk. I am profoundly grateful for your protection." Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. We were merely on the same vessel." He then inquired, "Are you familiar with the land of water?" The captain eagerly nodded. "Indeed. I hail from Kirigakure. What commands do you have, esteemed ninja?" Without hesitation, Sasuke retrieved 100,000 Ryo from his pocket. "Here's 100,000 Ryo. I require your guidance for the next few days, as this is my first visit to the land of water and I am not well acquainted with it." The captain hesitated, unsure whether to accept the money or refuse Sasuke's request. "Take it and serve me well," Sasuke urged, his impatience evident. The captain, sensing Sasuke's resolve, accepted the coins, tucking them away. "Rest assured, I shall diligently guide you and fulfill your every request. My name is Neil, and prior to the opening of the land of water, I was engaged in its maritime trade. In those days, vessels were few and business was scarce." As they walked, Neil eagerly conversed with Sasuke, yet the latter maintained his cold demeanor, seemingly uninterested in conversation. Suddenly, Sasuke asked, "If I seek someone, can you help me find them?" Chapter 152. The unique stone tablet. This matter may depend on specific circumstances, yet I shall endeavor to assist you. Under the guidance of his captain, Uchiha Sasuke and his companions arrived at the Hidden Mist Village to investigate clues regarding the enigmatic Kisame Hashigaki. However, after several days of effort, they had made little progress, obtaining only pre-existing information, while no one knew the whereabouts of Kisame. Uchiha Sasuke and Haiden had essentially undertaken a fruitless journey in the land of water. Just as Uchiha Sasuke prepared to depart, a figure trailed behind them. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, prompting Haiden to pursue it without hesitation. Uchiha Sasuke squinted, recognizing the figure before him. With a hint of suspicion, he inquired, "Who are you? You have been following us since we left the Hidden Mist Village. What is your purpose?" To his astonishment, the masked individual revealed Uchiha Sasuke's identity, stating, "Uchiha Sasuke, you joined the Akatsuki organization to find that person, did you not? Upon hearing these words, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Uchiha Sasuke. What do you know? The mysterious masked man erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter, exclaiming, I know everything you wish to discover. I know the whereabouts of Itachi Uchiha. If I am not mistaken, he is already dead. I possess the greatest intelligence in the ninja world, yet both Kisame and Itachi have been absent for quite some time. In truth, Obito Uchiha himself could not confirm whether Itachi was truly deceased. At that time, White Zetsu had merely witnessed the clash of two colossal Susanoo from a distance. Without warning, Uchiha Sasuke struck, unleashing bolts of lightning from his hands. The blue electricity pierced through Obito's form without inflicting any harm. What a peculiar ability, he thought. Do not be so hasty. If you wish to find Itachi's whereabouts, perhaps we can collaborate. Uchiha Sasuke, though skeptical, listened intently to his words. After Obito's persuasive efforts, Sasuke found himself believing some of what was said. Thus, he chose to follow Obito Uchiha, who led him across the seas. The two spent a week traveling, ultimately arriving at the remnants of the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, not expecting to be brought to this location. They could clearly see that the area had been ravaged by a great battle, with the ground uneven, pockmarked with craters, strewn with debris and broken trees. Inwardly, Uchiha Sasuke speculated that such destruction could not have been wrought by a single use of Kirin alone. Could it have been caused by a Susanoo? Obito beckoned, follow me. Perhaps the answers you seek lie within. With a cautious heart, Uchiha Sasuke trailed behind him. Obito guided Sasuke into an underground chamber, where they pushed open a door revealing an ancient stone tablet. The surface of the tablet was bare, devoid of any carvings. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, questioning the purpose of this visit. What do you intend to do by bringing me here? Obito spoke slowly. It is said that only those possessing the most powerful bloodline limit, the Meijiki Sharingan, can perceive the contents of this tablet. Intrigued, Uchiha Sasuke activated his Meijiki Sharingan and, to his astonishment, discovered a multitude of intricate characters inscribed upon it. He meticulously scrutinized the text, which chronicled the evolution of the Sharingan. It detailed that only the Meijiki Sharingan of blood relatives could devour one another to evolve into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. This revelation chilled Uchiha Sasuke's heart further, intensifying his hatred for Itachi. He continued to peruse the text, which also contained instructions on how to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world of happiness for all. To achieve this, one must gather the 9-tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails. Truthfully, Uchiha Sasuke felt a stirring within him. If the infinite Tsukuyomi could indeed be realized, the ninja world would no longer suffer from war. The tragedies that befell the Uchiha clan would cease to exist. He slowly inquired, so, is this the true purpose of the Akatsuki? Obito shook his head gently. No, the current leader of the Akatsuki has his own ambitions. He is akin to a pawn who has lost control. Uchiha Sasuke's curiosity about Obito's identity deepened. Who are you? Why are you revealing this to me? In a lowered voice, Obito replied, I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Uchiha Madara, the formidable ninja who co-founded Konoha with Hashirama Senju? Indeed. Obito affirmed. No, this cannot be true. According to records, Uchiha Madara perished in that great war. Obito then recounted the tale of Madara's survival, sharing with Sasuke the secrets he had learned, including the forbidden technique Izanagi, which only the Uchiha clan could wield. I deceived Hashirama Senju, fooled all the ninja. He continued with a chilling laugh. Eventually, I found a way to prolong my life, and since then, I have been scheming this endeavor. I can assist you in acquiring intelligence regarding Itachi Uchiha, or even help you eliminate him. Are you not intrigued by the contents of this tablet? Under the influence of the Meijiki Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's reasoning began to skew, gradually obscured by vengeance. His thoughts aligned increasingly with those of Madara, perhaps due to his reincarnation as Indra. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke found the tablet's revelations increasingly plausible. What must I do? Obito replied nonchalantly, you need do nothing. Simply wait for the opportune moment. I will inform you when the time is right. As for Itachi's whereabouts, I shall keep you updated. Rest assured. Though Uchiha Sasuke appeared to acquiesce on the surface, he harbored his own suspicions regarding Obito's identity. Nevertheless, he held a degree of faith in the tablet's contents. For before activating his Meijiki Sharingan, he had seen nothing. This formidable ability was beyond his current capabilities. Perhaps only the legendary sage of 6 paths could have left such a stone tablet. In his heart, Uchiha Sasuke began formulating his plan. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi was realized, Naruto would reclaim his lost mentor, and Karen's parents would also be revived. they would all lead lives filled with joy. The thought of the smiles on Karen's and Naruto's faces further solidified Sasuke's resolve. I wish you success in your endeavors, Obito said before vanishing into a vortex. Space-time ninjutsu? Truly an uncanny technique. Chapter 153. Arrival of the Hyuga clan. When Uchiha Sasuke returned to the Akatsuki organization alone, he discovered that Hayden had already returned. Upon seeing Sasuke, Hayden approached him without hesitation, emboldened by Pain's presence, and bluntly questioned him. Why did you leave me behind and run off by yourself? Sasuke coldly retorted with a single word, fool. Observing the quarrel between the two, Nagato found himself at a loss. He controlled the Deva path and inquired, have you found Itachi Uchiha or any useful clues? Sasuke briefly recounted the remnants of battle near the ruins of the Uchiha clan's homeland. Beyond that, he had no other useful leads. The Deva path nodded slightly, understanding the situation. You have worked hard these days. You may take some time to rest. Should any further missions arise, we will notify you. To gather the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts. Nagato sought the six paths tools once used by the brothers Kin and Jin from the Cloud Village. Within what appeared to be an ordinary jar, there lay a trace of the nine-tails chakra. The Akatsuki had exhausted various methods to collect tailed beast chakra, ultimately realizing that only the chakra of the three tails remained uncollected. Previously, the three tails had been under the control of Uchiha Obito, yet it now seemed to have vanished from the ninja world, leaving no trace behind. Even from a distance, they could usually sense the presence of this tailed beast through the outer path, but now it eluded their perception entirely. However, he could feel the chakra of the nine tails, which belonged to Naruto. Nagato sought to complete the collection of the nine tails chakra, while he decided against pursuing the eight tails any further. As the amount of chakra they had already obtained was sufficient, Nagato intended to devise a meticulous plan for capturing the nine tails. According to their current intelligence, the nine tails appeared to have become a perfect Jinchuriki, having previously inflicted serious injuries on Deidara. This left Deidara with lingering fears, causing him to constantly look around while riding birds, wary of any unexpected tailed beast bombs. Controlling the Deva path, Nagato, along with Konan, approached the vicinity of the nine tails location. Gazing at the bustling spirit village, both Nagato and Konan felt a wave of nostalgia. If only they could have lived in such a place during their childhood. But it was too late, and there was no chance for a do-over. To secure the future of the ninja world, they began plotting to seize Spirit Village and capture the nine tails Jinchuriki. He remained puzzled by the inability to sense the chakra of the three tails. After Uchiha Obito ascended to the level of the six paths, even the outer path's golem could not perceive the existence of the tailed beast within him. Moreover, the outer path golem was, in fact, a summoning beast of Obito, if Uchiha desired it. He needed only to bite his finger and perform a simple hand seal to summon the outer path Sennin. Uchiha Obito had always been aware that Naruto lived in Spirit Village. He merely observed from afar, refraining from intruding upon others' lives. One day, while leisurely basking in the sun by the office window, a ninja from Spirit Village entered, bringing someone with him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Obito found it somewhat peculiar. The hair color and eyes unmistakably belonged to a member of the Hyuga clan. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what business a Hyuga clan member had here. The Hyuga member, upon noticing Obito, immediately bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, my lord, for previously sending someone to rescue our two young ladies from the Hyuga clan. Obito waved his hand dismissively, saying, there's no need for such formal gratitude. It was merely a small act of kindness. What brings the Hyuga clan emissary here? The Hyuga clan member then produced an envelope from within his robes, sealed with wax, indicating it had not been opened before. Our clan leader requests that you take this matter into serious consideration. Intrigued, Obito opened the envelope and withdrew a piece of paper. Reading its contents, he was increasingly astonished. What does this mean? That Hyuga Hayashi, in gratitude for the rescue of his daughter, wishes to bring the entire clan to my side? If Obito recalled correctly, following the annihilation of the Uchiha and Senju clans, the Hyuga clan had emerged as the largest clan in Konohagakure. Hyuga Hayashi intended to bring his entire clan to join. How could Konohagakure possibly agree to that? However, for a clan that adhered so strictly to its family traditions, Obito found it difficult to muster any fondness. He frowned, contemplating the matter seriously. Eru, please take this esteemed guest to rest. I will give this matter my earnest consideration and will respond to your clan leader in due course. Observing Obito's serious demeanor, the Hyuga envoy nodded vigorously, believing that the task assigned by the clan leader would come to fruition. Later that evening, after an intimate encounter, Obito conveyed the news of the Hyuga clan's desire to join him to Tsunade, who lay breathless beside him. Upon hearing this revelation, Tsunade was utterly shocked. This is absurd. A clan as steeped in tradition as the Hyuga would never choose to leave Konoha and join Spirit Village. Tsunade too contemplated the implications of this situation seriously. After considerable reflection, Tsunade slowly spoke. Obito, I believe that if the Hyuga clan were to join, Spirit Village would indeed strengthen immensely. However, it would also bring about significant complications. Under your governance, Spirit Village has surpassed all other ninja villages in previous generations. The people here live in peace and prosperity, with smiles gracing nearly every face. If a clan like the Hyuga were to join Spirit Village. Chapter 154, The Unceremonious Dismissal. Hinata Hisashi was taken aback. Fearing that the monopolistic situation of his clan would be replicated in the Sacred Spirit Village. It would not take long for Sacred Spirit Village to resemble Konoha, where a few prominent families controlled the village, leaving the commoners in dire straits. Aihana nodded in agreement with Tsunade's words. In his view, the flaws of the Hyuga clan were even more pronounced than those of the Uchiha clan. The limitations imposed by the caged bird seal were a far greater hindrance than the loss of the Byakugan. Without the caged bird, it was inevitable that the Hyuga clan would produce talents akin to Niji in successive generations, eventually elevating the clan to greatness. Currently, the Hyuga clan was pleading to join Sacred Spirit Village, while their presence was deemed dispensable by the latter. The following day, Aihana sat in his office, preparing to write a response to the Hyuga clan. His letter was courteous, yet firmly declined their request. The message swiftly reached Hinata Hisashi, who felt a surge of excitement upon receiving the reply, believing that his request would be granted. However, as he opened the letter and read its contents, he was left in shock. The essence of the message conveyed that Sacred Spirit Village could not accommodate the towering presence of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi's expression fell as he placed the letter on the desk, letting out a heavy sigh. He understood that the other party held them in low regard, and he was acutely aware that remaining in Konoha would yield no prospects for the Hyuga clan. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated his next steps. Why had they been rejected? Previously, individuals from Sacred Spirit Village had rescued his two daughters, seemingly indicating goodwill towards the Hyuga clan. Had he truly misinterpreted their intentions? It seemed unlikely. Determined, he resolved to travel personally to Sacred Spirit Village, hoping to salvage a glimmer of hope for his clan. With that thought, he wasted no time in gathering his belongings and preparing to depart. As he stepped out of his room, two elders intercepted him. Clan leader, do we have any updates on the matters discussed earlier? Hisashi paused momentarily before responding. There is still no news, so I have decided to visit Sacred Spirit Village myself. Without waiting for their response, he strode out, selecting a few guards from the clan and bringing along Hinata and Hanabi. His purpose was not only to advocate for the clan, but also, as a father, to express his gratitude to the savior of his daughters. Thus, Hisashi set off with his entourage. Hinata and Hanabi, seated in the carriage, peered curiously out at the surroundings. This was their first time being taken out of the village by Hisashi. Previously, they had been abducted by Akatsuki Kenshiki, but that was not a voluntary departure, and they had not seen the scenery along the way. Their most awe-inspiring experience had been gazing at the vast starry sky from the moon. During the return journey, they had been confined within the path of truth and were uncertain how they had returned. Hisashi, with a serious demeanor, addressed his daughters, Hinata, Hanabi. We are going to Sacred Spirit Village. You must express your gratitude to the one who saved you. The sisters nodded in unison, acknowledging their father's words. Their journey to Sacred Spirit Village was smooth, but upon learning of Hisashi's arrival, Aihana felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated that Hisashi would make a special trip. Very well, I shall be more resolute in extinguishing the Hyuga clan's aspirations, he decided. No arranged a time to meet with Hisashi. On the appointed day, Hisashi arrived at the reception hall half an hour early, with Hinata and Hanabi by his side. A box was placed before him on the table. At the designated time, the door opened, and Aihana entered. Upon hearing the door, Hisashi turned his head to look. Nor wore a somewhat fearsome mask resembling those used in ceremonial rites. Hinata instinctively recoiled at the sight of it. Aihana took a seat with an air of nonchalance. Hyuga clan leader, it is an honor to finally meet you. What brings you to Sacred Spirit Village? Hisashi sensed no fluctuation in his chakra, however. The pressure he emanated was undeniable. He rose, placing his hands beside his daughters. How should I address the village leader? Aihana replied coolly. You may call me Spirit Sage. Hisashi spoke courteously. Spirit Sage, these are my two daughters, Hinata and Hanabi. The girls chimed in sweetly, Greetings, Spirit Sage. Having been rescued by a member of Sacred Spirit Village, we have come to express our heartfelt gratitude. If possible, could you please summon that individual? Aihana waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. He is merely a worker in Sacred Spirit Village and will not meet you. I am aware of your sentiments. If I have the opportunity, I shall convey your thanks to him. Hizashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, well, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Upon hearing Aihana's question, Hizashi regained his composure and pushed the box forward. With a clatter, the box opened to reveal neatly arranged stacks of money. Spirit Sage, here is 1 million ryo. It is not much, but a token of gratitude for saving my daughters. Please accept it and pass it on to the benefactor. Aihana unceremoniously pulled the box closer, remarking, 1 million ryo is a bit lacking, but it will suffice. I will express my thanks on his behalf. Hizashi was once again left speechless, bewildered by the situation. What is happening? He accepted it so readily. Moreover, he had merely offered polite words, yet seemed to regard the sum as insignificant. Just then, Aihana spoke again, now that the thanks have been expressed. I assume there is nothing further? He called out, Little Six. Shortly thereafter, a ninja wearing an animal mask entered. Sir, what are your orders? Please ensure that the Hyuga clan leader is well taken care of. Take them to the village's finest restaurant for a meal. Understood. The ninja replied promptly, bowing respectfully. Chapter 155. A single punch sends a bull the size of a mountain flying before Hinata Hizashi could utter a word. Aihana had already initiated a series of attacks intended to drive him away. Flustered, Hizashi stammered. Revered Lord Spirit Sage, please wait. In addition to expressing my gratitude, I represent the Hyuga clan and have pressing matters to discuss with you. Aihana, who was about to leave, paused his steps. Very well, Little Six. Please go ahead and arrange the banquet. I shall personally attend to the Hyuga clan leader. Hinata Hizashi bowed respectfully. He led Hizashi to a pre-prepared private room. Hinata and Hanabi, accompanied by several guards, wandered through the spirit village, their curiosity piqued as it was their first visit. While exploring, Hinata spotted a very familiar figure with golden spiky hair. As she turned inadvertently, she caught sight of the person's face and involuntarily shuddered. Naruto-kun, why is Naruto here? She continuously encouraged herself internally, yet fear held her back, and she gazed at Naruto without daring to approach. It wasn't until Naruto departed that Hinata felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Naruto, noticing her sister lost in thought, Hanabi waved her hand in front of Hinata. Sister, what's wrong? Hinata snapped back to reality, lowering her head slightly. It's nothing. Let's continue walking. Oh, all right. Inside the private room, Hizashi and Aihana sat together. Na removed half of his mask and began to eat heartily. After much inner turmoil, Hizashi finally spoke. This time, I sincerely wish to join the spirit village on behalf of the Hyuga clan. Aihana set down his chopsticks and, without any circumlocution, replied directly, Clan Leader Hyuga. No large families are permitted to join my spirit village. I do not wish for the spirit village to become like Konoha, rife with prominent clans. I hope my words are clear enough. Just as Aihana finished speaking, the ground trembled violently. The cups on the table toppled over. Na narrowed his eyes and activated his Renegan, which pierced through countless walls, revealing a massive bull appearing out of thin air, rampaging through the spirit village. If memory serves, this bull is likely the summoning beast of animal realm pain. Damn it, how dare they cause trouble in my spirit village? We have no tailed beasts for you to capture, and you know that your own condition prevents you from being detected. His mind raced back to Naruto, who seemed to be residing in the spirit village. No wonder these ruffians dared to act here. He had to stop them quickly. He had invested a great deal of money in building these houses and would be pained by any destruction. As for the safety of the villagers, Na was not concerned. He had already arranged for the ninjas to evacuate the civilians and had constructed multiple air raid shelters throughout the village. Unless a tailed beast bomb struck directly, it would be difficult to hit those shelters. 6 truth-seeking orbs levitated behind Aihana as he soared into the air, breaking through the rooftop. Witnessing this flight, Hizashi's jaw dropped. Does everyone in the spirit village have the ability to fly? He wasted no time and leapt out of the room. Byakugan. Upon activating his Byakugan, he was struck by the immense chakra emanating from Uchiha-ni. This chakra was extraordinarily potent, likely among the strongest in the ninja world. He noticed that Na was facing a colossal summoning beast. He wondered who would dare to create chaos in the spirit village. Even the person who had rescued his daughter previously could easily handle such a beast, let alone the chakra-dominant leader of the spirit village before him. Hisashi's heart brimmed with anticipation, curious to see Uchiha in his true strength. Although Na had unhesitatingly rejected him, who could fail to respect a formidable warrior? Uchiha transformed into a streak of white light, charging directly at the bull. The bull lowered its head, its horns aimed at any bang. With a single punch, Na broke the bull's neck, sending it soaring out of the spirit village, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Hisashi's mouth gaped wider than ever, astonished by such terrifying power. Is this the true strength of the spirit village? His desire to join the spirit village wavered at that moment. The Hyuga clan seemed unworthy of such strength. This spectacle was not lost on Hisashi alone. The villagers in the midst of evacuation also witnessed Uchiha's prowess. Naruto and Karui were equally astonished by his display. Until now, Naruto had no idea there were such powerful figures in the ninja world. His eyes sparkled with admiration, even contemplating stepping in to protect the spirit village and its kind-hearted inhabitants. During their time here, he and Karui had felt quite comfortable, with only one concern lingering: Uchiha Sasuke. Standing atop a high building, Animal Realm Pain observed his actions with keen interest. Meanwhile, Nagato was concealed within the paper-constructed hut created by Konan. He felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had anticipated capturing a tailed beast in the newly established spirit village without facing significant resistance. However, his display of strength made him reconsider. Konan, noticing Nagato's dazed expression, inquired, "What has happened? Why do you look so troubled?" Nagato swallowed hard, realizing that the spirit village possessed exceedingly powerful individuals. Their strength might be on par with mine. Konan found this hard to believe. How can that be? No one is stronger than you. You possess the ultimate ocular technique, the Renegan. In that fleeting moment of conversation, Animal Realm was caught by Uchiha Eni. How dare you cause trouble in my spirit village? Your audacity is remarkable, Akatsuki. It seems it's time to give you a little shock. Chapter 156. Uchiha pursues Deva Path Pain. Uchiha tilted his head and immediately spotted the Beast Path Pain standing atop the rooftop. Simultaneously, Beast Path Pain turned to face Uchiha, their gazes locking in a tense exchange. Behind the scenes, Nagato, who controlled Beast Path Pain, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The pressure emanating from Uchiha was immense, compelling him to make a swift decision. Without hesitation, Beast Path Pain chose to flee. After covering a certain distance, he noticed a dark shadow closely pursuing him. A black rod materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Uchiha. Uchiha, with bare hands, grasped the rod and forcefully snapped it in two. Beast Path Pain leaped back, creating some distance between them, and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Panda. A shadow descended from the sky, but without even lifting his gaze, Uchiha raised his right hand, and a truth-seeking ball soared upwards. Before the panda could land, the truth-seeking ball penetrated it. Bang! The summoning beast, the panda, transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Nagato began to feel anxious. That black sphere seemed far more formidable than the black rods he had created, capable of effortlessly dispersing the panda. Among the many summoning beasts of the beast path, the panda boasted the strongest defenses, yet it was easily obliterated by Uchiha Eni. In an instant, Uchiha vanished from his position. Before Beast Path Pain could react, Uchiha appeared before him and seized his face, delivering a powerful kick. As Beast Path Pain struggled, Uchiha activated his chakra absorption ability. In a matter of moments, Beast Path Pain was drained of all his energy. Nagato was forced to abandon him, while the other pains scattered in different directions. Uchiha's Renegan abilities bore resemblance to Uchiha Madara's Limbo, for advanced shadow clones emerged, seemingly birthed from a sea of blood, with petals of blooming beneath their feet and a crimson light shimmering upon their forms. This technique was named by Hankishin. This marked Uchiha's first use of this technique. The four clones pursued four pains, while his true self chased after Deva Path Pain. Nagato, realizing that Uchiha's target was Deva Path Pain, felt a surge of urgency. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not abandon Yahiko's body. He had to find a way to protect it. Nagato guided Deva Path Pain into a murky forest. Uchiha, like a cat toying with its prey, maintained a calculated distance, showing no rush to pursue. Suddenly, thick tree trunks came crashing towards Uchiha one after another. Fire style. Great fire destruction. A torrent of flames erupted from Uchiha's mouth, instantly transforming the swamp into a sea of fire. The incoming tree trunks were reduced to ashes. The intense blaze seemed to agitate the swamp's methane, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. Deva Path Pain, prepared for this, extended his arms to utilize Shinra Tensei. Outside the protective barrier of Shinra Tensei, explosions reverberated, and flames raged as if they would never extinguish. Within this invisible shield, Deva Pathpain remained unharmed. As the flames raged, Deva Pathpain intensified the force of his technique. The invisible repulsion of Shinra Tensei expanded, flattening the swamp's surface. The flames were extinguished, leaving the swamp as a charred wasteland, with remnants of partially burnt wood crackling sporadically. Uchiha soared above, reveling in the grandeur of the explosion. If Deidara were present, he would surely be in awe. Truly, Nagato was remarkable. Despite wielding another's Renegan, he utilized it to such an extent. The fiery spectacle was clearly visible from the nearby Holy Soul village. Hinata Hayashi quickly found his two daughters and hurried towards the edge of the battlefield. He was eager to witness the extent of their powers. Even as the head of the Hyuga clan, he had never encountered an explosion of such terrifying magnitude. He maintained a safe distance, stopping at the furthest reach of his Byakugan. Not only Hinata Hayashi, but Naruto also felt a surge of curiosity upon witnessing the explosion. If possible, he wished to assist Holy Soul Village. Having spent some time in the village, he had grown fond of it, finding joy far beyond what he experienced in Konoha. Activating the Ninetales chakra mode, a golden foxtail transformed into a large hand, shielding Cheyenne within. Initially, he intended for Cheyenne to seek refuge in a shelter, but given the current situation, he felt uneasy with her away from him. The cloak of the Ninetales chakra enveloped Cheyenne, a thin layer yet possessing formidable defense, capable of withstanding even typical B-rank ninjutsu. Naruto swiftly approached the vicinity of the battlefield. Deva Pathpain immediately noticed the now Ninetales chakra mode Naruto, just as Deidara and the others had mentioned. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales was indeed powerful. What was the secret behind it? Nagato, aware of the Ninetales' hatred towards humanity, found himself intrigued and tempted to capture Naruto. However, upon seeing Uchiha adorned in a mask, he hesitated. Nagato contemplated. With the masked figure present, capturing the Ninetales would not be a simple task. More importantly, he had to ensure Yahiko's body remained safe. Deva Pathpain extended his hands, attempting to draw Uchiha closer. Universal pull. Uchiha felt an attractive force pulling him in, yet he did not resist, allowing himself to be drawn forward. The distance between them diminished, and Nagato suddenly realized that Uchiha was not resisting at all. Was he trying to use this opportunity to approach him? Absolutely not. Shinra Tensei. The onslaught halted abruptly, and Uchiha was repelled by an invisible barrier. To Naruto, this scene appeared as though Uchiha was being unilaterally overwhelmed. Instantly, he considered rushing in to assist. But the Ninetales' voice echoed in his mind. Naruto, hold on a moment. He seems to be doing this intentionally. Uchiha, propelled through the air, landed with remarkable poise and struck a striking pose. Observing Uchiha's flamboyant demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, exasperated. Shine inquired, Naruto, I don't think I've seen him in the village before. Resting his chin in his hand, Naruto replied, I've encountered him a few times. He seems to be the leader of Holy Soul Village. Quite mysterious, really rarely seen. Shine nodded vigorously, so that's how it is. We must protect Holy Soul Village until Sasuke returns. Naruto resolutely declared, don't worry, when the time comes, I will act. Regardless of the circumstances. We must safeguard Holy Soul Village and await Sasuke's return, that is our pact. Meanwhile, observing the battlefield, Hinata Hayashi also spotted Naruto. He had not anticipated that Naruto would come to Holy Soul Village following his defection, and his power appeared to be formidable. However, he had no intention of bringing Naruto back to Konoha. He felt little allegiance to the village himself, and he lacked the strength to retrieve Naruto. The truth-seeking ball transformed into a black staff, firmly grasped by Uchiha. Uchiha charged towards Pain of the Six Paths, gripping a black rod in each hand. Pain, equally determined, rushed in his direction, his own black rods firm and unyielding. When their staffs clashed, they did not shatter immediately. Instead, they engaged in a fierce exchange before breaking apart. After one black rod splintered, Pain swiftly conjured another. These inferior rods proved utterly inadequate against the power of the Renegan. Following the destruction of several rods, Nagato seemed to have learned his lesson. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Uchiha could only manage a wry smile and a sigh. Thinking, you truly are something. Run as far as you can. He pursued from behind, with Naruto trailing closely, while Hinata Hyuga hurried to catch up. For Hinata, witnessing such a level of combat was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Suddenly, Pain came to a halt, spreading his feet apart and forcefully clapping his palms together. Shinra Tensei. A black sphere soared into the sky, followed by an uproar of trees, rocks, and earth being drawn upward. Uchiha found himself uncontrollably lifted into the air. Though Naruto and the others had kept their distance, they were not spared, being pulled skyward along with a slab of stone. Behind the scenes, Nagato smirked slightly, not anticipating that he could also capture the Nine Tails in the process. It's all over. Experience the might of the Renegan. Naruto appeared somewhat flustered. His combat experiences were limited, and faced with such a situation, he was uncertain of how to respond. However, encountering Shinra Tensei was likely a once-in-a-lifetime ordeal. Watching from the sidelines, Hinata Hyuga grew anxious. If the enemy were to be drawn up, would the Holy Spirit Village face annihilation? Although the adversary had unhesitatingly rejected Hinata's attempts for assistance, the village remained the savior of his two daughters. His mind raced, realizing he had to find a way to rescue them. Yet, his Byakugan alone could not achieve this task. He surveyed the battlefield, preparing to use his gentle fist technique to deliver a minor shock to Pain. He resolved to do his utmost, even if it meant sacrificing himself to repay the debt. He instructed Hinata and Hanabi to remain in place while he dashed toward the fray. However, his current speed could not match that of the gravitational pull of Shinra Tensei. In mere moments, Uchiha was lifted into the skies. Amidst the chaos, Naruto maneuvered between the debris. Uchiha found himself ensnared within layers of stone, which piled atop him. Nagato was thoroughly pleased with his creation, marveling at how effortlessly it had unfolded. His demeanor was relaxed, yet beads of sweat adorned his forehead, a testament to the chakra consumed by the technique. Gasping for breath, he reveled in his triumph. The Nine Tails will soon be mine. At that moment, the Nine Tails grew restless. Naruto, prepare to receive my chakra. I will control part of your body and transform you into your full-tailed beast form. Understood. Yet before the Nine Tails could act, a blinding light erupted from within the sphere. Senjutsu. Renegan. Uchiha unleashed a slender beam of laser, encircling the sphere and cleaving it in two. The destruction of the black sphere rendered Shinra Tensei ineffective, and debris began to rain down. Naruto quickly shielded Chien with his massive golden foxtail. At that moment, Nagato was drenched in sweat. No, this cannot be real. How could this happen? He widened his eyes, swallowing hard, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It seemed as though nothing had occurred. A mere beam had severed the gravitational force of Shinra Tensei. Flee. I must escape quickly. I cannot leave Yahiko's body behind. Uchiha stood with arms crossed, observing as Pain struggled to escape. At that instant, Naruto remained in a state of shock, while Hinata Hyuga was equally bewildered. Although he had activated his Byakugan, the distance prevented him from seeing clearly. In an instant, a powerful surge of chakra flashed by. The strength of the Holy Spirit Village leader surpassed his expectations. Hinata swallowed hard, feeling relieved that he had restrained himself during their rejection of the village's invitation. After a considerable while, Naruto regained his senses, only to find that Pain had vanished from their sight. Why didn't Tiwi pursue him? Naruto refrained from acting recklessly, mindful that he was still safeguarding Chien. Uchiha had allowed Pain to retreat, not wishing to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. Despite Nagato appearing weakened and ineffective against him, he was far more intrigued by the internal strife within the Akatsuki. Following Nagato's failure to capture the Nine Tails, a conflict with Obito was inevitable, leading to an escalating rivalry. The thought of Uchiha Obito being bested by Nagato brought a smile to Uchiha's face, as he noted that the other pains had already been dealt with by his clones. Chapter 157. Uchiha Obito's Plan, Reclaiming the Sharingan. 5 corpses of Pain were meticulously arranged together, from which Uchiha Obito extracted portions of their bodily tissues. Despite possessing the Renegan, Obito found the technique of Edo Tensei far more practical than converting them into puppets. The absence of the Devapath's corpse was intentional. He wished to avoid provoking Nagato into a desperate confrontation. Meanwhile, Nagato managed to evade disaster through the control of the Devapath, feeling a sense of relief, unaware that he had unwittingly stepped into a trap set by Obito. The news of the failed assault on the Nine Tails would soon reach the Akatsuki organization, and Obito, who had been orchestrating the entire scheme, would undoubtedly grow anxious. He would seek to seize Nagato's Renegan, utilizing the White Zetsu army to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War. Nagato, now in a weakened state, had previously considered himself a god, but he had come to understand the true meaning of strength. The moment Obito unleashed a slender beam of laser, slicing through the very fabric of the earth, it left Nagato astounded. Conan, ever attentive, wiped the cold sweat from Nagato's forehead. It's all right, Nagato. We failed this time, but we can make more preparations next time to capture the Nine Tails. Thus, Nagato and Konan decided to return to Amigakure. The news of the failed Nine Tails operation quickly reached Obito through the intelligence network of Black and White Zetsu. Upon receiving this information, Obito narrowed his eyes, a strange glimmer flickering within them. Nagato was gradually losing control. An opportunity to eliminate him and reclaim the Renegan must be found. Obito's plan was to return to Konohagakure and seize Kakashi Hitaki's Manjiki Sharingan, gathering the dual Kimui before secretly assassinating Nagato. However, finding an opportunity to eliminate Nagato was no easy task, especially with Konan constantly by his side. Although Konan typically operated with great discretion, her strength was unparalleled in the ninja world. Without hesitation, Obito set off for Konohagakure. During the day, Obito did not recklessly invade but instead waited until nightfall. Cloaked in darkness, he stealthily approached Kakashi's residence. Over the years, he had visited this place numerous times, perhaps to steal the Manjiki or merely to reminisce about his former friend. Despite his multiple visits, he had never taken action against Kakashi. This time, however, he resolved to reclaim the Manjiki Sharingan. In the dimly lit room, only a faint desk lamp illuminated the space. Kakashi sat by the window, engrossed in a picture frame, his expression serious. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the shadowy corner, from which Obito emerged. Kakashi, possessing keen insight, sensed Obito's presence the moment he materialized. Lifting his head and grasping a kunai from the bedside table. "Who goes there?" Obito stepped from the shadows, illuminated partially by the lamp. His face obscured by a tiger-patterned mask, he bore a ninja blade at his waist. The sight of the mask evoked a sense of familiarity in Kakashi. Had he encountered this individual before? Yet, it seemed implausible. How had this person entered? Obito, draped in a black hood, regarded Kakashi intently. He noticed that Kakashi was holding a photograph of their class. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, but he knew he must act against Kakashi now. Obito's feelings towards Kakashi were complex. He felt that Kakashi had failed to fulfill their promise. His investigations had only revealed truths that Uchiha Madara wanted him to know. Obito quickly discerned that Kakashi's Sharingan was absent, replaced by a deep scar where the Manjiki once resided. In the next moment, Kakashi's fingertips trembled, and two shurikens materialized. Hurtling toward Obito, they pierced through Obito's form, embedding themselves in the ceiling beams. "Copycat Kakashi, where has your Sharingan gone?" Obito inquired, his voice low. "Who are you?" Kakashi replied, warily observing him. Noting Kakashi's guarded demeanor, Obito chose not to press further. It appeared that the Sharingan had been taken, and Kakashi was unaware of his assailant's true identity. Obito's mind raced, deducing several possible suspects. One was Uchiha Obito himself, another was Nagato, and others included Orochimaru and several powerful figures. Particularly, he suspected Orochimaru, who had long coveted Itachi's body and might have shown interest in Kakashi's Sharingan. Obito simply watched Kakashi. Saying nothing further, he retreated into the shadows, and a vortex reappeared, drawing him in. Observing this bizarre scene, Kakashi felt a sense of familiarity. This unique technique resembled Kamui. However, his recollection indicated that Kamui could not draw him into a special space. A memory surfaced of a young Obito, always sporting a cheerful smile, often lingering beside Rin. Could it truly be you, Obito? Kakashi shook his head vigorously, dismissing this implausible thought. He believed it was impossible. After all, he had witnessed Obito being crushed beyond recognition, a fate from which even Tsunade could not have rescued him. In that moment, Kakashi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, unwilling to accept the reality. He donned his clothing and equipment and departed, heading directly to Jiraiya's residence. Since becoming Hokage, Jiraiya had ceased his frivolous antics, dedicating his days to managing the affairs of Konohagakure. He could do no more, and despite the third shortcomings as his disciple, he could not betray this minor. Moreover, there was no one in the village capable of shouldering such burdens. Kakashi knocked on the door, and it opened shortly after, revealing Jiraiya, who stood there with dark circles under his eyes. Upon recognizing that the visitor was Kakashi Hitaki, Jiraiya let out a heavy yawn. Kakashi's late-night visit piqued his curiosity. What could possibly be the matter? Kakashi succinctly recounted the situation, causing Jiraiya's brows to furrow deeply. The state of Konoha was deteriorating. It seemed anyone could come and go as they pleased. "I understand. You may return now," he instructed. The following day, Jiraiya assigned new tasks to the Umbu. Meanwhile, in the village of Seishin, every villager sang praises of Uchiha Ine. With his protection, the village suffered minimal destruction, with only a few houses collapsing and no casualties reported. Families whose homes were destroyed received adequate financial compensation, allowing for swift reconstruction. Hinata Hizashi had initially planned to return to Konoha with a sense of calm. But at that moment, he found himself utterly unsettled. The man who called himself the Soul Saint possessed terrifying strength. At Hizashi's insistence, he met with Aihana once more. However, this time, his demeanor was noticeably less accommodating. Hinata clan leader, I have made myself quite clear. If you wish to bring the Hinata clan into station, please leave. Hizashi clenched his fists, his emotions running high. Soul Saint, please do not dismiss me just yet. Allow me to speak. Following this, Hizashi lavished compliments upon Na, making the latter somewhat bashful. Clan leader Hinata, you overstate my abilities. I am merely mediocre, Na replied with a smile, a hint of embarrassment showing. Seeing his amusement, Hizashi seized the opportunity to present his request. Regardless of the terms, I am willing to comply. Please, I implore you to accept our Hinata clan. Just as Na was about to respond, Hizashi interrupted again, suddenly kneeling before him, leaving Na at a loss for how to react. He hurriedly bent down to assist Hizashi back to his feet. Clan leader Hinata, please rise. If you continue this way, there will be nothing left to discuss. Upon hearing his words, Hizashi's eyes lit up. This indicated that negotiations were still possible. He stood up, the fervor evident in his Byakugan, which made Na feel somewhat uncomfortable. Had he known, he would have avoided meeting Hizashi altogether. If you truly wish for the Hinata clan to join our Sation village, you must agree to a few conditions. The first condition, abolish the caged bird system and your main family system. The moment those words were uttered, Hizashi's eyes widened in disbelief. As a clan leader for so many years, he was acutely aware of the detriments the caged bird system imposed upon the Hinata clan. However, such traditions had been upheld for generations. A sudden change would provoke backlash from the elders. Noticing Hizashi's troubled expression, Na could not help but smirk. Hizashi was unlikely to acquiesce to this demand, given the long-standing customs of the Hinata clan. Clan leader Hinata, perhaps we should reconsider. Such a change may prove too challenging for your clan. Unexpectedly, Hizashi spoke up. No. Soul Saint, I will earnestly contemplate your proposal and seek ways to implement it. Please. Continue with your other conditions. Na stared at Hizashi, blinking in disbelief. It appeared that Hizashi was truly resolute and recognized the need for reform within the Hinata clan. Otherwise, if the clan continued as it was, it might risk extinction in future generations. After all, Konoha had previously sheltered the Hinata clan, but now it could barely safeguard itself. Very well, the second point. Should the Hinata clan wish to join Sation village, they will receive our protection. However, within Sation, all clans, regardless of size, will hold equivalent status to that of civilians. There will be no special treatment. I trust you understand my meaning? Hizashi nodded vigorously, fully aware of the implications. In Konoha, powerful clans often influence the Hokage's decisions, wielding considerable authority and political power. Na outlined each condition one by one, and with every stipulation, Hizashi nodded in agreement, refraining from voicing his opinions until Na concluded. Finally, Hizashi exhaled deeply. Soul Saint, I shall earnestly consider these conditions and will do my utmost to persuade the elders of my clan. If possible, I will write to you. Weary, Na waved him off. Very well, you may return for now. I have much to attend to. As Hizashi turned to leave, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Each condition was exceedingly difficult to fulfill, seemingly aimed at dismantling the traditions of his clan. He needed to weigh the options carefully, uphold ancestral customs or embrace change in pursuit of Sation's protection. The image of Aihana soaring through the sky flashed in Hizashi's mind. As he unleashed a torrent of flames, Hizashi's resolve solidified. Chapter 158. Employing Naruto as a laborer with unwavering determination, Hinata Hizashi departed from the Holy Spirit Village. Aihana, in a flurry of activity, commenced the post-war reconstruction efforts. The identity of Naruto Uzumaki had been revealed, prompting Aihana to approach him. Naruto, ever vigilant, regarded him warily while instructing Kaguya to remain hidden within the confines of their abode. Haha, won't you invite me in for a moment? Aihana wore a disarming smile. Upon hearing his words, Naruto felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. He slightly bowed and ushered Aihana inside, mentally prepared to activate the Ninetales chakra mode at a moment's notice. And who might this be? Aihana's gaze darted toward Kaguya. Sensing Uchiha's attention on her, Naruto instinctively positioned himself in front of her. She is Kaguya, my companion. In contrast to Naruto's nervous demeanor, Kaguya exuded calmness, gracefully pouring tea for Uchiha. Once seated, Aihana got straight to the point. You are the Ninetales Jinchuriki, correct? I am aware of your defection from the Leaf Village. At his words, Naruto's heart raced. However, I bear no ill will towards the Leaf Village. Thus their bounty on you holds no weight with me. As for you, you must understand the calamity that has befallen us. Your status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has drawn the Akatsuki's covetous gaze. Feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, Naruto lowered his head, unable to refute the truth of Uchihana's statement. Kagaya, noticing Naruto's distress, interjected, esteemed village leader, the Akatsuki poses a threat to the entire ninja world. Even in Naruto's absence, they would inevitably endanger the safety of Holy Spirit Village. Uchihana nodded in agreement. You are correct, but had he not been present, Holy Spirit Village would not have faced the Akatsuki so soon. At this, both Naruto and Kagaya bowed their heads, a mutual desire to escape the situation rising within them. Before they could voice their thoughts, Uchihana continued, by protecting the village, I have also safeguarded you. Confronting the Akatsuki is not an insurmountable challenge for me. Since you reside in Holy Spirit Village and possess the strength of a tailed beast, it is only fitting that you contribute to the village's welfare. You have no objections. I trust? Upon hearing Uchihana's proposition, Naruto lifted his head. What is it that I should do? How can I assist? Uchihana tapped his fingers on the desk. Currently, a portion of the village's structures has been destroyed, and manpower is in high demand. I can provide you shelter and ensure your safety. That seems fair. Does it not? Naruto's previously somber expression brightened into a smile. Of course, esteemed village leader. Uchihana did not linger excessively, departing after outlining his expectations. As agreed, Naruto arrived punctually at Uchihana's office the following day. Uchihana, engrossed in administrative duties, gestured for Naruto to take a seat. Time passed, and Naruto grew increasingly anxious. Esteemed village leader, what task should I undertake now? Uchihana beckoned him closer. Come here. I shall guide you while you handle these matters. His intent was not to enlist Naruto's aid in reconstruction, but rather to have him serve as a laborer. After all, Naruto possessed the potential to become Hokage, so assisting with various tasks should not be an issue. Initially bewildered, Naruto questioned why he should perform such tasks, yet he recalled their earlier agreement. To remain in Holy Spirit Village, he would receive protection from the village leader, but he must also give something in return. By day's end, Naruto felt mentally exhausted, struggling to find his bearings. Uchihana stretched and yawned. Naruto, you performed quite well today. Be sure to return at the same time tomorrow. A bittersweet expression crossed Naruto's face as he prepared to leave, only to be halted by Uchihana's voice. Oh, wait a moment, Naruto. Stopping in his tracks, Naruto turned to Uchihana, puzzled. Is there something else, esteemed village leader? Uchihana produced a paper envelope and handed it to Naruto. This is your salary for the month. From now on, you will work here, and this first month is an advance payment. Naruto, feeling the weight of the envelope, shook his head vehemently. No. Your protection is more than enough. I cannot accept your money. Uchihana's expression was resolute. Business is business. Compensation for work is necessary. After Uchihana's persuasive insistence, Naruto reluctantly accepted the payment. When Sasuke departed, he had not bestowed upon them a considerable sum, believing that with Naruto around, they would not be financially strained. During this period, Naruto and Kagaya remained in the village, with little time to venture outside for missions. Rumors indicated there was some remaining money, but it was only sufficient to sustain them for a time. Naruto was hesitant to leave Holy Spirit Village, fearing that if he accompanied Kagaya outside, he might be unable to protect her in the event of danger. In the days that followed, Naruto diligently visited Uchihana's office each morning. Uchihana guided him through the intricacies of the village's governance. With such a diligent assistant, Uchihana found his workload considerably lightened. Meanwhile, Kagaya was assigned to the Holy Spirit Hospital by Uchiha. Upon meeting Kagaya, Tsunade was immediately captivated by her vibrant red hair. Having a keen understanding of such matters, she recognized Kagaya as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Initially, Shizen took Kagaya under her wing, but soon recognized Kagaya's exceptional talent and informed Tsunade. This revelation sparked Tsunade's interest, and since Kagaya was recommended by Uchihana, she decided to take her on as a student. Kagaya rose early to prepare breakfast, and after sharing a meal with Naruto, they each set out for their respective destinations. Arriving at the Holy Spirit Hospital, Kagaya discovered Shizen had already arrived. Hurry, Shizen-san, good morning. Shizen smiled gently. Yes, Kagaya, I will soon take you to meet someone. Who might that be? Kagaya inquired. You shall know shortly, Shizen replied, leading Kagaya to Tsunade's office. Tsunade sat there, sipping tea, her figure illuminated by the sunlight, giving her an ethereal glow. Ah, Shizen, you've come. And Kagaya, you've arrived too. Upon seeing Tsunade, Kaguya felt a twinge of nervousness. She had previously encountered Tsunade upon her arrival at the hospital. In truth, Kaguya had known Tsunade's name long before. Renowned as the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world and one of the legendary Sannin, she was celebrated far and wide. Lady Tsunade, Kaguya stammered, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Tsunade rose from her seat and approached Kaguya, her imposing stature causing Kaguya to feel somewhat breathless. What a commanding presence! Kaguya thought, unable to see Tsunade's face as she lifted her gaze. Kaguya, do not be anxious. I instructed Shizun to bring you here. She has informed me of your promising talent in medical ninjutsu. Thus, I intend to personally assess your abilities. With determination, Chuanhua Xianglin nodded vigorously. Understood, Lady Tsunade. What should I do? Tsunade led the way, instructing, follow me. She guided Xianglin and Ino to a prepared room. The room was immaculate, and the three donned protective gear before entering. Approaching the bedside, they lifted a white sheet, revealing a corpse. An instinctive wave of fear washed over Xianglin, but she quickly regained her composure. The body was a human specimen, typically utilized for practice by medical ninjas. Tsunade skillfully picked up a scalpel and demonstrated the procedure. Afterwards, she placed the scalpel down, urging Xianglin to take over. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, Xianglin's hands trembled slightly. Be assured and proceed boldly. Do your utmost, Tsunade encouraged, personally evaluating Xianglin's aptitude. Having only demonstrated once and knowing Xianglin had not undergone systematic training, Tsunade was keen to ascertain her capabilities. Observing Xianglin's clumsy attempts, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. As Ino had indicated, Xianglin possessed commendable talent. Tsunade then assessed Xianglin's control over chakra. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her aptitude for chakra manipulation was exceptional. The Uzumaki clan excelled in sealing techniques, which demanded meticulous chakra control to inscribe various sealing inscriptions. Today, Tsunade conducted merely a preliminary assessment and offered Xianglin a few words of encouragement. However, the evaluation was far from simple. For an extended period thereafter, Tsunade personally mentored Xianglin. Regardless of the medical conditions they encountered, she kept Xianglin by her side. After more than a week, Tsunade recognized Xianglin's talent. Throughout this week, Xianglin's admiration for Tsunade deepened, as Tsunade displayed remarkable expertise in medical ninjutsu. One day, Tsunade summoned Xianglin to her office once more. Xianglin, your performance has been commendable, she remarked. Xianglin's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of seriousness. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Would you be willing to accept? Xianglin was momentarily taken aback. Lady Tsunade, please instruct me. Tsunade cleared her throat. Xianglin, I see great potential in your medical ninjutsu abilities, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? The words reverberated in Xianglin's mind like a thunderclap. The legendary Tsunade, one of the top medical ninjas, wanted to take her as a disciple? Surely, she had not misheard. Noticing Xianglin's silence, Tsunade continued, if you are hesitant, it is perfectly fine. You may take some time to consider. Suddenly awakened, Xianglin nodded fervently. Lady Tsunade, I wish to become your disciple. With that, she knelt down and bowed deeply to Tsunade. Thus, Xianglin officially became Tsunade's apprentice. In contrast, Ino lacked the aptitude to master the Yin sealing technique. Tsunade intended to impart her most treasured skills to Xianglin. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin possessed an immense reservoir of chakra. Mastering the Yin sealing technique would enable her to accumulate chakra and utilize the 100 healings technique. One day, she might become as powerful a ninja as Tsunade, or even surpass her. After all, Xianglin was already adept in many sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and when combined with her remarkable strength and the 100 healings technique, she would be virtually unstoppable. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was training Naruto, essentially using him as a laborer. Tsunade tirelessly taught Chuanhua Xianglin, imparting all her medical ninjutsu knowledge. She repeatedly cautioned Xianglin not to use her body to assist others in healing unless absolutely necessary. Tsunade felt deep compassion for Xianglin's past experiences and cherished her exceptionally gifted disciple. One night, as Uchiha Obito and Tsunade lay down to rest, they coincidentally discussed Xianglin and Naruto. Tsunade expressed concern over the possibility of the Akatsuki organization invading the Holy Spirit Village once again. Uchiha Obito held her tightly, reassuring her. Do not worry, Tsunade. I will always protect you. They nestled closely together, sharing an intimate moment. Meanwhile, in another part of the ninja world, Nagato returned to the Akatsuki base in Amigakure shortly after, where Uchiha Obito confronted him. Nagato, you should not act independently. The Nine-Tails is unlike other tailed beasts. Even with your Renegan, capturing the Nine-Tails is not guaranteed, Obito warned, his tone heavy as he locked eyes with him. I am aware. I do not require your guidance. I am the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato replied defiantly. Obito scoffed coldly. Just remember who bestowed those eyes upon you. Following Obito's words, Nagato felt a surge of animosity. Both were inclined to confront one another, yet they maintained a facade of civility. Following their failed attempt to capture the Nine-Tails, the Akatsuki remained dormant for some time. While the Akatsuki was inactive, the remaining 4 great ninja villages, excluding the hidden mist village, began to stir. They had somehow discovered the location of a crucial Akatsuki base in Amigakure. Even Jiraiya, who sought to avoid conflict, joined the coalition of the 4 great ninja villages. Although the 4 villages had united, none wished to suffer losses, resulting in a politically charged alliance rife with intrigue. Their shared enmity towards the Akatsuki brought them together. They convened a 5-Kage summit, though the Mizukage did not attend. The current 4th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was focused on the development of the Hidden Mist Village, having spent time in the Holy Spirit Village to enhance his skills. Chapter 159. The outbreak of the Ninja World War. The Akatsuki organization has become exceedingly arrogant, showing utter disdain for us. The 4th Raikage, slammed his fist heavily on the table, spittle flying. The 3rd Suchikage, Onoki, crossed his arms and agreed, stating that this malignant tumor must be eradicated to restore peace to the ninja world. Jiraiya remained silent, his arms crossed, offering no opinion. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, harbored deep resentment. After all, Gaara was his son. Moreover, the Sand Village regarded the tail beast as vital, even aspiring to transform Shikaku into a weapon for their territorial ambitions. During the meeting, opinions were voiced, ultimately leading to the formation of a ninja coalition. Among them, the Hokage village contributed the least, for its greatest adversary was Uchiha Obito, whose whereabouts were currently unknown, necessitating vigilance against this formidable foe. The other 3 ninja villages, despite their reservations, deemed their combined strength sufficient to vanquish the Akatsuki. The 4 Kage returned to their respective villages, and upon learning of these developments, Hinata Hisashi felt compelled to act without delay. He summoned the elders of his clan, stating, I have met with the leader of the Sacred Soul Village. I am determined to lead the entire Hyuga clan to withdraw from Konoha and join them. The elders exchanged glances, initiating a fervent discussion. Lord Clan Leader, I believe we should join the Sacred Soul Village. What do you all think? Hisashi surveyed the room. We too believe it is wise to align with the Sacred Soul Village, they concurred. Hisashi nodded, but informed them of several conditions put forth by the Sacred Soul Village's leader. The elders looked puzzled as he elaborated on Uchiha Obito's demands. Before Hisashi could finish, several elders became restless, with one, known for his fiery temperament, rising in protest. This is unacceptable, Hisashi. Such a decision betrays our ancestors. As one elder spoke out, others quickly followed suit, vehemently opposing him, pointing fingers directly at Hisashi, addressing him by his name rather than his clan leader. Hisashi, appearing calm, recounted the invasion of the Sacred Soul Village by Pain of the 6 Paths, presenting the undeniable power of Uchiha Obito without embellishment. The elders, upon hearing this, felt a chill run through them, as if they had aged in an instant. The first elder to oppose Hisashi remained unconvinced, declaring, no matter what, we cannot agree to such terms. Do you all agree with this sentiment? The other elders, after a moment of hesitation, nodded in affirmation, stating that the traditions of the Hyuga clan, preserved for millennia, must not be altered to ensure the purity of their bloodline and the safeguarding of their Byakugan from falling into enemy hands. What if the leader of that village covets our Byakugan's power? Such words drew gasps from the elders, realizing that aligning with the Sacred Soul Village could indeed lead them into peril. Hisashi, instead of reacting with anger, nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Since the elders are opposed, I will take those willing to join the Sacred Soul Village and leave. The elders may choose another head of the clan. With that proclamation, he rose and exited the meeting room, gathering his clansmen to announce the decision. Chaos soon engulfed the Hyuga clan as Hisashi, held in high regard, garnered nearly half of the members' support to depart. Naturally, many traditionalists remained behind. Without delay, Hisashi instructed those who wished to leave to prepare their belongings. The operation was swift, and as Hisashi led his clan away, Jiraiya received news of the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt overwhelmed. Konoha was already precariously positioned, and now the prominent Hyuga clan sought to depart. Hizashi's stance was unwavering, and ultimately, even the Umbu could not dissuade them. Wearily, Jiraiya resigned himself to their departure. Resting his head on the table, feeling he had failed his mentor's expectations, lamenting the deteriorating state of Konoha under his watch. As time swiftly passed, 2 weeks elapsed. The ninja coalition from the other 3 major villages had formed, while Konoha urgently announced its withdrawal from the campaign against the Akatsuki. The 3 Kage were incensed, already plotting to divide Konoha once the campaign concluded. The ninja coalition, emboldened, set forth towards the land of rain, their numbers vast and their resolve unwavering. News of their advance swiftly reached the Akatsuki, igniting a furious response from Pain, who had been brooding over the failed assault on the sacred soul village. The audacity of these villages to provoke him was akin to igniting a conflagration amidst dry hay. The ninja coalition invaded the land of rain under the pretense of exterminating the Akatsuki, committing acts of violence against both shinobi and civilians, leaving no survivors in their wake. In preparation, the 3 nations had resolved to carve up the land of rain. The coalition advanced unimpeded, seizing nearly half of its territory within a single day. Pain, still searching for the remaining 5 puppets, brought the Akatsuki members and the 6 paths of Pain to the battlefield. As the coalition pressed forward, they suddenly spotted a group of figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds on the horizon. Who are they? Someone pondered. Who cares? Eliminate them all. Their fervor was palpable, each member resembling a relentless war machine, devoid of emotion, their eyes gleaming with the thirst for blood. However, soon they would come to regret their current mindset. Facing the coalition, a swarm of small white spiders began to crawl towards them. Ah, spiders! Exclaimed one ninja as a white spider climbed onto his comrade. Ha! What a coward, scared of a spider. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, the spider detonated in a burst of chaos, triggering a chain reaction as thousands of spiders exploded simultaneously, throwing the coalition's formation into disarray. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the ninja who had mocked the fear of spiders was obliterated. Deidara, exhilarated, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This is art. Finally, I have the space to express my creativity." As he spoke, he directed the half-mechanized cannon on his arm toward the coalition, launching white clay bombs that erupted upon impact, scattering the coalition forces. The 4th Raikage quickly discerned the chaos unfolding on the front lines and rushed to the battlefield, accompanied by Onoki, who soared through the sky using his gravity technique, and Raza, who glided upon a sea of sand. The 3 formidable Kage soon arrived at the forefront of the battle, with the 4th Raikage swiftly locking onto Deidara, who was relentlessly bombarding the coalition with clay explosives. A blue lightning flickered around him. Lightning release, thunderplow. The 4th Raikage executed a fierce elbow strike against Deidara. Bang! In that fleeting moment of contact, Deidara transformed into a clay clone, adhering to the 4th Raikage, while his true form remained at a distance. Huh! A loud shout echoed as the clay clone detonated, sending debris flying and flames soaring skyward. As the smoke and fire dissipated, the 4th Raikage stood unscathed. Deidara's eyes were filled with confusion. How could such an explosion have caused him no harm? Since the destruction of the scorpion of the red sand, he had not utilized that grotesque shell again, instead continually refining his own puppet to enhance its capabilities. Deidara, lightning techniques counter your explosions. You should head to the battlefield and deal with those ninja allies, he suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Deidara molded a large clay bird and soared into the sky atop it. Just as he prepared to charge towards the ninja coalition, a massive rock suddenly hurtled towards him. Deidara deftly maneuvered the clay bird to evade it, narrowly escaping the crushing blow. Turning his head, he saw Onoki, the 2nd Sasuke, hovering in the air, blocking his path. "Old man, what are you doing here?" Onoki glared at Deidara, filled with anger and disappointment. He had hoped to nurture Deidara and pass on his legacy, never expecting the latter to betray the village. "You ungrateful traitor, today I will end your life." Rocks began to circle around Onoki as he charged at Deidara. Earth release. Rock fist technique. Onoki relentlessly pursued him, while Deidara merely fled on his clay bird, refraining from retaliating. Deidara's defection was motivated by a simple desire to pursue his art. He harbored no hatred towards Onoki, who he still regarded as a grandfather in his heart. "Hey, old man, if you keep this up, I won't hold back." Onoki spat, "Humph. You traitorous brat, let me see just how you won't hold back." Onoki suddenly accelerated, his palm pressing against the clay bird. Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. A wave of intense gravity enveloped the clay bird and Deidara. Losing control, Deidara plummeted towards the ground. "Hey, old man, That's despicable. You ambushed me. He struggled to maintain his balance, separating his chakra from the white clay bird while suspended in midair. He hastily molded a small clay figure, which clutched the bird's feet as the large clay bird crashed to the ground with a thunderous explosion. Deidara, brimming with resentment, exclaimed, "Old man, you are truly insufferable." He flung 3 clay birds towards Onoki in frustration. To his surprise, Onoki clapped his hands together, invoking Dust Release, original world obliteration technique. A transparent barrier materialized before Onoki, disintegrating all 3 clay birds into atoms. What a nuisance. The two engaged in a relentless skirmish. Observing the Akatsuki's merciless assault on his ninja coalition, Onoki summoned a massive stone golem. Simultaneously, Raza summoned a gold sand puppet. These colossal puppets significantly bolstered the morale of the ninja coalition. The battle raged fiercely, with the coalition leveraging their numerical superiority to mount continuous assaults. As time slipped away, Deidara's chakra waned, having expended more than half of it. The coalition suffered severe casualties, yet none dared to retreat. Raikage found himself momentarily halted by Haiden and the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Despite Raikage's brutal methods, he could not vanquish Haiden. Alongside the immortal Haiden, the Scorpion unleashed puppet after puppet, leaving Raikage with no chance to confront the Scorpion's true form. After Haiden's body was cleaved, Chiyo swiftly stitched him back together using her puppets and special threads. The 4th Raikage felt increasingly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Raza faced off against Konan and Sasuke, who, as a member of the Akatsuki, had naturally joined the fray. He deliberately concealed his true power, engaging Raza in a mere tug-of-war. The battlefield was rife with the clamor of battle cries. At the very center of the chaos, a shadow loomed in the air. Its voice resonated with overwhelming clarity, reaching every ear present. Feel pain. Understand pain. The ninjas of the coalition turned curiously towards the source of the voice. What is that? I don't know. Pain, with arms outstretched, declared, "This is the power of God." Shinra Tensei. An invisible force radiated from Pain, expanding outward, leaving no ninja unscathed as it upheaved the earth beneath. The resounding tremor echoed throughout the land, and the barrier of Shinra Tensei crushed all ninjas without a trace. The 3 Kage stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding devastation. They could only watch helplessly as their village's ninjas perished beneath the might of this formidable technique. Raza's legs weakened, barely able to support him. What kind of power is this? Chapter 160. The defeat of the ninja allied forces. As the Shinra Tensei unleashed its devastating power, the entire surface was laid waste. The hearts of the 3 Kages sank, realizing that their hard-earned alliance of the ninja allied forces had been obliterated by a single adversary. Not only the Kages, but also the members of the Akatsuki stood in stunned silence as they gazed upon the central figure of Pain. Deidara marveled at the might of their leader, acknowledging that this technique rivaled his ultimate art, which required self-detonation, while Pain's Shinra Tensei inflicted minimal self-harm, merely draining some chakra. Suspended in the air, Pain gradually descended. The ninja allied forces, though numerous, were engulfed by a palpable fear, rendering them devoid of any fighting spirit. Such power could only belong to a deity. "No. Please spare me. I will never dare again," they cried, bewildered by the carnage. Some ninjas went mad, fleeing in all directions, screaming and shouting. They desperately retreated from Pain, hastily retracing their steps to escape. The 3 Kages could no longer command their forces. Even the typically fearless ninjas from the Cloud Village dared not linger any longer. "None of you are allowed to flee. Those who run will die." The 4th Raikage, bellowed, but his words fell on deaf ears. Despite his lethal attempts to quell the chaos, he could not halt the mass exodus. Witnessing this scene, the 3 Kages felt a deep sense of despair. Acutely aware that this was a resounding failure, an irretrievable defeat, they had envisioned countless outcomes, even strategizing how to partition the Land of Rain. But this catastrophic end was beyond their imagination, utter annihilation by a single enemy strike. Without hesitation, the 3 Kages chose to retreat, cognizant that failure to escape would spell doom for their villages. Each one fled faster than the last, with the 4th Kazekage, Raza, lagging behind. Pain, accompanied by numerous Akatsuki members, surrounded Raza. He utilized his control over sand to unleash a barrage of attacks, yet ultimately fell into Pain's grasp. Alongside Raza, Noki's son and the guardian of the earth, Akatsuki, perished in the conflict. However, Kuratsuchi, who possessed the earthweight technique, managed to escape the battlefield with Deidara's assistance. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, did not partake in this battle, and all 3 of his disciples met their demise on the battlefield. With the capture of the fourth Kazekage, the war came to an end. At this moment, the inhabitants of Tsunade remained oblivious to the impending doom that loomed over their village. Pain selected several suitable puppets, including Raza and the captured Jinchuriki, as well as Noki's son, Keitetsu. Countless ninja corpses were collected by Obito to create Zetsu. Upon returning, the fourth Raikage, and the third Suchikage, Noki, immediately began preparations for war. Indeed, it was they who orchestrated the downfall of Tsunade. Having suffered great losses on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, they sought to recoup their losses elsewhere. News of the devastation in the Land of Rain spread swiftly throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Obito was rather astonished, never expecting that these three ninja villages would so foolishly confront the Akatsuki. It was utterly ridiculous. The established norm of the Akatsuki not engaging in battles was shattered. In truth, had the three Kages united their strength, they might have slain Pain. Regrettably, their hearts were not aligned. Each harbored their own schemes, leading to the downfall of Tsunade. On the side of the Akatsuki, Nagato felt a rising urgency, as they were merely one-tailed beast short. Even a fraction of the chakra from the three tails could facilitate the resurrection of the 10 tails, but that last piece remained elusive. The new 6 paths of pain had been constructed. Obito discreetly approached Sasuke Uchiha, who looked at him with confusion. Before Obito could draw near, Sasuke swiftly unsheathed his ninja blade and struck. Utilizing the body replacement technique, Obito reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. I have come to propose a transaction." Sasuke, wary yet attentive, listened as Obito articulated his plan. "Join me in eliminating the leader of the Akatsuki and fulfill the infinite Tsukuyomi." Upon hearing this proposition, Sasuke was intrigued, for he had taken Naruto's words to heart. He needed to acquire the Akatsuki leader's eyes to resurrect those who were most dear. With a cold demeanor, Sasuke queried, "When do you intend to act?" Obito, with a smirk, replied that opportunity shall soon present itself. The impending opportunity stemmed from Nagato, who sought to unify the entire ninja world after creating the new 6 paths of pain. As the behind-the-scenes orchestrator, Obito was already privy to this information. The news of Tsunade's destruction spread, plunging the ninja world into a state of crisis, with everyone fearing for their lives amidst the chaos. An increasing number of individuals sought to join the Holy Spirit Village, yet Uchiha Obito tightened the restrictions. Despite numerous conditions, many were willing to pay to gain entry. The Holy Spirit Village expanded continuously, with more houses rising. In the Land of Rain, atop a towering structure, Pain and Conan stood together. It was time for Conan to devise a plan. With uncertainty, she asked, "Are we certain about unifying the entire ninja world?" Pain replied, "Have we not done all this for this very moment? Go and retrieve the explosive tags you have collected." Conan nodded, "I understand." With that, her form transformed into countless pieces of paper, fluttering away like butterflies into the distance. Meanwhile, Obito met with Sasuke, revealing his scheme. Once they acquired those eyes, they would bring the Eye of the Moon plan to fruition. Sasuke was indifferent to Obito's talk of the Moon's Eye. If it could aid Naruto in resurrecting his beloved, he would gladly partake in the endeavor. Regardless of Obito's words, Sasuke expressed his agreement. Following the previous encounter in the Holy Spirit Village, Nagato was hesitant to strike. Although he longed to gather all the tailed beasts, it remained a distant dream. Obito led Sasuke to Nagato's location, where Conan was still organizing her explosive tags. No one was present to guard them, while others remained vigilant, monitoring the happenings throughout the Rain Village. "What brings you here?" Nagato inquired coldly. Obito responded, "To reclaim those eyes. Your performance has disappointed me." Hearing this, Nagato's gaze turned icy. He had long sought to free himself from Obito's control, meticulously planning to gather explosive tags for this very purpose. He had anticipated Obito would continue to hide, never expecting him to act at this moment. To reclaim those eyes, Nagato would demonstrate his strength. A confrontation was imminent. With his legs incapacitated, he could not move freely, and even if Sasuke and Obito joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Obito unleashed a massive fireball. Sealing technique. Absorption. A blue halo emerged around Nagato, absorbing the colossal fireball into its depths. The battle was exceedingly fierce. However, Nagato found himself unable to move freely, rendering his situation passive and relegating him to a continuous state of defense. Earth style. Earth flow wall. The firepower on Nagato's side was formidable, leveraging the advantage of the Renegan to suppress both Obito and Sasuke Uchiha in relentless combat. Sasuke, unable to gain any advantage in ninjutsu, decisively activated his Susanoo. A colossal purple figure rose from the ground, and Susanoo drew its bow to unleash an arrow. Outer Path, Golem. The Outer Path Golem emerged from the earth, appearing behind Nagato, with numerous black rods piercing his back. A purple chakra dragon erupted from the mouth of the golem, devouring chakra in its path, including the arrow shot from Sasuke's Susanoo. Prior to this confrontation, Obito had divulged their abilities to the opposing side. Sasuke swiftly deactivated his Susanoo, his body enveloped in blue lightning chakra, significantly enhancing his speed, allowing him to evade the purple chakra dragon's assault. Time passed, and the six paths of pain returned in unison. Nagato, commanding the six paths, exerted relentless pressure on the two. Without Susanoo, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Sasuke to withstand the overwhelming power of the Renegan. However, this exertion left Nagato increasingly weakened, gasping for breath. Utilizing the power of Kamui, Obito drew the Azura Path into the Kamui dimension. Fire style. Exploding wind dance. The Azura Path was obliterated, and Sasuke proceeded to destroy the human path once again. The Hungry Ghost Path now embodied the fourth Kazekage, Raza, causing significant trouble for Obito. Just as Nagato believed he would soon vanquish the two, Obito swiftly moved aside, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. The Outer Path Golem appeared to go haywire, frantically siphoning chakra from Nagato's body. The already weakened Nagato felt as if he were on the brink of being completely drained. This was a technique left to Obito by Uchiha Madara. Even without the Renegan, Obito's control over the Outer Path Golem far surpassed Nagato's. While Nagato's golem could only perform summoning in place, Obito could command it to rise and wreak havoc. Upon realizing that the golem was about to consume his chakra, they unhesitatingly severed their connection to it. The black rod shattered, and Nagato appeared as though he were on the verge of death, his pallor resembling that of a corpse. He gasped for breath, feeling as though his life was nearing its inevitable end. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows, merging with Nagato's form. Obito, filled with excitement, urged, "Quickly, give me the Renegan." However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Black Zetsu seized control of Nagato's body to perform seals. Renegan's innate technique. The King of Hell was summoned, opening its massive jaws as a luminous figure materialized before them. Obito's eyes widened in horror as his worst fear unfolded. The man was to be resurrected. He never anticipated that Black Zetsu would defy his wishes. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara had already returned. It was too late for regrets. Madara sensed the power coursing through him. He had been revived, and his youthful form felt remarkable. Black Zetsu, with a sycophantic grin, proclaimed, "Lord Madara, you may now reclaim your Renegan." Madara retrieved the Renegan, nodding in satisfaction. "Obito, you have worked hard these years. You have done well." Obito, internally grappling with unspoken frustrations, had intended to seize the Renegan for himself. Sasuke trembled involuntarily, realizing he stood before the legendary Uchiha Madara. Madara's icy gaze fell upon Sasuke. Who is this child? Obito? Obito briefly introduced Sasuke, prompting Madara to laugh heartily. Quite impressive. I never expected such talent to emerge from our Uchiha clan. Throughout, Sasuke remained silent, receiving nothing in return. Madara continued his inquiry. What is the current situation? How many tailed beasts have been collected? Obito reported the circumstances candidly. You cannot locate the three tails? How peculiar. You mentioned a powerful individual near the nine tails. Do you know his exact origins? Obito shook his head, uncertain of the individual's identity, unwilling to believe that Uchiha Itachi could possess such formidable strength. Very well, I shall handle this myself. It seems the time has come to stretch my limbs. At the moment of Nagato's demise, Konan, who was tidying up explosive tags, sensed a disturbance. She had left a specially crafted paper crane on Nagato, which would convey a message if his chakra could not be felt. Perhaps due to Madara's excitement upon his resurrection, he failed to notice the unassuming paper crane slipping away. Soon, Konan learned of the dire news. With Nagato dead, her sole hope in this world had vanished. She vowed to avenge him, now possessing a clearer understanding of their plight. From the very beginning, Yahiko, she, and Nagato had been pawns in another's game. Konan swiftly resolved to seek out the leader of the Holy Spirit Village, the only one capable of standing against Uchiha Madara. She would do anything for vengeance. The first act of Uchiha Madara upon his revival was to summon the Nine Tails. Chapter 161, The Brutal Defeat of Haiden and the Powerful Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito employed a summoning technique, yet it ultimately failed. What transpired? Why did it fail? The Nine Tails. Where is it? Uchiha Obito, standing nearby, reminded, Lord Obito, The Nine Tails has yet to be captured. What is going on? Tell me everything. Uchiha Obito recounted the events concerning Nagato's prior campaign against the Holy Spirit Village. Initially, Uchiha Obito believed the individuals of this era to be feeble, but his words had indeed astonished him. Where is the Three-Tails Beast? Uchiha Obito shook his head, indicating he did not know. Uchiha Obito's gaze turned icy as he cast a sidelong glance at Obito. If you cannot manage this simple task, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. Obito gathered the members of the Akatsuki organization, with Uchiha Obito standing at the forefront, surveying the assembled group. With his arms crossed defiantly, he declared, I am Uchiha Obito, and I am also the leader of the Akatsuki. The other members, seasoned and facing formidable foes, couldn't help but marvel at Uchiha Obito's presence. They scrutinized the man before them. Uchiha Obito's reputation was well known throughout the ninja world. Virtually no one was unaware of this powerful ninja who once stood alongside Shinja Hashirama. Clearly, the members of the smaller organizations present did not yield to him. Haiden boldly stepped forward, questioning, Who do you think you are to claim the title of Akatsuki's leader? I am a devotee of Lord Jashin, and I shall offer you as a sacrifice. With a swift motion, Haiden hurled his scythe at Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito was quick, deftly kicking the scythe aside before leaping forward and knocking Haiden to the ground. Placing his foot upon Haiden's head, You possess quite the audacity to strike at me, Uchiha Obito remarked, pressing down with force, causing Haiden to emit piercing cries of anguish. Once Haiden ceased his struggles, Uchiha Obito lifted his foot, leaping away. Impressive indeed, to dare question my identity. As he turned to return to the platform, Haiden's head began to regenerate, and he rose from the ground, retrieving his scythe and charging angrily at Uchiha Obito. Die, he shouted, swinging the enormous scythe down upon Uchiha Obito. With an uncanny reflex, Uchiha Obito sensed the attack and swiftly turned, grasping the scythe's handle. Haiden gripped tightly, attempting to force it down, yet he found himself unable to advance even an inch. Child's play, though your ability seems intriguing, Uchiha Obito noted. What did you mean by Lord Jashin? Haiden, drenched in sweat, widened his eyes defiantly, proclaiming, I am the loyal disciple of Lord Jashin, the immortal Haiden. Uchiha Obito delivered a powerful kick, sending Haiden crashing to the ground. Following this, Uchiha Obito unleashed a series of attacks. Regardless of the injuries sustained, Haiden's body quickly recuperated. Uchiha Obito, sensing the experiment nearing completion, ceased his assault. Remarkable indeed. I have lived for many years without witnessing such an extraordinary ability. Uchiha Obito was well versed in cellular transplantation, recognizing that while Orochimaru was the foremost researcher in the ninja world, he himself held a close second. Not everyone could successfully transplant cells, yet Uchiha Obito had activated the Renegan through his own efforts. Such feats were not achievable by ordinary individuals. Now, Uchiha Obito found himself intrigued by Haiden's abilities and resolved to study Haiden's body further in due time. You are quite exceptional. Remember this, I am Uchiha Obito. The individuals present were astonished, for Uchiha Obito's martial prowess was unparalleled, even surpassing that of Sasuke, who had never encountered such formidable physical techniques. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito familiarized himself with each member of the Akatsuki. On another front, Konan had departed from the Land of Rain, gathering all the explosive tags. Mastering the technique of paper manipulation, she effortlessly controlled them all. After leaving the Land of Rain, Konan soared towards the direction of the Holy Spirit Village. As she approached, she gradually descended to the ground. No sooner had she landed than she was detected by Uchiha Niji's chakra. Uchiha Niji, who was engaged in administrative matters with Naruto, swiftly set aside his work. How audacious to return. It seems the last encounter failed to instill fear. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Niji, he was still unaware of Nagato's demise. Naruto, wait here for a moment. I have something to attend to. With a flash, he vanished from sight. It must be said that the perception abilities of the Renegan were truly formidable. As soon as Konan touched down, she had scarcely moved when Uchiha Niji appeared before her. Konan, is the Akatsuki still unwilling to relent? We already afforded you an opportunity. Uchiha Niji's voice was icy, and he was prepared to act at any moment. Konan, feeling the pressure of Uchiha Niji's presence, gasped for breath. I have come to discuss a collaboration. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? Konan's voice trembled slightly. Nagato is dead. Uchiha Niji was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. How is that possible? Although he wasn't my match, he was no mere weakling. Konan recounted every detail conveyed by the paper crane, revealing the unexpected news of Obito and Sasuke's alliance, culminating in an ambush by Kaguya. Given that Kagaya managed to ambush him, it seems plausible, for even the Sage of Six Paths could not best her. Uchiha Niji inquired, "So what is it that you seek in this collaboration?" After a moment of silence, Conan replied, "I do not require anything from you. I merely wish to assist you. At the very least, I want to create some trouble for the Akatsuki during their invasion of the Holy Spirit Village." Uchiha Niji nodded, not doubting Conan's sincerity, as it was unlikely for her to concoct such a foolish scheme. "Very well, should the opportunity arise, I might consider aiding you in seeking vengeance. However, if you wish to remain in the Holy Spirit Village, you must also assist me." Conan nodded in agreement. Understood. She refrained from mentioning her explosive tags, keeping that as her trump card. Uchiha Niji, in turn, did not bring it up either. After 2 days in the Holy Spirit Village, Conan observed that it seemed to embody the ideals held by Nagato and Yahiko. It was a place filled with peace, where every face radiated with happiness, something Conan had never witnessed in the land of rain. The neighbors were kind, and there appeared to be no animosity. She found herself employed by Uchiha Niji, assisting with various tasks in the village. Absorbing the atmosphere of the Holy Spirit Village, Conan approached Uchiha Niji one day. "Have you been comfortable during your stay here?" Uchiha Niji inquired with genuine concern. Conan nodded. "It is quite pleasant here. I truly enjoy it. I only wish Nagato and Yahiko were still alive." A look of melancholy crossed his face. "I have some items that you might find useful." Uchiha Niji asked with curiosity. "What items?" "Explosive tags." "Explosive tags? What use do they serve?" "I have plenty of those myself." Xiaonan extended 3 fingers, and Uchihana looked at her with a puzzled expression, questioning the meaning behind it. 300 billion explosive tags. I currently possess this many." Uchihana feigned astonishment. "Surely you jest. Such a quantity of explosive tags could utterly annihilate a ninja village. Do not deceive me, it is impossible to have that many tags. Wasn't it 600 billion tags?" He realized that having killed Kakazu, no one was left to assist Xiao Nan in amassing wealth, which explained the significant reduction. Xiao Nan remained composed, affirming, "This is indeed true. We can find simultaneous footage. It is truly a magnificent sight, a vast expanse of empty land. I will provide proof." Thus, Uchihana and Xiao Nan journeyed to a nearby desolate hill. With a mere flick of her hand, countless explosive tags floated from her being. They cascaded like snowflakes. An endless flurry of explosive tags. These were not mere paper. Each one was a detonative device. Uchihana strove to calm himself. "All right, please retract these explosive tags. For now, they are unnecessary. Perhaps at a critical juncture, your explosive tags may prove to be quite advantageous." Xiaonan gathered the tags back and turned to Uchihana, inquiring, "Aren't you planning to take the initiative and defeat the Akatsuki members?" Uchihana shook his head. "It is possible, but I am disinclined to chase after them. Let us wait for them to come to us." The tranquility of their lives did not endure for long. White Zetsu began to appear in succession near the Holy Soul Village, finally inciting Uchihana's ire. Concurrently, Uchiha Madara disseminated the news. "I, Uchiha Madara, have returned. This time, I shall wage war upon the entire ninja world." On that day, Uchiha Madara, still undeterred, attempted to summon the Nine Tails. His summoning technique proved ineffective against the Nine Tails within Uchiha Ine. However, the Nine Tails within Naruto sensed Madara's call. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his chest, staggering and collapsing onto the table. Uchihana, seated beside him, noticed Naruto's agonized expression and inquired with concern, "Naruto, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Beads of cold sweat adorned Naruto's forehead as he strained to respond. "I'm fine. It's just a slight discomfort in my abdomen." "Very well, Naruto. You should return to rest and see a doctor to ascertain the issue," Uchihana insisted. Although Naruto wished to refuse, Uchihana's resolve was unwavering. He dispatched someone to take Naruto to the hospital. While waiting, Naruto heard the voice of the Nine Tails in his mind. "It is that fellow. He is summoning me again." In his consciousness, Naruto conversed with the Nine Tails. "Is it that individual from before?" The Nine Tails appeared to bear considerable anguish, a testament to the oppressive nature of their summoning contract. "Indeed, he will surely find a way to seek you out. Naruto, you must be prepared." Naruto nodded resolutely. "I understand, Nine Tails." Meanwhile, the Nine Tails within Uchiha also sensed an invisible force pulling at him. He has returned. Initially, the Nine Tails within Uchiha did not feel the summons. This time, however, a faint sensation emerged. Uchiha was curious. Who has returned? Uchiha Madara, he realized. There still lingers a summoning contract from Uchiha Madara within me. It became clear that Madara had employed the summoning technique, explaining Naruto's earlier expression of distress. It seems time for me to take the initiative and resolve this matter. Uchiha Madara, having failed to summon once more, wore a frustrated expression. Where on earth has Hashirama sealed the Nine Tails? As he pondered, Uchiha employed the same technique, summoning the Outer Path Golem, a reward granted to him by the system. After casting the summoning technique, Uchiha could not summon the golem out of thin air. His situation mirrored that of Uchiha Madara. He could seize control of the golem once it manifested. However, as the golem remained within Uchiha Madara's body, Uchiha's summoning would only cause Madara discomfort, inducing a chakra disturbance. As Uchiha Madara sensed the golem within him becoming agitated, he was genuinely alarmed. Could Hashirama have discovered my actions and left some contingency? No, that was impossible. He vividly recalled evading all surveillance through the use of his Anaji, successfully escaping unscathed. It could not possibly be Hashirama's doing. Another name surfaced in his mind, Sage of the Six Paths. He shook his head vigorously. That was even less likely, as the sage had been dead for countless years. He attributed his earlier sensations to mere illusion. Perhaps it truly was just a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, it was imperative to declare war upon the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara awakened legions of white Zetsu. On the outermost perimeter of the Holy Soul Village, an increasing number of white Zetsu emerged, with patrolling ninjas encountering these troublesome entities. Some ninjas even met a tragic end after being overwhelmed. The news was swiftly reported, and upon receiving the information, Uchiha immediately began to organize a response. The reason he had not sensed the urgency earlier was likely due to the white Zetsu army employing the ant technique, allowing them to traverse underground, evading detection even by the Byakugan. Throughout the ninja world, only dust mite technique surpassed ant technique in its elusiveness. Chapter 162, The Impure World Army of Uchiha. The Impure World reincarnation of No-era when the activities of white Zetsu grew increasingly frequent, and the Akatsuki organization began to make significant moves. Ordinary ninjas found themselves utterly powerless against the relentless waves of white Zetsu. At this critical juncture, Uchiha stepped forward, commanding all patrolling ninjas to retreat. He then seized several white Zetsu and unleashed the Impure World reincarnation technique. Coffins rose one after another, astonishing all present. Yao Shirdo was the first to react, recognizing the technique. As the coffin lids opened sequentially, familiar faces emerged, most of whom had been relocated from the Hidden Leaf Village, having seen the statues on Hokage Rock. Is that the second Hokage? They held a deep respect for the former Hokages. Among them were not only the second Hokage but also the first Hokage. In addition to the villagers of Konoha, the Holy Soul Village had also seen the migration of villagers from other ninja villages. The third Raikage, legendary for possessing the strongest physique in the ninja world, was present, along with the second Suchikage and second Mizukage. The sight of this formidable assembly of ninjas summoned through Impure World reincarnation left them all in awe. Lord Soul Sand is truly remarkable, capable of summoning all these figures. Yet, there were more. Among them was Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha had found Hanzo's corpse during his visit to the Rain Village, and had made a minor repair to his grave, acquiring a useless broken scythe. A slight smile graced Uchiha's lips as he glanced at a coffin in the corner, which belonged to someone who appeared not to be a girl. However, her identity was special. She was Obito's cherished one, No-era Rin. Senja Hashirama and Senja Tobarama exchanged bewildered glances. Tobarama, what is happening here? Brother, I have no idea. Tobarama replied, equally perplexed. They then noticed a figure clad in Hokage robes standing beside them. In that attire, are you also a Hokage? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, smiled as he showcased the characters emblazoned on his back. First Hokage, second Hokage. I am the fourth Hokage. The two looked at him in confusion. Fourth Hokage? How did you die? Minato briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding his demise. Senja Hashirama slapped his forehead in disbelief, exclaiming, how is it possible that the Ninetales could kill? Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Minato awkwardly scratched his head. Lord First Hokage, you are the strongest ninja in the ninja world. I cannot compare. Brother, that's a bit much. Tobarama interjected. Hashirama, still dazed, finally responded, my sincerest apologies. With a serious expression, Tobarama inquired, Fourth Hokage, what has become of the Hidden Leaf Village? Minato recounted the events following the deaths of the first and second Hokages, but he was unsure about what transpired afterward. After sharing all he knew, Minato shook his head, stating, I also do not know what year it is now, nor do I know what has happened since. At that moment, Uchiha approached them. Esteemed Hokages, I am aware of the subsequent events. Senju Hashirama, puzzled, asked, "Who are you?" Uchiha ignored his question and continued speaking. After the fourth Hokage Minato Namake's death, his son faced discrimination. His son Naruto's treatment in the village was briefly summarized, causing Minato to bow his head in guilt. He felt remorse for his child, who had endured so much injustice. He also felt a sense of imbalance, questioning why his entrusted son had not been cared for by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha continued to elaborate, revealing the story of the Uchiha clan's extermination. The mention of the Uchiha massacre made even Tobirama, who had held a grudge against the Uchiha clan, shudder. Hashirama clenched his fists, incredulous that the Uchiha clan could face annihilation. However, the deed was done, and they were merely the deceased. Lamenting would change nothing. Uchiha's narrative intensified, detailing how he had slaughtered the members of the Shimura clan. Observing Tobirama's expression, he remarked, "Isn't it a bit excessive for you, Lord Second Hokage, to be so upset? Shimura Danzo was your most esteemed student, wasn't he?" Uchiha recounted everything meticulously, including the current state of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even the usually mild-tempered Hashirama could not contain his anger upon hearing such news. Both Hashirama and Tobirama became enraged, their powerful chakra distorting the very fabric of space, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. Uchiha simply raised his finger, cautioning, "Esteemed Hokages, please do not be so agitated. You are already deceased. Why concern yourselves with Konoha?" The first and second Hokages realized they could not control their bodies. Although Tobirama had a method to dispel impure world reincarnation, it was ineffective at that moment. "You have improved the impure world reincarnation?" Uchiha chuckled lightly. "There is no need for such agitation, Lord Second Hokage. You still have other matters to attend to." After saying this, he prepared to assign them to guard the outskirts of the Holy Soul Village. Uchiha divided the resurrected individuals into several small teams, initiating patrols around the perimeter of the Holy Soul Village. Although their numbers were few, their strength was formidable, effectively clearing the area of White Zetsu. Once these impure world reincarnated individuals joined the battle, the situation dramatically shifted to one of overwhelming dominance. It was a massacre. White Zetsu stood no chance against the resurrected warriors. Wave after wave of White Zetsu was eradicated. Noticing the alarming situation, Uchiha Obito ordered the White Zetsu army to halt their advance, preparing to personally inspect the battlefield. Upon arrival, he found the ground littered with White Zetsu corpses, yet not a single enemy in sight. How could so many White Zetsu fall without deploying a large force? What kind of opponent could this be? It was truly intriguing. Uchiha Obito remained closely by Uchiha Madara's side, displaying unwavering loyalty akin to that of a devoted servant. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and several figures emerged not far from Madara. This was the Flying Thunder God technique, prearranged by Minato, awaiting Madara's arrival on the battlefield. "It's been a while, Madara." Hashirama greeted warmly, genuinely pleased to see his old friend after so long. Madara's Renegan was filled with confusion. "Hashirama, how are you here? No, wait. Is this impure world reincarnation? It seems the White Zetsu army has been eliminated by you. Hashirama, you are no longer my match," Madara declared, a proud smile gracing his face, clearly delighted to reunite with Hashirama. He relished the opportunity to demonstrate his strength and exact revenge for past humiliations. Hashirama and Tobirama were under Uchiha's control, who possessed 6 pads-level strength and had enhanced the impure world reincarnation technique to unleash Hashirama's peak power. Uchiha Obito exerted his control over Senju Hashirama, and with a clap of his hands, the wood release, flower tree world descended. From the barren earth, countless flowers, grasses, and trees sprang forth, their branches entwining around Uchiha Madara. Madara, spreading his arms wide, invoked the almighty push. An invisible barrier repelled all the trees summoned by the flower tree world. Hashirama, well acquainted with Madara, found himself momentarily bewildered. When had Madara acquired such formidable abilities? This overwhelming power was something he had never even heard of. While Hashirama pondered this, his body began to move uncontrollably. Entering Sage mode, he unleashed the Sage Art, would release. True Thousand-Handed Buddha. A colossal wooden figure, adorned with thousands of arms, materialized and bore down upon Uchiha Madara. Madara appeared unfazed, possessing both Hashirama's cells and the Renegan, along with the Outer Path Deva statue within him, which had absorbed considerable power from the tailed beasts, granting him a strength nearing the 6 pads level. Without the anticipated colossal Susanoo, Madara's diminutive form was sufficient to contend with Hashirama's giant Buddha. The Buddha transformed into a divine manifestation. Countless wooden hands rained down upon Madara. Boom, boom, boom. Madara deftly evaded these assaults with his agility, his immense power astonishing Senju Hashirama. As more wooden hands descended, evasion alone became insufficient. Thus, he summoned the Outer Path Deva statue, which exhaled a purple dragon. Wherever the dragon passed, the wooden hands shattered. Hashirama, in his reanimated form, was thoroughly dominated by Madara, who seemed to toy with him rather than delivering a swift defeat. Madara was merely showcasing his prowess, seeking to demonstrate to Hashirama how formidable he had become. What do you think, Hashirama? I am no longer the Madara of old. Is this all the strength you possess? Try harder, otherwise, I shall not be satisfied. The excitement surged within Madara, and in a moment of carelessness, he shattered one of Hashirama's arms. Though the reanimated body would not perish, it required time to restore itself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito clashed with the fourth Mizukage, Minato Namikaze. The Flying Thunder God technique left Obito utterly confounded as he struggled to comprehend Minato's rapid movements. Uchiha Obito manipulated Minato, seizing an opportunity to unmask Obito's face. Surprised, Obito had believed his speed was sufficient, yet he had fallen into a trap. His former teacher remained as formidable as ever. Upon seeing Obito's face, Minato was engulfed by memories, recognizing it instantly. You are Obito. How could it be you? Minato's disbelief was palpable as he grappled with the reality of the situation. Obito, realizing his identity had been revealed, ceased to feign. Indeed, it is I, Sensei. Since you could not protect Rin, allow me to create a world where she exists. Minato was taken aback, struggling to fathom Obito's words. The boy he once knew had been kind-hearted and eager to help others. What had transpired to twist his mind so? Enough of this, Obito. You are dead. Do not interfere with this world. I shall seal you away. Minato, I do not know what you have endured. But relinquish your thoughts. The implications of Uchiha Obito's intentions were now clearer. The entire shinobi world was at risk as he sought to collect the tailed beasts. Rin stood witness to the battle between her former teacher and friend. Uchiha Obito's voice echoed in Rin's mind, detailing the myriad sins Obito had committed over the years. Rin shook her head in disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could Obito do such things? He was always so kind, always helping the elderly cross the street. Leading to his tardiness, Obito's voice, like a demonic whisper, pierced through Rin's consciousness. You know the truth, yet you still refuse to believe? The Uchiha clan faces annihilation, and the great villages will suffer attacks, all because of Uchiha Obito. All of this is for you. He forsook his kindness to create a world with you in it. Is this not a ludicrous and childish notion? Rin felt herself unraveling. In this moment, she perceived herself as the true sinner. Under Uchiha Obito's control, she moved toward him. Chapter 163. The unforgivable and irredeemable Uchiha Obito. In a moment of raw emotion, Rin Noera cried out to Obito, Obito, how could you have become this way? The voice, hauntingly familiar yet echoing from a distant memory, sent a tremor through Uchiha Obito's entire being. He froze, turning to face Rin. No, it can't be. How could Rin possibly be here? At that instant, Obito's mind spiraled into chaos. Rin, devoid of her former gentleness, wore a mask of disappointment. Obito, why did you destroy the village? Why did you treat our teacher that way? She recounted his misdeeds in detail, even the tragic circumstances surrounding the death of their Minares wife. Rin's emotions were a tempest, and in that moment, Obito felt genuine fear. The vision of Rin in his mind was still that of the past. She could not possibly harbor such contempt for him. Perhaps it was his own unwillingness to confront the depth of her disillusionment. Obito was thrust back into the happier times they had shared when their teacher, Minato, had cared for them deeply. Grasping his head in regret, his nails dug painfully into his flesh. Minato stood nearby, his gaze icy, as Rin continued her relentless accusations. Not only did you harm Minato-sensei, but you also turned against your own clan. As she recounted the horrors of the night of the massacre, Obito shook his head violently. No, it's not like that. Rin, please let me explain. It's not what you think. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over him, questioning why he had been allowed to live at all. A bittersweet smile crossed his anguished face. He felt he should never have survived. His expression shifted, suddenly darkened by a flicker of hatred. Why had Madara Uchiha saved him? If not for that act, he would never have witnessed the torment of Rin's death before his eyes. Rin, Minato-sensei, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I will atone for my sins. With heartfelt sincerity, he bowed deeply to them, before activating Kamui, pulling himself into a vortex. When he emerged, It was close to Madara Uchiha. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched an attack against him. Rin, it's all my fault. A wooden spike manifested in his palm, a technique of planting. As it sliced through the air toward Madara, the spike drew closer. While Madara and Hashirama continued their fierce battle, just as the spike was about to pierce Madara, he extended his hand. Sealing technique, absorption. The moment the spike made contact, it shattered into fragments. Without hesitation, Obito charged at Madara, wielding a kunai that appeared in his hand. Sinai. He aimed for Madara's neck. The clash of metal erupted. Sparks flying as Madara deflected the blow with his fan. With a swift motion, he yanked the fan back, throwing Obito off balance. With powerful force, Madara propelled himself forward. Grasping at Obito, his hand passed through Obito's form. Despite the chaos in Obito's mind, his years of combat experience kicked in instinctively. Perhaps this was the true strength of space-time ninjutsu, allowing him to contend even with Madara's Renegan. As he passed through Madara, a black rod appeared in his hand, intending to ambush him. Yet, his movements were slightly too slow. His chakra rapidly drained and faded away. Madara activated the power of his Renegan, seizing Obito by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Obito, I never expected you would betray me. Wasn't our dream of a world without pain meant to be beautiful? While speaking, Madara cast a cold glance at Rin in the distance, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In the end, you were always doing this for her. Indeed, that was the reason I chose you. The disparity between them was vast. Madara sought a world devoid of war, while Obito's desires were rooted in a world where Rin existed, even if it was an illusion. Now, with Rin resurrected before him, her accusations shattered the remnants of his resolve. Madara tightened his grip on the black rod, slamming Obito down to the ground. Obito gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. As multiple black rods pierced his body, pinning him mercilessly to the earth, Rin watched, her heart aching at the sight. Obito. He struggled to rise. But the rods sealed his chakra points, rendering him powerless. Just watch, Obito, and witness how I will realize the plan for the Eye of the Moon. Blood dripped from the corner of Obito's mouth, his eyes filled with defiance. Regret coursed through him as memories flooded back. He had been foolish to believe that Rin would ever forgive him for his actions. Visions of the past filled his mind, Rin patiently reasoning with him. Her gentle demeanor a stark contrast to the present. She had always cared for him, like family, and now, pinned to the ground, tears streamed down his face. Splattering onto the earth below, Rin, too, felt the pain deeply. If not for being resurrected, she would be consumed by sorrow. Knowing what Obito had done since his descent into darkness left her heartbroken. The contrast between the Obito she once knew and the man before her was staggering. Obito. Why did you choose this path? The urge to comfort him surged within her, yet she felt responsible for his downfall. Having promised to care for him as his family once did. Now, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had failed him. Namake's Minato gently closed his eyes, reluctant to witness the transformation of Obito into what he had become. After all, he had once been his student, and a bond of teacher and pupil still lingered between them. Chapter 164, Uchiha Madara. You are mistaken. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama escalated with the arrival of Minato Namake's. Despite the efforts of the two Hokages, they were still unable to contend with Madara. Soon after, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, joined the fray. The three Hokages appeared to be at the mercy of Madara, who wielded his fan with tremendous force, unleashing fire release, great fire whirlwind. 3 torrents of flames surged forth toward the trio. In response, Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, executing water release, water dragon bullet technique. 3 water dragons shot forth, colliding with the fire whirlwinds, extinguishing them after a brief struggle. Madara, undeterred, quickly performed a summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, 6 puppets, each bearing the Renegan, emerged before him, crafted by Nagato not long ago. Among them was the Deva Path, still housing Yahiko's essence. Observing the battlefield from the shadows, Uchiha Obito appeared relaxed, as if he were merely indulging in a game. Konan stood beside him, trembling involuntarily at the sight of Yahiko. The realization that Yahiko was being controlled by another, rather than Nagato, filled her with sorrow and anger. She clenched her fists, yearning to reclaim Yahiko's body but refrained from acting impulsively, suppressing her fury to avoid jeopardizing Obito's battle strategy. Uchiha Obito, possessing the Renegan, keenly sensed the shift in Konan's chakra. His mind raced as he deduced the cause. Seeing a comrade being manipulated was understandably disconcerting. Konan's voice was subdued as she tried to maintain her composure, insisting, "It's nothing. After all, Yahiko is already dead." Nothing we do now will change that. Obito chuckled lightly, suggesting, let us retrieve your comrade's remains. Yahiko was a remarkable individual. I believe he surpassed Nagato. With him, perhaps the Akatsuki could truly shine in the ninja world. Listening to his words, Konan's perception of Obito began to shift. Initially, she viewed him as a formidable presence, indifferent to anything outside his games in the ninja realm. At that moment, she saw a reflection of Yahiko and Obito, while Konan was lost in thought. Obito dashed forward with astonishing speed, so swift that even Madara failed to react. He seized the Deva path, his hands moving rapidly over its form. Madara finally registered the situation, realizing that Obito had severed the connection between him and the puppet. Who is he? Madara inquired. Black Zetsu, uncertain, replied, Lord Madara. If my memory serves me right, he is the one who defeated Nagato. Rather than feeling fear, Madara was exhilarated. It seems the excitement is escalating. Let me witness the true strength of this younger generation. After severing the connection with the Deva path, Obito called out to Konan, come, take Yahiko's body. Do not lose it again. Konan transformed into a flurry of paper, fluttering to him, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she glanced at Obito. Thank you. Once the task was completed, Obito turned his gaze back to Madara, remarking, after all the time spent plotting, you must be exhausted. However, today you shall realize that all your efforts have been in vain. Without Obito's presence, Madara's overwhelming strength would have rendered him unstoppable in the ninja world. As Obito spoke, lines of anger etched across Madara's face. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, hiding underground, felt a twinge of fear, sensing that Obito's gaze was directed at him. He tried to convince himself it was merely an illusion. Black Zetsu understood Obito's origins. He was just an inconspicuous member of the Uchiha clan. The extent of his power was indeed surprising. A mere ordinary Uchiha could not possibly comprehend the machinations Black Zetsu had orchestrated long ago. It was inconceivable. It must have been a trick of the mind. Even the Sage of Six Paths had been oblivious to his interference. As Madara wielded his fan, Obito brandished an intangible lightning blade, and the two charged at each other. Upon the moment of contact between the fan and the blade, Madara felt the undeniable strength of his opponent. He was willing to concede that Obito's speed was impressive, a true testament to the Uchiha lineage. Now, cease your resistance and join me in creating a perfect world. Once the Eye of the Moon plan is realized, the ninja world will witness no more conflict. Obito scoffed lightly. What a delusional notion. Do you truly believe everlasting peace is achievable? At Obito's question, Madara shuddered involuntarily. Is eternal peace even possible? That was the inscription left by the Sage of Six Paths. No, he could not be mistaken. Madara had confirmed it repeatedly. He could not admit that the inscription was erroneous, for he had invested too much effort and demanded a resolution. Chapter 165, The Rebirth of the Golden Wheel. The betrayal of the Outer Path Demon statue. Regardless of whether I am right or wrong, there is no need for you to validate my stance. Allow me to witness the prowess that permits you to utter such words. Uchiha Madara's expression remained defiantly arrogant, seemingly dismissive of Uchiha Negi. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Negi remained unfazed, his body gradually levitating into the air. Clang! A black staff materialized in Uchiha Negi's grasp, several rings upon it chiming softly. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, unable to discern the material of the staff held by Uchiha Negi, while he scrutinized the peculiar weapon. An immense chakra aura surged forth from Uchiha Negi. A layer of green light enveloped his form. This was the Rebirth Eye Chakra mode, which left Uchiha Madara utterly bewildered. As he had never encountered such a chakra mode before, he pondered incessantly, could it be Sage mode? No, that did not seem to be the case. A Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts? It bore some resemblance, yet there was an unmistakable disparity. His eyes, too, were a pair of Renegan. What was that eye upon his forehead? Obito, pinned to the ground, took note of the radiant light, his expression becoming increasingly bitter. After toiling for so long, he felt like a mere just in the presence of such formidable power. Uchiha Negi floated above, gazing down at Uchiha Madara. Now, you are the challenger. I grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Come, Uchiha Madara, let me see the extent of your abilities. As Uchiha Negi spoke, his demeanor radiated arrogance. Below, Uchiha Madara clutched his fan tightly, for even Senju Hashirama would not dare to insult him in such a manner. How intriguing. Let me ascertain the strength of this descendant. From the outset, Uchiha Madara had looked down upon the current shinobi world, deeming them exceedingly weak. The emergence of Uchiha Negi was akin to desecrating his territory. Chakra surged within Uchiha Madara, a blue light igniting upon him. Susanoo, a colossal, complete form of Susanoo materialized from thin air, its hands gripping a ninja sword. Exuding an air of majesty, Uchiha Madara commanded Susanoo to strike at Uchiha Negi, the force formidable enough to seem as if it would cleave the earth itself. Silver will rebirth explosion. Several truth-seeking orbs behind Uchiha Negi soared forth, spinning at high velocity and generating a terrifying vortex. Boom. The silver will rebirth explosion severed Susanoo's blade in twain. The sound reverberated throughout the heavens, leaving all present agape in astonishment. As Uchiha Madara's former friend and rival, Senju Hashirama understood him best. He could scarcely believe that a single strike could obliterate Susanoo's weapon. What unfathomable power was this? Even he would require the true thousand hands to shatter the armor of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. It took a considerable while for Uchiha Madara to regain his composure. He could not fathom the scene unfolding before him, nor could he accept that his formidable strength could be so easily dismantled. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your own power. The truth-seeking orbs continued to materialize. Golden will rebirth explosion. A massive sword radiating golden light appeared in Uchiha Negi's hands. He struck downward at Susanoo's midsection, cleaving the complete form of Susanoo with precision. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Namikaze Minato stood side by side, their expressions mirroring one another's, mouths agape and eyes wide, as if frozen in place. Obito, pinned to the ground, felt no pain. His gaze fixated solely on the golden light from moments before. Uchiha Madara watched in disbelief as he fell to the ground, the impact jolting him back to reality. Rising from the cloud of dust, Uchiha Madara blinked, his eyes wide as he regarded Uchiha Negi. Hee. Uchiha Madara let out a series of cold chuckles. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. Black Zetsu, who had been covertly observing, began to feel apprehensive. Had the meticulously planned task come to ruin? Contemplating this, he quietly burrowed underground. Having reached this juncture, he accepted the turn of events, knowing that if he could endure a few more centuries to outlast Uchiha Negi, he could proceed with his plans. Black Zetsu dove into the thicket, hastily fleeing into the distance. Just then, a figure with white hair and red eyes obstructed his path. This enigmatic being proved to be an excellent experimental subject. The strength of black and white Zetsu was not to be underestimated, and he wished to dispatch this individual swiftly to continue his escape. Would release. Cutting technique. The white-haired, red-eyed figure extended his hands, utilizing dark release. Absorption port. A wooden spike was drawn in. Black Zetsu was perplexed. The individual before him possessed an unusual aura. Who would have thought they could evade capture so adeptly? The white-haired, red-eyed figure collected the sealed Black Zetsu and departed the scene. Uchiha Madara summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, but due to the absence of the chakra from the 3 tails, he could not summon the 10 tails. His hands swiftly formed seals, and a chain materialized from thin air, piercing the body of the Outer Path Demon statue. The statue emitted a piercing wail. A woo. The tailed beast sealed within the Outer Path Demon statue was forcibly extracted, one tailed beast being drawn into Uchiha Madara's body. Let me unleash my full strength. Let us engage in a proper battle. However, at that moment, Uchiha Negi rapidly formed seals with his hands. The Outer Path Demon statue began to thrash violently. The chains that had been pulling the tailed beast halted abruptly. No matter how hard Uchiha Madara struggled, the chains remained unyielding. What on earth is happening? Uchiha Negi commenced infusing chakra into the Outer Path Demon statue. The chains began to retract, forcibly drawing the tailed beast back out of Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara could hardly fathom the situation. Why? Why was this occurring? Uchiha Negi tapped his ear. For the Outer Path Demon statue is my summoned beast. The onlookers grew increasingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Conan gazed vacantly at all that transpired. This man conceals his depths too well. She could not comprehend how Uchiha Negi had achieved such prowess. The overwhelming, invincible aura she now witnessed was reminiscent of the former Nagato. Yet, the current Uchiha Negi was even more divine than the erstwhile Devapath Pain. Uchiha Sasuke and the other members of the Akatsuki stood by, spectators to the event, none daring to intervene. Originally, Uchiha Sasuke had intended to seize the Renegan from Uchiha Negi and present it to Naruto. However, that opportunity was dwindling rapidly. Uchiha Sasuke scanned the gathered crowd, and seeing no one act, he began to step towards Obito's position. Chapter 166, The Death of Uchiha Madara. The end of chaos unbeknownst to anyone, including Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke drew forth his ninja blade from his waist. It was only as Sasuke's footsteps approached that Obito became aware of his presence. Turning to face Sasuke, Obito caught a glimpse of murderous intent in Sasuke's eyes. He chuckled derisively, ha ha. In a chilling tone, Sasuke addressed Obito. You are Uchiha Obito, are you not? I never imagined you would come to realize this now. With determination, Sasuke raised his blade high. At that moment, Obito's voice rang out. Come now, strike me down and put an end to my sins. Sasuke hesitated briefly before swiftly bringing the blade down. Swish. The blade severed Obito's neck, blood gushing forth and splattering across Sasuke's face. His expression remained icy, the blood rendering his visage somewhat terrifying. Sasuke lifted Obito's head triumphantly, declaring, Father, Mother, I have avenged you. In that instant, a profound sense of redemption washed over Sasuke. Moreover, he thought of Itachi. If only he could find Itachi, everything would come to a close. Uchiha Shisui instinctively sensed that something was amiss and turned his gaze. What? He exclaimed, shocked to see Sasuke had taken Obito's head. He had intended to do it himself. In an instant, Shisui appeared beside Sasuke. Feeling a chill at his back, Sasuke turned around to see Shisui in mid-strike with his own blade. Shisui deftly sidestepped the attack and grasped Sasuke's wrist, applying gentle pressure until the blade fell from Sasuke's hand. I merely wished to slay him myself. I did not expect you to steal my thunder. Shisui remarked as he seized the head of Obito from Sasuke's grasp. Soaring into the air, he hurled Obito's head away. Thud. Shisui kicked Obito's head with force, sending it sailing through the sky in an elegant arc until it vanished from sight. Ugh, now my hands are dirty. In Shisui's eyes, Obito was the most laughable figure in the ninja world. Yet, in a way, he had avenged the Uchiha clan. After brushing off his hands, Shisui swiftly returned to Madara's side. The tail beast within Madara had been completely extracted, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Shisui stood before him, Uchiha Madara. Can you see clearly now? What of Kaguya? Madara's head snapped up. Where is Kaguya? He could no longer sense her presence. Fool, Shisui chided, gently tapping Madara's forehead, plunging him into an illusion. In the illusion, Madara found himself back in his childhood, reliving moments as if time had rewound. He swiftly traversed through his life, witnessing a timeline where Azuna did not perish and ultimately helped establish the Hidden Leaf Village alongside Hashirama. Madara ascended to the position of first Hokage, and everything unfolded in harmonious order. In the blink of an eye, Madara aged, bearing witness to the flourishing of the Hidden Leaf Village and the enduring peace within the ninja world. As an elderly man, he succumbed to his insatiable curiosity and ventured to the underground chamber of the Uchiha clan's ruins. Before the stone tablet left by Sage of Six Paths, he activated his Sharingan, revealing words that had changed from his previous readings. The record still spoke of Kaguya Akatsuki and the sealing of Kaguya, detailing the impending dangers should her seal be broken. Madara chuckled, ha ha ha, how ludicrous. His laughter grew louder, a self-deprecating sound. For so many years, he had been kept in the dark. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. As Madara's consciousness returned to reality, he laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. It seemed he had lost his sanity, continuously smiling bitterly. If they are remnants of the old era, let them remain in the past. With a wave of his hand, Shisui extracted Madara's eyes, activating the devouring power of his Sharingan, transforming both eyes into a violet hue adorned with 9 tomo. A flick of his wrist sent a black truth-seeking ball piercing through Madara's heart, and he collapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully protected the ninja world and defeated the major antagonist, Uchiha Madara. Reward, bloodline limit devouring ability. The reward was quite commendable. Although Shisui had already reached the pinnacle of power within the ninja realm, he remained vigilant, preparing for the inevitable arrival of the Akatsuki clan. Yet, he mused, there was still time before their arrival. Upon witnessing Madara's fall, Senja Hashirama sighed deeply. Shisui snapped his fingers, dispelling the impure world reincarnation, causing Hashirama and the others to dissolve into streams of light, gradually disappearing from this realm. Among them, Rin Noara was perhaps the most unfortunate. But upon returning to the Pure Land, the affairs of the ninja world would no longer affect them. Shisui began directing the others to tidy up the battlefield. The white-haired figure who had snatched Black Zetsu was named Hiriko. Once a Jonin of Konoha, he had teamed up with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Though his talents paled in comparison to theirs, in his quest for strength, he had gradually succumbed to darker ambitions, conducting nefarious experiments at any cost to enhance his abilities. Now, with Black Zetsu laid upon his operating table, he wielded a specially crafted knife, preparing to dissect Black Zetsu. Upon cutting open its body, he discovered the absence of any organs. It was entirely composed of a black substance he had never encountered before. Hiriko's interest in Black Zetsu deepened further. Chapter 167, The Arrangements of Uchiha. The past of Haiden Korezetsu struggled in vain, unable to break free from the peculiar materials that bound him. And his inherent weakness only exacerbated his plight. He could only watch helplessly as Obito wielded his surgical chakra knife, which danced around Korezetsu's form like a playful dragon. Every experiment Obito could conceive was conducted upon Korezetsu's body. Obito was genuinely elated. Capturing a subject like Korezetsu was nothing short of a remarkable opportunity, one that he could toy with endlessly without fear of death. He intended to repeat all the experiments that had previously failed due to the demise of their hosts. On the battlefield prior, Uchiha Madara and Obito had both perished, while several members of the Akatsuki organization were either captured or too intimidated to resist Uchiha Ine. The sheer magnitude of Uchihana's power was terrifying. Even Deidara doubted whether his ultimate art could vanquish such a formidable opponent. The Akatsuki members stood in silence, devoid of any turmoil, as Uchiha scrutinized them from head to toe. At that moment, Naruto had mysteriously appeared behind Uchiha Ine. Lord Sage, Sasuke is not aligned with the Akatsuki. He has merely infiltrated their ranks. He has just eliminated one of their members. Uchiha beckoned to Sasuke, instructing him to return with Naruto, promising to discuss the remaining matters later. Upon hearing Uchiha's words, Sasuke departed with Naruto. Uchiha then turned his gaze towards the members of the Akatsuki, which included Haiden, Deidara, and the Scorpion of the Red Sand. He felt a twinge of confusion, as he had not seen Korezetsu throughout this ordeal. Had he simply concealed himself once more? Uchiha had no intention of searching. If Korezetsu wished to remain hidden, finding him would prove exceedingly challenging. Uchiha's eyes swept from left to right, causing a shiver of apprehension among the Akatsuki members. Deidara, growing impatient, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? If you mean to kill us, then do it directly." The Scorpion interjected. Deidara refrained from speaking recklessly. They had been partners for quite some time. Their relationship marked by playful banter, yet they were undoubtedly good friends. Uchiha cleared his throat twice, assuring them, "Rest assured, I do not intend to slay you. However, I will not let you leave unscathed either. I am well aware of your capabilities, the immortal Haiden, the explosive Deidara, and the puppet master Scorpion. Come, let us converse as we walk." Uchiha led them towards the Holy Spirit Village. "Scorpion," he began, "I know you aspire to create eternal art. I can offer you substantial funding to support your dream of puppet creation. However, you must not use living beings in your endeavors. What say you?" Without hesitation, Scorpion agreed. He had been crafting puppets for a long time, expending countless resources. With ample funding, he could create powerful puppets even without using living bodies. Uchiha also planned to assign him to Orochimaru's laboratory, where he could collaborate with Kabuto on new scientific ninja tools. Uchiha then turned his attention to Deidara, who was now brimming with excitement, having heard Uchiha's support for Scorpion's puppet making. Did this mean he would also receive backing for his clay explosives? Deidara gazed at Uchiha with eager anticipation. "Yes, Deidara, is it?" Deidara nodded vigorously. "Indeed. I am the genius of Awagakure, possessing the most powerful explosive art in the ninja world. Are you truly going to support me in crafting clay?" Uchiha replied, "Yes and no. I will provide you with a venue to unleash your clay artistry. You may explode to your heart's content there, without fear of reprimand. In fact, many will commend your art." Upon hearing that many would praise his artistry, Deidara was instantly thrilled. Recognition was what he yearned for most. "Is it true? What do you wish from me?" Uchiha reassured him, "Fear not. You shall not be disappointed. It merely requires some time." He envisioned constructing a power plant to harness the energy generated by Deidara's explosions. If he could keep Deidara occupied with clay, the entire ninja world could potentially benefit from endless energy, ultimately exhausting Deidara's talents. The fates of Deidara and Scorpion had been arranged, and Uchiha now regarded Haiden, his former comrade, with a complex gaze. After all they had endured, Haiden felt a sense of confusion. Initially fervent in his devotion to the cult of the evil god, his path had been swayed by Uchiha's entrance into the Akatsuki, leading him to mistakenly believe that the cult's teachings were about spreading love and peace. Ignoring the Akatsuki's intentions, Haiden endeavored to perform good deeds across the ninja world. He pondered, in comparison to Deidara and Scorpion, he seemed to pale in significance. Their abilities were formidable, while he possessed only immortality. Just then, Uchiha halted abruptly, placing a firm hand on Haiden's shoulder. "Do you remember this mask?" he asked, donning the mask he had worn upon joining the Akatsuki. Haiden blinked, momentarily bewildered. "Huh? Hubai? Why you? How are you here?" he stammered. Uchiha chuckled softly. "From the very beginning, I concealed my identity to join the Akatsuki. Rest assured, Haydn, for the sake of our past camaraderie, I will not make things difficult for you. However, I hope you will cooperate with me. Haydn stood stiffly before him, instinctively swallowing hard. What do you want me to do? Aihana replied. We shall discuss that later. For now, let us arrange accommodations for you. It would be wise not to attempt any tricks, for I can observe every movement within the Holy Spirit village. Aihana had absorbed another of Obito's divine Meijiki Sharingan, granting him the power of dual divine abilities. After arranging their stay, Aihana once again sought out Haydn. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, and even with further rewards from the system, his power would not increase significantly. Thus, he found Haydn's devotion to the evil god particularly intriguing. Acquiring useful information from him would be most beneficial. Beyond the evil god, Aihana was also intrigued by the Grim Reaper. However, he was unaware of the source of the Grim Reaper's mask. Orochimaru remained steadfastly trapped within the environment of Izanami. Despite knowing that Aihana was Hubai, a former teammate, Haydn still felt a sense of unease. What exactly do you want from me? With a devilish smile, Aihana reassured him, Fear not, I shall not ask anything unreasonable of you, nor will I take your life. His tone turned cold as he spoke, sending a shiver down Haydn's spine, evoking memories of fear from years past. In Haydn's mind, Aihana represented the most imposing figure, casting a shadow that loomed perpetually over him. How much do you know about the malevolent deity? Why do you ask? My current prowess has already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Naturally, I aspire to attain an even greater realm. Tell me in detail. How much do you know about the students? How can one communicate with the malevolent deity? As long as you provide me with this information, I shall not impose upon you. A look of difficulty appeared on Fadewan's face. He held great respect for the malevolent deity, yet his thoughts shifted somewhat, becoming less fervent. One was an unreachable malevolent deity, while the other stood before him, possessing the power to utterly crush him. If others claim that Fadewan cannot be killed, he would undoubtedly believe the person before him. Even if they could not bring about his demise, they could certainly make his existence unbearable. Uchiha, while speaking, wore an increasingly sinister smile. The laughter sent a chill down Fadewan's spine. I can share with you information regarding the malevolent deity, though you may find it impossible to connect with him. Fadewan began to recount how he became a devotee of the malevolent deity. At that time, I resided in the hidden hot springs village, where the inhabitants revered peace, and conflicts were nearly non-existent. Every face there bore a smile, which I found exceedingly distasteful. The scene shifted back to Fadewan's youth. Can you all cease your incessant laughter? How detestable. Fadewan, clutching a stone, hurled it with force at a small cat on the ground. After brutally slaying the creature, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Once he cleaned himself of the grime, Fadewan emerged from the woods. As he walked through the streets of the hidden hot springs village, adults greeted him. Hey, Fadewan. You seem to be in a rather sour mood. Did something unpleasant occur? What troubles could a child possibly have? Ha ha ha. Two uncles, engaged in moving goods, laughed heartily, prompting Fadewan to quicken his pace to escape their merriment. Not far down the road, he encountered a few children from his village. Fadewan, your appearance remains as pathetic as ever. At this time, Fadewan sported a mushroom haircut, exuding an air of harmlessness. These children, of similar age, often bullied and belittled him. Days passed until one fateful day. While engaged in mischief in the forest, Fadewan suddenly heard strange sounds. Curiosity piqued. He followed the noise and soon stumbled upon a group of individuals clad in bizarre attire, their faces adorned with peculiar markings, a triangle encircled within a larger circle. Through the throng, Fadewan discerned 5 individuals bound and struggling, their eyes filled with terror and muffled cries for help. The odd-clad devotees began to draw blades upon these 5, and in an instant, the scene became a gruesome display of violence. Fadewan's eyes widened. Inexplicably, he felt no fear, but rather an exhilarating rush that surpassed the thrill he experienced from torturing small animals. His mind surged, veins throbbing with a crimson hue. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. I didn't expect a little mouse to be watching. At the sound, Fadewan, who had been transfixed by the spectacle of the malevolent deity's acolytes, shuddered with overwhelming fear. Perhaps it was instinct for survival that compelled him to flee. Without hesitation, he turned to run, but barely took a few steps before a rope ensnared his legs. He fell to the ground, branches tearing at his flesh. Below, the blood of the Jashin cultist splattered upon the tree trunks, some flowing onto the ground, saturating the grass into a scarlet hue. Haydn revealed a set of pristine teeth, his smile malevolent, appearing utterly eerie. He approached the center of the altar, forcefully extracting a scythe embedded in the stone. At that moment, a plethora of combat techniques and Jashin's sacrificial rituals flooded Haiden's mind. He became, in that instant, the most devoted disciple of Jashin. The youthful Haiden, bearing the enormous scythe, traversed through the woods. He advanced towards Yugakure, where the villagers soon discovered Haiden, his body drenched in blood. Haiden, what has befallen you? Covered in blood? Did you encounter some wild beast? As he uttered those words, Haiden brandished the massive scythe. The ninja immediately became vigilant. Haiden, what do you intend to do? Haiden swung the scythe with immense force, causing the ninja to hastily draw his ninjat to parry. With a powerful thrust, they separated. Haiden, cease this at once, or I shall be forced to retaliate. Haiden's velocity suddenly increased, surpassing the ninja's ability to react. The massive scythe descended upon the ninja's neck. Swoosh! The ninja's head was severed. Haiden maintained a constant smile, the act of killing seemingly bringing him immense pleasure. Subsequently, a series of murders occurred within Yugakure, accompanied by incessant screams. Those who had previously bullied Haiden were all brutally slain by him. This situation finally garnered the attention of Yugakure's higher echelons. Despite Yugakure's aspiration for peace and its status as a war-free village, there were still some formidable Genin present. 3 Genin were dispatched to apprehend Haiden. The ensuing narrative involved Haiden's relentless escape, even employing uncanny abilities to eliminate the 3 pursuing Genin. Uchiha regarded Haiden with scrutiny, acknowledging him as a true demon. His inherent psychological issues were a rare phenomenon. Had he not been molded by Uchiha himself into his current form, Uchiha might have unhesitatingly terminated Haiden. Can you still locate the Jashin sacrificial altar? Haiden nodded affirmatively. Under Haiden's guidance, he led him to the outskirts of Yugakure, drawing upon his memories. Haiden located the specific area. Upon approaching, Uchiha's Tenseigan discerned the presence of a genjutsu. An ordinary individual might perceive nothing, prompting him to glance instinctively at Haiden. It was plausible that Haiden was the chosen one of Jashin, enabling him to enter the genjutsu. Uchiha, with his inherent power, could also penetrate the illusion. The two entered the genjutsu, where they were met with a scene of carnage. Haiden's memories were instantly transported to a distant past. How is this possible? How can this be? I killed them all back then. How can these corpses? Uchiha narrowed his eyes. How can they appear as if they've just died? Haiden nodded vigorously. Indeed, how can they seem so recently deceased? The two meticulously investigated the area, but Uchiha failed to uncover any valuable clues. After an extensive search yielding nothing of significance, Uchiha temporarily abandoned the pursuit. He and Haiden resided in Yugakure for several days, maintaining concealed identities. Otherwise, Haiden's presence in Yugakure would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil. After spending half a month there, Uchiha had not discovered any pertinent leads. Haiden was simply an unhinged individual, rendering it impossible to ascertain the truth, as he himself was oblivious. Uchiha temporarily relinquished the notion of seeking out Jashin. He and Haiden returned to Holy Soul Village. As for Haiden, Uchiha delivered him to Orochimaru's laboratory, where he became a test subject for Kabuto Yakushi. Uchiha sought out Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke. I believe you harbor many questions. Sasuke, allow me to reveal the truth to you first. The Uchiha clan's demise was orchestrated by Danzo, with Obito Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha carrying out the deed. Obito Uchiha has been slain by you, and I eliminated Danzo long ago. Of course, I also seized an opportunity to kill Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing these revelations, Sasuke Uchiha, who had harbored doubts, found his questions answered. A sense of profound loss washed over him. With vengeance achieved, Sasuke Uchiha was devoid of purpose. They were all gone, the vengeance for his father, mother, and clan had been exacted, and he was suddenly uncertain of the path ahead. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes appeared vacant. At that moment, Uchiha's voice resonated once more. Naruto now, let us address your situation. In Uchiha's words, the image of Hiruzen Sarutobi was vividly portrayed, offering a remarkably impartial assessment. The suppression of the Senju clan, and a litany of other transgressions, culminating in his failure to uphold the 4th Hokage's wishes. Naruto slumped his head. Lord Holy Soul, I do not wish to hear this. What must be done to revive Teacher Sika? Uchiha performed a hand seal with one hand, transformation technique. Uchiha's appearance shifted, transforming into the likeness of Sika. Naruto blinked, his mind somewhat addled, as he gazed upon Uchiha and Teacher Sika. Lord Holy Soul, have you encountered Teacher Sika? Sasuke Uchiha was rendered speechless, wondering when Naruto had become so obtuse. He cleared his throat softly. Naruto, have you not yet comprehended? Your Teacher Sika is merely a disguise. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned to look at Sasuke Uchiha, Then back at Aihana patiently elucidated, Naruto, you were not happy in Konoha, were you? After learning of your plight, I have been contemplating how to offer you assistance. Although we are not related, I hold the fourth Hokage in high regard. It is out of this respect that I wish to help care for you. Later, I also desire to remove you from that chaotic place that is Konoha. Is it not more joyful here than in Konoha? Naruto paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Yes, it is very joyful here. I have cherished companions. He glanced at Sasuke and Karen. And, Lord Holy Soul, may I continue to call you teacher? Aihana responded with a benevolent smile. Of course, I have always regarded you as my own child. As he spoke, he extended his arms. Naruto rushed into Aihana's embrace, the two sharing a tender moment. Karen's tears flowed freely, and even Sasuke Uchiha could not help but feel a pang of emotion, his eyes welling up with tears. Later, Uchiha seized an opportunity to reanimate Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki using Edo Tensei. Chapter 169, Another Cultist of the Malevolent Deity? Uchiha conveyed the events in detail to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki, as they had departed from this world. Their reflections on the current state of Konoha were steeped in nostalgia. He informed them that there was some time available to spend with Naruto. Uchiha was uncertain whether the continued use of Edo Tensei would pose any adverse effects during Naruto's reunion with his biological parents. Minato and Kushina enjoyed a delightful period with Naruto. However, acknowledging their own mortality, they ultimately agreed with Uchiha to have him release the Edo Tensei. Regarding Sasuke Uchiha, No also suggested the possibility of summoning Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha through Edo Tensei, yet Sasuke declined. He dedicated all his time to training. Aside from living with Naruto and Karen, Uchiha was not surprised by Sasuke's transformation. Until Itachi's demise, he never had the chance to see his brother again. Perhaps the one he longed to meet most was Itachi, to confront him directly. However, Sasuke would not broach such subjects. Time flew by, and before long, 3 months had passed. During this period, Uchiha enjoyed a tranquil existence, residing alongside Konan and Tsunade, engaging in various pleasant activities. He even took time to recover Nagato's remains with Konan, laying both Nagato and Yahiko to rest in the martyrs' cemetery. Although Nagato had committed many heinous acts against the ninja world, his intentions were driven by a desire for change. In contrast, Yahiko was a true hero, having sacrificed himself for the peace of the land of rain. Uchiha had thought life would continue in this manner, until an unexpected piece of news reached him. Near the Hot Springs village, a self-proclaimed most devoted follower of the malevolent deity was on a killing spree, inciting considerable panic. How could there be someone claiming to be a follower of the malevolent deity while Haiden was in the Sacred Soul Village? Uchiha pondered the implications. One possibility was that the malevolent deity had a means of communication with the ninja world and could choose multiple powerful followers, granting them immortality. He knew he had to investigate this personally. Uchiha made his way to Orochimaru's experimental base, where Haiden had grown accustomed to his surroundings. Through constant exposure, Haiden was almost becoming a proficient medical ninja. Before leaving the Sacred Soul Village, Uchiha shared his knowledge with Haiden. How could this be possible? I am the most devoted follower of the malevolent deity. I must spread truth, goodness, and beauty throughout the ninja world, allowing the malevolent deity to gain even more followers. As he spoke, Uchiha could clearly see a spark in Haiden's eyes. The two returned to the Hot Springs village, this time disguising themselves as a special task force from the Sacred Soul Village. Given the significant influence of the Sacred Soul Village, the higher-ups of Hot Springs Village were exceedingly courteous upon realizing their origin. Esteemed sirs, we are truly grateful for your assistance. A cultist has been wandering outside our Sacred Soul Village, slaying numerous ninjas and villagers. We implore you to help us. The village chief earnestly pleaded. Uchiha nodded slightly and lowered his voice, assuring, rest assured, we will certainly help you resolve this matter. Please elaborate on the situation. After the village chief's description, Uchiha felt a sense of confusion. The assailant possessed an immortality akin to Haiden's? It seemed unlikely this was merely a fervent follower who appeared later. As the timelines did not align, I have gleaned the essential details. The rest will be handled by us, Uchiha declared, turning to Haiden. Let us depart. The village chief watched their departing figures with concern, wanting to voice additional thoughts. In the next moment, both Uchiha and Haiden vanished into thin air. Soaring through the air, Uchiha scanned the surroundings. With his Renegan, he could detect even the slightest movements within the forest. I believe I found it. Uchiha descended with Haiden. A sharp, abrasive sound echoed through the woods. A gaunt, pallid figure, dressed in an extremely trendy manner, perched upon a decayed tree. His hands bore long claws, producing the piercing sound as they scraped together. Upon Aihana and Haiden's landing, the figure ceased his movements. Who goes there? He scrutinized them with a discerning gaze. Upon recognizing Haiden, his expression morphed into one of peculiar delight, followed by uproarious laughter as he pointed at Haiden. Ha, Haiden. You traitor, how dare you show your face before me? The malevolent deity has placed such trust in you, granting you immortality. Today, encountering you, I shall enact the malevolent deity's judgment upon you. And you, the pale-faced one, step aside. I shall sacrifice you to the malevolent deity later. Aihana's eye twitched at the audacity of this individual. Haiden felt a tinge of embarrassment, casting a strange look at the gaudy figure. Since you're unwilling to step aside, I'll just slay you both. Aihana vanished from sight in an instant. He refrained from attacking, opting instead to observe whether the opponent truly possessed immortality. I'm the most devoted follower of the malevolent deity, Shimao. Shimao? Upon hearing this name, Aihana couldn't help but chuckle. Haiden raised his scythe, blocking Shimao's claws. What followed was a fierce exchange, both combatants inflicting significant wounds upon each other without achieving a decisive victory. As the battle raged on, Aihana noticed black and white stripes beginning to emerge on Shimao's body. Was he activating accursed seal mode amidst battle? He appeared considerably stronger than Haiden. Haiden, hang in there. Slay this worthless feline. Aihana shouted, fanning the flames of motivation. Little kitty, you cannot possibly rival our esteemed Haiden. Chapter 170. Torturing the evil feline. The air grew noticeably colder as Aihana gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Haiden instinctively shot a glance at Aihana. And upon meeting his icy gaze, he involuntarily shivered. How audacious this man was, daring to provoke Hubai time and again. Haiden, kill him. If you fail to do so, I shall end you myself. Haiden's expression was one of bitter resignation. He pondered the calamity he had brought upon himself. It was all this man's fault. He yearned for vengeance. As he fought with renewed vigor, the scythe in his hand sliced through the air, leaving after images. The follower of the evil god, known as the feline, was forced to retreat repeatedly, sustaining multiple wounds. A peculiar sound emanated from his throat. This is intolerable. Oh, evil god, grant me strength to punish this traitor. Aihana, observing the battle, contemplated the implications of Haiden's words. It seemed Haiden had transformed into some sort of traitor. In the event of Haiden performing righteous deeds, his followers could not bolster the evil god's power. It was imperative to interrogate this individual. In a sudden move during the clash, Aihana launched a surprise attack. Boom. A powerful punch landed on the feline's abdomen, causing him to feel as though his very organs were being torn apart. He was propelled like a grenade through the air. Boom. The feline's body crashed against a large boulder, shattering both the stone and his own bones. A torrent of dark blood erupted from his mouth. Damn it. I will kill you. Though he was in agony and wished to rise, his shattered bones rendered him helpless, lying on the ground like a defeated dog. Haiden was exhilarated, shouting, incredible. Hubai, finish him off. In the next instant, Aihana appeared before the feline, seizing him by the throat. Miraculously, despite his broken arm, the feline attempted to strike back. Enter my genjutsu. Their eyes locked, and the feline's raised hand fell limply to his side. Within the illusion, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Where am I? Suddenly, a crimson light illuminated the void, revealing a blood moon hanging in the sky. As he attempted to move, he realized he was bound. This was the realm of Tsukuyami. Aihana stood before him, wielding a kunai. What do you intend to do? Release me. The feline struggled desperately. Answer my questions, and I shall show you mercy. Never. Without further ado, Aihana began his torment. Having only recently become a follower of the evil god, the feline was ill-prepared for such pain. After 20 minutes of relentless stabbing and withdrawing, his resolve began to crumble. What do you wish to know? I will answer. Aihana smiled him. He resumed his torturous methods. Please, stop. I will tell you anything. Aihana was incredulous. How did the evil god recruit such a coward? In truth, few could withstand Tsukuyami's grip. Aihana had initially harbored hope that the followers of the evil god might endure, yet he had other genjutsu at his disposal. Speak. Do you refuse? Countless wounds adorned the feline-esque body. All right, I will speak. Spare me. How did you acquire the power of immortality? The feline's voice faltered as he began to recount his tale. I was merely a wanderer fleeing from death. I fled until I arrived here, believing I had evaded their pursuit, planning to rest. Then, strange occurrences unfolded. Many appeared, all garbed in peculiar attire. They proclaimed me the chosen preacher of the evil god. It was then that I gained the power of immortality. A figure in black conveyed the evil god's will to me, I learned of Haiden. The evil god commanded me to kill Haiden for tarnishing his name and corrupting his faith. Only by slaying Haiden could I propagate the true doctrine of the evil god. I was told that if Haiden performed the evil god's ritual and entered the death mode, I could kill him. As he uttered those final words, silence enveloped him. Uchihana's Renegan discerned that the feline had lost all signs of life, having absorbed the remaining tailed beasts. Uchihana's power now eclipsed that of the Sage of Six Paths, drawing perilously close to Kagaya Otsutsuki. 6 crimson rays. A formidable sealing array enveloped the forest, his overwhelming presence saturating the air. Ah, found it. Uchihana keenly detected a strange aura. He opened his palm, a powerful force grasping the intangible presence. Evil, deeply malevolent energy. It was only after entering the realm of the Six Paths that Uchihana could perceive the myriad of energies within the ninja realm. He clenched his palm, the sinister black essence thrashing within his grasp. You wish to flee? It is too late. You cannot escape. Haiden's eyes widened as he gazed at Uchihana's palm. What is that? Uchihana was taken aback. What? Haiden, can you see what I hold? Haiden nodded vigorously. Isn't that a swirling mass of black smoke? For some reason, I feel compelled to possess it. Uchihana smirked, realizing he had unearthed a pivotal element in locating the evil god. He endeavored to decipher this unprecedented malevolent force. For the moment, he could not ascertain its nature. Uchiha, you two have opened a sealing space within yourself, confining it among the 9-tailed beasts. The tailed beasts, intrigued by the presence of the black energy, turned their attention toward it. Kurama bared his teeth at the malevolence. Uchihana, surprised, queried, What is it, Kurama? Do you recognize this? I do not know, but it unsettles me. The other tailed beasts echoed similar sentiments. Uchihana applied additional seals before retreating. He and Haiden searched the vicinity, but found nothing more. The only lead they had uncovered was this malevolent essence. Resolving matters here, Uchihana first returned to the Holy Soul Village. He arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory, gazing at the motionless figure of Orochimaru on the bed, filled with regret for what he had done to him. How he longed for Uchiha Itachi's body. After such a long time, he still had not awakened, truly a testament to love. Uchiha now extended his palm, and a mass of black energy materialized above it. Yakushi Kabuto, perplexed, inquired, My lord, what is it that you wish to show me? Uchiha, equally bewildered, replied, Can you not see it? See what? Kabuto asked. There is a sphere of black energy within my palm. Kabuto was utterly unable to perceive this dark essence. Perhaps I require additional means, he mused. Lord Uchihana, might you allow me a moment? Uchihana nodded. Yes, please, try your best to uncover it. The afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye as Kabuto exhausted every conceivable method but still failed to detect the black energy. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he confessed, My lord, I presently cannot perceive the black energy you mentioned. However, I have another idea. Perhaps I can take you to meet the White Snake Sage. He might possess some knowledge. Uchiha acknowledged this with a nod. Very well, let us proceed. Kabuto formed hand seals and invoked the reverse summoning technique. In an instant, both Uchiha and Kabuto found themselves in the Richi cave. The moment Uchiha appeared, the White Snake Sage sensed his presence. Such immense chakra. Could that old man of the 6 paths have returned? The sage remarked to the nearby Tianshin Shinji. A guest has arrived, Tianshin. Please go and greet them, and remember to be courteous. Tianshin nodded, understanding the task, and promptly exited the sage's palace. Leading the way, Kabuto refrained from employing any teleportation techniques, mindful not to startle the venerable white snake. Shortly after, a colossal purple serpent surged forth from the stone forest, hissing as it scrutinized Uchiha and Kabuto. How dare you bring an outsider here? What do you intend to do within the Richi cave? Kabuto offered an awkward smile. Esteemed Lord Manda, this is Lord Uchiha of the Holy Spirit Village. He has come to discuss a matter of great importance with the White Snake Sage. Manda flicked its tongue. A matter of great importance? Regardless of who it is, no strangers are permitted to pass. In truth, Manda typically paid little heed to such matters. However, the aura emanating from Uchiha was unsettling. This proud creature would not easily grant passage to Uchiha. No matter who you are, you cannot proceed. Turn back now, or I shall not be merciful. With that, Manda opened its enormous jaws and roared menacingly at Uchiha. Kabuto intended to interject, but Uchiha raised a hand, prompting Kabuto to wisely silence himself. Observing Uchiha's refusal to retreat, Manda lunged forward, aiming to bite him. Roar. Thud. Manda's jaws halted midair, unable to advance another inch. Confused, it questioned why? Why can I not bite down? Manda exerted more force, attempting to swallow Uchiha. but its jaw nearly dislocated in the effort, yet still, Aihana remained unyielding. Spitting copious saliva, Manda reluctantly abandoned its attempt to devour Aihana. You insolent creature. How dare you toy with me? I shall end you. Manda whipped its tail, striking towards Aihana with the ferocity of a whip. Contrary to expectations of sending Aihana flying, Manda felt its tail ensnared by an unseen force. What is happening? Before Manda could comprehend, its body began to spin uncontrollably. Stop. Damn you, little brat. As the speed intensified, Aihana lifted Manda into the air. The massive serpent swept through the stone forest, obliterating everything in its path. Before Tianxin could arrive, she noticed the chaos of Manda being flung in circles. What on earth is happening? She pondered, recalling the White Snake Sage's instructions. Could it be that Manda has offended such a distinguished guest? What manner of being is capable of lifting Manda with such ease? Even we 3 snake maidens may not stand a chance against him. The thought of Aihana tossing Manda around like a mere toy was utterly unfathomable. Dizzy, Manda pleaded. Little brat, stop. I was wrong. In a dramatic culmination, Manda was hurled forcefully to the ground. Regret washed over it. Lamenting why it had involved itself in matters that were not its concern, Tianxin felt a surge of anxiety, suppressing her fears as she moved toward Aihana's location. As Aihana landed gracefully on the ground, he flexed his fingers and remarked, Kabuto, I trust my actions have not caused any issues? Kabuto chuckled wryly, not at all. My lord, it is that foolish serpent who instigated this situation. Well then, let us continue, Aihana replied, and the two proceeded onward. Not long after, they encountered Tianxin, who was approaching them. Aihana scrutinized her. Have you come swiftly upon witnessing Manda's plight? Tianxin hastily waved her hands. No. You are our esteemed guest in the Richi cave. The White Snake Sage has instructed me to escort you. Please, follow me. Tianxin's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, not daring to utter much more. Aihana smiled. Very well. It seems Manda acted on its own accord. Tianxin offered a rueful smile. Rest assured. We shall ensure Manda is properly reprimanded for this transgression. Leading Aihana, Tianxin soon arrived at the majestic palace of the White Snake Sage, which exuded an impressive aura. Chapter 171. The Otherworld and the Sealed Passage. Under the guidance of the deity Tianxin, Aihana and Yakushi Kabuto stepped into the palace of the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage lounged there, adorned with a hat and puffing on a cigarette, his eyes gleaming with a shrewd light. The sage scrutinized Aihana, who in turn examined the sage with equal intensity. This great phosphorescent serpent had existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, concealing profound secrets within the native creatures of the ninja world. The White Snake Sage possessed an extraordinary ability to remain undetected, rendering even the Byakugan incapable of sensing its chakra. Moreover, the sage boasted an exceptionally resilient physique, immune to all ninjutsu, and capable of instantaneous regeneration from harm. To vanquish the White Snake Sage, one could only resort to sealing techniques. After bringing them in, Tianxin obediently stood aside. Yakushi Kabuto took a couple of steps forward and introduced, White Snake Sage, this is Lord Aihana, the most formidable being in the ninja realm. He seeks your wisdom regarding certain perplexities. The White Snake Sage exhaled a puff of smoke, responding courteously, Lord Aihana, it is an honor to have you here. Whatever uncertainties you harbor, I shall gladly elucidate, provided they are within my knowledge. Aihana offered a warm smile. I would be most grateful for your insights. A being of such longevity must possess considerable wisdom. He extended his right hand, opening his palm to reveal a dark, malevolent energy that enveloped the air in the palace with a chilling aura. The 3 snake maidens could not perceive what Aihana held, but sensed an unusual presence. The cigarette fell from the sage's mouth, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. What is this? Aihana pressed on, White Snake Sage. Have you encountered this before? The sage replied, No, I have not seen this before, but I can surmise its origins. It likely derives from the malevolent deity. May I inquire, from where did you obtain this? If it is from the malevolent deity, I must caution you to minimize contact, as it could have repercussions for you. Aihana nodded. Indeed, I acquired this from a follower of the malevolent deity. He began recounting the tale of Haydn, leading to the subsequent emergence of another immortal follower and how he had dispatched a feline creature to obtain this dark energy. The narrative flowed smoothly, leaving the White Snake Sage in stunned silence, astonished by the audacity of tricking a chosen follower of the malevolent deity into performing acts of benevolence. Explaining the simultaneous appearance of 2 devotees. Regaining composure, the White Snake Sage remarked, Lord Aihana, Your actions may have offended the malevolent deity. However, given your prowess. He see Chapter 172. The otherworldly portal. I shall return to address certain matters before unsealing the barrier. Prior to my departure, I will ensure that everything is in order. Whitesnake Sage, I entrust you to watch over the shinobi world during my absence. Uchiha spoke with utmost courtesy, to which the Whitesnake Sage readily consented. Of course, it is my responsibility to safeguard the shinobi world. Though she spoke thus, the three great sages were not particularly invested in the fate of the shinobi world. Both the Great Toad Sage and the Whitesnake Sage possessed powers that vastly eclipsed that of Pain. Yet the Great Toad Sage merely made predictions without directly intervening in the affairs of the shinobi world. Uchiha and Kabuto Yakushi departed from the Dragon Cave. That night, Uchiha rested alongside Tsunade and Conan. It was a restless night, as all three harbored their own thoughts. The spring night stretched long and languid. When they awoke, it was already afternoon. Uchiha ruffled his tousled hair and sat up slowly. Glancing at the two still asleep beside him, he gently kissed them both. After gathering his thoughts, Uchiha divulged his imminent departure to them. Tsunade and Conan listened in silence, their expressions turning somber as they embraced Uchiha with reluctance. After a long while, they released him, satisfied yet wistful. Uchiha took the time to instruct them, urging Tsunade to manage the affairs of the Holy Spirit Village and to impart knowledge to Naruto. Tsunade, occupied with hospital matters, could also lend a hand with village affairs when time permitted. Uchiha lingered in the Holy Spirit Village for an additional 3 days, during which he and Tsunade and Conan were inseparable. Sensing that the time had come, he prepared to seek out Kabuto Yakushi to venture into the Dragon Cave and activate the portal to another realm. Suddenly, a flurry of paper scraps fluttered around him, and Uchiha turned to find Conan unexpectedly at his side. Conan, what brings you here? Is there something you need? She appeared conflicted. I heard you were leaving for a while. Can I accompany you? Without hesitation, Uchiha shook his head. No, this is a journey I must undertake alone. Conan lowered her gaze, understanding his resolve. During your absence, there may be disturbances in the other villages. Please ensure the safety of the Holy Spirit Village. I have come to regard this place as my home. I will do my utmost to protect it. With that, Uchiha turned to leave, while Conan watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Since Nagato's death, Conan had felt a diminished sense of purpose. In the Holy Spirit Village, she felt as though she had not contributed meaningfully. She yearned to offer something of value to the village. Yet the presence of those far stronger made it difficult for her to find her role. Nonetheless, she accepted her circumstances with grace. Uchiha located Kabuto Yakushi. After a prior visit to the Dragon Cave, Uchiha had confirmed its location. Even without Kabuto, he could reach the Dragon Cave swiftly using his Kamui. However, he opted to travel with Kabuto as a courtesy to the Whitesnake Sage. Upon arriving at the Dragon Cave, they proceeded directly to the palace of the Whitesnake Sage. Whitesnake Sage, I shall rely on you for what comes next. I am prepared. The Whitesnake Sage, seated regally in the main hall, was enveloped in a mist, transforming into an elderly woman wielding a serpent-headed staff. Lord Uchiha, please follow me. The Whitesnake Sage led them through dense woods and a labyrinth of rocks to a region shrouded in fog, where visibility was nearly non-existent. Tapping her staff upon the ground, the surrounding mist rapidly dissipated to reveal a towering structure. Lord Uchiha, this is the place. I am unable to open the door to this tower. The interior of the tower employed a unique space-time ninjutsu, housing a complex teleportation array. The Whitesnake Sage briefly explained how to unlock the tower's entrance. Uchiha then began the process. The chakra of 9-tailed beasts surged simultaneously, coalescing into a yin-yang shield chakra. This chakra was gradually infused into the tower's door. As the chakra flowed, a resounding roar echoed from the door, which slowly creaked open. Inside was darkness, obscuring all. Turning to the Whitesnake Sage, Uchiha inquired, what must we do next? Leading the way, the Whitesnake Sage, along with Kabuto, entered the tower's interior. Indeed, the space inside was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, enhanced by the unique space-time ninjutsu. The Whitesnake Sage explored with her staff, tapping around a circular purple formation adorned with intricate patterns. Lord Uchiha, please stand in the center of the teleportation array and continuously channel chakra into it. The array will activate in due time. The success of this endeavor rests entirely upon you. Are you certain you wish to initiate the array? Without hesitation, Uchiha stepped into the center of the formation. Chakra from within him flowed unceasingly into the purple array. The purple light intensified, becoming blinding. At its peak luminosity, the unique array began to operate. Uchiha Yi vanished from his position, the radiant glow dissipating, leaving the formation dim once more. The White Snake Sage and Kabuto Yakushi exited the tower, resealing the door behind them. Kabuto, puzzled, asked, "Will Lord Uchiha Yi encounter danger in the other realm?" The White Snake Sage shook her head uncertainly. "I cannot say for sure, but his strength should shield him from life-threatening peril." Uchiha Yi traversed the chaotic void, feeling a formidable tearing force even beneath the protection of a layer of light-based ninjutsu. He conjured 3 truth-seeking balls, encasing himself within their spherical embrace. Remarkably powerful, the truth-seeking balls rendered him impervious to any further tearing sensations. Curiously, he opened a small aperture to observe his surroundings, where storms raged violently. Time seemed to accelerate, blurring the line between fleeting moments and eternity. Within the chaos, a rift tore open, and Uchiha Yi was expelled from it. The speed was overwhelming, and he distinctly felt the temperature around him surge, as if the truth-seeking balls were igniting in flames. Chapter 173. Lingfeng City. The Tao-seeking jade transformed into a fiery orb, streaking across the sky. With a thunderous crash, the fireball struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The Tao-seeking jade gradually opened, and Uchiha immediately felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. This pressure emanated from the laws of the realm beyond. Uchiha distinctly sensed that his powers were being suppressed. Here, he could not summon his chakra, and even the chakra of the tailed beast within him would face significant constraints. It was as if he had become a mere taijutsu ninja, limited to physical techniques. Stepping out of the Tao-seeking jade, he noticed numerous gazes fixed upon him, with the crowd whispering among themselves. "Incredible! He actually killed that guy. How wonderful! The heavens have truly seen fit to rid us of him. Finally, we can live without oppression." Uchiha was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. The onlookers remained at a distance, discussing in hushed tones, none daring to approach him. Scratching his head, he pondered, "System, where exactly have I arrived?" Ding. Host has successfully arrived in the otherworld. Mission accomplished. Reward: 3 10-minute power release cards. Upon use, you will be free from the constraints of the otherworld's laws, regaining peak strength for 10 minutes. Uchiha was at a loss for words. This wretched system had deceived him into this foreign realm, only to grant him a mere 10-minute power release card as a reward. He needed to ascertain the true nature of his surroundings promptly. "Can someone please explain to me what is happening here?" The crowd continued their murmurs, yet none dared to step forward. Suddenly, a young man clad in a deep blue robe approached Uchiha. Observing the young man's attire, Uchiha's mind raced. This garment bore a hint of traditional Chinese style. Had he inadvertently strayed into a different realm? Or perhaps the location of the evil god was indeed a world of cultivation. "Esteemed sir, we are grateful for your intervention in vanquishing the demon. You are our benefactor in Lingfeng City. Might you be a savior sent by the heavens?" Uchiha shook his head. "I merely stumbled upon this place by chance and am unaware of what has transpired. Please, enlighten me about the situation and the nature of this place." The young man gazed earnestly at Uchiha, appearing genuine despite his initial confusion, and began to explain. "This is Lingfeng City, a small town in the Wind Spirit Kingdom of the Five Elements continent." The Five Elements continent? Wind Spirit Kingdom? The very name sounds reminiscent of a realm of cultivation. Surely, I have not truly wandered astray? Please elaborate. The young man earnestly detailed the situation, and Uchiha gradually grasped that he had indeed arrived in a realm devoted to cultivation. Unlike the shinobi world, practitioners here cultivated spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? How is the cultivation hierarchy structured here? The young man recalled Uchiha's arrival from a fireball and wondered if he was indeed an outsider. The levels of cultivation are as follows: Spirit Apprentice, Spirit Practitioner, Spirit Master, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit King, and Spirit Emperor. Each level is further divided into 9 substages. Only 6 levels? Uchiha's experience told him that the Spirit Emperor could not possibly be the highest realm in this world. The demon you just vanquished was at the half-step Spirit King level. Uchiha regarded the young man with curiosity. "You must not be an ordinary individual either, correct?" The young man nodded, introducing himself as Xiaosu, a Spirit Master at the 7th level. "You claim that the one you killed was half-step Spirit King, yet you only possess the 7th level of Spirit Master? How can there be such a disparity? Why do you still dare to confront him?" Xiaosu began to recount his tale. He was a disciple of a nearby sect, Fengyan sect, who had come to Lingfeng City for training. Upon encountering a demon that had broken free from its seal, he had allied with fellow cultivators to resist the threat. They had believed all hope was lost, especially after the city lord, a spirit sovereign at the 8th level, perished in the recent battle. Xiaosu appeared quite disheveled, evident from his visible injuries. They seem to fear me, he remarked awkwardly, scratching his head. You, esteemed sir, are from another realm. Lingfeng City is but a small town, and they lack experience. How should I address you? My name is Uchiha Ini, Lord Uchiha. This is not the place for conversation. If it pleases you, let us enter the city first, and then continue our discussion. Uchiha nodded in agreement. Xiaosu stepped forward to address the crowd. The demon has been slain, and the threat to Lingfeng City has been eradicated. I appreciate everyone's efforts. I shall report the circumstances accurately. The new city lord's appointment may take some time. After relaying a few more details, Xiaosu returned to Uchihana's side. Lord Uchiha, please. Uchiha followed Xiaosu into Lingfeng City. In a private room of an inn, Xiaosu ordered a variety of dishes. Uchiha scrutinized him. Xiaosu, you are not involved in the matters of Lingfeng City. Are you? Why did you choose to intervene? Xiaosu smiled calmly. As disciples of Feng'an sect, we descend the mountain periodically to cultivate and eliminate evil. If we were to flee upon encountering such a demon, it would tarnish the reputation of our sect. I, Xiaosu, cannot act in such a manner. Uchiha was pleasantly surprised. A world of cultivation that was not merely a survival of the fittest, but one where practitioners upheld the principle of exterminating evil. He nodded appreciatively. You are indeed a commendable practitioner. Lord Uchiha, may I inquire about your origins? Uchiha pondered briefly. I hail from a distant land where practitioners are referred to as ninjas. Ninjas? What a curious term. It is indeed an unusual designation. The customs there differ vastly from those here. Uchiha continued. By the way, I have some inquiries. Have you heard of the evil god? Evil god? I have not heard of such a being. However, the Wind Spirit Kingdom venerates the Wind God, and the other 4 kingdoms each have their deities. What about the god of death? Xiaosu shook his head, appearing completely oblivious. Uchiha realized he was unable to extract any further information and decided to abandon the line of questioning. It would be prudent to familiarize himself with his surroundings first. Xiaosu, I would like you to promise me something. Lord Uchiha, what is it? Do not disclose my origins to anyone else. I wish to avoid complications. Xiaosu nodded earnestly. I understand, Lord Uchiha Ini. I will also caution those onlookers. They will not dare to speak carelessly. Uchiha acknowledged him, appreciating the boy's sincerity. Chapter 174. The winds of the sect. Xiaosu made several trips to engage in conversation with those who had previously witnessed the arrival of Uchiha Ini. Each individual harbored a certain apprehension towards Xiaosu, given his status as a direct disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect. Thus they refrained from speaking out of turn for fear of offending him. Under Xiaosu's hospitality, Uchiha quickly acclimated to this new world. The 5 Elements continent was home to 5 major nations: wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water, alongside numerous smaller realms. When Xiaosu proposed to take Uchiha as a guest to the Wind and Cloud sect, found himself at a loss for any leads regarding the malevolent deity he sought. He consented to Xiaosu's invitation, albeit with the stipulation that his identity remain undisclosed, as he preferred to avoid the limelight. Upon departing from Lingfeng City, Xiaosu retrieved a wooden boat from his ring. Lord Uchiha, please board. He then demonstrated the art of flying the boat, not through the technique of weight manipulation, but via a wondrous method of object control. Xiaosu, this vessel is quite impressive. Uchiha remarked. It was a gift from my master. If you like it, I could offer it to you, Xiaosu replied. No, thank you. I have no need for such a thing. Uchiha then showcased the unique ability of the Akatsuki clan, levitation. Xiaosu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lord Uchiha, have you truly reached the realm of the Spirit King? Uchiha landed gracefully on the flying boat. Perhaps, but I am not of this world. I remain no different from an ordinary person here. Xiaosu chuckled ruefully. Lord Uchiha, you are far too modest. The journey on the flying boat lasted 2 days before they finally reached their destination. The expanse of the 5 Elements continent appeared much larger than the shinobi world. Yet they had yet to witness the pinnacle of its martial prowess. After stowing away the boat, Xiaosu guided Uchiha on foot to the entrance of the Wind and Cloud sect. As they approached the gates, several disciples on guard greeted Xiaosu. Greetings. Senior brother Xiaosu. He responded curtly. Lord Uchiha, this is my sect, he explained. I must attend to a task shortly. Uchiha nodded slightly. There is no need to call me Lord Uchiha. It sounds rather peculiar. Just call me Ini. Then I shall refer to you as Mr. Ini. As you wish. Simply regard me as your guest. Xiaosu entered the task hall of the Wind and Cloud sect, where various missions were assigned: patrols, extermination of beasts, resource scouting, and even bodyguard duties. Depending on the difficulty of the tasks, one could earn varying amounts of spirit stones. Xiaosu had originally accepted a mission to eliminate a pack of lower-tier magical beasts near Lingfeng City. However, he unexpectedly encountered a formidable dark cultivator. Had it not been for Uchiha's timely arrival, Xiaosu might have perished at the hands of that evil practitioner. Soon, he submitted his mission report. Following that, Xiaosu arranged a residence for Uchiha near his cave dwelling. Once accommodations were settled, he intended to familiarize No with the surroundings of the Wind and Cloud sect. To their surprise, while they were strolling, they were accosted by an individual accompanied by several sycophants, who provocatively eyed Xiaosu. "Hey Xiaosu, why the rush? Am I really that fearsome? Don't be such a coward, running away to the mountains to escape my challenge." Uchiha felt exasperated. What an imbecile. Surrounded by a gaggle of lackeys. Xiaosu, however, remained unfazed, coldly stating, "Please step aside and do not obstruct our path." The man seemed to take note of Uchiha beside Xiaosu. I never imagined that the aloof direct disciple, Xiaosu, would actually have a companion today. Is the sun setting in the west? Uchiha clenched his fists. Had Xiaosu not been present, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this fool on the spot. Xiaosu ignored the provocateur and continued walking, with Uchiha closely at his side. The entitled young man, sensing Xiaosu's indifference, found the encounter increasingly dull. "Humph, putting on airs, what does it matter being a direct disciple? You're still the least competent among them." After walking a short distance, Uchiha finally inquired, "Who is that person? He seemed rather foolish." "He is the grandson of the Grand Elder, named Gujian, the top disciple of the inner sect. I was once an inner sect disciple myself before being promoted to a direct disciple, while he continues to hold his title. Perhaps this is why he often provokes me. However, his grandfather is the Grand Elder, so I refrain from engaging him." Uchiha nodded, understanding that the man had protection. It makes sense. I wondered how he had yet to be dealt with. Xiaosu sighed. "My apologies, Mr. Na, for letting him offend you. You should disregard such individuals." Na nodded. "He challenged you, not me. I have no interest in such trivial matters." The two believed the incident had concluded, yet the following day, Gujian publicly announced a martial challenge, daring Xiaosu to a duel. Xiaosu quickly learned of this news, and Uchiha was informed as well. Xiaosu was summoned by his master. Uchiha accompanied him. Xiaosu's master, Chiu Luoyan, had achieved the rank of first stage Do Wang and appeared as a charming middle-aged woman. "Xiaosu, Gujian's challenge is an attempt to establish his own reputation at your expense. You must not lose this fight, otherwise he will surely manipulate the Grand Elder to usurp your status as a direct disciple." Xiaosu nodded firmly, determination etched on his face. "Rest assured, master. I will not falter." Chiu Luoyan nodded in satisfaction but cautioned, "Do not let him lose too disgracefully. You understand the implications." "Understood," Xiaosu replied, though inwardly he felt a sense of frustration. "By the way, who was that person beside you earlier?" Chapter 175, Gujian vs. Xiaosu. "That gentleman is a recent recruit of mine," Xiaosu replied calmly. Chiu Luoyan nodded slightly. "Very well, you may go." Xiaosu bowed slightly and exited Chiu Luoyan's cave dwelling. He made his way toward the arena amidst the swirling winds, with Uchiha following closely beside him. "Xiaosu, who is stronger between you and Gujian?" Uchiha inquired. Without hesitation, Xiaosu responded, "I possess slightly greater strength. But his status is unique as he is the grandson of the Elder. Therefore, I may need to exercise caution during our battle. Furthermore, I am uncertain what treasures the Elder might bestow upon him." Uchiha nodded, understanding the situation. Soon, the two arrived at the arena, where a crowd had gathered around a table. "Do not jostle, one at a time to place your bets," shouted a stout young man. "People from the south and the north, young and old, come and take a look. The chief disciple of the inner sect, Gujian, is challenging the direct disciple. Xiaosu, those wishing to bet, hurry up. If you miss this chance, you will have to wait a year for the next." Uchiha turned to Xiaosu beside him and said, "Lend me some spirit stones." "Mr. Nya, are you planning to place a bet?" Uchiha nodded. "I will give you all the winnings." Xiaosu produced a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to Uchiha. "This is all the spirit stones I have. I leave it to you. I shall take the stage now, Mr. Nya. Go ahead." Uchiha mingled into the throng, asking, "What are the current odds?" The stout young man quickly replied, 1-3. "So high? I hadn't expected so many to bet on Xiaosu." The young man waved his hands. No. You misunderstand. More are betting on Gujian." "Gujian? Why? Isn't Xiaosu stronger?" The young man candidly explained, "Xiaosu has reached the 7th level of Spirit Master. while Gu Jian is only at the 5th level. However, he possesses treasures given by the elder. Hence, Xiaosu's chances of winning are rather slim. Bet on Gu Jian. Although the profit isn't substantial, it is still a win. Despite the young man's honesty, Uchiha Nye could not possibly bet on the seemingly arrogant second-generation disciple. He presented his pouch of spirit stones, declaring, "I am betting all on Xiaosu's victory." The young man counted, astonished to find that all were of medium-grade spirit stones, 23 in total. Uchiha Nye had previously heard Xiaosu mention that one medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Although it was rare for anyone to trade medium-grade stones for low-grade ones, a single high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 medium-grade stones, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The disciples who had crowded around to place their bets had only produced a few low-grade spirit stones. The stout young man gulped nervously, glancing uncertainly at Uchiha Nye. "Are you sure you want to bet on Xiaosu?" "Absolutely, place the bet on Xiaosu." After Uchiha Nye placed his bet, the odds shifted slightly. Gu Jian's sycophants quickly relayed the news to him, prompting Gu Jian to produce even more spirit stones. With his lackeys clamoring to place bets on him, the odds dramatically shifted to 1 to 10. Of course, Uchiha Nye had already moved to the spectator area, oblivious to the unfolding events. Xiaosu had long been waiting atop the arena, while Gu Jian slowly ascended the stage. Uchiha Nye surveyed the crowd and spotted Xiaosu's master, Zhou Luoyun. The elder had provided numerous treasures to his grandson. Did Zhou Luoyun not have any for Xiaosu? Or was he also wary of the elder's influence? Regardless, there was no way Xiaosu could lose this match. A voice boomed like thunder, announcing, "Disciples may spar, but do not engage lethally, strike only to demonstrate." With that, the match commenced. On the platform, Gu Jian rambled incessantly. "Xiaosu, why? Why does a commoner like you possess such exceptional talent and fortune to become a direct disciple of Fengyun's sect? I, Gu Jian, am the grandson of the elder. Before you even ascended to direct disciple status, I was already the chief disciple of the inner sect. Why? Why must you ascend before me? This time, if I defeat you, I shall become a direct disciple." Ha 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 ha. Gu Jian's laughter was haughty, bordering on foolishness. Xiaosu's storage ring glimmered, and a long spear materialized in his grasp. Silver spear thrust. With a swift motion, the spear shot forth, gleaming with cold light as it pierced toward Gu Jian. Caught off guard, Gu Jian barely had time to react, his hair standing on end. Clang! Gu Jian was unscathed as a spectral shield appeared before him. A treasure known as the Xian Yuan Shield, a low-grade spirit artifact that automatically activated upon receiving an attack. For an inner disciple, a spirit artifact of this quality was exceedingly precious. Xiaosu's strike faltered, his arm numbed from the impact. His weapon was merely a medium-grade spirit artifact. Aside from the silver spear, the most valuable items he possessed were his storage ring and the flying boat within it, along with a few talismans given by his master. Previously, he had used a talisman known as the 10,000 gene barrier to suppress a half-step spirit king in place. Meanwhile, Gu Jian had regained his composure. Retrieving his weapon, a silver moon-long blade, a superior-grade spirit artifact. Such artifacts were indeed rare, and the elder had refrained from providing Gu Jian with higher-grade artifacts, as he was not yet capable of wielding earth-grade artifacts, which were exceedingly precious. Boiling blood technique. Gu Jian chanted a spell, dramatically enhancing his speed and strength. Wielding the silver moon-long blade, he relentlessly struck at Xiaosu, who found himself at a disadvantage, despite the two of them being separated by 2 small realms. Gu Jian's technique leveled the playing field, even granting him an edge. 3 shadows flash. 3 illusions of Gu Jian appeared, each charging toward Xiaosu from different directions. Uchiha Nye squinted, recognizing the distinctive technique known as the Dance of the Crescent Moon. There was indeed a striking resemblance to another technique. As Gu Jian vanished and reappeared behind Xiaosu, the latter moved with remarkable speed, the sounds of clashing metal ringing out as his silver spear created afterimages. Pucci. Despite his swiftness, Xiaosu suffered a cut on his arm, blood seeping forth. Chapter 176, An Unexpected Shot, Mastering Celestial Techniques After Sustaining Injuries. Xiaosu unexpectedly fought, with even greater determination. His movements were bold and sweeping, each thrust of his spear seeming capable of cleaving Gu Jian in two. Had Gu Jian not employed the boiling blood technique, he would have likely succumbed to Xiaosu's relentless onslaught by now. Bang! Another powerful thrust struck the ground, creating a deep crater and sending shards of stone flying. Gu Jian, caught in the tempest of attacks, could only evade and retreat. Xiaosu wielded his spear like a club, planting its shaft on the ground and launching himself at Gu Jian with a fierce kick. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Jian, taken by surprise, stumbled back, nearly losing his footing. With a plethora of spectators surrounding the arena, Gu Jian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face flushed with anger. In desperation, he shamelessly unleashed a barrage of magical artifacts against Xiaosu. Round after round of magical bombardment ensued. To defend against the onslaught, Xiaosu expended considerable spiritual energy, gasping for breath as he gripped his spear tightly. Gu Jian laughed maniacally. Is this all you've got, Xiaosu? Following a relentless barrage of artifacts, Gu Jian brandished his silver moon long knife and charged at Xiaosu. In a precarious position, Xiaosu found himself forced to retreat under Gu Jian's assault. He swung his silver spear with great force, striking Gu Jian's blade. Gu Jian was pushed back several steps, raising his long knife high. A tempest of blades. The knife danced like a whirlwind, relentlessly slashing at Xiaosu's spear. Xiaosu prepared for a final counterattack, his silver spear darting forth with the grace of a swimming dragon, though its speed had considerably diminished. Suddenly, 7 flying daggers shot forth unexpectedly. Xiaosu reacted swiftly, but one dagger still struck his leg. Uffed. He lost his balance and tumbled heavily to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Gathering the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, he readied for a decisive move. Uchiha planned to assist him with a genjutsu. A radiant light illuminated the spearhead. Spear out like a dragon. A silver dragon coiled around Xiaosu's spear. Gu Jian scoffed derisively, his face a mask of disdain. Just a dying struggle. Surrender already. Both men surged towards one another, leading to an unexpected turn of events. Xiaosu hurled his spear with all his might. Clang! The silver spear struck Gu Jian's blade head-on. The impact numbed Gu Jian's arm, causing his long knife to slip from his grasp and fly far away. By the time he attempted to retrieve it, it was too late. Uchiha smirked slightly. It seems my assistance is unnecessary. What a surprise. As Gu Jian searched for alternative tactics, Xiaosu had already materialized before him, driving his knee forcefully into Gu Jian's abdomen. Gu Jian felt as if his very guts might erupt. He was thrown to the ground, with Xiaosu's hand gripping tightly around Gu Jian's neck, pinning him down. Elder, may we announce the result of the match? The elder serving as referee was taken aback. Xiaosu's combat experience was unexpectedly profound. At the last moment, he had the presence of mind to hurl his spear. In a direct confrontation, a fatigued Xiaosu would have been no match for Gu Jian. Xiaosu emerged victorious. The arena erupted in cheers, while those who had bet on Gu Jian wore expressions of utter dismay. Particularly, Gu Jian's sycophants, who had wagered their entire fortunes on him, were crestfallen. They had believed Gu Jian would secure an easy victory and had sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Uchiha calmly approached the betting area, collecting the majority of the spirit stones. The portly dealer's face darkened, yet he remained silent. Xiaosu picked up his silver spear and limped off the stage. Gu Jian, meanwhile, was carried away by others. Xiaosu's master, Qiu Luoyun, followed closely behind the elder and other dignitaries as they departed. After stepping down from the stage, Xiaosu searched for Uchiha's figure. Before he could find him, Uchiha approached, a heavy bag in hand. Curious, Xiaosu inquired, Mr. Yi, what is that you carry? Oh, just some spirit stones earned earlier. Hurry and store them in your spatial pouch. Uchiha replied nonchalantly, treating the spirit stones as mere refuse. No, Mr. Yi, these are your earnings. I have no use for them. Please put them away. Do you expect me to carry them indefinitely? Xiaosu apologized repeatedly. Mr. Yi, I shall stow them at once. Upon receiving the bag, Xiaosu felt its weight noticeably drop. The moment he stored it away, he realized the treasure within. Over 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Such wealth was beyond his previous experience. So many? Yes, they seemed quite confident in that scoundrel. Who knows what transpired? I intended to assist you, but I truly did not anticipate your strength. You did not disappoint. Xiaosu's cheeks reddened slightly, while Uchiha's eyes twitched. There's no need for a grown man to blush like a teapot. Suddenly, a cacophony of excited voices erupted. Senior brother Xiaosu, you're so handsome. A throng of female disciples rushed towards them, pushing Uchiha aside. This kid has quite the charm with women, Uchiha thought, feeling somewhat displaced. As Xiaosu became flustered amidst the admirers, he called out, Ladies, please don't crowd. Senior brother Xiaosu, you truly are incredibly handsome. Indeed, that thrust pierced my heart. Seeing Xiaosu's flustered demeanor, Uchiha utilized his spatial prowess to swiftly whisk them away, leaving the tumult behind. Xiaosu, bewildered, pondered, who am I, and where am I? You, my boy, have quite the appeal with women. Hearing that familiar voice, Xiaosu regained his composure. Mr. Yi, please don't tease me. Your speed is astonishing. Just average. It doesn't truly display my capabilities here. By the way, I recall you were injured during the battle. Xiaosu grimaced at the memory, gritting his teeth. I'll take some healing elixirs shortly. I'll be fine soon. As he spoke, a green light glimmered in Uchiha Ye's hand. Celestial technique. Heal. The wound on Xiaosu's thigh, which had been pierced, began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. Xiaosu's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of technique is this? Uchiha Ye smiled gently, just a few minor tricks. However, employing even simple medical ninjutsu weighed heavily on him. As the constraints of this realm were formidable, Uchiha Ye then produced a soldier's ration pill. Consume this. It will aid in your swift recovery. Chapter 177, Common Aptitude. Outer sect disciple Xiaosu harbored no reservations and readily accepted the soldier pill offered by Uchiha Naio, consuming it in one swift motion. The instant the pill descended, Xiaosu felt a surge of fervent warmth emanating from his core. This sensation was remarkably comforting, not only replenishing his physical vigor but also invigorating his spiritual energy. Truly remarkable, Mr. Naio, what exactly is that elixir? It is akin to the elixirs of your world. Suffice it to say, it serves its purpose. Xiaosu regarded Uchiha Naio with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Naio. I am intrigued by the cultivation techniques of your world. Would you be willing to share them with me? Uchiha Naio inquired. Xiaosu nodded without hesitation. Certainly, Mr. Naio. Let us return to my abode first. Under Xiaosu's guidance, Uchiha Naio arrived at Xiaosu's dwelling. Nestled within the forest, the abode exuded an air of tranquility. With a wave of his hand, Xiaosu retrieved the cultivation manuals from his storage ring. Mr. Naio, this is the technique I currently practice. The profound azure wind nurturing art, a high-grade Xian-level technique that I acquired through the exchange of numerous sect contribution points. Uchiha Naio accepted the manual and began to peruse it. Xiaosu then produced another book. Mr. Naio, this is the most potent martial skill I possess, the azure wind-soaring dragon spear, a mid-grade Xian-level technique. Uchiha Naio meticulously examined both texts. Since acquiring the Tensigen and Renegan, he had also gained extraordinary comprehension. With a mere cursory glance, he had already grasped the essence of the cultivation technique. Such wondrous power, distinct from chakra. To be precise, the energies of this world differ, and their operational trajectories are also dissimilar. Xiaosu stood beside him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, Mr. Naio, are you channeling the technique? Uchiha Naio nodded calmly. Is there an issue? His body continued to absorb spiritual energy as the technique remained in operation. Have you cultivated before? Uchiha Naio shook his head. No. This is the technique you just gave me. I merely skimmed through it. Xiaosu stammered. Just by skimming through it, you have mastered this technique? Mr. Naio, you are simply a peerless genius. I have never encountered, nor even heard of, such a prodigy. How can someone master a technique with just a cursory glance? Uchiha Naio waved his hand dismissively. No, this technique is quite challenging. During my reading, there was a character I nearly failed to recognize. It was rather difficult. Upon hearing Uchiha Naio's words, Xiaosu nearly spat blood. Mr. Naio, you jest, haha. Xiaosu's laughter was strained. At that moment, Xiaosu proposed, Mr. Naio, have you considered joining the Gale Cloud sect? With your aptitude and strength, I am certain you could become an elder. Uchiha Naio stroked his chin in contemplation. That is a viable proposition. For the time being, I could remain here. However, I shall forego the position of elder and begin as a disciple. I beseech you to guide me through the process. Xiaosu was flustered. Although this man appeared ordinary, his true strength might surpass even the sect leader. Yet, such a person intended to start as a disciple. Mr. Naio, no, absolutely not. Your strength is so formidable. How can you be a disciple? Uchiha Naio appeared somewhat impatient. Enough, just guide me through the process. Spare me the platitudes. I merely seek a place to reside. Hearing his words, Xiaosu could only nod helplessly. Very well, Mr. Naio, I shall escort you. Xiaosu led Uchiha Naio to the place where disciples were recommended for entry. When the elder responsible for receiving disciples saw Xiaosu, his face beamed with smiles. The elder's strength was similar to Xiaosu's, but lacking in talent and advanced in age, he was essentially confined to his current level. This is a dear friend of mine. He possesses remarkable talent and wishes to join our Gale Cloud sect. I implore the elder to assist with the registration. Out of respect for Xiaosu, the elder was exceedingly courteous, diligently assisting Uchiha Naio with the registration. After the registration, the elder addressed the two. Xiaosu, follow me. I shall assess his aptitude. The elder led them to a stone tablet. Simply place your hand on it, close your eyes, and carefully sense. Uchiha Nayo followed his instructions, placing his hand on the stone tablet. Disciples passing by halted in their tracks, curiously gathering around. Is there a new disciple being recommended for entry? Look. Isn't that senior brother Xiaosu? He is actually recommending someone for entry. This is somewhat exciting. The person brought by senior brother Xiaosu should possess exceptional talent. As he closed his eyes and carefully sensed, Uchiha Nayo could clearly feel the suppression exerted by this world. The elder, observing the results displayed on the stone tablet, sighed heavily. He had anticipated that Xiaosu would introduce someone with extraordinary talent. Aptitude was categorized into 5 grades: celestial grade, golden, corresponding to a once-in-a-millennium occurrence; terrestrial grade, red; profound grade, purple, with most of the sect's direct disciples possessing profound grade aptitude; yellow grade, blue, with most inner sect disciples possessing yellow grade aptitude; and white, representing common aptitude, barely meeting the threshold for cultivation. You possess common aptitude. Out of consideration for Xiaosu's recommendation, you may become an outer sect disciple. Xiaosu initially believed he was mistaken. He rushed forward, taking 3 steps as 2, and examined the tablet. Elder, could this spirit testing stone be malfunctioning? Out of deference to Xiaosu's status as a direct disciple, the elder carefully re-examined the spirit testing stone. Xiaosu, this spirit testing stone is functioning correctly. I can allow your friend to join the outer sect. Just as Xiaosu was about to speak, Uchiha Nayo interjected. The outer sect is fine. Let it be. Since Uchiha Nayo had spoken, Xiaosu had no choice but to respect his decision. Perhaps individuals of great power had different perspectives from ordinary people. However, upon reflection, whether or not Uchiha Nayo joined the Gale Cloud sect seemed inconsequential. The other party merely sought a place to reside, if he desired to enhance his strength. There was no need to waste time here. With this in mind, he felt relieved. The elder led Uchiha Nayo through the registration process and issued a disciple token. Initially, the elder intended to arrange accommodation for Uchiha Nayo, but Xiaosu insisted that Uchiha Nayo reside in his abode. Although referred to as an abode, it was essentially a spacious courtyard. Uchiha Nayo did not decline Xiaosu's kindness. Residing with Xiaosu would at least provide some peace and quiet. On the following day, Uchiha Nayo proposed exploring the sect at his leisure. Xiaosu offered to accompany him, but Uchiha Nayo declined. Focus on your cultivation. There is no need to concern yourself with me. My strength far surpasses yours, and nothing untoward will occur within the sect. Xiaosu felt reassured and focused on his cultivation within the abode. His recent experience had been quite rewarding, and he required time to assimilate it. Uchiha Nayo aimlessly wandered around the Gale Cloud sect. The streets here are not merely frequented by the disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect. They also boast numerous shops and street vendors. These establishments do not offer ordinary goods intended for mortals. As Uchiha strolled along, he unexpectedly caught sight of Gujian at the end of the street, idly toying with an item at a stall. This item appears quite remarkable. How much do you ask for it? He inquired. 300 low-grade spirit stones, stammered the vendor, clearly anxious, his voice trembling. What a ridiculous price for such a trinket. Can you not offer me a better deal? The vendor gulped, suppressing his discomfort. Very well, 200 low-grade spirit stones. Such a steep reduction? You must be attempting to deceive me. Uchiha observed the vendor's fear as he noted. It seems the disciples of the enforcement hall have grown lax, allowing such unscrupulous pricing to flourish. How can an item priced at 300 low-grade spirit stones suddenly drop by 100? Surely, it cannot be a counterfeit? The vendor quailed under Uchiha's scrutiny. Senior brother Gujian, I invested considerable time in crafting this spirit tool. Gujian raised 5 fingers. Here's the deal. Although this item is far from impressive, I am a benevolent person. I shall offer you 50 spirit stones, and we shall consider this matter settled. The enforcement hall need not be informed. What say you? Brother Go, that is truly unacceptable. What do you mean? Gujian furrowed his brow, and the vendor fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. Produce the 50 spirit stones. My generosity knows no bounds, and not a single coin less. Gujian declared with righteous indignation. A lackey following Gujian promptly produced 50 spirit stones. As they departed, Gujian turned to the vendor with a grin. I shall remember you. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out. The vendor's expression was one of abject despair. His face crumpled with worry. What troubles could he possibly face now, when this coercive individual was his greatest misfortune? Uchiha merely observed, not intending to intervene. He was astonished that such a fool, who had been thoroughly beaten just yesterday, was now so lively. Clearly, the elixirs of the cultivation world are remarkably effective. He made no effort to provoke Gu Jian, but the latter, lacking awareness, approached Uchiha Yi uninvited. "Isn't that the one who followed Xiaosu yesterday?" Gu Jian asked uncertainly. "Indeed, Brother Gu, it is he," came the reply. "Curse you, Xiaosu. If I cannot deal with you, I shall settle for this one instead," Gu Jian muttered. Noting that Uchiha Yi's attire resembled that of an outer sect disciple. "Let us go." Uchiha Yi turned to leave, but he noticed the group trailing behind him. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Hey, why the rush?" Uchiha Yi swiftly shrugged off the hand, and Gu Jian's temper flared. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Task issued. Punish the wicked and uphold justice by sanctioning the oppressive Gu Jian. Rewards will be distributed based on task progress." Intriguing. The system has finally awakened. Uchiha Yi refrained from taking action, instead observing Gu Jian. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Gu Jian inquired with a sinister grin. "There is no need for pleasantries." "State your business directly," Uchiha Yi replied coldly. Gu Jian's demeanor shifted to one of menace. "You seem quite impressive, enjoying the company of Xiaosu. I offer you an opportunity. Join me as my subordinate. I, Gu Jian, am exceedingly magnanimous." He believed that after making this proposition, Uchiha Yi would eagerly become his sycophant. In due course, he could flaunt his new follower before Xiaosu, satisfying his vanity and showcasing his personal charm. "No, I have no interest in imbeciles." Gu Jian, perplexed, asked, "What does imbecile mean?" "An imbecile is someone devoid of intellect, like you," Uchiha Yi retorted. In mere moments, Gu Jian was seething with rage. "You dare speak to me in such a manner?" Infuriating. His fist swung towards Uchiha Yi, who effortlessly caught it. Gu Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this outer sect disciple possess such strength? He attempted to retract his hand, but found it impossible. This cannot be. He is merely an outer sect disciple. Uchiha Yi applied slight pressure, causing Gu Jian to wince in pain, confirming that he could indeed overpower practitioners of the spirit master realm through sheer physical prowess. At the very least, Gu Jian posed no threat to him. Gu Jian struggled with all his might to free his hand, while his companions looked on in confusion. "Brother, what is happening? Does he not find this posture awkward? Why is he clenching fists with Xiaosu's lackey?" As tension mounted and onlookers gathered, Gu Jian's face reddened with humiliation, his teeth clenched. "Release my hand at once." His fury and shame were palpable. His glare directed at Uchiha Yi as if he wished to consume him whole. Chapter 178. Gu Jian's Mutilation. Reward. A high-grade earth-rank cultivation method. Yuji Buenye's hand clamped Gu Jian's fist with an unyielding grip, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. Eventually, Gu Jian, overwhelmed by the gazes of the surrounding crowd, flushed crimson. He conjured a hand seal with his other fist and launched it toward Yuji Buenye. "Perish." Gu Jian's fist was enveloped in swirling gusts of wind. Bang! Contrary to expectations, instead of a splatter of blood, a crisp cracking of bone echoed, accompanied by a wretched scream. Gu Jian's fist, upon striking Yuji Buenye, seemed to have impacted an invisible barrier. His arm bent at an unnaturally grotesque angle. "Ah! My hand." His wrist hung limp, as if devoid of bone. Yuji Buenye, maintaining an impassive countenance, declared, "Kneel and apologize," or apologizing was beyond Gu Jian's capacity. However, the excruciating pain in his arm had rendered him incapable of combat. He turned to his retinue. "Quickly, someone kill him for me." The lackeys exchanged hesitant glances. While they had participated in their share of misdeeds under Gu Jian's command, they were unwilling to commit fratricide. "I'll bear the consequences. Kill him for me." Under Gu Jian's nearly frenzied gaze, they dared not disobey. Each brandished their spiritual weapon and charged toward Yuji Buenye. "Shinra Tensei." Yuji Buenye uttered the words softly. The charging lackeys, along with their weapons, were abruptly halted, unable to advance even an inch further. The next moment, a powerful repulsive force emanated from Yuji Buenye. The lackeys were propelled backward like projectiles, their velocity surpassing that of flying swords. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Jian's followers landed in disarray, some collapsing on the ground, others slamming into walls, all writhing in agony. "Ouch, I'm dying of pain. Ah, my leg is broken." Gu Jian swallowed hard, the back of his shirt soaked with cold sweat. What is happening? What did you just do?" Yuji Buenye did not respond verbally, but instead answered with a chilling wind blade. Wind style, wind blade. Swish. The sharp, slender wind blade precisely severed the area between Gu Jian's legs. Had Gu Jian not instigated the conflict, the system quest would not have been triggered, and Yuji Buenye would have ignored such a character. However, Gu Jian, accustomed to his arrogance and belief that he could act with impunity within the sect, had encountered a ruthless adversary. Drip, drip. Crimson blood trickled from between Gu Jian's legs. The wind blade's sharpness was such that Gu Jian was initially unresponsive. "Ah!" The scream was piercing and shrill. A screen appeared before Yu Zhibuanya, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has completed the quest. Punish the wicked and promote the good, ensuring that the heinous Gu Jian is rendered childless and without descendants. Quest completion. Ding. Reward. The Wind Cloud Sect's Supreme High-Grade Earth Rank Cultivation Method, Wind Cloud Dragon Transformation, comes with 50 proficiency. Upon receiving the reward, Yu Zhibuanya immediately sensed changes within his body. The suppression exerted by this world seemed to lessen, and power was converging within his dantian. Yu Zhibuanya began to introspect. Wind and clouds coalesced, boundless and continuous. This must be spiritual energy. The sensation is truly remarkable. Compared to chakra cultivation, the influx of spiritual energy is far more invigorating, tempering even the physique. Realm divisions: Spirit Apprentice, Spirit Practitioner, Spirit Master, Spirit Sect, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor. Yu Zhibuanya's cultivation realm in this world had reached the 3rd level of Spirit Practitioner. After thoroughly dealing with Gu Jian, Yu Zhibuanya departed with a flourish. The surrounding disciples engaged in fervent discussion. He actually dared to inflict such a brutal injury upon Gu Jian. While satisfying, he's doomed. Gu Jian is the Grand Elder's only grandson. He seems to be Senior Brother Xiao's retainer. I fear Senior Brother Xiao will be implicated. What a pity. He did what I've always wanted to do. When will that Gu Jian finally meet his end? In the disciples' eyes, Yu Zhibuanya had become a hero. Yet a hero destined for sect retribution, a prospect that filled them with regret. Let's hope the Senior Brother can at least salvage his life. Shortly after Yu Zhibuanya's departure, a group of disciples clad in purple robes, with swords at their waists, arrived. These were the Wind Cloud Sect's Law Enforcement Hall disciples, who dispersed the surrounding crowd. Senior Brother Gu Jian, a disciple, formerly one of Gu Jian's lackeys and now a squad leader in the Law Enforcement Hall, rushed to Gu Jian's side. Who dared to injure you so grievously? Xiaosu. Xiaosu. Gu Jian's eyes were filled with resentment, red veins streaking across his irises. The lackey asked incredulously, Xiaosu? How dare he? No, not Xiaosu. It was the retainer by Xiaosu's side. I'll kill him. Kill him. Gu Jian screamed maniacally, saliva spraying onto the Law Enforcement Hall disciple's face. Senior Brother Gu Jian, I'll send you for treatment first, and then lead a team to apprehend the culprit. Gu Jian, overwhelmed by pain, fainted. The Law Enforcement Hall disciples quickly reported the incident. Gu Jian's grandfather, Grand Elder Gu Chou, soon arrived at the Wind Cloud Sect's medical pavilion. The Law Enforcement Hall disciple attempted to report the situation but was interrupted by Gu Chou. I'll check on Jian'er's condition first. We'll discuss the rest later. After thorough examination, the Medicine Hall Elder said tremulously, Grand Elder, Gu Jian's injuries are severe. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Use the most precious spiritual medicines and elixirs on my grandson. The Medicine Hall Elder waved his hands repeatedly. No, that's not it. Gu Jian did not suffer a fatal injury, but something even more severe. His lower body was severed by an extremely sharp spiritual weapon. He will likely never be able to procreate. Gu Chou felt his mind reel, the world spinning, and he nearly lost his footing. The Medicine Hall Elder rushed to support Gu Chou. Grand Elder. My grandson. Who did this? Who dared to injure my grandson like this? Damned wretch. I'll kill him. His aura surged, nearly overwhelming the Medicine Hall Elder. Grand Elder, please calm down. A Law Enforcement Hall disciple braved the pressure and stepped forward. Grand Elder. The one who attacked Gu Jian is Xiao's retainer. Hearing this, Grand Elder Gu Chou slightly restrained his aura. Xiaosu, the retainer by his side. Gu Chou clenched his fists, recalling the day of the competition when Xiaosu was indeed accompanied by someone. He had paid little attention at the time. Let's go. To Xiao's cave dwelling. Gu Chou suddenly paused, regaining his composure. Am I, a Grand Elder, to personally demand an explanation? Wait, here is my Elder token. Bring Xiaosu and his retainer to the main hall of the sect. The Law Enforcement Hall disciple bowed and accepted the token. Yes, Grand Elder. Chapter 179. Interrogation of Uchiha accompanied by the Elder's command token. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall exuded an air of arrogance and confidence. They rushed forward and soon arrived at the entrance of Xiao's cave dwelling. Xiaosu was engrossed in his cultivation, while Uchiha was in his room familiarizing himself with the recently acquired technique, wind and cloud transformation. This superior grade earth-level skill, when mastered, allowed one to conjure an illusory wind dragon using the power of the wind spirit. Upon reaching perfection, the wind dragon's illusion could even manifest into reality. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of knocking, coupled with raucous shouts, jolted Uchiha from his meditative state. Had they come so soon? Rising, Uchiha strode towards the entrance. No sooner had he exited the courtyard than the disciples of the law enforcement hall, brandishing the elder's command token, barged in. Possessing the command token granted them the authority to breach the cave dwellings of disciples, even those protected by defensive arrays. The moment they intruded, Shisui sensed their presence, halting his cultivation to also step outside. Upon emerging, he beheld Uchiha standing with the law enforcement disciples. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his features as he regarded them. What is the meaning of this? Why have you trespassed into my abode? The leading disciple, Jin Yuan, raised the elder's command token. Shisui was taken aback. Why did a disciple from the law enforcement hall possess the Grand Elder's token? With a sinister smile, Jin Yuan proclaimed, "The Grand Elder has commanded us to bring you and your guests to the sect's main hall. Come, senior brother Shisui." Confused, Shisui inquired, "What is this about?" "You will understand when we arrive." Or perhaps, senior brother Shisui, are you now refusing to heed the Grand Elder's orders? Shisui, wary of the Grand Elder's authority, turned his gaze to Uchiha. "Mr. Yi, let us go for the time being." Uchiha nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed." Several disciples from the law enforcement hall led the way while others followed closely behind, seemingly fearful that Uchiha and Shisui might flee. As they walked, Shisui, curious, asked, "Mr. Yi, what exactly has transpired?" Having been secluded in his cave for an extended period, he suspected that Uchiha had encountered some trouble. It is nothing significant. Mere Chapter 180. Expulsion from the sect and pursuit. The gaze of the leader of the Fengyun sect was as cold as ice. However, it was Gu Jian who had initiated the attack first. Shisui could not stand idly by while Uchiha was condemned to death. According to the sect's laws, when fellow disciples engage in combat without causing severe consequences, the punishment is confinement for 1 to 3 months. Gu Jian had indeed violated the sect's regulations. Nevertheless, it appeared that your disciple had not sustained any serious injuries. Once Gu Jian recovers from his wounds, he shall be punished accordingly. Yet, Uchiha had severely injured a fellow disciple, leaving Gu Jian gravely wounded and incapable of bearing offspring for the remainder of his life. Such reprehensible behavior warrants execution. This is the conclusion reached after discussions with the elders. Shisui clenched his fists, at a loss for words. His gaze filled with helplessness as he glanced at Uchiha. In contrast, Uchiha appeared remarkably calm and poised, as if the entire situation bore no relation to him. Shisui then turned to his master, Chiu Luoyun. The usually silent Chiu Luoyun stepped forward at this moment. "Sect leader, I believe Gu Jian was at fault initially. This punishment is excessively harsh." At this point, the Grand Elder interjected. "Master Chiu, do you believe my grandson should suffer injuries without consequence? You must be well aware of the severity of this matter. It demands strict punishment." Humph. Gu Chao's nostrils flared as if ready to spew flames. The atmosphere became charged with tension. At that moment, the leader of the Fengyun sect, Feng Mingji, also spoke. "Master Chiu, Gu Jian's injuries may very well render him incapable of recovery for the remainder of his life. Do you think this punishment is excessive? Should we simply dismiss this incident? Do you want the disciples to perceive our sect's laws as a mere joke?" Master Chiu let out a heavy sigh, his gaze complex as he looked at Shisui. "Shisui, in that case, do not continue to shield this person." Shisui furrowed his brows tightly. "Master, Mr. Yi has saved my life. Moreover, this incident was instigated by Gu Jian. If I cannot save Mr. Yi's life, I would have no face to exist in this world." Chiu Luoyun nodded slightly. "I understand. Sect leader, Grand Elder, I am willing to offer my treasured 6th grade spirit herb, the Su Xing grass. This is the primary ingredient for concocting the life-saving blood pill. After Gu Jian consumes it, he will not only recover from his injuries, but also eliminate any lingering internal damage from his cultivation. As for the sect's laws, they must be strictly adhered to. Let him be expelled from the sect and forbidden from practicing cultivation. Any sect that accepts him shall be considered our enemy." She refrained from mentioning the matter of stripping Uchiha of his cultivation, for in this world, being rendered powerless meant having little time left to live. Shisui had already sought her assistance, and she could only demand this. Upon hearing her mention the Su Xing grass, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Spirit herbs are categorized into grades 1 through 9, with 6th grade herbs being exceedingly rare. 7th grade herbs are even harder to come by, while 8th grade herbs are virtually non-existent. And 9th grade herbs are legendary. After a moment of contemplation, sect leader Feng Mingji remarked, Master Chiu, I did not expect you to care so deeply for your disciple. Grand Elder, what do you propose we do? Grand Elder Gacho snorted, since Master Chiu has brought this matter to light, if I were to disregard it would be a sign of my ignorance. Master Chiu, I hope you can keep a close watch on your disciple and prevent him from associating with unsavory characters. They then pronounced the punishment for Uchiha, expelling him from the sect. Xiao's gaze towards his master was filled with gratitude. Uchiha felt an unsettling sense of unreality, as if these old men were merely performing a charade, especially when he caught sight of Xiao's appreciative expression. Before departing, Uchiha retrieved a kunai from his pocket. If you encounter any danger, channel your spirit energy into this. You are the only friend I have in this world. With that, he prepared to leave. Xiao looked at Uchiha with reluctance, feeling that he was truly an admirable and sincere person. It seemed unjust that someone like Gujian was expelled from the sect. Well, perhaps one day we shall meet again. Uchiha was expelled from the sect, and Gucho issued a harsh warning. Kid, consider yourself spared this time. If you cross paths with my Gu family again, do not expect to survive. Was this fellow truly so benevolent? Regardless, it was time to explore other places. Uchiha turned away without looking back. He had barely exited the mountain range belonging to the Fongan sect when he sensed someone pursuing him. Uchiha took note and realized that 3 powerful figures at the spirit realm were tailing him. It was indeed a performance for Xiao's benefit. But what was their true intent? Uchiha halted, and the 3 spirit realm practitioners materialized behind him. Kid, your perceptiveness is commendable. You might just be a promising candidate for cultivation, but what a pity. You were too brazen to strike at the Grand Elder's grandson. Out of respect for Xiao, we shall grant you a quick end. They completely disregarded Uchiha, and one of them formed a hand seal, sending a blade of wind slicing towards him. Uchiha's speed was remarkable. He vanished in an instant, the sharp wind blade cleaving through empty air. When he reappeared, he was right in front of his assailant. With a resounding thud, he kicked the spirit realm practitioner, sending him crashing through several trees, blood spewing from his mouth. Uchiha shook his head, bemused. The martial arts of these cultivators are truly lacking. It seems not all practitioners in this world possess formidable physiques. The other 2 spirit realm cultivators were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Uchiha's astonishing speed. Silence the world. Hear the sound of 1,000 birds shattering. A blade composed of lightning materialized in Uchiha's hand, piercing through the chest of one spirit realm practitioner. Thunderbird spear. The blue lightning crackled and crackled, leaving the practitioner charred and blackened. After 2 swift attacks, as Uchiha prepared to strike again, the other spirit realm practitioner was already on guard. With a thud, Uchiha felt as though he struck iron. A golden shield materialized around the practitioner, adorned with layers of shimmering turtle shell patterns. Thankfully, the Grand Elder had gifted me a defensive spirit artifact beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been caught off guard by your sneak attack. The spirit realm practitioner formed hand seals. Wind blade sword technique. A long sword burst forth from his sleeve, enveloped in a whirlwind, as if capable of severing all in existence. Uchiha had not anticipated such a sudden move. Despite his quick reflexes, he was still grazed by the spirit sword, blood gushing from the outer side of his thigh. What surprised him was that the wound did not heal rapidly. He possessed a physique akin to Senja Hashirama's, yet it seemed that this world was suppressing him. This was an all-encompassing diminishment. Fortunately, the practitioners of this world are not overwhelmingly powerful, despite the fact that he has yet to encounter cultivators from other realms. However, it wasn't long before Uchiha was struck with a harsh reality. His opponent unleashed a barrage of spells, relentlessly attacking him. With his strength suppressed, Uchiha could only flee in all directions. He realized his error. Even a practitioner at the spirit realm could unleash spells far more potent than the jutsu of most ninjas in the Naruto world. How did such a phenomenon as Susanoo even manifest in the Naruto universe? Upon reaching the 6 paths level, the Naruto world experiences a qualitative leap, placing it in an entirely different echelon from ordinary ninjas. A single individual at the 6 paths level could annihilate the entire ninja realm. The spirit realm cultivator wielded his sword with an elegance akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. Uchiha found himself at his wit's end. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open the first gate. Open the second. Open the third. Uchiha opened 6 gates in one breath, his body radiating with a green luminescence. The sword-wielding spirit realm cultivator let out a cold snort, attempting to intimidate him. If it weren't for your sneak attack, how could you have slain 2 of your comrades? Today, you shall perish beneath my sword. Uchiha Yi moved with such speed that he left afterimages in his wake, while the spirit realm cultivator struggled to keep up with his pace. Once more, he channeled spirit energy into his defensive artifact, summoning a golden shield around him. A dull thud echoed as he was sent flying, even with the golden shield activated. Ha ha ha, quite impressive, but what can you truly do against me? Konoha's Gale. Uchiha Yi infused spirit energy into his right foot, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the golden shield. Furious wind slash. The spirit realm cultivator swung his sword frantically, unleashing countless gusts of cutting wind in all directions. Uchiha Yi's figure vanished again. You coward, stop hiding. Just as the words left his lips, he felt a crushing blow to his chest, the sound of bones fracturing resonating through the air. He spat out blood, despite his prolonged struggle. The spirit realm cultivator was easily dispatched by Uchiha Yi. Once he confirmed that the three individuals had ceased to breathe, Uchiha Yi delivered a final blow to their bodies. Good show, good Jien. For now, your lives shall be spared. I shall grant Chapter 181, the Spirit Refinement Tower, Advanced Training Room. Wails of cultivation. After much back and forth, Uchiha Yi returned once more to Wine God City. This city is graced with a spiritual vein, atop which a sanctuary for cultivation has been erected. The spiritual energy here is 100-fold denser than in other locales. Moreover, this sanctuary is open to the public, with all proceeds directed into the treasury of the Wind Spirit Kingdom. This initiative has proven quite lucrative for the kingdom. However, the cost of cultivating here remains exorbitant, and there is a cap on the number of practitioners allowed, a measure intended to safeguard the spiritual vein. Should countless individuals incessantly draw upon its energy for cultivation, even the mightiest vein would eventually be drained. Concurrently, the Wind Spirit Kingdom supplements the vein with spiritual stones, which it can absorb and convert into spiritual energy with absolute efficiency. Thus, this arrangement is undeniably profitable, though the other four great nations view it differently. They consider the spiritual vein a national treasure, one that should only be accessed by the royal family and those of noble lineage and considerable power. To enter the primary training room of the Spiritual Refinement Tower for a day, one must part with 50 mid-grade spiritual stones. The intermediate room demands 2 superior stones, while the advanced room requires 10 superior stones. Uchiha Yi, well acquainted with the process, approached the feast station of the training tower. The gatekeeper, a seemingly unremarkable old man, is rumored to be a royal uncle within the Wind Spirit Kingdom, possessing formidable strength and an elusive presence. Over the course of a month, Uchiha Yi had acquired a storage bag, spiritual stones, and various martial techniques from the system. He is indeed a good-hearted individual, always striving to perform acts of kindness wherever he goes. While doing good, he has also amassed a considerable number of spiritual stones, which he rightfully earned through his benevolence. From his storage bag, Uchiha Yi extracted 70 superior spiritual stones and placed them upon the table. The gatekeeper, who had been half asleep with his eyes barely open, suddenly widened his gaze in astonishment. This young lad, I don't seem to recall having seen him before. Of course, during Uchiha Yi's last visit, he had only trained in the basic room, leaving no lasting impression. Could he be a scion of a prominent family or a disciple of a prestigious sect? After a brief moment to collect himself, the gatekeeper acknowledged, 70 superior stones, let me arrange for you to access the advanced training room for 7 days. A smile crept across the gatekeeper's face. Very well, no problem at all. In a short while, the gatekeeper returned from a back room, holding a key for the advanced training room. This key, a type of spiritual artifact, is essential for unlocking the Chamber S door. Come along. I will personally escort you there. As the gatekeeper led the way, Uchiha Yi followed closely behind. During their walk, the gatekeeper, curiosity piqued, inquired, young man, judging by your age, you must be around 20. It's surprising that you've already attained the Spirit Master realm. Uchiha Yi remained silent, prompting the old man to continue speaking to himself. Which sect do you hail from, I wonder? Uchiha Yi's voice was icy as he replied. There's no need for excessive chatter during cultivation. The gatekeeper chuckled. Perhaps I've spoken too much. I should refrain from asking so many questions. After several minutes, they arrived at the 17th underground level. The more advanced the training room, the closer it is to the spiritual vein. The gatekeeper placed a token before a recess and infused it with spiritual energy, causing a mystic array to manifest upon the stone door. With a rumble, the door slowly swung open. Before departing, the gatekeeper kindly warned, young one, the spiritual energy in the advanced room is so rich that it can condense into spiritual liquid. Be cautious not to overindulge during your training, lest you risk losing control and perish from an excess of energy. Uchiha Yi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then stepped into the training room. The chamber was adorned with a spirit-gathering array, designed to assist practitioners in absorbing spiritual energy more effectively. It was otherwise empty except for a meditation mat for seated cultivation. Uchiha Yu could distinctly sense the overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy here, far surpassing the combined essence found in 100 basic training rooms. Indeed, droplets of spiritual liquid clung to the walls. Yet, he felt it insufficient. He retrieved an additional 20 superior spiritual stones from his person and arranged them around the mat. With preparations complete, he entered into his state of cultivation. The spiritual energy surged into Uchiha Yu's body like a voracious whale, flooding him with power. This technique, known as the heavenly grade lower-class spirit absorption technique, was a method he acquired after assisting a malevolent practitioner at the 8th level of the spirit sect. Its function is akin to that of a sealing technique, adept at absorbing both techniques and spiritual energy, rendering it exceptionally powerful. Uchiha Yu suspected the system had merely altered the sealing technique and granted it to him as a reward, yet it proved invaluable, allowing for a continuous and gentle intake of spiritual energy while also absorbing and rebounding techniques. It was indeed an indispensable tool for survival and advancement. Meanwhile, in Wind God City, Gufeng, having pursued the spiritual artifact, finally traced Uchiha Yu's whereabouts once more. Upon discovering that Uchiha Yu had come to a halt, his heart swelled with joy. He had previously worried that he might lose track of Uchiha Yu and ultimately be expelled from the sect by Guchou. Now that he had found an opportunity, he would not let it slip away. His tracking efforts culminated at the entrance of the Spirit Refinement Tower. After several confirmations, he stepped forward to confront the elderly gatekeeper. Presenting a token from the Grand Elder of the Wind Cloud sect, he declared, "I am a disciple of the Wind Cloud sect, under the orders of the Grand Elder to apprehend a traitorous disciple." The old man lazily opened his eyes and replied, "And then what?" Gufeng adopted a commanding tone, "I hope you will cooperate." The gatekeeper waved his hand, dismissed Chapter 182. The third layer of Spirit Sect. Gufeng is stunned a week passed swiftly. Uchiha Yu concluded his training. The density of spiritual energy around him was remarkable. In just a week, he had ascended to the third layer of the Spirit Sect. What a delightful sensation it was. If others were to discover that he had traversed a significant realm in merely a week, it would surely leave them astounded. As Uchiha Yu exited the training chamber, Shinjio had already sensed his presence. He refrained from urging Uchiha Yu until their paths crossed again outside the Spirit Tower. Shinjio was taken aback. "Kid, what has transpired? How did you ascend from the Spirit Master realm to the Spirit Sect in such a brief time? Are you perhaps a dark practitioner?" "No, that cannot be. I, a 9th layer Spirit King, perceive no trace of malevolent energy in you. Have you considered joining our royal family? My Wind Spirit Kingdom can provide you with the finest resources." Uchiha Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No, thank you." Shinjio chuckled coldly. "Kid, there are those waiting for you outside. If you step out like this, it could cost you dearly. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Joining my royal family would ensure your safety and grant you access to various resources for your cultivation." Uchiha Yu shook his head once more, insisting, "No, thank you." Shinjio smiled. "Very well, young one. I wish you luck." His demeanor remained composed. If he could recruit Uchiha Yu, that would be splendid. But he would not force the matter. He had opened the door only to avoid entanglement in royal affairs. Not far from the exit, Gufeng suddenly appeared. "Haha." A chilling and eerie laughter erupted from him. "Do you have any idea that I've been tracking you for over a month? At last, I have found you. I shall methodically torment you to your demise." Uchiha Yu merely dug at his ear and coolly uttered a single word. "Oh." This simple expression shattered Gufeng's composure. Infuriated, Gufeng roared, "Ah, kid, you seek death." With a swift motion, he launched a binding spirit tool towards Uchiha Yu. Die. The binding tool was adorned with numerous barbs. Should it ensnare him, it would leave him grievously wounded. Even if he merely grazed it, he would be left in tatters. Wind and cloud transforming into a dragon. A verdant wind dragon materialized behind Uchiha Yu, composed of wind spiritual energy. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a fierce gust that sent Gufeng's binding tool spiraling away. Gufeng stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. "Why? How can this be? You have mastered the earth-level superior technique of the wind and cloud sect." The wind and cloud transforming into a dragon technique. "Impossible." Uchiha Yu smirked, gesturing forward as the wind dragon flickered and lunged toward Gufeng. Though Gufeng was an 8th layer spirit sect cultivator, this level of attack posed no real threat to him. A whirlwind materialized from thin air, growing larger and engulfing the earth beneath it. The approaching wind dragon was swept into the tempest. Uchiha struggled to guide the dragon out of the storm. But all his attempts ended in failure. It seemed he had underestimated the cultivators of this world. Gufeng, it appeared, was vastly more formidable than the spirit sect practitioners he had previously encountered. You enjoy whirlwinds, do you? Let us enhance the speed. Uchiha unleashed his technique, Flame Dragon. A lengthy fire dragon surged into the whirlwind, imbuing it with newfound power. The whirlwind spun faster and faster, ultimately transforming into a blazing fire vortex. Boom. The heat from the vortex tousled Uchiha's hair. The peacekeepers of Wind God City had arrived nearby, but they hesitated to intervene. Just as they prepared to act, a richly attired figure blocked their path. Ah, the fourth prince. Just observe from here. Though the Wind and Cloud sect was a faction of the Wind Spirit Kingdom, the interests of the royal family did not always align with those of these sections. Moreover, the Wind Spirit Kingdom was not limited to a single sect. Unless a catastrophe befell the Wind and Cloud sect, the royal family was unlikely to intervene. The fourth prince, Chinkun, was a perceptive individual who had taken a liking to Uchiha, contemplating recruitment. If Uchiha appeared to weaken or find himself in peril, he would step in to assist. His curiosity about the true extent of the young man's power was piqued. As Gufeng noticed the whirlwind slipping from his control, the fiery vortex began to surge towards him. While he concentrated on maintaining the whirlwind, the fiery energy within erupted violently. The fire vortex detonated. Boom. In an instant, the ground was engulfed in flames. Gufeng was thrown back by the scorching wave, suffering considerable injury due to his unpreparedness. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a medicinal pill, consuming it to hastily mend his wounds. Kid, you are doomed. Uchiha clapped his hands. Impressive. If threats had any merit, you might have eliminated me just now. But alas, you are weaker than I anticipated, due to the presence of onlookers. Uchiha refrained from employing the 8 gates technique. The gaze of an elderly observer remained fixed upon them. Uchiha could not gauge the elder's strength. And should the old man harbor ulterior motives, he might squander another opportunity to restore his full power. The battle raged fiercely. Gufeng, in a state of frenzy, alternated between expressions of despair and maniacal laughter, unleashing ruthlessly sinister techniques. Your realm is merely the third layer of the spirit sect. Why? Why can you exhibit such power? Unable to withstand the pressure, a blood-red glow erupted around him. Shanjio, who had been observing intently, narrowed his eyes. Blood Demon Seal? A dark practitioner? Or perhaps someone under control? This technique is typically wielded by dark practitioners or those ensnared by them. Once activated, it significantly enhances one's power. Chapter 183. The door to surprise opens. The day Tiger annihilates Gufeng. Shanjio initially intended to intervene, but he restrained himself. To his astonishment, it appeared that the Wind and Cloud sect harbored dark practitioners, which warranted thorough investigation. He decided to observe, eager to discern the limits of Uchiha's prowess. Shinjio held little faith that Uchiha could vanquish the corrupted Gufeng. Uchiha, equally perplexed, sensed a surge in Gufeng's aura, which had tripled in intensity. In a flash of crimson light, Gufeng vanished from sight. Possessing the Renegan, Uchiha seemed to anticipate Gufeng's onslaught, skillfully evading the attack. Shinjio and the others watched in astonishment. Shinjio was acutely aware that Uchiha's speed was not sufficient to evade such an assault. It was as if he had foreseen it, deftly sidestepping. Seizing the opportunity while Gufeng was momentarily stunned, Uchiha struck with his spirit sword aimed at Gufeng. Just barely, Gufeng's lightning-fast reflexes allowed him to evade what could have been a fatal blow. Nevertheless, his chest was grazed by the blade, leaving him oblivious to the pain. His eyes burned with hatred, filled with a desire to devour Uchiha whole. I shall tear you to shreds. In a flash of cold light, dual blades materialized in Gufeng's hands. His speed was overwhelming, and Uchiha found it increasingly difficult to contend with him. Relying solely on his physical techniques. Enough of this madness. It is time to end this. Should that old man decide to intervene, he would soon witness a formidable display of strength. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open the first gate. Open. The second gate. Open. The third gate. Open. The fourth gate. Open. The fifth gate. Open. The sixth gate. Open. The seventh gate. Open. Uchiha opened 7 gates in rapid succession, his body enveloped in a dazzling blue light. This radiant glow was blinding, and Uchiha's aura surged dramatically. Gufeng involuntarily swallowed hard, bewildered by this transformation. What sorcery is this? Why have I never encountered such a phenomenon? Regardless of the secret technique employed, it could not rival his own strength. The bloodthirsty seal. A malevolent art, exacted a heavy toll once activated. It not only inflicted severe internal injuries but could also lead to a regression in cultivation, and in extreme cases, death. Gufeng brandished his dual blades and charged at Uchiha once more. Mere bluster. Just as he believed his blades would shatter Uchiha, the latter vanished once more. Gufeng found himself grasping at air. When Uchiha reappeared, he was positioned behind Gufeng. With a resounding thud, Uchiha delivered a crushing kick to Gufeng's back, shattering his bones. A mouthful of black blood erupted from Gufeng as he crashed heavily against a boulder. Before he could regain his footing, a brilliant white light flickered into existence. Day Tiger. A fierce white tiger lunged at Gufeng, transforming into an energy orb. The white energy orb struck Gufeng, pulverizing the boulder beneath him. When the energy dissipated, Gufeng's mangled remains lay scattered on the ground. Having reached this state, revival was impossible. Shunjio squinted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Uchiha. What manner of secret technique is this? He is not a dark practitioner and exudes no traces of malevolence. It seems to be an extraordinary method, not mere. You are absolutely right. We are all seekers on a path of cultivation and should not allow our thoughts to dwell here. Chapter 184. Inferior Spirit Artifact of Heavenly Rank. Reversal Realm among the Royal Princes. None are simple figures. Chen-kun is especially cunning, rather than being merely lecherous. It is more accurate to say that he has crafted this persona for himself. After Uchiha and Chen-kun departed from the Spirit Tower, Shinjo prepared to inspect the advanced cultivation room. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of a scattered pile of spirit stone remnants surrounding a meditation mat, all of which were advanced spirit stones. This individual is truly mad. Shinjo gasped in astonishment as he began to clear away the debris. Having reached the advanced cultivation room, he could hardly believe that someone would use advanced spirit stones for their practice. No wonder he was able to cultivate to the spirit sovereign realm in merely a week. Shinjo felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of encountering Uchiha again. He was eager to see what level such a lunatic could achieve. The ambience grew somewhat awkward as they waited, and after a considerable time, the dishes finally began to arrive. Uchiha lowered his head, engrossed in his meal. Not uttering a single word, Chen-kun felt an intense sense of awkwardness and sought to engage Uchiha in conversation. Brother Yu, how do you find the food here? Is it to your liking? With his mouth full, Uchiha swallowed hard before taking a sip of tea. The taste is indeed delightful. Consuming such spirit food regularly could significantly aid in cultivation. After this brief exchange, Uchiha resumed eating. After much internal conflict, Chen-kun finally spoke up. Brother Yu, I wish to extend an invitation for you to become my guest. Uchiha set down his chopsticks. No, let us forego this matter. Thank you for the meal. Here, take this. Uchiha produced a specially crafted kunai. Should you encounter any danger, you may infuse it with spiritual energy. Perhaps I shall find time to assist you in return for your hospitality. I am full, Uchiha remarked, wiping his mouth before rising and departing without hesitation. After Chen-kun pursued him, Uchiha had vanished without a trace. Chen-kun clutched the kunai in his hand, pondering the peculiar design of this weapon. He examined it closely, noting some strange markings, yet he refrained from infusing it with spiritual energy, firmly etching Uchiha's words into his memory. Uchiha did not leave Wind God City. Instead, he checked into an inn. Wind God City is, in fact, quite suitable for residents, with information flowing freely. Uchiha bided his time here, waiting for opportunities to gather intelligence. Within the city, there existed a merchant association known as the Wanshang Association. Renowned for its influence across the continent, where many clandestine pieces of information surfaced. Some of this intelligence was free, while others required the expenditure of spirit stones for purchase. Beyond intelligence, the association also dealt in the sale and acquisition of various items. Indeed, a grand auction was held biannually, showcasing extremely precious spirit herbs, spirit artifacts, and various treasures. Uchiha lingered here, eager to discover any rare curiosities. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the auction arrived. The attendees were predominantly powerful cultivators or esteemed dignitaries. To gain entry, one must acquire a token from the Wanshang Association by engaging in transactions of items valued at no less than 20 superior spirit stones. This threshold effectively filtered out ordinary cultivators. Having previously purchased numerous spirit herbs from the Wanshang Association to assist in his cultivation or improve his physical condition, Uchiha approached the entrance. The attendant, Upon seeing the token he presented, paused momentarily, taken aback by the unfamiliar face. Esteemed guest, allow me to escort you to the VIP room. Wait a moment. I have something to sell. Sell? Is it a treasure suitable for auction? The attendant's eyes brightened with interest. Sir, please follow me. He led Uchiha to the backstage area, where a woman clad in a fitted red robe awaited. Xiaolu. Who is this gentleman? This gentleman possesses a treasure for sale, one worthy of the auction, so I brought him here. The woman waved her hand. That will suffice. Xiaolu, you may step aside. Greetings, sir. My name is Tang Fei, a minor manager of this branch of the Wanshang Association. What treasure do you wish to sell? From his storage pouch, Uchiha produced a mirror. Tang Fei gazed at the mirror in his hand, her eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. This is an inferior spirit artifact of heavenly rank. Please, sir, wait here for a moment. Tang Fei gestured for Uchiha to sit and poured him a cup of tea before hurriedly departing. Mulao, Tang Fei called out excitedly. An elderly man sat at a table, toying with some object. What is it? Why the urgency? Mulao. A guest has brought an inferior spirit artifact of heavenly rank for auction. I wish to request your expertise. Upon hearing heavenly rank, the old man became even more animated than Tang Fei. What? Heavenly rank? What item is it? A mirror. I cannot specify the nature of the spirit artifact. Let us go. The old man rose swiftly, striding ahead, with Tang Fei hurrying to keep pace. This old man is truly something, Tang Fei thought with a wry smile. Before long, Uchiha found himself face to face with a silver-haired elder, with Tang Fei closely trailing behind. Esteemed guest, what treasure do you wish to sell? This is it. I cannot provide its exact name. The old man was nearly beside himself with excitement. This is from the Reversal Realm. Chapter 185. The auction perhaps. I am only aware of its functionality. By infusing it with spiritual energy, it can absorb or deflect attacks. Uchiha stated with a calm demeanor. As for its other capabilities, I have not delved deeply into them. Old Mu, enamored with the wheel mirror, remarked on its exceptional quality. The matter returned to me unexpectedly. Both Uchiha and Tang Fei looked puzzled, prompting Tang Fei to ask, what do you mean it has returned? Old Mu slowly began to explain. This wheel mirror was once a treasured possession of our Wanshang Merchants Association. It was lost by chance and fell into the hands of demonic practitioners, and we have been unable to retrieve it until now. I wonder, sir, from where did you acquire it? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha replied, it must be as you say. I encountered some individuals clad in peculiar attire. The leader claimed to be the holy son of the heavenly shadow cult. It was indeed quite a challenge. Retrieving this mirror required considerable effort. Both Old Mu and Tang Fei exchanged astonished glances. The heavenly shadow cult? Surely, he jested. That is one of the 3 major demonic sects of the 5 Elements continent. A force even the 5 great nations dare not offend. Old Mu swallowed hard. You killed the holy son of the heavenly shadow cult? Is there a problem with that? Or do you intend to hand me over to them? Uchiha's voice was laced with murderous intent, enveloping Old Mu in a palpable pressure that rendered him breathless. My young friend, our Wanshang Merchants Association stands in opposition to the demonic sections. You need not worry about such matters. Moreover, we have always valued honesty. Otherwise, we would not have become the foremost merchant association in the 5 Elements continent. Uchiha reigned in his murderous aura, and Old Mu, along with Tang Fei, felt the weight lift considerably. Despite his youth, why did he exude such a terrifying presence? Clearing his throat, Old Mu remarked, this item is quite remarkable, and I am aware of its value. I believe it need not go to auction. Uchiha and Tang Fei both appeared perplexed. This wheel mirror originated from our Wanshang Merchants Association. It would be better for us to purchase it directly. I assure you, I will offer a price that will satisfy you. If it goes to auction, it may attract unwanted attention from the demonic sections. Uchiha nodded in agreement. Very well, let us hear your offer. 55,000 high-grade spiritual stones, Old Mu declared. Upon hearing this figure, Tang Fei was momentarily stunned, and even Uchiha was taken aback. Tang Fei, brimming with excitement, attempted to interject. Old Mu, the price. Old Mu raised his hand. The price is already quite reasonable, sir. What do you think? Uchiha nodded. It is acceptable. Externally, he maintained a facade of calm, yet internally, he was exceedingly exhilarated. 55,000 high-grade spiritual stones was an astronomical sum for most cultivators, enough to establish a medium-sized sect. Old Mu smiled. Please wait here for a moment while we retrieve the spiritual stones. He returned the wheel mirror to Uchiha and he. After a while, Old Mu approached with a storage ring. Sir, this contains 55,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This storage ring, with 100-fold capacity, is also a gift for you. Aihana inspected the contents, ensuring not a single stone was amiss, and noted that the storage ring bore no special markings. Very well. He relinquished the spiritual artifact to them. To Aihana, the wheel mirror held no utility. The sealing technique of the Renegan was a superior alternative, rendering the wheel mirror obsolete. While it offered utility to others, absorbing and deflecting techniques, and capable of blocking physical attacks, its most formidable aspect was its potential for infinite use. Granted sufficient spiritual energy, albeit at a considerable cost. Old Mu then suggested, "Sir, the auction is about to commence. Perhaps you might consider participating. There may be items of interest to you." Aihana nodded. "Indeed, I intend to attend the auction." Old Mu turned to Tang Fei. "Tang Fei, please escort Mr. You into the Supreme VIP room." Tang Fei nodded. "Yes, sir, please follow me." Originally, Aihana could only occupy a VIP seat, which lacked private rooms. The Supreme VIP room catered to the most esteemed clients of the Wanshang Merchants Association. Both Old Mu and Tang Fei were astute. Aihana's formidable strength and enigmatic identity made him someone they could not afford to offend. Upon entering the Supreme VIP room, Aihana found a table adorned with spiritual fruits, delicacies, a bottle of spiritual wine, and various teas. Truly, they knew how to indulge in luxury. Ding, ding, ding. A resounding bell signaled the commencement of the auction as Tang Fei took center stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Wanshang Merchants Association auction is now underway." The audience erupted in applause. "Tang Fei, I love you. So beautiful. A celestial maiden." Many in attendance were devoted fans of Tang Fei. It must be said, her beauty and exquisite figure, coupled with her unique status, rendered her irresistible even to cultivators. The first auction item was introduced, a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifact, the Earth Spirit Pearl. This item could manipulate the surrounding earth and rocks within a 20-meter radius, making it a superb defensive artifact. The starting bid was set at 500 high-grade spiritual stones, with minimum increments of 10 stones. As anticipated, this Earth-tier artifact ignited fierce competition among bidders, culminating in a final bid exceeding 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones, claimed by a representative of the Wind and Cloud sect. Naturally, such opportunities would not be overlooked by them. The auction continued with several items. Yet Aihana found little interest in them, until one item captivated his attention. The seventh auction item, the enigmatic three-pronged scythe. Aihana exclaimed, "What on earth?" Onlookers from adjacent rooms turned to gaze in his direction. "Isn't that the scythe of Haydn? How did it end up here? The cult of the evil god? Could it be that the system has misplaced me? Is this three-pronged scythe a spiritual artifact?" A person in the front row inquired. Tang Fei shook her head. "No, this scythe is not a spiritual artifact. Our tests indicate it emits no spiritual energy. However, it harbors an exceptionally potent malevolent force. The materials are quite unique, rendering it difficult to destroy. Beyond that, we are unable to ascertain more." The mysterious three-pronged scythe commenced bidding at 50 high-grade spiritual stones with increments of 1 stone. Many attendees observed cautiously. The scythe appeared rather ordinary, seemingly indistinguishable from mundane objects. Even the Wanshang Merchants Association could not detect any useful properties, leading them to ponder its value if taken home merely for display. 50 high-grade spiritual stones appeared inconspicuous at this auction. Yet, it could afford 5 days of training in a high-level cultivation chamber at the Spirit Tower, a luxury few major sects, including royal families, would squander. As the crowd continued their discussions, Aihana pressed a button beside him to raise the bid, 51 high-grade spirit stones. The attendees were momentarily taken aback, casting glances towards the luxurious private room occupied by Aihana. Who was this disciple from which sect? Or perhaps a young master from a prominent family? Such wealth seemed excessive, for the item in question appeared to serve little purpose, yet someone dared to bid on it. Inside the opulent room, the crown prince of the Wind Spirit Kingdom, Chinyu, chuckled softly. "Truly, there are some individuals of extraordinary means. Fourth brother, what do you think the three-pronged sickle is worth?" The fourth prince, Chen Kun, appeared somewhat hesitant, replying, "I am uncertain. Perhaps the individual merely wishes to purchase it for amusement." The design of the item was indeed quite unique. Chinyu laughed boisterously, bemused by the eclectic mix of people present. "I find myself curious about the identity of the one who intends to acquire this item. Fourth brother, shall we pay a visit?" As he spoke, Chinyu rose, leaving Chen Kun with no choice but to follow suit. Soon, they arrived at the adjacent room. Knock, knock. No one contested Aihana's bid, and he successfully secured the three-pronged sickle. Just then, he heard a knock at his door. Aihana, puzzled, assumed it must be an auction staff member. Rising, he opened the door to find a young man clad in a yellow robe, accompanied by Chin-kun. Chin-kun? What brings you here, and who is this beside you? Surely another royal? Greetings, esteemed brother. I am Chin-yu, and this is my younger brother, Chin-kun. Chin-kun nodded, maintaining a facade of unfamiliarity, as though it was their first encounter. Greetings, esteemed brother. I am Chin-kun. Aihana narrowed his eyes, inquiring, is there something you two wish to discuss? With a genial smile, Chin-yu appeared harmless. I am merely curious about the remarkable individual who would bid on the three-pronged sickle. Are you aware of its origins? Aihana shook his head. No, I am unaware. I simply found its design intriguing and intended to add it to my collection. Is there nothing further? The auction continues, so I must ask you to take your leave. Aihana began to usher them out, prompting Chin-yu's expression to darken. Very well, we shall not impose any longer. With a resounding thud, Aihana shut the door firmly. Chin-yu's face darkened to a coal-like hue. Fourth brother, let us depart. Chin-kun could hardly suppress a laugh. Surprised at how brusque Aihana had been, he mused that he would find a way to intercept Aihana after the auction concluded, hoping to entice him further. Following this, Aihana's interest waned as the subsequent items on auction were either useless pills or peculiar treasures. It wasn't until the final item that his attention peaked. The last auction piece was an 8th grade spirit medicine, the celestial spirit dew. What? An 8th grade spirit medicine? Upon hearing this, Chin-yu cast aside all previous discontent, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the small jade bottle within the auction display case. Chin-yu's voice trembled with excitement. I must secure this. He retrieved his token, urging, fourth brother, hasten and procure funds. Bring back as much as you can. The Emperor of the Wind Spirit Kingdom had long had informants monitoring this auction. Upon learning of this item, he too was filled with excitement. The celestial spirit dew, once acquired, would essentially grant access to the threshold for ascending from the Spirit King realm to the Spirit Emperor realm. Chunjio and the Emperor shared a close bond. Being brothers by birth, his ascension to the throne had been greatly supported by Chunjio. Securing the celestial spirit dew would bolster his faction with another Spirit Emperor-level powerhouse. Various factions eyed the prize, eager to claim the celestial spirit dew. The starting bid was set at 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 1,000. This opening bid rivaled the price of the spirit tools Uchiha had previously considered. Chin-yu was the first to raise the bid, offering 40,000 high-grade spirit stones. Uchiha, unfamiliar with this item, remained indifferent, aware that he could not afford it. Before long, the price soared to 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. These individuals indeed possessed considerable wealth. Uchiha grew increasingly curious about how high the bidding would escalate. 8th grade spirit medicines were rare, and for someone like Chinjio, who had stalled at the 8th layer of the Spirit King realm, parting with his entire fortune for this medicine would be a worthwhile endeavor. The price continued to rise, quickly reaching 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Some participants could no longer keep pace and reluctantly withdrew from the competition for the 8th grade spirit medicine. Shin-kun returned with 3 million high-grade spirit stones, having drained their own and the Crown Prince's resources, even borrowing from other sources. However, these funds were not truly theirs, but rather benefits brought by the royal family. After securing the spirit medicine, it would ultimately belong to Chin-kun. Nevertheless, this maneuver would enhance their chances in the contest for the Crown Prince's position. Chin-yu fumed, raising his voice for 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. After his declaration, a stillness enveloped the room. Yet, it wasn't long before new bidders emerged. For 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, Chin-yu grew anxious. His nature was such that few dared to defy him in life. The remaining bidders comprised major sects, not only from the Wind Spirit Kingdom, but also from powerful sects of other nations that had come to partake in the auction. The price surged, forcing more sects to abandon their aspirations for this round of bidding. Chapter 186. The conclusion. In truth, the narrative should have concluded with Madara. The subsequent events involving the Otsutsuki clan and others lack substance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have accompanied me on this journey. Uchiha traversed the 5 elements continent, discovering that each of the 5 nations revered their own deities. After establishing enmity with the ruler of the Fire Spirit Nation, Huafantion, who employed a cipher to invoke the power of the fire god, Uchiha wielded Amaterasu. The flames of the Fire Spirit Nation's ruler could not contend with the rules of Amaterasu. Ultimately, Huafantian fell to Aihana, liberating the oppressed citizens of the Fire Spirit Nation. The ruler's third son, endowed with talent and capability, assumed the throne. Within the hidden vaults of the Fire Spirit Nation, Aihana discovered that the Five Elements continent was but a diminutive world, isolated like a solitary island. He located a sealed teleportation array, which attracted the attention of the Merchants Guild. The visitor was none other than the Elder Mu, who had previously engaged with Uchiha and Mr. Uchiha. It would be prudent not to activate this teleportation array, he advised. With a puzzled expression, Uchiha perceived that the Merchants Guild possessed considerable knowledge, shrouded in secrecy. Why must this teleportation array remain dormant? Elder Mu began to elucidate. Mr. Uchiha, this array is not a mere one-way portal. It connects multiple worlds. To prevent invasions from other realms that could obliterate this world, it has been sealed. Uchiha gazed intently at him. Then how shall I depart from here? Elder Mu, with an awkward chuckle, suggested, perhaps through the void? Are you jesting? Uchiha retorted, his temper flaring. Elder Mu cleared his throat and confessed, well, Mr. Uchiha, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Your formidable abilities suggest you are not of this world. Our Merchants Guild possesses a teleportation array that can facilitate your departure from the Five Elements continent. The depth of the Merchants Guild's influence astonished Uchiha. Take me there, he urged eagerly. Uchiha then imposed multiple seals upon the teleportation array, resealing it. Through the Merchants Guild's array, Uchiha finally departed the Five Elements continent and arrived at the Tianshin continent. Under Elder Mu's guidance, he learned of the vastness of the Tianshin continent. Here, Uchiha's cultivation was no longer constrained. His prowess equated to that of a tribulation stage expert of this realm. Beyond that lay the realm of the Great Ascendants. Yet, his six paths level remained markedly distinct from the practitioners of this world. The combat prowess in the Naruto universe is renowned for its high offense but low defense. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara ultimately succumbed to a surprise attack. In contrast, in this realm of cultivation, not even low-tier spiritual weapons could harm the mighty experts. Empowered by his system, Uchiha dedicated himself to benevolent deeds across the continent. Within a mere 2 years, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Ascendance level. The entire continent trembled in response to Uchiha's might. The fusion of his six paths power and spiritual energy allowed him to break free from the shackles of the Tianshin continent and ascend to immortality. In the higher realms, Uchiha wielded a three-pronged sickle and sought out the malevolent deity. With overwhelming strength, he vanquished the dark god and discovered that this entity had fervent followers not only in the ninja world but across several other realms. Upon the dark deity's demise, Uchiha uncovered a portal connecting the higher realm to the pure land of the ninja world. Furthermore, he realized that the Akatsuki clan also maintained ties with this realm. As Uchiha's power surged, he made his way to the stronghold of the Akatsuki clan, engaging in a fierce battle against their deity, ultimately exhausting his strength to defeat the Akatsuki god. In the end, Uchiha traversed the void, returning to the ninja world, where he established an intricate system, ushering the ninja realm into a harmonious society.